Chapter 1, Lack of Money. Mid-October, and it still wasn't getting cool. By nightfall, there was just a hint of autumn's chill. 11 p.m. at night. It was just Joe's quitting time. Past the busiest hours, the convenience store was fairly quiet now. After handing over the shift to his colleague, Joe returned to the break room. In sharp contrast to the clean and spacious storefront, the break room was cluttered with various items, leaving little room to move around. Amidst the chaotic yet silent surroundings, Joe bent slightly and sat down on the nearby bench, his white shirt outlining his thin back spine. Leaning against the wall in fatigue, Joe took out the close-to-expiry sandwich he had just bought. After 10 p.m., near-expiration products were marked down by 50%, this was his dinner. Just as his phone buzzed with a message alert, Joe picked it up for a glance. It was from his roommate. "Douyin, you there? Let me tell you a joke." Joe unwrapped the sandwich while glancing at the time displayed on the top of the phone screen. 23:05. This guy was in high spirits, staying awake late at night, and still had the leisure to tell him jokes. Standing up, Joe grabbed his bag from the locker and slung it over his shoulder, casually replying with a punctuation mark, question mark. "Douyin, last time I had a fever and went to see a doctor, the doctor asked how tall I was. I said, 189. Guess what the doctor said?" Leaning against the locker, Joe looked down and messaged back, "What did he say?" "Douyin, the doctor told me to go home and wait to die because if my temperature reached 189 degrees, there'd be no saving me." Boring. Joe slightly curled the corner of his lips, deciding not to reply further. Just as he was about to put the phone back in his pocket, another voice message came through, 3 seconds long. After pausing for a moment, Joe lightly flicked his fingertip and pressed play. In the empty and enclosed environment, that person let out a few deep laughs, their slightly nasal tone indicating suppressed laughter, not funny. Something was off about his voice, and Joe realized, got a cold. Soon after, another voice message came through, delivered lazily, "Yeah, my nose is blocked, can't sleep. Bring me some cold medicine when you come back, thanks brother. Joe. Douyin, and bring a pack of cigarettes too. Joe." The convenience store was brightly lit. The female colleague who had just finished her shift was on a video call with a friend. Upon seeing Joe emerge from the storage room, she momentarily paused her conversation. Cheng Lu, sitting behind the counter, greeted him with a smile, heading home. Joe glanced at her once, responding with a soft, Actually, the two weren't very familiar, their only interactions had been brief exchanges during shift changes. But Joe's reputation was widespread. There were two big campus heartthrobs at Liming University, and Joe was one of them. He was handsome, talented, but didn't come from a wealthy family, a classic example of someone who looked good, but suffered hardship behind the scenes. And to make matters more interesting, he also had a complex relationship with the other finance major heartthrob. Douyin. At 189 centimeters tall, rich, and stunningly handsome, Douyin was the dream date for countless boys and girls alike. From the start of school, the names of these two had resounded across the entire Liming University campus, often drawing admirers. Even more intriguingly, the fact that these two good-looking guys lived in the same dorm room sparked endless speculations. Right now, one of the heartthrobs was right here in front of her eyes. The boy was dressed neatly in a white shirt, black pants, canvas shoes worn to whiteness, with a black backpack draped over his shoulder. Pale-skinned, high-nosed, nearly 6 feet tall, slim yet tall and elegant, he stood out remarkably for his good looks. Cheng Lu's heartbeat almost missed a beat, so she quickly adjusted her phone's orientation. "I heard from Sister Chen that you won't be working here anymore after this week." Joe lowered his eyes, his tone not very enthusiastic. "Yeah, found another part-time job with conflicting schedules." Cheng Lu sighed softly, "What a pity." Joe glanced over. Cheng Lu snapped back to reality, "What I mean is, I'm in many part-time job groups. If you need any leads, I can add you in." "Thanks," Joe turned away, "but it's unnecessary." Seeing that he was about to leave, Cheng Lu hurriedly added, "Oh, Joe, aren't you in the same dorm as Douyin? On Friday, we're having a card game gathering. Girls pay less, but men are free based on attractiveness. Given both your and Douyin's good looks, you'll definitely get in free. Why don't you both come over and play?" "Sorry, I have to work. No time." Gan Yu's tone didn't fluctuate much as he paused briefly, his voice cool and distant. "As for Douyin, you can ask him yourself. I'm not that close to him, so I probably can't help you." His voice was calm, clearly showing no interest in further conversation. Cheng Lu hesitated a moment before reacting, "Oh, I see." Gan Yu had no extra words, and with a tall, slim figure, he turned and left directly. Almost as soon as the glass door closed, through the phone screen, her friend immediately let out a sharp squeal, "Ah. He's so aloof, but he's so handsome." Just now Cheng Lu had deliberately adjusted her phone's direction, and through the phone camera, at such an acute angle, that person still looked flawless from every angle. "Handsome, right?" Cheng Lu poked her almost exploded ears and sighed, looking at the slender figure outside the door. "What a pity." On the phone screen, her friend's eyes were still sparkling with stars as she blinked in confusion. Pity what? Cheng-Lu shifted her gaze. Do you know? His family conditions aren't good. His mother passed away several years ago, and his father seems to be seriously ill too, currently hospitalized. It costs hundreds of thousands annually just for medical bills, and he has to do several jobs a day, working like a dog. Where does he have time for dating? Hearing this, her friend pondered for a moment. It's such a tough situation for him. I originally wanted to meet Dai-Heng through him, but that plan didn't work out. Cheng-Lu sat down dejectedly, muttering, they're in the same dormitory, how could they not be close? Dai-Heng? Forget about it. He looks like he plays around a lot. I still prefer Ganyu's type. Her friend blinked and quickly found a new perspective, thinking about it differently. There aren't many competitors for him, right? Do you think I stand a chance? Cheng-Lu looked speechlessly at the phone screen. Does Ganyu look like someone who needs a girlfriend? Not needing a girlfriend. The friend hesitated for a moment. Then what does he lack? A boyfriend? Cheng-Lu, he lacks money. The dormitory curfew was at midnight. When Ganyu returned to the dorm building, it was 23:40. The light in room 411 was off, only a desk lamp was lit, the light slightly dim. The other two roommates were locals from Linen. It was Saturday today, so after their holidays, they went home. Only Dai-Heng was in the dorm. Ganyu and Dai-Heng's beds were on the same side. In the dim light, it could be seen that the senior was lazily leaning against the headboard, casually bending his long legs, holding a phone and playing games. He was half hidden in the semi-bright and semi-dark light, with the light falling on his prominent nose ridge, making his features appear sharp and clean-cut, except his lips were slightly pale, and his hair swept over his brows and eyes, revealing a touch of illness. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the man lifted his eyelids. His peach-shaped eyes tilted slightly upward, with warm amber-colored pupils, often carrying a hint of lazy smile, giving people the impression of having a good temper. Their gazes coincidentally met. Chapter 2, What's with the Lin Daiyu Act? After a brief pause, Ganyu turned away, his gaze leaving Dai-Heng, and closed the door behind him. Dai-Heng tilted his head slightly to one side, carelessly tossing his phone aside. His raspy voice carried a teasing edge. Good buddy, you've returned just in time. 2 more minutes and my cold would have healed already. Truly, thank you. Those words sounded somewhat sarcastic. Ganyu didn't bother reacting similarly, merely walking over and placing the bag of medicine on his desk. In a calm tone, he said, the medicine is here, call me if you need anything else. Though he said this, it was only a courtesy as he still had things of his own to take care of. There were 4 people in the dormitory, 3 of them were from the finance department, whereas Ganyu majored in law. The legal studies program was unbearably grueling, requiring extensive reading and an expansive knowledge base, constantly memorizing various legal statutes. By day, apart from classes, Ganyu worked part-time jobs. It was only at night that he found time to study. After uttering these words, Ganyu returned to his own desk, placed his backpack on the chair, and planned to read for a bit before washing up and going to sleep. From the bed came some rustling sounds, as if searching for something. A half-covered head popped out, and a low, hoarse voice called out nearby, Ganyu, where are my cigarettes? Ganyu flipped open his book, marking key points with a pen. I didn't buy any. Upon hearing this, Dai-Heng lifted an eyelid, lazily glancing over. Don't tell me you forgot. It wasn't forgetting, Ganyu replied, not even lifting his head, it was intentional. Dai-Heng raised a brow. Ganyu looked up, meeting his gaze steadily and said indifferently, smoking while having a cold worsens the condition. If pneumonia develops, your constant coughing will affect my sleep. Dai-Heng nearly laughed himself into irritation, his throat carrying a faint sound. What a great brother you are. Ganyu glanced at him once but paid no further attention, continuing to read. Silence enveloped the dormitory, interrupted only by the sound of pages turning. Not long after, the other person sighed, dragging out his words. Brother, do you know what jilling in yuan means? When brothers face difficulties, they rush to each other's aid. It uses the metaphor of waterfowl trapped in the wild to describe the fraternal bond where brothers come to each other's rescue when faced with difficulties. Although he kept calling him brother, their relationship wasn't actually that close. Ganyu didn't have much time or energy for social interactions, so he had few friends, making him appear rather aloof and cool in others' eyes because of his relatively slow-to-warm-up personality. Dai-Heng, however, was someone who got along with everyone effortlessly, living life freely and chatting fluently with anyone, behaving like a skilled socialite. Ganyu had never met someone like him before, and through 4 years of college, they'd probably end up rooming together, so their relationship couldn't be allowed to become too strained. As long as there were reasonable requests from his roommate, Ganyu was willing to offer help. Ganyu closed the book in front of him, leaning back slightly in the chair, and raising his head. He met Dai-Heng's deep gaze directly. What's the matter? Socialite Heng lounged on the bed, his head tilted slightly, his narrow almond-shaped eyes curved slightly upward, and his lips lifted at the corners. I need a glass of water, thanks, bro. His phrasing was polite enough, yet Ganyu detected no trace of gratitude in his tone. Still the aristocratic air hung about him, every move brimming with the nonchalant and easy confidence of a young man from an affluent family. Considering he was unwell, Ganyu decided against being petty. He stood up, grabbed a clean glass from Dai Heng's desk, poured water from the thermos, and handed it over. Dai Heng lazily lifted his eyelids, accepting the glass leisurely, sipping lightly before furrowing his brows slightly. Tisk, it's a bit hot. This guy was truly particular about everything. But Ganyu didn't seem to lose his temper either, patiently taking back the glass, adding some cool water, and returning once again to Dai Heng's bedside. This time, Dai Heng didn't accept it right away, elongating his words with a tale that made him sound rather insufferable. Wait a sec, I'll check which medicine I need to take. He kept giving orders endlessly. So Ganyu could do nothing but hold the glass, waiting by the bedside, his lashes covering the exhaustion in his eyes. Dai Heng sprawled with his legs wide open, rummaging through the bag. Why is there a thermometer too? Ganyu lowered his eyes, observing his actions calmly. Just in case, why don't you take your temperature first? Dai Heng drooped his head, examining the scale on it. But first, you'll have to tell me how to use this thing. Ganyu seriously doubted how this Master Dai managed to get by all these years without knowing such simple things. Oh, it's possible. Master Dai is so wealthy he probably looks down on a 2 yuan mercury thermometer. He might not even know what 2 yuan is worth. Ganyu slightly lifted his eyes, watching Dai Heng's movements, his tone airy, under the arm, in the mouth, or rectally, your choice. Dai Heng paused in his movements, his tone somewhat inscrutable. TSK, you know quite a lot. This is common sense, Ganyu said. Dai Heng raised an eyebrow. Alright, then I admit I lack common sense. Ganyu. After a moment of thought, Dai Heng handed over the thermometer, his peach flower eyes twinkling with a hint of flirtation as he said teasingly, brother, could you wash this for me? It's brand new and I can't bring myself to put it in my mouth. Normally, Ganyu was easygoing and willing to help others whenever they needed him. But clearly, this wasn't a normal situation. The man seemed to be deliberately provoking him. Unable to bear it any longer, Ganyu felt that Dai Heng had gone too far, calmly questioning, can you get out of bed yourself? Do you have a cold or are you paralyzed? It was as though Dai Heng had truly become disabled and collapsed onto the bed. Was it really that hard for him to leave his bed? Dai Heng seemed amused by Ganyu's words, chuckling softly. His shoulders shook slightly as his chest rose and fell with his laughter, his voice carrying a hoarse edge. I don't have the strength. I might actually have a fever. If you don't believe me, feel free to check. Saying this, he tilted his head halfway down. In the deep autumn night, the temperature began to drop and the air turned cool. He was wearing only a dark gray short-sleeved shirt, which accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist. His face might hold some deceptive qualities, but his physique didn't make him look particularly pitiful. To describe it in 4 words, tough guy being cute. Ganyu glanced at him from head to toe and calmly burst his bubble. Lu Zhishan isn't even as tall as you. What kind of Lin Daiyu act are you putting on? Your water's on the table. Go ahead and see if there's any medicine for your... With that sentence, Ganyu placed the glass on Dai Heng's desk and turned back to his own study table, continuing to review his books without paying further attention to his overly demanding and not-so-close roommate. Perhaps today he was truly exhausted, so the subtle sharpness in Ganyu that was usually reined in had come to the surface. Ganyu gave off an aloof, detached impression in everyday life, politely responding to the requests of those around him. When roommates asked for help, such as asking him to bring food or fetch water, he never refused. Though he appeared cold, he was actually very approachable. It was rare to hear him confront someone like this, it made him seem much cuter than his usual apathetic attitude. Tisk, looking at the side profile of the emotionless young man, Dai Heng smirked, sighing in mock helplessness. Alright, I'll handle it myself. The towering figure of Dai Heng flipped off the bed, his movements agile and swift, betraying no sign of frailty. He grabbed a glass of water to clean the thermometer, then pulled up a chair beside Ganyu and sat down. Chapter 3, Looks Like a Girl. After a brief moment of silence, Ganyu turned his head to look at him. Do you have anything else? I don't want to bother you again, so I'll leave after taking my temperature, Dai Heng said with a playful tone, his almond-shaped eyes curving up, looking very relaxed. Can I just put this in my mouth? How long does it take? 5 minutes. Ganyu reopened his book. Dai Heng nodded, grabbed a legal textbook from the table, and leaned back in the chair, looking casual. A bit long, remind me when time's up. After saying that, he put the thermometer in his mouth, and then made a show of flipping through the book. Ganyu had no idea how this guy could act so matter-of-factly. He tried holding back, still trying to be friendly toward the patient, glanced at his phone, and noted down the time. The dormitory fell quiet. Ganyu could finally focus on studying, taking notes in the book. The lights had already been turned off for the night, and Ganyu only left his desk lamp on. The light illuminated only a small area, enveloping him in a gentle glow. Completely different from Dai Heng's arrogant and reckless demeanor, Ganyu didn't seem particularly intimidating. He had a lean build, always dressed neatly, looking clean and scholarly. When he wasn't smiling, his features looked rather indifferent, making people feel somewhat hard to approach. But his features were exceptionally beautiful, the kind that one glance could make someone fall for them instantly. After finishing jotting down a whole page of important points, Ganyu remembered to check his phone. Before he knew it, 6 minutes had already passed. It had gone overtime. Ganyu turned his head. Unexpectedly, he was met by a pair of deep, playful eyes. That person leaned back lazily, his long legs spread wide apart, the book in his hand not even flipped over, still stuck on the same page. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze curious as if lost in thought, who knows what was going through his mind. The thermometer was sloppily held in his mouth, akin to holding a cigarette, rebellious yet dominant. A short moment of eye contact happened. Ganyu felt a bit puzzled. 6 minutes had already passed, and this guy hadn't even finished a page. Before he could say anything. This time Daiheng averted his eyes first, lifted his hand to remove the thermometer, his voice tinged with teasing sarcasm. Not done yet? Were you deliberately using the thermometer to shut my mouth so we couldn't talk? Ganyu's feelings were indescribable, swallowing the words at the tip of his tongue. All right, check the reading. Daiheng smirked slightly at the corner of his lips, obediently picked up the thermometer and took a look. After a while, his fine eyebrows furrowed slightly. How do I read this thing? Ganyu stared at him for 2 seconds, reached out to take the thermometer, adjusted its angle, and clearly saw the temperature displayed. 38.1 degrees. Ganyu shoved the thermometer back into his hand. You have a fever, better go see a doctor. Forget about the hospital. Daiheng placed the book back on the table, brows lowered, aimlessly picking around in the bag, seemingly unconcerned. So, what medicine should I take? Fever reducer. He had only mentioned on WeChat that he had a cold. Ganyu didn't know exactly what symptoms he had, so he bought some medicine of each type, including cold medicine, fever reducers, and cooling patches. Fever reducers above 38.5 degrees, you should take cold medicine first. Ganyu paused for a moment and continued, then use a cooling patch. Daiheng, eyes half closed, leaned against the chair lazily, took out a blue package, looked at the pattern on it, murmuring softly, children's cooling patches. Ganyu's eyelids twitched slightly. Daiheng raised an eyebrow. Are you sure this stuff can work on me, an adult child? There was a brief silence in the air. Next time, I'll treat you to fish. Ganyu focused on the textbook, unperturbed, if you're so picky. Hearing this, Daiheng chuckled quietly. His deep voice carried a slight nasal quality, his chest rose and fell slightly with his soft laughter, especially clear in the darkness of the night. Ganyu's temple lightly twitched, unsure why this person was laughing for no apparent reason. Daiheng leisurely looked at him, didn't say much more, carefully tore open the cooling patch packaging, applied it to his forehead, and started drinking water with the glass. The dormitory was very quiet, only the sound of Ganyu flipping through the book could be heard. Daiheng toyed with the glass in his hand, his expression slightly serious, but his tone still lazy. Thanks brother, I owe you one. Ganyu had never imagined having any connection with someone like him, a rich young master, always keeping things clearly divided. Without looking up, Ganyu said indifferently, there's no need. The medicine cost 89 yuan, if you care about it, you can transfer me the money, or not. It's not a big deal. Daiheng half lifted his eyelids, staring at Ganyu's profile, and retorted unhurriedly, how could we calculate it like that? He paused for a moment, tapping lightly on the glass with his slender fingers as if pondering something. Alright, he finally spoke, starting from tomorrow, I'll bring you lunch for a month. Whether you eat it or not is your choice. After saying this, Daiheng placed the glass back onto the desk, patted Ganyu's shoulder, then got up and left. The bed rustled softly, then fell quiet again. As for what Daiheng had said about lunch, Ganyu hadn't taken it seriously. In the 2 months since school started, he'd rarely seen Daiheng around at noon anyway. Mr. Dai, wealthy and independent, owned an apartment outside of school that spanned 500 square meters. If freshmen weren't required to live in dormitories, he wouldn't even bother living here. Before the start of school, Daiheng had paid the dormitory fees but hadn't stayed a single night until last month when he moved back, not because he liked company, but probably out of boredom from being alone. Now the room was unusually silent, as if nothing else would happen. Ganyu assumed everything had settled down. But after just a short while, a low, magnetic voice broke the silence nearby. Brother. Ganyu glanced up expectantly, waiting for him to continue. Has anyone ever told you, you look like a girl, came the unhurried reply from the half-drawn bed curtain. Ganyu's pen froze mid-motion, what? Daiheng laughed casually, recalling the scene under the dim light earlier. Actually, Ganyu wasn't effeminate at all. But close up, there was no denying the fact that his features were remarkably delicate, almost beautiful. Especially his eyes, shaped beautifully, with a neat fold of double eyelids and pure black pupils. His long lashes didn't curl upwards but drooped slightly, giving off a baby-like charm. He had a straight nose bridge, thin lips that leaned slightly towards a lighter pink color with a bit of plumpness. Overall, he looked, kind of obedient, yet tinged with a hint of arrogance. He seemed aloof, uncaring towards everyone. At first glance, people might have thought he was conceited. Still dragging out the syllables, Daiheng's tone remained unclear whether teasing or joking. If it weren't for your height, I'd probably suspect you're some girl disguising herself to infiltrate our boys' dorm. Ganyu stood at 179 centimeters. Had he been more interested in sports, he could have easily broken the 180 centimeters mark. His build was slim, his bone structure petite, with a small head and face paired with exquisitely handsome features. From childhood to now, more than a few people mistook him for a girl. Yet no man enjoys hearing such a comment. Lifting his head neither, Ganyu replied coldly, if you want to fight, just say so. The air stilled briefly. Fighting? Right now? On the bed? Daiheng raised an eyebrow, imagining the picture for a second, his tone carrying a note of unpredictability. Is that appropriate? Ganyu knew better than to dignify his words with a response. Daiheng always talked loosely, laced with hints of flirtation and mockery, casual to a fault. It made him sound all the more annoying. Regardless of its propriety, Ganyu was feeling an overwhelming urge to punch him right now. Just a joke, don't be upset. Daiheng reclined against the headboard, his hand resting behind his head as he gazed at the shadow projected on the wall. Possibly due to the effect of the cold medicine, his voice carried a hint of sleepiness and roughness. I'm just thinking, with those looks of yours, if you had a sister, she'd probably be quite pretty too. Chapter 4, Special Treatment. The next day was Sunday. Ganyu was still very busy. In the morning, he worked a 5-hour shift at McDonald's. In the afternoon, he tutored nearby high school students as a part-time job. In the evening, he waited tables at a restaurant. The business district near the university town had quite a bit of foot traffic, with students from various schools passing by occasionally bumping into acquaintances. Around 6 or 7 in the evening, the restaurant was bustling with people, there were no empty tables left inside, and even a line had formed outside for seating. During the wait for an order, Ganyu's phone buzzed with a message notification. He pulled out his phone to take a glance. It was a message from his roommate Wang Wenyong, complaining about having to wait for seating in every restaurant at this time, and asking where he was working part-time. Ganyu sent back the name of the restaurant. Lao Wang, not far from here. Can you help grab us a seat? We're coming over. Ganyu replied, sure. Ganyu was in a different department than his other roommates, but they all had pleasant personalities. They'd go to the cafeteria together when they had free time, maintaining a good relationship. About 10 minutes later, Wang Wenyong and Zhou Mo arrived at the entrance of the restaurant. As Ganyu came out of the restaurant, he glanced at them, just the two of you. Wang Wenyong, who was famished, grabbed a small pack of cookies from the waiting area table. Daiheng is smoking outside, he'll be here soon. Wang Wenyong, being a local, didn't live too far from the school, so usually after dinner at home, he'd come back to campus. Ganyu handed the number slip to Wang Wenyong, you're back pretty early today. Our club has activities, so I returned to school earlier, Wang Wenyong said while taking the slip of paper with the number B037 written on it and chuckled softly. By the way, I wasn't home for lunch today either. Got back to school around 2 p.m. So hungry. Luckily, Daiheng bought lunch for you, but since you weren't there, I ate it. Upon hearing that, Ganyu's fingers paused momentarily. Wang Wenyong continued speaking, recently it's been almost impossible to get goose leg rice due to long queues. Several schools have gone crazy trying to get it, it's really hard to buy. Plus, he also got some dessert. You can't even imagine how delicious it was. Zhou Mo suddenly became envious. Shit, why does all the good stuff happen to you? Why can't it ever be me? In the entire month, I haven't managed to grab goose leg rice once. Ganyu then recalled that last night Daiheng did mention that he would bring him lunch for a month. He thought it was just a joke. Mentioning the goose leg rice made Zhou Mo extremely hungry, patting his stomach. What number are we up to? I'm starving. Just then, the voice broadcast announced the B037 number to come for dining. Ganyu came back to his senses, his voice faint, we're here, let's go inside. Both of them sprang up immediately. Ganyu arranged for them a windowside seat. Wang Wenyong and Zhou Mo sat down on one side, leaving the opposite seat vacant for Daiheng. Wang Wenyong stared at Ganyu for a long moment, inspecting him up and down. Hey, are these your uniform at work? Looks quite nice. Could I arrange to get one? Ganyu wore the restaurant's standard black dress shirt which contrasted beautifully with his increasingly pale complexion. He had a slender and upright figure with a slightly open collar revealing a little of his concave collarbone, appearing exceptionally sexy and attractive. Even the uniform looked expensive and sophisticated on him. Zhou Mo retorted, forget it. Once you put it on, you'll just look like any other chef, your fashion quotient relies entirely on your face. Wang Wenyong couldn't argue against that. The uniforms aren't available for personal arrangement. Ganyu handed them the menu, order whatever you want, the manager said employees' family can get a 60% discount. Wang Wenyong instantly lit up with delight and flipped through the menu, holy crap, this is a pretty sweet deal. What's so sweet? A magnetic and lethargic male voice echoed in their ears. Out of instinct, Ganyu turned his head to find himself looking directly into that person's imposing height. Daiheng had just arrived in front of him. Standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches, he seemed to block the light above him. He wore a loose black long-sleeve top with a large collar slightly opened, revealing a bit of his enticing collarbone. The baggy pants outlined a tall and refined figure, broad shoulders and a slim waist, akin to a top male model straight out of a magazine advertisement. With a black mask covering his mouth, his prominent eyebrow ridges stood out even more, elongated eyes slightly upturned. His casual and indifferent demeanor carried a touch of playful arrogance, audacious yet rebellious. They were standing rather close. Ganyu could faintly smell the tobacco that hadn't yet dissipated from his body, though it was only mild. Wang Wenyong lowered his voice. Ganyu said we can eat at a 60% discount. It's the family price, keep it down. Dai Heng raised an eyebrow and glanced at Ganyu by his side. His almond-shaped eyes half-lidded, dragging out the tail of his words in a habitual manner that carried a hint of flirtation. Family member. Ganyu's fingers paused momentarily. For some reason, after repeating certain phrases, something just seemed slightly off. Sure, Dai Heng's almond-shaped eyes closed slightly, concealing the playful glint. Finally, you've acknowledged me as your brother. The four of them were all the same age, but upon careful calculation, Ganyu was actually a few months older than Dai Heng. What I mean by family is. Ganyu set the cup he was holding neatly down on the table, his expression composed. If you call me dad, I might even treat you to free meals. Dai Heng lifted his eyelids, looking at him with a gaze that held deep meaning. TSK, can't you keep your thoughts healthy even at such a young age? Dai Heng sat down on the empty seat opposite, his tone still laced with a slight nasal twang as he smirked. Don't always try to take advantage of your big brother. Ganyu looked at him once more, said nothing further, and turned back towards the kitchen. Each table had been served a pot of chilled plum juice. Wang Wenyong picked up the glass pot and poured a cup for everyone. It's my first time hearing Ganyu snap back like that. He seems kind of cute when he does it, haha. Dai Heng raised his hand and pulled down the mask covering his mouth, his expression slightly weary due to his lingering cold. In front of him sat a cup of icy plum juice, water droplets trickling down its sides. Dai Heng slightly raised his eyelids, his gaze skimming over the cup. Although his throat felt itchy, he didn't feel much desire for anything cold at the moment, so he didn't reach out. The next moment, a warm cup of lemon water appeared beside him, steam still rising. Dai Heng's gaze lingered for 2 seconds before he flicked his eyelids up and turned his head to look at the person beside him. Wang Wenyong and Zhou Mo noticed as well, both turning their heads to look at Ganyu. Ganyu had brought a pot of lemon water from the kitchen. And he only poured a cup for Dai Heng. Though it was just a matter of a single cup of water, why should Dai Heng get one while they didn't? So the question arises. Wang Wenyong rubbed his chin, why does Dai Heng get special treatment? Chapter 5, Straight Men Pretending to be Gay, Heaven's Wrath. Ganyu looked down slightly with a calm expression. He has a cold, drinking something hot will help. Do you want some? Wang Wenyong and Zhou Mo clearly didn't know about this yet. Wang Wenyong raised his head in confusion. Ah, Dai Heng, are you sick? I said it explains why you look like you haven't woken up today, Zhou Mo said after taking a sip of plum juice. This makes us terrible roommates. Dai Heng leaned back on the chair, looking exceptionally carefree, smiling nonchalantly, just a little cold. Wang Wenyong had already ordered the dishes. Ganyu didn't say much more and took away the extra bowls and chopsticks. Looking at Ganyu's retreating figure, Zhou Mo sighed. You can't say that Ganyu isn't a good friend, though he seems cold, but there are small details that are quite warm. Girls probably would like someone like him, right? He's handsome and considerate. Dai Heng leaned against the backrest, his gaze falling on the glass of lemon water on the table, lightly raising an eyebrow. After half an hour, the dishes were finally served. Ganyu had been busy all along, occasionally checking if they needed anything, most of the time servicing other tables. Dai Heng's cold wasn't fully recovered, leaving him without much appetite. With one arm resting casually on the back of his chair, his gaze swept over that black figure and asked, is he not eating with us? Ganyu? He's still working, the boss wouldn't allow it. Zhou Mo glanced around the restaurant and said, notice how many girls are staring at Ganyu. Wang Wenyong also commented, the business is so good, it must be because of Ganyu. No wonder the boss agreed to a 60% discount. There were several nearby girls using their phones to take pictures of Ganyu. After all, such a handsome waiter was indeed rare. Zhou Mo stuffed a bite of food into his mouth and sighed, what a pity, he doesn't seem interested in girls. It had been more than 2 months since school started, and this was a topic never discussed before. Among the 4 roommates, no one had ever shown any special concern regarding Ganyu's sexual orientation. Not being interested in girls, however, seemed strange in every way it was heard. Dai Heng raised an eye curiously, what do you mean? Zhou Mo glanced in Ganyu's direction and continued, I saw the department flower asking for his WeChat, and he didn't even blink an eye. The department flower counts for nothing. Wang Wenyong finished 2 bowls of rice in one breath, feeling full now, he put down the chopsticks, he's only interested in making money. Works 3 jobs a day, I feel exhausted just watching him. That's the department flower. Zhou Mo exclaimed indignantly. Wang Wenyong wiped his mouth with a napkin, smiling, you don't know, staying near Ganyu does bring some advantages. Even I got hit on. Zhou Mo was shocked, really? Yes. Wang Wenzhong replied, they asked me for Gan Yu's WeChat. Zhou Mo. Dai Hang. Regarding Gan, Wang Wenzhong and Zhou Mo had much common ground. Zhou Mo sighed with a melancholy mood, don't talk about it, all the girls who hit on me, were actually after Dai Hang and Gan Yu's WeChat. Wang Wenzhong added, I've realized, we too can't stay with them too, or we might end up having no girlfriends in college. With that said, the two of them hugged each other's shoulders like soul mates, deciding cheerfully, from now on, we're not going to hang out with them. Dai Hang lazily raised his eyelids, looking towards the opposite side, chuckled lightly, what does it have to do with me? Why don't you play with me? The two stared at him for a while. Zhou Mo pointed at him, and you dare to say. You're worse. Look like a heartbreaker. Yet you don't date, what a waste of your looks. Dai Hang found it absurd but still smiled carelessly. Is not dating a crime? Wang Wenzhong responded, if I looked like you, maintaining loyalty with 5 girls would prove my commitment. Dai Hang's arm rested on the back of the chair, resembling a mischievous young master, with a teasing tone, have you ever considered, I'm giving you a chance. Come chase me, and maybe I'd agree. Wang Wenzhong. Zhou Mo, question mark. Do you have any shame? Wang Wenzhong expressed disdain at his shamelessness, straight men pretending to be gay, heaven's wrath will strike you dead eventually. Dai Hang clearly looked like a hardcore straight man, incapable of being gay at all. Such people, when joking, usually don't hold back, saying whatever comes to mind without any burden. When school first started, Wang Wenzhong and Zhou Mo weren't fully aware of the situation. They only thought Dai Hang was tall and very handsome, a true god among boys. At first, everyone assumed he would be difficult to get along with. But oddly enough, his temper was quite good and he always made jokes easily. Until later when they accidentally saw the 7-figure watch on his wrist. It was their fault for not being experienced with luxury, the young master just didn't show off, he was rather low-key, so they actually mistook him for an ordinary person. Perhaps his aura spoke for itself, Gan Yu still had a commanding presence in front of them, making them subconsciously behave more properly. I would pursue Gan Yu if I could. Zhou Mo chuckled twice, glancing at the direction where Gan Yu was, whispering, Gan Yu is prettier than many girls. If he were a girl, she'd be my ideal type. Dai Hang arched an eyebrow. Recalling last night, when he said something similar, someone wanted to fight him. Slightly straightening his body, Dai Hang said with interest, can you repeat this in front of Gan Yu? Zhou Mo eyed him suspiciously, what are you up to? Dai Hang curled his lips slightly. He truly couldn't imagine how that person would look like while fighting. Dai Hang drank water casually, saying indifferently, I just want to see what he looks like when he fights. Zhou Mo. So curious. Why don't you get beaten by him yourself? Gan Yu's part-time job went on until 9 o'clock in the evening. By now, it was already past 8 o'clock. The three of them did not leave immediately after finishing dinner, planning to wait for Gan Yu to go back to the dormitory together. After the mealtime rush, there were far fewer people in the restaurant. Gan Yu finally got some spare time. He wore a set of black clothes. The collar of the shirt was slightly open, revealing his white clavicle. His figure was lean and tall. His skin was pale and cool, and his hands rested lightly on the table. His long and slim fingers stood out as he leaned against the table, drawing everyone's attention even while resting. Leaning back gently on the desk, Gan Yu glanced down and took out his phone to check the time. Are you tired? A clear voice came from beside him. Gan Yu turned his head. The speaker was Chen Si, a senior student who worked part-time with him here. Gan Yu didn't know many people in school. Chen Si was one of them. They had been alumni since high school, but they weren't familiar back then. With a face like Gan Yu's, his student days were bound to be anything but ordinary. When Gan Yu was a freshman, Chen Si was already in her final year of high school. Even though she never paid attention to gossip, she often heard Gan Yu's name mentioned by others. After starting university, due to some interactions, the two became familiar, and Chen Si introduced Gan Yu to several part-time jobs. Gan Yu returned his phone to his pocket and glanced at her backpack. Are you off work? Yes, Chen Si, who had changed into regular clothing, sat down next to Gan Yu and handed him a bottle of mineral water. I've got a photographer appointment, so I need to leave earlier today. Chen Si's family situation was average. She earned her own tuition fee and took on various jobs, including part-time modeling work. Gan Yu accepted the mineral water and thanked her. I haven't gotten a chance to ask you, Chen Si curiously questioned, your last live stream was shorter than usual, ending after only half an hour. Was there any particular reason? The fingers of Gan Yu holding the bottle of mineral water paused slightly. His father's health had been bad these past few years, and treating his illness led to much external debt. Even though he was working 3 jobs every day, it was still hard for him to keep up. Someone gave him an idea. Nowadays, becoming an online celebrity or live streamer earns money quickly without many barriers. If lucky, it might allow him to pay off his debts within a few months and provide better treatment for his father. Gan Yu somewhat disgracefully felt tempted. A month ago, under extreme financial strain, Gan Yu registered for a Douyin account, posing as a girl. Girls, compared to boys, are easier to attract various promotions. Based on his senior's suggestion, Ganyu put on women's clothing, filming and publishing his first video. Thanks to his tall stature and the charm of his elegant yet alluring facial features, he gained a wave of followers quickly. His Douyin name was Duo Baoyu, Precious Fish. Maybe because of his young age and slim figure, along with his delicate looks, no one has discovered that he was a man yet. Ganyu didn't want his online activities to interfere with his real life shortly after starting university. This identity, he never disclosed it to anyone around him, not even his roommates knew that he was a famous crossdresser on the internet. During this period, he also tried live streaming a few times, but unfortunately, the results were unsatisfactory. Chapter 6, A Girl Who Looks Just Like You. Ganyu's voice was indifferent, they're all onlookers, and they don't contribute many votes anyway. It's quite tiring. It was like that in the beginning. Chen-Si understood well, if you need any help, just let me know, I can assist you. Though the live streaming effect was average, at least his first video did indeed go viral with over 20,000 likes currently. Not wanting to disappoint her kindness, Ganyu nodded, thank you. Chen-Si smiled and lightly nudged his arm, why are you being so formal? Ganyu also gave a slight smile. That's your roommate, right? Chen-Si looked toward the table by the window and asked, are they waiting for you after work? Ganyu unscrewed the cap of his mineral water bottle, took a sip while looking up, and followed her gaze upon hearing her question. Just as he raised his eyes, he happened to lock gazes with a pair of deep and affectionate peach blossom eyes. Daiheng lifted his eyelids, looking directly at him without blinking, his amber eyes carrying an ambiguous expression. Their gazes collided from afar. Ganyu swallowed the water in his throat and turned away, giving a light Chen-Si laughed and patted his shoulder, looks like you and your roommates get along pretty well. In high school, you always went solo, and everyone thought you were a little aloof. Now that you have friends, it's great. Ganyu's fingers paused slightly as he responded ambiguously with a small tug of his lips. Chen-Si had to rush off to finish her work, so after a brief chat, she bid farewell and left quickly. As Ganyu retracted his gaze, he saw Wang Wending enthusiastically waving him over with a grin, Ganyu, come here. Ganyu let out a faint sigh, tightened the bottle cap, and stood up to walk over. Daiheng's gaze had returned to his phone, now lounged back in the chair, posture incredibly unrestrained, his long legs spread wide almost taking up the whole seat. His profile featured sharp, distinct lines, his eyelids lazily drooping as if lacking energy. He held his phone playing games. Ganyu sat down in the empty seat next to him and looked across the table, what's up? I've seen everything. Wang Wending chuckled a couple of times, his face full of gossip interest as he pointed in the direction Chen-Si had left, who was that girl earlier? What girl? Ganyu knew he'd be interrogated, casually replying, that's my senior classmate. Senior? Back in school, I saw the two of you together a few times. So, you like this type? Wang Wending winked suggestively at him, if you like her, just go for it. Afraid you won't succeed? Ganyu glanced at him, don't say nonsense, Senior has a boyfriend. What if she has a boyfriend? We could just do some grand moves, cut in between for love. Ganyu. Just kidding. Wang Wending rubbed his nose, immediately opening WeChat, no worries, there are still several senior students asking me for your WeChat. I can introduce them to you. What type do you like? He was gossipy even more than the old village aunties. Daiheng raised his eyelids, looking over with a mocking smile, you doing a part-time matchmaker job now? Why so enthusiastic about setting people up for others? It's not like it. There are just too many people prying into your business, you never fall in love, us ordinary folks have no chance, complained Wang Wending. With glowing eyes, Wang Wending insisted on promoting his ideas, so, want me to recommend some beautiful seniors' WeChat accounts? Honest Ganyu replied, I'm not interested in dating right now. Everyone sees Ganyu working 3 jobs daily. All his focus is on making money, where does he find time for romance? Wang Wending clicked his tongue, somewhat disappointed, stopped questioning, and changed targets, turning towards another handsome face beside Ganyu, then what about you? Daiheng, what type do you like? Let your brother give you some advice. What type do I like? Clearly uninterested in the topic, Daiheng's gaze stayed on his phone screen as he answered somewhat absent-mindedly, at least someone prettier than me, right? The corner of Wang Wending's mouth twitched. Do you hear yourself? Are you speaking like a normal person? Daiheng's tone rose slightly, pointing randomly at Ganyu beside him, playfully adding, or maybe prettier than him. This made Wang Wending unable to hold back anymore, what the hell, man, are you that picky? Someone even prettier than both of you? He hasn't seen one yet. Wang Wending couldn't resist teasing, you're destined to die alone. Zhou Mo had been immersed in the game but was also paying attention to their conversation. He occasionally raised his head and said, the two of you, one is only interested in money, the other has too high requirements for looks. He made a suggestion, well, why don't you two make do with each other? That way, you'll meet each other's needs perfectly. Daiheng raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly, sure, I have no objection. When he got to this point, he suddenly put his hand on Ganyu's shoulder, lowering his voice slightly, his tone filled with both ambiguity and playfulness, since I owe you a favor anyway, how about I repay it by offering myself? Ganyu. This person was always the best at climbing the ladder, capable of making all sorts of jokes and catching every punchline. Ganyu raised his hand to brush off the arm resting on his shoulder and coldly replied, "Go take a walk." Daiheng laughed carelessly, completely unconcerned even after being scolded. As they were talking, a girl suddenly approached their table. "Excuse me." At the sound of her voice, the four of them turned their heads simultaneously to look. The girl was quite pretty, standing somewhat awkwardly by the table, her eyes locked straight onto Ganyu. This kind of situation happened often, most of the time people came to add him on WeChat. "Sorry, I've been looking at you for a while, and you seem familiar." The girl's bright eyes gazed down at him, stammering. "May I ask, are you Duo Baoyu?" Upon hearing this name unexpectedly, Ganyu obviously hesitated. Wang Wending, holding his phone, felt puzzled at these words and out of curiosity asked a question, "What's Duo Baoyu?" The girl still looked at Ganyu, pointing at her phone, "I follow a blogger on TikTok called Duo Baoyu. You look so much alike, but she's a girl. Can I take a picture with you?" Ganyu almost lost his composure, tightening his fingers slightly. How unlucky could he be? He had only registered a month ago and uploaded one piece, yet he had already been spotted by someone from school. Completely unexpected. Ganyu's throat tightened as he hadn't figured out how to respond yet. Wang Wending, on the other hand, was thoroughly confused and immediately took out his phone to search, is it real or fake? Duo Baoyu? Let me check. Before Ganyu could say anything, Wang Wending had already found the Duo Baoyu account. At the sight of the video, Wang Wending's eyes nearly popped out. Looking at the phone, then at Ganyu opposite him, and back at the phone again, holy cow, this girl looks exactly like you. Chapter 7 This is my sister. Zhou Mo curiously leaned his head over, let me take a look. Upon seeing the girl in the video, his eyes suddenly lit up. Her beauty was exactly what he desired, damn, isn't this the wife I am destined to have? The next second, Wang Wendong's phone was snatched away by a finger with distinct knuckles. Daiheng casually leaned against the chair back, his eyes lowered as his gaze fell on the phone screen. This short 15-second video delivered an intense visual impact. That face was stunningly beautiful and effortless. Her glossy black long straight hair, a face no bigger than a palm, delicate and three-dimensional features, pale complexion with a high nose bridge, one could find no flaws on her. She wore a long black trench coat with a belt accentuating her extremely slim waistline, revealing a glimpse of her white collarbone at the neckline. Despite not exposing much skin, she had a mysterious allure. Paired with a rhythmic slow rock background music, her light swaying motions didn't qualify as dance, but they exuded a sense of proud elegance with a touch of carefree charm, creating a strong contrast. Though it was the same face, the impression given was completely different. Daiheng's almond-shaped eyes slightly narrowed, his deep expression unreadable. After a moment, he turned his gaze and gave Ganyu a half-smile, is this you? 8 eyes from 4 people looked at him simultaneously. Ganyu instantly felt his scalp go numb. Not wanting to be seen as unusual at school, and not wanting others to look at him with strange glances. As a male, wearing women's clothing was something that might be hard for others to understand. With 4 years of university likely spent living in the same dormitory, he did not want to be treated like a freak. 4 pairs of eyes still stared at him, waiting for his answer. Not, Ganyu's voice quavered under the pressure, his fingers tightening subconsciously after a pause, he said nonchalantly, this is my sister. The air went quiet once again. Wang Wendong was shocked, you and your sister look exactly alike, are you fraternal twins? Ganyu nodded, yes. Although none of them had ever heard Ganyu talk about having a sister, no one found anything odd. They'd only known each other for 2 months and weren't close enough to know each other's family members. They quickly accepted this explanation. Wang Wendong exclaimed, I've never met such identical fraternal twins. Indeed. Zhou Mo grew excited, just looking at your face, it resembles my brother-in-law. If so, Zhou Mo blushed, extending his hand across the table to grasp Ganyu's, son-in-law here sends his greetings to you. When does your sister have free time? Let's meet up. An invented sister out of thin air. Where would Ganyu possibly find a fraternal twin sister to meet? Ganyu withdrew his hand and glanced sideways at the girl nearby, responding politely, sorry, you've mistaken me for someone else. The girl became somewhat embarrassed and no longer mentioned taking a picture. She apologized repeatedly before quickly leaving. Wang Wendong continued watching the video, finding it fascinating no matter how many times he watched it. He opened the comments section and scrolled down, it seems everyone has the same aesthetic. There are even people saying she looks like a man. Wang Wendong chuckled a couple of times, muttering, but your sister really looks quite tall, almost as tall as you, right? Zhou Mo's gaze remained glued to the screen, intensely focused, this face is literally copy and paste. Your sister is just too beautiful, Ganyu. You keep your mouth pretty tight, I've never heard you mention her before. Ganyu picked up his glass and took a sip of water, remaining calm, you didn't ask. Zhou Mo choked. What kind of talk was that? He couldn't just walk around asking if people had sisters, could he? That would be weird. Zhou Mo paused his stare, suddenly discovering something significant, damn, old Wang, your mindset is unhealthy. How dare you collect so many beauties? What do you usually watch? Wang Wendong liked the video of Duo Baoyu, then Zhou Mo saw his favorites list. It was full of videos of beautiful women. He had categorized the different beauties into ranks. Gui Fei, Gui Pin, Zhao Yi, Jiayu, Mei Ren, Kai Ren. So many ranks, yet the Empress category was the only one still vacant, showing at 0. My harem contains countless concubines, but the Empress position remains empty. Wang Wendong chuckled a couple of times and clicked, add to favorites. This sister's beauty can absolutely earn her the title of Empress. How come I never see these? Quick, recommend them to me. Zhou Mo tried to grab his phone. All Douyin pushes to me are either hair loss treatments or kidney supplements. Is it spying on my privacy? After he said this, Wang Wendong stared at him for 2 seconds before patting his shoulder earnestly. It's reminding you, young man, that you need to practice restraint. Their conversation was gradually veering off topic, and finally no longer focused on the younger sister. Ganyu sighed in relief and put down the glass cup. A deep, magnetic male voice came from beside him, seeping into his eardrums through the air. The water you're drinking seems to be mine. This voice came suddenly, so close to his ear that it sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. Ganyu nearly choked. He suddenly realized that the mineral water he had just taken was given by his senior, but now he was holding Dai Hang's glass cup by mistake. It seemed he had indeed picked up the wrong cup. Swallowing hard, Ganyu forced himself to gulp down the water and slowly turned his head. Just then, he met a pair of deep, smiling almond eyes. Amber pupils with a touch of humor were staring intently at him, full of meaning. Ganyu acted as if nothing happened. Oh, I'm a bit thirsty. Shall I get you another cup? Dai Hang gave a slight smile, staring at his face for 2 seconds before lowering his gaze to the glass in Ganyu's hand. He drawled mockingly, no problem. If you don't mind catching something from me, I have no issue. When they returned to the dormitory, it was already 10 p.m. Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo had been arguing all the way back while studying the various beauty videos on their phones. Wang Wendong lamented, shit, you've emptied all of my treasured collection. There's not a drop left. Zhou Mo retorted, nonsense. There are still 2 left. Send them all to me. Hurry up. The two bickered with great enthusiasm. Dai Hang wasn't in the dorm, probably smoking in the hallway. Ganyu worked part-time in the cafeteria, so there was inevitably some cooking oil smell on him. His roommates were each busy with their own tasks and didn't seem to intend to use the bathroom anytime soon. He grabbed some clean clothes and went straight to the bathroom to wash up. Boys didn't have too many steps when showering, so after 15 minutes, he emerged drying his hair with a towel. Dai Hang must have returned sometime during his absence. Now, he sat at the desk, legs spread apart, looking tired as he played a game with a lowered gaze. Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo crowded around the study table, their phones in hand, seemingly researching something. Ganyu's hair had grown a little long and now hung damply over his forehead, slightly messy. He walked to the cabinet, took out the hairdryer, and began drying his hair. The dorm was filled with the loud humming sound of the hairdryer. Attracted by the noise, Dai Hang lazily lifted his eyelids and locked his gaze. Chapter 8, Rumor Boyfriend. Ganyu was standing in front of the cabinet with his back to him. His figure was slim, and he wore a clean white work shirt and gray sportswear long pants. Due to the gesture of raising his hand, the hem of his clothes slightly pulled up, revealing the faint outline of his spine. And the waistline that was very narrow. Dai Hang raised an eyebrow and made a soft tisk sound. He usually ate those things without nutrition, so it was rare for him to bring him a meal. But they couldn't even eat it. No wonder he was so thin. When the sound of the hairdryer stopped, Dai Hang slowly took his eyes off. The screen of the mobile phone had long shown the Game Over interface. Dai Hang half closed his eyes, moved his fingers, and directly clicked restart. After drying his hair halfway, Ganyu put the hairdryer back into the cabinet. It was still early, so he could read a while longer. Just as he sat down at the desk, 2 people who were close together suddenly made a noisy sound. Damn, what nonsense is this? Why does this person spread rumors like this? Their noise was too big, so Ganyu turned around to take a look. What? Wang Wendon was very angry. Someone posted on the school forum, saying that you and Dai Hang are a couple. Ganyu, ? Wang Wendon also thought it was strange. It's clearly a friendship among 4 people, but neither I nor Zhou Mo got mentioned. What the hell? Is it because we 2 don't look handsome enough? With anger, Wang Wendon opened that post. Let me show you what nonsense he talks. Dai Hang and Ganyu are explosively good-looking, making them easy targets for being photographed. They often appeared on the school confession wall online. From the start of school till now, there have been sporadic alumni sightings popping up on the confession wall. For example, today, I met a young man at the library who looked so fresh and clean. So thrilled, so smitten, ah. Does anyone know his name? The photo was a candid shot of Ganyu sitting in the library under the sun. During today's public class, I saw a handsome young man covered in designer brands looking so cool, well, didn't dare approach to chat. Does anyone recognize him? The picture was a candid snap of Dai Hang during a class. Later, as they got photographed more frequently, their names gradually became familiar to others, and the dual campus grass's fame began to spread. Then, someone discovered that in the secretly taken photos, the two of them actually appeared together quite often. Some were of them eating in the canteen, while one was of them sitting together attending an English open class. As these types of photos increased, some people suspected that the two of them were a gay couple. Alumni were indeed clever, they had only eaten together twice, yet both instances had been captured. Juan Wendon was indignant. Look at this photo, when they were eating in the canteen, I remember I fucking sat next to them, but this person deliberately cropped my picture out. Was it because they looked down on me? After cropping Juan Wendon out of the picture, it seemed like Gan Yu and Dai Heng were sitting alone together. This scene was quite like an idle drama. Moreover, they had just been photographed eating in the restaurant again. Sitting on the same side, Dai Heng had reached out to put his arm around Gan Yu's shoulder. Though Gan Yu quickly shook off his arm within a second, the moment was still frozen in that picture. Juan Wendon and Zhou Mo sitting opposite seemed non-existent altogether. Juan Wendon complained to Zhou Mo, "Wu, do we not deserve to appear on camera or what? Juan Wendon, they even said that in our dormitory 411, only the chopsticks are straight. Isn't that rumor?" Zhou Mo immediately got furious and stood up. "Damn it, what does that mean? Putting the two pretty boys together means I'm paired with you, I wouldn't want that." Juan Wendon. "Is that the point, brother?" Though Gan Yu had no intention of dating, such baseless rumors spreading around would inevitably lead to undesirable influences. Turning around, Gan Yu wanted to see the reaction of the person beside him. But the other person leaned on his head with one hand, appearing relaxed and casual, and just looked at him with ease. He extended his other hand to Gan Yu. "Nice to meet you, my rumored boyfriend." Gan Yu looked at him emotionlessly. "You're sick." Dai Heng gave a slight smirk, laughing unconcernedly, and maintained his usual lazy, carefree appearance. "It's my first time being rumored with a guy, it feels pretty novel." Gan Yu. "Seriously sick." 2:30 p.m. Mingda Building. The weather outside the window was somewhat gloomy, as if it was about to rain. It was Thursday, and the first class in the afternoon was English. The large classroom was packed with people, and there were not many seats left. Zhou Mo tightened his coat and glanced over the few scattered seats. "Gan Yu, we came late." There seemed to be no more seats up front. They both had chosen the same English public course teacher and came to the classroom after lunch break. Zhou Mo spotted 2 empty seats in the first row. There are still 2 seats there. "Shall we sit there?" At this moment, a message notification sounded from the phone in Gan Yu's pocket, and he took it out for a quick glance. "Dai Heng, good buddy, help me reserve a seat." After scanning the crowded large classroom, Gan Yu put the phone back into his pocket. "Let's sit at the back." Zhou Mo, "Alright, that works too." The two entered through the front door, and the originally noisy atmosphere fell quiet for a brief moment. Gan Yu wore a white shirt with a grey coat on top, his figure tall and slim. A black backpack hung loosely on one shoulder, with strands of hair naturally falling to half cover his eyebrows and eyes, revealing a straight nose. He looked clean-cut and youthful. Girls' gazes unconsciously drifted towards him. Since Zhou Mo spent a lot of time around the 2 campus grasses, he'd long since gotten used to being focused by these glances. "How come Dai Heng is so late?" Zhou Mo tilted his head and asked. Wasn't he already out of the dormitory after lunch? As they walked toward the back of the classroom, talking all along. Gan Yu recalled that during his nap, semi-awake, he faintly heard someone calling his name. Seems like someone called him to play basketball. Zhou Mo stretched his neck, searching for empty seats. Strange, previously Dai Heng rarely stayed on campus at noon. Lately, why has he always been in the dormitory? Not only that, but he brings you lunch as well. Your relationship has gotten a little close lately. Gan Yu's expression flickered slightly. Close, perhaps not quite. But he didn't expect that person to really fulfill his promise of treating him to lunch for a month. Every noon when he returned to the dormitory, a portion of lunch would already be placed on his desk. Last Saturday, he caught a cold. I brought him some medicine, and he said he wanted to repay the favor. Gan Yu's voice was soft, explaining clearly yet simply. No wonder. The two settled down at an empty seat at the back row. Gan Yu took off his backpack, reserving one spot closer to the aisle, placing the backpack on the unoccupied chair. There were still a few minutes before class started. Zhou Mo leaned back in his chair, habitually taking out his phone and fiddling with it as he opened the school forum. When I browsed the forum last night, I saw another post. He recounted the gossip he'd seen last night. Do you know what Dai Heng was like in high school? Gan Yu wasn't one for gossip, neither curious about others' affairs nor actively inquiring about them. Moreover, he and Dai Heng were unrelated back in high school, how could he possibly know? Gan Yu pulled out a book from his bag, placing it on the table and flipping through the pages. Politeness was his natural reaction to other people's words. What kind of person? Chapter 9, Every strand of hair has a girlfriend. Zhou Mo, receiving a response, immediately became more enthusiastic. I'm telling you, you absolutely wouldn't guess. Zhou Mo found the post he saw yesterday on the forum, casually forwarded it to the dormitory group, and then clicked into the post. The title of the post was, Sensational. Exposing the unknown scandalous past of the grass of the finance department of Liming University. Several photos were attached inside, all secretly taken by schoolmates during high school. Being too handsome leads to such consequences. Someone is always there to record his life moment by moment. Snapping pictures of him sleeping in class, snapping pictures of his arrogant figure riding away on a motorcycle at the school gate, even his extravagant lifestyle in bars got snapped. The sensational title with the word scandalous made people mistakenly think that Cheng had done some utterly insane Playboy events. In the end, they were just photos of him having fun. Among the photos, one was of him playing pool in a billiard hall, arrogantly holding a cigarette. The next one showed him raising a glass in a bar, looking like a flamboyant playboy, both rascal-like and handsome, extravagantly dissolute. TSK, Lord Dai back in high school was simply too wild, played around so much. Zhou Mo, looking at those several photos, felt that their Lord Dai had changed quite a bit, and since college, had become more restrained, saying he hasn't been in love. Do you dare to believe it? He practically has a girlfriend for every strand of hair. Ganyu raised his eyes slightly, glancing over those photos. Hardly noticeable, but he raised an eyebrow. It can be seen that he has indeed restrained himself, not just by a little. Dai Zong's a dramatically reformed Lin Dai Dai. Zhou Mo sighed, I don't even want to imagine what kind of debauched good life he had before. There are quite a few discussions and replies under the post. Call me beautiful HH, my goodness, Dai Cheng. Was he really this wild back then? Social phobia but cute, he's so handsome I can't close my legs, although the current Dai Cheng is still very outgoingly handsome, but compared to the past, now he's completely reformed. Call me beautiful HH, I don't even want to imagine how many girls' feelings he played with, to have the demeanor he has today. Mad Baka, no wonder he has consistently been #1 on the jerky boyfriends list since entering school. Let me dream alone, never trust that a rogue will settle down for a woman, but Dai Cheng might. Even if it means living in a mansion and driving a luxury car, I'd do it just to date him. Lazy lamb, I went to high school in Jiangcheng, sharing the same district with the grass. It's no exaggeration, back then, he was already known to everyone, no one in our school didn't know him. Many would visit just to see him, reportedly surrounding the classroom entrance making it impassable. Mad Baka, with this face, he could easily make it as a star in the entertainment industry. Lazy lamb, don't mention it, but there really was a talent scout who approached him, though being wealthy, there's absolutely no need for him to dive into that murky water. Let me dream alone, with a face like his, I wouldn't dare follow if he enters the entertainment industry, I wouldn't even dare speculate how fast he could go downhill. Too busy for soft food, probably after just liking him yesterday, today it's already a wasteland. Ganyu's admirer, not that extreme, personally I still find Ganyu better looking. Seeing that JD, Zhou Mo paused, clicking into detailed information only to discover that the gender was male, and subsequently burst out laughing, showing the phone in front of Ganyu. Wow me, this senior admirer of yours, do you know who this fellow is? Ganyu's face is truly attractive to both sexes, being lusted after by the same gender isn't exactly unusual. It said Ganyu is also well known in the GAV circle. Although he himself is unaware of this matter. Leaning against the chair back, Ganyu idly rotated a black neutral pen between his slender fingers. Upon hearing this he briefly frowned, I don't know him. Zhou Mo only laughed quietly twice, paying no further attention, returned to the previous page, continued flipping through replies, and the next second erupted in laughter again, atop the jerky boyfriend list. What sort of list is this? How come I haven't seen it? Probably due to stereotypes, Dai Cheng's face really does look like it could change girlfriends daily, the top-tier playboy face. Even though there weren't any females appearing next to him in the leaky photos. That didn't stop people from imagining. Did talent scouts really approach him? Zhou Mo muttered to himself, he definitely has enough capital. However, our Mr. Dai lives too brightly, there must be countless scandals exposed unknowingly. Just these leaked photos alone would lead to getting cyberbullied dozens of times randomly. The black neutral pen spun another round between his long fingers. Ganyu smiled faintly. The classroom was brightly lit and noisy, with people chatting and playing on their phones. He keenly sensed that someone was looking at him. Ganyu stopped spinning the pen, then raised his eyes slightly, looking towards the classroom entrance. Just then, he locked eyes with the person standing there. The man's hair was a little long, tied into a small ponytail at the back of his head. He wore a large single-shoulder bag and had on gold-rimmed glasses, staring straight at him with a smile. After searching his memory, Ganyu confirmed that he did not know this person. Noticing the change in his expression, Zhou Mo followed Ganyu's gaze. Damn, what's he doing here? Ganyu turned away. Do you know him? Zhou Mo said, he's from the literature department, Yi Tan. Last week, he asked for your WeChat. Did you forget? The pen in Ganyu's hand spun once more as he thought for a moment but still couldn't remember. I don't recall. Zhou Mo lowered his voice, saying, this guy is a bit strange. There are rumors saying he's into GAV. I didn't believe it until last week when he came to ask for your WeChat. After speaking, Zhou Mo stared at Ganyu for a while before guessing aloud, you don't think he really likes you and wants to pursue you, right? Ganyu wrinkled his brow imperceptibly, I don't even know him. Whether or not it was due to the recent rumor about him being involved in GAV, lately quite a few unfamiliar men have added him on WeChat. Their notes all questioned his sexual orientation, and he was increasingly bothered by it during this time. Though Ganyu appeared aloof, his personality was actually rather gentle. Now he rarely felt such resistance toward an individual or situation. Are you homophobic, Ganyu? Seeing his reaction, Zhou Mo touched his nose, thinking this might be the case, whispering, it could just be rumors. He seems normal to me. Like hell. At this point, Zhou Mo immediately fell silent. Because the man had already walked over beside Ganyu. There was an empty seat next to him. Yi Tan stood in the corridor, glanced at the black backpack on the chair, rested his palm on the table, bent slightly forward, and chuckled lightly, what a coincidence, we meet again. With a click, the pen fell on the desk. Ganyu tilted his head and looked up. His face showed no emotion. After a moment's thought, he asked, do we know each other? That's a little hurtful, Ganyu. Yi Tan paused momentarily after reflecting, chuckling softly, we share the same club. I saw you several times at events. Last week, I asked for your WeChat, but you rejected me cruelly. Yi Tan laughed again, do you remember now? A while ago, the school clubs were recruiting new members. Under encouragement from his seniors, Ganyu signed up for the drama club and participated in 2 activities, but truly hadn't noticed anyone like him in the group. Is that so? Ganyu averted his gaze, showing little warmth, sorry, I didn't notice. Now we can consider ourselves acquainted. Yi Tan seemed unfazed by Ganyu's coldness, glancing at the black backpack on the chair and asking smilingly, so, may I sit here? His tone carried a hint of deep intrigue. Perhaps influenced by Zhou Mo's words, Ganyu felt inexplicably uncomfortable. He disliked the way this person stared at him, making him uneasy. Lifting his eyelids slightly, Ganyu met the stare directly. His pupils were pitch black, his gaze distant, his skin cool and white, with a long neck, revealing a slim collarbone through the edge of his shirt sleeve. Up close, he looked even better. Yi Tan's eyes lingered for 2 seconds on the corner of his shirt collar, then slowly moved up, meeting his eyes once more, with a certain kind of interest undiminished. Ganyu furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Before he could speak. No. A lazy and unconcerned voice came from the side. Chapter 10, You Freak. Ganyu's fingers paused slightly, and he looked over. Dai Henging had arrived sometime without them noticing, tall and well-built, lazily leaning against the door frame of the rear door. The weather had changed recently, with temperatures dropping sharply to about 10 degrees Celsius, causing everyone to put on coats. Among the group of people bundled tightly, only Dai Heng stood out most arrogantly in a black long-sleeved shirt with rolled-up cuffs, exposing muscular arms, broad shoulders, and narrow waist, particularly conspicuous in the crowd. It seemed he favored black-colored clothing, with no visible brand names, only occasionally revealing a famous watch on his wrist, a low-key yet ostentatious style. Unbeknownst to him, the surroundings had become deathly quiet at some point. Upon seeing the person approach, Yi Tan's smile froze for a moment. Sorry. Dai Heng's lips curved into an almost smile, his hand resting on the chair back as he said lazily and mockingly, this is my brother's seat that I had occupied. His tone was casual, but his nearly 6'3" frame loomed there, exuding an intense sense of pressure. Despite his seemingly polite wording, it didn't feel respectful in the slightest. Yi Tan pulled at his lips, his smile becoming increasingly strained, oh, I thought nobody sat here. Now you know. Dai Heng pulled out the chair, apparently unwilling to feign any further courtesy, saying, kindly move aside. This seat had been saved specifically for him, and Ganyu promptly removed his backpack from the chair, looking indifferent, why are you so late? I worked up a sweat playing basketball, went back to the dormitory to change clothes. Dai Heng averted his gaze, his previously arrogant air now softened into a careless ease as he sat down, who's this guy? Ganyu didn't even glance at the other man, I don't know him. The two began chatting amongst themselves, utterly ignoring the man nearby. Yi Tan retracted his smile, briefly locking his eyes on Ganyu before shifting his focus elsewhere and walking directly to the opposite corner of the classroom. The class bell rang, signaling the teacher's entrance. The classroom fell silent. No one paid much attention to the small incident that just happened. Standing by the podium, the teacher smoothly delivered the lecture in fluent English. Ganyu sat at the center, attentively following the lecture while spinning his pen again between his fingers. In the large classroom filled with people, even amidst the silence, the occasional rustling sound still echoed intermittently. Zhou Mo leaned back lightly, asking Dai Heng across Ganyu in a soft voice, have you seen the message in the group chat? Dai Heng reclined against the chair back, casually lifting one long leg, taking his phone from his pocket with indifference. What message? Zhou Mo pointed to the phone, all your philandering has been exposed. Aren't you going to handle it? Currently, the most discussed topic on the school forum revolved around that post, and comments were starting to spiral out of control. Dai Heng had clearly already been labeled as the archetypal scoundrel in everyone's eyes, despite no victim coming forward yet. Dai Heng arched an eyebrow and scrolled through the post casually, just this? Zhou Mo was shocked. This guy is slandering you like this, and you're not going to manage it? Not exactly slander. Zhou Mo, question mark. Dai Heng, lowering his eyes, gave his critique, the pictures are actually not bad. Zhou Mo, I have reasons now to suspect that you've dated too many girls instead of never dating, and now you're switching to eat clean. Tell me honestly, how many young women have you ruined? What are you talking about? Dai Heng raised his eyelids slightly, dismissively stating, I'm a pure-hearted high school boy, stop slandering me. Although Ganyu hadn't tried to eavesdrop intentionally, that particular phrase grated against his ears anyway. Unable to resist, he turned around, letting his gaze wander over Dai Heng's face. An objectively handsome face, one that absolutely could not be associated with the word pure. There was a brief exchange of glances. Dai Heng raised an eyebrow, smiling smugly, what are you looking at? It's nothing, I'm just curious. Ganyu turned his head away. Zhou Mo leaned closer, curious about what? Are you also curious how many girls he seduced? Ganyu calmly replied, I'm curious about how he manages his skin care, making it look so thick. Zhou Mo was on the verge of laughing uncontrollably, see, even Ganyu can't bear it. Dai Heng smirked slightly, his arm loosely draped over the chair back, staring at Ganyu's side profile, laughing leisurely. Ganyu focused straight ahead, preparing to take notes when his pen slipped from his hand and tumbled down onto the floor with a soft clatter. His eyelashes lowered as he didn't get the chance to lean down to pick it up, the person beside him had already moved. Dai Heng leaned his chair backward, his hand pressed against the edge of the desk as he bent down first, picking up the pen. His hands were beautiful, long, elegant fingers evenly proportioned. He held Ganyu's black neutral pen in his palm, leaning slightly forward with one arm resting on the table closer to Ganyu, handing him the pen, let me tell you a joke. Rumor boyfriend. It wasn't clear why he was so enthusiastic about cracking cold jokes. And what kind of title is this anyway? Ganyu's gaze lingered on his fingers for a second as he took the pen, lifting his eyes to meet Dai Heng's. What joke? Dai Heng leaned in closer, deliberately lowering his voice as if whispering into Ganyu's ear, once upon a time, there was a journalist who went to Antarctica for an investigation. He interviewed a penguin, asking what it did every day. The penguin replied, eating, sleeping, and beating Doudu. After interviewing many penguins, they all gave the same response. But when he asked the 100th penguin, this one only said eating and sleeping. So the journalist asked him why he didn't beat Doudu, to which the penguin responded, because I am Doudu. Ganyu. Sometimes he really wanted to call the police. Ganyu, a 20-year-old joke. It's time you updated your repertoire of cold jokes. Dai Heng's smile hadn't changed, resting his head on one hand, still looking as carefree as ever, then asked me about my hobbies. He didn't expect that there was a sequel to the cold joke. Ganyu's eyelashes flickered as he turned his head and looked at him, compliantly asking, what are your hobbies? Dai Heng leaned closer to his ear, his breath warm, his magnetic voice slowly spreading through the earlobe, my hobby is, eating, sleeping, and jerking off. Ganyu's brow furrowed slightly, gazing at him with an expression of disbelief. Not only did he want to call the police, but he also wanted to call a psychiatric hospital. Stop eating too much salt. You're bored, Ganyu retracted his gaze, looking forward indifferently, and said, I'll contact a mental hospital for you after class. Maybe due to the overly explicit emotions he displayed, disdain clearly written on his face. Dai Heng raised his hand to rest against the bridge of his nose, laughing softly, his shoulders quivering, his chest rising and falling accordingly. After some time, he finally spoke in a hoarse voice, I have a friend named Fei Ji. What are you thinking? Ganyu lifted his eyelids, his expression calm, giving a cool, detached look, clearly doubting if Dai Heng expected him to believe that. You pervert. Chapter 11 Other guys don't indulge you. TSK, don't believe me? Dai Heng pulled out his phone from his pocket, opening a group chat to prove himself. Ganyu wasn't going to give him this chance, seriously focusing on the front, refusing to waste more time with him. Exuding a cold aura suggesting if you keep bothering me, I'm gonna punch you. Alright, it backfired. Dai Heng helplessly stared at him for a while before opening WeChat, noticing many unread messages. A long row of red dots across the screen caught his attention. He cleared all those little red dots one by one, moving his finger until he entered a group chat called, Psychiatric Patients Exchange Group. There were only 5 people in the group, all close buddies of Dai Heng since childhood. The chat inside was very active, messages reaching 99+. Since Dai Heng had enrolled in a school in another province and notified them the day before reporting, they were almost on the verge of flying over to chase and kill him. Most of the messages revolved around his new life at school. Perhaps due to sending too many messages without any reply from him, several people began tagging him. Sanji 7, at Dai Heng. Lao Air, at Dai Heng. Deng Feiji, at Dai Heng, where are you? Dai Heng sent an emoticon, a gif showing a little man being beaten up to a bloody nose, tagging Deng Feiji. Deng Feiji? Deng Feiji, did I offend you? Due to his appearance, others in the group also joined the conversation. Lao Air, hey, has the missing population returned? Lao Air, tell me quickly, how's the roommate you mentioned last time who seemed displeased with you? Dai Heng lazily leaned against the chair back, looking down, tapping the keys absent-mindedly, misunderstanding, he doesn't seem upset with me. Lao Air. Dai Heng, he dislikes everyone equally. Sanji 7, so arrogant. Lao Air, few people dare not respect even your face. Alright, next time we'll go and teach him a lesson. Dai Heng, forget it. Do you think I need you to teach anyone a lesson? He's my good buddy. Lao Air. Sanji 7. Deng Feiji. Lao Air, you've changed pretty fast, huh? Dang Feiji, what made such a big change in you? Let us hear. Dai Heng lounged back against the chair back, his lips curving upward, smiling mischievously. It's quite interesting. He used to ignore me completely, and now he starts cursing at me. Dai Heng, thanks to him, I got to be Lin Daiyu once. Sanji 7. Lao Air. Deng Feiji. Lao Air, wow, you have quite the sickness, and I like it. Sanchi, so, he cursed at you a bit, and you actually enjoyed it? Sanchi, are you seriously into this kind of pain? Deng Feiji, how did I not know about your preference earlier? You really kept it hidden, buddy. Dai Heng tugged at the corner of his lips, tapping his fingers lightly on his phone before turning his head to take a glance at the side profile of the person beside him. He didn't plan to reply to messages anymore. After some thought, he clicked into Deng Feiji's profile picture, directly taking a screenshot, then sent that image to Ganyu. Deng Fei, also known as Feiji, chose his own nickname, Deng Feiji. Dai Heng typed a few more words, he's really called that name. After sending this message, Dai Heng turned his head to look at Ganyu beside him who was focused on his lesson, showing no intention of checking his phone for messages. The screen lit up as new messages came in. Dai Heng stopped his fingers, took a glance, and saw the dormitory group chat. Wan Wendong, ha 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 ha, brothers, are you there? Wan Wendong, big news. Wan Wendong, is anyone around? Wan Wendong, hey hey hey. His messages were like fireworks, once they started, they wouldn't stop. Dai Heng raised an eyebrow, slowly typing a dot. Wan Wendong, you're online, bro. Wan Wendong, a classmate studying in Yunnan sent me some mushrooms. They're supposedly super delicious. Extremely fresh and sweet. Tomorrow night, which is Friday, want to have hot pot together, brothers. The message notifications kept vibrating without pause. Zhou Mo secretly replied from under his desk, Friday? Why Friday? I have club activities on Friday night. Wan Wendong, alright, one excluded, you can leave now. Zhou Mo. Zhou Mo angrily typed, you actually dare to cook hot pot in a dormitory? Watch out for reprimands. Wan Wendong, no problem, we've got Dai's money. Wan Wendong, at Dai Heng, Dad, lend us your house. Dai Heng had bought a house outside the school but found living alone too boring, so he moved back to the dormitory. Recently, they had even visited his apartment. It was pretty impressive, one might say. In the group chat, Dai Heng sent an approved meme. Wan Wendong knelt down to thank him, thanks, Dad. Wan Wendong, at Ganyu, only you left, brother. Ganyu was concentrating on the lecture, completely ignoring the continuous vibrations in his pocket. When the class ended and the teacher left the classroom, Ganyu finally had time to take out his phone and skim through the group chat messages. There was only a 20-minute break between classes, and classmates began to leave one after another. Zhou Mo also hurriedly left because he had other courses in the afternoon. Will you be free tomorrow evening? Dai Heng carried just a book and pen, casually rolling the book and stuffing it into his trouser pocket. With his tall and imposing figure, he leaned lazily against the edge of the table, waiting for him. Ganyu's fingers hesitated slightly upon hearing the question. Once he realized what was being asked, it dawned on him, this was regarding the hot pot dinner discussion in the group chat. Ganyu powered off his phone and placed it back in his pocket, I have something else tomorrow afternoon. Dai Heng tilted his head, watching him with leisure, I've seen your schedule, you don't have classes on Friday afternoon. When exactly did this guy check his schedule? Ganyu continued to pack up his books, remaining indifferent, got some other part-time work. Dai Heng raised an eyebrow, paused for a moment, and then whispered, what time will you finish? Due to his ambiguous response, it was easy to misinterpret that he wasn't interested in participating in the dormitory group activity. Brother, Dai Heng smiled freely, staring at him for a while before saying deliberately slow, people shouldn't be too aloof. If you don't mingle well, you'll end up having no friends. Got it? His deep and magnetic voice always gave a sense of tenderness due to his natural tendency to stretch the ending sounds. Actually, Dai Heng had a great personality and was quite different from the usual rich spoiled second-generation kids. Ganyu was too busy, occupied by various part-time jobs. Apart from occasionally dining with them at the canteen during lunch breaks, he rarely participated in any group activities during holidays. He didn't have many friends to begin with. If he couldn't even get along well with his roommates, he'd return to his high school status of isolation. Maybe once or twice could still pass, but as the times piled up, it was indeed likely for him to become alienated. Ganyu paused for a moment, glancing at him sideways for a while before offering any explanation, got it, I'll try to be early. The teenager, aged around 18 or 19, still radiated strong youthfulness. He was clean and fresh overall, with a tall bridge of his nose, clear contour lines, a long and pale neck, his lashes slightly drooping, concealing that faint trace of indifference in his eyes, making him look surprisingly obedient. Dai Heng stared at his lowered lashes for a moment, curling up the corners of his lips as his palm casually pressed on Ganyu's head. You're pretty well behaved after all, why didn't you do this earlier? It felt like Dai Heng was patting his dog. Ganyu's body slightly froze, lifting his eyes and raising his hand to brush off Dai Heng's palm. Go away. After saying that, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked towards the back door of the classroom. Daiheng laughed carefree, following not too quickly nor too slowly. Can you treat me nicely just once? You hit and scold me every day. Ganyu didn't turn his head, walking down the stairs, his voice indifferent. Alright, I'll burn incense and bow to you during holidays. Satisfied? Daiheng raised an eyebrow, looking at the fluffy top of Ganyu's hair in the front left, leisurely going down the stairs. TSK, you sure know how to talk, your words are venomous. He sighed, this is only because of you. If it were anyone else, buddy, I wouldn't let them get away with it. Chapter 12, Start Streaming. Ganyu wasn't lying. He really had something to take care of on Friday afternoon. Ever since he registered his account on Douyin, it had been more than a month now. He had already done several live streams, but the effects weren't ideal. During PKs with others, he almost never won and couldn't make much money. With school classes usually taking up his time, he could only conduct 1 or 2 live streams on weekends. Combined with his rather slow-to-warm-up personality, he found it hard to say those appealing words during live streams, resulting in few people willing to give him gifts. But since he'd already started, he would have to persevere. Therefore, taking advantage of having no classes on Friday afternoon, Ganyu planned to do another live stream. The location for the live stream was the apartment Chen-si rented near the school. Chen-si was now in her 3rd year of university. For the convenience of working and preparing for postgraduate entrance exams in her 4th year, she moved out of the dormitory and rented this place. The house wasn't large, just 1 room and 1 living area, enough for her to live alone. Knowing Ganyu didn't find it convenient in the dorm, Chen-si voluntarily allowed him to use her apartment for streaming. Chen-si had class in the afternoon, so she handed him the keys and let Ganyu go there by himself. Ganyu had been here many times, very familiar with the place. He had a suitcase where he stored the costumes needed for his live streams. Since they couldn't be taken back to the dormitory, they were stored here at Chen-si's place. After finishing the preliminary preparations, Ganyu turned on the computer and started today's live stream. As soon as he went live, some regular fans gradually entered the live room. Hugging Duo Baoyu, is this beauty real? Wife has gone insane with beauty. Ay. Fart loud, great rice, absolutely knocked me out with beauty, kiss, sexy, sexy. Poverty could indeed drive someone crazy. To make money, Ganyu had long set aside his self-respect. Seeing the increasing number of people, he greeted the screen, good afternoon, sweethearts. Ganyu used a voice changer. Based on his own voice, he raised it by 2 tones, so the voice sounded mature, completely indistinguishable as male. Today, he wore a cat ear-made outfit, a black knee-length skirt with a white bow on the chest, a white apron tied around the waist, which cinched his slim waist. The hem extended to his knees, below were white leg socks, showing his long and straight legs. Despite being an adorable outfit, he pulled off a chilly air typical of a mature woman. His black long hair looked lustrous after proper grooming, exuding good quality. A pair of white furry cat ears sat atop his head. His face was lightly powdered, with slightly upward tilted eyeliner applied, turning his originally round eye shape into somewhat seductive cat eyes. The slight detachment in his gaze was hidden a bit, creating a striking contrast of haughtiness and allure. His makeup skills were learned recently. Although unable to create overly complicated looks, it was just about functional. Men's bone structure was originally sturdier than women's, thus after applying makeup, he appeared increasingly delicate and handsome, without any feeling of incongruity. Looking like a desirable yet cold beauty. The reputation of my sister's perversion spreads across countries. Firstly, I want to clarify that I am not a pervert. Secondly, wife is beautiful, exactly matching my aesthetic standards, also saying. I am not a pervert, ha ha ha, let me kiss you once, if not possible, allow me to touch you once, ha ha ha, drooling. Gaoling primary school student, wah wah wah, my wife's one look has me dangling with an upturned mouth. You're full of hot air, today is the aloof kitten, wah wah, I want to steal you home. Candied Hawthorne, wah wah wah, why isn't Fishy more popular despite being so beautiful? As with the previous few times, the traffic wasn't great, barely maintaining around 200 people or so, with most being casual fans who stuck around longer due to the broadcaster's beauty. During the last live stream, there was a sudden influx of traffic, but those entering were mostly vulgar, overly confident men, whose private messages consisted of asking if she wanted to hook up, which greatly annoyed him, so he ended the broadcast early. Nowadays, it isn't easy being a broadcaster, just relying on looks won't suffice. Those dressed plainly, somewhat attractive, and looking easily deceived types are more likely to get rich daddies showering them with gifts. Older male fans with pensions have plenty of idle money and tend to be very generous. The kind of women appearing sophisticated might make these overly confident men think they're unapproachable, that they cannot afford them, resulting in less popularity in their live streams. Ganyu's fanbase mainly consists of college students, but most students usually have classes in the afternoon and rarely watch live streams. This leads to his low popularity during each broadcast. At the start of the live stream, Ganyu didn't rush into PKs but first chatted with the fans, answering questions from the comments. Ganyu, if you like the host, please follow and add the fan light board. He's a looks-based broadcaster, his dance moves were simply learned by following videos, not standard at all. But when losing a PK and required to dance, he would still obediently showcase his moves. Comments kept flooding the screen. Candied Hawthorne, Fishy, do you have an older brother? I encountered your brother near the school a few days ago. Unexpectedly, we're from the same school. Wah wah wah, I mistook your brother for you, so embarrassing. Sister's perversion renowned internationally, ha 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 ha. You're full of hot air, so dramatic. How could you mistake such a beautiful girl as Fishy for a guy? Candied Hawthorne, they look too alike. Holding duo fish, that's similar. Candied Hawthorne, exactly identical. The law department's grass of our school, together with another grass, forming quite a striking sight. Many girls in our department secretly ship them as a couple. Gone you. Candied Hawthorne might be the girl he met while working part-time at the restaurant last time. The other grass must be Douyin. Chapter 13, But I Am a Man. Seeing the comments drifting towards an odd direction. Ganyu took a sip of water from his cup, calmly stopping their scattered thoughts. Alright, everyone, let's begin today's PK. He clicked the PK icon at the bottom left corner of the live room page, randomly matching with another broadcaster. Upon successful connection, the screen split into two, revealing the face of another female broadcaster. The female broadcaster was quite pretty, her name being Bursting Cherry. Upon seeing Ganyu, she clearly paused for a moment, involuntarily exclaiming, wow. Originally assuming this duo female broadcaster would be some big shot due to her beauty, yet upon checking her fan count, it was even less than 10,000. The number of people watching her live stream was only 100 or so. Bursting Cherry felt a little disappointed and pouted her lips, saying, how come you only have so few fans? PKs generally happen between broadcasters with similar levels of influence, hers had 500 people in her live stream. She evidently wanted to PK with some high-traffic live rooms where big brothers are easily riled up. It wouldn't be fun easily crushing someone, nor would there be much gifting involved. Her tone of disdain was way too obvious. Ganyu's expression remained calm as he responded after hearing her words, not enough fans to be worthy of a PK with you. That's not it, replied the other female broadcaster, seemingly losing a bit of interest, mainly because today, my level 47 big brother wants to splurge wildly. Bursting Cherry continued, anyway, if we're playing, we should verify our status first. Over here, I can brush 5,000 votes. Can you hit over 100 votes on your side? If you can't, there's no need for a PK. TikTok users hang a small badge before their usernames showing their level, determined based on spending amounts. Currently, the highest level is 75, which requires reaching 2 million yuan in spending. Level 47 approximately equates to spending 230,000 yuan. Indeed, she seemed quite capable. However, he truly hadn't heard the term, verify capital. What does it mean? Ganyu had only been live streaming for a few days and wasn't very familiar with these rules. Bursting Cherry grew a little impatient. It means, do you have any big brothers in your chat room? Any conditions? Ganyu replied calmly, no big brothers. So why all the chatter, wasting time? With that, Bursting Cherry rolled her eyes and directly disconnected the call. This female broadcaster's attitude was clearly too arrogant, which immediately enraged the fans watching the live stream. You're full of hot air, what does this mean? Now we need to verify capital before PKNG. Gaoling primary school student, where did this rule come from? Wealth god is my white moonlight, damn, my wife suffers actual hardship, she's being looked down on. Candied Hawthorne, how many years has that mouth of hers been salted to taste so good? 6 is very 6, is this how new broadcasters are bullied? Just opened an account for a month, done only 3 broadcasts, where would there be big brothers? But Ganyu didn't take it too much to heart. All kinds of people existed on the internet, and the phenomenon of fawning on the high and stepping on the low was also very common. Ganyu moved his mouse and clicked PK, no problem, we were originally on different tracks. It's normal if we can't play well together. I'll find another one. He quickly got randomly matched with another broadcaster. This time, it was a male broadcaster who appeared to be around 30 to 40 years old, dressed quite plainly, with a greasy side part hairstyle. His name was Shin Jingbing. Upon seeing Ganyu, his eyes bulged, wow, today's luck is pretty good, connected with a major beautiful female broadcaster. Can you stand up and show your full body? He wiped the drool flowing out, I want to see your legs, hee. Ganyu, question mark. An outright explicit male gaze. Even though he himself was a man, he felt uncomfortable. Do female broadcasters usually get sexually harassed like this? The other party opened his mouth again, in fact, it's my big brother who wants to check out your figure, Miss Beauty. Shen Jingbing cleared his throat, showing a face full of arrogance, my big brother is very capable. Why don't you stand up and show us your full body? He'll gift you a pair of small sunglasses. Nowadays, given the environment, some major internet celebrities might still pay attention to their words and actions to avoid negative publicity. But those bottom-tier minor broadcasters acted recklessly, even more willing to achieve notoriety as long as they could make money, using every trick in the book. They had little respect for female broadcasters, as long as the big brothers were willing to cast votes, insulting women and objectifying them were already basic operations. You'd better find someone else. That feeling of disgust came back again. Ganyu lifted his hand to end the connection. The man hurriedly opened his mouth. Hey, beauty, don't go yet. Are you really unable to bear this game? Ganyu replied indifferently, it's not about being unable to bear it, but rather not wanting to play with people like you. After these words, the male broadcaster broke down on the spot. Shit, do you really think yourself a celestial maiden? You're just okay, man. The beauties I've seen, without exaggeration, number at least 800 or more. Who are you, joking around? You're so pretentious. After Ganyu planned to disconnect, he paused slightly, raised his eyelids, and stared through the screen. He wondered indeed, such vile men mostly take advantage of young girls. If they knew he was a man, what kind of reaction would they have? After contemplating for a moment, he spoke ambiguously with a faint smile, playing around isn't really an issue, but I doubt I meet your criteria. The male broadcaster grinned with a sleazy expression, why wouldn't I? I love PKNG with big beauties like you. Ganyu watched the screen, saying lightly, but I am a man. Chapter 14, Entering the Live Room. Wearing the face of a cold and stunning beauty, he said he was a man, it was hard to believe. Not even his own fans believed him, thinking he was making a joke. Sister's perversion renowned internationally, hahaha, look how you're forcing my wife into pretending to be a man just to avoid showing her legs. You're full of hot air, hahaha, fishy, if you are a man, then what am I? A menstruating logician. 6 is very 6, wife, when fabricating stories, you must consider the real situation. With such a great face, who would believe you're a man? Apparently, Shen Jingbing didn't believe either, damn, how do you know I like men? I like your type. Since we're of the same sex, taking a look at your chest wouldn't be too much to ask, right? Ganyu. Indeed, perverted. These days, telling the truth doesn't seem to gain any trust. Ganyu's eyes were very beautiful, only when he looked at people they carried little emotion, giving off an aura of arrogance, as if he were looking down on everyone. Especially when his eyebrows were slightly furrowed, that feeling became even more pronounced. At this moment, his gaze carried a strange allure. Even through the screen, one could feel a tingling sensation upon meeting his eyes. The man had a look of pure pleasure on his face, beauty is really joking around, so good-looking and still likes to fool others. Play casually, I'll shower you with carnivals afterward, seriously, big brother never lies. Not gifting you would mean I'm not a real man. In truth, Ganyu didn't want to waste another second talking. But upon hearing these words, he hesitated for a bit. It wasn't entirely impossible either. After all, a carnival was worth 3 million sound waves, or about 3,000 RMB. After splitting 50-50 with the platform, he'd still net roughly 1,500 yuan, more than what he'd made from all his previous broadcasts combined. In 3 broadcasts, he'd never seen a carnival yet. Ultimately, Ganyu succumbed to the allure of the carnival, maintaining a calm demeanor. How do we play? The male streamer's eyes nearly bulged out, laughing twice in a sleazy tone. My big brother said that if you lose, you'll be punished to call him husband. Say this, hubby, you're so talented, I adore you. Here was a fully grown man deliberately using a girlish voice, making it quite a distressing sight. Before Ganyu could respond, the comment section erupted first. Sister's perversion renowned internationally, view, where does this smelly guy come from? Tell your lord to crawl away. The wife absolutely cannot lose this time. You're full of hot air, no way, I'll bet all my pocket money for this month. There's no way my fishy will suffer such humiliation. Hugging precious fish, why doesn't he just die already? Where did he get off being so full of himself? With his face practically pressed against the screen, the male broadcaster spoke again, we're set, let's start the PK then. I'll mute myself now, see you soon, beauty. Then he puckered up his lips and gave 2 kisses to the screen. Sister's perversion renowned internationally, view, my phone's contaminated, I don't even want it anymore. Hugging precious fish, ah. My eyes, can't you go away already? Gowling primary school student, I need to gouge out my eyes. What heavenly decree has my wife offended that she must endure this punishment? The countdown began for 5 minutes. Above the screen was a blood bar showing each side's sound wave values. The ability of the other side to irritate was simply too powerful. Ganyu had done 3 live streams total, pitted against dozens in PKs, but winning hardly ever happened. He remained exceptionally composed, never having lost his cool over victories or defeats. Who would have thought that the votes were quite high this time? Most likely because none of the fans wanted their beloved beauty to call that foul man, hubby, thus all went all out. In the past, they barely reached 1,000 points during every PK. But today, it surged to 15,000. That translated to 1,500 RMB already. On the opposing side, the sound wave count was at 10,000 currently, rising steadily, showing signs of overtaking. On Ganyu's side, it was clear that momentum was lacking. Most of his fans were university students who mainly watched beauties, specializing in freeloading, and spent relatively less money. Their levels were generally not very high. When Ganyu's sound wave value hit 20,000, the opponent had already surpassed 30,000. Gowling primary school student, shit, underestimated him. There's a level 40 player on the other side. Spending 70,000 RMB on TikTok was needed to reach level 40. Sister's perversion renowned internationally, I hate myself for not being a rich woman, unable to support my wife, crying heavily. Ganyu comforted, no worries, you've already done an amazing job. This score was indeed 10 times more than usual. Yet, the opponent continued to rise aggressively, with sound wave value surpassing 50,000 now. Ganyu's life bar was getting brutally crushed. There was no doubt this round would end in a loss. Suddenly, the phone lying on the adjacent desk lit up. Ganyu glanced at the screen, it was a WeChat message. Daiheng, when do you finish work? Let's game together. Ganyu remembered, it was Friday today, and they had a dinner appointment tonight. Checking the time, it was already 6 o'clock. Estimating the duration, he replied with a text, another hour. Daiheng, alright, bro's kinda bored. Below was also attached an image. It was a casual photo taken by him. In the spacious living room, the curtains were probably drawn, dimming the light. A huge white projection screen showed the gaming interface connected to SWJCH. It was obviously a dual-player game, yet there was only him progressing through the levels alone. Below the photo, his long legs also awkwardly entered the frame. It was clear that he was bored. Ganyu briefly glanced at the message, didn't reply again, and set the phone aside. On Daiheng's end, he was indeed extremely bored. Wang Wendy said he wanted to borrow Daiheng's house to eat hot pot. The two planned to play games while waiting for Ganyu to finish work. But when they arrived, they found Daiheng's kitchen clean and tidy with not even a pot to be found. Besides some mushrooms sent by an old classmate, there was nothing else. How could they eat anything under these circumstances? So Wang Wendy went out to buy groceries. In the clean and spacious living room, Daiheng wore a loose black long-sleeve shirt, lounging on the couch with his legs sprawled open, displaying a particularly unruly posture. After sending Ganyu the message, he lost interest in continuing to play games, tossed the controller aside, and opened the chat app. His fingers slid down to click into the group chat called Friends of Mental Disorders. The unread messages had piled up to 99 plus again. Daiheng couldn't be bothered to scroll back, instead, he just looked at their recent chat history. Lao Air, I'm completely frustrated. Since Lao Dai started going to that damn school, I can hardly find him for days. Next time, we should just ambush him and see what exactly he's been up to. San Chi, probably busy playing with some new dog. Deng Feiji, impossible. Though Gage has great social skills, he rarely develops deep friendships easily unless it's with someone very good looking. The guy is totally superficial. Lao Air, true, I've never seen any guy so picky about making friends. You have to look attractive to be his friend, he never associates with ugly people. San Chi, bet. It's probably Lin Dayu, the other roommate. Lao Air, no way. San Chi, why not? Think about it. When people insult him, he actually enjoys it, which means the other person must be insanely handsome. After reading their chat, Daiheng lightly raised an eyebrow and slowly typed a response. Daiheng, guess you guys are gossiping about me behind my back again. San Chi, where's the behind your back? We're gossiping right to your face. Lao Air, come clean. Is your new roommate good looking or what? Otherwise, why would you tolerate him until now? Daiheng absent-mindedly typed back, not even close, a law student, think he'd qualify as a campus idol? Upon hearing this, their curiosity was instantly piqued. Deng Feiji, can you send us a picture? Pretty curious. Daiheng sat up, pulled a cigarette from the ashtray beside the coffee table, lit it after tilting his head slightly, and casually replied with a voice message, you're crazy? How am I supposed to get his picture? Deng Feiji, take a covert one. Daiheng responded emotionlessly, am I a freak? Deng Feiji. Actually. There were photos already. Daiheng's narrow, flirtatious eyes closed slightly. His arm lazily hung over his knee, with the glowing red tip of his cigarette resting between his fingers, reminding him of the video that Wang Wendy had shown him before. A face identical to Ganyu's, his twin sister. What was her name again? Oh, Duo Bao Yu. He put the cigarette back in his mouth, exited WeChat, and opened the TikTok app. When he typed in Duo Bao Yu, the corresponding account immediately popped up, showing a live stream was ongoing. She was live streaming. Daiheng hesitated momentarily, then tapped the profile to enter the live room. Chapter 15, Meeting Greeting with Emperor's Suite. The screen paused momentarily, then showed two people. Daiheng lowered his eyelids, locking his gaze onto the person on the left of the screen. Though her face was identical to his best friend's, her aura was completely different. She was wearing female clothing. It felt strangely surreal. He had always thought that if Ganyu's features belonged to a girl, they'd definitely be quite beautiful. Turns out. The person on the screen truly was very pretty. Her outfit differed from the last video he watched, she now wore cat ears, an adorable fuzzy design. Her clothes leaned slightly towards cuteness, yet her overall demeanor remained both alluring and cold. However, during a moment of gratitude to her fans, she smiled gently, revealing a small tiger tooth on one side, radiant and sunny. Ganyu had never smiled like that. Daiheng felt something softly hit his heart. He licked his lips and noticed there was another middle-aged man next to her on the screen, slightly frowning. The chat messages flashed quickly, and he extracted some key information from them. The two were engaged in a PK match. Duo Baoyu's health bar was being heavily suppressed. The timer showed only 2 minutes left. If she lost, his sister would have to call that old man husband. After understanding the situation, Douyin smirked slightly at the corner of his lips and let out a soft sneer. Joke. That old man deserved it. How could his good friend's younger sister be taken advantage of by someone else? He took the cigarette but from his thin lips, extinguished it in the ashtray, and started operating on his phone. In the live room. Ganyu looked at the heavily suppressed health bar and thought it was already an impossible-to-win situation. Even though today's PK data was the best he had ever experienced. But the opponent was obviously very capable, with their big brother leading, they had already broken 5-10,000 applause points. He was mentally preparing for how to handle the punishment phase. On the other hand, Shen Jingbing's live room was bustling with activity. The screen lit up continuously with gift effects. Thank you all, big brothers and sisters. Shen Jingbing's tone was high-pitched and rather noisy. Hee, this little sister is indeed pretty. I've never seen such beauty before. TSK, her tiny waist. After losing, we'll ask her to stand up and show her legs, display her figure, and give all the big brothers some eye candy. Shen Jingbing was working hard to pull votes and occasionally throwing out dirty jokes. Actually, a harsher penalty doesn't matter either, let her change into a revealing tank top. Aren't female streamers more popular when they dress less? We're helping her too. Only 1.5 minutes left, and over there, they have no chance anyway. When we win, she'll have to call me husband, prepare your tissues, big brothers, because you won't be able to handle it, hee. Although Shen Jingbing didn't have many people in his live room, only about 500 or 600 viewers, his big brother level was still relatively high. Usually, he relied on a bit of small money, challenging young female streamers daily just to take advantage of them. Shen Jingbing was getting excited. It's set, only 1 minute left, let's hold the tower. Before he could finish speaking, he watched helplessly as the opponent's health bar quickly climbed back. Damn it, they're stealing the tower. Big brothers, quick, vote. But clearly, it was too late. Voting couldn't change the outcome. The opponent's health bar was like something injected with hormones, it skyrocketed uncontrollably, reaching a number that Shen Jingbing could no longer surpass. What's going on? Shen Jingbing was shocked, the opponent actually has these conditions. I thought there was no big brother over there. Just earlier, Shen Jingbing had checked briefly, opposing side was a new streamer with no big brother guardians. So why were the votes so strong now? The opposing side sound wave count had been just over 20,000 but now surged to 300,000. His health bar was already thoroughly crushed into non-existence. Shen Jingbing blinked several times in disbelief. Does anyone know what happened? Someone replied under the comments section. Call me ASJR, report, I just checked, and someone on the other side is brushing Emperor's Suite. California King. Red luck, holy shit, Emperor's Suite. Been on Douyin for so long and haven't seen anyone brush an Emperor's Suite. I'm going over to check it out. No money, no hard words, real or fake. Does the opposing side have this kind of condition? Big Fei Gu, Emperor's Suite since the start. So fierce. Then why even play, can't beat them, game over, game over. Shen Jingbing felt his heart drop significantly. Originally, his live room had 500 people, but after being drawn by the Emperor's Suite on the other side, more than half of the fans moved to the opposing camp, leaving only 200 plus people remaining almost instantly. He'd been streaming for a long time, and let alone seeing an Emperor's Suite, even carnival appearances were few and far between. And yet, the opposing new streamer had already received an Emperor's Suite. Also similarly shocked was Ganyu. At first, the person named Fang Si hadn't drawn much attention. The health bar was heavily pressed, and Ganyu assumed it was an impossible-to-win situation. However, out of habit, he called out the JD of the fan who gave him gifts. Thank you Fang Si for sending the Porsche. Thank you Fang Si for sending the private jet. Thank you Fang Si for sending Douyin #1. Thank you Fang Si. As the calls went on, things seemed increasingly off because the gift effects became progressively higher grade, and the prices kept climbing. These effects came one after another without pause, their colors becoming increasingly dazzling until they nearly filled the entire screen. Somewhere along the line, the health bar had already surpassed the opponent's. Finally, someone noticed the irregularity. Sister's reputation for being a monster was well known both inside and out. What the hell? This isn't right. They're brushing Emperor's Suite. Gowling elementary student, am I seeing this wrong? Did we just encounter a legendary big spender today? Holding Duo Baoyu, shit, why am I so excited? I'm even trembling. Finally, my wife has a big brother backing her up, ha. Lulu is so Lu, ah. Too exciting. My heart rate's going up. By he, I've never seen these effects before, sniff. Today I've truly broadened my horizons. They're just too beautiful. Professional free rider, too romantic, sniff. So romantic, yeah. At this point, Ganyu still didn't know what an emperor's suite was, so he asked, "What's an emperor's suite?" A fan replied. "Xiao pretty, it means to send every single gift from the list all at once. Excluding those gifts that require a certain level to unlock, the current set of TikTok gifts costs nearly 40,000 yuan when brushed through, generating over 300,000 sound wave points." Ganyu was still in a daze. He slowly realized that the PK had ended long ago. He had won. The blood bar froze at 400,879 versus 65632. The score gap was huge, the opponent had lost disastrously. However, the screen effects showed no sign of stopping. All he saw was money, nothing but money. The dazzling visual lasted for a full 3 minutes. Only after the last carnival soared into the air from the center of the screen did the whole scene bring a strange surge of emotion. This, Feng Si, hadn't even followed him or become his fan, but as soon as they entered, they immediately gifted him with an emperor's suite. Ganyu once doubted if this person had mistaken him for someone else. Or perhaps the big spender simply had a good mood today and randomly chose a streamer to brush an emperor's suite, hitting on him by chance. In that one PK session alone, excluding what the platform took, he had earned nearly 20,000 renminbi. In one day, it matched several months' worth of his salary. Ganyu felt like today must have been his lucky day. "Thank you, Feng Si. Thank you for your emperor's suite." Feng Si casually sent a message on the public chat, "A gift for our first meeting." Chapter 16, Encountering a Monster. A gift for the first meeting? What kind of meeting gift would cost 40,000 yuan? Ganyu became curious about this person. Moving the mouse to click on his avatar, he found out it was male, age unknown, with a pitch-black profile picture and no uploaded works. Ganyu exited the page, very much appreciated. Fans who like the stream can hit the follow button. You can send me a private message through the back end. Feng Si only added the follow now and also sent a lighted up banner as a bonus. Then he exited the live room without leaving a word. The chat room was still buzzing about which major tycoon Feng Si might be, debating how extravagant their actions were. The atmosphere in Shen Jingbing's live room across the line had obviously taken a significant downturn. A number of viewers had left his channel due to the earlier incident. Ganyu opened the mic again and connected with the other side, ready for punishment. Shen Jingbing had completely lost his arrogant demeanor. "You say, miss, what do you want to punish me with? Do you have a pen?" Ganyu said. "A pen?" Shen Jingbing left the camera view momentarily, returning half a minute later with a black marker pen, found it. "Are you going to make me write something?" "Yep." Ganyu said leisurely, "Write on your face, I'm a creepy man." Shen Jingbing struggled to keep his expression steady. Ganyu calmly added, "Also, don't erase it for the rest of the day. Let everyone he connected with today see the true face of the creep." The comment section was filled with loud laughter. Lu is so Lu, perfect. People like him should be punished this way. Sister's monstrous reputation, tell him not to disrespect women, better yet, write premature ejaculation on his face. You stink, premature ejaculation on the left, erectile dysfunction on the right, horizontal slogan, I'm a creepy man. Hugging duo bow you, huh, sister, you're kinda brutal. With no choice, the middle-aged greasy man unwillingly wrote the words on his face. By the way, you promised to send me a carnival. Please deliver it. Ganyu didn't forget his previous words and reminded him casually, after all, you said that not sending it would mean you're not a man. Shen Jingbing. Today, he had not only lost to a rookie streamer, but also the big spender ran off without leaving anything for him. He wasn't willing to spend the money in vain and immediately cut the line. The call was disconnected instantly. Candied Hawthorne, what the heck? This guy just ran away. Gowling elementary student, fine, just for 3,000 yuan, he doesn't even want to be a man anymore. You stink, looks like he wanted to be a woman today. Calling him a woman is an insult to females. Ganyu's tone remained nonchalant. Since he doesn't want to be a man, we can leave that 3,000 yuan for him to go to Thailand and let him become a ladyboy, which would be nice. Sister's monstrous reputation, My wife is so cool when she scolds someone. Candied Hawthorne, love my wife so much, but unfortunately, she doesn't live stream often enough. When will she live stream again? Xiao pretty, if she could live stream every day, her traffic would definitely get better. Live streaming every day, Ganyu currently didn't have such conditions. Seeing the time was about right, Ganyu stopped further PK matches and chatted with his fans for a while before going offline. Just now during the live stream, Ganyu only sent a private message via the backend to Feng Si, allowing him to meet one small request, such as recording a video or an exclusive voice clip, thanking him for his support. But he hadn't replied yet. Instead, Ganyu received quite a few private messages from fans. Most of them praised his looks and wished him to do better. Ganyu went through each message until he opened one from a male named 2111. 2111, you were beautiful today too. 2111, I really like you. 2111, I could buy you lots of little skirts, next time, could you wear them just for me? 2111, I want to lock you up, bind your hands and feet, hide you in a cabinet, kiss you all over, and make you happy. Ganyu frowned deeply. Ever since his first live stream, he had always received such messages. He was encountering online sexual harassment again. And this person clearly was a psycho. Though it wasn't rare for him to receive these types of messages at this point. Regardless of who they were, Ganyu replied with a "go die," and then added 2111 to the blacklist. Chapter 17, Being Chased for Debt. It was already 6:30. Chen Si hadn't come back yet. Ganyu wiped off the makeup on his face with makeup remover wipes, tidied everything up, helped clean the apartment, and then left her house. The sky outside had already darkened, and the streetlights lining the roadside had lit up one by one. The temperature at night was a bit low. An autumn wind blew past, causing leaves to rustle and fall onto the ground, covering the road with a layer of withered yellow leaves. Both the rented apartment where the senior lived and Dai Heng's purchased house were close to the school, but in opposite directions. One was at the south gate of the school, and the other was at the north gate. Totally opposite directions, walking there would take roughly an hour. Ganyu took the school bus, traveling directly from the north gate to the south gate. When he got out at the south gate of the school, it was already 7:30. This area had more residential housing, and the commercial district was still some distance away. At this moment, there weren't many people outside the school. After crossing another road, Ganyu would reach the community where Dai Heng lived. As he passed by a convenience store, suddenly there came a chaotic sound of footsteps from behind. Ganyu! Behind him, someone suddenly shouted his name, the voice sharp and high-pitched, a woman's voice. Ganyu instinctively stopped his steps and turned around to look. Before he could clearly see who the person was, there was a clear slap, smack, his face tilted to one side. A faint ringing sounded in his ears, and it took Ganyu quite a while to react. That woman had cleanly slapped him. Ganyu! Your whole family has such a black heart. With so many people dying in the world, why don't you guys just die? The woman was probably in her 40s, looking rather roughed up, almost hysterical. She started crying as she spoke, hitting his chest with her handbag. You owe us so much money, yet you yourself are living a good life, studying in a good university. How are we supposed to live? Good life? Ganyu felt somewhat dazed. Indeed, he had once led a good life, but how long ago was that? He couldn't remember anymore. This woman, he recognized her. She was the wife of one of his father's former co-workers. His father was a construction contractor, also known as a foreman. When the market was good in the past, his family had a little money, and he indeed lived a life without worry about food or drink. Gradually, things became harder to do, and being a foreman turned out to be a big loser. His father took on projects, found work for the workers, paid their living expenses, and helped workers who hadn't been paid retrieve their wages. He couldn't recover the money he prepaid, and he couldn't pay off what he owed others. 3 years ago, there was a problem with one of the projects his father undertook. The real estate group went bankrupt due to debts, and the developer couldn't pay the final installment and ran away with the funds. This mess was left for his father to deal with. He had dozens, if not hundreds, of brothers under him, but he couldn't afford to pay their salaries. Out of loyalty, his father used all the family's savings to pay the wages of these brothers, but it still wasn't enough. Later, he himself fell ill. Acute renal failure, a kidney transplant would cost several 100,000 yuan, but they haven't found a suitable donor yet. He needs dialysis once a week, costing over 10,000 yuan annually in medical expenses. He owes a lot of debt, and since high school, Ganyu has been working every month, paying off debts, and earning tuition fees for himself. Such a heavy burden pressed on his shoulders, making him feel that even a smile was a luxury. Now, they were relentless, pressing him on why. He wanted to refute them, it wasn't his father's debt, and his father had already done enough. But he didn't know how to say it. The project was undertaken by his father, and the workers were recruited by his father. The workers couldn't find jobs elsewhere, so his father always introduced them, which was an act of kindness. However, when the project payment wasn't settled, the hard work of half a year was wasted, creating resentment. After 3 years, when the project payment still hadn't been recovered, that little kindness was worn down completely, leaving only hatred. But what could he do? He could do nothing. My son can't afford university either. You heartless people, aren't you afraid of thunderbolts? After such hard work throughout the year, are poor people's lives worthless? Using our money to live a good life, what will you make us do? The woman kept talking and crying, her curses drawing quite a few people to stop and watch. Ganyu hung his eyes low, saying nothing, allowing the woman to hit him with her bag, venting her dissatisfaction. Since she was a woman, he couldn't fight back. In the struggle, the black backpack on his shoulder slipped off and fell directly to the ground. He hung his head, his forehead hair covering his eyebrows and eyes, obscuring his expression. The woman became increasingly agitated, lifting her bag as if to throw it at Ganyu. How dare you live well? Why don't you all die? Chapter 18, Sit on Me. Her voice was shrill, as if using up all her strength. Just before touching Ganyu, there was a loud boom. The white handbag with metal trim was slapped away by a powerful force, landing on the ground a meter away. The woman staggered, taking several steps back before regaining her balance. What the hell are you crazy about? The man's voice was cold and deep, his tall and strong figure blocking Ganyu from view. Standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, his stature created an air of superiority. He wore a loose-fitting black long-sleeve shirt, the yellowish streetlight casting down and emphasizing his broad shoulders and narrow waist, as if outlining him with a golden border. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Ganyu blinked, looked up, and saw his not-so-close roommate standing right in front of him at this moment. Daiheng had merely come down to buy some alcohol, but he never expected to encounter such a scene. At this moment, his normally proud and noble good buddy undoubtedly looked disheveled. The teenager was on the slender side, but his posture was good, like a tall and straight pine tree. Now, however, he had lowered his proud head, his forehead hair hanging low, hiding his features. His coat was pulled around disarrayed, and the white shirt collar had been torn. A button had fallen off, revealing a bit of his neckline. The lock bone area seemed to have been scraped by the metal edge of the handbag, leaving behind several bloody marks. When arguing with him usually, he was sharp-tongued, but in front of this woman, he accepted everything passively, as if he owed her 18 generations. If Daiheng hadn't stopped it just now, the blow from that crazy woman might have disfigured him right there on the spot. Recalling the previous scene, Daiheng clenched his molars in anger, turning around to look at Ganyu behind him. Are you stupid? She beats you and you let her beat you? Don't you know how to fight back? Ganyu wasn't sure what he was feeling right now. He had always thought that the gap between them was too large, so much so that they couldn't even be considered friends and would never become friends. But when things went wrong, this person didn't hesitate to stand right in front of him. It was only now that he realized how narrow-minded he had been in the past. To protect his pitiful dignity, he had confined himself within a prison of his own making. He was used to keeping his distance from others, resisting their attempts at kindness, thinking it was charity. It turned out that the only one who ever looked down on him was himself. At this moment, Ganyu's throat suddenly became choked up, unable to utter a single word. The woman picked up her handbag that had fallen to the ground, staring intently at Daiheng as she said angrily, "You're his classmate, aren't you? Do you know what kind of person he is? His family owes me money and refuses to pay. How can someone like him have a friend? I advise you to keep your distance from people like him, or you'll regret it later." "Owes you money?" Daiheng's lips curved slightly. The usually carefree air about him receded somewhat as he raised his eyelids and glanced over. "Where's the IOU?" The woman suddenly froze. "You just have a mouth. You say he owes you money and that's that?" Daiheng placed one hand in his trouser pocket, his amber-colored irises devoid of emotion. When he lowered his eyes, his brows were pressed low, giving an indescribable sense of pressure, his voice deep and cold. "If you can produce the IOU, I'll repay it for him." He lightly curved his lips with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "If you don't have the IOU, let's settle this in court. Your actions constitute intentional harm, prepare to go to jail." Either because she lacked the evidence or feared this person in front of her, the woman cast an aggrieved glance back at Ganyu behind him. "Ganyu. You wait, this isn't over." After saying that, she patted the dust off her bag and did not continue further, turning and leaving. Daiheng retracted his gaze, half bending down, picked up the black backpack on the ground, and patted the dust off. In a flat, indifferent tone, he asked, "Who is she? Do you really owe her money?" Ganyu kept his eyes low, remaining silent without a word, merely raising his hand to straighten the disheveled collar. "You're in the law department, and yet you fear her despite her lacking any IOU?" Daiheng glanced at him, his usual casual demeanor resuming. "This constitutes hooliganism, even I understand that, and you, the genius, don't? Have you been taking your classes seriously?" As he said this, he leaned down slightly, his gaze landing on the purplish bruise forming near Ganyu's lips. He then reached out, using the tip of his finger to gently touch it. "TSK, already turning purple. That old bat has quite the heavy hand." Ganyu stiffened slightly. Daiheng's fingertip felt cool, lightly brushing against the corner of his lips. He hadn't registered it until now but finally felt the faint pain. Ganyu pursed his lips slightly, lifting his hand to lightly swat Daiheng's hand away. His voice was soft. "It hurts, stop messing around." Daiheng's hand still lingered midair as he stared directly at him, successfully being amused into laughter. He straightened up, lowering his hand to rest by his side, laughing quietly. "You didn't seem to feel anything when she hit you, but my slight touch makes you hurt. Is this your way of extorting compensation from me?" Ganyu lifted his head and stared at him for 2 seconds, inexplicably finding himself amused as well. In the next moment, he really turned his head and curled his lips upward into a faint smile. Under the dimly lit street corner, both men silently gazed at each other and laughed for a while. The atmosphere lightened significantly. Having been seen at his most disheveled state, Ganyu no longer cared, shifting his eyes to the man's hand. He reached out to take his backpack, slinging it over his shoulder. "Why did you come down?" "To buy alcohol." Daiheng's eyes shifted momentarily to the corner of Ganyu's lips before looking away again, speaking matter-of-factly, "and to check if you fell into the lake since you took so long. If you did, I'd fish you out." Ganyu gave him a look. "Where's the alcohol?" "I didn't buy it," he said with unshakable confidence. Ganyu bought a carton of beer from the convenience store, and only then did the two slowly make their way back to the apartment. The living room was exceptionally spacious, brightly lit, though apart from furniture, there were no additional decorations, making it seem somewhat bland. In the kitchen, Wang Wendong was busy handling ingredients. Upon hearing the door opening, he stretched his neck out to take a peek. Finally back. What took you so long? Wang Wendong wore a pink apron and held freshly washed green onions in his hands. I originally wanted to give you guys some participation, helping me out, but I ended up doing everything myself. But that's fine now, the mushrooms are already cooking, and we can start eating in 20 minutes. There's nothing left for me to do. Wang Wendong still had his mushrooms on his mind, turning back into the kitchen and throwing a sentence behind him, go play. Indeed, there was nothing in the kitchen that required assistance. Ganyu placed the backpack on the chair, took a can of beer, pulled open the tap, and sat down on the carpet in front of the sofa. The projector was still paused at the game interface from before. Daiheng also grabbed a can of beer and came over, sitting down in a position next to him, handing him a controller. Want to play some games? Ganyu put the beer aside and examined the game controller. What are we playing? Your choice. Ganyu picked one randomly. Crazy Rabbit People. Sure. It was an adventure game where two rubber men cooperated to complete the passage through various levels. Daiheng controlled the controller and entered the game, beginning to select characters. Do you want Pinky or Yellow? Pinky. Ganyu said casually. Dry little Pinky. Daiheng smirked as he lowered his chin. Click confirm, let's start. The two needed to control their controllers carefully to avoid traps along the way, otherwise, they'd easily get impaled by sharp spikes. Daiheng commanded absent-mindedly, go pick up the carrot, jump over. Halfway through the path, they encountered a spiky barrier which they couldn't jump over no matter what. Ganyu had died several times. You're dead again. Okay, I'll show you how it's done, here's instant romance. Daiheng made the little man leap straight into the spikes, splashing blood all around. Ganyu twitched his eyelids. If you have nothing to say, just shut up. The game restarted, but the same impassable barrier awaited them. The last attempt was wrong, we have to go together this time. Daiheng leaned back against the edge of the couch, speaking lazily. Come on, sit on me. Ganyu. Chapter 19, perfect for kissing. In the next moment, the two figures on the screen were stacked one after another. They rolled several times on the ground. The corner of Ganyu's forehead twitched lightly, and he kicked him with his foot. Your mom, stop holding my ass, how am I supposed to walk like this? Press the M key, use your feet to kick off. Daiheng concentrated fully on controlling the controller, kicking Daiheng's foot without getting angry. We have to hug each other to flip past this part. Otherwise, how are we going to pass? If you don't like that, switch roles so you can hold me or even lock heads like kissing mouths. Hearing their conversation, Wang Wendong nearby revealed an expression full of great shock. Hey, how come while playing a game, you end up talking about butts and mouths? Is this a proper game? Still engrossed in the game, neither of them paid any attention to Wang Wendong. Wang Wendong set down what he held, curiously coming over to observe for a moment, reaching a conclusion, this game is damn vulgar. Having spoken those words, he returned to the kitchen and continued cooking. More than 10 minutes later. By now, one could already smell the appetizing aroma coming from the dining area. Wang Wendong called out loudly from afar, come on, gentlemen, dinner is ready. Daiheng's gaze was fixed on the screen, somewhat obsessed with the game, absently replying, later, let's finish this level first. Wang Wendong sat at the dining table, watching the two internet-addicted teenagers completely absorbed in their gaming from a distance, helplessly shaking his head. The fungus hot pot in front of him was bubbling with steam, emitting an extremely tempting aroma. With no one paying him any heed, he talked to himself. He said it would take 20 minutes, but I think 15 should be fine. Shouldn't it be edible by now? From far away, Ganyu's calm voice carried across, wait a bit longer, watch out for poisoning. Wang Wendong chuckled disdainfully, such trivial fungus. After sitting for a while, his stomach couldn't bear the hunger any longer, and he immediately picked up a bowl, lifted the lid, and scooped a bowl of soup for himself. Tasting it, the flavor was exquisite. My God, what a divine taste. Wang Wendong stretched his neck and shouted again, if you two don't come soon, I'm not responsible if I eat it all. There was still no response. When the two finally finished their game and arrived at the table, Wang Wendong had already consumed 3 bowls of mushroom soup. Daiheng nonchalantly pulled out a chair with a laugh. Not bad for someone who acts like a starving ghost. Sitting down by the dining table. The steam from the hot pot on the table filled the entire dining area with its aroma. Ganyu tasted a mouthful, indeed finding it fresh, it was something he'd never tried before. They ate quietly for a while. Wang Wendong wasn't sure if he was full or had been intoxicated by the aroma, he slumped entirely in his chair. Sensing something unusual about him, Ganyu turned his head and glanced at him. He wanted to ask if Wang Wendong had eaten enough already. Wang Wendong's eyes seemed unfocused as he stared directly at Ganyu. Hey, beauty, who are you? Ganyu, ? Ganyu was already good-looking, and with the steam creating a dreamy haze around him, it was as if an additional layer of soft focus had been applied. From Wang Wendong's perspective right now, he appeared almost impossibly beautiful. Wang Wendong squinted. You look familiar somehow. To be honest, you resemble one of my friends. Ganyu started feeling somewhat disconcerted, glancing toward the beer cans. Is he drunk? Drunk on what? Dai Heng sat casually, holding his chopsticks with his arm resting on the table. He didn't drink a drop. That box of beers remained untouched except for the 2 cans they had each taken. Ganyu slightly frowned. Then what's wrong with him? Just as Ganyu finished speaking, Wang Wendong resumed his bizarre behavior, waving his hands aimlessly in front of him. In the next second, he let out a startled yell. Wait, why is there grass growing out of my head? Come quick and pull it off. This can't be happening. Ganyu had a bad premonition. Dai Heng leaned back against the chair, leisurely observing that big fool. It was the first time he'd seen anyone hallucinate after being poisoned by mushrooms, finding the scene somewhat interesting. He pulled out his phone from his pocket and began filming him. How silly. He laughed carelessly. Don't record him, Ganyu said as he put down his chopsticks and stood up. Let's take him to the hospital quickly. The dinner was inevitably ruined. They hastily tidied up the table, supporting Wang Wendong's arms from either side, and lifted him downstairs. They called a taxi and headed straight to the hospital. At this hour, only the emergency room was open. After a doctor's diagnosis, they learned that Wang Wendong had been poisoned by the mushroom hot pot, mainly because it hadn't been cooked long enough, and since he ate more than the others, his symptoms were more severe. Ganyu and Dai Heng, however, barely touched the food, having only tried a little, so they showed no signs of poisoning yet. Wang Wendong was lying on the stretcher bed, directly sent off for stomach pumping. After all the commotion, when they returned to the ward, it was already past 1 o'clock in the morning. Lying in the hospital bed, Wang Wendong was receiving intravenous fluids on his hand, looking weak. Currently, he was the only patient in the room, the other beds beside him were empty. Ganyu and Dai Heng sat on the sofa next to him, finding the entire situation absurd and somewhat humorous. Dai Heng turned his face towards Ganyu. How are you feeling? Any discomfort anywhere? Do you feel nauseous? Ganyu felt nothing unusual. I'm fine. Maybe eating just 1 bite spared me any trouble. Thinking of this, Ganyu closed his eyes helplessly, sounding a bit tired. I did warn him to cook it longer. Dai Heng lounged deeply into the sofa, his long legs spread casually, his voice sounding slightly lazy and tired. What the hell is this nonsense? Eating a hot pot ends up poisoning us, nearly killing all 3 of us in my apartment. Ganyu leaned back on the sofa and chuckled lightly along with him. You know, Dai Heng tilted his head towards Ganyu, focusing his magnetic, low voice on the young man's serene profile. Ganyu also turned his head to look at him. There was no sound inside the room, their gazes silently met. Dai Heng tipped his head slightly backward, elongating his neckline, his Adam's apple prominently visible as he smiled without much concern. After going through this, don't you think we share life and death friendship now? Ganyu raised his eyebrows slightly but didn't get a chance to respond. Yes, it definitely counts as a life and death friendship, came Wang Wendong's weak reply from nearby. Both of them turned their attention to him simultaneously. Wang Wendong's voice was faint. But I still want to ask one more question, why does your life and death friendship cost my life? As the sole victim of the poisoning incident, Wang Wendong indeed felt somewhat pitiful. Ganyu leaned on the sofa, his head tilted back, laughing uncontrollably. Dai Heng's lips curled up slightly as well. When he turned his head again, his gaze lingered. The youth's facial features softened, his smile bright and sunny, adding to his charm with the small tiger tooth at the corner of his mouth. Dai Heng's smile gradually faded, his amber-colored pupils darkening, giving him a deeper look. Ganyu's features were inherently delicate, his nose high and defined, his lips plump and pink, with an attractive shape. His complexion naturally pale and clear. Especially when he smiled, the curve at the corner of his lips was captivating. He thought he might be slightly poisoned as well. The image of the boy in front of him slowly overlapped with that of the cat-eared girl from the live stream. A strange thought inexplicably came to his mind. Her lips should be very suitable for kissing. Chapter 20, It's Time to Fall in Love. Realizing what he had been thinking about, Dai Heng's Adam's apple slowly rolled as he forced himself to avert his gaze. He must be crazy. He thought, he probably fell in love with the cat-eared girl from the live stream at first sight. That's why he had such inappropriate thoughts about this face. It seemed like he was single for too long, it was time to fall in love. Ganyu didn't notice the abnormality beside him and glanced at the hospital bed. Old Wang, how do you feel now? I feel pretty good, the soup also tasted really nice. I've never had such delicious soup, Wang Wendong reminisced, I can still see little fairies dancing around me, removing the grass from my head. Ganyu slightly raised an eyebrow, are you addicted to it? Wang Wendong shook his hand, not quite. Although the soup was tasty, the feeling of stomach pumping wasn't pleasant. He looked at the 2 people sitting by the sofa, alright, I'm fine. Why don't both of you go back? Chatting all the time makes it hard for me to sleep. Fine then. Ganyu nodded, raising his hand to pat Dai Heng's arm, let's go, let him rest. Dai Heng lifted his eyelids and got up thoughtfully, looking at the person on the bed, then we will leave. We'll come see you again tomorrow. Wang Wendong struggled to wave at them. By the time they left the hospital, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. At this hour, the dormitory was already closed, so they couldn't return. Dai Heng stuffed one hand into his trouser pocket and stopped a taxi by the roadside. He was wearing just a loose-fitting black long-sleeve shirt, appearing somewhat thin, the fabric fluttering against his skin with the wind, revealing his slim waistline. Since earlier, Dai Heng's expression had been lethargic and his mood low. He turned his head to Ganyu, his voice hoarse with drowsiness. "Shall we crash at my place tonight?" At this hour, if it were any other day, they would have fallen asleep by now and felt extremely exhausted right now. Ganyu had no objections. "Sure." Dai Heng lifted his eyelids, "But there are no extra bedding at my place. We'll have to make do in the master bedroom." His 500 square meter house had 2 bedrooms, the others converted into a game room and cinema hall. Dai Heng rarely stayed there anyway, so he didn't have much bedding, only one set of sheets and a duvet cover in the master bedroom, while the other room remained empty. Fine. Ganyu was so tired his thoughts were slower than usual. By the time they arrived back at the community via taxi, it was already 2:30 in the morning. Walking into the living room, both of them were feeling quite weary. "Wash up quickly and get some sleep early. You can use the bathroom in the master bedroom," Dai Heng said as he moved towards the direction of the living room bathroom, lifting his shirt hem and pulling his upper garment off from the bottom. "Okay." Ganyu glanced at him, shifted his eyes away, and walked towards the bedroom. As he reached the door of the bathroom, Dai Heng paused in his step. Naked above the waist, holding the shirt he had just taken off, he turned around. "Oh, by the way." Ganyu also stopped in his tracks and turned to look at him. "There are clothes in the wardrobe, and underwear in the drawer," Dai Heng said with a half-smile. "Brand new, you can take them. They might be a bit big for you though." Ganyu showed no emotion as he turned his gaze away. "Who wants to wear your underwear?" Dai Heng slightly curled the corner of his lips, leaning casually against the doorframe. "Oh, you're planning to go commando? So open-minded?" "Shut up." After saying this, Ganyu directly pushed the door open and entered the bedroom. Dai Heng silently chuckled, straightened his posture, and entered the bathroom. Having rushed about all day, and visiting the hospital once, the bacteria on their clothes could no longer be worn. The space in the master bedroom was large, with a separate dressing room next to it. However, it wasn't put to good use, it only had a few pieces of clothing, mostly short-sleeved shirts and jogging pants. Ganyu borrowed a white t-shirt and a pair of jogging shorts from the wardrobe, then directly walked into the bathroom. After he took off his clothes, he realized that there were indeed quite a few injuries on his body. His lips were bruised, the slap marks on his face were not so obvious anymore, but there were several scratches on his neck, and his waist and abdomen also had some bruises. Ganyu usually didn't like to exercise much, so his skin was rather pale, making those wounds look very noticeable and somewhat severe. He turned on the shower head, and when the hot water touched the wounds, it caused a slight tingling pain. It was already late, so Ganyu quickly took a shower. After putting on the clothes, he walked out of the bathroom. Dai Heng's clothes were slightly big for him, but just wearing them to sleep wasn't an issue. As he came out from the bathroom, Dai Heng happened to walk in from the bedroom door. His upper body was bare, and he wore a pair of gray sports pants below, revealing a well-built figure with muscles visible even under clothing. The muscle lines flowed smoothly, and the V-shape leading into his pant waist was clearly discernible. His hair was not completely dried yet, half wet, and slightly messy. He held a piece of clothing in his hand, seemingly lost in thought. Dai Heng walked to the side of the bed and casually threw the shirt aside, discussing with him, "Actually, when I'm alone at home, I don't like to sleep with a shirt on. Do you mind?" Ganyu was extremely sleepy, how could he bother about what Dai Heng wore? Whatever. It was late autumn, and the temperature dropped to only around 10 degrees Celsius at night. There was only one quilt in the house, so they could only share it. Ganyu went around to the other side of the bed, already preparing to lie down. "Wait, apply some medicine before sleeping," Dai Heng said. Ganyu was so drowsy he couldn't keep his eyes open. After having taken a bath, the steam made his eyes red and blurry. What medicine? Sitting on the bed, he looked disoriented, raising his head to glance over, looking like some kind of fluffy little animal, inexplicably making one's heart soften. If he were a girl, he would undoubtedly be someone very likable. Dai Heng clicked his tongue lightly, turning away his gaze. "Didn't your neck get scratched?" Standing tall beside the bed, Dai Heng fished a tube of ointment out of his pants pocket and tossed it onto the bed. "Judging by the beatings you received, there should be many bruises on your body. You apply the ointment first, I'll go get an ice pack." Having said that, Dai Heng turned and walked out from the bedroom door. Ganyu actually wanted to say it wasn't necessary to go through the trouble, but since Dai Heng had left the room, he simply closed his mouth. He picked up the ointment on the bed, unscrewed the cap, squeezed a bit of white cream onto his hand, and blindly applied it to his neck based on feeling. The cream was cool to the touch, and touching the wound transmitted a subtle pain. When Dai Heng returned with the ice pack through the bedroom door, he saw Ganyu leaning his head back slightly, clumsily applying the ointment to his neck. Afraid the ointment would stain his clothes, he pulled down the collar slightly, exposing a small patch of skin on his neck and his slender clavicle. Wearing the oversized white t-shirt and gray sports shorts that reached just above the knee, Ganyu's legs appeared long and straight with pale skin. What good is it for a man to have such beautifully long legs? Dai Heng averted his gaze, walking to the other side of the bed, pulling back the covers, and getting in after Ganyu finished applying the ointment. Then he handed him the ice bag wrapped in a white towel. "Lay it on for a while." At this point, Ganyu was so overtaken by sleepiness that he actually wanted to decline. If he gets chilled, he might wake up again, then need to re-nurture sleepiness. I'll do it tomorrow. Ganyu declined politely, screwed the cap back on the ointment, placed it on the bedside table, pulled the thin blanket over himself, and lay down contentedly. Tisk. Daiheng raised an eyebrow. Still not taking proper care of oneself. Since words aren't helping, action is the only option. Alright, buddy, let me give you a hand. Chapter 21, Damn, so slim a waist. Before Ganyu could react, he didn't know what giving him a hand meant. Daiheng slightly leaned over, lifting the quilt with one hand, and directly lifted Ganyu's shirt with the other. Because the shirt was loose, once it was lifted halfway, the young and immature frame was revealed. Ganyu's physique was inclined to being slim and elegant, but the skeletal lines of the youth were very pretty, covered by a thin layer of muscles, making him look slender without appearing malnourished. Daiheng's first reaction was, how could this guy be so skinny, didn't he eat anything regularly? Damn, so slim a waist. When the gaze lingered again, he realized that there were indeed several bruises on his waist and abdomen. Ganyu's skin was very fair, so these bruises stood out particularly vividly. Daiheng pulled his lips into a smirk, and without hesitation, pressed the ice pack onto Ganyu's injuries. Despite being wrapped in a towel, the ice pack was still shockingly effective. Suddenly chilled by the low temperature, Ganyu's mind snapped to attention as his body jolted awake. He couldn't help but mutter a soft, damn. At the same moment, he lost control of his hand, which swung backwards. With a smack, Ganyu's left hand collided with Daiheng's right cheek. Daiheng turned his face away, likely also shocked from being hit. After 2 seconds, he pressed his tongue against his back teeth and looked down with narrowed eyes. His pupil color leaned toward amber, carrying a shade of gentleness usually. But with his brows furrowed and his cold gaze fixed on Ganyu, his aura was completely different from usual. Sorry, Ganyu quickly apologized, realizing his mistake, you just didn't warn me, it was too sudden. They stared at each other for 2 seconds. Just as Ganyu thought Daiheng would punch him in retaliation. Daiheng seemed rather irritated instead, letting out a soft laugh from his throat, fine, you've got your slap, I've got mine, good buddies have to stay equal. Ganyu. After that incident, Ganyu felt more than half of his sleepiness vanish. He lay there, staring at Daiheng. Currently, Daiheng was half kneeling on the bed, grabbing Ganyu's shirt to lift it up with one hand while the other hand rested on Ganyu's waist and abdomen, preventing any unnecessary movement. The pose was rather inappropriate looking. It somewhat resembled a scenario where a bully was about to take advantage of an innocent young lady. Ganyu became momentarily speechless upon this realization and reached out to take the ice pack from Daiheng's hand. Alright, I can do it myself. Throughout his life, Ganyu had rarely ever made friends, let alone experienced such intimate brotherly actions, making him feel slightly uncomfortable. But between boys, it was often like this, simple and rough. Daiheng looked down at him for a few moments, the look in his eyes unreadable, then finally released his grip and moved back to his own side. Ganyu sat up, leaning against the headboard and diligently applying the ice pack to his bruises, not daring to be lax anymore. To avoid another surprise attack from someone else. After icing all the bruised areas, Ganyu got up to put the ice pack back in the fridge before lying back down in bed, ready to finally get some rest. However, Daiheng wasn't able to fall asleep easily. Leaning against the headboard, he pushed his tongue against his cheek's right side, glancing at Ganyu who slept soundly and peacefully on the left. Filled with both frustration and amusement. Quietness lingered for a while before Daiheng picked up his phone in boredom. There were still plenty of unread messages on WeChat. He cleared off the red dots one by one, then opened the group chat, Psycho Friends chat room. Even late at night, they weren't asleep yet, discussing topics enthusiastically. Deng Feiji, guys, are you sleeping? I've got great news, I think I'm going to fall in love. Deng Feiji, my goddess has agreed to go out on a date with me tomorrow. I'm so excited, I can't sleep. I'm even thinking about what hairstyle I should go for tomorrow. Deng Feiji, give me some advice, brothers. Sanchi, really? Which family's poor girl must have gone blind at a young age, choosing you? Deng Feiji. Deng Feiji, my goddess said I'm the most handsome man she's ever seen. Sanchi, if it doesn't work out, bring her to the hospital to check her vision or drag her into our chat group and give her something good to eat. Deng Feiji. In this group, Deng Feiji's looks ranked the lowest. 2 big stars, Sanchi and the other member who always remained hidden, plus the almost celebrity school heartthrob Daiheng, and another smooth operator. Deng Feiji, forget it. Being at the same school as you guys in high school cost me 3 years without a single love letter. Finally escaping from your claws, please let me be. Deng Feiji, are the others asleep? Deng Feiji, everyone lives so regularly. Deng Feiji, well, forget about Daiheng, since he doesn't have sex life anyway and sleeps early. Is Lao already asleep? Having read this, Daiheng chuckled with amusement and sent a quick message, do you even have a sex life? Deng Feiji, yeah, you're still awake. Deng Feiji replied to his previous message, to be honest, I might be close to getting one. Deng Feiji, I'm truly sorry, my friend is about to reach the pinnacle of life. I'll be sleeping with a sweet fragrance at night, unlike you guys, who are all alone and suffer from insomnia. Sanchi. Daiheng nonchalantly dropped a bomb in the group chat, can't sleep alone. That doesn't apply here. There's someone on my bed right now. Deng Feiji. Sanchi. Lauer. Deng Feiji, at Lauer, are you not asleep yet? You didn't show up when I was chatting earlier, but now you're active. Lao, at Daiheng, who is it? Did you quietly become single no more? Deng Feiji, at Daiheng, so your reason for being awake this late is because you have sex life. Daiheng, not exactly. Holding his phone, Daiheng turned his face casually. The person beside him had their back to him, tightly covered by blankets, exposing only a fluffy head. Daiheng raised an eyebrow, took a picture of his back with his phone, and directly sent it to the group chat, my buddy. Deng Feiji. Sanchi. Lauer. Lauer, next time don't pant like that, got excited for nothing, thought something exciting happened. Smirking slightly as he thought more and found it increasingly ridiculous, Daiheng let out a soft laugh, it is pretty exciting. He just slapped me. I've never been hit by anyone before. Deng Feiji, what fun, so, you two were fighting on the bed just now. Elaborate. Daiheng, the art of language is a big subject. I suggest you go back to elementary school. Lauer, so, what you mean is that your good buddy slapped you, and he's not only unharmed, but also sound asleep. You've changed. Back then, if anyone touched even a hair on your head, they'd end up in the hospital with broken hands or legs. Now someone has slapped your face, and you do nothing. You're not the dog you used to be. Lauer, at least send a front face shot, my curiosity towards him has reached its peak. Sanchi, after appraisal, this is one perfect back of the head. Deng Feiji, good, in the past we just sat on your bed and you made us leave. Now you actually let someone else share it with you. You're doing well. Faced with their accusations, Daiheng chose to ignore them. He stopped replying, locked his phone screen and placed it on the bedside table, turning off the ceiling light. The room dimmed quite a bit, leaving only a faint yellow light from the desk lamp. The desk lamp was on Ganyu's side. Daiheng habitually turns off all lights before sleeping. He propped himself up on one arm, his body hovering over Ganyu, planning to turn off the desk lamp. The pillow sank slightly, perhaps sensing the external force. The originally sleeping Ganyu suddenly turned, facing him. In just this instant, the distance between them inexplicably became very close. Close enough for Daiheng to clearly see his eyelashes and feel the warmth of his breath. Ganyu smelled of shower gel, same brand as his, but seemed somewhat different. He was asleep, with the usual indifference hidden somewhat, appearing softer than normal, his jawline clear, neck long, skin so white it almost looked translucent. Daiheng's movements froze, staring at him from above. This face really grew on him aesthetically. Even the little mole on Ganyu's nose, he found unexpectedly appealing. Does Dabao fish have this mole too? After some time. Thankfully you have a sister. An unclear sentence, muttered almost subconsciously. Chapter 22. Stop abusing me every other day. The room was very quiet, and no one replied to him. Daiheng gently pulled the corner of his lips into a smirk, his voice low, since we're such great friends, it shouldn't be excessive for me to chase your sister, right? There wasn't any other idea while watching live streams at first. But with repeated inappropriate thoughts crossing his mind regarding this face, he felt like he should fall in love. But Daiheng licked the corner of his mouth, thoughtful, if I fail to pursue her, I won't tell you. When I successfully get her, I'll confess my sins to you, alright? He murmured softly, I'm pretty good to your sister, right? Don't turn against me later. Perhaps due to his proximity, his voice right next to Ganyu's ear. Ganyu in his sleep felt the persistent whispers near his ear, lightly frowning. Probably wanting to drive away the noise, he waved his hand like swatting a mosquito. PAF. Daiheng. The left cheek was slapped again. Although it didn't hurt, it was enough to make him confused. IF *********************************************** Daiheng was slapped twice in one night and this time really couldn't say anything. The culprit had no idea about what he did and still slept soundly. After a long while, Daiheng sighed. Forget it. Forgive him one more time. The next morning. Sunlight shone through the glass window into the room, speckled light shining on the two handsome faces on the bed. Today was Saturday, so there was no need for an 8 a.m. alarm, but the biological clock still woke Ganyu up promptly. As his consciousness returned, he smelled unfamiliar shower gel, different from what he usually used. There was a warm breath over his forehead, bringing a slight itch. Ganyu wanted to raise his hand to scratch his forehead. The next second, he suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes and saw an almost flawless handsome face in front of him. But they were too close, so close that it was somewhat scary. He remembered that he slept on the edge last night. How come when he woke up they were so close? Ganyu instinctively wanted to push the person in front of him away, but he found out that his left wrist was being held in the other's palm. The other's palm was very large, completely covering his wrist. He tried hard to pull away but couldn't at the moment. After spending some time together, although he had already accepted Daiheng as a good buddy in his heart, it didn't mean they had to hold hands while sleeping. Hey, Ganyu frowned and pulled his wrist out of his palm. Daiheng was obviously woken up by his movement. He lazily opened his eyes. Maybe because he didn't sleep well last night, his handsome face still bore deep fatigue. The first thing he did after waking up was to look at his face and then sigh helplessly. Ganyu. He originally wanted to scold him, but his reaction made him feel that maybe something unpleasant happened last night. Ganyu, did you not sleep well last night? He suspected whether he had stolen his blanket or invaded his territory. Daiheng rested his hand behind his head and carelessly pointed to his left cheek with his finger. Take a closer look. Ganyu. Daiheng, are there any fingerprints of yours? Ganyu. Daiheng half closed his eyes and looked at him, chuckling lightly. His tone carried a hint of helplessness. Didn't you practice martial arts when you were a kid? You punched all night long, slapping me twice and kicking me 3 times. His tone was relaxed, calmly narrating Ganyu's misdeeds. If I hadn't restrained your hands and feet, you would have almost murdered me last night, and today, you'd be carrying a murder charge. Ganyu. Alright. No matter how many plans he calculated, he never expected that he enjoyed hitting others in his sleep. Ganyu has never slept with anyone else before, and he really didn't know that his sleep posture was so bad. It's a good thing he wasn't dating yet, otherwise, his partner might be in danger. Looking at Daiheng, judging from his weary appearance, these words still seemed somewhat true. He felt slightly guilty. I didn't know I had this problem, and no one ever told me. Borrowing someone else's room and bed, and then beating them up in the middle of the night, is kind of unacceptable. Boys solve problems like this, right? If it can be solved with fists, don't resort to arguing. Feeling a little remorseful, Ganyu made a suggestion, or, you could hit me back, I won't fight back. Daiheng looked at him for a while, sizing up his thin frame, judging how much this small body could withstand. He slightly curved his lips, turned away, sat up, picked up a black long-sleeved shirt nearby and put it on. Forget it, keep it for now, and we'll settle accounts later. Ganyu. Could such a thing be kept? Meaning, if one day he's unhappy, he might slap him just for fun. This makes him uncomfortable. It's better to settle things once and for all. Ganyu frowned. You should still. Or. Daiheng crossed his arms, leaning lazily against the headboard. You satisfy one of my requests, and we're even. Ganyu stared at him for 2 seconds. What is it? Daiheng raised his eyebrows, negotiating with him in a low voice. Can you be nicer to me in the future? Don't resort to domestic violence so easily. He sighed and dragged his tone. I keep you in my heart, but you kick me out of bed. Buddy, I'm deeply hurt. Ganyu. If it weren't for the fact that he was at fault, he would have scolded him a bit. Can the term domestic violence be applied to them? What an illiterate person. Ganyu perfunctorily responded, alright, I'll treat you like a little princess and hold you in the palm of my hand in the future. Chapter 23, I am not his girlfriend. He glanced at the time. It was almost 8 o'clock. Ganyu had part-time work in the morning, so going there now would fit perfectly. He got up and went into the bathroom. After washing up, he changed back into his white shirt. It was still early, so Ganyu planned to go back to the dormitory to change clothes before going to work. Daiheng was leaning against the headboard with the blanket carelessly draped over his waist and abdomen. He glanced at his phone and casually asked, what's your plan today? Work. Ganyu put on his coat while answering briefly. Daiheng looked up, are you working all day? Yeah. You don't seem to mind being tired. Daiheng lowered his eyes and fiddled with his phone for a moment. A while later, he raised his eyelids, will you take this princess along? Ganyu looked up, suspecting he had heard wrong. The rich second generation, having nothing to do after eating, planned to experience the hardships of life. Ganyu eyed him suspiciously, are you going to work with me? Not really. Daiheng curled the corner of his lips, his peach-shaped eyes slightly bent, and laughed leisurely despite his lack of justification, you take me along so I can watch you work. In the morning, Ganyu worked as an hourly worker at KFC. His working hours were from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. In the morning, after leaving the neighborhood and changing clothes in the dormitory, the two ate breakfast randomly by the roadside outside the school. When they arrived, it was exactly 9 o'clock. Ganyu was busy behind the work counter. Daiheng found a windowside seat, took out his mobile phone to play games, looking completely idle, relaxed, and carefree as a wealthy young master. For what Ganyu was doing, he could hardly understand. Even though he could just stay home, Daiheng insisted on running out and suffering needlessly, without knowing why. After the breakfast rush, there wasn't much business in the store during the morning, so it was fairly quiet. Two girls working part-time nearby were chatting, did you see that guy by the window, so handsome? I want to go ask for his WeChat, but I'm not sure if he will still be here when my shift changes. I've noticed him for a long time. He has been here for quite a while, waiting for someone. Could he be waiting for his girlfriend? Ganyu. Yes, he was waiting, but not for a girlfriend. Ganyu prepared meals expressionlessly without intentionally listening, but their conversation still filtered through intermittently. I don't know why, the more I look, the more familiar he seems. Let's take a picture and post it on the confession wall to see if we can find out who he is. Oh no, isn't he, top one on the list of playboys? Is he not Dai, the campus grass? The two girls took out their phones and discussed in clusters. The subsequent conversation became intermittent. It really is him. In real life, he's even more handsome than in pictures. What? Does he have a girlfriend? He must be waiting for his girlfriend. Otherwise, how could he wait so patiently for the whole morning? I'm curious, given how he looks, his girlfriend must be incredibly beautiful. I'd really like to see what celestial beauty this big hunk is waiting for. Ganyu. Is it possible to ask him to retreat now? After all, Princess Dai isn't waiting for any celestial beauty, these two girls will be disappointed. After a while, a girl's voice came from the side, Ganyu, are you? He hadn't expected to suddenly hear his name from their mouths. His brain had been overwhelmed by the word girlfriend. Ganyu paused for a moment, his brain instantly stalled, and instinctively blurted out, no. I am not his girlfriend. The air was quiet for a moment. The two girls stared at him, both dumbfounded at the same time, eh? Ganyu realized belatedly what happened, doubting whether his brain had short-circuited just now. There's nothing, I wasn't talking to you, he coughed lightly, did you call me? The girl blinked her eyes, oh, I wanted to ask if you switched shifts at 2 o'clock. It seemed like the manager had something for you earlier. Maybe you should call him. Ganyu nodded, okay, I understand. The girl blinked a few times, paused for half a second, glanced at him, then at Daiheng by the floor-to-ceiling window, and cautiously asked, do you know Daiheng? Ganyu's eyelids twitched slightly. He recalled the rumors on the school network recently that said the two of them were a couple. If someone saw them sticking together even during holidays, wouldn't those rumors be confirmed once again? Ganyu pressed his lips together and stiffly uttered 3 words, I don't know him. But. The girl pointed toward the window, it seems like he is calling you. Ganyu's figure froze momentarily. Slightly stiffly, he raised his head to look over. Daiheng had stopped playing with his phone, casually leaning against the sofa, his long legs sprawled out, an arm draped over the backrest. He was propping his head up with one hand, tilting it slightly, staring directly at him. For how long he'd been looking like this was unknown. After their gazes met, Daiheng lightly curled his lips upward and raised his hand, beckoning him with a finger. The expressions of the two girls were clearly filled with intrigue. Ganyu turned around, attempting to clarify, he probably wants to order something. Both girls. After saying this, Ganyu picked up a cloth and walked around from the counter towards the floor-to-ceiling window. What do you want? Ganyu didn't raise his eyes but used the cloth to wipe an already spotless table surface twice. His manner was strictly professional, as if they weren't familiar at all. Daiheng arched an eyebrow and watched his actions, smirking faintly, what do you want for lunch? I can find a restaurant. Ganyu glanced at him and said indifferently, whatever. Daiheng lowered his gaze, absent-mindedly tapped the screen of his phone twice, then I'll choose. Ganyu pursed his lips slightly, suddenly remembering something, and looked up to ask softly, do you want anything to drink? Daiheng arched an eyebrow and looked up at him. The inquiry was obvious. Are you not thirsty after staying here all morning? Ganyu couldn't go out to buy drinks for Prince Dai at the moment, so he could only choose something in the store, do you want some cola? Daiheng lazily lifted his eyes and responded offhandedly, all right. Ganyu looked at him and said curtly, wait. With those 2 words, he turned back to the counter, grabbed a cup to fill with cola. Under the very enthusiastic gaze of the 2 girls, Ganyu took a cup of cola over and placed it on the table, looking down modestly, and suggested quietly, or maybe you should leave soon. Daiheng appeared leisurely, watching him curiously, why? Ganyu glanced at the time, which was now 11 a.m., I have to work until 2 p.m. Aren't you bored? Not really. Daiheng smiled faintly, his peach-shaped eyes deep and affectionate when he laughed, I can hold out. You focus on your work, no need to worry about me. There's no way Ganyu could say. We might be mistaken for a gay couple and publicly condemned on the school network just to preserve our innocence. To protect our reputation, you should withdraw quickly. But such behavior makes it seem like we're secretly doing something illicit. This is even more inappropriate. Never mind, let it be. Ultimately, Ganyu didn't utter a word. After placing the cola down, he turned and planned to return. Oh, Ganyu. Daiheng had just finished selecting a restaurant. He started a game now, occasionally raising his eyes lazily while asking offhandedly, are you going back to the dorm tonight or to mine? Ganyu froze mid-step before having a chance to respond. Daiheng dropped his gaze, manipulating the snake on his phone screen. Then, as if he'd remembered something, he murmured softly, but my blanket at my place is too thin, and last night you snatched my blanket. If you sleep with me twice more, I suspect I'll catch a cold again. We need to buy a couple thicker blankets when free. What outrageous nonsense are you spouting? Who the hell sleeps with you? A slight tremor ran along Ganyu's temple. As he turned around, his eyes met exactly with a female colleague who came to tidy up the table. Chapter 24, My 1m89 Little Bride. The girl's expression became vividly intricate, as if she'd just overheard some astonishing secret. Is this what you meant by, not too familiar? Already sleeping together? And sharing the same blanket? Isn't your relationship getting a bit too intimate? The girl's face was filled with astonishment. She seemed ready to have her memory wiped the next moment. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear anything. After saying this, she hurriedly took the plate to the recycling area. Ganyu wanted to explain something, but then felt it unnecessary to justify himself to them. Since he wasn't familiar with them anyway. Daiheng leaned back against the sofa, looking somewhat confused as he tilted his head and glanced at the direction the girl had left. What do you mean? Ganyu slowly exhaled. Forget it. Returning to the workstation, Ganyu continued taking customer orders. On the other side, the two girls quickly gathered together again, their excited voices whispering over. Turns out he wasn't waiting for a girlfriend but a boyfriend. Exactly. I knew it. I could tell just by looking, they're a couple. Ganyu, ? You were just saying he has a celestial girlfriend. Approaching 11:30. The shop gradually filled with many customers, almost no tables left empty. Daiheng lay sprawled in his chair, playing a game on his phone while his peripheral vision noticed something placed on the table. He paused what he was doing and raised his eyelids to look. Ganyu lowered his eyes as he placed the food tray on the table. There were fries, burgers, and chicken wings inside. The fries were even extra large, spilling out of the cup. Daiheng arched an eyebrow, seemingly surprised. Ganyu's face remained emotionless as he thought about once again being mistaken for a gay relationship. Still have a few hours before work ends, so just having a little snack. His portions were clearly much larger than others. Such a huge pile of food, and it was only supposed to tide him over. Daiheng slightly tilted his head, his expression full of interest. Are you feeding pigs? Feeding you. Ganyu dropped these two words and turned away. At exactly 2 o'clock, Ganyu finished work on time. After calling the manager from the staff lounge, he noticed a small red dot indicating new WeChat message notifications. As Ganyu walked out, he glanced into WeChat. 5 minutes ago, Zhou Mo sent a message in the dorm group. Zhou Mo. Zhou Mo, at Daiheng at Ganyu, are you two together? Daiheng had replied earlier in the group, how did you know? Nearby. Zhou Mo tossed in a link. Before Daiheng replied, he probably clicked on the link to check. Ganyu felt a slight twitch between his eyebrows as he tapped into the link for a look. Sure enough. The title was explosive, shocking. Accidentally exposed the affair between the two campus gods while working today. I'm best at shipping CP, original poster, guys, who understands? Today while working, I met the two campus gods of Lin University. Ganyu was working, and Daiheng waited there all morning. Super sweet. They are rumored to already be cohabiting, this poster heard it firsthand. Frankly speaking, Ganyu is really doting. Throughout the morning, sending drinks and food. Daiheng, usually such a rogue stud, acted like a spoiled little wife today, with pictures as evidence. I'm best at shipping CP, original poster. They pretended not to know each other, but there's no way to escape this poster's eyes. After all, when loving someone, your eyes give you away. Dai couldn't help but gaze deeply at Gan, who was busy, especially affectionate. Ganyu. This student really should get your eyes checked. In just 1 hour since the post was published, there were already many replies below. Must not fail. Whoa, is this true or false? Advisor loves me again. To be honest, these two really do make a great pairing. Call me Beauty HH, I've wanted to say this, I always end up imagining an entire BL novel every time I see them. Love egg yolk pie. Actually, I've been secretly shipping them too, but I never imagined, it's the high and mighty flower of hard-working students and his flirtatious rogue little wife. Won't change my name until passing CET, for, if a man loves his wife, he'll take care of her even while working. Sniff sniff, so heartwarming. Ganyu. Ganyu truly wanted to kneel down to these schoolmates, their imagination simply top-notch. Turning a blind eye, he exited the post and walked out from the staff lounge. Daiheng still maintained that lazy demeanor by the window, his tall figure lounging on the sofa, holding his phone with a relaxed expression. The phone screen still lingered on the post interface, scrolling absent-mindedly. Why does this post need such repeated analysis? Ganyu walked over, lightly tapping his shoulder with the back of his hand. Let's go, why bother scrutinizing a rumor-filled post like that? Daiheng lifted his eyelids, the interest in his eyes yet to fully disappear. Did you read it? He stood up unhurriedly, his height surpassing Ganyu by half a head. Broad shoulders, slim waist, and an exceptionally good body ratio, with a figure nearing 189 centimeters tall, standing there radiating a powerful presence. Ganyu thought that those netizens should really have their eyes checked. Was there ever a small sweetheart who was 189 centimeters tall? The two walked out one after the other. Ganyu wore a white t-shirt with a gray jacket over it, and a black backpack slung over his shoulder. He oozed youthful energy, his excessively refined face showed no emotion. Daiheng walked to his side, one hand in his trouser pocket, moving backward leisurely. His tall, upright frame carried a natural relaxed air as he looked down at Ganyu. Are you mad? He curled his lips, his eyes shining with flirtation when he smiled. Do I need to be? Even being called someone's little wife didn't make me angry. Ganyu had already noticed. This guy's eyes were naturally like this, they looked passionate even at a dog. You take it pretty well, said Ganyu, giving him a look. Happy to be called a little wife? Daiheng lowered his chin slightly and let out a soft chuckle, a faint sound emerging from his throat. It's my first time pretending to be one, it's actually quite interesting. Ganyu. Nonsense. Daiheng licked his lips, seemingly finding it amusing. Anyway, you don't plan on dating, so we can just stick together as great friends. I'll stay single with you. That's not certain, Ganyu replied offhandedly. After only a few days, are you already changing your mind? Daiheng paused for a moment, lifting his gaze with an air of absurdity. Have you fallen for someone? Ganyu answered honestly, just because I haven't thought about it now doesn't mean I never will. He'd been crushed under debt issues for too long and didn't want to drag others into his suffering. That didn't mean he would live like this forever. Daiheng stared at him for a while before slowly pulling his gaze away, lost in thought. His phone in his pocket vibrated again. Ganyu took out his phone for a glance. There were actually several text messages. The sender was an unfamiliar number. These days, texting wasn't common anymore, except for ads or sales pitches, legit phone numbers were rare. Ganyu clicked into the message for a look. Chapter 25, Harassment Texts. Plus 86,132 times 2111, aren't you straight? Why are you dating him? Plus 86,132 times 2111, how dare you be with him? He's mine. Plus 86,132 times 2111, will you break up with him? Only I love you the most. Why won't you take a look at me? What kind of rubbish is this? Ganyu frowned, suspecting someone was playing a prank. Not many people knew his number, so it was likely someone from school. He replied, who are you? After waiting for a bit without a response. Ganyu noticed that the person beside him hadn't caught up. Daiheng stopped with his foot mid-step, turning his head over with one hand still tucked in his trouser pocket. What's wrong? Ganyu hesitated briefly, added the number to his blacklist, and his voice remained calm. Nothing, spam messages. He locked the screen and returned the phone to his pocket. Ganyu remembered something and raised his eyes to look at the back view of the person in front of him. Daiheng, are you going back now? I have something to do. Daiheng stopped walking, turned sideways, and his usual lethargic demeanor returned. What are you up to? Ganyu said, I'm tutoring, the kid needs help with his homework. Can't I come? Ganyu lifted his eyes, puzzled. Why would you come if I'm tutoring you? Buy one get one free classes. Silence. Daiheng lowered his eyes, idly scrolling through his phone, the line of his lips flattening. All right. Then I'll go back to the apartment. Ganyu vaguely sensed that his mood seemed to have soured. But he had no time to ask much right now, nor could he bring him along. He had quit his part-time job at the convenience store on Saturday night. After finishing tutoring the kid, he also had to host a live broadcast. After separating ways, Ganyu directly headed to the home where he gave private lessons. It was a young male student in the first year of Lin University High School. Although his score was slightly lacking during the high school entrance exam and got into the school by some connections and money, he now needed intensive study sessions to keep up with the progress. The boy recently struggled a lot with studying. Aside from one-on-one private lessons with Ganyu, his parents also enrolled him in additional courses. With a heavy learning schedule every day, he was constantly on the verge of breaking down. In the boy's room, various models were displayed on the bookshelf. Thanks to the maid's cleaning, the room was clean and tidy. In front of the spacious desk, Chen Jian wore a loungewear outfit and was seated writing test papers. The 16-year-old boy was already almost as tall as him. Probably due to heavy academic pressure, he usually had a serious demeanor with few words, looking somewhat stern. Neither of the two was particularly talkative. Apart from matters related to studying, they hardly exchanged much conversation in their daily lives. Ganyu sat on the other side at a distance, scrolling through his phone messages with his eyes cast downward. Messages Daiheng sent just now. Have you arrived yet? Which subject are you tutoring? Are there any problems? Send them over for me to check. Ganyu thought he must be bored out of his mind. He casually grabbed a blank biology exam sheet, took a photo, and sent it over. Ganyu replied, can you do this? Teacher Gan will grade your answers. Daiheng, who are you trying to look down upon, Teacher Gan? A second later. Daiheng, is the first question A? Ganyu arched an eyebrow, the first question is C, are you even struggling with high school level stuff? Daiheng, just joking around, I'll get serious now. Daiheng, the second one's B. Ganyu. Ganyu, second question is also C. Daiheng. Is high school material this hard? Ganyu slowly typed back, how did you even get into university? Did you cheat or something? Daiheng, I got in by sheer ability. Daiheng, scored 47 on the biology portion of the college entrance exam. Ganyu. How severe was this guy's bias in subjects? He scored 47 on the biology portion and still made it into a top-tier university. Daiheng calmly sent another message, I scored 150 on the math portion, but you're picking on the things I don't know. Are you targeting me? Ganyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. So that was it. Getting a perfect score on the college entrance math exam meant he was indeed quite capable in certain areas. Teacher Gan, are you in a relationship? Suddenly, the boy's voice came out of nowhere. Ganyu paused his typing fingers and looked up. Why do you ask that? Chen Jian turned around, staring at his phone for a while before raising his gaze. You never used to play with your phone when you helped me with homework, and you were smiling while replying to someone's messages. After a short pause, he continued, are you talking to your girlfriend? Smiling? Ganyu hadn't realized he was actually smiling while replying to the messages. He reined in the corner of his mouth and switched off the phone screen. I'm not dating anyone, it's just a message from my roommate. Focus on your test, and once you finish, I'll explain the questions. Qinjian glanced at him, softly responding with a and turned back to continue answering his questions. Ganyu didn't dare to mess with his phone anymore. He placed it aside and picked up the student's workbook, flipping through the week's homework situation. Underneath the homework book, there was a leather notebook, one he hadn't seen before. Ganyu pulled it out but hadn't had the chance to open it. Qinjian noticed, reacting like someone had touched a sore spot, stood up quickly as the chair scraped against the floor with a harsh noise. Shoo, he yanked the notebook away. Nervously, he stuffed it into the drawer. That's not part of the homework. Chapter 26, The Stunning Flower Queen Little You. Ganyu blinked in confusion. Sorry, since it was together with your homework, I assumed it needed checking. It's fine. The boy didn't look back, his tone muffled as he kept scribbling away. Ganyu scratched the side of his eye, showing no further concern. After all, everyone has a bit of privacy, it was normal, and he picked up the next homework book to take a look. Perhaps because of the immense pressure, recently, Qinjian's homework completion wasn't great, and his handwriting had become messy. His parents were not at home, usually, only the nanny took care of him. Based on today's test performance, Ganyu noted down the issues and sent feedback via WeChat to the boy's parents. It was already 5 p.m. by the time Ganyu finished tutoring all of Qinjian's homework. Ganyu left the student's house directly heading to the rented place where Qinxi stayed. Today, Qinxi happened to be home. She often worked as a model and had some connections outside for costume borrowing. With the professional assistance of Qinxi, Ganyu could attempt slightly more complex looks for his live streams. A black-based red-flowered Han-style dress adorned with white butterflies, its wide sleeves embroidered with large red flowers, looked exceptionally exquisite. The Han-style dress had a V-neck design, revealing a small patch of pale skin on the neck. The sash cinched in the waist tightly, making the whole figure appear slim and delicate. Her long black hair was tied up into a side bun, with a red peony flower adorning her ear. And thus emerged the image of an absolutely stunning flower queen. Paired with Ganyu's strikingly beautiful cold face. When Qinxi was applying makeup on him, his lips were almost as hard to control as AK guns. Ganyu's gaze fell on her lip corners that couldn't help but curve upward, somewhat puzzled. What's wrong? Ganyu had great skin, and even when he wasn't wearing any makeup, he still looked unrealistically handsome. Not to mention after adding some foundation, eyeliner, and lipstick, accentuating the advantages of his facial features even more. Black hair, snow-white skin, red lips, combined with his baby lashes fluttering like crow feathers when he raised his eyes, his gaze devoid of any worldly desire, yet mysteriously enticing. Nothing, Qinxi contained her excitement while giving him highlighter, it's just that I think. Ganyu, you're too good-looking. It's such a pity that you're not a girl. She paused for a moment, admiring her masterpiece. Tsk, if I were a guy, I'd definitely be spellbound by you. Ganyu. Oh no, Qinxi was very serious. Even as a woman, I'm already completely mesmerized by you right now. Ganyu found it amusing. You're exaggerating too much. Not at all. You really have no idea how good-looking you are. While they were talking, the phone screen on the desk lit up, a message popped out. Daiheng, back to the dormitory yet? Ganyu. This guy always had nothing better to do throughout the day, so why did he keep staring at him? Ganyu picked up his phone and sent 2 words back, not yet. After pondering for a bit, he casually came up with an excuse. The parents of the student invited me for dinner, so I'll return to the dorm later. Daiheng. Then there was nothing after that. Ganyu raised an eyebrow. Half an hour ago, Ganyu took a photo of himself in the Han-style dress in front of the mirror as a preview, announcing that he would stream live today. Now, in the background, he kept receiving private messages and comments from fans asking when he would go live. Ganyu looked down and checked those messages one by one, allowing Qinxi to mess around with his face. One private message drew his attention again. 21111, are you really short on money? 21111, today's outfit is so pretty. 21111, when will you start your broadcast? I want to see you. 21111, I've heard that female broadcasters will meet up if you shower them with enough money, right? 21111, how much money can I pay to date you? Ganyu remembered the account he had blocked before, which seemed to be called 2111. This time there was an extra 1, but this name was too similar to not associate them together. Also thinking about the telephone number he blocked earlier, its last 4 digits seemed to also be 2111. Could it be the same person? Ganyu slightly furrowed his brows. To separate his online life from reality, he normally used different numbers than the Douyin account when at school. If this person met him online, there's no way this person could send a text message to Ganyu's phone number. Unless this person was from school or someone who knew him in real life, and then came across Doubey's account. Being harassed continuously by lunatics, Ganyu became a little annoyed. Thinking it might be someone he knows in real life made him even more irritable. At first, he actually didn't think that far ahead. He simply wanted to pay off his debt and earn enough money for his father's kidney transplant, 40,000 yuan, without wanting to be a broadcaster forever. He didn't want his real life to be influenced by the internet. But apparently, there are always stupid people around to brush up their presence. The makeup was almost done. Chen Si used an eyeliner pen to add a few freckles below his cheeks, enhancing his allure further. Absolutely stunning, Xiao Yu. You can start broadcasting now. Sensing Gan Yu's abnormality, Chen Si curiously looked at his screen. What's wrong? Why do you have this expression? Gan Yu lightly pressed his lips, blocking that number again, faintly saying, received some harassment messages. Lately, people have been sending me weird stuff all the time. Chen Si capped the eyeliner pen and began tidying up the cosmetics on the desk. That happens. Being a broadcaster is not easy, and you often receive harassment messages. Just ignore them, block them. I've already blocked them. Gan Yu locked his phone screen and set it aside. After completing all the preparations, Gan Yu sat in front of the computer and started today's live broadcast. Chapter 27, Impossible to Date You. Probably due to the last live stream, which garnered quite a few fans, today's viewership was fairly high. Not long after starting, the number of viewers stabilized at around 500. Coupled with his stunning outfit today, some casual passers-by became fans as well. The chat messages on the public screen kept refreshing and rolling non-stop. Night Owl, newbie arrived at the palace. I've never seen you before, lustful look, lustful look. No coriander, what? Isn't the Three Kingdoms era over? Where did a Zhao Chan come from? Deserves to be single, sharp screech, Su Peixing, screams, I want her to accompany me tonight. Sinister slithering, from now on, she's my only beloved. Licking, lust, lust. Shiba Inu daily, you guys are so good at saying flirty things, unlike me who can only say, damn, wiping nosebleed, hee hee laugh. Square root 3, among all the beauties I've seen, you would rank as number 1. What is your name? A tender doting face. Sister infamous pervert, my wife is so beautiful, ugly men get out, don't look at my wife I'm so angry. Jailing elementary student, she's my wife. You guys are not allowed to take her. Wife, you're so gorgeous today, I can't take it anymore, even my phantom limb got hard. Ding ding, do you like clean boys? I spend all my money every month. Yeah, do you like 165 centimeters tall athletic boys? I attended 2 PE classes. Gan Yu stared at the various comments scrolling across the public screen and couldn't find any question that he needed to answer. He had no idea where these flashy flirtations were coming from. So, he just greeted into the camera, good evening everyone, let's chat for a while first. We will head out later for PK. The number of people in the live room remained at over 1,000 plus. There were many new fans entering the room, sending light boards and various gifts. Gan Yu still automatically announced the JDs, nicknames or IDs, of those who sent gifts. Suddenly, a carnival effect popped up right in the center of the screen. 1111 sends carnival times 1. It was a new account, user level just 1. Gan Yu glanced at that JD, hesitated for a moment, but still expressed his gratitude, thank you, 1111, for the carnival. At the same time, 1111's comment appeared on the public screen. 1111, does sending you a carnival give me the right to make demands then? 1111, how about you start dating me then? Gan Yu felt a slight twitch in the corner of his forehead. In the live streaming circle, there was an unspoken rule. To maintain their big donors' loyalty, streamers would often add them on WeChat or give them some small private benefits to ensure they stayed in the live room. But upon seeing this account, Gan Yu almost went into a state of stress-induced reaction. He had already blocked several numeric accounts. 2111 and 1111 had striking similarities. Could it be another sick freak registering a secondary account? Gan Yu knitted his eyebrows together, unable to say anything before the chat room's audience chimed in. Farting loudly. Upstairs digital bro, what nonsense are you thinking of eating? One carnival, and you think you can hook up with a female streamer? Where do you have such big-headed arrogance? Lapin fish, other people's top donor may suggest meeting first, but you, jumping straight into asking for a relationship? Do you think you deserve it? And by the way, you're nowhere near being the top donor either. Square root 3, I could hear your calculating mind all the way from Hebei. Want to hook up with the female streamer? Start by leveling your fan badge to level 50 first. Nice. Is this guy the one who harasses our baby non-stop day and night? Wealth god is my moonlight, let's check with brother Fengshe if he agrees. After all, he's the kind who directly sends emperor packages. Where would you place someone like you? Preserved Hawthorne, by comparison, brother Fengshe does look cooler. The emperor package showed up with him directly, and what's more, he's super low-key. Wah, such a great top donor. Farting loudly, today, brother C doesn't seem to be around. Everyone mocked 1111, believing he was a delusional man full of entitlement. Although a carnival costs 3,000 yuan each, some broadcasters might not receive even one carnival after broadcasting for months. But Gan Yu's live room had witnessed an emperor package before. On top of that, this digital brother sounded too presumptuous, which instantly angered everyone. Just as soon as that, the carnival effect reappeared on the screen. 1111 sends carnival times 1. 1111 sends carnival times 1. 1111 sends carnival times 1. This time, 1111 sent 3 carnivals in one go. The chat momentarily fell silent. Little pretty. Is this digital guy serious? Sister's perversion renowned worldwide. Wow, he's really planning to level up his fan badge to 50. Square root 3. Ganyu showed no particular expression, but his voice carried a hint of impatience. 1111, stop sending gifts. The host does not accept such demands, and even if you reach level 50, I will never date you. After Ganyu said that, 1111 didn't reply anymore or continue sending gifts. Iron Barbie, wow, the host is so direct. That was obviously a big spender who could afford it, yet she's pushing him away instead of grabbing the chance tightly. What is she thinking? I am a spinach, it seems like the new host still lacks emotional intelligence. Why not retain the big donor by saying some sweet words, employing some reverse psychology? Ganyu wasn't unaware of this principle. Money is something everyone wants, especially since he desperately needed cash right now, to the point of losing all dignity. But this person might know him in real life, better to avoid too many financial entanglements, or it might become unmanageable. Ganyu didn't explain much and said briefly, thank you all for your gifts. We're about to start PK. If you can, please give your support. Ganyu looked down and moved the mouse, clicking on the PK button below the screen. The screen quickly split into 2. A connection was made with a female broadcaster. Both their live rooms had roughly the same number of viewers, over 1,000 each. This female broadcaster leaned toward the cute style, with a charming smile and likable appearance. Her name was Bao Bao Zhou. The moment they connected, her eyes widened a bit. Wow, sister, you're so beautiful. Her voice matched her persona, exceptionally sweet. You're very pretty, Ganyu replied politely. How do you usually play? Bao Bao Zhou blinked. Let's finish with an ending sequence, shall we? In the meantime, we both try to get votes from our audience. For punishment, how about dancing? Ganyu, sure. Bao Bao Zhou smiled brightly, then I'll mute my mic. Ganyu nodded and moved his finger toward the mouse. Before he could mute himself, the seemingly sweet girl's demeanor suddenly shifted. Out of nowhere, she pulled out something resembling a gong and started banging it loudly in her broadcast room. The sound echoed throughout. Here we go, everyone, quick. Give votes to Zhou. Dong, dong, dong. Thank you, everyone. Thanks to Brother 6 for sending the Porsche. Thanks. Ganyu was taken aback. The chat messages in the live room were all uniform. Who would have thought such a sweet-looking girl would have such powerful energy? This was also one type of live streaming method. The more a broadcaster can stir up the atmosphere, the more fans will be influenced, thus more willing to vote. In plain sight, Bao Bao Zhou's blood bar surged rapidly, dominating within seconds. The other side's blood bar kept climbing steadily, indicating impressive strength. Preserved Hawthorne, wow, is contrasting cuteness trendy now? Cake Cold Elementary Student, our wife mustn't lose too badly. Master God is my moonlight sends flower bouquets times 3. Cake Cold Elementary Student sends flowers times 99. Hugging Precious Fish sends kisses times 66. Nai C sends balloons times 3. You Farting Loudly sends bunny hearts times 1. You Farting Loudly sends Porsche times 1. Master God is my moonlight, Sister Fart has some skills. Since today's live session had significantly more fans than usual, the soundwave value was actually decent. Ganyu continued announcing the JDs of the gift senders, thanking them. With only 1 minute left. The blood bars remained at 7,350 versus 6,870. Precious Fish's blood bar was leading by a slight edge. Apart from the last excessive Emperor package donation, Ganyu mostly lost his previous PK battles. Rarely had there been a chance to match evenly with another broadcaster. You Farting Loudly, last minute, hold on tight, everyone. Watch out for the sneak attack from the opponent. There were only a few seconds left. So far, Precious Fish had maintained a lead. Right at the end of the countdown. The screen displayed glaring red letters indicating failure. The public chat hadn't realized what happened yet. We won. What's going on? What the heck, did we actually lose? Chapter 28, Tower Stealing. During the final 5 seconds of the countdown, someone on the other side really did steal the tower. The blood bar stopped at 7,886 versus 8369. Ganyu lost. Sister's perversion renowned worldwide, shit, we really got stolen from, so angry. 66 is very 6, I just saw over there, it was 1111 who sent a Porsche to the opposing broadcaster, which directly turned the game around. Little demon. This digital dude is way too sinister, he couldn't get Precious Fish, so now he intentionally wants her to lose. Although this kind of behavior of stealing towers is common in PK matches. This obvious targeting by 1111 was indeed rather annoying. But one shouldn't seem overly concerned about such cases, or the opponent might gain even more momentum. Ganyu consoled, it's fine, winning and losing are normal. Thank you all who sent gifts. Let's accept the punishment first. At the moment they connected through the mic, the girl who had previously been banging gongs reverted back to that sweet and adorable form. Sister, can you hear me? Ganyu was truly amazed by her ability to change expressions and tones so effortlessly. He even wanted to ask her where she learned it, thinking he should enroll in a similar course himself. To be able to show oneself without any restraint, this was also a sort of talent. Ganyu politely responded, yes, I can hear you. Though I'm not sure what happened, Bao Bao Zhou playfully stuck out her tongue, but today my win wasn't quite fair, it was only because your family banner sent me a Porsche that I could win, but these are the rules, you won't be mad right, fishy? Ganyu smiled at her, it's okay, go ahead with your punishment. Bao Bao Zhou blinked, then you dance for me. Ganyu was not a talent showcase broadcaster, but when it came to accepting penalties, he would always take them seriously. In order to be a good broadcaster, Ganyu even made time during the previous period to learn a few dances, simple movements that didn't require professional dance skills, yet could be easily mastered. He pondered for a moment and asked the audience on the other side, what do you want to see? Anything. Bao Bao Zhou seemed slightly excited. Ganyu honestly replied, I don't know many dances, but if you want to see something specific, I can try learning. Bao Bao Zhou clapped her hands together, do you know Iku dance? But even if you improvise randomly, it'd be great as long as you're dancing, considering how good-looking you are, I'd find anything mesmerizing. Fortunately, Ganyu had learned this song already. Moving his mouse, he searched for the music in the library, I know a little, let me look for the music. This dance didn't have very wide movements, relatively straightforward actions. As long as the rhythm matched, it barely still qualified as a dance. Ganyu usually maintained an expressionless face, even while dancing. This particular dance had somewhat sensual yet cute elements to it. Standing tall, Ganyu looked elegant and slim. His presence complemented today's attire perfectly. The Hanfu dress, tied with a belt around the waist, outlined a slender silhouette. The small amplitude of his movements added a relaxed and laid-back feel to the performance, creating a sensuous twist as he swayed with the music's rhythm, unexpectedly alluring. Especially when he used his long and delicate fingers to gently rest against his neck, tilting his chin slightly upward, a seductive charm peaked. God of wealth is my white moonlight, the hip-twisting move is incredible. Why does Fishy appear so alluring while remaining refined and not vulgar at all? There's such a stark contrast here, sniff sniff, my wife dancing is so beautiful. Kisses kisses, perhaps it's due to Fishy's earnest face. Expression management is crucial, absolutely not crossing the line. Let me rub, you know, I've never had a wife since childhood, crying, dot. Doh, my goodness, who would have guessed that our wife dancing would be this attractive? Digital Brother probably loves it even more by now, right? Happy song, Digital Brother has been back long ago and is still sitting atop the rankings. A short little dance, but every frame was stunningly beautiful, leaving viewers yearning for more. After the punishment ended, Ganyu returned to his desk and sat down. On the screen's opposite side, Bao Bao Zhou's whole face was stunned, you're too handsome. I followed you, Fishy, let's play together again next time. Alright. Ganyu politely bid farewell, goodbye. The connection was disconnected. After sending the Porsche, 1111 returned to Precious Fish's live broadcast room. During this live stream session, 1111 sent 4 carnivals to Ganyu, which were prominently displayed on his number 1 ranking. So far, apart from the comment asking Ganyu to become his girlfriend, posted on the public chat, 1111 hadn't sent any private messages or made additional comments. Thus, Ganyu paid no attention and initiated another PK match, continuing to randomly pair up with the next broadcaster. This time, the connection was to a new broadcaster, and the number of people watching on the other side was still less than 100. After a brief chat, they agreed on the punishment and then each turned off their mic. Ganyu chatted with his fans, answering questions on the public screen. With so few viewers on the other side, there weren't many votes, making this round very easy. Precious Fish's blood bar easily crushed the opponent. 5,806 versus 23. Steady, we're definitely going to win this one. Recently, our beloved wife has been gaining followers quickly, she gained 5 million overnight. Wah 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 wah, is my absolutely beautiful wife finally going to become famous? The PK duration lasted for 5 minutes. Since they were probably worried about 1111 stealing the tower again, even though their vote count was much higher than the opponents, the fans kept sending gifts non-stop. When only 15 seconds were left, the blood bar stopped at 9,808 versus 103. The time countdown began at 5 seconds. 5. 4. 3. Just as the countdown was about to end and everyone was unprepared, the opponent's blood bar suddenly recovered. 10,002 versus 10,104. 6 is very 6. Little bear, damn, there's no time. Strawberry milk candy, what? Dislikes math, could it really be stolen like this? Sending gifts has a delay. In the last 2 seconds, there wasn't enough time to send any more gifts. As the countdown ended, the opponent narrowly overtook Precious Fish. The word failure appeared on the screen once again. God of wealth is my white moonlight. Damn it, 1111 sent a Douyin number 1 on the other side, which was exactly worth 10,000 points, smiling, dot. Sister's perversion renowned worldwide, Douyin number 1 costs 1,000 yuan, how cruel this digital guy can be. Loves durians, we worked so hard to get to 10,000 points, but he just wiped us out with one Douyin number 1. If he stays here, we probably won't be able to win at all. Gao cold elementary student, trouble, fishy seems to have offended him. What should we do? Yan mud purple sweet potato, it's hard to increase in popularity, but how did we attract such a misfortune? Peppermint milk cap, if only fishy had played with him earlier. He probably felt disrespected and became furious as a result. Humph, men are all the same. After sending the Douyin number 1 on the other side, 1111 returned to Precious Fish's live broadcast room. At this moment, he was proudly displayed at the top of the rankings in an ostentatious manner. After reading all the thank you messages, Gan Yu's eyes didn't show much emotion, but he did laugh from being irritated by this behavior. Is there any management? Please kick the number 1 on the list out. Chapter 29, entered the live broadcast room boldly. The next second, Administrator Naishi kicked 1111 out of the live broadcast room. The broadcaster on the other side was obviously stunned by this sudden wealth. After Gan Yu turned on the mic, the broadcaster on the other side still covered his mouth, looking like someone who was about to cry out of gratitude. He bowed deeply several times. Thank you, 1111, thank our top brother for the Douyin number 1 gift. This is the biggest gift I've ever received since coming to Douyin. I'm really moved, thank you so much. At this point, some people from the other live broadcast room came over to check out. I am very majestic, is 1111 your top brother here? What happened? Why did the big brother run away and start brushing Douyin number 1 on our side? I am a handsome man, was the big beauty dumped by the big brother? Wasn't the bed good enough for the big brother? Look how angry the big brother got. You are full of baloney, who cares about his Douyin number 1, let him roll away fast. Naishi kicked them all out of the live broadcast room. After calming down for a long time, the broadcaster on the other side continued the connection through the microphone. Gan Yu followed the previous agreement and carried out the punishment before disconnecting the connection. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room had already increased to 2,000. Finally, the number 1 on the list was no longer 1111, making things look much more pleasant. In just a little while, Gan Yu suddenly received a lot of PK application requests in his back end. He didn't know the people on the platform well, previously, he always clicked on random PK connections. Suddenly, so many people wanted to connect with him, leaving Gan Yu somewhat baffled. He randomly chose one of them and accepted his PK request. On the other side was a male broadcaster who greeted him with a smile after the connection succeeded. Gan Yu responded politely, hello. The male broadcaster on the other side didn't say how they would play yet, mumbling something as if searching for something on the screen. Are you here yet? Seems like you haven't come in yet. Gan Yu furrowed his brows slightly, what? No, I'm not talking to you, broadcaster. The next second, his eyes suddenly lit up with surprise. Wow, you're really here. Gan Yu. After the male broadcaster calmed down a bit from his excitement, he finally remembered about the PK. So, miss, shall we start a round now? Gan Yu already had a faint premonition and opened her mouth calmly. Could you tell me why you connected with me? Oh, it's like this. The male broadcaster scratched his head, being quite honest. I heard that you upset a big brother. If I PK with you, the big brother might give me gifts. That's why everyone wants to connect with you. Gan Yu. Among the broadcasters, there is a circle, many of them know each other and have groups. After someone in the group boasted about what happened earlier, everyone wanted to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for fortune. As expected, Gan Yu piked with him once. Just like the first 2 times, in the last 15 seconds, Gan Yu was again tower stolen by 1111. In the following several PKs, Gan Yu connected with a few more broadcasters. Every time, at the last 15 seconds, 1111 would steal the tower in the opposing broadcaster's live broadcast room. After 6 rounds of PK, Gan Yu lost all 6 times. The public screen was filled with curses for 1111. Square root 3, damn it, 1111 crawl away. On CE Cream, is there any management who can kick him out? How can someone be so despicable? Call me baby, he's been kicked already. Now he's brushing gifts in someone else's live stream, and they won't kick him. Crispy Shark, I'm so angry. Never hated anyone so much in my life. Where's Brother Fong Shi? Let Brother Fong Shi teach him a lesson. Love eating meat, Brother Shi isn't online. I just checked. Gan Yu consoled everyone, it doesn't matter. Don't get angry. If anything, we'll just stop broadcasting today. It was almost 8 o'clock in the evening by now. Counting the time, Gan Yu had already been broadcasting for nearly 2 hours. Gao cold elementary student, wah wah wah. Don't stop. We still want to see our beloved wife. Don't let some psycho affect your rhythm. You are full of baloney, damn it. If I can't see my beloved wife because of that guy, I'll definitely kill him. Sister's perversion renowned worldwide, next live stream is next week. No, I still want to see her. Crying. Gan Yu glanced at the barrage for a while, right when someone else wanted to connect with her, then let me PK one more time, and I'll go off after this. At that moment, Gan Yu received a private message from 1111 on her phone. 1111, would you like to date me? I can give you a lot of money. 1111, afterwards, I'll only brush gifts for you. Ganyu. Ganyu directly replied with a roll, and blocked and deleted him again. After parting ways with Ganyu at noon, Daiheng returned to the apartment alone. He usually stayed home alone, having nothing else to do but play games or hang out in the audiovisual room for an afternoon. Even though he used to live like this before, he didn't know why he found it particularly unbearable today. Initially, he hadn't planned to return to the dormitory, but the longer he stayed, the more bored he felt. He thought Ganyu should have finished work by this time and come back. But the dormitory was empty. And he also received an extremely perfunctory reply from his buddy. Had dinner with a student's parents. What good food was there? Serving as Ganyu's bodyguard for the whole morning, and then being discarded afterward, even being refused to tag along when she worked as a tutor. How ungrateful. Daiheng sat lazily in the chair with droopy eyelids, holding a cigarette slantingly in his mouth, playing games out of sheer boredom. Playing games alone felt boring no matter what. After another game over, he simply exited the interface. Daiheng rarely logged into Douyin. He flipped through his phone idly when he saw the little red dot in the top right corner of the app, which triggered his OCD, so he clicked into it. This account originally didn't follow many people, nor did it have many fans. But somehow, a group of people had followed him, increasing his fan count by several hundred. He also received quite a few private messages. Daiheng leaned back indifferently in the chair, clearing them one by one. Until he saw that message. Fish was bullied today. Can brother C help her? When Daiheng saw this message, he was a bit confused at first. Who's Fish? Then he realized, oh, Duobao Fish. If his sister got bullied. He needs to help. Since he was bored anyway, he simply clicked into the live broadcast room. When Daiheng saw the person on the screen, he slightly raised his eyebrows. That face was already extremely beautiful, and today's makeup made it even more extraordinary. Her skin was pale white, almost translucent, her features were exquisitely refined. Her lips resembled petals, even more alluring than the peony by her ear. Her every frown and smile carried a unique charm. She didn't smile often, just like her brother. Because of their similar looks, seeing her always reminded him of Ganyu. Daiheng's gaze deepened as his eyes rested on her slender waistline. He let out a soft sound of approval. The siblings were indeed quite similar, both had incredibly narrow waists. Even their tiger-toothed smiles were identical. If Ganyu hadn't personally admitted this was his sister, he might have thought it was the same person. If it were Ganyu. Daiheng half closed his eyes, his eyelashes casting shadows down. He seemed lost in thought for a moment, then tilted his head and let out a low laugh. He was now a level 37 user. When he entered the live broadcast room, there was actually a screen-wide special effect notification. Fearless has entered the live broadcast room. Chapter 30, 40 Carnivals. When these words floated across the public chat at the top of the screen, the fans in the live room became excited. I can't believe it. Fourth elder brother is here. Ah. The top supporter has finally come to help. Why are you so late? Big brother, wah, our fish got bullied so badly. Fearless typed a line on the public chat, did someone bully you? This question was directed at Duobao Yu. The fans on the public chat were very enthusiastic, quickly describing in a few sentences exactly how Duobao Yu had been bullied, including how arrogant 1111 had been in his attempt to date Duobao Yu. Fearless, don't be afraid. Your big brother is here. Ganyu paused, looking at that message with some surprise. He'd thought the Emperor's suite last time was just a whim of the big spender. He hadn't expected Fearless to actually show up. It was an odd feeling, strangers online who didn't know each other, but seeing those words somehow brought unexpected comfort. After all, this was the person who had showered him with Emperor sweets without hesitation. Ganyu responded, then I thank you, big brother. Originally, Ganyu had intended to give up after being continuously harassed by psychopaths. Even continuing wouldn't earn many votes and would only lead to losses, so he planned to end this session. Now that big brother had said it, even if he couldn't win, annoying 1111 would still feel satisfying. At that moment, Ganyu had just connected with the last PK broadcaster. The screen split into two halves, showing another female broadcaster's face. It was an old acquaintance. Explosive Cherry. After their previous connection, this broadcaster thought Duobao Yu lacked a big supporter and refused to duel her. Sister's perversion renowned worldwide, how is it her? You stink, she looked down on Fish and refused to duel her. 66 very cool, she rolled her eyes to the heavens when she heard about Fish not having a rich sponsor. Strawberry Bear, I checked earlier, and 1111 is really over there. The moment the connection was established, Explosive Cherry glanced at the screen, oh, it's you again. Ganyu looked over, what do you say? Explosive Cherry seemed to have taken a glance at his live room, your live stream has good viewership today, reaching 2,000 people. But mine has grown too, right now, there are 3,000 online. And you don't seem to have any conditions, so it might be difficult for you to beat me. Is that so? Ganyu finally experienced what it felt like to bully others with power. He adopted a slightly more lofty stance. But I do have certain advantages today. Want to play or not? Ha. Explosive Cherry thought he was likely signing his own death warrant and struggled not to laugh out loud. Sure, what game should we play? Ganyu replied solemnly, anything works. After all, my big brother is here, so I can't lose. Ha ha ha, our girl is acting all proud. Weia, I regret not being rich enough to witness such a moment myself. With a big spender around, losing isn't possible. So cute. Big brother is here, so I can't possibly lose. Hands on hips. Perhaps because of the arrogance in his tone when saying those words. Explosive Cherry checked Duo Baoyu's consecutive loss record and mockingly asked, wait, I'm curious, after losing 7 times in a row today, how can you act so arrogantly? Ganyu. Explosive Cherry might have seen the comment on the public chat, someone over here said your big brother ran away and is now here with us. Isn't it 11:11? Your big brother is going to beat you together with us. Are you sure there's anyone left supporting you? Ganyu calmly threatened, my big brother said, let the numbers come at us, he has more than enough to deal with all of you. And soon, you'll be kneeling down and calling him, Dad. When did big brother say that? Haha, fish, why are you exaggerating so much? The classic tough talk segment. If we lose again because our tower gets sniped in the end, I'm sorry but this feels a bit exaggerated. Fearless, yeah, he said it now. Alright, so you're playing it like this? Aha yeah. Fearless is too indulgent. Your uncle loves her way too much. Call Dad. Let's see who ends up calling who Dad. Explosive Cherry had never been provoked like this before. She was riled up now and said, alright, let's start then. My 2 big brothers are both here today, you're surely going to lose. Let's go. The PK started, with a countdown of 5 minutes. Someone on the public chat was reminding everyone. Stinky, attention, the other side has some support, which makes it difficult to fight against. Moreover, 1111 is also there, he likes to snatch towers. Until the very last second, do not let your guard down. Fearless, snatch towers. Square root 3, that's right. Fish actually won 7 PKs today, but they were all snatched by the opposing side. Fearless, let's try then. These simple 3 words somehow carried an arrogant undertone. At this moment, the fans watching the live broadcast still didn't understand the significance behind these 3 words. On the other side, Explosive Cherry's live room was quite lively. Ganyu hadn't muted her microphone, so they could hear everything from the other side. Explosive Cherry was planning their strategy, alright, let's send out a round first. Whatever you have, send it. We need to hit them hard, making them unable to withstand it. Today's opposing streamer is pretty cocky. Let's think about a big punishment for her afterward, how about makeup removal or turning off the beauty filter? After removing her makeup, let her kneel down and call Dad. Explosive Cherry excitedly commanded, everybody, get ready to jump in together and directly suppress their energy bar. Everyone listen to my command. Before Explosive Cherry could finish her sentence, the health bars suddenly tilted completely in one direction. It was Duo Baoyu who had suppressed her entire live room. At this moment, Ganyu's live room screen was full of carnivals without any stop. Fearless sends Carnival X1. 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 The special effects on the screen never stopped, sending 40 carnivals altogether. The score difference quickly widened. 120-0458 versus 369. A million points were scored within 1 minute. This was definitely an impossible number to surpass. Fearlessly, Fearless typed just 2 words, come steal. The fans watching automatically expanded these 2 words. Like stealing towers, huh? You try snatching one. The barrage nearly paused for several seconds. What happened? I haven't even processed yet. Holy cow, a million already, master please take my knees. I've never seen such a scene before, feeling dizzy. This is before master unlocks high-level gifts. If his level goes up a bit more and he has exclusive gifts, I think my phone would vibrate until it went numb. Master doesn't even bother sending other gifts to gain scores, he only focuses on carnivals, my goodness. Just watching this feels amazing. My body's getting excited, families. Heat it up. Little black fans are being crushed underfoot, I'm finally satisfied. Truly demonstrates that before absolute strength, he understands what it means to leave no room for stolen towers. Is Fearless a little too powerful? This PK session made me feel incredible. I jumped off my chair. This score was unattainable for others, impossible to steal even a little. When Explosive Cherry saw the energy bars surge forward suddenly, she didn't expect such an exaggerated number. She acted as if nothing happened, saying, there's still a little support left. No worries, we'll hit her back soon. Without her big brother, how many points can she even earn? Then she carefully counted the soundwave values from Duo Baoyu, individual, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions. She became increasingly silent as she counted. Chapter 31, should we add each other on WeChat? Explosive Cherry was confused. She was just a small streamer. At most, she usually only scored a few 10,000 points. Getting to 100,000 points was already enough to crush her completely, so how had they suddenly reached 1 million? Was there even any point in continuing the battle? It took Explosive Cherry a while to find her voice again. Babies, what's going on over there? Someone replied on the public chat, they really have a big brother, he directly gave 40 carnivals. Most likely, this game was already a guaranteed loss. No one in the live room was giving support anymore. The sound wave value still hadn't exceeded 1,000 so far, consisting of scattered gifts, not enough to make her lose too badly. There was no hope for tower snatching in this game, and 1111 had left the live room at some unknown time. Explosive Cherry froze. Up until now in her live streaming career, she'd never experienced being trampled underfoot like this. 40 carnivals. It wasn't something she dared to even imagine. Until the 5-minute countdown ended. The two reconnected. Explosive Cherry felt extremely embarrassed. Her opponent had gained 1 million votes, whereas their side had yet to surpass 1,000. All she wanted to do now was die. Explosive Cherry hesitantly asked, do we really have to kneel down and call daddy as punishment? Ganyu lifted his gaze, his eyes landing on the constantly scrolling barrage messages. Somebody on the public screen was brushing updates about the other side. The other side is looking pretty pitiful, with just 1,000 points. Why isn't a big brother supporting her score? Ended before it began, 1 million right away, who'd even bother putting up a fight? Number brother probably ran away when he saw the million, must have scared him out of his wits. It was just a PK match, there was no need to insult the personality of the opposing streamer. Kneeling down and calling dad had been said in the heat of the moment when being pressured by numbers. After losing so embarrassingly, it was unlikely that Ganyu would come to their live room and cause trouble. Ganyu noticed those words, this line was meant for number brother. Since he ran off, forget about it. As for you, I'll ask my big brother. Ganyu focused on the public chat, what does big brother want her punishment to be? Fearless, you decide. There wasn't much conflict between Ganyu and the opposing streamer, so there was no need to make things difficult for a girl. He coolly responded, then your punishment will be performing a talent. Explosive Cherry sighed in relief, alright, then I'll dance for you. Once the punishment was over, the connection cut off once again. This single PK match directly propelled a new streamer to the top rank of the top 100 chart. People slowly began entering Duo Baoyu's live room. What's going on? Never heard of this streamer before, but wow, she's beautiful. Is this a new streamer? She's actually this capable, reaching number 1 in the top 100 chart, impressive. With such a small fan count, how did she reach first place? So pretty, I've subscribed. Her face has potential, she'll probably get famous later, subscribed. Ganyu didn't continue with another PK. He chatted with the fans for a bit and then turned off the live stream. Behind the scenes, Fearless sent him a message. Fearless, are you happy? Ganyu's fingers paused for a moment. So the 40 carnivals from earlier were meant to let off steam for Duo Baoyu, all for making him happy. Ganyu typed back a response, thanks, big brother, is there anything I can do for you? After a little while, Fearless finally replied. No need, I'm just glad you're happy. Fearless, I've added you to special protection, so no one will bully you anymore in the future. Looking at these few replies, Ganyu's emotions grew complex. After all, in Fearless' eyes, Duo Baoyu was a girl. It seemed like, deceiving someone's feelings. But within such a short period of time, he couldn't think of any other way to gather the 40,000 yuan needed for his father's surgery. He had long since heard about the tacit rules in the streaming circle. Pleasing big brothers and maintaining their favor was the basic move. But this person was strange. From start to finish, they hadn't made a single request of him, not even something as simple as asking to add each other on WeChat. With such a huge expenditure, today alone Fearless had spent over 100,000 yuan on him during the PK match, making Ganyu feel inexplicably uneasy. In his hesitation, Ganyu sent a message, big brother, thank you. Would you like to add me on WeChat? It took quite a while for the other side to respond this time. Sure. Of course, the WeChat Ganyu registered was a secondary account, specifically used to handle matters related to Duo Baoyu's account. He usually only added some hardcore fans as friends, and there weren't many contacts on this WeChat account. The big brother's WeChat name was C. After adding him on WeChat, Ganyu sent a message to the other side. You, big brother. C, I'm here. You, what would you like me to call you? C, big brother is fine, or even brother, whatever you like. Calling someone brother made Ganyu feel a bit awkward to utter. You, big brother, from now on, you're my real older brother, heart sign. Hopefully, when his real older brother finds out the truth later, he won't be angry enough to ask for a refund. This message took a while before the other side replied. See, won't your real brother die of anger if he finds out? Ganyu was stunned for a moment, question mark. C casually said, it's nothing. If you have anything in the future, just send me a WeChat message, I'm always around. Ganyu replied, alright, emoji. After sending the message, Ganyu looked at the chat record and felt something seemed off. But then he suddenly remembered that a fan once encountered him, mentioning in the live stream that Duo Baoyu had an older brother. It didn't seem too unusual. Moving his finger, he clicked into the other person's profile picture. C's avatar was completely black. Below it showed the location as Jiangcheng, a city different from his own. His moments were entirely blank, no posts whatsoever. This didn't resemble anyone he knew. Unable to figure it out, Ganyu closed his phone and started tidying himself up. Using the senior's house for streaming, he always cleaned the place thoroughly before leaving each time. After treating Chen Si to dinner nearby, Ganyu returned to school. Autumn had been in full swing for some time, but the temperature hadn't dropped. In late autumn weather, occasionally one could still see people wearing short sleeves. Unexpectedly, a big drop in temperature came tonight, with sunlight still visible during the day. By nightfall, the temperature plummeted to just over 10 degrees Celsius. Leaves along the road rustled in the wind, and despite wearing his jacket, Ganyu felt a chill. When he got back, it was already 10 p.m., yet the light in dormitory 411 was on. Ganyu's black hair was slightly disheveled from the wind as he entered the dormitory to see Dai Heng lounging lazily against the bedhead. Dai Gongzhu didn't look particularly spirited, his slender almond-shaped eyes slightly lowered, and his usually upward curving lips had gone almost straight, making his handsome face devoid of expression. His long-fingered hand held a phone as he continued playing games with downcast eyes. What happened? Did he lose a game and get upset? Ganyu turned around to close the door behind him. Aren't you staying in the apartment? Why are you back? Dai Heng lifted his eyelids indifferently, replying offhandedly, I left something in the dormitory, too lazy to go back again. By the way, why are you so late? Ganyu couldn't tell him the truth and turned his gaze away. There was something that delayed me along the way. Upon hearing this, Dai Heng stopped what he was doing, fixed his gaze on him, lightly frowning. That old lady troubled you again? Ganyu processed this for a moment, realizing who Dai Heng referred to. No, I met the senior and chatted for a bit. After this remark, the dormitory suddenly fell silent. After a while, Dai Heng let out a cryptic snicker. You've got guts. Chapter 32, What's your sister's name? Ganyu glanced at him, finding his reaction somewhat strange. But he didn't dare ask further, afraid of being bombarded with more questions he couldn't fabricate answers for. Ganyu placed his backpack on the chair and gathered clean clothes from the cabinet. I'll take a shower first. With that, he entered the bathroom. Dai Heng half closed his eyes, letting his gaze lazily drift toward the direction of the bathroom, nearly laughing out loud. Senior. What kind of older brother was this guy? When his sister was already being bullied like that, he still had time to go on dates with others. Recalling that sentence in the WeChat chat, you're my real older brother. No wonder his sister had fallen to the point of recognizing another man as her brother outside. The game on his phone screen game over at again. Losing interest, Dai Heng exited the interface, opened WeChat, and switched to his secondary account. He originally hadn't planned to use his secondary account to add Duo Baoyu. But suddenly recalling, in case the day the secret was exposed, Ganyu might discover he had been flirting with his sister and turn against him. Yet Duo Baoyu's moments offered nothing interesting, except for occasional live streaming updates. There were no live photos, nor any appearance of her brother. Dai Heng slightly raised his eyebrows. Suddenly remembering Ganyu's moments only showed dynamics from the last month. There were only a few sparse updates, and his sister had never appeared. It seemed that the brother-sister relationship was just as so. Dai Heng idly swiped through the screen and then logged out of WeChat, restarting another round of the game. Ganyu finished his shower and sat as usual at the desk to study. The dormitory fell silent. Until the sound of shuffling came from behind, someone was walking around, and then the bathroom door clicked shut. Not long after, the bathroom door opened again, and footsteps approached, stopping beside him before pulling out the chair next to him. Ganyu's pen paused for a moment as he turned his head to look over. Dai Heng sat beside him, carelessly leaning against the chair back with an unlit cigarette dangling between his lips, his expression somewhat absent-minded. His phone rested on the table, and his clearly articulated fingers were playing with a lighter, politely negotiating. Can I smoke? Zhou Mo and Wang Wenhua sometimes teamed up for games and would get excited enough to smoke in the dormitory. Only Dai Heng would go to the balcony whenever he smoked. Ganyu glanced at him, not saying much, retracting his gaze and continuing to take notes. Do whatever you want. The sound of the lighter scratching filled his ears. That low, lethargic tone floated over. Ganyu. Ganyu focused on marking the important points, not even turning around as he responded. Dai Heng's voice carried a lazy drawl. Bored, let's chat a little. What could two big men possibly have to chat about late at night? Ganyu didn't stop writing, his voice indifferent. What should we talk about? Whatever. Dai Heng carelessly fiddled with the lighter, softly saying, to some extent, we're somewhat similar, me with a sister, you with a younger sister. For the first time, Ganyu heard him speak about his family, pausing his hand mid-motion, lightly lifting his eyes. Your real sister. He faintly, his brow furrowing slightly imperceptibly, but every time we meet, we quarrel. She irritates me. At this point, Dai Heng's tone shifted, flickering his eyelids as he looked straight over. What about you and your sister? How's your relationship? The pen suddenly froze mid-stroke. After several seconds, Ganyu reacted. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? I'm curious, his deep voice carried its usual charm, but his tone gave away nothing. I've never seen you call your sister. Forgot about that. Ganyu continued underlining key points while his voice remained unchanged, not a fan of calling each other. We usually exchange messages. After a brief pause, Ganyu raised his eyes. Don't you and your sister rarely call each other either? That's true. Dai Heng's peach-like eyes curved slightly, laughing casually while slanting the cigarette between his lips, his voice muffled. What's your sister's name? It was a question he had never thought about before. After pondering for a moment, Ganyu's gaze swept over the book, finally landing on a certain spot, Gan Shao. Which Shao? Ganyu made it up, the Shao in Breaking Dawn. Ah. Dai Heng drew out the syllables, muttering lazily, Shao Shao. Chapter 33, let's cover it together. Ganyu's forehead twitched, turning his head to look over. What are you doing? Nothing special, Dai Heng laughed looking at him, picking up an ashtray and shaking off some ash lightly. I was just asking casually. He said slowly, thinking about when to meet her for a meal sometime. Since we're such good buddies, your family is my family. Ganyu felt a wave of chills over his scalp. No reason to meet anyone, they'll never see each other in a lifetime. Let's talk about it later. I'm very busy these days. Ganyu studied while allocating some brainpower to deal with him. I'm still studying. If you don't have anything to do, go to bed early. Dai Heng stared intently at him, the finger holding the cigarette hanging by his side. Still early, can't sleep yet, let's chat a bit more. Ganyu. Does your sister go to school here? He asked again. Ganyu seriously fabricated nonsense, no. Then where does she go to school? In this situation, there was absolutely no way to say it was in the same city, otherwise, it'd be too easy to blow his cover. What if he got interested all of a sudden and insisted on dragging him to find his sister? Ganyu kept his eyes down, racking his brain for a location, laboriously spitting out 2 words, Haicheng. He deliberately chose a farther city, a 4-hour high-speed train ride away. Dai Heng lowered his eyes, strands of hair casually falling over his brow, obscuring his expression. The lighter in his hand opened and closed repeatedly. It's quite far. How did your sister end up going to school so far away? Because she's avoiding you. Ganyu kept a straight face. She likes the sea. All right. Dai Heng pondered for a moment. Is she in her first year of university? Dai Heng glanced up, lightly chuckled, continuing his quiet inquiries. So, do twins really have some sort of telepathic connection? If you kiss someone else, will she feel it? What kind of weird question is this? Ganyu gave an ambiguous answer. Not really, that shouldn't happen. Oh, Dai Heng dragged out the syllable. Do you have plans to visit Haicheng soon? How often do you two usually meet? What's wrong with him today? Why would he stay awake all night being so interested in a sister who doesn't even exist? Ganyu finally realized why he was stupid enough to answer so many of these pointless questions, but worst of all, he answered every single one of them. Setting down the pen in his hand, Ganyu turned his head and asked, are you conducting some sort of household registration survey? No, I'm just curious. Dai Heng raised an eyebrow, can't I ask? After being questioned by him for half the night, Ganyu felt mentally exhausted. Without thinking, he blurted out, why are you so curious? Unless you like my sister. The air grew silent for a moment. Dai Heng met his gaze and said offhandedly, isn't it fine if I liked her? Ganyu. If you actually had a sister, it wouldn't matter whether you liked her or not, the problem is, you don't. Dai Heng suddenly let out a light laugh, emitting a faint breath, I'm just messing with you. What's the difference between dating your sister and dating you since both of you look exactly alike? Ganyu breathed a sigh of relief. Then why did you ask such ridiculous questions? It scared me half to death. For a moment, he almost thought Dai Heng had discovered something. Another brief silence followed. The person next to him didn't speak anymore nor showed any signs of leaving. Ganyu lifted his eyelids slightly and looked at him. It's getting late, aren't you going to sleep? Dai Heng propped his elbow on the table, leaning his face against his hand, looking listless and tired. Today, isn't it a bit cold? Ganyu replied nonchalantly, yeah, the temperature has dropped, and the wind outside is pretty strong. That's why, Dai Heng said lazily as he crushed the cigarette but in the ashtray, my quilt is too thin, it's a little cold covering myself with it. Upon hearing this, Ganyu glanced at his bed. It was already around 10 degrees Celsius weather, yet there was only one thin quilt on his bed. Ganyu was somewhat surprised, don't you have a thicker blanket? I forgot to buy one after originally planning to. His voice was low and raspy, with a slight nasal tone. No wonder he caught a cold a while ago. Making it through until the beginning of winter with such a thin quilt, it's commendable that he didn't end up in the hospital. Ganyu glanced at the bed behind him and made a suggestion. Wang Wenhua and Zhou Mo won't be returning to the dormitory today, why not borrow their quilt? Dai Heng lifted his eyebrows and looked toward the other side, where 2 beds lay. With a slight frown, he responded wearily, never mind, I'll just sleep like this. I don't like using others' blankets. This guy. Ganyu put down the pen in his hand and fixed his sight ahead, his face devoid of emotion. If you keep sleeping like this for the entire night, I'll probably have to send you to the hospital tomorrow morning. Half leaning back against the chair back, Dai Heng barely lifted his eyelids and stared intently. What should we do then? Perceiving the subtle innuendo in his words, Ganyu sighed inwardly. I don't have an extra blanket to lend you either. After the National Day holiday, he had taken the thinner blanket home and switched to a thicker one. Unlike this Master Dai here, who still had to go by one last minute. Dai Heng raised an eyebrow. How about we share one? When there are other people's blankets available, why insist on crowding into mine? Ganyu found this absurd. The bed is so small, aren't you worried about feeling cramped? Dai Heng let out a soft chuckle with drawn-out tones. It's better than catching a cold. Even though that sounded reasonable, something seemed off. Ganyu suddenly realized and gave Dai Heng a strange look. Didn't you say you didn't like using other people's blankets? Dai Heng raised an eyebrow and replied calmly, we've risked our lives together. Do you consider me as an outsider? Ganyu looked down, remaining silent without answering. Alright, never mind then. Dai Heng lightly pressed his lips together, his voice drifting faintly. No big deal, I'm not that cold anyway, and the kicks from you last night weren't very painful either. Chapter 34 Pillow. When Dai Heng mentioned last night, Ganyu gave in helplessly. Fine, we'll share it. Still feeling guilty. Last night, he inexplicably beat him up while sleeping, so he said he would be nicer to him. He couldn't go back on his word. Ganyu marked a few key points in the book with a pen while enduring quietly. You sleep first, I need to study for a bit longer. In the middle of the night, why are you still studying? Ganyu raised his eyes and gave him a blank look. Dai Heng smirked, his tone intimate and playful. Alright, I'll wait for you in bed. After saying this, he got up and went to brush his teeth. After coming out, he took his pillow and lay down on Ganyu's bed. Covering himself with the thick quilt, Dai Heng let out a faint sigh. Tisk, much warmer. You smell good. Did you secretly spray perfume? Quite particular. Thinking about how this guy was lying on his bed and sniffing at his quilt, the image just seemed strange no matter how one looked at it. Ganyu could no longer tolerate it and calmly said without looking up, either shut up or go back to your own bed. The other party chose to shut up. By the time Ganyu finished his studies, it was already close to 12 o'clock. Outside, the weather had completely changed. The fierce wind swept through, rattling the windows loudly. The sound of howling winds could be heard faintly, and soon raindrops started pounding down heavily. Occasionally, thunder rumbled in the distance. It had already passed the curfew time for turning off the lights. The only light in the dormitory was the desk lamp on Ganyu's table. The room was dimly lit, and a lump under the bedsheet could be vaguely seen. There were no other movements, so the person on the bed should have fallen asleep. After turning off the light, Ganyu cautiously walked to the side of the bed. He lifted the covers and gently lay down near the edge of the bed, trying his best to avoid bumping into the person on the other side. But as soon as his arm slipped under the blanket, his exposed arm touched something warm. Ganyu paused his fingers for a moment before pulling them back. A 1.2-meter wide dorm bed was somewhat too small for two grown men. Especially that guy, tall and long-legged, making it feel like even a slight turn would touch someone. It was past midnight, and the entire dormitory building was quiet. One could only hear the fierce wind outside the window and the pattering of rain. Occasionally, lightning would flash, lighting up the room suddenly before sinking into darkness again in the next moment. Ganyu kept his eyes open, staring at the ceiling, still struggling to fall asleep. In the next moment, slight movements came from beside him. A slightly warm breath grazed his ear. It was very close, causing an itch. Ganyu stiffened momentarily, wanting to move away when he realized there was nowhere to go. He would have to sleep on the floor if he moved any further. Carefully shifting his head slightly more to the side to avoid the warm breath, Ganyu maintained this posture and closed his eyes. As drowsiness gradually crept over him, between semi-dream and semi-awake, a strong arm suddenly draped across his body. The sudden weight made Ganyu instantly become a bit more alert. Through a thin layer of cotton shirt, he could even feel the heat from his arm. They were too close, and Ganyu could feel the heat radiating from his body. It was as if he were enveloped by a ball of fire. Ganyu began to doubt the authenticity of what he had said. This guy loved clinging to people while sleeping. Was it because he couldn't endure it while sleeping, which is why he couldn't help but beat him up? With great effort suppressing the urge to throw him back onto his own bed. After Ganyu pushed his arm off his body for the third time, he was too tired to do anything else. He turned over and finally fell asleep. It rained all night, and the air carried a fresh earthy scent. The dormitory curtains weren't drawn. Although the weather wasn't great, the not-so-bright light filtered through the window and still felt a bit glaring. Dai Heng thought last night's sleep was pretty comfortable. It had been a long time since he had such a comfortable feeling. The quilt smelled good, and the hugging pillow also felt nice. Pillow. Realizing the fact that there was no pillow in the dorm, his eyes were already open. Chapter 35 Did you sleep well? In sight was the delicate and three-dimensional line of the young man's profile, so close that it was less than 10 centimeters away. And at this moment, he was holding him in his arms. Dai Heng slightly raised an eyebrow. It was fortunate that Ganyu hadn't woken up first, otherwise, seeing this position would probably have earned him another slap in the face. Thinking of this, Dai Heng slightly curled his lips upward with a faint smirk and slowly withdrew his arm at leisure. He propped his head with one hand and stared at the sleeping face for a while. Actually, Ganyu had very good-looking lips. They suited a smile perfectly, and the arc of his smile was contagious, giving people a sense of happiness just by looking at it. Why didn't he smile more often? Unknowingly, whether his gaze had been too intense, Ganyu, who had been sleeping soundly, furrowed his brows lightly, showing signs of awakening. Daiheng showed no intention of moving his eyes away. Instead, he continued to stare brazenly. For some unknown reason, he enjoyed dancing on Ganyu's triggers. Seeing his angry expression and his uncontrollable urge to beat him, it gave him an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Ganyu lifted his eyelids, opening his sleep-heavy eyes. In the next moment, their gazes met. Daiheng's narrow eyes curved into a mischievous grin as he cheerfully greeted him. "Brother, did you sleep well?" The air remained silent for a moment. As if he hadn't heard, Ganyu turned his head away, closing his eyes again. Recalling last night when he moved the guy's arm away several times, only for him to cling back relentlessly, Ganyu felt exhausted. If he looked any longer, he feared his fists wouldn't be able to hold back. After calming down a bit, Ganyu silently pulled the quilt off and sat up. "Go buy a quilt, right now." Tuesday night. For 11 dormitory was unusually lively. Last time Wang Wendif's mushroom poisoning landed him 3 days of intravenous treatment at the hospital before he returned to school. Upon coming back, he sobbed into Zhoumo's chest. "Wah wah wah. Do you know how I spent these days? My head kept shining green light all 3 days, I couldn't pull the grass out of my hair forever. Wah wah wah, is heaven trying to tell me something?" Zhoumo took great effort to pry the person off himself, reminding him, "Wake up, you don't even have a girlfriend, thinking about this stuff." Wang Wendif was instantly consoled, finally realizing this point and stopping his tears. "That's true. I don't have a girlfriend, what am I scared of?" His mood immediately improved, and he quickly tore open a bag of chips. Zhoumo looked at his head and said, "Speaking of which, after pulling grass from your head for 3 whole days, it's pretty impressive that you didn't go bald." Ganyu was sitting by the desk reading a book. Hearing their conversation, he merely smiled lightly but did not respond. Daiheng had just entered the bathroom to wash up, the sound of running water faintly audible inside. Wang Wendif shouted loudly, "This time, I survived through sheer fate, all thanks to the life-saving grace of my 2 brothers. To celebrate my survival, let's go to the bar tomorrow night. East Brothers treating." Zhoumo was the first to raise his hand in agreement. "No problem, anyway I'm not paying." The next moment, Wang Wendif hugged the bag of chips close to Ganyu's table, extending it to share. "What about it, brother, will you come?" Ganyu glanced sideways at him. "I have a club activity Wednesday evening, so I might not be able to join. You guys go play without me. Is it the club or your brothers that matter?" This hospital stay made Wang Wendif open-minded. "Think about it, I've lived for so many years strictly following rules, and I haven't even been to a bar yet. I want to broaden my horizons. I want to indulge my youth. If you're my brother, then let's go together." "Ganyu." Wang Wendif leaned over again. "Let's go together, isn't it great for the 4 of us from the dorm to go out? What time does your club end? We can wait for you to finish before going, anyway going to the bar doesn't require being early." Ganyu thought for a moment. "Around 8 p.m. Wang Wendif slammed the table. "Perfect timing. That's settled, we'll all go together then." The bathroom door opened, and a wave of mist spilled out from between the slightly open door. Daiheng wore a dark grey housecoat with especially broad shoulders, holding a towel pressed against his head to dry his wet hair. He casually walked out in slippers. Wang Wendif stood up and approached immediately. "Daiheng, buddy, we're heading to the bar tomorrow evening to squander our youth. Are you coming?" Hearing this, Daiheng lifted his eyelids and looked toward the slim figure not far away studying diligently. "Is Ganyu going?" Chapter 36 Drama Club. Wang Wendif thumped his chest. "Of course. My best friend surely won't let us down, we'll all go together." Daiheng glanced at him indifferently. "Oh, in that case, I'll come too." Wang Wendif was about to nod, but suddenly noticed something seemed off. What was this supposed to mean? If Ganyu wasn't going, then neither would he. Wang Wendong felt like his words were implying just that. But it didn't matter, as long as they went, Wang Wendong wasn't concerned further. "Okay, it's settled. This is the dorm's first collective outing, perfect." This week, Ganyu had a full schedule of classes. Aside from attending lectures, he also had to make time for club activities, which were scheduled on Wednesday evening. The drama club met in the school's large auditorium, and combined old and new members, there weren't more than 20-some people in total. Joining the drama club wasn't Ganyu's original intention. However, Chen Si believed that being part of the drama club would properly train his passion for acting and help unleash his nature. At the time, Ganyu hadn't shown a significant interest in any other clubs, so he ended up joining this one. Their school's drama club was fairly professional and participated in the annual college drama festival at year-end. A dedicated teacher taught acting skills. Selection into the drama club was extremely strict. After submitting an application form, there was also an interview required. But Ganyu simply submitted his application letter and was directly admitted. Nevertheless, during the club's first activity he attended, he received a harsh critique from the performance instructor. Every new member entering the club had to choose a section of dialogue to perform during their first class. Ganyu chose a passage from Thunderstorm. It might not have even counted as an act since he came across as merely reciting the lines with no emotional fluctuation, akin to a primary school student reading aloud from a textbook. Before this, Teacher Sun even thought that their drama club had welcomed a naturally talented male lead, highly satisfied with his physical appearance, and placing great hopes in him. However, by the end of his first class after he finished reciting his lines, the teacher's face turned as black as the bottom of a wok. Teacher Sun lamented heavily and gave Ganyu a stern reprimand. Performance completely lacked vitality. Rigid. Tedious. Dull. What a pity for such good conditions. If you continue performing like this, your future can only involve holding signs backstage. Though the teacher was thoroughly disappointed with Ganyu's acting, he always pointed him out in each class, making Ganyu stand out prominently. This time, Ganyu specifically picked a seat in the far back corner of the room. He just hoped that Teacher Sun Jiming would leave him alone. However, less than 2 minutes into the start of the class, Sun Jiming, holding the attendance list, scanned the crowd below the podium. Is Ganyu here? Club activities did not always have a full turnout, but the teacher particularly singled him out to call roll. Sighing, Ganyu slowly raised his arm. I'm here. The others began whispering among themselves, all turning around to direct their attention toward him. Here. Sun Jiming was roughly 40 years old, stiff and meticulous in demeanor. He adjusted his glasses on his face and looked in Ganyu's direction. Since you're here, come up on stage so I can see how much you've learned over this period. Ganyu. Impressive. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ganyu ascended the stage. It wasn't surprising why the teacher always focused on him, his appearance was truly too superior. Dressed in a white shirt and loose-fitting jeans, his slender frame was free of any flaw. His face, at first glance, screamed the protagonist of some tragic pain literature. Sun Jiming asked, did you look at The Wild Dog, as I last instructed? The Wild Dog was also a very classic play. There was an incredibly long classic monologue by the male lead within, filled with profound emotion and requiring top-notch command of lines. It served as his theatrical introduction. Ganyu had seen it, finding the male lead exceptionally skilled, but knew he could never reach that level. Honesty compelled his reply, I watched it. Sun Jiming nodded, recite a portion. For the nth time, Ganyu questioned whether choosing the drama club was the right decision. He pressed his lips together, recalling the lines. You're like my warm gloves, a cold beer, a shirt scented with sunlight, a dream repeated day after day. His voice had a clean clarity, his tone actually pleasant to listen to, but it lacked emotion, sounding more like rote recitation. Ganyu paused, glancing at Teacher Sun's expression before continuing devoid of feeling. Mingming, how am I supposed to make you understand? You are sweet, sorrowful. Your lips are smeared with fresh desire. Your freshness and your desire turn you into something inscrutable like an animal, inescapable like the sun, merciless like a player, cruel and merciless like hunger. With his excellent memory, Ganyu had memorized the lines clearly, and several long passages remained ahead. However, he was cut off by the teacher at this point. Stop, stop, Sun Jiming glanced at him, hesitating to say, the lines are certainly well remembered, but this performance. Ganyu lifted his eyes and squarely faced the teacher's evaluation. Absolutely no improvement. You're like a piece of wood. Sun Jiming shook his head, as if regretting iron couldn't be turned into steel. He pointed to the stage below, go down. Just sit there in the first row and learn from others' performance techniques. Ganyu was used to being criticized and walked off the stage under everyone's gaze, sitting down in the first row. Perhaps due to the fear of being called out by Teacher Sun Jiming, there weren't many people sitting in the first row. Are you okay? Came a smiling voice from the side. Teacher Sun may be straightforward, but he means no harm. Don't take it personally. After stepping down from the stage, Ganyu had simply found an empty seat, not paying attention to who was sitting next to him. Now, glancing over toward the source of the voice. It was a familiar face. The guy had somewhat long hair, pulled back into a small ponytail at the back, looking very much like a Japanese-style handsome man in both appearance and attire. What was his name again? Yi Tan. That was it. There was one empty seat between them, maintaining an appropriate distance. Yi Tan leaned slightly to chat casually with him, not staring intently as he did last time, which made him feel less aggressive and more tolerable. This felt like normal conversation. Ganyu's attitude softened compared to last time. He always criticizes me during every class, I would have quit if I cared that much. It's obvious that he really likes you and wants you to be the male lead in his play. Yi Tan smiled, he never treats others this way. Ganyu knew his own abilities, if he ever became the male lead, Teacher Sun might just be mad enough to point at his head and curse, you're impossible to teach. Ganyu, fully aware of his own limitations, replied dryly, forget it, I'll just hold up some signs from the back. Yi Tan curved his lips slightly, and after a while suddenly asked, today your boyfriend doesn't seem to be here with you. Upon hearing this, the air became momentarily quiet. Apparently finding this absurd, Ganyu glanced up, what boyfriend? Daiheng, Yi Tan said casually while gazing at the stage above, you two are often together, so that's what people say. Isn't it? Ganyu didn't keep track of the school forums and didn't know how far rumors had spread. His expression remained indifferent, I'm not gay. Seemingly surprised, Yi Tan then smiled faintly, so, you haven't been dating him? Ganyu. Something seemed amiss. Yi Tan's gaze grew more direct. If the person were Douyin, Yi Tan would have little chance of getting him away. Since they weren't a couple. Yi Tan stopped playing around, directly cutting to the chase. If so, can I pursue you? Gan Yu's body stiffened for a moment, unsure how to react. For just a second, he thought he had misinterpreted their last interaction. Moreover, he'd already said he wasn't gay. Was this guy deaf? Having lost all patience, Gan Yu decided not to give him any false impression, his expression turning colder. No, I will never like men. Yi Tan smiled meaningfully. Sometimes, words shouldn't be too absolute. A wrinkle appeared on Gan Yu's forehead. His phone vibrated lightly in his pocket. Unable to bear the idea of moving seats, Gan Yu pulled out his phone from his pants pocket and took a look. It was a message from Douyin. Where are you? Gan Yu looked down as he typed into the input box. The club activity hasn't ended yet. You guys go ahead. Before he could send it. Douyin, I don't see you. Gan Yu, ? Gan Yu held the phone tightly in his hand, straightening his posture, and glanced back. Only the stage lights were on in the auditorium, making the back area dim and hard to see clearly. His phone vibrated again. Looking down, Gan Yu saw the message. Douyin, I see you. Not long after, a familiar figure sat down beside him. Turning his face, Gan Yu found Douyin calmly sitting next to him. He wore an expensive branded sportswear set, with the zipper pulled all the way to the top, stopping under his chin. His broad shoulders made him look like a top male model walking off a runway. Completely at ease, as if the large auditorium was his own private space. What are you doing here? Gan Yu locked his phone screen and put it back in his pocket, lowering his voice to talk to him. Daiheng's almond-shaped eyes curved into a smile as he said offhandedly, I'm here to pick you up. We'll go to the bar later. Gan Yu understood and nodded. He could feel Yi Tan's gaze on him from the left, especially after Daiheng had arrived. The look of curiosity became even more pronounced. For some reason, having a man next to him who seemed interested made Gan Yu feel uneasy all over. Gan Yu furrowed his brow slightly. In the next moment, the arm on his left was lightly touched. It was Yi Tan sitting to his left. Gan Yu was never used to physical contact with others. Moreover, it was someone unfamiliar, a stranger who was clearly interested in him. The feeling was akin to a poisonous snake crawling up his arm. Gan Yu instantly felt his scalp tingle, and his body reacted instinctively. He quickly pulled his arm back and looked sideways. Yi Tan still smiled at him with an arm resting across the empty space between them, holding a bottle of mineral water. Don't be nervous. I just wanted to give you a bottle of water. Are we that familiar? Why do you touch me like that? But he didn't want to make a fuss at this moment. Gan Yu felt inexplicably angry inside, but he controlled his irritation. Get lost. I don't need your water. His previous action had been a bit exaggerated. Daiheng glanced up, turning his head to look at him. What's wrong? The annoyance in Gan Yu's eyes hadn't yet disappeared. He pursed his lips faintly. Nothing. A barely audible laugh came from the side. If you're so repelled by physical contact, you're either homophobic or deeply closeted. Gan Yu, have you ever thought that you might actually be gay? Gan Yu tightened his fingers a little. At this point, he really wanted to hit someone. Their conversation was audible only to the two of them. Daiheng raised an eyebrow, sensing something, glancing toward Gan Yu's left, and nonchalantly curled his lips. He tugged Gan Yu's sleeve with his finger. Shall we switch seats? Gan Yu glanced at him, loosening his fingers slightly. You don't move. I'll sit on your other side. After saying that, he stood up and sat down on the other side of Daiheng. Daiheng's tall figure blocked the middle, cutting off the burning gaze from the side. Finally no longer being stared at, Gan Yu felt much better. Teacher Sun Jiming was still lecturing non-stop on stage. After a moment of silence, Gan Yu turned his head to look at the person beside him. Is it appropriate for you to be here for our club activities? I think it's perfectly fine. Daiheng turned his head, leaning one hand on the armrest, pretending to focus on the stage. I came to observe Teacher Gan while he performs. His narrow almond-shaped eyes bent slightly as he lifted his hand to support Gan Yu's cheek, turning his face back. Pay attention, Teacher Gan. After saying that, he turned his head indifferently toward his left. Right when he met a probing gaze. Daiheng didn't know what had happened between the two of them. But this person's stare gave him a sense of impoliteness. Daiheng usually appeared cheerful with a perpetual smile, looking very amiable. However, when he reined in his smile and lowered his eyes, his sharp features were three-dimensional and cutting. His narrow eyes devoid of emotion exuded coldness and slight aggression. He leaned his head back, his tone devoid of emotion. Keep staring 2 more seconds, and see if I can politely ask your eyeballs out. Though polite and using the word please, it was evident that civility was ingrained in him. The tension lasted for 2 seconds. Yi Tan gritted his teeth, breaking eye contact first, laughing bitterly under his breath. Fucking hell, why does he get to touch your face and pull your clothes? And yet claim not to be gay. On the stage, 4 actors were rehearsing The Red Rose and the White Rose. A very classic play. There was one scene where 2 men had to lift a woman and pass her from one male actor to another repeatedly several times. There were 2 men and 2 women on stage. Both boys were of medium height and lean. But before they started, the act ended abruptly because one of the boys couldn't lift the girl. The scene was rather comical, eliciting a burst of laughter from the audience. Daiheng supported his face with one hand, turning his head to look leisurely at the person next to him. This doesn't seem scientific. Your teacher didn't choose you as the male lead. Chapter 38, Yu, come over. Ganyu couldn't possibly tell him he couldn't be the male lead because of his poor acting skills. He didn't want to explain so much, his voice was very light. I've never liked being the male lead. I like holding signs. Holding signs? Daiheng raised an eyebrow, letting out a low chuckle, like those sexy etiquette girls. His teasing gaze swept over Ganyu, as if quite curious. Are you going to wear that kind of costume? Ganyu kept his eyes on the stage, his voice indifferent. Your thoughts are inappropriate, shut up. The voices from the stage carried over. The boys nowadays don't have any masculine quality, not even able to hold up a girl. Where does all the food they eat go? Teacher Sun Jiming walked over with the script in hand. Judging by your previous performance, there's absolutely no chemistry between you two. Physical contact during acting is common, why should it be embarrassing? The actors on stage hung their heads under scolding. Sun Jiming pondered for a moment, looking around below the stage. I'll select a few students, let's start with some other small interactive games to help you liberate your nature. To avoid being called again, Ganyu feigned death by lowering his gaze. Daiheng kept his face sideways and didn't look at the stage once, chatting idly with him. I haven't seen any play before, how would I know about it? Tell me more about holding signs. They were sitting right in the middle of the first row, highly conspicuous. Besides, Daiheng's act of whispering was too ostentatious, totally unreserved. Sun Jiming's gaze landed on Daiheng. Young man, come up here. Ganyu remained composed, pretending he didn't know the person next to him. Sun Jiming, Ganyu, call the student next to you. Ganyu. He turned his head, locking his gaze straight forward. Daiheng raised an eyebrow. Me? Ganyu lightly curled his lips. That's right, this young man. Have I ever seen this young man before? Sun Jiming beckoned him with a wave. Come, step onto the center stage. Daiheng smiled carelessly and didn't refuse, lazily standing up and walking compliantly to the center of the stage. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, whispers spread behind, vaguely hearing, handsome, tall, and such words. With a height of 1.89 m, Daiheng stood beside the two male actors, towering almost half a head above them. His shoulders were broader than theirs as well, making the contrast rather obvious and highlighting his outstanding appearance. Girls behind couldn't control themselves from speaking. Wow, isn't this just a rich young master and his two servants? Ganyu's eyelid twitched, thinking whether this was polite towards fellow classmates. But when his gaze fell on the stage, it seemed somewhat accurate. That person standing there simply looked incomparably handsome against the backdrop of others. Two schoolmates looked dull and insignificant beside him. Realizing he wasn't very polite himself either, Ganyu averted his gaze. Yi Tan, Wang Haojie. Teacher Sun Jiming selected another two male students. Step onto the stage. This time, Teacher Sun Jiming finally didn't focus his attention on Ganyu. Male students who stepped up here, select companions from below the stage. Let's play some small games. Student Wang Haojie selected a female classmate, thus making it a trio of males paired with females. Only Daiheng and Yi Tan hadn't chosen their companions yet. Ganyu had been keeping an eye on the dynamics on stage, glad to escape trouble today, watching with a sense of anticipation. When he glanced up, inadvertently meeting Daiheng's gaze on stage. Through the distance, they silently held each other's gaze for a moment. Ganyu thought anyone with a bit of insight shouldn't choose him. Who knew, the next second. Ganyu, Daiheng's lips curved into a smile, his usual nonchalance intact. Come over. Ganyu. Sun Jiming was also momentarily taken aback. Don't you want to choose a female student? Daiheng licked his lips, although usually frivolous, he appeared quite polite. Is that okay, teacher? The rule had merely stated choosing a companion, no gender restriction was mentioned. Alright. Sun Jiming looked down, then Ganyu, step up here. Still unable to evade. Ganyu exhaled slowly, restraining the immediate urge to press him to the ground and beat him up, and got up unwillingly to walk to the stage once again. Daiheng stood in the central position of the stage. On his left were the three grouped teams, and on the right stood a single person, with a gap left in the middle. Ganyu positioned himself at the empty spot, maintaining a half-step distance from both sides, clearly not wanting to touch either of them. Daiheng turned his head to look at him, the smile on his lips still not fading. He lightly bumped shoulders with Ganyu. Why such a face? Smile 1. Ganyu raised his eyes, his face devoid of any other expression, and slightly lowered his voice. Do you have some sort of illness? Why did you choose me? Daiheng arched an eyebrow, laughing softly, his chest gently vibrating with laughter. Then who do you think I know except for you? Ganyu. So, who told you to come hang around at someone else's club? Sun Jiming spoke again. Yi Tan, choose a companion. It was only then Ganyu noticed that the person standing to his left was Yi Tan, indifferently withdrawing his gaze. After pondering for a moment, Yi Tan selected a female classmate. Once the female classmate stepped onto the stage, she stood at the far edge. Yi Tan, probably to make room for the girl, took a step closer to Ganyu's direction. Ganyu had been standing between the two people, equally distanced to maintain balance. The distance to the left suddenly shortened, stiffening Ganyu's body instinctively, making him take a step to the right. His shoulder bumped against a sturdy chest, nearly colliding fully into Dai Heng's embrace. "Why are you acting like this, trying to swindle sympathy?" Dai Heng's seemingly playful voice entered his ear from the right, incredibly close. Ganyu glanced at him, "Shut up." Although he cursed him out loud, his body was very honest, and Ganyu remained where he was. One was his good buddy, the other was the homosexual harboring intentions towards him. Ganyu could clearly distinguish with whom he should keep his distance, so it was better than being near the person beside him. The distance between the two was a little too close, their shoulders rubbing against each other. Dai Heng raised an eyebrow. Actually, there was still a bit of space on the right side where he could step, but he didn't move. Sun Jiming put on his glasses. "For us theater actors, the first thing we need to do is to free our nature. If everyone stays restrained, how can we perform well?" He looked at the 10 students lined up next to him. "Now, give your partner a face-to-face hug. On the stage, you are comrades in arms, excellent partners. You must trust each other and offer each other maximum enthusiasm." Chapter 39, Hugging. Ganyu's eyelid flickered slightly. The others had already faced each other. Though utterly embarrassing, they gritted their teeth and hugged each other, barely managing not to burst out laughing. Only the two of them hadn't moved yet. Sun Jiming had already walked over. "Your pair is no exception." Realizing there was no way out, Ganyu slightly pressed his lips, laboriously moving his steps. Dai Heng, however, showed no psychological burden at all. He quickly sidestepped, standing face to face with him and casually opening his arms. "Come on. This guy." Under the earnest gaze of teacher Sun Jiming, Ganyu took a step forward. Initially planning to just briefly touch and then separate from the person in front of him. However, just as he got close, he was firmly pulled into an embrace by those strong arms. Ganyu found himself enveloped in warmth. His nose filled with the faint tobacco scent mixed with a refreshing smell of shower gel, which made him momentarily dazed. Before he could react, Dai Heng's palm lifted upwards, pressing down on the back of his head. His fingers deftly sank into his soft hair, lightly pressing his palm against Ganyu's scalp while his deep voice echoed in his ear. "Did you feel the Brotherhood's passion?" As if succeeding in his prank, he laughed deeply, his chest vibrating gently. Ganyu completely forgot to respond. There was indeed something different about his good buddy compared to others. From time to time, he was draped over by this guy or even embraced several times while sleeping. At least when being held by this person, he didn't have the physiological urge to lash out. But, this doesn't mean he allowed this guy to mess with his hair. Just as Ganyu realized this and showed signs of wanting to throw a punch, the person in front of him released his hand quite appropriately, stepping back slowly. Dai Heng still wore a careless smile, retreating to his original position. Ganyu had no time to act. After staring at him for a few seconds, that little anger had dissipated completely. "Fine, let it go this time." Teacher Sun Jiming continued. 5 groups of students, you discuss among yourselves, arbitrarily performing a small scene. It can be various scenarios, play at will. At this point, Sun Jiming picked up the list and examined it carefully. It was then that he realized something was off and looked at Dai Heng. "Aren't you a member of our club?" Ganyu's eyelid flickered slightly, his heart inexplicably tightening. Teacher Sun Jiming was very strict and never allowed people outside the club to listen in. Dai Heng's almond-shaped eyes curved slightly as he nonchalantly placed one hand in his trouser pocket. "Indeed not. I heard that your directed plays are excellent, so I specially came here to observe and learn." Ganyu. This guy is a smooth talker. Didn't he say he'd never watched any plays before? Sun Jiming was somewhat surprised. "Have you watched my directed plays?" Dai Heng spoke slowly. "Your psychological drama, Broken Window, won the Gold Award at the 5th University Students' Theater Festival. It's an outstanding work." Sun Jiming looked at him with different eyes and adjusted his reading glasses on the bridge of his nose. It was a piece from several years ago, long unmentioned, yet this young man still remembered. Sun Jiming straightened his back a bit more. "Ah, that was several years ago, nothing much to mention. However, since you're interested in plays, how about performing a small segment just like them?" Dai Heng raised an eyebrow. "Perform what?" Sun Jiming pulled out a page from the script in his hand. "The lines Ganyu read earlier, why don't you give it a try?" Dai Heng looked down with his droopy eyes, one hand in his trouser pocket, looking carefree, without showing any trace of nervousness. His tall frame stood there loosely, radiating a sense of ease. After finishing the script, he lifted his eyes. "And I pair with Ganyu? You can have a partner if you need one, no problem." Sun Jiming rarely scolded anyone this time. Having requests is good. Some people just can't get into character, only know how to recite their lines all day. Ganyu thought inwardly whether someone else could be found for some verbal abuse. Ganyu raised his eyes and made a suggestion. "Teacher, give him a female actor instead." Sun Jiming waved his hand. "No need. This part doesn't feature the protagonist, you can just stand there and be a decoration." The decorative male figure stood lifelessly on stage. Sun Jiming walked to Ganyu, observed him up and down, nodded. "Just keep this stance, you don't have to move." In the original play, the heroine was tied to a chair at this point, her eyes blindfolded, while the protagonist delivered a classic monologue alone. Daiheng had already reviewed the lines and held the script in his hand. He lowered his eyes again to look at the lines, trying to deepen his memory. Ganyu furrowed his brows slightly, thinking it'd be fine if he just casually recited it. After all, why did he plan to take it seriously? He wasn't even a member of the theater club, why put in so much effort? However, when their gazes met, those amber-colored eyes froze him into silence instantly. Daiheng's eyes were beautiful almond-shaped ones, always sparkling flirtatiously when curved. They exuded a gentle charm mixed with playful provocation, often leaving the impression that he wasn't entirely serious. But when he retracted his usual smile, the depth left in his eyes remained profound, fixating intently on one person with immense emotion. Under such a gaze, Ganyu felt himself barely able to withstand it, instinctively wanting to step back but managed to hold his ground. You are like my warm gloves, cold beer, sun-scented shirts, dreams repeated day by day. As he began speaking, every trace of laziness dissipated, leaving behind only a low, slow tone, unexpectedly captivating. Ganyu was lost in thought. He didn't expect this guy to look so convincing when taking it seriously. It was like a completely different person compared to his usual self. He indeed possessed some talent in acting, no wonder scouts wanted to discover him. Until he heard his own name. You, how can I make you understand, you're sweet and sorrowful. ? Ganyu froze mid-motion, raising his eyes incredulously. Are you asking for death? Daiheng stood right in front of him, staring down with his eyes fixed on his lips, his voice hoarse. Your lips carry fresh desire, your newness and your desires make you as elusive as an animal. Ganyu's eyes were strikingly beautiful, though they usually contained indifference, never willing to give in or show weakness to anyone. The more he was this way, the more it tempted others to want to tame him, making him behave a little better. Daiheng's gaze darkened slightly, his Adam's apple moving slowly as he raised his hand and used his palm to cover Ganyu's eyes. Ganyu's vision was blocked, only feeling the heat from the other's palm transmit warmth around his eye area. When sight was blocked, the other senses become acutely heightened. He could feel Daiheng walking behind him, the posture as if hugging him from behind. Chapter 40, Waist Embrace. Even though he knew it was just part of the script's action, Ganyu still shivered inexplicably. Through a thin layer of clothing, his back could even feel the residual warmth from the other's chest. And that deep, magnetic voice, close to his earlobe, breath warm and flushing his ears red. The deliberately slowed tone, unlike his usual carefree manner, became serious and devout. I want to give you a home, I want to give you all the things you want, I want to caress your back, let your wings in paradise grow again. Indeed. A good actor can lead their partner into the play, immersing them in the character, feeling the thoughts and emotions of the role. If the counterpart were Daiheng, facing such a sincere confession with his striking face, there probably wouldn't be any girl who could refuse. Ganyu felt half of his body already numb, his ears burning as if on fire. Does this guy need to read lines so closely to his ear? That low voice continued, arousing every sense in him. You cannot feel how my longing surges towards you, longing for your hair, your eyes, your chin, the scent emitted by your pores. I love you, I am crazy about you. Until Daiheng's other palm rested on his side waist, through a thin shirt, the heat from the palm spread from the side waist. Ganyu's fingers stiffened. Isn't this a bit too much? Unable to tolerate it, ready to turn around and punch him. The audience below suddenly burst into applause. This applause was led by Sun Jiming. Good, perfect. Sun Jiming looked at the stage, appreciation in his eyes evident. Although your expression of emotion differs from the original work, the most important thing in a play is creativity. You have your own feelings, expressing your own emotions, which is very good, with very strong tension in the performance. Daiheng slightly lifted his eyelids, unhurriedly releasing his grip, stepping back a pace, returning to his usual nonchalance. Ganyu's vision only cleared at this moment, still somewhat dazed. The disordered heartbeat merged into the thunderous applause, gradually regaining calm. Below the stage, applause echoed. Daiheng turned his face, his gaze unconsciously scanning, fixing on Ganyu's almost blazing earlobes, faintly raising an eyebrow. The audience section was about to explode. Just then, those two on stage had acted such a short segment, and a few girls couldn't help but scream. They kept their voices low enough not to make them spread. My goodness, Daiheng is so flirtatious, the part where he covered Ganyu's eyes really. I can't handle it. I get it. And the moment when he embraced Ganyu's waist. So heart-melting. This height difference, body shape difference, simply a perfect match. Are they really a couple, aren't they? Otherwise, why would he come along for the club class? They are definitely in the honeymoon period. Everyone was discussing, except for the male standing in the corner whose malevolence was hidden in the dim light, unnoticed by anyone. Sun Jiming was extremely excited, thinking this was his heavenly chosen male lead. Flawless in appearance, most importantly, acting with great flair, the voice tone while reading lines was also pleasant, completely immersive. Sun Jiming smiled. Classmate Daiheng, do you have any interest in joining our drama club? Daiheng raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling on Ganyu who had recovered her indifferent look, lips curling. Isn't that against the rules? Recruitment has already passed. Sun Jiming, rules are dead, people are alive. If you join us, you and Ganyu can perform a play together next time, you as the male lead. How does that sound? Daiheng glanced at Ganyu, lightly laughing, such a good deal. Ganyu raised his eyes, question mark. Daiheng suppressed a laugh, licking the corner of his lips, politely declining, still no thanks, my club is quite busy, I might not be able to handle it. Most importantly, going back might risk domestic violence from his brother. Sun Jiming was obviously a bit disappointed, that's too bad, think about it some more, don't rush to give me a reply. Daiheng nonchalantly responded, thank you teacher, I will consider it. Amidst the whispering chatter of everyone, the two finally returned to the stage below. After going backstage, Ganyu's face remained expressionless, and he refused to talk to Daiheng no matter what. Regardless of whatever Daiheng said, Ganyu acted like he didn't care at all. By the time the club activities ended, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Outside, the sky had completely darkened, with only the yellowish glow of streetlights remaining. The temperature had dropped recently, and when the night wind blew, the cold intensified even more. The temperature inside the auditorium had been perfect, but once outside, one could feel the chill. Ganyu put on his coat, letting his black hair be disheveled by the wind. Daiheng walked up from behind, lightly bumping shoulders with him, still mad? Ganyu looked down, lifting his hand to zip his jacket to the top, the clasp resting under his chin. At the angle of his lowered head, his eyelashes also dropped, casting a small shadow below his eyes. His complexion was pale, the lines of his thin cheeks carved out into beautiful arcs. Daiheng's curved lips flattened slightly as his throat moved, softly discussing with him, stop ignoring me, I haven't agreed to come either, am I not being obedient enough? Did I say anything earlier for you to listen? Ganyu raised his eyes and glanced at him coldly, whether or not you participate, do I have any control over it? How can't you? Meeting those beautiful eyes, Daiheng curled the corner of his lips, smiling gently and provocatively, if you tell me to come, I'll come, if you tell me to leave, I'll follow Gon teacher's instructions. Whatever. Ganyu wasn't aware that he held such authority, he shifted his gaze, it's up to you whether you want to come or not. Having said this, he turned and walked down the stairs. Before taking a single step, his neck was hooked, pulling him back again. Ganyu's eyelids flickered, preparing to yell. In the next second, a warm palm covered his head, fingers threading through Ganyu's hair to smooth it out. Ganyu froze momentarily, instinctively wanting to pull away. Since we couldn't touch during the play, are you now addicted to touching my hair? Before he could retreat, a low, lazy tone reached his ears. Don't move, your hair is messy, Gon teacher. Ganyu was firmly controlled. His fingers carried warmth, and in the cold night, that heat was especially clear, along with the gentle pressure as he handled his strands, there wasn't a hint of repulsion. After tidying up his hair, Daiheng retracted his hand. His peach-shaped eyes retained a faint smile, and as he glanced at him through the darkness, they were extraordinarily deep, as if blending into a pool of water. Chapter 41, Fine for Drinking. Ganyu's throat moved as he swallowed the words at the tip of his tongue, changing the topic, where are Zhou Mo and Old Wang? They went ahead. Daiheng glanced down and casually took out his phone from his pocket to check the address sent by Wang Wendong, they asked us to meet them after we finished. Ganyu glanced at him, I called a cab, it will arrive soon. The address Wang Wendong had chosen was a very popular bar street. From the school, it would take about half an hour by taxi. At this point in time, the bar street was bustling with activity, colorful neon lights decorating the facades brilliantly. After stepping out of the taxi, they walked down a lane and stopped in front of a bar named Encounter. Unlike other shops with flashing lights, this one was much quieter. At first glance, Ganyu thought it was a quiet bar. However, just upon entering the door, his ears were blasted by deafening music. The lighting inside the bar was dim, with rotating spotlights creating constantly changing shadows and brightness. Wang Wendong splurged this time and reserved a VIP seat. When Ganyu arrived, Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo were already drunk. Several empty beer bottles were scattered across the table. Besides the two of them, there were 3 girls present. As soon as Ganyu stepped closer, Wang Wendong pulled him around to sit at the edge of the table. Ganyu, why did you come so late? Wang Wendong's arm draped on his shoulder as he introduced him to the other girls, see that? My bro, the grass god of the law department. Isn't he ridiculously handsome? Ganyu nodded briefly at them, counting as a greeting. The 3 girls modestly waved back at him. Zhou Mo was playing finger-guessing games with one of the girls. He greeted Ganyu briefly before turning back to continue the game. Wang Wendong grabbed a glass of alcohol off the table and thrust it toward Ganyu, you're late, bro. You're fine to drink. Finish this glass. Ganyu was holding a glass of liquor, but had no intention of drinking it. He glanced at the girl across from him and quietly asked Wang Wendong, what's going on? There was supposed to be a dormitory gathering, but there were several unfamiliar girls present, and he was already thinking about leaving. Brother. Let me tell you. Wang Wendong suppressed his joy, leaning close to Ganyu's ear and saying, my spring has come. Peaches are blooming. The girl in the middle is an upperclassman from our department. They just came over to chat with us and wanted to borrow our VIP seat. Wang Wendong was lost in sweet fantasies, excuse. Absolutely an excuse. She definitely likes me, otherwise why would she not borrow someone else's seat? Ganyu. VIP seats required a minimum spend. At least 2,000 yuan needed to be spent. Some people couldn't afford 2,000, but still wanted a more comfortable environment, so they'd find ways to borrow VIP seats. I need to seize this chance. Wang Wendong said, help out, my future happiness relies on you. Gan Yu's eyelids flickered slightly, how should I help? Wang Wendong thought for a moment, then casually responded, just don't be too friendly with them, act like you usually do, so that they have no chance with you, that way, my opportunity will come. At this point, Wang Wendong remembered another missing friend, where's Daiheng? What about my other good brother? Gan Yu dropped his eyes and placed the glass in his hand back on the table, he's outside answering a call. Wang Wendong nodded, scanned the tabletop with his eyes, then pushed the glass Gan Yu had set down back into his hands. I said, those who come late need to be penalized with drinks, drink up this glass, quickly, pronto. Since he couldn't get away with it, Gan Yu had no choice but to pick up the glass and down the drink in one gulp. Wang Wendong looked at him with a smile, then shoved another glass of alcohol into his hand. That's right, you keep drinking first, when Daiheng gets here, we'll start playing games. Having said this, Wang Wendong turned around and started throwing dice with his goddess. The temperature inside the bar was much higher than outside. Gan Yu wore a white dress shirt, his coat was already draped over the sofa. With the influence of having drunk one glass, he felt inexplicably warm at the moment, raising his hand to loosen one button. Under the flickering lights, his features appeared even more three-dimensional and refined. Even as others passed by, they couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. Gan Yu stopped drinking, placing the wine glass on the table. He took out his phone from his pants pocket and informed Daiheng about the situation here. One of the unattached girls carrying a drink sat down beside him and invited him to play dice. Gan Yu raised his eyes briefly, sorry, I don't know how to play. After saying this, he immediately returned to typing messages on his phone without any intention of continuing the conversation. Perhaps due to the noisy atmosphere of the bar, the girl didn't hear clearly what he said and moved closer. I just heard your friend say you're from the law department. So impressive, are you planning to become a big lawyer later? If a regular guy were praised like this by a girl, he would probably open up and talk endlessly. But Gan Yu's expression remained calm. He avoided eye contact and showed no intention of starting a conversation. Yen Lulu didn't give up easily and curiously inquired, Junior, since you're studying law, can you help me analyze something? I have a friend who was deceived by a scammer and lost money, and now she's been blocked and deleted. Can you see if her money could be retrieved? Gan Yu hesitated for a moment before finally raising his eyes to look at her. According to criminal law regulations, only if more than 3,000 yuan is defrauded can a case be opened. How much did your friend lose? Yen Lulu smiled sweetly and took out her phone, the situation is too complicated. It's too noisy here to explain everything. Why don't we add WeChat, and I'll explain in detail. Realizing he might have fallen into a trap, Gan Yu was caught off guard. His phone was still stuck on the WeChat chatting interface, so he couldn't use the excuse that he didn't have WeChat to decline. Under the eager gaze of the girl, he had no choice but to exit the chat box and open his QR code. They successfully added each other as friends. In the next moment, someone sat down in the empty seat beside him. Daiheng's eyes fell onto his phone screen, a teasing smirk forming on his lips. In the time it took me to smoke a cigarette, you've already flirted with a girl and even added her on WeChat. That was fast. At this moment, Wang Wendong also noticed him. Hey! My other good buddy is here. Another grass god from Linda University. The goddess beside Wang Wendong's side, are all your friends this handsome? These juniors nowadays are really high quality. Unaware, Wang Wendong failed to notice that his goddess's eyes were now glued to Daiheng. He felt especially proud, of course. The two most famous grass gods from our school are right here. Old Dai, those who come late must be penalized with drinks. Gan Yu has already been penalized, now it's your turn, quickly. Daiheng raised an eyebrow, the fact that there were girls present didn't seem to surprise him much. He turned his head and asked the person next to him, did you drink alcohol? Gan Yu, just one glass. Though it wasn't enough to get drunk from one glass, his collar was slightly open, his skin under the flickering lights appeared even colder and whiter. A light red flush graced his eyetails, exuding a hint of intoxication, appearing incredibly beautiful. Chapter 42, Truth or Dare. Daiheng stared at Gan Yu for 2 seconds before slowly turning away, picking up the glass on the table, and drinking it while his Adam's apple sensually moved up and down. After finishing the glass of alcohol cleanly, his distinct fingers set the glass back on the table, done. Wang Wendong was quite satisfied, now everyone's here, let's play games. How about Truth or Dare? There just happened to be some cards. He picked up a glass bottle, and also an empty used bottle. Afterward, he wildly winked at Gan Yu. Some contents in the dare can specify an object, which might allow him to have some intimate contact with his goddess. Gan Yu received his signal and understood that it was about time for him to assist, so he nodded, sure. Daiheng slightly lifted his eyelids and looked over somewhat surprisingly. Did he know what kind of game this was? Then why not? The man who usually avoided girls like the plague was acting out of character today. Daiheng had taken off his coat as soon as he entered and casually tossed it onto the leather sofa. At the moment, he was only wearing a long-sleeved gray t-shirt, with a silver necklace around his neck that emitted a faint mysterious light, highlighting the breadth of his shoulders and neck. His body slightly tilted, and his shoulder almost bumped into the person next to him. Have you played this before? Their booth was at a distance from the DJ stand. As long as they leaned in slightly, they could still hear each other clearly. Ganyu glanced at him sidelong. No. Looking down at his phone, he realized that the words he had typed earlier hadn't been sent yet. He simply handed his phone over to him. After reading through everything, Douyin furrowed his brow and carelessly smirked. So, it was all for helping his buddy. Their Gon teacher was too naive if he thought this kind of game would be under his control once it started. Don't mess himself up later. Douyin didn't say anything more, his distinct fingers gripping a glass and idly swirling it. The other few girls had no objections either. Not everyone gets a chance to closely interact with the campus grass gods. The reason they came along to squeeze in was because they recognized Wang Wendong from dormitory 411. The people in their dorm occasionally ate together in the cafeteria, becoming more or less familiar. Since they were at the bar, perhaps Douyin and Ganyu would come by as well. They had come with such expectations, but unexpectedly, they actually met them. The good looks of these two departmental grass gods alone were enough to make anyone blush and feel fluttery inside. The girl was also quite playful. Then let's do truth or dare, we're all in. Alright, then let's play this. Wang Wendong picked up an empty bottle of wine. We form a circle and spin the bottle. The one pointed to must draw a card and either answer a truthful question or take a dare. If unable to finish, they will be penalized with 3 cups of alcohol. To prevent them from easily escaping either the truth or the dare, he intentionally made the punishment heavier by specifying 3 cups. Now I'll start. Wang Wendong grabbed the bottle and placed it horizontally on the tabletop. With a forceful push from his fingers, the bottle spun rapidly. Under everyone's focus. After the bottle quickly spun for a while, its speed gradually slowed down, eventually lazily pointing towards Ganyu. Ganyu, you're the lucky one. Although Wang Wendong's plan fell through, since this was the first spin, he wasn't too concerned. He grabbed the cards and let Ganyu draw. Pick one card. Truth or dare is random based on your luck, brother. About the luck issue, Ganyu couldn't argue, so he randomly took one card from the pile. What did you get? Wang Wendong was very curious. Ganyu lowered his eyes and read the small words on the card, dare. Go to the neighboring table, randomly select someone, and shout at them, you're my god. Wang Wendong blinked in astonishment. This task was indeed challenging for a cool, aloof type of grass god like Ganyu. Ganyu, are you going to shout it out or take the penalty of 3 cups of alcohol? In fact, some punishments should be avoided if possible, otherwise, one would easily get drunk from drinking round after round. However, Ganyu simply couldn't bring himself to do such a thing. He said lightly, I'll take the drink. After uttering these words, he placed the card back on the table and poured 3 cups of wine, drinking them all down one by one without an extra word of complaint. Wang Wendong had never known that his incredibly handsome roommate could hold his liquor so well. He gave him a thumbs up, decisive, that's a real man. The first round was just an appetizer. In truth, the best part of the game was watching everyone embarrass themselves. But their untouchable departmental grass god just wasn't capable of those things. Even if he accepted penalties willingly, no one said much about it. Wang Wendong placed the bottle on the table again, then I'll spin once more. The bottle spun rapidly again. Everyone held their breath in anticipation as they waited for the result. This time, when the bottle mouth slowly stopped spinning, it pointed to Ganyu, or rather, Douyin beside him. Once again, Wang Wendong's wish had fallen through, obviously leaving him a little disappointed. Intimacy with his goddess remained elusive. It was harder than expected. However, the other 3 girls were quite interested in this object of punishment. Even though fellow students gossiped about how irresponsible Douyin was, people still admitted he deserved his reputation. His face was good enough and his wealth impressive too, dating him would certainly not lead to losses. Although he hadn't spoken many words since joining, his relaxed posture leaned back with one arm supporting him on the sofa edge radiated charm effortlessly. To top it off, the slight opening of his collar casually revealed a seductive clavicle. His rolled-up sleeves exposed toned muscle lines brimming with sexuality. Unconsciously, several girls' eyes were drawn toward him. But it seemed like an illusion. His gaze often drifted indistinctly toward the direction of his left-hand side. Wang Wendong laid the cards flat on the table and let him pick one at random. Douyin slightly adjusted his posture and randomly drew a card. With half-closed eyes, he lazily read out the question, Truth, who do you think is the most beautiful person among us here? Upon hearing this, the 3 girls involuntarily sat up straighter. Wang Wendong also became interested, wanting to see what kind of beauty this high-standard good buddy of his would choose. After all, each of these 3 seniors had her own unique beauty, completely different styles. After waiting 2 seconds, they heard his languid tone, carelessly saying, Ganyu is the prettiest. He answered without a second thought, as if this question were simplest to him. The crowd. The expressions of the 3 girls all worsened slightly. Competition for beauty was one thing, but losing to a guy. Though that guy indeed had an explosive appearance, under these circumstances, they still felt somewhat disrespected. Thinking further, perhaps because they weren't familiar with him yet, he might have hesitated choosing one of the girls and offending the others, so decided on a male instead. Realizing this, the girls' moods gradually softened. Only Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo knew that Dai Heng never shied away from offending anyone. The reason why he chose Ganyu was simply that in the present group, Ganyu truly was the most beautiful. Chapter 43, Why Are You So Cute? Wang Wendong's mood grew complicated. Recalling that previously Dai Heng had made similar comments too, his girlfriend had to be prettier than Ganyu. That way of comparing. If this standard persisted, he'd probably stay single for life. Ganyu had consumed several glasses of wine. His response now lagged slightly, raising his eyes to look over. You picked me as the prettiest? I'm not even a girl. Dai Heng tilted his head slightly, curving his lips upward. The rules didn't say I couldn't pick a guy. Ganyu fell silent, believing that Dai Heng chose him only because he didn't want to select any female candidate, thus shifting the burden onto him. This round passed swiftly thanks to Dai Heng's smooth handling. I won't believe it. Again. Wang Wendong, refusing to give up, prepared the bottle again. Let's go another round. Let's see whose luck it is this time to be chosen. This time, the neck of the bottle pointed to Yan Lulu next to Ganyu. By this point, Wang Wendong was growing tired waiting. For heaven's sake, why wouldn't the blasted bottle point to him once? Inside, he was bitter but still pretended lightheartedly. This bottle spreads its favor evenly, intending to point at each of us. He spread out the cards. Sister Yen, draw a card. Yan Lulu hesitated for a moment, randomly drew a card from the bunch, and then read out the small print. Dare, please share a biscuit with the opposite gender next to you. The leftover biscuit must not exceed 2 centimeters. Bars were always places that best catalyzed ambiguity. Many of the prepared cards had punishments allowing close physical proximity. They weren't too excessive, but they did make your head spin. Next to Yan Lulu were one on each side, but if we were talking about the opposite gender, that was Ganyu. Dai Heng's slit-like eyes, full of deep emotions, shifted his face sideways, locking gazes onto the person to his left. Ganyu's expression remained consistently calm, reacting neither much nor less. Perhaps he had been slightly numbed by drinking, or simply hadn't heard clearly. Sharing the same biscuit would mean their distance closing almost to a kiss. For two completely unfamiliar people like Ganyu and Yan Lulu, this was certainly stimulating. The crowd's expressions were obviously very colorful. Today's most explosive task was coming up. Ganyu, who stayed aloof all the time, had never interacted closely with any girl. To be honest, Wang Wendong was pretty curious how the cool grass god acted when interacting with girls. Wang Wendong took a deep breath and cautiously said, Brother Ganyu, you probably can't refuse this one. Otherwise, you'll get penalized with more alcohol again. Though Yan Lulu had drawn the card, it turned out to be Ganyu receiving the punishment. After uttering these words, Wang Wendong felt an icy chill creeping along his spine as if he had come under some deadly glare. Wang Wendong scratched his neck, feeling that maybe his senses were playing tricks on him. He looked around twice but saw no one staring at him. He must have overthought it. Then Wang Wendong spoke again, so what do you say, buddy? Ganyu's expression didn't change in the least bit, and under everyone's expectant gaze, he picked up the wine bottle and poured 3 cups. I'll drink. Ganyu lowered his eyes, maintaining a composed demeanor while drinking down the 3 cups of wine in succession. A flicker of disappointment flashed through Yan Lulu's eyes. She thought she might have a chance to get closer to him. But her hopes were dashed. The other 2 girls also started complaining. You guys agreed on a dare, why is there so much drinking? It's meaningless. It's not even that hard, it's not like kissing or anything. Their purpose was for a closer interaction. Instead, all they saw was Ganyu drinking. Wang Wendong also felt a little awkward, claiming he'd wanted Ganyu to play support, yet the latter got drunk instead. He knew himself well enough, without wanting to help him, Ganyu might not want to stay at this gathering. Of course, Wang Wendong needed to protect his own good friend, that's the rule. And there was no rule forbidding drinking. Moreover, my buddy strictly follows rules. 3 cups are 3 cups. Did you see him avoid even a single drop? Ganyu drank down the 3 cups of wine according to the agreement and placed the glass on the table. You continue, I'll go to the restroom once. Having spoken this sentence, he stood up and left. Since Ganyu had never avoided any punishment before and always finished his 3 cups of wine solidly, nobody stopped him now. Just after Ganyu walked away, Dai Heng lazily raised his eyelids, glanced at Ganyu's departing direction, and slowly stood up as well. I need to use the restroom too. Wang Wendong. If Ganyu had overdrunk and wanted some time to dodge further drinking, Wang Wendong could understand. But you've only had 1 cup of alcohol, what kind of restroom trip is this? The bathroom was brightly lit, blocking out most sounds outside, becoming much quieter. Ganyu sat on the sink countertop, his head bowed, relieving the rising heat climbing from his neck. He had consumed a total of 10 or more cups of wine, though not entirely drunk, his condition wasn't good either, he was dizzy, sleepy. Footsteps approached, getting nearer and nearer until stopping right before him. Ganyu paused his gaze, lifting his sight gradually over the tall legs and broad shoulders, meeting finally with a pair of profound slit-like eyes. The man's figure was tall and handsome, with wide shoulders and a slim waist. Standing before Ganyu, he blocked most of the light overhead, lowering his eyes and looking directly at him, his gaze somewhat obscure. Ganyu fixed his look steadily on him, his voice soft. Why did you come? Calmly sitting on the sink countertop, slightly lowering his head, his shirt collar slightly open, revealing a pale, slim collarbone, in the dim lighting earlier, his face couldn't be seen clearly. At this moment, Ganyu's features were fully exposed under the lamp. His slightly hazy eyes carried faint red hues across the corners of his eyes and cheeks, looking both obedient and inviting a little mischief. Daiheng arched an eyebrow, leaning casually against the wall. He pulled a cigarette pack from his pocket, drew out a stick and held it in his mouth, turning his head to light it. I came for a smoke. He half closed his eyes, his voice relaxed. How about you? Ganyu felt a bit thirsty and swallowed lightly. It's a bit hot, I came out to get some fresh air. Daiheng tilted his head slightly, fixing his gaze on Ganyu's red ears and neck, with a flicker of something in his eyes. Then he raised his hand and touched his ear gently. So warm. Even back when Ganyu was on stage, Daiheng wanted to do this. If Ganyu were sober, he would have certainly slapped away his hand without hesitation. But now, after drinking so much alcohol, his reaction was slower. Moreover, the heat made his face flush, but Daiheng's cool fingers felt rather pleasant. Ganyu didn't react, just raising his eyelids and staring at him intently. Allowing his fingers to gently massage his ear, letting his large palm hover slightly over his neck. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Daiheng kept his peach-like eyes half lowered as he looked down at Ganyu's gaze. The sensation of Ganyu's delicate skin beneath his touch was smooth and soft, so soothing. His fingers caressed the skin at the boy's neck softly. Under normal circumstances, Teacher Gan definitely wouldn't be so compliant and let him touch freely. He chuckled faintly. Why are you being so cute? Chapter 44, Passing Notes by Mouth. At this moment, that cute person was still gazing straight at him, or perhaps looking at his lips. After a while, Ganyu raised his hand. Daiheng's peach-shaped eyes remained half-lowered, neither dodging nor retreating, simply observing his every move. As Ganyu's finger neared Daiheng's cheek, it suddenly paused. The finger then changed direction and lifted up, snatching the cigarette between Daiheng's thin lips. Dropping his eyes, Ganyu brought the tip of the cigarette to his own lips and took a puff. Ganyu always gave others the impression of being clean and aloof. Although he often wore inexpensive white shirts, simple light-colored jeans, and faded canvas shoes, none of that detracted from his tall, lean figure, his perpetually upright spine, or his cold and proud scholar-athlete demeanor. Now, with lowered eyes, his thin cheeks accentuated under the lights almost translucent, his long lashes slightly drooping, those elegant lips lightly biting into the cigarette, it seemed like the once untouchable youth had been dragged into the mire and finally acquired a worldly allure. A kind of beauty full of contradictions emerged, drawing people's gaze unwillingly. Daiheng's hand massaging his neck paused momentarily as his line of sight dropped to his lips, his Adam's apple moving slowly. Ganyu only took one puff, exhaling lightly, then placed the cigarette tip back near Daiheng's thin lips. Here, take it back. Daiheng's Adam's apple moved again as he bent down, placing the cigarette between his lips through Ganyu's hand, lifting his gaze. You know how to smoke. Though Ganyu was a little slow in response, his awareness was still clear. Leaning his head back against the wall, he slowly said, I smoked for a period during high school, but haven't touched them since. Daiheng's eyes flickered. Why not? Ganyu lowered his eyes, leaned slightly against the nearby wall, and laughed bitterly. Too poor. That period of high school was the most difficult time for him. Being too young back then, many places wouldn't hire him even if he wanted to work part-time jobs. He had to earn his tuition, cover his father's medical expenses, and also occasionally deal with debt collectors. He wanted to study hard, to rise above mediocrity, and refused to stay stuck in the mud forever, but life was pressing him so hard that sometimes all he could do was try to relieve stress by smoking. But he was so poor that he couldn't even afford cigarettes. Daiheng's eyes deepened. Thinking about how he worked 3 jobs a day, thinking about how his lunches were either steamed buns with pickles or expired sandwiches. This could have been seen early in his lifestyle habits. This was the first time Ganyu was willing to share something about his past with him. Daiheng took a drag from the cigarette, crushing the nearly burned-out stub in the trash can, asking softly, do you really need money? Yes. Ganyu's eyes were lowered, his expression somewhat weary. I need money. So much money. Because of the lack of funds, he lost his dignity, his bottom line, and even ended up wearing women's clothing. Sometimes he thought, living like this was meaningless. Life crushed him for too long, making him silent and introverted. Only when drunk did he dare to reveal a piece of his heart to his best buddy. Daiheng looked down at him, his deliberately slowed tone sounding gentle and magnetic. How much money do you need? I can give it to you. The word give might be a bit too forward between friends. Ganyu raised his eyes and looked steadily at him without saying anything. Daiheng's Adam's apple moved slowly as he spoke in a low voice. I can lend you the money too, however it happens is fine. I won't rush you for repayment. How much do you need? Ganyu stared at him for a moment, then gave a faint smile, turning his gaze away. Let's go back, it's time to head out. When they returned to their booth, several girls had just come back from dancing wildly outside. With 2 people missing before, their game had been temporarily interrupted. Wang Wendong was already slightly drunk and shouted, "Where did you two go? I almost asked a waiter to fish you out of the restroom." When there were fewer people, games couldn't be played. When Dai Heng and Ganyu were present, the girls were still very enthusiastic about wanting to play games, but when these two left, the girls lost interest and scattered. Wang Wendong didn't press further. "Let's continue. It's no fun with fewer people. Games are more interesting when we all play together." Several people sat around the table again. "I'll start then." Wang Wendong picked up the wine bottle and started spinning it again. Today, this bottle had to point to himself somehow. After several rounds, everyone had been penalized with several drinks, more or less. Wang Wendong had also been pointed at several times, but every card he drew was either truth or horribly embarrassing dares, none allowed any opportunity to get close to his crush. This made him a little sad. Ganyu had been penalized the most, drinking so much that he had started getting drunk, his vision somewhat blurred. Unfortunately, this round, the bottle mouth pointed to him again. Seeing this result, Wang Wendong felt a bit sorry. "Brother, what kind of luck is this? Or is it because I love you so much that it points to you every time?" Still, he had to follow the rules. "Draw a card, brother." Ganyu tried to stay sober, exhaled, and drew a card from the stack. Probably really drunk, the words on the card appeared doubled to him now. Big dare, designate one person, pass notes by mouth. Wang Wendong was practically heartbroken. All the cards for close contact with his idol were being drawn by his good buddy. Ganyu's face at this moment also looked a little bad. His stomach felt uncomfortable. The amount of alcohol he consumed today had already reached his limit. If he drank 2 more glasses, he would probably throw up. Passing notes by mouth was even more intense than eating cookies. A thin piece of paper couldn't block anything. There was no way he could do this dare with anyone present. "I'll drink." Having said that, Ganyu took the wine bottle and poured 3 cups of liquor into the glass. Zhou Mo couldn't bear to watch anymore. "Ganyu, don't ruin your stomach drinking. Just pick someone and get over with it." Just as she said this, the next scene caused everyone to fall silent instantly. In the dim light, everything seemed hazy and surreal. Just moments ago, as Ganyu picked up the wine cup, ready to accept punishment, Dai Heng beside him, expressionless, leaned over, placed a tissue on his lips, and suddenly grabbed Ganyu's neck, leaning closer. Chapter 45, Impact. All the people present had drunk quite a lot, yet that image still hit them like a shockwave. It was as though time had been paused. Though loud music was playing in their ears, it seemed to have abruptly stopped. Wang Wendong held a wine glass in his hand, looking dazedly at that side. 2 seconds later, his eyes suddenly widened, dropping the glass in his hand onto the ground. "What the F***? K?" The 3 girls were also stunned speechless. There was no denying it, the scene was somewhat appealing, not even Korean dramas could replicate such an iconic moment. Yet, it was only accepting a punishment. Why did he seem like he was truly going to kiss Ganyu, the action of pinching his neck looking so enticing? Even the parties involved hadn't reacted immediately. Ganyu's vision was somewhat blurred, leaving only instinctive bodily reactions. The wine glass was subconsciously brought to his lips, but he hadn't had time to drink the wine yet. His neck was unexpectedly caught in a wide palm. Following the force of the palm, Ganyu slightly turned his body. After a brief pause of just a second, the grip loosened, restoring Ganyu's freedom. The tissue that had been between their lips floated slowly to the ground. Staring blankly for 2 seconds, Ganyu finally came to his senses and realized what had just happened. At the very moment he turned his head, he met Dai Heng's lustful peach blossom eyes. Their depth made it impossible to read his emotions. Dai Heng smirked, his voice low and raspy from drinking. "I was worried you'd puke, so I gave you a hand. Aren't you moved?" The haze in his mind finally attacked his brain, spreading until everything was a daze, leaving Ganyu completely disconnected from the world around him. When they left the bar, it was already 1 a.m. All 3 of them were heavily drunk and swayed unsteadily on their feet. Only Dai Heng seemed relatively better off, his peach blossom eyes half-lidded and his manner nonchalant, showing no signs of intoxication. Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo had started throwing up as soon as they stepped outside the bar. Dai Heng wrinkled his perfect brow slightly, giving them an annoyed glance. But while he held another drunken cutie with no intention of letting go, he allowed Ganyu to lean against his shoulder, almost burying his face into his neck. Dai Heng smiled faintly, wrapping an arm around Ganyu's waist and keeping him steady. Drunk Ganyu had excellent manners, quiet and peaceful, leaning silently into his arms. But when his footing faltered momentarily, Ganyu instinctively steadied himself by holding on to Dai Heng's waist. The two embraced tightly without any gap between them. The sharp nose of the young man buried into his neck, warm breath tickling him softly. Dai Heng froze momentarily, then lowering his gaze to the lashes of the person in his arms, emitted a low chuckle. "Don't take advantage of me because you're drunk, Mr. Gan." Although he said this, there was no intention of letting go, allowing the person in his arms to hug him firmly. Lifting his gaze again, Dai Heng directed his eyes at the 2 heaps of mess not too far away. "Are you done puking yet?" Wang Wendong leaned against the railing, waving his hand weakly. "No problem, I'm fine, don't worry about me." "Who cares if you're fine?" After those 2 had thrown up their fill, Dai Heng hailed a cab at the roadside. The driver stopped and hesitated after scanning their condition. All three of you are drunk. I'm afraid I can't take you, in case you throw up and dirty my car. Daiheng raised his eyebrows lazily, pulling out a wad of cash from his pocket and tossing it through the window. If it gets dirty, I'll compensate separately. That stack of cash looked to be around 2,000 yuan. The driver who was planning to leave before immediately grinned ear to ear, picking up the money enthusiastically. Hurry up and get in. Need help? No worries, how bad could it be, let them throw up whenever. With the driver's help, Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo were stuffed into the car, one after another. Daiheng helped Ganyu sit down at the back. Since the dormitory doors were closed already and they couldn't go back, Daiheng simply gave the driver his own address. Thanks to the power of cash, the driver even kindly helped escort Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo into the house upon arrival. Once in the living room, the three lay sprawled all over in a disorganized heap. Wang Wendong didn't even make it to the couch before collapsing, now lying flat on the carpet. Standing nearby, Daiheng couldn't help but laugh amusedly at the scene. Had he become their free babysitter today? It's enough to say that he had done all he could. There was no bedding laid in the guest room, so he decided to let them stay in the living room for the night. Daiheng strolled leisurely across, stepping over the two corpses, bent halfway, and picked Ganyu up horizontally. He carried him straight into the master bedroom. When he returned, he took a blanket, walking to the sofa and casually draping it over Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo, covering them both perfectly. Putting his hand in his pocket, he confirmed there was nothing else forgotten, and then turned back to his room. The person on the bed was still lying in the same position as before. His eyes closed, jet-black lashes cast a soft shadow below his eyelids, his skin deathly pale, and his lips colorless, as if he felt unwell. Daiheng stood at the bedside, looking down at him from above for a while, his expression unclear. Then he turned and walked into the walk-in closet, taking out some clean clothes and entering the bathroom to freshen up. When he lay down again, it was already 2:30 a.m. The curtains were open, the lights in the room were off, and only the moonlight poured through the window, bathing the space in a silvery white glow. In the dim light, Daiheng propped his head up with one hand and turned his face to look at the silhouette of the person lying next to him. Today he had also drunk quite a lot, but his consciousness remained clear. Having spent years frequenting bars, it was still somewhat difficult for him to get drunk. Under the influence of alcohol, his memory became sharper instead. He thought about their first meeting. Back then, Ganyu was cold and distant, ignoring him completely. But not just him, Ganyu acted that way with everyone, as if no interest would rise in him to engage in communication. He was always busy, juggling classes and part-time jobs, leaving all his spare time devoted to working. Chapter 46, The Best Brother. He always ordered the cheapest meals when eating out. Even though he worked every day, his life was still quite strained financially, and it was unclear where all his money went. Later, there were a few random encounters on campus. His own life had already become such, yet upon seeing a stray cat by the roadside, he still shared half of his meal with it. The boy was thin and lean, dressed neatly in a white shirt, carrying a black backpack, squatting slightly by the curb. A human and a cat facing each other. That scene had a kind of broken, yet supremely romantic beauty. Memories gradually faded back to reality. The picture returned to the present moment. Ganyu, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly turned over and lay facing him side by side. The distance between them shortened abruptly. Daiheng's gaze locked. It was still the face from his memories, just with fewer traces of indifference now, having grown much gentler. But his temper was still as stubborn as ever, unwilling to accept others' advances, refusing to show weakness to anyone. Rejecting money even when offered, was he stupid? In the next moment, the person before him fluttered his lashes and opened his eyes. Their gazes collided unexpectedly. The room was very quiet, only the sounds of each other's breathing could be clearly heard. Ganyu's eyelashes lifted slightly, yet he made no intention to speak, merely staying quiet and locking gazes with him. Daiheng flickered his eyes upward, reaching out to touch his forehead while asking in a low voice, "Why did you wake up? Do you feel unwell anywhere?" Ganyu stared fixedly, silent for a long while, as if losing focus in his eyes. Sensing something amiss, Daiheng supported his head with one hand and stared at him for a good amount of time, raising his hand to wave it in front of him. In the next moment, his palm was suddenly grasped. Daiheng arched an eyebrow, "You're awake." He chuckled lightly, "I thought you were sleeping with your eyes open, trying to scare someone." Ganyu didn't respond, continuing to hold his hand without any sign of letting go. Daiheng tilted his head slightly, scrutinizing him thoroughly with a mischievous grin. "Mr. Gan, it's lucky I didn't try stealing a kiss, or else I'd have been caught red-handed." Ganyu, feeling warm under the covers, pulled his cool hand and pressed it against his cheek to cool himself down. "It's a bit hot." "Daiheng. Am I your personal tool?" Even though he said this, he didn't intend to withdraw his hand and let it remain resting on Ganyu's cheek to cool him down. Daiheng lowered his gaze and looked at him, intentionally teasing him. "Who am I?" The intoxicated man gazed at him with hazy eyes for a while, answering every question obediently. "Daiheng." Daiheng arched his eyebrows, took out his phone from the pocket of his pants, turned on the video recording, intending to preserve some evidence. "Who is Daiheng?" Ganyu seemed to be recalling something, then murmured softly. "My best brother." An unexpected answer. Is that so? Dai Heng's peach blossom eyes curved slightly, guiding him patiently. Then, is your favorite person Dai Heng? Gan Yu fell silent. Dai Heng raised an eyebrow, gently curling his lips. Apparently, there are things that he can't say either. After a moment of silence, Gan Yu buried his cheek into the pillow and whispered faintly, "Thank you." Perhaps some words were hard to express when awake, his overly reserved personality making him poor at expressing himself. Only when drunk could he bare his heart. "Thank you for helping me time and time again. Thank you, even when I had nothing left, you were still willing to be my brother." The room was extremely quiet, his voice, though light, was surprisingly clear. Dai Heng's eyes darkened gradually, his Adam's apple rolling up and down. In the past, he often hung around bars and never got drunk, but at this moment, he felt a bit tipsy. Does he even realize how utterly disarming it is when a prickly person chooses to show their vulnerable side in front of you? His hand was still pinned beneath Gan Yu's cheek as the latter's face pressed slightly into the pillow, an action that seemed like a soft nuzzle against his palm. Dai Heng's gaze wandered downward from Gan Yu's brows and eyes, passing over his straight nose, finally resting on his beautifully shaped lips. His thoughts were pulled back to the moment in the bar when he had kissed him through a napkin. Just as he'd thought before, Gan Yu's lips were indeed kissable, though the layer of paper in between hadn't allowed for a truly vivid sensation. Even just imagining this, a deep yearning seemed to grow inside him once again. Dai Heng's eyes darkened, his voice slightly hoarse. "Hey, Mr. Gan, I have feelings for your sister. You'd better stop tempting me with that handsome face of yours." The person on the bed remained silent, only staring at him unwaveringly, as if trying to figure out exactly what he was saying. "Anne." Dai Heng lowered his eyelids, suppressing the obscure thought lingering in his heart. He lifted his hand to gently brush away the hair covering Gan Yu's forehead, muttering softly, "Don't get all sentimental when you're drunk. You look better when you smile." Drunk people clearly had a limited ability to process information. Faintly, Gan Yu might have only caught the word "smile." As though receiving a command. In the dim light, his face looked breathtakingly beautiful, as if it belonged in a dream. With half-lidded eyes and slightly drooping lashes, there was still a hint of lazy fatigue in his pitch-black pupils, but his lips curved upward, revealing his charming smile. For a moment, everything around them fell silent. In the faintly drunken atmosphere, alcohol easily catalyzed an air of intimacy, amplifying the deepest desires in one's heart. The string of sanity in his mind snapped completely. Does he even know how attractive he looks when he smiles? Like being bewitched, Dai Heng's gaze moved back and forth between his eyes and his lips, ultimately unable to resist the allure. He leaned down. Chapter 47, A Mistake. Dai Heng slightly withdrew, his fingers still pinching Gan Yu's chin. Gradually, the lost rationale returned. Realizing what he had done, Dai Heng's pupils suddenly widened, his body stiffening heavily. He then took a step backward. Perhaps the alcohol rushing to his head made him mistake Gan Yu for his sister. His Adam's apple violently convulsed as he flipped the covers, got up, and entered the bathroom. "Shit, I've made a mistake." He turned on the shower head, letting the cool water pour over his head, bringing a significant amount of clarity back to him. "I don't even dare to recall what just happened. That was far too absurd." He took advantage of his drunken state and ended up kissing his good brother. If Gan Yu finds out, will he think I'm some kind of freak? A nearly unbearable notion that was about to burst to the surface was just barely suppressed by him. After taking a cold shower, Dai Heng put on a set of clean clothes. Upon exiting the bathroom, he didn't even dare to glance toward the bed. Previously, he would have already cuddled his natural pillow without hesitation, but due to the previous error, he dared not come any closer to Gan Yu. Alcohol really messes people up. It was Friday morning, and Gan Yu had an early class. Both of them had hardly slept well because they had consumed excessive amounts of alcohol last night. The mobile alarm clock rang several times before the people in the room gradually awakened from their slumber. Dai Heng lazily lifted his heavy eyelids. Through his blurred vision, he saw that strikingly handsome face very close to him, with baby lashes curling downward, a straight nose bridge, and a tiny mole above it. Anne. The next second, he was fully alert. Without realizing it, the two had slept beside each other again. His arm was draped over Gan Yu's side waist, pulling him into a possessive embrace. Fuck. Dai Heng abruptly sat up, stepping back a little. Last night, he had kept his distance from him. How did he end up holding him in his sleep again? Damn it, this reflex seems impossible to get rid of. Possibly due to the loudness of his movements, the person beside him successfully woke up. Gan Yu's head still hurt a bit from drinking too much last night, and he seemed not to have noticed their awkward sleeping position just now. He rested his eyes for a moment before grabbing his phone to check the time. It was already quite late. If they didn't get up soon, they would be late. His consciousness was still a bit hazy. Gan Yu opened his eyes and sat up on the bed with the blanket wrapped around him. Dai Heng glanced up slightly and watched his movements, unsure whether Gan Yu remembered what had happened last night. Until Gan Yu opened his blurry eyes, gave Dai Heng a calm look without saying anything, and then stood up with a normal expression, heading into the bathroom. He didn't remember. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. A few minutes later, Gan Yu walked out. Seeing that Dai Heng was still sitting in place, he paused for a moment. Aren't you coming? You'll be late. Dai Heng slightly raised his eyelids, his expression somewhat unclear, confirming that Ganyu truly did not remember. A small sigh of relief escaped him. He feared that Ganyu might turn hostile toward him, leaving them unable to remain friends. Alright, he softly responded. Ganyu glanced at him, sensing that something seemed off but not mentioning it further. He turned and left the bedroom, waking Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo who were sleeping in the living room. Both of them had been completely wasted, so they spent the night on the couch in the living room. After being woken up, they lazily sat up, not yet fully awake, and stumbled into the restroom. Not long after, cries echoed from inside. Shit shit. Wang Wendong snapped back to full awareness, remembering what happened in the bar last night. Ugh, Ganyu, I'm sorry. Did I get you drunk last night? That bottle acted like it had poison on it, it kept pointing at you, though it wasn't intentional. After exiting the bathroom, Wang Wendong collapsed onto the edge of the sofa, clutching Ganyu's legs. I was delirious last night and got you drunk. Kill me. Ganyu didn't care much about this. After all, when one gets excessively drunk, no one can control what happens. But he had another question in mind. Did you manage to pursue your goddess? Ganyu asked. Thinking about this matter made Wang Wendong deeply despair. When he checked WeChat earlier in the bathroom, he found that he had already been blocked and deleted. Damn. I've been blacklisted. The senior sister knew that I shared a dormitory with you too, so she came to mooch off us, asking for Dai Heng's WeChat. I didn't give it to her, so she blocked me. Ugh. Wang Wendong continued lamenting, my little flame of love, extinguished before it could burn. I don't want to live anymore. Zhou Mo passed by, biting his toothbrush. Brother, are you dumb or something? Why would you choose Dai Heng and Ganyu as wingmen? Standing next to them makes you look like someone who scoops poop. No wonder you couldn't make anyone interested in you. Wang Wendong, nearly in tears, Ganyu, listen to how harsh he is. I really hate making friends with people like this. Don't you see how much I'm hurt? Ganyu didn't know how to comfort him either. He patted Wang Wendong's shoulder, take care. Wang Wendong. Ganyu glanced at him, calmly stating, mourn for the lost love you cherished. Wang Wendong. Wah. After tidying themselves up, the group stepped out of the door at 7:30. During the elevator ride downstairs, Wang Wendong reviewed the details of last night and solemnly swore an oath. I'll be a dog if I ever drink this much again. Chapter 48, Heartbeat Fluctuation. Wang Wendong sighed deeply at the memory, we played the wrong game last night. I bitterly regret my past decisions. We should have played King's game, much more reliable than that spinning bottle thing. Zhou Mo agreed, I never expected Ganyu's tolerance for alcohol to be pretty good. Even though he skipped once, every time he got penalized with drinks, he accepted them willingly. 3 cups meant 3 cups, pure masculinity. The two discussed fervently while the other two remained silent. Wang Wendong felt curious and turned his head to look at the other corner. Dai Heng looked down, hands stuffed into his trouser pockets, leaning loosely against the wall, seemingly distracted. Why is Dai Heng so unusually quiet today? That's not like you. Ganyu was quietly listening to their conversation and upon hearing this, moved his eyelids slightly and also glanced over. He indeed seemed a bit unusual today. Dai Heng slightly lifted his eyelids, not indulging in jokes as he usually did, and briefly said, didn't sleep well, I'm tired. Ganyu's fingers slightly paused. They had slept on the same bed last night. It couldn't be that he attacked Dai Heng again, could it? Otherwise, why would Dai Heng be so drowsy? Wang Wendong brought up the topic again, by the way, for the last round, good thing Dai Heng stepped in. After those 3 cups of alcohol, Ganyu would have surely thrown up, he was already pale as a sheet. At this point, all of them simultaneously recalled the scene from last night. Wang Wendong couldn't help but whistle with admiration, saying Dai Heng has never been in love before, I really don't believe it. The way you acted, it's like you've been through countless battles, pinning her neck down before kissing her, absolutely legendary. His vivid description continued, in that moment, I truly thought the two of you were about to kiss. Zhou Mo nodded and chimed in, the 3 girls were completely stunned, you should have seen their faces, they looked like pallets. Wang Wendong, every time there was interaction with them, you guys wanted to impose a drinking penalty. They were so disappointed until finally, you two ended up kissing. Ganyu's eyelid twitched, calmly correcting Wang Wendong's words, what nonsense are you saying? We didn't kiss, there was a piece of paper in between. Dai Heng. When they talked about this, Ganyu clearly felt that Dai Heng, who had remained silent next to him, suddenly glanced at him with a somewhat ambiguous look. As his gaze fell upon him, their eyes met for just 1 second before Dai Heng effortlessly turned away and lowered his eyes once more. What happened? Ganyu felt a bit odd. But his memory stopped here, everything afterward was unclear. Wang Wendong laughed loudly, Ganyu, this wouldn't be your first kiss, would it? Are you so concerned? Ganyu's eyelashes fluttered ever so slightly. His hand rested casually in his trouser pocket as he maintained silence without uttering a word. This reaction seemed like an admission. Wang Wendong immediately realized something, I swear, so you still kept your first kiss. Dai Heng's body slightly froze. He raised his eyes, and his gaze landed on Ganyu's lips. It was gone. He unintentionally took it while Ganyu was drunk. But it was also his first kiss, so, it probably balanced out. Damn. He cursed inwardly. Thinking about this, Dai Heng's gaze unconsciously drifted downward. Ganyu was still wearing the white shirt from last night, with 2 buttons at the collar undone, not as neat as usual but rather exuding an air of relaxed nonchalance. The jacket hung loosely at his elbow. He leaned slightly to one side, and between the open collar, the outline of a sunken clavicle was faintly visible. His gaze felt as if it were scorched, and Dai Heng's Adam's apple moved slightly as he quickly shifted his eyes away. Strange indeed. Just by looking at him like this, his heart stirred with some inexplicable sensation. If it weren't for the fact that Ganyu wasn't a girl, everything else about him met all of Dai Heng's preferences. It must be a delusion caused by this face. This shouldn't continue anymore. The topic came to an end here. After arriving at school, they parted ways and went to their respective classrooms for lessons. Watching the tall and robust figure walk away, Ganyu became increasingly puzzled. The person who always used to pester him hadn't said a single word today. Earlier, when others were present, Ganyu didn't have much chance to ask questions, so now he took out his phone and sent a message. Did I hit you again last night? The message was sent, and after quite a long time, no reply came. Ganyu put his phone away and returned to the dormitory first to change into another set of clothes. Taking his bag, he then went out. Final exams were coming soon, and during this period, he needed to study for them. Except for attending classes, most of his time would be spent in the library. They had 7 or 8 examination courses, along with elective and political education courses. Assignments seemed endless. Ganyu finished writing a legal document in the morning and also needed to complete a case analysis report. The task was urgent and heavy, and during this recent time, he wouldn't likely take naps. When leaving the library, it was nearly 12 o'clock. Ganyu returned to the dormitory first, intending to pick up the materials he'd need for the afternoon before heading to the canteen for lunch. He wouldn't return to the dormitory afterward but go straight to the library. Only Zhou Mo was there in the dormitory. How come so late? Seeing Ganyu enter, Zhou Mo pointed to his desk. Dai Heng bought food for you, and it's placed on the table. I thought you wouldn't be back at noon, and I was just preparing to send you a message. Ganyu softly closed the door behind him and glanced at the empty beds. Where is he? Zhou Mo had just finished washing the socks he'd been stockpiling for 3 days. Now, they were drying on the balcony. I just ran into him downstairs. He handed me the food, asking me to bring it up for you, then left immediately. He was already downstairs but didn't come up. Ganyu took out his phone and glanced at the WeChat interface. It was completely blank. Usually, he would receive countless messages from Dai Heng in the morning, but today, not a single message appeared, and the one sent in the morning hadn't been replied to either. This was quite abnormal. Ganyu sat down at his desk and opened the bag. The bag was an insulated one containing a 2-compartment meal, along with a bottle of honey ginger tea. This person was indeed true to his word, committed to a whole month, without missing a single day, making sure that even if his presence couldn't be guaranteed, the meals were delivered right on time. Ganyu unwrapped the package and quickly finished the lunch. Soon, he closed the lid. After pondering for a moment, he put the bottle of honey water in his bag, stood up, and slung his backpack over his shoulder. I'll go ahead. Zhou Mo blinked in surprise. Where? Aren't you going to take a nap? Ganyu looked down and tidied up the desk. To the library. Exams are coming, I need to review. Is this what it takes to be top of the class? You geniuses are so intense. Wait for me, I'm going too. Zhou Mo started organizing his school bag. If I can't score above 85, then so be it, but failing would truly be depressing. It was currently exam week, so there were quite a few people in the library. They found empty seats and sat down. For some reason, ever since entering the library, Ganyu always felt that a gaze, subtle yet persistent, was lingering on him. Today's tasks were a bit heavy, as he still needed to finish writing an analysis of a case. There wasn't much time for other thoughts. Ganyu checked the materials, first outlining the case details, then analyzing the disputed points for defense. Various legal statutes also needed to be cited. This required extensive knowledge reserves and reading accumulation, which meant consulting references. Ganyu took a break to find the books he needed on the shelves. However, before he could retrieve it, a hand next to him pulled the book away first. Chapter 49, Wanting to Pursue You, Is It Illegal? Ganyu's fingers slightly paused, and he turned his head to look. Slightly long hair was tied back into a small bun at the back, paired with wire-rimmed glasses that perched on his nose. The style leaned towards a Japanese aesthetic, casual but exuding refinement. Yitan shook the book in his hand and smiled with deep meaning. What a coincidence, didn't expect to run into you here. Ganyu lightly pressed his lips, finally understanding who the owner of the gaze was. He believed he had already made himself clear enough. Ganyu subtly furrowed his brow, looked away, showing no intention of engaging with him, do not disturb attitude clearly written on his face. Without hesitation, he abandoned that book and decided to look for another similar one. Aren't you interested in this book anymore? Yitan's voice came from behind, as he continued to follow subtly. Do you have any plans this afternoon? How about having dinner together? Seemingly unfazed by Ganyu's attitude, Yi-tan persisted undeterred, or how about watching a movie together this Saturday? Ganyu was starting to feel annoyed, turning around to look at him. I've already said it, I'm not homosexual, why don't you go bother someone else? Yi-tan's eyes held an indiscernible expression. Since you've never tried, how can you be sure you're not gay? Ganyu thought it was absurd. Wouldn't I know whether I'm gay or not myself? Yi-tan countered. Have you liked any girl? Or dated one? No, he hadn't. Ganyu was fully focused on earning money and had no time to think about matters related to feelings. Since they were in the library, their voices had been deliberately lowered, but the commotion still drew others' attention. What does it matter to you? Ganyu grew tired of explaining, stepping aside. Yi-tan edged closer and whispered, actually, you can try. There's nothing wrong with dating a boy. After giving it a shot, maybe you'll like it. Ganyu scowled even tighter, taking a step back the instant Yi-tan approached, with his annoyance unmasked in his tone. Are you sick? Having said that, Ganyu circled around the bookshelf on the other side. Returning to his seat, Ganyu's mood had slightly worsened. Being repeatedly declared to by a man several times was driving him crazy with disturbance. It was a bit far, and Zhou Mo only saw the two of them talking. Noticing Ganyu's mood seemed off, he curiously asked, what's wrong? What did Yi-tan want with you? Ganyu's mood had hit rock bottom, his face expressionless, nothing. He opened his laptop and continued writing the case analysis. Without knowing how much time had passed, the person who had been sitting beside him had already left. A slight sound came from the left. The book Ganyu had found earlier was now placed next to his computer. There was also a cup of milk tea on top of the book. Ganyu's fingers tightened slightly, as he turned his head, his voice cold. You don't understand what people say. I do. Yi-tan leaned on the table, bending down slightly to talk to him, but I want to pursue you, is that illegal? Yi-tan smiled, I'm just telling you, I'm serious, I really like you, I won't give up until you agree to have dinner with me. Ganyu's temples twitched, feeling for the first time how difficult interpersonal communication could be. Zhou Mo. An audience member watching a drama unfolded his eyes wide, almost not believing his ears. Pursuing girls, he'd seen plenty. But so openly pursuing a man, this was the first time. Are these homosexuals so brazen? Although his buddy looked good, he was definitely straight. It could only mean Ganyu's charm was irresistible, impossible to stop. Zhou Mo couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Alright, I won't bother your study anymore. Since you don't want to have dinner with me today, I'll come back tomorrow. After this deep-meaning sentence, Yi-tan turned and left. The two had made quite a noise while talking, drawing glances of dissatisfaction. If they didn't leave, they would likely be kicked out by the librarian. Ganyu's emotions were disturbed, unconsciously typing louder on the keyboard, as if venting all his anger into the case analysis. At this moment, the person who harassed him became the victim in his case analysis who had been stabbed 18 times. Until leaving the library, Ganyu hadn't touched either the book or the milk tea. That evening, room 411 was quiet. Apart from Douyin still not being back at the dormitory in the evening, the other three were all studying diligently at their desks. The clock pointed towards midnight. Wang Wendon and Zhou Mo quietly studied for a while before quickly striking up a conversation again. Their topics twisted and turned until Zhou Mo mentioned that Ganyu had been confessed to by a man that day. Wang Wendon slammed the table, is that true? Zhou Mo cautiously glanced at Ganyu and asked, Ganyu, is Yi-tan really gay? Ganyu's expression remained unchanged, marking important points on his book with his pen, lightly replying, Still shocked, Wang Wendon pressed, who's Yi-tan? Wang Wendon hadn't attended their classes together, so he wasn't very clear about the context. Literature department, looks overly delicate. Look at every strand of his hair, it's meticulously styled. How can normal men be like him? During class, I always felt something was off with his eyes, turns out he really is a homo. Zhou Mo couldn't help but tsk, isn't it said that gay people don't harass straight guys? Too undignified, isn't it? Ganyu stayed silent without answering. Wang Wendon fiddled with his phone and suddenly asked, Ganyu, did you have an argument with Douyin? Ganyu paused for a second, no, why do you ask? I'm just asking. Wang Wendon scratched his hair, because recently, your relationship seemed great, doing everything together. And during this period, he has been living in the dorm. Just now, he sent me a message saying he won't come back tonight. Ganyu's gaze rose slightly, falling on his phone which lay silently on the desk with a pitch-black screen and no new messages. Is that so? Wang Wendon continued, I was just wondering, maybe there's some unpleasantness between the two of you. If it's because of yesterday's incident, I can apologize. It was because I got drunk and went overboard. Not really. Ganyu said indifferently, it's exam week, maybe he wants to find a quiet place to review. Wang Wendon seemed to think it made sense, yeah, we're struggling to find a quiet place to review, his place is quiet enough. How could I forget that part? He murmured to himself, thank goodness you two didn't argue, otherwise, I'd be the sinner. Zhou Mo and Wang Wendon soon moved on to other topics. Ganyu looked down, the pen in his hand motionless for a long while. He wanted to send a message to ask something, but he didn't know where to begin. Chapter 50, Something's Not Right. Since high school, Ganyu had always been alone, never feeling this way before. Dai Heng indeed had no reason to inform him of everything he did. But things had been fine just a few days ago. It seemed like something had changed since the night before. For what reason? Knowing that Dai Heng saw the message yet didn't reply to him, sending it instead to Wang Wendon. Was it because of that kiss through the tissue? After all, they were both guys. Drunk at the time, Dai Heng wanted to help him but ended up regretting that action, finding it repulsive. Ganyu was somewhat distracted. That person was brash and dazzling, exuding confidence, shining brightly as if radiating light. He had a good personality, and no one should dislike him. He aggressively entered his life, bringing color to his otherwise boring existence. By the time Ganyu gradually got used to his presence, he left carelessly. He considered the other as a good friend, and perhaps to the other, he was just one of the insignificant among many friends. It turns out even between good friends, such feelings of loss could arise. Ganyu looked down, lightly pursing his lips. In the following days, Dai Heng didn't return to the dormitory, but lunch still arrived every day on time at noon. Busy with exam preparations over this period, Ganyu hadn't streamed live either. After finishing his last exam on Friday afternoon, Ganyu was tidying up his desk when he received a message from Chen-Si. Chen-Si, Ganyu, do you have time this afternoon? There's an urgent matter. Can you help me? Ganyu picked up his phone and replied, what happened? Chen-Si, there's a big comic exhibition. One of our models flew to Korea for work. The face won't be back, and I can't find anyone to replace them. Can you take their shift? Ganyu paused briefly, what time? Chen-Si, from 2 to 6 p.m. this afternoon, including makeup. If possible, please arrive by 12:30. But you'll need to wear women's clothing. Do you mind? Ganyu glanced at the time, it was only 11:30 after the exam. Chen-Si was one of his few friends at school who had helped him a lot. There was no reason for him to ignore her troubles. Ganyu replied, alright, but I don't understand cosplay. Chen-Si, no problem. You don't need to do much, just look beautiful standing there. I'll take care of you later, sending heart emoji, dot. Chen-Si, I'll send you the address later. Ganyu, okay. Chen-Si, see you then. Ganyu stopped replying, continued tidying up his desk, gathered all his stuff, took his backpack, and then left the classroom. The finance department had finished exams on Thursday, but classes would continue on Friday. The last class of the morning was Western economics. After class, Dai Heng did not leave the classroom immediately, letting people around him file out one by one. With droopy eyes, he leaned back against the chair, his long legs spread wide, idly scrolling through his phone. His finger hesitantly clicked into Ganyu's chat box for the 100th time, again withdrawing without sending. Caught between apologizing and pretending nothing happened, he remained undecided. After much hesitation, he finally clicked into the group chat named Psycho Friend Exchange Group. Dai Heng, anyone there? Dai Heng, got a question. Sanchi. A rare visit. Lao Air, what is it? Speak up. Dai Heng hesitated for a moment, deciding to get straight to the point. He typed out a line of text and sent it, have you ever kissed your good buddy? Sanchi. Lao Air. Deng Feiji. Sanchi, what kind of ghost question is this? Lao Air, you should ask Sanchi, he has experience. Deng Feiji, ask Sanchi, he has experience +1. Sanchi. Deng Feiji, kiss? Your urban folks are so fashionable, calling this good buddies. Sanchi, so, you kissed your good buddy? Dai Heng. Lao Air. Is this real? Deng Feiji, damn. When did you silently become perverted? Deng Feiji, sorry, does that mean you've turned gay? Sanchi, at Dai Heng are you bent? Dai Heng's temple twitched slightly, impossible. Dai Heng half closed his eyes, emotionless, typing, the situation's a bit special. Deng Feiji, then give us the full story. Pumpkin seeds are ready. Dai Heng rested his head on one hand, trying to figure out how to describe his current situation. After thinking for a while, he sent a screenshot of Duo Baoyu's live stream to the group chat, this is my future wife. He emphasized, I fucking like girls. Sanchi. Lao Air. Deng Feiji. Lao Air, where did this come from? You've been hiding a wife from us. Sanchi, it's future wife. He hasn't won her heart yet. Deng Feiji, ha 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 ha, so there's someone Dai Heng can't get. Lao Air, to be honest, your taste in beauty is pretty good. You have some sense. Deng Feiji, where did you meet her? There are beauties like that in your school. I'll fly over to see you soon. Sanchi, so, you have a future wife already, but you still went and kissed your buddy? You're a real scumbag. Lao Air, spit. Scumbag. Deng Feiji, spit. Scumbag +1. Dai Heng's eyebrow twitched, resisting the urge to leave the group chat as he typed slowly, it was just an accident. She's my good buddy's sister. Lao Air. Are you crazy? You didn't even spare your buddy's sister. Sanchi. Does your good buddy know about this? Deng Feiji, Phew, I'm glad I don't have a sister. Daiheng, question mark. Daiheng smirked lightly, you're imagining things. Even if you had a sister, I wouldn't like her. Daiheng, with a face like yours, your sister must be really upset. Deng Feiji. What does rooster soup have to do with anything? Sanchi, so. I'm curious, what does your good buddy look like? Ganyu's picture was actually easy to find. Daiheng glanced down at his phone and pulled up a post from the campus forum where alumni were searching for Ganyu, saved a photo of him, and sent it to the group chat. Lao Air. Are they not the same person? Deng Feiji, definitely handsome, the female cosplay picture blew me away, and this male photo also fits without any weirdness. Your brother from the law department is quite attractive indeed. Sanchi, so, did you confuse these two people? Deng Feiji. So that's it. Lao Air, that's okay then, it was just a case of mistaken identity. Otherwise, you'd have to kill yourself to atone. Deng Feiji, but, straight guys kissing. That's awkward. Awkward? Daiheng raised an eyebrow. Not really. Maybe it was because his moral baseline was low, but all he worried about was the aftermath. If Ganyu found out, would they stop being friends? He couldn't afford to destroy the carefully cultivated friendship between them by his own fault. Sanchi, so, what do you want to ask? After hesitating for a while, Daiheng didn't respond in the group chat. Instead, he clicked on Sanchi's profile and sent him a private message. How do I know if I'm gay or not? I feel something might be off with me. Chapter 51, The Wife Got Kidnapped. Even though Daiheng kept emphasizing that he liked girls. In recent days, images of that night would inadvertently flash through his mind. There wasn't a hint of disgust, in fact, he thought Ganyu's lips felt pretty nice. Under normal circumstances, he probably wouldn't want to kiss a guy. The situation now clearly isn't right. Sanchi, simple. Sanchi, if you like someone, you'll feel an impulse towards them. It's the body's natural reaction. Sanchi, so, check if you want to sleep with him and that settles it. Daiheng, expressionless, no way, how could I be so perverted? Impossible. He didn't have such thoughts at all. His relationship with Teacher Gon was purely a fraternal socialist friendship. Most likely, it was because it was his first kiss, and that person happened to fit his aesthetic preferences, making him think that a little peck wasn't a big deal. So, he was still normal. It was just a case of mistakenly identifying the person when drunk. After confirming this matter, Daiheng stopped chatting with them further and exited WeChat. Ignoring their messages in the group chat asking for updates, Daiheng paid no attention. Zhou Mo and Daiheng were in the same class. Recently, Daiheng would vanish immediately after classes ended. At most, he'd just buy food to bring back to the dormitory for Ganyu. Today was rare. After class, he stayed in the classroom. Zhou Mo had just packed up his school bag, ready to leave. Daiheng, are you not going back to the dormitory again today? Daiheng leaned back against the chair, tossing the pen on the desk, and was about to say he wouldn't go back. Suddenly, he thought of something. He lifted his eyes and asked in a low voice, how has Ganyu been lately? Is he in good spirits? What kind of question was this? He's been the same as usual, no particular expressions, so it's hard to tell if he's in a good mood or not. Zhou Mo suddenly remembered something. Oh, that's right, he must be in a bad mood. Daiheng flicked his eyelids, and the movements in his hands paused for a moment. Why? It's because of Yi Tan from the literature department recently. He's been loudly making moves to chase after Ganyu, and everyone knows about it now. Zhou Mo said, every day, buying meals and delivering bubble tea, Ganyu is almost annoyed to death. Buying meals and delivering bubble tea? Wasn't that all his job? After suddenly hearing that name, Daiheng still didn't react much, frowning. Who's Yi Tan? Zhou Mo described, he's the one with slightly long hair, tied into a little ponytail, with a gold-rimmed glasses. He's homosexual, and he likes Ganyu. Every day he's nagging Ganyu to eat out with him. Daiheng vaguely remembered that guy. During previous club activities, he sat next to Ganyu. No wonder he felt irritated looking at him before. Zhou Mo already put the school bag on his shoulder. If you're still not going back to the dormitory today, then I'll leave first. Daiheng stood up, his eyes downward, expressionless as he started tidying up the table. I'm going back. If he doesn't return soon, his good friend would be stolen away by others. His mood was extremely unpleasant, but he hadn't figured out why he was feeling upset. However, when Daiheng bought food and returned to the dormitory with Zhou Mo, there was only Wang Wendon in the dormitory. Wang Wendon had just washed his hair and was now drying it in front of the mirror. Glancing at the person he hadn't seen for several days in the mirror, he was surprised and exclaimed, turning off the hairdryer, man, haven't seen you in days, and already feel strange. Daiheng placed the bag on Ganyu's desk, his gaze falling on the neatly arranged bedsheet. Has Ganyu returned yet? Already came back. Wang Wendon said, and left again. Daiheng's fingers paused for a moment, turning sideways to look. Where did he go? Seems like he has some kind of appointment. Wang Wendon carefully recalled, anyway, he was on the phone when he left, and I didn't ask who with. Daiheng. Shit. Could it really be that the homosexual had invited him for a meal? Ganyu might seem cold on the surface, but his personality was actually soft. After being pestered a few times, he might have compromised. He had already overused this tactic, completely lacking creativity. Would Teacher Gon fall for this? Dai Heng's expression turned colder, the corners of his mouth lost all traces of smiles, pulling out a chair to sit in front of the study table, taking out his phone to start calling. After several calls went unanswered. The nearby Wang Wendon quietly put away the hairdryer, watching silently and very puzzled but didn't dare to say anything. Helplessly watching him call continuously, unable to connect, he then bombarded with WeChat messages. Although he was also curious who Ganyu had an appointment with, most likely it was working part-time somewhere. Did he need to be so nervous? Possibly not receiving any response, Dai Heng's usual sense of relaxation had vanished entirely. Furrowing his eyebrows, he put his phone away, stood up, his tall and well-built figure turned to walk out the door. Wang Wendon timidly asked a question, Dai Heng, where are you going? The tall figure disappeared at the dormitory doorway. Can't get through to Ganyu, I have to find him. It was just a missed call, it sounded like his wife had been kidnapped. Wang Wendon looked toward the direction of the door, asking the adjacent Zhou Mo, why is he in such a hurry? Did something happen to Ganyu? Zhou Mo also appeared perplexed, don't know. The 19th Linen Comic Convention is collaborating with a popular recent game, held at the exhibition center, accommodating thousands of people, and professional camera teams were live streaming on site. Today was Friday, and due to traffic congestion on the road, Ganyu reached the exhibition center by 12:30 noon. Still needed makeup and styling, so the time was tight. Just upon arriving, he was pulled by Chen Si to get styled. Because of exams these days, Ganyu had set his phone to silent mode. As a result, dozens of missed calls went unnoticed. Chen Si isn't a professional cosplayer, she was invited by the modeling agency to help liven up the scene, earning 800 yuan per day. Her companion from before flew to Korea a few days ago for plastic surgery and couldn't return, so she had to pull Ganyu in as a replacement. Their task was very simple, let the photographer take event photos and have their pictures taken with tourists. Ganyu's cosplay character today was Yumiko Jabami from the anime Kakagurui, Compulsive Gambler. Black long straight hair, bangs styled like a princess cut, red contact lenses, a white shirt with a black tie, an outer red uniform suit, paired with a pleated skirt, his crazy beauty attributes were fully displayed. Chen Si played another character from the same comic, the white-haired president. She had already finished her costume and makeup. Now she was helping Ganyu with his styling. You don't have any other plans this afternoon, right? Aren't you guys having exams? My last exam of the morning is over, and I have no other arrangements this afternoon. That's good. I'm really in a bind, which is why I messaged you. Chen Si couldn't help but criticize, my colleague is just too unreliable. She originally went to Korea for a water needle treatment, but got talked into getting double eyelids done, and now during her recovery period, she can't come. Chapter 52, Wearing Female Costume at a Comic Convention. You said that she, being a woman, stands tall at 176 centimeters, her costume is prepared, and her name has been submitted, but suddenly she can't make it. Where am I supposed to find someone 176 centimeters tall? Chen Si continued gratefully, fortunately, Xiao Yu came to save the day, otherwise, would definitely lose money today. There are female model colleagues around Chen Si, but finding someone who is 176 centimeters tall isn't easy. Ganyu, who is 179 centimeters tall, isn't much different from 176 centimeters, plus, with his naturally slim build, he wore the costume without any sense of dissonance. Ganyu looked at her and asked to divert her attention, haven't you slept well recently? Your dark circles are quite heavy. Chen Si was furious, I'm worried sick. Tell me, why does she dump all her problems on me? She says she can't come, making me run around frantically, and if this event doesn't go well, it'll be my money they deduct. I haven't slept well these past couple of days. Ganyu quietly listened to her venting. Chen Si thought of something else and said, by the way, the registration list has already been submitted, so I filled in my colleague's name. When we enter later, please wear a mask first so that my boss doesn't find fault. After entering, there won't be any issues. If you're worried about meeting acquaintances, you can wear the mask throughout. Okay, Ganyu replied faintly. Chen Si reminded him, just follow me, and if a tourist requests it, take a picture with them. You don't need to say anything, such events shouldn't bring familiar faces. After carefully checking Ganyu's outfit, Chen Si gave him a white mask and asked him to wear it on his face. The venue was lively and vibrant. There were over 100 cosplayers present. Various costumes abounded, all portraying characters from anime and games, making one's eyes dazzled. As the two walked in while chatting. Satisfied with the solution, Chen Si's mood lightened, I heard that my idol will also be here today, and I plan to take a photo with him. Ganyu turned his head, is your idol a cosplayer? Chen Si nodded excitedly, sure Ran, he's a male, but whenever he wears a female costume, there's no trace of incongruity. His cosplaying is really exceptional, perfectly fitting the original character, and besides, he's handsome. Talking about this, she looked him up and down, honestly, I truly want to compete with you guys, the male women, fine waists and long legs aside, but also looking this good, it's simply leaving no room for us girls. Sure Ran currently has 1 million fans. Chen Si introduced. For a cosplayer of his level, the event organizer usually pays for them to come, probably spending upwards of 10,000 for an appearance fee, showing the organizer's willingness to spend big money. Gan Yu silently listened. Upon entering, Chen Si excitedly pulled Gan Yu's arm. Look quickly. That's also an internet celebrity. I've seen her TikTok videos. Her fan count seems quite large. Is she playing Jiao Chan? She looks ethereal. I want to get a stamp with her. Getting a stamp meant finding various cosplayers within the venue to take pictures with them. It was common among cosplayers to see many pretty little dresses, while Gan Yu's cross-dressing was quite rare. Although wearing a mask obscured his face, his height alone drew attention, with plenty of people noticing him already. As Chen Si walked along finding different cosplayers to collect stamps, Gan Yu entirely took over her role as a photographer. After taking the photos, Chen Si reviewed the results. They turned out really well. Gan Yu, I didn't expect you to have potential as a photographer. What surprised me more is how nice these little sisters are, so gentle. I kind of fell for CS. At this point, Chen Si looked up. Gan Yu, do you really not want to take a picture with them? Gan Yu wasn't particularly interested in taking pictures, and responded faintly, no need. Alright, Chen Si didn't push further, putting her phone away. We'll find a quiet place later to shoot a video for you. You can share it. Your outfit today is super good looking. As she was talking, Chen Si happened to turn her head and noticed a familiar red figure not far away. Oh no, right? Chen Si was shocked, unable to help muttering softly. Isn't that Ran? He's doing Yamato Asahina cosplay too. What a coincidence, Gan Yu. The two of you even ended up with the same role. In cosplay events, this kind of situation was quite common since it was such a popular character, and there was no way to avoid it beforehand. At that moment, Ran was surrounded like a star, accompanied by several companions, both male and female. He had high popularity, and many cosplayers were queued up to take pictures with him. Chen Si enthusiastically pulled Gan Yu over. Getting closer, seeing her idol at close range, Chen Si contained her excitement and joined the queue. When her turn finally came, Chen Si politely asked Ran in the middle, hello, may we take a picture together? I've been following you for a long time, and I always give a thumbs up to every one of your videos. Ran glanced at her briefly, then iffy-eyed glanced at Gan Yu standing behind her wearing a mask, his eyes filled with ambiguous meaning. He nodded slightly, his tone light, sure. Chen Si quickly took out her phone and handed it to Gan Yu. Gan Yu, could you please take another photo for me? This was real life after all, and Gan Yu's wearing women's clothes couldn't be discovered by others. Realizing she was about to blurt out the wrong name, Chen Si hastily changed her words. Gan Yu took the phone, stepped back a few paces, and skillfully found the angle before pressing the shutter button, continuously taking several shots. Then he returned the phone to Chen Si. After taking the photo, Chen Si politely thanked Ran, and the two groups parted ways. Having taken a photo with her idol, Chen Si was in a great mood. She was looking at the pictures when she suddenly remembered something, slapping her forehead. Oops, I forgot to take a solo shot of him. Just as she was about to chase after him, she vaguely heard the group ahead gossiping. They chatted and laughed all the way, their voices intermittent and carried over. Are they kidding me? Never seen anyone dare to cosplay as Yamato Asahina. Haha, probably too ugly to show their face, they're also wearing a mask. It's not scary to have a costume clash, who's ugly gets embarrassed. Is this self-modified design? Yamato Asahina doesn't wear a mask, it's the president who wears a mask. Do they even understand? Worst of all, some people arbitrarily modify characters, adding masks without respecting the original. How shameless to ask for selfies. Chapter 53, Unmasking. The comments weren't discreet, blending into the noise of the crowd. They thought no one else would hear them. Being nearby, Chen Si heard everything clearly. Although Ran didn't say anything, he gave an agreeing laugh, clearly concurring with their opinion. Another male cosplayer beside him spoke again, at least she has a decent figure. Those legs look impressive. Ran smiled again, yeah, anyway, face hidden under the mask, so people should still accept her. Hahaha, seriously, because of those legs, I'd grudgingly take a selfie with her. In the unnoticed corners, people often appear polished and proper but talk dirty things behind others' backs. It was the first time Chen Si felt her idealized view shattered completely. A fan lost in an instant. Chen Si's mood dropped significantly, and she deleted all the previously taken photos. Turns out not everyone is kind-hearted. I used to like him so much. She looked up guiltily, sorry, Gan Yu, I didn't know this character isn't supposed to wear a mask. Sorry to get you involved. Gan Yu glanced at her, his voice indifferent, there's nothing to apologize for. We're not professional cosplayers anyway, it's normal not to fully understand their circle culture. If we offend anyone, I can remove the mask. Chen Si hesitated for a moment, worried that removing the mask might have a negative impact on Gan Yu. After all, no one would know that he dressed up as a girl online. But if someone found it out here in real life, it might have some impact on his real-life situation. Before she could open her mouth to say something, a staff member walked over and reminded them, have the two of you signed in? If not, you can sign in over there first. There was a check-in spot ahead. A camera was broadcasting live, targeting the cosplayers signing in on the red carpet. At the moment, the live stream already had over 10,000 viewers. And just then Ran's group went forward to sign in. Ran was quite popular among cosplayers, having just passed 1 million fans. Most of the audience in the live stream were his fans, praising how good-looking he was. Snake Eater Monaco, OMG. Insane beauty at its best, so perfectly replicated. Ran is so beautiful. Weewa, my life is about to be ruined by all you handsome ladies. Ran. Yay, my destined wife. Beautiful though he may be, why does he seem less refined than in his published works? He is a guy after all, his skeleton is larger than a girl's. It shows in his clothing. Another cosplayer who lives in filtered lenses, without them his face is much larger, lacking visual appeal. I agree too, seems like powerful Photoshop skills are involved. It does differ slightly outside of the lens, but do you look that great either? Casual fan asking politely, your fans don't need to be so sensitive. TCH, who's being sensitive? Do you think they're celebrities? Look around at the scene, find someone whose live performance matches exactly with their filtered videos. Find me one, and I'll wash my hair standing on my head. Cosplay should never be criticized for looks or figure, that's basic courtesy, understand? Exactly, if you can find a better Snake Eater Monaco than Ran, I'll eat poop live. Alright, I'll say this, Ran is the most faithful replica. The comments started arguing right away. By the time Ran finished signing in and hadn't yet left the screen, 2 more people walked onto the red carpet. The same red student uniform, very distinctive clothing and hairstyle, which immediately revealed which character they were portraying. Not to mention when 2 Snake Eater Monacos appeared simultaneously on screen, everyone instinctively began comparing the two. Standing 172 centimeters tall, Ran wasn't considered particularly tall among men, but actually had an advantage while cosplaying as a woman. But next to the other person, he looked slightly inferior. Even though that person's face was covered by a mask, one could still tell the individual had a small head, a slim and tall figure, and an extremely good body proportion. Wow, speak of the devil, and he appears. Is this a clash of characters? They're almost following each other foot by foot. Come take a look, just let you bystanders see what professional cosplay etiquette looks like. Through comparison, you'll understand how much Ran replicates. This Snake Eater Monaco has a pretty good figure, but why is the mask being worn? Probably doesn't look good, hiding behind the mask. Comparisons aside, probably no one will criticize Ran anymore, especially since this person isn't even willing to show their face. Perhaps pressured by Ran, but adding private settings is irritating. Always giving roles these random add-ons. Not a proper replication at all. Your circle really is messy. Does a mask make such a big difference? I think it looks fine, the mystery adds allure, this figure is better than Ran's, isn't it? Comments were getting heated. Even Ran, who had walked down earlier, stood aside, watching as if expecting a drama, muttering something to the people nearby. Then they laughed openly. At the exact moment Ganyu met Ran's eyes briefly, before casually looking away. Onlookers didn't hesitate to stir up trouble. Someone shouted toward the red carpet. It's not part of the character design to wear a mask, why keep wearing it? Take it off. Exactly, take it off. How can you cosplay and not reveal your face? A little professionalism is required, right? Miss Monaco, our live viewing number has reached 20,000. Everyone is curious about your face without the mask. Can you satisfy everyone's curiosity? The voices from the crowd grew louder and louder. A photographer standing nearby also shouted, you should take off your mask. We need to take a few pictures for the event here. Showing your face would be better. Ganyu's figure was already tall and slim, with a fine waist and long legs, his proportions extremely good, so there was absolutely no problem just judging from his figure. This made people even more curious about his looks. Others questioned only his appearance, especially after there had been such an excellent cosplayer before. At this point, if Ganyu's cosplay wasn't faithful enough or if he wasn't attractive enough, all that awaited him was being pulled down and criticized. Chen Si instinctively turned her head to look at Ganyu, slightly worried, what are we going to do? Ganyu lightly nodded his head. If it were only about showing his face and not speaking, it should be fine. He didn't know much about the culture of this circle, but if someone raised an objection, he was still willing to respect it. Under everyone's eyes filled with anticipation of some drama, they saw the person on the red carpet raise a hand to support the mask, while the other untied the ribbon at the back of the mask. Chapter 54, Beauty Strike. With just this simple movement, the crowd instinctively held their breath. All they noticed were the pale and perfectly proportioned fingers, elegant and beautiful. Their gaze followed his actions involuntarily. Despite being questioned and cursed by so many people, this person had not once tried to defend himself, remaining very steady, every gesture and move exuding rhythm and grace. Then the white mask slowly slipped down, revealing a face refined to beauty itself. Not only did the makeup match perfectly, but even the colored contact lenses fit the character setting with red-hued ones, his features stood out like a 3D model face, chiseled with sharpness. Everyone had expected mockery. The words were already on everyone's tongues, yet not a single one came out. For a brief moment, the scene fell quiet, then quickly erupted again, buzzing with whispers around. My goodness, she is just too stunning. This is beyond beauty, surpassing everyone else completely, in a completely different dimension. Dear me, it's as if a manga character walked out of the book. I see angels. Why cover a face like this with a mask? A face like this, doesn't it belong naturally to cosplay? It could suit any anime character. Dream girl, look over here. The photographer was the first to snap back into action, starting to press the shutter button at the person on the red carpet, resulting in flashes of light flashing incessantly. None of the previous cosplayers had ever received such treatment, the photographer's shutter must have almost overheated. That person on the red carpet held the white mask delicately between slender fingers, politely nodding toward the cameraman, then cooperatively posed for photos with an expression as calm as ever. This face was simply too photogenic, the original unedited images without any issues, perfect from all angles, needing no Photoshop. Even the chat comments online paused for a moment. Ah, oh my god, who understands? At the scene, I nearly got mesmerized by her beauty. How can someone naturally look like this? My goodness, I'm already overwhelmed by the beauty through the screen. I can't even imagine what kind of beauty strike those present endured. I'm at the scene. I was speechless for 3 whole minutes. When I finally reacted, I realized I was drooling. Reporting live, the real person is definitely prettier than the live broadcast. Completely shocked. Does anyone recognize her? Need an account link urgently. It's Duo Baoyu. Is this not my wife? Why is she at the comic exhibition? Hoo. Her name is Duo Baoyu. WTF, there's really an account for her. I need to follow her immediately. Those who were shouting earlier, wake up, will you? Open your eyes. About those people who wanted to eat poop live, how's that coming along? Still hot, perhaps send a pair of chopsticks. A pure passerby, unfamiliar with your cosplay circle, but this is absolutely amazing. Anyone with eyes can tell this cosplayer has a higher level of faithfulness. Not even talking about looks, the aura wins hands down. I get it. She never speaks, just a gentle lift of her head, gazing coolly, and it hits me right. So piercing. Still so composed despite being mocked, I deeply admire that. If I had such a face, and someone questioned me, I'd rip the mask off right away to let them see clearly. Duo Baoyu's longtime fan. I have to say, each costume of hers is extraordinary. Last time during her live stream, she dressed up as a breathtaking courtesan, it's unforgettable. What? I found a fan-posted live replay. Do your fans usually eat this well? Such a beautiful cosplayer isn't famous yet. Only has over 10,000 fans. Seems like she isn't from the cosplay circle, just an amateur. She rarely posts works, usually does PKs, so her fanbase grows slowly. Why aren't Sean Rant's fans saying anything? TCH, the fans are always here, but they just don't feel like arguing. What is there to compare between Sean Ran and Duo Baoyu anyway? Sean Ran is male, Duo Baoyu is female, females naturally have advantages in portraying female characters. Isn't it unreasonable to compare these two people? Moreover, Duo Baoyu's wearing a mask indeed doesn't fit the character concept, why shouldn't we point that out? Just because someone is good looking makes them so amazing. Another round of flame wars erupted on the chat screen, mainly due to everyone's curiosity about the mask. However, the number of viewers instead surged, nearing 300,000 online. Meanwhile, Duo Baoyu's old fans were getting excited. They sent screenshots to the fan group. Holding Duo Baoyu in arms, sisters, look at what I found. Passing gas. Where did you find it? Wait, my wife wasn't streaming, she was busy at the comic exhibition. Sugar-soaked hawthorn, ah, how beautiful. 66 super cool, which comic expo is this? Which city? Is it too late for me to fly over now? Little pretty one, wah, envy those who can see my wife live at the scene. Candy Strawberry, the live stream seems to be from Linen, how lucky the people in Linen are. My sister's infamy is world-renowned, unfortunately, I'm not in Linen, so I won't be able to run into my wife. Sugar-soaked hawthorn. Nanny. I'm in Linen. Is it too late for me to go right now? As the messages heated up in the fan group, Douyin was driving his ostentatious Bugatti, frantically searching everywhere. Inside the KFC. It was Friday, and with fewer customers today, 2 girls were chatting idly behind the counter about some gossip. Suddenly, a breaking sound came from outside. One girl looked up and immediately couldn't close her mouth in astonishment. The sleek, flashy car seemed to have sliced through the wind before parking smoothly by the roadside. Damn, this car is insanely cool. What brand is this? It looks super expensive. The girl excitedly patted her friend's shoulder, I saw something similar yesterday, it's probably a Bugatti. This car costs at least 8 digits. Wow, so rich. Let me check, who's worthy enough to drive such a car? The girl abandoned their gossip entirely and stared intently at the glass door. The next second, a familiar face got out of the car. Standing around 189 centimeters tall, broad shoulders, narrow waist, a simple black coat on him looked like a runway model piece. His every move exuded nonchalance. Slanted, almond-shaped eyes, sharp facial features, a stunningly handsome face that made hearts race. Even from a distance, one could feel the visual impact of his face. The girl was dumbfounded. Did I see correctly? Isn't that Douyin? I knew he was rich, but I never thought he was this rich. Right in front of their eyes, he pushed the door open and walked straight to the counter. The bright spotlights overhead illuminated his calm but carefree eyebrows and eyes, clearly defining his facial contours along his sharp nose bridge. He raised his piercing gaze slightly and asked softly, "Has Ganyu been here today?" The girl gulped, instantly snapped back to reality, and replied quietly, "Nope, Ganyu already quit last week. He probably won't come anymore." Upon hearing this, Daiheng's frown deepened slightly. He had already visited several places where Ganyu usually worked part-time but hadn't found him. "Thanks." After saying this lightly, Daiheng shoved his hand into his trouser pocket and turned to leave. This scene felt somewhat surreal. He had come before and sat there all morning. Ganyu gave him drinks and food, treating him as if he were a pampered wife. Today, his aura was completely different. The two girls exchanged glances, excitement bubbling in their eyes. Are the couple arguing? This scene reminded me of a line. What line? "Young master, madam has been missing for 3 days. You're toxic." Daiheng returned to his car, fastened the seatbelt, took out his phone, and saw someone mentioning him in a group. Chapter 55 Yu Duo Baoyu is the same person. He had put Duo Baoyu on special watch before so as not to miss her live streams. And he even joined the fan group. After adding each other on WeChat, the two of them hadn't actually chatted much. Daiheng was solely focused on finding Ganyu and wasn't paying much attention to messages in the Duo Baoyu fan group. He just skimmed over them briefly. Until he saw someone saying that Duo Baoyu was at the comic exhibition in Linen. He stopped what he was doing and scrolled further up to see that photo. The picture of Duo Baoyu attending the comic exhibition. The resemblance between them was uncanny. Every time he saw Duo Baoyu, it was like seeing Ganyu dressed in female clothing standing before him. That intense, blood-pumping excitement confirmed one thing: he must definitely like Duo Baoyu. This is why he was so certain that he's absolutely not gay. But Ganyu had said his sister was studying in Haicheng. Why would she suddenly be in Linen? In fact, this thought had surfaced from time to time. Two people who looked identical had never appeared simultaneously in the same place. Could they possibly be the same person? Though this idea did seem rather absurd. Or, since his sister had already come to Linen, could Ganyu also have attended this comic exhibition? Thinking about this, a flicker of contemplation crossed Daiheng's eyes. He glanced down, checked the location of the comic exhibition, then tossed his phone aside and started the car without hesitation. Ganyu had just finished signing in and stepped off the red carpet when the photographer called him over for some promotional photos. There were dozens of cosplayers gathered together for the group shot. Ganyu deliberately stayed low-key by standing at the very edge but was pulled over by the photographer to stand right at the center. After taking the photos, all the cosplayers dispersed. As Ganyu turned around, he caught a fleeting glance from Shi Ran's seemingly inscrutable gaze. Shi Ran simply stared at him for a moment, didn't say anything more, and then turned away with the others. Chen Si couldn't help whispering quietly, "My goodness, can you believe it? You stole Shi Ran's spotlight just now. He's an internet celebrity with millions of fans. I just checked his live stream, everyone's praising you." Shi Ran got criticized heavily. Ganyu showed no emotion, only giving a faint look toward the direction where Shi Ran had gone. Chen Si kept muttering under his breath, "Nothing was supposed to happen if they hadn't incited you to remove your mask. Do you think he's mad enough to explode right now?" At first, the comments were all praises for Shi Ran, but after Ganyu revealed himself, everyone's focus completely changed. Cooperating with the photographer for the promotional photos. A sudden commotion came from nearby. It wasn't far, there seemed to be some kind of troublemaking going on. One of the cosplayers had a conflict with the organizers. The male cosplayer was loudly questioning something. In the middle of the commotion stood a tall girl, strikingly beautiful, with black curly hair, wearing a professional suit but unable to hide her perfect curves accentuated by a pair of red high heels. She exuded confidence and charisma. Chen Si lit up and couldn't help commenting, "Wow, that sister is stunning. I wanted to grow up looking just like her when I was little." Standing beside her, Ganyu remained expressionless. His eyes fell on the face of the girl in the center, and for some reason, he felt a familiar sensation in her features. The male cosplayer causing the dispute earlier was part of Shi Ran's entourage, so what if the organizer is great? It's already an honor that our Ran came to the comic exhibition. What do you mean by intentionally arranging another cosplayer of the same role as Ran? You're trying to boost a new star, aren't you? Even intentionally scheduling their performances back-to-back, how disgusting is that? He continued ranting, "I know your company has signed many famous internet celebrities. Are you bullying us because Ran isn't signed under any company? Some random internet personality with over 10,000 fans dares to challenge our Ran. Don't you have any shame? The organizer must give an explanation today." Seeing the conflict ahead, Chen Si frowned, "What nonsense is this guy spouting? All those were coincidences, how does it become us bumping into them? Surely the organizer won't believe what they say. Ganyu's expression remained calm, as if the topic of discussion had nothing to do with him. Chen Si angrily cursed, he actually said that Ganyu has someone backing him, and if you had a company behind you, you would have gone viral long ago. Does your face really need such aggressive promotion? This guy must brush his teeth with a toilet brush, his words are so foul. It seemed as if the person had figured out the full story. The sister from the organizing committee turned around and finally spoke, but not in a soothing tone. May I ask, what is your standing here to say all this? This matter had nothing to do with that male cosplayer, but he suddenly jumped into the argument, an operation that was truly baffling. The male cosplayer suddenly fell silent, hesitating for 2 seconds before stammering. As Ranran's friend, I can't stand your behavior like this. His voice was significantly weakened by the presence of the sister from the organizing committee. Moreover, during photo shoots, shouldn't the order be based on star power? Why did you push our Ranran aside? The sister from the organizing committee remained emotionally stable, forming a sharp contrast with the male cosplayer's impatience. It's the era of 100 flowers blooming. If you have real talent, make yourself irreplaceable. Instead of jumping around complaining, you should improve yourself. Don't behave like a clown. The sister from the organizing committee smirked slightly, every move she made exuding grace. If this is what your friend with millions of fans thinks, then I think his vision is just that limited, he's choosing a very narrow path. And it's quite obvious you're being used as a pawn by your friend. You're speaking up for him while he stays perfectly hidden. I see his character, and it's about that level. The male cosplayer still felt dissatisfied, you're talking nonsense. This is my own opinion, it has nothing to do with Ranran. The sister from the organizing committee dismissed her smile, seemingly unwilling to waste any more time on him. Tell your friend that our cooperation ends here. His image isn't suitable for our company, and we won't cooperate with him in any form in the future. You may leave now. The male cosplayer looked confused. Originally, seeing Sure Ran upset after reading the comments, and hearing his casual complaints, he thought of sticking up for him and asking the organizing committee for an explanation. As a result, how did trying to help turn into making things worse? Wow, this sister is so cool. Chen Si couldn't help getting excited. Not far away, there was another commotion. At the moment when he turned his head, Ganyu beside him had already disappeared. She only saw a flash of red passing by, moving very quickly. Amidst the crowd, someone threw a bottle of mineral water, with great force, directly toward the organizing sister at the center. Before anyone could react, bang, Ganyu lifted his hand and deflected the water bottle, instinctively muttering, careful. Without using his voice modulator, as soon as these words came out, he realized something was off, immediately let go, and turned to leave, blending into the crowd. Just now, the crowd suddenly became chaotic. Security guards only reacted after that and started maintaining order. Dai Ling Su furrowed her eyebrows slightly. When she regained her senses, she turned her head and only saw the tall back of that man. She tilted her head and asked her assistant beside her, who is he? The assistant followed her gaze and answered, her. Seems like Duo Baoyu, the new female streamer with background mentioned earlier. But she hasn't signed with any company and has no real background. Someone deliberately tried to steer public opinion. Dai Ling Su lightly curled her lips, recalling the low-pitched, careful, from earlier. She brushed the long hair on her shoulder back and revealed a meaningful smile, a boy. Chen Si still didn't know what happened. All she saw was Ganyu walking out from the gathered crowd, showing no emotion on that handsome face, and absent-mindedly rubbing his arm. After the spectators were dispersed by security, the venue gradually restored order. Chen Si's gaze dropped, landing on Ganyu's arm. What's wrong with your hand? Ganyu's expression remained unchanged, shaking his head lightly. Nothing, let's go. There were many people at the venue, tourists were also increasing. They kept walking, constantly being asked for autographs. Ganyu was pulled by photographers and tourists for various photo shoots. After 2 hours, he almost hadn't moved a step. Throughout, he was very cooperative. Even though he never opened his mouth to speak, his attitude was good, and he responded positively to nearly every request. Until Ganyu saw that familiar figure at the entrance. Chapter 56, Delivering Himself into Captivity. Finally finished with taking pictures, he finally got some free time. Chen Si was chatting with Ganyu nearby. Things are pretty much over. There's just half an hour left. Let me treat you to dinner later. Thank you for today. Ganyu thought he must have mistaken what he saw. He fixated his gaze on the tall figure in the distance, absent-mindedly saying, no need, I'll head back to school later. Alright, next time. Hey, there's a water stall over there. Wait for me a moment here, I'll buy 2 bottles of water. Chen Si walked away after saying this. At the same time, the figure in the distance began to approach slowly. Among all the cosplayers dressed in peculiar outfits, that person still stood out immensely. Almost 6 feet 3 inches tall, wearing a black coat, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted with exceptionally long legs, he had one hand in his trouser pocket while looking down at his phone, exuding an air of ease and charm that was unmistakable. As he walked through the main entrance, he instantly drew everyone's attention. Upon recognizing that unmistakable face, Ganyu suddenly stiffened. Dai Heng. Why would he come here? Thinking about it, they hadn't seen each other for a week. Ganyu indeed had some questions to ask him, but now was clearly not the best time. If Daiheng were to see him in this outfit, he definitely didn't want Daiheng to think he was someone with a fetish for cross-dressing. The moment the person looked up, Ganyu instinctively turned around so he was facing away from him, frantically brainstorming what he should do now. Another fan approached for a photo, but Ganyu paid no mind to them, instead stepping behind a nearby object for cover. Reaching into his pocket, he decided to send Chen-Si a message saying he might have to leave first. He hadn't checked his phone until just now, opening the screen only to discover many missed calls and unread messages. All from Daiheng. Ganyu couldn't call him back right now. After sending a message to Chen-Si and putting his phone back in his pocket, he nervously wandered further into the convention center. Daiheng was still looking at the photo someone had sent to the group chat. Duo Baoyu's costume today was actually very distinctive, a red suit jacket, visible even at a glance. However, most people at the cosplay event had rather exaggerated costumes, plus the convention center was crowded, making it hard to find someone. Ganyu's phone continued to be unreachable. The WeChat message Daiheng sent to Duo Baoyu remained unanswered. Both people simultaneously losing contact. Something felt off. In the blink of an eye, he caught a glimpse of a flash of red out of the corner of his eye. Long straight black hair, a red tailored suit jacket, a slim and delicate body frame cinched at the waist, similar in height. Daiheng slightly narrowed his eyes, tightening his grip on his phone before slipping it back into his trouser pocket, casually following the direction in which that figure had gone. The central area of the venue was vast, equipped with several side doors. Now, Ganyu couldn't even find a single exit. Walking to a door, he pushed it open for a look. It seemed to be a staff-only area. He stepped back outside, wanting to find another exit. Just as he was turning around, he nearly locked gazes with someone coming from the other side. Ganyu's heart jolted violently as he quickly ducked and averted his eyes. It appeared something had been noticed, because Daiheng was now walking directly towards this direction. Not daring to turn back, Ganyu hastily pushed the door and entered. Inside was a long corridor, brightly lit with no obstacles whatsoever. At this moment, if anyone came through the door behind him, they could spot him immediately. He had nowhere to hide. Clutching his bag tightly, Ganyu hurried further down the corridor. Turning a corner near the end, he noticed some doors along the sides. He tentatively tried one of the doorknobs, but the doors were all securely locked, making entry impossible. Further ahead was the restroom. If he went in there, he'd surely get caught. The sound of a door opening already reached his ears. Ganyu hesitated. Suddenly, a wooden-colored door next to him opened partially. A beautiful, elegant face appeared between the gap. "Come in," said the girl in a calm voice. With jet-black curly hair, a professional suit, and red heels, she was the organizer from earlier. The footsteps from behind were getting closer by the second. Without wasting any more time, Ganyu slipped into the room just as the footsteps were about to round the corner. Hardly had he stepped inside when a figure appeared at the end of the corridor. Towering almost 6 feet 3 inches tall, like a walking male model, his mesmerizing, deep-set peach blossom-like eyes were intensely fixed on this direction. Dai Lingsu leaned against the doorframe, not bothering to close the door. She poked her head out for a glance and, upon seeing the man not far away, a hint of meaningful expression flickered in her eyes. She turned back to Ganyu and asked, "Is the person you're dodging him?" Ganyu didn't notice the oddness in her tone. The 2 words he accidentally spoke earlier had already revealed his voice, so there was nothing left to hide at this moment. Ganyu turned his face and met her gaze, softly responding, "Sorry for the trouble. Can I stay here for a bit?" The girl slightly curved her lips, "Of course, no problem." Ganyu stood close to the wall, his heart almost leaping into his throat. He nearly thought that person might have already seen him, otherwise, how could he approach this direction so accurately? When those footsteps reached the doorway and stopped, that familiar voice sounded from the other side of the door, "Why are you here?" The instant the voice rang out, Ganyu's heartbeat almost froze. Was he speaking to him? Had he been found out? He stiffened, even cowardly refusing to look to the side. Until the girl's voice reached his ears. "I called you and told you I would be on a business trip to Linen, asking you to pick me up at the airport. Didn't you say you were too busy?" At that sudden half-second pause, Ganyu's heartbeat resumed its rhythm. Leaning back against the wall, Ganyu somewhat unexpectedly listened as these two conversed as if no one else was around. Never did he expect they would know each other. At this very moment, the distance between him and Daiheng was merely separated by a door. If curiosity overcame him and he peeked inside, he'd immediately know Ganyu was there. This closeness made Ganyu uneasy. Daiheng only then remembered receiving her message earlier and seeing the location pin. But at the time, he was looking for Ganyu, so he ignored it completely. Daiheng, Ed nonchalantly, lazily leaning against the wall, "I'm very busy, where do I find the time?" Dai Lingsu grinned mischievously, "Very busy. Busy with a date?" Daiheng half lifted his eyes, devoid of any guilt, "None of your business, stop interfering." Dai Lingsu chuckled meaningfully and began guessing wildly, "Could it be that you brought your girlfriend to the comic convention and made her leave mad? With your personality, you aren't incapable of such actions." Daiheng scoffed lightly, carelessly saying, "Don't randomly guess like an idiot. Do you think everyone is like you? Dai Lingsu gave him a look, crossing her arms, laughing angrily. You ungrateful wretch, is this how you should talk to your sister? Sister. Ganyu had a sudden feeling of stiffness, as if his brain had suddenly lost function. Slowly turning his head to look beside him. Suddenly remembering a previous conversation where Dai Heng indeed mentioned having an older sister. No wonder he found the features of this event organizer misfamiliar. So that was it. So he had spent so much time hiding only to end up in his own sister's office. Wasn't this like walking straight into a trap? Chapter 57, Wanting to Kiss. Dai Heng lifted his hand to check the time, asking offhandedly, when are you going back to Jiangqing? After she just arrived, was he already hoping she would leave? Dai Lingsu smiled faintly and said, relax, I'll be staying for at least a month this time. Mom and Dad said they want me to keep an eye on you, and I need to do my job well. Dai Heng raised his eyelids slightly, pulled the corner of his lips, and scoffed lightly, even at home, you couldn't control me. Here. Do you really think you can? With a lack of interest, he glanced aside, tapped twice on his phone, and stood up straight. I've transferred the money to you as compensation for not picking you up at the airport. Normally, don't call me, I'm quite busy. Dai Lingsu took out her phone, glancing at the compensation amount he sent. It wasn't insignificant. All right. Dai Lingsu reluctantly accepted, clicking to confirm the payment, subtly probing, are you looking for someone? Should I help you? Dai Heng stuffed both hands into his trouser pockets, standing loosely under the overhead light, dismissively saying, forget it, I'm gone. After saying this, he didn't bother with more words. He decisively turned around and left but first went to check the restroom at the end of the hallway. Finding no one there, he slowly walked away. Their interaction mode had always been like this, after exchanging few sentences, they'd start arguing. Treat me better, and maybe I'll tell you. Dai Lingsu arched her brow, smugly muttering lowly to his retreating back, deserved to not find the person. It wasn't until Dai Heng's figure disappeared around the corner ahead. Dai Lingsu took a step back, gently closing the heavy door behind her. She turned and glanced at the handsome person standing behind her. Up close, she realized just how tall he was. With such a height and yet not being questioned, it was clear that his face was stunning enough to distract from any discrepancies. She came straight to the point, asking, what's your relationship with Heng? Ganyu was still somewhat dazed. He had successfully avoided a good friend, but now found himself alone facing the parent of that friend, under even stranger circumstances since he was dressed as a woman. Would this leave a bad impression on his friend's family? Roommate. His voice was steady, only 2 brief words. Dai Lingsu slightly arched an eyebrow, walking over to the chair behind the desk before sitting down, just roommates? Her question carried a strange tone. Ganyu raised his eyes to look at her. Dai Lingsu stroked her chin, taking him in from top to bottom, a hint of interest gleaming in her eyes. You're avoiding him because you don't want him to see you in women's clothing? Ganyu's feelings were complicated. If Dai Heng's sister knowing this made no difference compared to if Dai Heng himself knew. Since he'd been seen through, Ganyu felt there was no need to hide it anymore. He asked softly, could you please not tell him about seeing me today? His pride had long been crushed beneath layers of shame, he didn't want his buddy to witness his current pathetic state. Seemingly perceiving his concerns, Dai Lingsu smiled brightly, rest assured, I won't tell him. Consider it my way of repaying you for helping me earlier with the water bottle incident. Upon hearing the definite answer, Ganyu exhaled in relief, his lashes relaxing as they lowered. And, I've learned something even Heng doesn't know, she smiled cheerfully, her beautiful eyes crinkling, why am I so delighted? By mid-November, winter had set in, and the temperature hovered in the teens. The wind brought biting cold when it blew. Ganyu changed back into his own clothes, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and walked out of the venue. To avoid trouble, he wore a grey coat and put on a mask. As Ganyu stepped outside earlier than planned, there weren't many people left at the entrance of the conference, with vehicles parked along the roadside waiting. A group of people passed by from behind, their voices faintly audible. I'm sorry, Sharan. I just wanted to stand up for you, but I didn't expect it would cost you this partnership. Can I apologize? Will that be enough? Ganyu stood by the roadside as the group brushed past him. A splash of bright red caught his eye. His body froze momentarily. He pulled the hood of his coat over his head, hiding himself completely, lest he run into them face to face. The male main character who caused the disturbance earlier followed closely behind, apologizing profusely. I really didn't mean to, that Dabo fish was awful. She was deliberately picking a fight with you, and I was just stating the truth. They don't know the difference between right and wrong. Sharan hadn't been seen since the incident occurred earlier. Apparently, Sharan had left the event early. Judging by their conversation, it seemed the situation hadn't been resolved and ultimately resulted in the termination of the cooperation. A taxi pulled up by the side of the road, and Sharan turned around. Ganyu quickly averted his gaze, avoiding direct eye contact. Having already changed clothes and worn a mask, Ganyu now looked entirely different from before, and nobody paid him any attention at the moment. The commotion at the venue earlier had cost Sharan a partnership worth tens of thousands. No amount of explanation could undo the damage. To make matters worse, during the live stream, a relatively unknown new main character overshadowed Ran, dealing a double blow to his reputation. Seething with anger, Ran lashed out at the male main character. People like you are useless, dumb as rocks, yet have the audacity to act heroically. You've ruined my deal worth over $10,000. We're done working together, really pisses me off. After scolding the man thoroughly, Ran climbed into the taxi and drove away without looking back. The taxi sped off in a cloud of dust. Standing by the roadside, the male main character immediately revealed his true colors, muttering obscenities under his breath. Hell, if it weren't for your fans, who'd bother praising you? Acting all high and mighty. Idiot. That Dabo fish just looks better than you. Complaining in front of me, isn't that inciting me to back you up? Now that things have gone wrong, you blame it all on me, how meaningful. After enduring enough humiliation just now, he vented everything out while walking away, cursing incessantly. Ganyu, who had been watching the entire process nearby, let out a sigh of relief. Before he could hail another taxi. Ganyu. A familiar yet deep voice came from behind. Ganyu was startled. The moment he turned around, his neck was gripped by a strong arm. Instinctively, he turned his face and saw the sharp jawline of the other person. And the owner of the jawline was staring at the direction where the taxi disappeared, without blinking. If it were anyone else, Ganyu would have pushed him away without hesitation. But since it was Douyin, he was already quite used to this. They had been closer than this before, long breaking any concept of safe social distance. Things like slinging an arm over each other's shoulder or hugging necks were not such a big deal. Ganyu didn't know why Douyin was here. He had been on tenterhooks before and hadn't completely heard the conversation between Douyin and his sister. But with his sister here, it was reasonable for him to come looking for her. Ganyu lifted his eyes and asked knowingly, how did you end up here? Douyin squinted slightly, recalling seeing Ganyu standing with a few people earlier. Was the girl in red clothes the Dabo fish? It was a bit far, and he couldn't see clearly. But at least the outfit looked exactly like the pictures posted in the group. He had been curious about meeting the Dabo fish, but now he no longer felt like investigating. I'm obviously here looking for. Douyin carelessly withdrew his gaze and coincidentally met Ganyu's eyes at the moment he lowered his own. You. The distance between the two at this moment was dangerously close. Just a slight tilt of their heads, and they might accidentally bump into each other. Ganyu raised his eyes, silently watching him. His pupils were pitch black and bright, void of emotion. Today's weather wasn't good. Overcast skies and strong winds. The area outside the venue was exceptionally open, and Ganyu's hair on his forehead was tousled by the wind, brushing past Daiheng's nose. Upon making eye contact, Daiheng unconsciously fell silent. His heartbeat began to fluctuate irregularly. It had only been a week since they last saw each other, yet meeting even his buddy made his heart race faster. This was truly a strange thing. As his gaze moved down, it rested on Ganyu's beautiful lips. At this moment, a thought dominated his mind. I want to kiss. Chapter 58, Are You Being Naughty? The hangover was terrible, and it hadn't subsided even after a week. Daiheng's Adam's apple slowly rolled as he shifted his eyes, calming his disordered heartbeat. To find my sister, she's on a business trip here. Just as expected. Ganyu nodded, showing a look of understanding, and did not ask further. He recalled the unanswered calls and messages he received on his phone. Did you call me? I've been so busy that I didn't hear it. How dare you say this? I've been searching for you everywhere. Daiheng licked his lips and leaned down again, focusing his sight on Ganyu's eyebrows and eyes. He wanted to take a good look at Mr. Gan this week, whether he had eaten well or not. His arm was still on Ganyu's shoulder, and he could feel the bone lines of the other through his palm. Why does he seem a bit thinner? Haven't I been delivering food every day? And why is he still not gaining any weight at all? Unfortunately, this mask somewhat obstructed his view of his face. Aware of his stare, Ganyu looked up. What's the matter? His thoughts always translated into action immediately. Haven't you been eating properly recently? Daiheng tightened his arms further, pulling Ganyu closer, raising a hand to lower the mask a little, revealing the handsome face. He carefully examined every inch of it. You finally gained a bit of weight, but you lost it again. Ganyu glanced at him, then indifferently turned away and pulled the mask up again. Not true, you're mistaken. Would I make a mistake? Daiheng lowered his eyes, scrutinizing his body from bottom to top. In a drawling tone, he said, I can tell if you've slimmed down or not as soon as I touch your waist. With that, Daiheng loosened the arm wrapped around Ganyu's neck and moved it downward, giving his waist a light hug. At least 2 centimeters. Ganyu. I've never seen such a way of measurement. It's as if he knows his body so well. Ganyu swatted away his arm. Can you use another word? What does touch mean? Daiheng raised an eyebrow. I can tell just by hugging you. Ganyu's eyebrows twitched. Shut up. Daiheng curved his lips, his peach blossom eyes sketching out a little smile. All right, Mr. Gan. He was bossy all day long, yet Daiheng didn't get annoyed at all. In fact, it suited him perfectly. Even after being scolded, he felt refreshed. Dai Heng reached out to take his bag and slung it over his shoulder, muttering, "You didn't eat the lunch I brought you again. Shall we grab some food before going back?" "No need." Ganyu glanced at him and said indifferently, "You don't have to buy me lunch anymore." The air fell silent for a moment. This sounded like setting boundaries. Dai Heng lowered his eyes, the smile at the corners almost disappearing instantly, amber-colored pupils showing no emotion. "If you won't let me buy your meals, who do you plan on letting buy them for you?" Ganyu stared at him for 2 seconds, feeling baffled. "I'll buy my own." After saying that, he took the backpack from Dai Heng, slung it over his shoulder, and turned to leave. Dai Heng lifted his hand and grabbed his wrist. Ganyu paused mid-step, tilting his face so his gaze landed on the distinct knuckles of his fingers. His knuckles were bent, lightly holding his wrist without applying much force. Ganyu raised his eyes, met his gaze, and sighed softly, "We've already evened the score. You owe me nothing." That's right. Ganyu has never liked owing others anything. Even buying him lunch every day was justified under the pretext of repaying someone for buying medicine. Dai Heng stared at him for a while, "Then buy me more medicine." "I want to owe you." Upon hearing this, Ganyu couldn't help but turn his head and laugh, "Are you crazy? Why would you eat medicine for no reason?" Dai Heng half lifted his eyelids, his gaze landing on the corner of Ganyu's lips curling upward, exposing that small canine tooth once more. Damn, he's so adorable. A week without seeing each other, and he missed Teacher Gon so much. Now that he finally got yelled at by him, he was absolutely thrilled. Dai Heng relaxed his brows and licked the corner of his mouth slightly, shifting his gaze. "I'm driving. Do you want to go back with me?" Actually, Ganyu still had something to handle. He had just shot a video and wanted to edit it and release a new work afterwards. Traveling together might be somewhat inconvenient. Ganyu thought for a moment, "I'll take a taxi, you go first. I'll come with you and take the same taxi." Ganyu. This guy. Without giving him a chance to refuse, Dai Heng extended his hand, hooked his wrist, squeezed a bit, and pulled him to the side of the road to hail a taxi. The moment his palm closed, he could clearly feel Ganyu's body shake slightly, his steps hesitating for a moment, as if enduring something. Noticing something amiss, Dai Heng stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look. "What's wrong?" Ganyu wrinkled his brow faintly. "Nothing." Dai Heng's eyes darkened a bit, his gaze shifting downward to the arm he was gripping. He lifted his hand and rolled up Ganyu's sleeve. Ganyu's skin was very fair, so the bruise on his forearm was particularly obvious, quite large and significantly more noticeable than before. The color had started to turn purple, which looked somewhat frightening. Dai Heng raised his eyes, his voice unconsciously deepening. "How did this happen?" Ganyu showed no expression as he lowered his sleeve, "Got hit accidentally by a bottle of mineral water. No big deal." A big bruise like that, and he says it's no big deal. Just 1 week without keeping an eye on him, and not only was he harassed by a homosexual, but he also managed to hurt himself. That purple bruise on Ganyu's hand seemed to irritate Dai Heng more than if it were on his own hand. Dai Heng's eyes darkened a little more, his voice becoming low and dangerous. "Ganyu, are you being naughty?" Chapter 59, Would you like some candy? Ganyu froze mid-motion. Normally, Dai Heng always acted carefree and unreliable, making people think he was easygoing and even gentle. But when he suddenly got serious, his peach blossom eyes clouded with mist, causing a sudden palpitation. It was at this moment that Ganyu truly realized. This person's good temper entirely relied on his laid-back attitude. His peach blossom eyes were deep and affectionate, and when he smiled, it gave off a warm impression. But when he retracted his smile, his facial contours became sharp and clear, the edges cutting through, exuding a cold demeanor. His presence became immediately unwelcoming. Dai Heng didn't feel like joking with him anymore. He grabbed Ganyu's uninjured arm and pulled him toward the roadside to hail a taxi. Ganyu opened his mouth but no sound came out, so he gently tugged at Dai Heng's sleeve. Dai Heng turned around and glanced at him, his lips flattening into a straight line. "Where's the car?" Ganyu glanced at him. "Let's go back in your car." Dai Heng remained silent, staring at him for 2 seconds. His gaze was deep and unreadable. Ganyu pulled on his sleeve again. "Let's go." Dai Heng's car was parked nearby. The two silently got inside. Dai Heng reminded him with a neutral tone, "Fasten your seatbelt." Ganyu buckled up. The atmosphere was tense. The person who usually chattered non-stop suddenly fell silent, making Ganyu uncomfortable. Ganyu glanced at him. "Why aren't you talking?" "I'm not." His tone was indifferent. Usually talkative, Dai Heng now seemed unusually quiet. Though Ganyu wasn't sure what Dai Heng was upset about, it was evident that he was upset. Ganyu had never encountered this situation before and wasn't sure how to handle it. His hand accidentally brushed against something in his trouser pocket, creating a soft noise. It was candy someone gave him after taking photos together. While changing clothes earlier, he had casually put them in his pocket. Ganyu turned his gaze to Dai Heng's profile. "Do you want some candy?" The car was very quiet, with no one speaking. Thinking Dai Heng wasn't interested, Ganyu stopped asking and looked away. After 2 seconds of silence, Dai Heng asked indifferently, "What kind of candy is it?" Ganyu was surprised for a moment, then reached into his pocket and took out a handful of candy, spreading them across his palm. The candies were wrapped in colorful paper and looked very attractive. Fruit-flavored. Want some? Daiheng held the steering wheel with one hand, keeping his eyes forward as he extended his hand. Ganyu looked down and picked out a pink one, placing it in his hand. Daiheng kept his eyes forward, glanced at the candy, and raised an eyebrow. Just one. You're such a miser. Ganyu glanced at him. He didn't expect Daiheng to be serious about wanting more candy. If Princess Dai wasn't mad, a few candies were no big deal. Ganyu leaned slightly, hooked his wrist, and placed all the candies into his hand. Here, alright. Daiheng's expression softened slightly. He closed his hand, put the candies in the console box, and let out a low chuckle from his throat. That's more like it. Finally back to normal. Ganyu sighed in relief. For some reason, when Daiheng was upset, Ganyu felt somewhat uneasy. Can't you just say it if there's something bothering you? Ganyu lightly pressed his lips and said quietly, you're quite intimidating when you're upset. Just as they hit a traffic light and the car slowed to a stop. I'm not mad. Daiheng paused, flicking his eyelids upward. He turned his head and fixed his gaze on Ganyu, his voice lower. I just thought that if I had stayed by your side, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. How did he think of that? And why would he follow him to a comic convention anyway? Do you have something to do? Ganyu lifted his eyes, finding it absurd. Why are you even offering me a chance to cause trouble? Daiheng curled the corner of his lips but didn't respond further. He dropped his gaze and started searching through the console box. He picked out a pink candy, unwrapped it, and tossed it into his mouth. Strawberry flavor, pretty sweet. He glanced upward and casually asked, why did you come to the comic convention today? Of course. He couldn't escape this question after all. Ganyu hesitated for a second, pretending to be calm as he stared ahead. I'm here looking for someone. Is that so? Daiheng recalled the picture sent in a group chat and asked nonchalantly, I saw a girl in a red suit at the convention earlier. She looks exactly like you. Ganyu's heart tightened. Had she really been spotted by him during their brief eye contact? Ganyu had no choice but to bring out his fictional sister as an alibi once again. Oh, that must be my younger sister. I came to look for her. Daiheng reflected thoughtfully, turning his head to stare at Ganyu's profile. Didn't you say she studies in High City? He had made it up last time and already forgotten most of the details. Ganyu lightly swallowed, beginning to make something up. She studies in High City and came over to participate in an event. This fabricated explanation somehow made perfect sense. Daiheng turned his head, his gaze falling on Ganyu's face. So you were just standing by the roadside to see your sister off? Why didn't you go together? By the roadside? Going together? Ganyu thought for half a day. He finally realized that Daiheng probably mistook Shiran for his sister. This was just a beautiful misunderstanding. Who could blame it when Shiran happened to be wearing the same red outfit as him and they both happened to be standing by the side of the road at the same time? Ganyu decided to ride the wave. She was in a hurry to get to the airport, so she left first. The traffic light turned green at the intersection, and vehicles ahead began to move slowly forward. Daiheng kept his eyes forward, casually paying attention to the car's situation as he spoke. I actually wanted to meet your sister, looks like we'll have to wait until next time. Ganyu gave a glance at the rearview mirror, unfazed as he said, next time. There will definitely be another opportunity. No way. If you really saw her, it'd be a miracle if we weren't estranged. Chapter 60, Why Are You Shaking? By the time they returned near the University City area, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. The sky was beginning to grow darker as twilight approached. Daiheng drove back into the parking lot in a neighborhood complex, and after eating a quick dinner outside, the two walked back to their dormitory. The lights in room 411 were already on. When Ganyu pushed the door open, Zhou Mo was sitting at his desk with books sprawled all over the table, scrolling through Douyin on his phone. At the sound of movement, Zhou Mo turned around, barely able to hide the grin spreading across his lips. Before him stood two handsome faces, one behind the other. Ganyu and Daiheng entered one after another. Zhou Mo paused, puzzled. Oh. The two of you came back together. Ganyu remained calm, we met outside and came back together. Zhou Mo nodded knowingly, I see. Did they really just happen to meet? After all, when Daiheng went out earlier, he seemed to be in a rush to find someone. Ganyu felt a bit strange. You didn't go home today. Not going home, I don't want to go back this semester anymore. Every time I go home, I'm scolded by my family, Zhou Mo sighed. I plan to study for the FRM certification exam and stay here to review properly. Ganyu's gaze fell on the phone lying on Zhou Mo's desk. On the screen, there was still a female host passionately dancing. Ganyu raised an eyebrow. If you watch this every day, then yeah, passing exams will surely be difficult. Haha. Just accidentally swiped onto it. Actually, I don't like watching these things much, Zhou Mo dryly laughed twice. Most of what I usually look at are very nutritious things, related to studying, trust me, take a look. While awkwardly laughing, he started scrolling upwards. After brushing past more than 10 videos, they were all of beautiful women. Zhou Mo. Wait, it's not that. He was just curious why he never saw Gan Yu or Dai Heng ever swipe through such content in their room. Isn't it something very common among guys living in male dorms? Under their noble conduct and upright character, he now seemed like a devilish lecher. Zhou Mo cleared his throat, locked his phone screen, and quickly changed the subject. Dai Heng, I remember you've already taken the FRM exam. Can you pass on some tips? Dai Heng was slouched lazily at the desk, his eyes drooping, his legs stretched out long and relaxed, nonchalantly playing games. Upon hearing this, he lifted his eyelids, slightly twitching the corner of his mouth. What kind of technical challenge is this? Isn't it done once you've read the materials thoroughly? Read through. And you'd understand. Can you stop making it sound so easy? It makes me feel stupid. Why do you sound exactly like Gan Yu? Zhou Mo was almost ready to question life. How are the brains of you geniuses even made? Dai Heng raised his gaze lightly. What about him? Zhou Mo said, I once asked him how to deal with exams, and he told me to memorize the whole book. Is this humanly possible? Even more infuriating, this crazy level of performance was normal operating procedure for Gan Yu. His memory was terrifyingly strong, all content was remembered after only a single viewing. Dai Heng gently hooked his lips upward, dragging his tone, Teacher Gan is naturally talented. Zhou Mo. What's with this tsundere tone? It wasn't even praising you. Why do you look so pleased with yourself? Zhou Mo felt a hint of sadness creeping in, finally remembering he still had studying to do. Alright, no use talking with you guys. The methods of geniuses like you are impossible for us ordinary people to learn. I'll stick to practicing problems honestly. After saying that, he really stopped using his phone and seriously began doing practice questions. Gan Yu had the habit of taking a shower before studying after coming back. Placing his backpack on the chair, he turned his head to look at Dai Heng. I'm going to take a shower. Do you want to use the bathroom? Dai Heng exited the gaming interface, lowered his eyes, and picked up a cigarette box and lighter from the desk. You go first. I'll smoke one. Gan Yu glanced at him and didn't say anything more. He took out some clean clothes from the cabinet and went straight into the bathroom. After finishing the shower and coming out from the bathroom, Dai Heng was still outside smoking and hadn't returned yet. Gan Yu dried his hair with a towel, sat down at the desk, and opened the book to review. Apart from classes, he either worked part-time jobs or participated in club activities during his other times, which left little time for studying. He could only make good use of these fragmented moments. Since it was still early, he could read for a while longer. Not until the dormitory door was opened and closed again, followed by footsteps approaching, did someone pull over a chair and sit down next to him. Stopping the motion in his hand, Gan Yu tilted his gaze and saw Dai Heng sitting at the adjacent desk studying the instructions on the red flower oil. When did he buy this? How come he didn't know about it? Gan Yu paused, set aside what he was working on, and initiated a conversation with him. How do you use this? Dai Heng's Adam's apple moved, his voice hoarse from just having smoked. Apply the injuries within 72 hours. After 72 hours, you have to massage it, break up the blood stasis, and rub the medicine in, it will heal faster. Gan Yu, with his eyes cast downward, gave a short response, I'll handle it myself. It was easy to deal with the injury on his arm, one hand should be enough to solve it. Dai Heng raised his eyes briefly but didn't hand over the medicine. Instead, he gripped Gan Yu's wrist and helped roll up his sleeve. Gan Yu wanted to say something but ultimately couldn't utter a word, remaining silent as he watched Dai Heng help him deal with the wounded area. The injury was on his left hand, so it wouldn't affect his writing. In fact, it wasn't very severe, there was only a faint ache, and without an open wound, applying the medicine felt like nothing. On the contrary, Dai Heng's fingers were warm, touching his wrist skin without any barrier, mysteriously creating a strange sensation. They'd pulled each other's wrists before, but at least there had been clothing between them. Dai Heng firmly held Gan Yu's arm in place, his large palm almost completely enveloping Gan Yu's wrist bone. As he slid his fingers, the tips inadvertently brushed against Gan Yu's skin, giving a slightly rough touch, as if carrying electric current. Gan Yu lightly trembled. With his long legs spread apart, Dai Heng bent his back, lowering his head where his bangs naturally fell, obscuring his features. Does it hurt? He suddenly asked. Coming back to his senses, Gan Yu replied, no pain, I can't feel anything. Dai Heng lifted his eyes, just in time catching Gan Yu's gaze. Nonchalantly tossing the cotton swab in his hand into the trash can, he said lightly, then why are you shaking? Chapter 61, Rub It. When your fingers scrape across my skin like a bristle, can I not shiver once? Gan Yu remained expressionless, ticklish. Are we done? After they finished, Dai Heng unhurriedly screwed the cap back onto the red flower oil. We're done. His fingers were long and even, whatever he did seemed well organized, carrying an air of nonchalance. Gan Yu fixed his gaze on Dai Heng's fingers for 2 seconds, it's just the smell is unpleasant. All medicinal oils have this kind of smell. Dai Heng lifted his eyes, pausing on a certain point, then suddenly asked, did the previous injured places heal? Gan Yu looked up, realizing that he referred to the bruises he got when someone came to collect debts not long ago. It healed long ago. How much time has passed? Leaning back against the chair, Daiheng said slowly, let me see. Why would I need to see that? Ganyu gave him a strange look, it's been 2 weeks already, how could it not be healed? I'll take a look, insisted someone. Ganyu hesitated a bit. Though they were both men. Having him lift his shirt and show his body felt weird no matter how you thought about it. Tisk. His hesitation incited some discontent from the other person. Daiheng leaned forward, suddenly reaching out to hook the edge of his shirt, not like I haven't seen it before, so what's the problem? His finger hooked around Ganyu's shirt hem and pulled it up, revealing a slim and pale waist. Maybe due to Ganyu's fair skin, the color contrast stood out somewhat distinctly. The 2 spots that had been hit before were already very light in color, leaving only a faint layer of bluish bruising. But Daiheng's attention was now drawn elsewhere. He had also lifted Ganyu's shirt before, why hadn't he felt this way then? Ganyu's figure was thin but not frail. When his shirt tail was raised, it exposed a section of his pale waist and abdomen. Under the illumination of the light, there was a thin layer of muscles covering, looking incredibly inviting. The narrow waistline tapered off with an exquisite curve, disappearing into the waistband of his jeans, making for exceptionally beautiful lines. When this thought flashed through his mind, Daiheng froze as if struck by lightning. It took him several good seconds to regain consciousness. His brain was still in a blank state, his gaze fixed on Ganyu's waist and stomach. His Adam's apple slowly rolled down, and after a while, he opened his mouth with a slightly hoarse voice, why is there still some bruising here? Upon hearing this, Ganyu looked down, that's how it is, I can't feel it anymore. After saying that, he dropped his shirt back down. Daiheng sat up straight, his heart still pounding violently against his chest. The mark seemed annoying no matter how he looked at it, and he was somewhat distracted, what if it doesn't go away? Or we could rub it again, maybe it will heal faster. Ganyu wasn't the least bit concerned about this, I've never heard of bruises leaving scars. Don't worry about it. What if it's special for your body type? Daiheng's peach blossom eyes became deeply shadowed, thinking this matter wouldn't be so easily let go. Such a beautiful body couldn't bear any scars. He reached out and pulled his arm, come over, I'll rub it for you. Ganyu. A vein pulsed near his temple, and he instinctively glanced at Zhou Mo lying on the bed beside him, lowering his voice, what's wrong with you? How are we rubbing it in the dormitory? Then come to my place. Is that the point? The main thing is. Doesn't he think this is strange? Just as Ganyu said that, a phone suddenly rang on the desk. Daiheng turned away from Ganyu, his gaze falling onto the mobile screen. Realizing his own phone was ringing, his lost sense of reason returned. He released Ganyu's arm, his Adam's apple rolling, let me take this call. He placed the medicine oil on Ganyu's desk, grabbed his phone, and left the dormitory. Ganyu glanced at his retreating figure and then shifted his focus back to the medicinal oil bottle on the table. After staring at it for 2 seconds, he picked it up and put it inside the drawer. Zhou Mo had indeed been diligently working on problems earlier. Not watching live streams significantly improved his efficiency. After finishing one subject's homework consecutively, he turned around unable to resist sharing his results with his friends. As a result, he witnessed an extremely touching moment. Just like many times in the past, they treated the other desk next to them as decoration, huddling together in front of the same desk again. Daiheng was leaning down, applying ointment to Ganyu's arm. TSK TSK TSK. Look at this heaven and earth moving friendship, so enviable. The two chatted back and forth, living peacefully and harmoniously, making it impossible for him to interject even if he wanted to say something. Those two completely ignored him, as if there wasn't anyone else in the dormitory. Zhou Mo stared for a while and inexplicably felt a pang of jealousy. Wisely, he withdrew his gaze and continued doing homework. When he turned his head again, the two were no longer applying medicine. They were pulling and hugging each other, whispering seemingly about rubbing something. Rub what? Was it just him accessing it incorrectly? Something's off, seriously off. Whoever saw this wouldn't say anything but that these best buddies go everywhere together. Could proper good brothers do such things? Zhou Mo doubted his own heart, otherwise, how could he have read something extra into their supposedly brotherly affection? Listening more closely. Oh, it turns out someone got injured and they were using medicine wine to massage it in. Damn, he almost got scared to death. No wonder rumors spread about both of them all over campus. If he hadn't caught the last part of their conversation, it would have caused quite a misunderstanding. Zhou Mo considered himself too unhealthy. Shaking his head, he expelled all the unnecessary thoughts from his mind. This phone call lasted rather long. Perhaps half an hour passed before Daiheng returned to the dormitory from the balcony, the smell of smoke heavy on him. There was no expression on his overly handsome face, his eyelashes lowered, holding a mobile phone while sending messages. At this moment, his lips formed a line that was almost flat, his expression definitely not relaxed. Zhou Mo was a gossip fiend, asking curiously, whose call was it? Daiheng didn't even glance up, showing no intention of acknowledging him. He pulled out a chair and sat beside Ganyu, lightly bumping his shoulder with his own. His voice was quieter, are you free tomorrow? Zhou Mo. Fine, he's the heir. Moreover, why did he feel that Daiheng's tone was so gentle right now, as if soothing his little girlfriend? Zhou Mo himself was shocked by this sudden thought. Ganyu casually flipped through the pages of his book and thought about his schedule for tomorrow. Saturday morning part-time job at KFC had been cancelled, leaving only afternoon tutoring. I'll be free in the morning, what's up? He just spent half an hour in the cold wind to clear his mind. Daiheng glanced upward slightly, his eyes settling on the beautiful profile of the boy beside him. His voice remained neutral. My sister is treating our dorm to dinner tomorrow. Since you're free, come along. After these words were said, Ganyu paused in the midst of reading his book. His sister. The person who knows his secret of wearing women's clothes. He should have said he wasn't available. Chapter 62, Instinctive Reaction. Am I serious? For real? Zhou Mo was ecstatic, although no one was paying any attention to him. Just as he expected. His decision to stay in the dormitory over the weekend was clearly the right move. Remembering something suddenly, Zhou Mo felt gleefully mischievous. If old Wang can't attend the dinner your sister invited, won't he be furious? Daiheng absent-mindedly tapped on his phone, sending the message, I already told him. He'll head straight there tomorrow. Zhou Mo, that's exactly what I'm saying. This kind of advantageous thing, how could he possibly miss it? Daiheng retracted his gaze lazily, the address has been sent in the group chat. Zhou Mo grabbed his phone, glanced at the name of the restaurant, and his mouth couldn't help but widen further. No way. A 5-star hotel? Doesn't this place cost over 1,000 RMB per person? Isn't this a bit excessive? That's too extravagant. Daiheng looked at him once, expression leisurely, wipe the drool off your lips before being polite again. Zhou Mo let out 2 chuckles. A rare invitation to dinner from his sister, along with an opportunity to broaden horizons, would only be foolish to reject. Daiheng put away his phone, drew his chair closer, and his gaze fell upon Ganyu's desk, his interrupted thoughts circling back once more, where's the medicine oil? Ganyu stayed unperturbed, it's already been used and put away. Daiheng stared at him for a while without insisting on continuing this topic further. His gaze moved downwards toward Ganyu's textbook. Getting closer, the subtle scent of shower cream lingering on him was faintly noticeable. Why don't you go to sleep? It's still early, I'll keep reading. Ganyu replied calmly, you go to sleep first. Daiheng propped his side face with one hand, his pupils shimmering with deep, indistinct light. I'm not sleepy yet. Let me stay with you for a while longer. Although Ganyu also wasn't sure what good company was needed when he was merely studying. Lights out time had arrived, and the ceiling lights in the dormitory had turned off. Only the desk lamp on Ganyu's table remained lit, encompassing both of them in a semicircular glow. With someone nearby watching closely, how could one focus on studying? Even though Daiheng sat quietly next to him without speaking a word, Ganyu still could sense his breathing and body temperature, which were close enough to almost brush against his shoulders. They continued this awkward state for some time, 2 people crowded around the same desk trying to study. Looking at the time again, it was 11:30. Alright. He truly couldn't focus on the books anymore. Ganyu closed the book and decided to go to bed. Daiheng raised his eyes, his gaze fixed tightly on Ganyu's movements before glancing somewhere else. Going to sleep? Ganyu turned his head to look at him briefly, yeah. After uttering those words, he closed the book and got up to visit the restroom. When he came out of the restroom, that person hadn't moved at all from his position on the chair. Ganyu didn't ask further but went straight to sit down on his bed instead. Turn off the light when you sleep. Daiheng responded vaguely, showing no signs of heading to his own bed to sleep. Instead, he moved the chair closer to Ganyu's bed, leaning his elbow on his knee and lowering his posture, staring at him intently. What exactly went wrong? He had kept calm for a whole week, so why, whenever he saw this face, did he still want to kiss it? And when he saw this body, did he still want to touch it, caress it, or even? Ganyu pulled the blanket over himself and lay down on his side, looking at him. You're not going to sleep? A contemplative shadow flickered in Daiheng's eyes and brows. Suddenly, he asked, what's going on between you and Yitan? Not expecting him to bring up this person all of a sudden. Ganyu furrowed his eyebrows ever so slightly at the mention of this name, bringing with it an instant wave of annoyance. Why do you suddenly bring him up? Daiheng asked in a low voice, I heard from Zhou Mo that he's been harassing you recently. Yitan's recent advances had been too high profile, almost making it known to the entire school. He said he wants to pursue me. Ganyu seemed quite troubled as he mentioned this, his mood souring. He gave a wry smile, I wonder if I look very much like a homosexual. Daiheng stared at him for quite a while, detecting a different meaning in his words. Do you detest homosexuals? This was certainly not a good way to start a conversation. Ganyu glanced at him, then sat up on the bed, leaning casually against the headrest. I don't have anything against them, but I'm not interested, and his pursuit bothers me. The room light was dim. Ganyu leaned half against the headboard, wearing a thin white t-shirt, with a long neck and a hint of cold, pale clavicle visible at the collar, a side of him not often seen in usual times, giving off an almost imperceptible warmth. Daiheng gazed at him for a moment, lowering his eyes. The amber pupils were hidden by his bangs, making his emotions unreadable. Perhaps. His voice became slightly hoarser, mentioning offhandedly, if you were to have a boyfriend, wouldn't things be easier with him giving up? Ganyu pondered for a bit. Though reasonable, where was he supposed to suddenly find a boyfriend? Should he intentionally date a girl just to avoid that person? Wouldn't that be a little too irresponsible? Let's talk about something else. After thinking for a while, Ganyu shifted to another topic. I've never asked you, what's wrong these days? You didn't come back to the dormitory and didn't reply to my messages. They still hadn't properly talked about what happened that night. The abnormality of his behavior this week and the reason for not replying to messages. Dai Heng's fingers paused slightly. How could he respond to that? On that night, I was drunk and accidentally took your first kiss. Please don't be angry. Ganyu glanced at him and said jokingly, bringing out the thought that had been popping into his mind for several days. I thought maybe you found it disgusting and didn't want to see me anymore. However, today's physical cues showed otherwise. Dai Heng didn't react immediately, lifting his eyelids slightly. What's there to feel disgusting about? Ganyu spoke frankly, although there was a piece of paper between us, we still kissed. Two men kissing, it's pretty strange, right? Dai Heng raised an eyebrow, finding it absurd. A few breath sounds escaped his throat. How could I possibly find you disgusting? Not only did he not feel disgust. In fact, every single move Ganyu made now appeared more attractive in his eyes. His lowered lashes when he cast down his eyes. His concentrated face when reading seriously. The slender curve of his waist half reclining on the pillow. The subtle fragrance brought near him. And the tight waist revealed unintentionally. All of this made Dai Heng want to press him down and kiss him. As soon as he got close to Ganyu, the feeling of accelerated heartbeat and oxygen deprivation came rushing back. He remembered the reply his friend had sent before. When you like someone, you may feel urges towards them, it's the body's instinctive reaction. So, it's all about whether or not you want to sleep with him. At the time, he replied. Impossible, how could I be so deviant? Now, looking at it. He really did seem to be deviant. Because right now, he truly wanted to sleep with him. Chapter 63, This is what love feels like. He felt he must be crazy. Otherwise, why would he harbor such thoughts towards his good buddy? Could a person really fall in love with two people simultaneously? He liked Dabeo fish, and he also liked Ganyu. Maybe he was ill. Never had Dai Heng felt so despicable about himself. But he indeed felt the trace of his own affection growing. He felt heart palpitations when seeing Ganyu, wanted to kiss, and wanted to embrace him. This couldn't possibly be explained away as a hangover effect. This is what it means to be in love. Under the not-so-bright light, the two, one sitting at the edge of the bed, the other leaning against the headboard, just silently locked their gazes. Ganyu stared at him for a while, his gaze calm and collected, asking softly, then what's wrong with you? Dai Heng stared back, silent, not speaking. Just by meeting his gaze, he could feel his steady heartbeat rise, deafening in the dark night as though it could pierce through his eardrums. Dai Heng's Adam's apple rolled once, and he finally gave in, his voice low and slightly hoarse. Was just afraid you'd get angry. Aren't you homophobic? You probably wouldn't want another guy to touch you. Ganyu paused for a moment, completely unexpected that this had been the reason why Dai Heng hadn't returned to the dormitory all week. How could you think that? You were helping me. I know that. Ganyu smiled lightly, his tone casual, and besides, how can you compare with those others? Dai Heng had originally been somewhat distracted, but upon hearing this, his heartbeat skipped a heavy beat as he looked up, almost stopping his breath. I'm not like them. Ganyu stared at him for 2 seconds before a faint smile curved at the corner of his lips. Didn't I tell you? You're my best buddy. Although such words sounded embarrassingly sentimental when said out loud. And you don't feel anything for me, so how can we be the same? Dai Heng's fingers twitched slightly. His heart pounded heavily against his chest, an inexplicable sensation of weightlessness spreading through him, and soon afterward, his fingertips gradually went cold. After saying that one sentence, Ganyu started feeling sleepy and turned away first. Go to sleep already. I'm tired. The dorm fell silent, completely without sound. Dai Heng shoved both hands into his trouser pockets, tilted his head back, leaned on the chair, and let out a barely audible sigh. He thought falling for a boy was desperate enough. It turns out, this phrase made him even more desperate. You're my best brother. Dai Heng lowered his eyes, lifting his hand to cover his forehead, hiding his narrow eyes. Shit, how is he supposed to make a move now? Having lived close to 20 years, Dai Heng had never encountered such a thorny problem. He had fallen for his good buddy, who happened to be straight. This kept him tossing and turning all night long without sleep. On the way to the restaurant after getting out of the car, Dai Heng, with both hands shoved into his trouser pockets, tilted his head again and glanced sideways toward the face beside him. No matter how many times he looked, the fluttering feelings remained. Just liking a lot. Whenever he saw Ganyu, it became irresistible to want to kiss him. By mid-morning, Ganyu couldn't help but raise his hand and rub his cheek. Had he forgotten to wash his face that morning? What exactly was Dai Heng looking at? Ganyu glanced over, their gazes met briefly before Dai Heng averted his gaze. What's wrong with him? When they reached the hotel lobby, Wang Wenyong and Zhou Mo were already waiting there. Wang Wenyong stood up from the flower bed. Why did you guys take so long? The two of us waited forever. Dai Heng, dressed in black, with his hands still shoved into his trouser pockets, appeared leisurely and somewhat nonchalant. why aren't you inside? Zhou Mo trembled, afraid. I've never been to such a classy place in my entire life. Dai Heng turned his eyes away, let's go. While talking, the group walked toward the hotel lobby. Ahang. A girl's voice came from behind them. They all stopped their steps and turned around at the same time. Dai Lingsu was getting out of the back seat of the car, holding several shopping bags, clearly returning from her shopping trip. The girl had fair skin and exquisite looks, wearing a burgundy strapless maxi dress with a fishtail hemline that moved gracefully as she walked. Her hair was lustrous and hung down past her shoulders, framing her palm-sized face and delicate features, making her a top-tier beauty. As people passed by her, their eyes couldn't help but linger on her, and her rate was a solid 100%. Wang Wenyong and Zhou Mo were simultaneously stunned. Only the two standing by the roadside remained calm, unfazed even upon seeing such a striking beauty. Dai Lingsu wore 10-centimeter high heels, and after walking through the mall for a while, she felt a bit tired. However, her stubborn son seemed utterly unmoved. Ahang, come help me carry these bags. Dai Heng, having slept poorly last night, lazily drooped his eyelids, watching her expressionlessly. Did you come here on a business trip or for shopping? Dai Lingsu raised her hand to flick her long hair behind her shoulder, her red nails elegant and charming. Work should never interfere with my beauty. What do you, my stubborn son, understand about that? Dai Heng's expression was indifferent. Reluctantly, he took slow steps toward her, extending one hand from his pocket despite his reluctance, and helped her carry the bags. Now free of her load, Dai Lingsu closed the car door behind her and her gaze casually landed on Ganyu standing by the roadside. Yesterday, she was a stunningly beautiful villainess, but today, she transformed into a clean-cut and slender handsome youth. In a white shirt paired with light-colored loose jeans, and an outer gray coat, his hair was slightly disheveled by the wind, with no other adornments. He was tall and slim, standing upright with an uncommonly fresh and handsome appearance. Dai Lingsu subtly shifted her gaze and smiled warmly, are these your roommates? That red dress was truly dazzling, effortlessly leaving a stunning impression and creating a strong visual impact. At the sight of Dai Lingsu, Wang Wenyong and Zhou Mo both blushed simultaneously. Sis. Sister. Both began to stutter while speaking. Another clear and calm voice stood out as particularly composed amidst their reactions. Dai Lingsu smiled warmly, just call me Sis Lingsu. This was the typical response she expected from normal boys when they saw her. Compared to the two beside her, it seemed rather indifferent, making her question if there was an issue with her allure. She suddenly felt a playful urge and directed her gaze toward Ganyu beside him, pausing for several seconds. You look familiar, I think I saw a girl yesterday who looked like you. Ganyu paused momentarily in his movements. What about the promise of confidentiality? Dai Heng raised an eyebrow, recalling something. His tone remained nonchalant. You were at the comic expo yesterday. It's not surprising that you saw his sister. She looks exactly like him. The interest flickering in Dai Lingsu's eyes intensified, dragging out her words. Ah, so that was your sister. Chapter 64, Sense of Crisis. Dai Heng glanced up, now somewhat interested. You've seen his sister. Then if you didn't see him, it's possible he was also at the comic expo yesterday. Ganyu's scalp prickled nervously. Instinctively reaching out to break their conversation, he unconsciously grasped Dai Heng's hand hanging loosely by his side. A cool touch enveloped his palm. Dai Heng stiffened momentarily, falling silent reflexively, and turned his head to glance at the person beside him. For a second, Ganyu's mind went blank before lifting his expressionless gaze. Shall we not go in? Are you sure you want to continue chatting here at the entrance? Dai Heng's Adam's apple moved slightly. When that person had grasped his hand earlier, he'd almost instinctively wanted to hold back too. But Ganyu just lightly tugged once before letting go, leaving behind only a faint warmth from his fingertips on his palm. The topic was successfully cut short. Dai Lingsu's gaze traveled between the two, her lips tilting upward slightly as she gave a courteous and considerate smile. Also true, let's continue our chat inside. Everyone is here now anyway. The group continued walking inward. Wang Wenyong quietly nudged Zhou Mo's arm. Whoa, Dai Heng's sister is gorgeous too. Zhou Mo muttered softly, it makes sense. The genes in this double-talented grass family aren't exaggerated, both his sister and sister are breathtaking beauties. Wang Wenyong stealthily glanced ahead, her charm is immense. I don't dare to stare directly. Not man enough. Zhou Mo whispered, look at Ganyu, still so composed, as if nothing happened. That's true, how can he remain so unaffected by a beautiful woman? I'm convinced now, he seems to be genuinely only interested in money. The restaurant was on the 3rd floor. The hotel's interior decoration leaned towards darker tones, with carpets on the floor, lighting that was neither too bright nor too dim. The style of the French restaurant exuded a very high-class atmosphere. The spot Dai Lingsu chose was near the floor-to-ceiling windows, providing an expansive view of the river beyond the window, with a beautifully serene environment offering a broad vista. The waiter led them there. 4 people sat down at the dining table. Dai Lingsu was thoroughly considerate throughout. After arranging for them to sit down, she personally handed each one a small gift wrapped neatly in a gift bag, exceptionally exquisite. Please have a seat and drink something first. I'll take these things back to my room. Having said this, her elegant figure gracefully turned and departed. Ganyu raised his gaze, stopping it for a moment on her retreating silhouette before sighing with relief. Fortunately, the topic didn't continue any further, or it might have revealed something. He remembered the conversation from yesterday in the office. They had actually discussed it. Dai Lingsu currently holds the position of creative director at a media company. She finds Ganyu's appearance highly suitable and wishes to sign him under her company. Yesterday's comic exhibition was planned and prepared by their company. However, Ganyu dislikes being a live streamer, and wearing female clothing to stream is merely for earning money to repay debts and medical expenses, hence he refused the offer. Dai Lingsu wasn't upset, instead told him to carefully consider it and even followed his Douyin account. She even told him, even if he didn't want to sign with the company, he could still befriend the artists and internet celebrities under her company. They could team up for live streams or contests, shoot interactive videos offline, which would improve traffic flow mutually and benefit both sides. This was indeed feasible. But, thinking about this, Ganyu slightly snapped back to reality. The moment he averted his gaze, it happened to meet the pair of peach blossom eyes beside him. They silently stared at each other for a while. Dai Heng lazily leaned against the chair's backrest, his peach blossom eyes dimmed, his amber-colored pupils emotionless, his tone deep, unreadable of any emotions. Do you think my sister is beautiful? Ganyu had just been a bit lost in thought, the focus wasn't really on that silhouette. But he had been staring blankly at that direction for at least 5 to 6 seconds. Ganyu didn't elaborate much, nodding and picking up his water glass for a sip, giving an exceptionally objective evaluation. Yeah, she's very pretty. Just calling her pretty would have been fine, but now he called her very pretty. Dai Heng raised an eyebrow, pressed his lips, feeling inexplicably annoyed inside. He regretted bringing Ganyu to this meeting. After all, Ganyu was a straight man, and his sister did look quite charming. He hadn't figured out how to deal with their now tainted brotherhood yet, but no one else should interfere. Dai Heng kept a straight face, lowering his tone. You're a law student, so not understanding aesthetics is normal too. Ganyu. Wang Wenyong and Zhou Mo finally relaxed themselves at this point. Earlier, due to the overpowering presence of the sisters, they had hardly dared to speak a word. Wang Wenyong sighed, seriously Dai Heng, your sister is truly gorgeous. No wonder you set such high standards. Zhou Mo nodded in agreement, exactly. Never heard Ganyu compliment any girl before. He says she's pretty, so she must be stunning. Dai Heng lifted his eyes slightly, his voice unreadable, look at her long enough, and that's all there is. Zhou Mo couldn't help himself, be grateful already. Your sister is amazing, kind, beautiful, and generous. Dai Heng gave a light scoff, how great can she be? Ganyu no longer participated in this topic, lifting his hand to grab a blue drink on the table, taking a light sip. It should be fruit wine, with a slight alcoholic taste, but the alcohol content should not be high. Too nervous earlier, I kinda need to go to the bathroom. This upscale place was Wang Wenyong's first visit, inexplicably making him feel a bit uneasy, dragging Zhou Mo to accompany him. Only the two of them remained at the dining table. Dai Heng flicked his eyelids, glancing indifferently at Ganyu, his legs spread casually, lightly bumping into his knee. Do you like girls who are older sister's type? Their usual conversations rarely involved topics related to girls. Ganyu had never pondered over these issues. He didn't know what type he liked, but since he had said it, he was too lazy to use brain cells to think about it further, so he agreed directly, yeah, I like them. Dai Heng very lightly bit his molars, issuing a laugh from his throat, his gaze darker, speaking lowly, what a coincidence, she has a boyfriend. Ganyu's movement momentarily paused. This sentence. It sounded as if he had some ill intent. Ganyu then realized something was off and glanced sideward. Just as their gazes met head-on, his unfriendly eyes caught his attention. Amusing. Was he unhappy because he thought Ganyu would steal his sister away? Ganyu raised an eyebrow, placing the cup back on the table, going along with his words, is that so? That's a pity then. Dai Heng's fingers in his trouser pocket slightly halted, almost laughing in anger. Well, if she didn't have a boyfriend, were you really considering becoming my brother-in-law? Ganyu looked at him, unable to resist teasing him, can I? Dai Heng stared at him for a moment, eyebrows lowered, eyes probing, trying to discern his true intentions. Seeing the faint trace of a smile emerging at the corners of Ganyu's mouth, he realized he had been tricked. Ganyu's expression struggled to hold back, turning his head just as he wanted to dodge, only to find it too late, his neck tightly gripped by his powerful arm. A deep voice echoed in his ear, what do you think? Caught off guard, Ganyu was pulled closer by him, his back nearly leaning against Dai Heng's chest. Dai Heng's arm firmly locked around his shoulder and neck, Ganyu couldn't budge at all, relying entirely on the person behind for support. Due to being roughly yanked, Ganyu almost half relied on Dai Heng's lap, trapped under his arm, unable to rise. He didn't expect that someone who had mocked his sister earlier turned out to be a typical siscon. Ganyu couldn't help but laugh, showing an attractive smile, just a joke. Dai Heng looked down at him, his gaze focusing on the small tiger tooth at the corner of Ganyu's lips. His eyes lingered for a moment and only then did he loosen up. He murmured in a low voice, don't joke about this kind of thing. At that moment, the thin person was confined in his embrace. Dai Heng's eyes roamed between Ganyu's eyebrows and the corners of his smiling lips. With such proximity, it made him effortlessly reminisce to the night when he had been drunk. The same distance, the same angle. Unable to resist the temptation, he leaned down and kissed him. But now. Dai Heng's Adam's apple slowly rolled once as his voice became slightly hoarse. You almost scared me to death. His heart was still pounding violently, the sense of danger coming unexpectedly. Just then, Wang Wenyong and Zhou Mo came back. Seeing the demeanor of the two, they looked a little confused. What happened? Are you guys fighting? Yet, it didn't seem so. If they were really fighting, how could they be so cheerful? Ganyu lifted his eyes, just catching the incomprehensible glance from the one above. He hadn't expected such seriousness over a joke. With others around, it wasn't good to carry on with nonsense anymore. The curve of Ganyu's lips softened as he patted Dai Heng's chest lightly. Can't get up, give me a hand. Dai Heng's eyes flickered subtly. After slowly swallowing, the arm wrapped around his neck loosened, and he extended his palm towards Ganyu. Ganyu placed his hand into Dai Heng's palm, and following the strength Dai Heng gave, he sat up. Their palms touched briefly before releasing quickly. The warmth that lingered in their hands dissipated. Dai Heng's fingers paused momentarily, and his palm unconsciously closed together. What torture! Almost resisted not kissing him. Right then, he thought his mind had come to a decision. Dai Heng leaned backward casually against the chair, slightly bumping shoulders with the man beside him. Come to my place tonight. Ganyu glanced sideways. Why? Want to tell you something. Chapter 65, Under the Stars. When the waiter was about to serve the dishes, Dai Lingzhu arrived fashionably late. Probably having work to do in the afternoon, she changed back into her professional attire. Her earrings and handbag were both Chanel, exquisitely refined. At the 6-seater-long table, instead of sitting in the empty seat next to Dai Heng, she asked the waiter to add a chair at the other end. On Dai Lingzhu's left was Wang Wenyong, and on her right, Ganyu. After she came, Wang Wenyong and Zhou Mo obviously became more restrained. Neither dared to speak loudly. Especially Wang Wenyong. Now, the gorgeous older sister was sitting right next to him. He could faintly smell her fragrance. It was agonizing. He didn't dare move casually. Only Ganyu and Dai Heng remained calm, as usual, without revealing anything unusual. They began chatting again, ignoring the other's presence. Dai Heng leaned slightly to one side, with his arm resting on the backrest behind Ganyu. He was whispering something to him. Ganyu sat there indifferently, listening quietly while maintaining a relaxed posture. As Dai Heng whispered in his ear, the free hand picked up the water pot on the table, poured a glass of water, and naturally handed it to Ganyu. Ganyu took the glass, sipped some water, put it back on the table, and smiled lightly in response. The two of them seemed to have endless topics to discuss. This scene had become familiar to Wang Wenyong. Wang Wenyong felt thirsty, licked his lips, and secretly glanced at the beautiful lady next to him. Dai Lingzhu lightly raised one eyebrow, her hand with red nail polish gripping a glass. She intently stared at the two men conversing on her right. How should this kind of look be described? After careful consideration by Wang Wenyong, this was exactly the kind of gaze people had when observing gossip. Curious, gossipy. Seemingly sensing his stare, Dai Lingzhu turned her head, giving him a gentle smile. Be more relaxed, don't be too formal. I'm only 3 years older than you guys, so don't be too polite. Wang Wenyong swallowed, nodding his head. There was a big table full of dishes that he'd never even seen before. Red wine grilled thick-cut beef tongue, foie gras, black truffle mushroom cream soup, Wellington steak, grilled oysters. It was a French restaurant, and each type of dish was served individually before each guest. By this time, all the dishes had been fully served. As Dai Lingzhu casually twirled her knife and fork, she casually inquired, seems like you two get along pretty well normally? It's rare for someone to be able to put up with a Heng's bad temper. Not really. Wang Wenyong took a bite of the legendary foie gras, relaxing a bit more now. He actually has good people skills and is quite popular in school. Zhou Mo chimed in agreement. Moreover, Dai Heng is very loyal. Last time when we were drunk, it was him who carried us back. In truth, the two didn't spend much time with Dai Heng. Though they joked around in the dormitory occasionally, they had no deeper connection. If anyone could claim to have a close relationship. Zhou Mo looked at the two opposite them. Dai Heng and Ganyu are the closest, so much that our campus forum still has posts shipping them as a couple. Dai Lingzhu became curious, is that true? Zhou Mo suddenly realized it might not be appropriate to say such things in front of a senior, scratching his head. It's just something alumni write for fun, because they always hang out together and often get photographed by other students, hence some fans started shipping them as a couple. Wang Wenyong added, right. They even got a name, Pai Xing Dai Yu, Under the Stars and Moonlight. Even their couple name exists. Dai Lingzhu smiled, won't their girlfriends be mad when they see that? Wang Wenyong instinctively replied, which girlfriend? They're both single. If either of them had a girlfriend, there wouldn't be these rumors circulating. While others chatted happily nearby, unwittingly spilling secrets through flattery. Ganyu quietly sighed inwardly, his eyes slightly lowered as he calmly ate, avoiding joining their conversation. He silently let Wang Wenyong and Zhou Mo divulge all the school news without protest. Dai Lingzhu lifted her gaze toward the person on her right quietly eating. Ganyu doesn't have a girlfriend? With this face, there must be many girls chasing after him, isn't it just that his standards are too high? Daiheng slightly furrowed his brow, indifferently interrupting, what's your business? Why are you so interested in other people's romantic lives? Though silent during most conversations, whenever Ganyu was brought up, Daiheng seemed particularly engaged. Dai Lingsu smiled gently, can't I just chat casually? Zhou Mo laughed nervously, of course Ganyu has high standards. Not only do girls chase him, but boys pursue him as well, which is giving him quite a headache. Dai Lingsu glanced sideways at Daiheng, there are boys too. Wang Wenyong disclosed everything he knew, speaking without reserve, Ganyu is an academic star, top of his major. He's currently focused solely on making money, and there's no sign yet of him being interested in any girl or boy alike, he's outright scared of gay relationships. Homophobia, huh? Dai Lingsu chuckled mischievously, picked up the fruit wine before her, sipped lightly, then leisurely said, don't look at how grown-up Aheng appears. In fact, he's never had a girlfriend. Pure-hearted and inexperienced. Upon hearing this, Ganyu finally reacted slightly, his fingers pausing briefly. Daiheng raised his eyes lazily, sitting relaxed and emotionless, could you talk about something else? Wang Wenyong was utterly shocked, completely missing the annoyed expression from Mr. Pure Heart himself, this is true. We thought he was just joking around. Zhou Mo looked at Daiheng across from him, so if you've never been in a relationship, how come you seem so experienced already? Dai Lingsu smiled again, he does love to play around though, breaking all the school rules in high school. Because of too many absences, he almost got expelled once. But he never had a girlfriend before. Wang Wenyong exclaimed, then how did he still manage to get into a 985 university? Dai Lingsu elegantly carved her steak, he's been smart since childhood. The reason he skipped classes was because he already knew what the teachers taught, finding lessons a waste of time. His math and English scores in the college entrance exam were perfect, it was only biology where he fell short. Wang Wenyong and Zhou Mo stared speechlessly for a long moment before finally managing to blurt out two words, amazing. Daiheng leaned nonchalantly against the chair back, appearing loose and easygoing. As he tilted his head, he met Ganyu's gaze. His eyes lingered, revealing a hint of playful charm, looking at me. Ganyu turned his face towards him, recalling Daiheng's score of 47 in biology, and couldn't help but smile faintly, so the princess dislikes studying biology. Daiheng slightly arched his brows, his voice languid, I don't like that teacher. A faint grin curved his lips, his arm naturally draping over Ganyu's shoulder, if Mr. Gan were teaching me biology, I'd definitely ace the exam. Dai Lingsu picked up a piece of steak with her fork, delicately placed it in her mouth, and glanced toward Ganyu again, the interest in her eyes impossible to hide. The meal was almost finished, and dessert was served last. Everyone's dessert was different. I heard the desserts here are quite good, you should give them a try. Dai Lingsu sampled her own dessert, suddenly getting another idea as she turned her head and looked at Ganyu's breast dessert. Ganyu, yours looks delicious. Can I have a taste? Wang Wenyong and Zhou Mo exchanged glances, both sensing something unusual. Sister seemed overly enthusiastic about Ganyu. But someone like Ganyu, who was high up like a distant peak, never showed any special attention to any girl. If he didn't give sister face, that would be so embarrassing. Daiheng slightly lifted his eyelids, slightly pulling the corner of his lips, if you want to eat, order another one for yourself. Why share? He won't give it to you. He hadn't even finished speaking when Ganyu pushed the untouched dessert forward, his voice calm, sure, I haven't tasted it either. You can have it all. Daiheng's fingers paused momentarily, his gaze immediately becoming deeper as he turned his head and asked quietly, why give it to her? Ganyu truthfully replied, I'm not really fond of sweets. Daiheng leaned back against the chair, then why didn't you give it to me? Ganyu turned his head, looking at him curiously for a moment, if I remember correctly, you don't seem to like sweet things either. Daiheng's expression disappeared entirely, his lips pressed lightly together as he absent-mindedly jabbed at his own dessert with his fork several times. Seeing their interaction, Dai Lingsu's lips curled faintly upward. Dai Lingsu wasn't truly interested in eating the dessert, after trying just 2 bites, she put down her fork and took out her phone from her bag, by the way, let's add each other on WeChat. We can chat there anytime, and if you need anything, you can contact me. Wang Wenyong and Zhou Mo immediately fished out their phones and quickly scanned her WeChat QR code, adding her as a friend. Dai Lingsu turned to look at Ganyu, her manner calm and open, Ganyu, could you scan mine? Wang Wenyong and Zhou Mo drew in a sharp breath once more. Adding Ganyu on WeChat? They knew this well. Ganyu never added girls' WeChats outside of school. They had just seen how polite but distantly respectful Ganyu was toward sister, clearly uninterested. It was probably impossible for him to add WeChat. Sister might be disappointed. Who knew that in the next second, Ganyu lifted his head to glance at her, then leisurely took his phone out of his pocket and opened the QR code scanner. They successfully added each other on WeChat. Wang Wenyong. Zhou Mo. This was the first time aside from Ganyu's seniors, that he treated anyone specially like this. He really liked girls like sister. Zhou Mo felt as though he had uncovered something extraordinary. Dai Lingsu tapped her screen twice with a cheerful smile, for the next month, I'll be staying in Linen, and I'm not very familiar with the area. Ganyu, if you're free, could you take me around sometime? Dai Heng's tone was icy and cool. That's enough, right? People have classes. Ganyu raised his eyes and met Dai Lingsu's gaze just as she looked over too. Thinking about the video collaboration still needed to be discussed, there were indeed many details left to finalize, not to mention he also held some leverage over her. Ganyu nodded, sure. We can check my schedule later. If I'm free, I'll take you around. Dai Heng. Dai Lingsu smiled faintly, that's wonderful. She put her phone away and stopped eating the dessert she only had 2 bites of to maintain her figure. Take your time enjoying. This afternoon, I have something to attend to at the venue. Could you escort me there, Ah Heng? Dai Heng leaned back in his chair without lifting his head, his tone flat, am I your chauffeur? Dai Lingsu glanced at him but didn't get upset. She turned toward Ganyu instead, as if she'd found a method to rein him in, then Ganyu, do you have time? Could you? Before she finished, a sound of a chair scraping against the floor interrupted her. Dai Heng stood up, throwing the knife and fork on the table, his voice low and devoid of emotion, let's go. Dai Lingsu arched an eyebrow, observing his movements. Dai Heng's brows furrowed slightly, turning his head to look at her, don't you want to leave? Let's hurry up. After saying this, he reached out to pick up the bag she'd left on the table and turned to walk toward the exit of the restaurant. Dai Lingsu said her farewells politely and smiled as she turned to Ganyu, then we'll chat on WeChat, Ganyu. Ganyu raised his eyes and, seeing the shocked looks of disbelief from the 2 others like they'd uncovered some scandal, realized they had definitely misunderstood something. He couldn't help but sigh silently in his heart. And yet, there was no way to explain it. He couldn't very well tell them that the reason she was interested in him was because she wanted to sign him into her company. They stepped into the elevator. Dai Lingsu clicked her heels, watching the tall figure standing before her. Her tone stayed calm, why are you in such a hurry? I didn't necessarily have to make you send me off. It would be fine if Ganyu could escort me. Dai Heng crossed his arms in his pockets and turned to look at her. Given his height advantage, whenever he looked down, it always carried an air of superiority. His tone was unfriendly, are you insane? I don't care how many boyfriends you have, but don't set your sights on him. Dai Lingsu fearlessly returned his gaze and suddenly smiled, Ganyu hasn't said anything about it, so why do you interfere so much? Dai Heng pursed his lips, you can go out with anyone else, but not him. Dai Lingsu looked at him, why can't it be him? The air grew silent for a moment. Leaning back lazily against the wall, Dai Heng lifted his eyes and unexpectedly asked about something else, what about that Joe guy? Did you break up with him? Hearing him mention this, Dai Lingsu turned her gaze away, how do you still remember this thing? She reached up and brushed her hair aside, speaking indifferently, isn't this all from so long ago? It was just me dating your best friend, there's no need to dwell on it. Dai Heng snorted lightly, shifting his gaze, that Joe. I never thought of him as my good friend. He forced himself into my circle. Pausing here, he chuckled coldly, whether you dated him or broke up with him is none of my business, just stop bothering Ganyu. With this said, the elevator reached B1 level and the doors opened. Dai Heng straightened up and walked out directly. Dai Lingsu arched her eyebrows as she glanced at him and followed after. Walking to the black Bentley, Dai Heng unlocked it with the key, and both got inside. After buckling herself in on the passenger seat, Dai Lingsu pulled the safety belt tight and deliberately teased him, just how inadequate do you think I am in your eyes? Why am I not suitable for your good friend? Chapter 67, Just Thought About Marriage. Dai Heng gave her a look, his tone nonchalant, he has never been in a relationship, while you're experienced, unsuitable for him. This son truly spoke words sometimes that could get quite annoying. Dai Lingsu couldn't help but laugh out of annoyance, I'm unsuitable for him, but you are. People might think you're his boyfriend the way you meddle so much. The two were always like this, starting an argument the moment they disagreed on anything. Dai Lingsu glanced over, noticing the colorful wrappers in the center console, candy. You said you didn't like sweets. Her fingers painted in red polish sifted through them. Before she could take one, her hand was slapped away. Dai Heng grabbed the safety belt and fastened it, his voice deep and heavy, don't touch things that aren't yours, damn it. Having said this, he collected all the candies and placed them in the storage compartment of the driver's seat. Hiding them away like they were treasures. Just a few pieces of candy. How stingy. Dai Lingsu didn't feel like dealing with him at all anymore, but couldn't help talking to him again, by the way, do you and Ganyu have a good relationship? I've never seen you be so nice to anyone. Dai Heng started the car, mind your own business. Dai Lingsu continued, tell me more about Ganyu. I'm quite curious. Do you know what type of girl he likes? A cold laugh escaped Dai Heng's throat, he likes young ones. He hates those older than him, just even one day older isn't acceptable. Dai Lingsu arched her eyebrows. Are you lying to me? I feel like he treats me pretty well. Maybe he's also interested in me. He's nice to everyone, Dai Heng kept his eyes forward, his tone emotionless, even better to stray cats and dogs. Dai Lingsu drew out the sound, intentionally opposing him, I love kind boys the most. Dai Heng furrowed his brows slightly, the small irritation inside him starting to flare up. He glanced at her and muttered quietly, give it up, he won't like you. Dai Lingsu laughed, what makes you so certain? Daiheng pursed his lips and fell silent. He wasn't entirely certain either. Although Gan Yu's words about liking an older sister type were a joke, who knows? Moreover, he added Dai Lingsu on WeChat and even agreed to take her out to play. If these two really hit it off. Just thinking of this possibility made him irritated enough to want to smoke. There was silence for a while. Dai Lingsu looked at him through the rearview mirror, no longer picking a fight with him. Hein, don't you think you're overly concerned with your good friend's private life? He didn't answer. Are you not interested in something else with your good friend? I'm just reminding you, our parents are getting old and can't handle much excitement. You need to go easy. He wanted to throw her out of the car. For now, he didn't intend to tell her that his sexual orientation had changed, so as not to ruin his own affairs. Daiheng lowered the car window and took out a cigarette from the pack with one hand, putting it between his lips. All right, let me be honest with you. I have a girl I like. After hearing this, Dai Lingsu was stunned and stared at him for a long time. Could she have guessed wrong? When did you start liking a girl? How come I didn't know? Daiheng scoffed lightly again. Do I have to tell you everything? Dai Lingsu was half believing. So, who is this girl? Do I know her? Did you meet her after going to university? There's no reason. Your roommate doesn't even know about this. Are you playing some sort of secret admiration game? With just one sentence from him, she had prepared 10 questions ready to bombard him with. Daiheng's tone was lazy, slightly dismissive. Our relationship hasn't been confirmed yet, it's just a one-sided infatuation, wanting to pursue her. Dai Lingsu's curiosity was fully piqued. Is it real or fake? Are you teasing me? After all, this was the first time their rebellious son mentioned being interested in a girl. She almost thought there was something wrong with her brother. And after that meal just now, she still believed so. I would never have thought you would play the game of secret admiration. Dai Lingsu glanced up and down at him. Hein, although I complain about you verbally, objectively speaking, given your conditions, if you like someone, why don't you seduce her directly? Why bother pursuing her? Daiheng casually pulled at the corner of his mouth, both dismissive and laid back. Don't ask so many questions. Get ready with red envelopes, come pay respects at the wedding when the time comes. Dai Lingsu. You haven't even started chasing her yet, and you're already thinking about marriage? Pretty confident. This period has been very busy at school, exams and club activities have occupied most of Gan Yu's time. He quit several part-time jobs, leaving only the tutoring job on Saturday afternoons. He didn't originally want to continue with the tutoring, but the student's academic performance has improved greatly recently. The parent repeatedly pleaded him to stay, even offering to increase his salary, which Gan Yu couldn't refuse, so he accepted. During the afternoon, his phone kept buzzing with messages. Gan Yu was helping his student with homework and couldn't check his phone, so he silenced it. It wasn't until class ended that he picked up his phone and took a look. All the messages were from Daiheng. In the morning, Daiheng only said he had something to tell him, but Gan Yu didn't know what specifically it was. However, receiving more than a dozen calls in succession from Daiheng, it seemed like something urgent. After leaving the student's house, he didn't even return to his dormitory before heading straight to Daiheng's apartment carrying his backpack. Arriving at Daiheng's door, he knocked for a long time but got no response. Gan Yu reached into his pocket to get his phone and prepared to call. The door opened from inside just then. His movement paused, raising his eyes to see. The door was half open. Daiheng was wearing a dark gray robe, his hands inserted in the pants pockets, lazily leaning against the doorframe. That face was distinctively outlined, neat and crisp, with his hair half dry and wet hanging over his forehead, looking like he had just taken a shower. His gaze rested on Gan Yu thoughtfully. They quietly stared at each other for several seconds. I thought you weren't home. Gan Yu put his phone back into his pocket. What do you need? Daiheng didn't say anything, slowly shifting his gaze away, straightening up, and turning to walk inside. Come in and we'll talk. Chapter 68, Flip Over. The weather in December had already entered deep winter, and the temperature had dropped significantly. It was drizzling outside, spreading cold dampness, but Daiheng's home had underfloor heating, making it completely warm. Gan Yu took off his coat and hung it on the rack by the entrance, changing into slippers in the vestibule. He was wearing a thin white shirt underneath, and when he bent over, the lines of his spine could be clearly outlined. Daiheng's gaze fixed on him for 2 seconds, his Adam's apple moved as he lowered his head, letting his bangs cover his eyes. The entire afternoon, he had been restless, finding nothing to do, so he ended up browsing Duobei's work. He didn't know what was wrong with him, he liked Duobei, but felt a stirring in his heart when seeing Gan Yu. What the hell was going on? His previously resolute determination to make a move began to waver. After all, this wasn't a trivial matter. If he messed it up, they wouldn't even be able to stay friends. So, one final confirmation was necessary. He didn't say anything, straightening up and walking into the kitchen at a leisurely pace. Gan Yu, having changed into slippers, followed into the living room, feeling that Daiheng was acting a bit strange today. What is it really? The deep, casual voice came from the kitchen. Sit down for a moment, I'll pour you a cup of coffee. The rain outside grew heavier. Gan Yu glanced at the balcony where the window was still open, letting the curtain be blown by the wind and allowing some raindrops inside. He walked over and closed the window. As he turned around, he bumped directly into someone coming from behind, Douyin, who held a cup of coffee that carelessly spilled all over his chest. Thankfully, it wasn't hot, just warm. The entire cup of coffee splashed onto Ganyu's white shirt, leaving wet coffee drips running down it, making him look slightly disheveled. Ganyu looked down, grabbed a couple of napkins, and said silently, "Did I offend you?" Douyin looked down at him, his tone indifferent. "I didn't do it on purpose." "That tone sounds pretty deliberate." Ganyu rolled his eyes without taking offense, bypassed him, and directly entered the bathroom. Douyin tilted his eyes, stared at his retreating figure for a while, with dark and indecipherable eyes. He put the cup in the sink and exited the kitchen. He pulled out a cigarette box from his pocket, took out a cigarette and placed it between his lips, lighting it while tilting his head. He picked up a shirt from the wardrobe, and returned to the door of the bathroom. Smoke drifted lazily from the cigarette hanging in his mouth. He squinted slightly, stood by the doorway for 2 seconds. Grabbing the door handle, he pressed down. It wasn't locked. With a gentle push, the door opened. Inside, Ganyu was standing by the sink washing his shirt which he had taken off. Daiheng's gaze immediately fixated on Ganyu's bare back. His skin was pale, his shoulders weren't very broad, yet the butterfly bones below were clearly visible. Although appearing somewhat slim in the shirt, Ganyu wasn't actually frail. His skin was taut and lean, particularly at the waist, where the line sharply indented inward, bringing out an appealing curve before disappearing into the top of his jeans. Daiheng leaned against the doorframe, the cigarette hanging loosely from his lips. His gaze traveled downward until it was blocked by the waistband of Ganyu's jeans, then his throat slowly moved once. Despite Ganyu not showing any sign of panic at Daiheng's sudden entry, he still calmly glanced at him through the mirror, finishing washing his shirt before drying his hands and turning around. Daiheng tossed him the shirt in his hand, his smoky voice tinged with hoarseness, "Put on another piece of clothing." Ganyu accepted without refusing or attempting any modesty, putting on the white shirt starting with buttoning it from bottom upwards. The handsome body gradually got covered, leaving only a glimpse of his long neckline and the delicate concave collarbone. Strangely enough, the clothes fit perfectly, as if tailored to his size. Though Ganyu didn't know why Daiheng's apartment would have clothes matching his own measurements. When Ganyu stopped walking in front of him, his eyes focused on the thin lips of the other person, reaching up to remove the half-smoked cigarette from his lips, and placing it between his own. "You better have something important." After calling him dozens of times to come here, there hadn't been a word spoken besides spilling coffee on him. Impressive. Saying this, Ganyu walked past him and went to the balcony to hang up his freshly washed shirt. Daiheng, hands stuffed into his pants pockets, leaned against the doorframe for a while. His eyes were somewhat shadowed and unclear. "Very good." Straightening up, he nonchalantly walked into the kitchen, grabbed a bottle of icy water, twisted the cap open, and took 2 sips. Actually, since Ganyu entered just now, he had been suppressing himself. Ganyu's demeanor was evident, wearing a dress shirt made him appear both scholarly and restrained, his aura cold and distant. Especially with the collar slightly open, exposing a glimpse of his pale, slim collarbone. Just one look at him triggered an uncontrollable stirring in one's heart. The test was clear now. He definitely couldn't be just good friends with Ganyu. Mr. Gon was someone with a soft-hearted interior. Peeling back his icy exterior revealed a core wrapped in dense thorns, where even a slight misstep could result in bloody hands. But deeper still was his most tender and vulnerable heart. He had already broken through that frigid shell, traversed the thorny brambles, and touched the very core of Mr. Gon's sensitive soul. How could he possibly let go now? Daiheng saw himself as a man who followed his whims freely, without much moral constraint. His actions were entirely based on mood. The reason why his pursuit of Douyin had been progressing so slowly was solely out of consideration for Ganyu, fearing that they might fall out over it. But he had finally come to terms with something. He was already bent, so there was no point in hesitating anymore. The person he truly liked was Ganyu, which meant he needed to sever ties cleanly with everyone else. Taking advantage of Ganyu's momentary absence in the bathroom, Daiheng took out his phone, switched to his WeChat alternate account, and messaged Douyin. "Are you around?" As he was about to start editing the next message, a sudden notification sound rang out from the living room. It was quiet in the living room, making this sound particularly jarring. Daiheng raised an eyebrow and looked toward the phone Ganyu had left on the coffee table, but its screen was dark, showing no new message notifications. Where was the sound coming from? "I won't be able to watch your live streams anymore." He sent the message. In the next second, the sound of a notification came again from the living room. Daiheng barely lifted his eyes, finally pinpointing the source of the sound. He turned his head and looked at the black backpack lying next to the sofa. Ganyu's backpack. Chapter 69, Rushing to Help You. The timing of this sound was far too coincidental. How had Ganyu never once shown signs of using 2 phones before? Daiheng narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of thought flickering in his gaze. After waiting for a while and confirming that no other notification sounds would come, he tapped a question mark into the chat box. He sent it. A second later, another notification sound came from the backpack. At this point, he didn't even need to check inside the bag to confirm the source. Daiheng leaned back against the couch, his tongue lightly pressing against his back molar as he let out a faint chuckle. Once a certain idea formed in his mind, it was impossible to suppress it any longer. Two identical faces, the same height. Every time Douyin streamed live, Ganyu always happened to be conveniently absent from the dormitory. And yet, somehow, he hadn't questioned this before. Daiheng casually turned his head, reached out to unzip the backpack, and pulled out another black phone. This phone wasn't locked. He could directly access the main interface, and indeed, he saw the messages he'd just sent. Are you around? I won't be able to watch your live streams anymore. Daiheng lightly curved the corner of his lips upward. What other reason could there be for his messages to Douyin appearing on Ganyu's phone? Could it be that Ganyu was managing his sister's account for her? To confirm some things. Daiheng lowered his eyes, moved his fingers, and deleted these 3 messages from the interface, restoring it to its original state. After locking the screen, he put the phone back in the backpack. He then switched to WeChat and sent a message to a friend, "Help me look up someone." Who should I look up, Brother Heng? Daiheng, Ganyu. At this moment, the bathroom door opened from the inside, and Ganyu stepped out. His shirt sleeves were rolled up, revealing part of his pale, thin arms. Walking over to Daiheng, he sat down beside the couch, his knees gently bumping against Daiheng's. "What's up? Speak." There was no reply on the phone yet, checking someone's information would still take some time. Instead of rushing to reveal anything to Ganyu right away, Daiheng glanced upward slightly, exited the WeChat interface, locked the screen, and tossed the phone aside after thinking for a moment. "Nothing serious, I just wanted you to come over and play games with me." To get him to play a game, it wasn't necessary to send dozens of calls to hurry him along. Ganyu tilted his head, suspecting that he might have heard wrong. He stared at Daiheng for a while. He had been busy lately, having already missed 2 weeks without live streaming. By tradition, he should have started a stream tonight. He had even brought along the phone he used for live streaming. It was all because this princess had called over a dozen times, making him think there was some urgent matter, so he rushed over immediately. "Ganyu, your call made me think your house was on fire, and it turns out you just wanted to play games." Daiheng licked the corner of his lips and chuckled softly, his chest rising and falling slightly with amusement. "Can't I be bored and want to do something?" Ganyu was too angry to speak, taking quite a while before nodding with a light laugh. "Fine, let's play games." Daiheng lounged lazily back against the sofa, turning his head to look over. "Do you have anything else planned tonight?" "Now I don't." Ganyu picked up the game controller, his eyes focusing on the projection screen. "What game are we playing?" There were various types of games on the screen. Daiheng had his eyes half closed, glancing at his phone screen briefly without responding, casually choosing a game, this one. Last time, they hadn't finished their game of Crazy Bunny, and it was still paused on the same level. They played for a long time but couldn't seem to pass the level. Daiheng's habit when gaming was to sit cross-legged on the carpet in front of the couch. The soft fabric of his loungewear accentuated the broad lines of his shoulders. Ganyu sat on the sofa, his leg almost brushing Daiheng's arm. When Daiheng got killed again, he couldn't help but nudged his arm with his knee. "Why are you being such a noob today?" Daiheng looked relaxed, showing no signs of anger. His mind was entirely focused on waiting for a reply from his phone, leaving no space for gaming. When Ganyu bumped into him like that, his attention returned to him once more. These seemingly casual touches from Teacher Gon always made his heart flutter. He even wanted to grab hold of his calf right then. He had seen Ganyu's legs before, slender and long. Noticing his distraction, Ganyu controlled the game controller as he asked offhandedly, "Have you had dinner yet?" "Not yet." Only now did Daiheng realize what was happening and stopped controlling the joystick. "Have you eaten?" Ganyu's tone was calm. "Too busy rushing to help you, didn't have time." He should have been more thoughtful and forgotten to buy Gon teacher food. Daiheng picked up his phone. "I'll order you some takeout, what do you feel like eating?" "I'd rather not." Ganyu glanced at the time, it was only 6 o'clock, "I saw a grocery store outside the neighborhood. Let's buy some vegetables and cook ourselves." Daiheng stopped what he was doing. "Teacher Gon, you're overestimating me. I can't cook." Ganyu looked at him. "Who said you had to? I didn't plan to die cooking with you." At this, Daiheng froze his movement, raised an eyebrow, and a faint smile formed in his peach-shaped eyes. His heart involuntarily gave a slight flutter, and unable to resist, he reached out to hook his calf. "Are you going to cook for me, Teacher Gon?" Ganyu set the controller aside, swung his leg, and shook off his hand. "I'm going down." Daiheng tossed the game controller to the side, suppressing the urge to pull him down onto the sofa and kiss him, standing up instead, together. The apartment wasn't far from the school, just across a road, with complete nearby shopping areas, and plenty of restaurants and bubble tea stores downstairs. It was cold outside, and light rain was falling, intensifying the chill. By evening, many students had come out looking for food, making the streets lively. After exiting the residential area, walking about 200 meters would get them to a grocery store. Under the same black umbrella, to avoid getting wet, they walked very close, their shoulders touching. Just as they stepped out of the residential area and turned a corner. With fewer people around here, the street seemed especially quiet, the faint rain accompanied by a weak sound of a cat mewing. Daiheng raised an eyebrow. "Where's that cat noise coming from?" Winter nights fell exceptionally early, and the streetlights were already lit. The fine rain carried a bone-chilling cold. Under the dim yellow glow of the lights, a small tricolored kitten cowered among the disheveled leaves, trembling. Ganyu stopped, his gaze landing on that spot. Holding the black umbrella above them, Daiheng covered both of them with it. He stood with one hand in his pocket, following Ganyu's line of sight, speaking in a lazy tone, "Isn't that the cat you fed?" Recognizing it too, Ganyu's eyes landed on the dark mark on the cat's leg as he moved closer. "How do you know I fed this cat?" Daiheng stood with one hand in his pocket, sounding somewhat nonchalant. "I saw it when I passed by." Ganyu half-squatted, wanting to reach out and touch it, but the little tricolored kitten cautiously shrank back. His fingers paused in place, not getting any closer. "Its leg is bleeding." This was a stray cat. There were quite a few strays around the school, often fed by people. The other stray cats were all well fed, but only this one kept getting beaten, looking frail. With such cold weather, and now injured, if left unattended, it might not survive the winter. Daiheng stood behind him, lowering his gaze to look at the man and the cat before him, holding the umbrella over Ganyu's head. The boy was wearing a white down jacket, with a slim face. Under the dim light, his hand appeared pale and long, completely unfazed by the messy environment as he gently moved aside the dry branches. He had more than once seen Ganyu share his own food with this little cat. Daiheng's Adam's apple moved. "Do you want to keep it?" Chapter 70, Convenient. Ganyu had thought about taking it home to keep, but his father had been hospitalized for over half a month, leaving the house often empty, with no one to take care of it if he brought it home. Ganyu's voice was indifferent. "We're not allowed to keep pets in the dormitory, and there's no one at home to take care of it." Above his head came that familiar deep, unhurried tone, "You can bring it to my place." Ganyu's fingers slightly paused. "Is it convenient?" That person drawled, "It's convenient, but you'll have to come over often to take care of it. I don't have the time." Ganyu gently touched its head. The little tricolored kitten wasn't afraid of him anymore and even rubbed against his palm. Ganyu softly patted its head and picked up the little tricolored kitten. "All right, let me take it for a checkup first." There was a nearby pet hospital. A staff member, wearing a mask and gloves, held the little tricolored cat in their arms. "Its leg is injured and needs treatment. It also requires a checkup, which will take about 2 hours. You can come back later." After saying that, the staff member carried the little tricolored cat into the working area to give it a bath. There was just a waist-high fence separating the workbench from the outside, with no obstructions in between. The two watched the scene of the little cat enjoying its bath. The cat was thin, probably only a few months old. Its mottled fur, when wet, clung tightly to its body, making it look skeletal. Daiheng lowered his eyes, observing for a while before giving an evaluation. "This cat is so ugly." "Ganyu didn't even look up, like you." "Where do I resemble it?" "I'm devastatingly handsome." Ganyu faintly smiled without telling him that tricolored cats are considered beauties in the cat world. Daiheng placed both hands in his trouser pockets and lightly nudged Ganyu's shoulder. "Give it a name." "How about Little 3? "Ganyu, what's wrong with you?" Daiheng gave a low laugh, his shoulders shaking slightly. "Since you're the eldest in our household and I'm the second, then it should be Little 3. Ganyu, it's just me and it in our household. If we calculate correctly, you're the one who's Little 3. The two exchanged banter, and when Ganyu looked up, he found a nearby staff member staring at them with shock mixed with ambiguity. "Ganyu." This conversation seemed a bit off. It felt like they were instantly cast as a family of 3. He had been completely thrown off track. Ganyu's eyelid flickered lightly as he nudged his arm with his elbow. "Let's go eat first." After fooling around for a while, most of the time had passed. Buying vegetables and cooking dinner would be too late, so the two simply had dinner at a restaurant nearby. After dealing with the matter here and bringing the cat back to the apartment, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. The rain outside had become heavier, and both of their shoulders had gotten slightly soaked. Daiheng took a clean towel from the bathroom and tossed it over. "It's getting late, don't go back to school tonight." Ganyu had stayed at his place before and was very accustomed to it. He softly responded with a grabbing the towel and wrapping the cat up. Seeing his actions, Daiheng laughed. "I meant for you to dry yourself." Turning around, he went back into the bathroom and took another clean towel. "Go take a shower, don't catch a cold." Upon entering a new environment, the kitten quietly into the corner, not making a sound. Ganyu settled the kitten and the purchased cat bed properly before standing up and heading to the bathroom with the towel. After taking a shower, Ganyu dried his hair with a towel and walked into the master bedroom in slippers. Daiheng had already finished his shower, his hair half dry and slightly damp, hanging loosely over his forehead. He was half reclining at the head of the bed, holding his phone in his hand, absent-mindedly fiddling with it. At the sound of the door opening, Daiheng lifted an eyelid and glanced over. His gaze fell on the stretch of slender legs beneath the athletic shorts, and the heartbeat that had calmed for a few hours began to stir again. Ganyu walked to the other side of the bed, looking at him briefly. "Are you waiting for some important message?" Daiheng tilted his head up to look. Ganyu took out a book on jurisprudence from his backpack, pulled back the covers, and sat down on the other side. "You've been glued to your phone all day." Daiheng curved his lips slightly. "Because I discovered your secret, and I'm already more than eager to confirm it." "But what the hell did this guy go check?" Hours have passed and still no result, making me lose my patience entirely. No response yet on WeChat. After messing around with his phone for a while, Daiheng tossed it aside indifferently. Want to chat? Ganyu kept his eyes lowered, flipping through the book in his hands. About what? In truth, Daiheng didn't even know himself what he wanted to talk about. All he could think of right now was kissing him. Has Mr. Gon ever kissed anyone? Ganyu maintained his calm demeanor, casually turning the pages of the book. Didn't you already know? No. Why not, don't you like it? Ganyu was deeply engrossed in his reading, answering his question lazily. I don't have a partner. Why don't you show me how by kissing yourself? Daiheng arched a brow. Before he could say anything else, the silence was abruptly shattered by the sudden ringing of his phone. Daiheng's fingers hesitated slightly as he reached for the phone on the nightstand and unlocked the screen. Hours had passed, and finally, thank God, he got a reply. His heart beat wildly at this moment. Even though he felt this guess was almost certainly correct, there was still inevitably some nervousness. Daiheng's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, and his fingers moved, clicking into the WeChat interface. No wonder it took so long, because the results of the investigation were indeed very detailed. It took him a long time scrolling down before he found the information he wanted to know. When he saw a particular line of text on the phone, Daiheng's gaze paused for a few seconds, unable to suppress a quiet smile as he tilted his head, his throat emitting a faint breath. There was a long segment of information. Height, name, ID number, everything was clearly investigated. Under Ganyu's family status section, the words, only son, were written clearly. No siblings at all. Perfect. Finally confirmed. He didn't have a sister at all. From beginning to end, the so-called sister was just something he made up on the spot. Haicheng. Xiao Xiao. Ganyu, you dare to play me for a fool. He even suspected himself of having split personalities for a while. How could he be so stupid as to fall for two people, and yet still trust his words completely without even thinking to verify them? Now finally realized, I am such an idiot. Finally settled the matter. He tossed the phone aside, stretched out a hand, and flipped back the covers, suddenly rolling closer. His action was sudden. Ganyu held the book of jurisprudence in his hand, leaning carelessly against the head of the bed, absorbed in reading. His white shirt clung to his back, outlining an ambiguous curve. He lightly raised his eyes, not yet realizing what was about to happen. For comfort, Ganyu borrowed a pair of athletic shorts from Daiheng. The size Daiheng wore was a bit loose on him, and the waistband hung slightly loose, revealing a stretch of calf beneath the shorts. Daiheng threw off the covers, his gaze subconsciously falling on the straight and slim stretch of leg. Ganyu's skin was very pale, glowing faintly under the light, exuding a certain unnamed allure. Ganyu furrowed his brows slightly, sensing something wrong as he tried to move away but failed. What are you doing? Daiheng's palm was large, able to effortlessly grasp his ankle bone. His knuckles bent, and when he applied force, slight veins protruded on his hand, radiating a strong sense of control. As the person beneath him attempted to sit up and push him away, Daiheng propped a hand on his shoulder, his voice low and almost hoarse. Do you want to kiss? Chapter 71, eager to start a romance. Do you want to kiss? Is this normal conversation between two boys? Ganyu hasn't had many friends since he was young. He only has Daiheng as his close buddy. Though roughhousing between boys is common. But this pose was too intimate, and it really shouldn't happen between them. No. Ganyu wanted to sit up but was suddenly held down on the shoulder and pushed back. Ganyu raised his eyes and lightly slapped Daiheng's chest with the book in his hand. What's wrong with you? Daiheng's gaze was deep, with a faint light of mystery in his almond-shaped eyes. His voice was hoarse. I suddenly want to kiss. Let's try, Mr. Gon. Ganyu stared at him in disbelief for a moment, turned his head, and laughed out loud. If you want to be aroused, go find a girlfriend. Why are you bothering me? He turned his face aside and tried to kick Daiheng away with his foot. Move away quickly. Stop joking around, or I will get angry. His ankle was once again easily grabbed by that palm as Daiheng leaned forward, gripping his ankle. Daiheng's Adam's apple rolled slowly, and he looked down from above. In fact, I've been considering finding a girlfriend. Ganyu stared blankly at him, listening to his nonsense. Daiheng licked his lips corner. After being teased by him for so long, he finally caught an opportunity and began to play along slowly. It's just that I don't know if you agree or not. Ganyu fixed his gaze, feeling utterly baffled. Whether or not you have a relationship has nothing to do with me. Let go of my hand. Preparing to flip over and leave, Ganyu was pressed back to the spot by Daiheng, who still held his leg down. Ganyu frowned slightly and was already about to scold him. Daiheng slightly bowed his body. The interest in his almond-shaped eyes was very strong, and his hoarse voice opened slowly and ambiguously. All right, then let me tell you the truth. He paused for a moment before continuing. I like your sister. Introduce her to me. Hearing this, Ganyu's heart jumped unexpectedly. He looked up, his usually calm voice drifting a little. What about liking my sister? Daiheng looked down at him, a half-smile curving his lips. It seemed like he was teasing, but there was also another kind of meaning, dragging out his tone. I guess I haven't told you, but I've actually been watching your sister's live streams, your little sisters. He supplemented slowly, for quite some time now. Gan Yu's movements froze completely, all expression gone from his face. Dai Heng picked up the phone lying beside him, clicked open the main screen, and revealed his JD account in front of him. He spoke in a low, magnetic voice. Recently, I've wanted to pursue her, but there hasn't been any chance to meet her face to face. I really like her. Any thoughts? At this moment, how could Gan Yu even have any thought? He had originally clung to a shred of hope thinking it was a joke. But when his eyes fell on that JD account on his phone screen, his brain came to a complete stop. Those two characters were too clear, practically stinging his eyes. Reckless freedom. This name could not be more familiar to him. Since he started live streaming, it has been several months. Because he didn't know how to maintain relationships with big brothers during live stream PKs, he almost never had fixed supporters, just scattered random votes here and there. But ever since Reckless Freedom came along, he had never lost a single PK. This big brother ranked first, gifting hundreds of thousands of yuan worth of gifts in his live stream room. Reckless Freedom was different from others. He had never engaged in any flirtatious conversations, not attempting to lure female broadcasters, nor did he make any improper requests. At the time, Gan Yu thought, how could there be such a righteous person in the world? There were plenty of foul men online, flaunting their wealth to lure female broadcasters into romantic relations, but Reckless Freedom seemed to be a refreshing exception. But when this good guy turned out to be his best friend, his situation became somewhat awkward. He actually liked his sister. But this sister didn't exist, she was merely the character he impersonated while dressed as a woman. If he really had a younger sister, he would gladly encourage her to date Dai Heng. But he simply doesn't have a younger sister. Dai Heng lowered his gaze. His eyes moved between Gan Yu's eyebrows and lips, eventually fixing on his lips. In a low voice, he said, maybe because I've watched her for too long, every time I see you, I get a bit of an illusion, Mr. Gan. I want to kiss you, what is this about? Gan Yu's breathing hitched as he noticed his current look was indeed somewhat off. Had his illusions gotten so severe? Seeing him in drag led to this carryover in reality. Gan Yu was thrown into utter confusion, his voice sounding somewhat strained. You have issues, you should see a psychologist. Is that so? Dai Heng lightly licked the corner of his lips and said slowly in a low voice, so, to make me abandon this idea, help me set up a meeting with her. If she can't come here, I can go to High City to find her. Gan Yu was lost in thought. He didn't even have time to think about that person's improper actions towards him. How could he produce a sister to meet him, just to eliminate his absurd and ridiculous ideas? Whether it's High City or Linen, he had no way of making them meet. At this moment, Gan Yu's elbow was half stretched behind him, his shirt disheveled from earlier tugging, the hem pulled up, revealing a section of cold, pale, thin waist. The sport shorts hung loosely, two straps left untied, idly hanging in front of him. In front of someone who has feelings for him, such an image was almost fatally sexy. Dai Heng lightly curled his lips at the corners, supporting his arm on one side of Gan Yu's body, pinching Gan Yu's chin with his fingers, turning his face to align their gazes. Mr. Gan, why aren't you speaking? Gan Yu steadied his disordered heart rate and snapped back into reality, raising his hand to brush off his fingers. I'll talk to her tomorrow. You let go first. Talk to her tomorrow. Mr. Gan looked utterly adorable lying about things so seriously. Dai Heng's almond-shaped eyes grew deep, his heart feeling as though covered with crawling ants, itchy and restless. If not to tease him further, he would have already kissed him. Reluctantly letting go, his fingertips still retaining the delicate soft texture of the other's skin, which made him reluctant to leave. Then do you think she will agree to be in a relationship with me? Gan Yu remained expressionless while pulling the quilt over himself. I don't know. He added faintly, most likely not, you're not her type. Dai Heng raised an eyebrow, a chuckle escaping from his throat, teasing, why? Am I not tall enough? Handsome enough? Rich enough? Or not good enough to her? Gan Yu was speechless. Looking at it this way, he seemed indeed fully equipped in every aspect, finding no fault whatsoever. But how could he say this? Probably due to gender mismatch. Gan Yu couldn't help but feel like sighing. Buried under the quilt, the long legs of the person beside him swung over and gently hooked around his calf, his tone frivolous and irksome. You must remember to ask for me. Recently, I've been quite impulsive, extremely eager to fall in love. Chapter 72, Date Me, Mr. Yu. Gan Yu almost spent the entire night sleepless. Opening his eyes revealed his best friend's face, closing his eyes revealed his best friend turned out to be his big brother fan, saying he wanted to date the female version of himself. It was utterly absurd. He dared not imagine what would happen if Princess Dai learned that he doesn't even have a younger sister, and that the female streamer he likes turns out to be male. Would he turn against him? The sky was just beginning to brighten when the person next to him was sleeping deeply. Losing all drowsiness, Gan Yu tossed off the covers, sat up after flipping over, hesitated for a while, then put on his coat, picked up his backpack, and temporarily left the apartment. It was only 6 in the morning. The sky showed a touch of bluish-white light and breakfast vendors were already lining up along the roadside, steamy fog filling the air, heavily laced with the smell of daily life. Gan Yu wore a white down jacket, shouldering a black backpack, his expression cold and reserved, his mood far from relaxed at this moment. His brain was in complete chaos, tangled like a mess of thread, trying to straighten it out throughout the whole night without success. To temporarily avoid these questions, he went to the library for the day, not daring to return to the dormitory. After dinner, Ganyu went to the library again. As the exam week had passed, seats in the library weren't hard to come by. He sat in a quiet corner, focusing solely on studying. The phone on the desktop kept vibrating. Ganyu picked up the phone and glanced at it. 12 missed calls from Douyin. Dozens of WeChat messages were also sent. Ganyu lowered his gaze, the pen in his hand turning aimlessly. Holding the phone, he didn't seem to want to open and check the messages. He indifferently placed the phone aside. Not until 10 o'clock in the evening when the library was closing. Ganyu clicked open the WeChat interface. His finger moved, hesitating momentarily on the name at the top before choosing the name below. Zhou Mo, brother, why haven't you returned to the dormitory yet? Ganyu, are you in the dorm? Zhou Mo, no, just played some games at the net bar with old Yuan. Now we're having midnight snacks. Zhou Mo, just now, Douyin called looking for you. He's coming over now. Are you coming? Ganyu stared at the message for a while, originally wanting to say I'll come find you guys. But he sent a, not coming. Ganyu stood up, his eyes lowered, and packed everything on the desk into his backpack before leaving. Returning to the dormitory building, just as he stepped onto the 4th floor, he saw that tall, slender figure leaning against the railing. His body was slightly bent, his elbow resting on the railing, with a cigarette between his clearly defined fingers, glowing a deep red. Ganyu's steps slowed down. Isn't he going out for midnight snacks? Aware of the approaching footsteps, Douyin turned his head for a glance, his features relaxing a little. He crushed the cigarette butt and threw it into the nearby trash can, standing straight. Why so late? Ganyu glanced at him. What are you doing outside? Douyin put one hand in his pocket, loosely leaned there, not in proper form. I didn't bring my keys, and you didn't answer my calls. Ganyu lightly pressed his lips, took out the key, entered to open the door, washed his hands in the bathroom, went back to the desk, and continued studying. The sound of washing came from the bathroom. Ganyu raised his eyes slightly, his gaze falling on the phone screen. It was only 10:30. It's quite early today. He withdrew his gaze and continued reading. The bathroom door was soon opened, and footsteps approached. That person pulled up a chair and sat beside him. Ganyu's eyelids fluttered. The two were sitting a bit too close, their legs even brushing together. Daiheng's elbow rested on Ganyu's desk, another arm on the back of Ganyu's chair. Very close, his voice fell by his ear. I've been looking for you all day. Why didn't you pick up the call? Ganyu didn't raise his head. I was in the library with my phone on silent, so I didn't hear it. The voice in his ear carried a few ambiguous tones. Is that so? I thought you were deliberately avoiding me. Daiheng supported his head with one hand, his gaze falling on Ganyu's pursed lips, asking softly, did you ask your sister about what happened yesterday? Ganyu had a very indifferent expression, already determined to let this matter pass. Yes, she doesn't have any intention of dating right now. Daiheng lifted his eyelids, revealing a slight smile in his peach blossom-like eyes. How hadn't he noticed before that teacher Gan was also good at lying with his eyes wide open? Taking out his phone, he opened the WeChat interface and showed him the messages he had sent. Is that so? Then why did she block me? On the WeChat interface, the latest messages he sent had several red exclamation marks in front. Ganyu gave it a quick look and quickly moved his eyes away. She doesn't want to date the #1 fan, consider someone else. He didn't understand why he was interested in the female version of himself, but if he firmly refused, he should be able to shift his target. I will return the money to you. Ganyu looked at him for a moment, hesitated, but I can't get it right now, can we pay it off in installments? Or I can first return you a part. Most of the money he earned before was used to repay debts, some paid for his father's hospitalization fees, plus the money he saved from working these days. He still has about 100,000 left. Daiheng made a soft tisk, dragging out his tone. Money is not the issue, the thing is that I really want to fall in love right now. Ganyu's mood was somewhat indescribable. Just based on his face, finding someone to date wouldn't be difficult for him. Why must he insist on that non-existent person? Ganyu glanced up. If you go out onto the balcony and shout once, people will queue up to date you. Date me then. That voice followed so closely, almost as soon as his words ended. That deep, casual voice sounded when Ganyu thought it might be an illusion due to tinnitus. An unexpected silence descended in the room. Ganyu turned his head to look at him. What? Daiheng leaned back against the chair back, staring at him unwaveringly. His gaze swept over Ganyu's beautiful eyes, his straight nose, and that light brown mole above it. He liked them particularly. Countless times, he wanted to kiss it. After realizing that he liked him, every time he saw him, he was enduring restraint. Every time he got close, he couldn't help but want to kiss him. By now, he no longer intended to circle around with him. His voice became hoarse. I want to kiss you, Mr. Gan. Ganyu hadn't reacted yet. Suddenly, his neck was grabbed by a broad palm, and that person tilted his head to come closer. A brief touch and separation. Ganyu froze, completely forgetting how to react. Dai Heng's Adam's apple moved slightly, his voice raspy and unusually soft as he murmured, "Go out with me, teacher Gan." Chapter 73, Normal Communication to Express Friendship. Gan Yu's breathing was involuntarily paused. The person in front of him was just an arm's length away, quietly staring at him with deep peach blossom eyes, the fingers on his nape barely tightening. After several seconds, Gan Yu gradually recovered from the shock. He sharply sucked in a breath, pushing the person away, his breathing becoming difficult. The suppressed breath dissipated slowly as he slumped back into the chair. "Are you crazy?" Pushed back by Gan Yu, Dai Heng lazily leaned against the back of the chair, his gaze locked directly onto Gan Yu's lips, his voice low, "Not crazy, serious." He gave a slight smirk, his eyes filled with unfathomable meaning. "Since your sister isn't going out with me, why don't you go out with me?" Gan Yu's whole body stiffened completely. It all came down to watching the live stream in women's clothing. This guy was now confusing virtual reality and real life. He sure was indiscriminate. Gan Yu nearly wanted to laugh from anger. "I'm fucking a guy." Aha, Dai Heng tilted his head slightly backward, half-closed eyes making him look like a cultured scoundrel. He surveyed Gan Yu from bottom to top, saying with much implication, "I'm beginning to think that guys aren't bad either." Gan Yu almost couldn't catch his breath for several seconds before finally managing to say, "You're fucking hungry." The always calm and composed teenager was forced to utter several dirty words because of him. How so adorable. Dai Heng let out a low chuckle from his throat, his chest gently vibrating. He lifted his leg and lightly hooked Gan Yu's calf. "So, will you go out with me?" Gan Yu never expected to one day be kissed by another guy. His breath stopped momentarily, and he struggled to breathe under pressure. "Stop being delusional, I don't like guys, and I'll never date you." After saying that, Gan Yu stood up and passed by him. His wrist was suddenly gripped by a warm hand. Dai Heng grabbed his wrist and slid his warm fingers downward, gently pinching his fingers. "I'm serious, Mr. Gan, would you please consider it?" At this moment, the dorm door was abruptly pushed open. Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo entered while chatting. "This grill stand has average flavor, and the boss didn't even give us the beer he promised. The old man isn't honest at all, we won't go there next time." Because of their sudden intrusion, Gan Yu almost unconsciously withdrew his fingers from Dai Heng's palm. The three people exchanged glances. Gan Yu exhaled a breath with difficulty, unsure what emotion should guide him as he faced this suddenly deranged good buddy. Loosening his clenched fingers, he turned and walked into the bathroom. Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo had no idea what exactly had happened. But they did notice something was vaguely off with the atmosphere. This was the first time they had seen Gan Yu so flustered. He must have been angry, right? His brow furrowed tightly, ears red, face red, and neck also flushed. Had they quarreled? Wang Wendong looked toward the tall figure sitting calmly there and asked cautiously, "What's wrong?" Zhou Mo didn't dare to make any sound. "Dai Heng, did you and Gan Yu quarrel?" Sitting casually, Dai Heng bent slightly forward to pick up a book that had fallen, smoothing it out before placing it on Gan Yu's desk. His tone was flat. No, it was normal communication expressing friendship. Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo glanced at each other. Normal communication expressing friendship? How does that make someone's face and ears red? What kind of way of communicating is this? They wisely chose not to ask further questions. Initially, Zhou Mo hadn't noticed anything amiss, just feeling the dorm seemed quieter than usual. Typically, the two were always chatting endlessly, but recently there had been mostly silence. Or more accurately, Dai Heng was talking to Gan Yu unilaterally, but Gan Yu wasn't responding. After the morning class on Wednesday, they returned to the dormitory. Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo were chatting about where to eat. Their school alone had 12 canteens spread across various campuses, among which Canteen 5 and Canteen 10 were closer to them. Wang Wendong was usually the most enthusiastic about eating. He suggested, "Why don't we try the iron plate black pepper chicken cutlet at Canteen 5? It's been a long time since we ate it." Zhou Mo had just finished running and was sweating a bit. Now sitting on his bed, he changed out of his smelly socks. "But I want to eat crispy fried chicken. I'm kind of into it lately. I've eaten it 3 days in a row without getting tired of it." Wang Wendong pinched his nose and moved further away. "Shit, you start taking off your socks when we're talking about food, it's ruining my appetite. How long have you gone without changing these? They stink. And there's that pile in the bathroom, go wash them quickly." Zhou Mo replied nonchalantly, "Isn't this how all guys are? You're talking trash when your socks probably haven't been washed for a week too." Wang Wendong shot back, "That's bullsh**t, Gan Yu never acts like this." The dormitory seemed clearly divided into two distinct halves. Gan Yu and Dai Heng's side was neat and tidy, exuding faint but pleasant scents. Their half of the dorm looked like a typical boys' room, a chaotic cluster of filth and disorder. Another squabble brewed between the two almost immediately. All 4 people were in the dorm, yet only they could be heard conversing. Gan Yu remained at his desk as usual, composed with a calm expression, organizing his thesis. Dressed in a light gray sweater, he seemed both gentle and scholarly. Meanwhile, Dai Heng sat lazily at his desk, holding his phone while playing games, occasionally looking up toward the endearing figure beside him. Zhou Mo returned to their previous topic. "So, what are we eating? Chicken cutlet or coconut chicken?" I'm starving, I feel like eating everything. After arguing fruitlessly for another half an hour, Wang Wendong finally turned to ask the other two as always, Ganyu, Daiheng, are you going to the cafeteria? Lately, Ganyu and Daiheng had become very close. They always went together wherever they went. In the past, when they went to the cafeteria, they might still call out to Ganyu. After some time passed, it became assumed that he would naturally be dining with Daiheng. This time, it was merely a polite inquiry. Daiheng was slouched back in his chair, engrossed in his game, not even lifting his head, no. Wang Wendong expected nothing different and nodded, then wheel. Ganyu quietly shut his laptop, picking up the strap of his backpack with slender fingers and spoke softly, I'll go with you. Chapter 74, Don't force me to slap you. Upon hearing this, the entire dorm fell silent. Even a fool could see that Daiheng had patiently waited half the day for the opportunity to dine with him, only to. Daiheng's fingers indeed froze mid-game as he lifted his gaze toward the youth standing nearby. Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo noticed the tense atmosphere forming between the pair. They were just about to say something when a barely audible sigh from Daiheng signaled resignation. He turned off his phone and stood up, then I'll go too. Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo exchanged glances. Finally, they realized that things were unusual. What was wrong with the vibe between the two? It was dinner time. The black pepper chicken cutlets at Canteen 5 were their signature dish, so there was quite a queue. Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo held trays waiting, turning around occasionally to observe the two figures not far away, one ahead of the other, serving themselves food. Daiheng carried a tray dressed in a black coat, broad-shouldered and tall. Walking behind Ganyu, he lightly nudged him with his shoulder before leaning down to whisper, displaying an exceptionally gentle expression. However, Ganyu remained indifferent, giving no eye contact as he walked silently a few steps aside. After some deliberation, Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo finally came to a conclusion. They must have quarreled. Daiheng did seem a little frustrated. Acting on impulse, he couldn't help but press a kiss on Ganyu, leading to Gan ignoring him for 3 straight days. And yet, Daiheng knew nothing about restraint. During these 3 days, this marked the nth time Ganyu was met with questions by Daiheng, will you date me, teacher Gan? With many people around, his actions bordered on outrageous. Ganyu suppressed the urge to fling his tray over Daiheng's head, keeping his head down and his voice low, don't force me to slap you in public. From somewhere nearby came a mocking laugh, drawn out teasingly, would you really slap me? Are you serious? After pausing for a moment, Daiheng thoughtfully remarked, still, don't hit me, though. Ganyu's fingers faltered slightly, surprised. Could this guy actually fear something one day? Ganyu glanced up, ready to tell him, then you should go back to normal. But he didn't get the chance to say it. That deep, lazy voice suddenly came close to his ear, warm breath trailing down his ear canal like a hook scraping his earlobe. I'm afraid I might enjoy it. Ganyu froze again at the heat crawling from his ear, spreading warmth even down to his neck. What kind of pervert is this guy? Not too far away, Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo watched as Daiheng whispered something in Ganyu's ear that made the clear-eyed youth's ears and neck visibly redden. Wang Wendong squinted, wow, they're having another friendly exchange. Zhou Mo wanted to pull out a bag of sunflower seeds, what did he say? I'm so curious. Curiosity didn't matter anyway. Because after this, there was another 2-day Cold War. Though this time, it was solely on Ganyu's part. After Friday's classes were over and back in the dormitory, Ganyu started packing his bag. It was still early, Daiheng had gone off to an elective class and wasn't back yet. The only person around was Zhou Mo. Zhou Mo stared as Ganyu packed his clothes, clearly preparing to leave. Ganyu, where are you going? Ganyu's expression was indifferent as he swung his backpack onto his shoulder, I'm going home for a bit. Zhou Mo instantly frowned, ah, so you won't be in the dorm this weekend? Won't that leave me all alone? Ganyu gave him a glance, I'm leaving. He had to act fast or risk being waylaid by someone again. Recently Ganyu also worked part-time during weekends, keeping his schedule very tight, which left no room for visiting his father at the hospital. It had been a while since he last went. This Saturday, the child he tutored was having a birthday party, taking a day off meant he didn't have to give lessons, giving Ganyu some spare time to visit home. But home wasn't really home, because his father lived long-term at the hospital. After getting off the nearby subway station, Ganyu headed straight to the First People's Hospital. The attending doctor explained Gandahuai's current situation, your father's kidney disease has been dragging on for years. Dialysis isn't doing much now, chronic illnesses leading to bilateral kidney failure mean he will need a kidney transplant surgery as soon as possible. And he already has severe swelling in both lower limbs, making walking difficult. Things might worsen later, so we suggest you family members seriously consider this option. In fact, Ganyu had thought about having his father undergo kidney transplantation surgery for quite some time. But he hadn't saved up enough money. Currently, nationwide over 1 million people were waiting for free kidney transplants. If he kept waiting like this, it would take at least another year, by which point it might be too late. If only he had money, it would definitely be faster. Ganyu asked, can it be done right now? The attending doctor truthfully replied, if you're willing to pay, then it would definitely be quicker. Ganyu, how much does it cost approximately? The doctor hesitated briefly, understanding Gan Yu's circumstances. Let your family prepare mentally first. Kidney resources plus surgery fees amount to roughly 500,000 yuan, and within 3 months, we can certainly prioritize your father. Gan Yu lowered his eyes, thinking about his savings which fell significantly short. He let out a soft sigh. I understand, I'll get the money ready. If there are any kidney resources available, please call me immediately. Don't worry, I'll notify you the moment I have news. After leaving the attending doctor's office, Gan Yu visited his father's ward. It was the most common 3-bed room. Gan Dehuai lay in the middle bed. One side of the room was empty with neatly folded bed linens. On the other side, a patient was asleep with the partition curtain drawn up. Now afflicted with various chronic diseases, Gan Dehuai's legs were swollen, preventing him from walking, and his face was also puffed up, almost unrecognizable. Dad, Gan Yu walked into the ward, setting down his backpack on the adjacent chair. Gan Dehuai leaned against the bed, looking surprised when he saw Gan Yu. Yeah, why did you come today? Gan Yu pulled a chair beside the bedside and sat down. Taking an apple from the fruit platter, he peeled it for him. The doctor called me and said there was news about the kidney source, so I came to check. Gan Dehuai bitterly smiled. And you believe that? They've already said it takes at least 3 years to wait. After such a long wait, he'd given up all hope. Forget it, just stick to the dialysis. If that doesn't work, there's nothing left but to wait for death. Your Uncle Jean in the next bed didn't get a kidney in time, he passed away just the other day. Gan Yu's fingers with the fruit knife paused slightly. He pressed his lips lightly and, after a moment, spoke. The doctor told me they will definitely operate on you within 3 months. Just focus on recovering, don't worry about anything else. Chapter 75, let's give it a try. Upon hearing this, Gan Dehuai's eyes revealed a glimmer of hope. Is it free? His voice trembled slightly. Gan Yu lowered his eyes as he continued peeling the apple skin. It's free, you just need to pay for the examination fee, which is about 20,000 yuan. I can manage a few more tens of thousands of yuan for now. Gan Dehuai managed a smile. Then we've had good luck. Your Uncle Jean waited 2 years and never got his turn, and I've only been waiting for a year. Yeah, good luck, Gan Yu replied without lifting his head. Gan Dehuai asked, have those debt collectors been bothering you? Gan Yu's expression remained calm. After finishing peeling the apple, he handed it over. No. Gan Dehuai looked at him for a while before accepting the apple. That's good. You're already in university, so they probably won't be able to find you. They used to come to our house every few days to smash things. He sighed. Come to think of it, I've been hospitalized for over a month this time. I wonder how things are back home. I do miss going back. What's the point of going back? Gan Yu raised his eyes. There's no one at home anyway. You can barely walk. Stay here in the hospital properly. But it's so expensive to stay here, 200 yuan a day. I really can't bear to spend that kind of money. Tears welled up in Gan Dehuai's eyes. All these years, I haven't helped you in any way. I've only been a burden. What are you talking about? Gan Yu said quietly. The greatest comfort to Gan Dehuai was that his son was successful. But because of his success, people grew jealous, finding excuses to cause trouble all the time. Unreasonable debts were forced onto him as if they would only be satisfied once their family perished completely. By this time, it was already late. The patient in the neighboring bed had fallen asleep. To avoid disturbing others, the two of them stopped chatting and settled into silence. Gan Yu rented a care bed, set it up beside his father's bed, and stayed at the hospital. Gan Dehuai was an old-fashioned and conservative person. If he found out Gan Yu was live-streaming dressed as a woman, he definitely wouldn't approve. Gan Yu had no intention of telling him about this matter. However, the money he originally planned to repay Douyin might not be possible to return anytime soon. After streaming for several months, not only did he fail to clear his debts, but he also gained another creditor. Gan Yu stared at the mottled light and shadow on the ceiling and let out a soft sigh. After taking care of his father in the hospital for 2 days, Gan Yu returned to school on Sunday afternoon. In the past 2 days, he had received countless messages and phone calls. Only after boarding the subway did he have time to take out his phone and check the notifications. The latest message was sent half an hour ago. Douyin, are you not taking care of your son anymore? Below was the latest photo of Xiao Sanhua. When Gan Yu saw the photo, his gaze froze for 2 seconds. He almost forgot that he still had a hostage in Daiheng's hands. Daiheng, you haven't visited your son in a week. You sure are a pretty irresponsible dad. Although there was a 99% chance that Sanhua was a female cat, the one he picked up was indeed male with a congenital genetic defect, rendering him infertile. The cat in the photo looked a bit fatter than it did a week ago, clearly living a comfortable life. He had simply left it at Daiheng's place after picking it up and hadn't bothered to check since then. That was indeed somewhat irresponsible. Gan Yu hesitated for a moment before replying, how is he? Daiheng finally decided to acknowledge me, Teacher Gan. Daiheng, your son is starving. If you don't bring food for him soon, you'll end up receiving a dead body. He remembered buying cat food last time. Did it run out in just 1 week? After pausing for a second, Gan Yu typed back, I'll come over now. When he first picked up the cat, he never imagined their relationship would deteriorate to this extent. Several days had already passed since their argument. He should have calmed down by now and hopefully wouldn't have any wild thoughts anymore. When Ganyu arrived at Dai Heng's house, Dai Heng must have just finished showering, as his body still smelled fresh from bath lotion. His broad shoulders made even the casual loungewear look like a custom-tailored suit. He casually slid his hand into his pocket, loosened the doorknob, and uttered two nonchalant words, "Come in." Ganyu stared at him for a moment before changing into slippers by the door and followed inside. The kitten looked even healthier than it did in the pictures, not cowering in the corner like on the first day but already roaming freely around the living room. A large corner had been set aside for its cat bed, with several large bags of cat food stockpiled nearby. Ganyu turned away and sat down on the sofa. Little Sanhua probably still remembered him and came over affectionately, gently rubbing against his leg while letting out a soft, meow, sound. Ganyu slightly bent his back and started playing with the kitten. Suddenly, a pair of long legs appeared in his field of vision. Then, the person sat down across from him on the coffee table, face to face. Holding a glass, he took a sip of water absent-mindedly. Ganyu showed no emotion, stating simply, "There's still cat food at your place." The man let out a brief chuckle from his throat. "If I hadn't said that, how would you have come over?" Ganyu remained silent without responding. So, the deep, lazy voice came from above him, "How about it? Are you ready to talk things through with me?" Ganyu's fingers paused slightly. "Stop being crazy." "I'm not being crazy, I'm serious." Dai Heng rested his elbow on his knee, leaned forward, and got close to Ganyu's ear, his voice low, "Try me, and I'll make sure you enjoy yourself." Ganyu stopped petting the cat. This voice right next to his ear seemed to hit a certain nerve, causing an inexplicable tingling sensation down his spine. At this moment, the little cat ran out from under his palm, chasing a ball of yarn to play with. Ganyu turned his head away, his neck flushed red from holding back. "Can't you just find a girlfriend and have a normal relationship?" "But I like you." Ganyu's fingers curled tightly. "Like? Is this a word to be thrown around so easily?" Ganyu didn't know what was wrong with him. Was he treating him as a girl or was it because Dai Heng liked him dressed as one, influencing his judgment? He thought Dai Heng wasn't thinking clearly right now. But Ganyu couldn't treat him as an ordinary homosexual either. Until then, his sexual orientation had seemed completely normal. How could it suddenly change? It was Dai Heng, also reckless. One was the best person to him online, and the other was his best brother in real life. They were the same person. Now Ganyu's feelings had become extremely complex. He couldn't be angry with him, he was after all such a good brother. Why did he have to fall for him? "Give it a chance, teacher Gan. You might end up liking me." Dai Heng lightly hooked his finger, gently pinching it as he coaxed, "Let me try for a month, if you still don't like me after that, I'll give up." How does that sound? Ganyu's eyelids twitched lightly. Perhaps there was guilt, perhaps self-reproach. All this was caused by him dressing as a woman. Deep down, he harbored a bit of psychology, thinking that maybe Dai Heng just couldn't be bothered finding a girlfriend, so he vented all that extra energy on his best friend. Maybe after this period, he would go back to normal. Subconsciously, Ganyu didn't want to lose this good friend. But when the hell are you gonna get back to normal? Just at this fleeting moment of hesitation. Chapter 76, I Like You. As Ganyu raised his eyes, they met the gaze of those deep, flirtatious eyes. "We should give it a try, teacher Gan." Dai Heng locked his eyes on him without blinking, propping his arm behind Ganyu on the couch cushion. Leaning slightly toward him, Dai Heng pressed Ganyu further into a corner of the sofa, dipping his head closer. There was only one thought left in Ganyu's mind. Are you some kind of psycho? Kissing another guy could be so intense. Ganyu had entered without taking off his coat, the white down jacket hung open wide, revealing a thin white shirt underneath. His chest rose and fell slightly with his breath. The white shirt outlined his slender bones, the collar slightly unbuttoned, creating folds that looked both intimate and sensual as they moved with his breathing rhythm. Dai Heng braced his arms above Ganyu's body, his eyes restrained but roaming hungrily over him. "If you weren't afraid of scaring teacher Gan away?" Dai Heng asked, "Is the trial period satisfactory, teacher Gan?" Ganyu took a long time to recover. Originally, he wanted to tell Dai Heng that he might temporarily lack money to repay him. It might be a very long time before he could pay back this money. He didn't know how things had turned out this way. The living room light was blazing bright, the indoor underfloor heating worked excellently. He was wearing his coat, and at this moment, a layer of sticky sweat seeped through his back. Ganyu was trying to steady his breath, turning his head aside, raising his hand to fix his disheveled collar, unsatisfactory. "Your kissing technique is too bad. Get away." Dai Heng's eyes were lowered as he emitted a faint laugh from his throat. "I don't have much experience, teacher Gan. Give me another chance. Let's practice more, it should get better." His finger pinched Ganyu's chin and lifted it up. "One more kiss." Ganyu froze as the person leaned down toward him again. He raised his hand and blocked them apart, covering Dai Heng's mouth with his palm while pushing him away. "You bastard, if you do it again, I'll really lose my temper." Dai Heng used the moment to hook Ganyu's wrist instead. His almond-shaped eyes stared deeply at Ganyu, then he placed the fingers against his lips, kissed the palm gently, and said in a hoarse voice, "Then I'll do it with my own hands." Ganyu. If he cursed him, Douyin wouldn't care, if he hit him, Douyin would even enjoy it. He'd never been so helpless about someone like this before. At that moment, Ganyu felt physically and mentally exhausted. After taking a deep breath, he finally conceded, saying, "Get up. I need to tell you something." Douyin gazed at him for a moment. His deep, almond-shaped eyes revealed an inscrutable expression. He ultimately stepped back slightly, sitting beside Ganyu, saying, "Speak." Yet, his fingers did not release Ganyu's. He absent-mindedly held on to Ganyu's fingertips. Ganyu twitched his eyebrows slightly as he pulled his fingers out of Daiheng's grip, speaking calmly, "In fact, I don't have a sister. The one you saw on live stream, in women's clothing, that was me." At this point, it seemed there couldn't be any worse situation than this. Friendship could no longer be maintained as before, so he decided to lay everything open. Ganyu furrowed his eyebrows slightly, "So, there is no sister you can fall in love with, you." But Ganyu's words weren't fully spoken yet. Daiheng bent over and gave a quick kiss to the corner of his lips, whispering softly, "I like you." Ganyu's eyelids lightly fluttered. After pausing for a moment, he looked up and asked, "Can't you understand simple human speech?" Daiheng supported himself by one hand on the armrest of the sofa. Staring fixedly at Ganyu, he smiled nonchalantly, "Understood, but I like you." What did this mean? Knowing that he has no sister and knowing he's male, he still liked him. Ganyu almost stalled mentally for half a minute before reacting, nearly inaudible, "Did you know all along?" I knew." Daiheng looked directly into Ganyu's eyes, answering slowly and honestly enough. "To put it simply, I like you whether you're male or female." Daiheng's Adam's apple moved, as he lifted his hand and hooked Ganyu's fingers, squeezing them lightly, "Try being with me, teacher Gan. Since you are the one who made me go gay, you have to take responsibility for me." Was he referring to being made gay? Ganyu's mind went blank. Another invisible mountain was pressing on him once again. This guy was clearly here demanding his debt. As his current top debtor, Ganyu owed him not only money but also owed him such a significant favor. He couldn't possibly repay this. Ganyu's feelings towards Daiheng became extremely complex. A fierce inner battle lasted for a long time. Suddenly, a sense of powerlessness arose within him. Finally, Ganyu gave in, sighing faintly, "All right, give it a try." After these words fell, the empty living room became completely silent. His voice was very soft, almost making people think it was a fleeting illusion. Daiheng's almond-shaped eyes were dark and profound, his Adam's apple rolling slowly as he glanced up at Ganyu. "What did you say?" Ganyu turned his head and looked at him. "I said, let's give it a try." Though Ganyu wasn't attracted to men, if it were him, maybe he could give it a try. Even though Ganyu agreed to give it a try with Daiheng, exactly how they should go about it, Ganyu was still unsure. The only thing he was clear about was that he was severely short of money. It was even more urgent now than before. He needed to gather 500,000 yuan within 3 months. For Ganyu's current situation, this number was practically astronomical. He temporarily didn't have other ways to quickly make money, so he could only start more live streaming sessions. By now, Ganyu's followers had already reached 400,000. Because he had prepared for an exam recently, he hadn't gone live for a week in between, which added up to about 2 weeks total. Last time during a PK session, Ganyu gained fame overnight, increasing his fan count significantly. Moreover, Ganyu's appearance at the cosplay event during a live stream had caused quite a sensation. His stunning looks were almost identical to his usual live streaming style, gaining him some minor popularity online. However, his streaming schedule was irregular, the number of broadcasts few and far between, and even his live streams weren't very stable. When he went live, the audience count hovered around 3,000. Due to his earlier participation in the cosplay event, fans noticed it as well and thought that his portrayals of characters from anime were incredibly on point. Ganyu's face seemed like it was sculpted digitally, it made every character look flawless no matter how they were dressed. During this time, the fans continuously left him messages, hoping he would cosplay again. Underneath his latest work, the most liked comment nominated his death from Akame Kill. Following the advice of his fans, Ganyu dressed up today as Death, a character from the anime Akame Kill. In the manga, Death is a female officer with pale blue long hair, wearing an officer cap, and a black and white contrasting uniform. When she falls in love, she gives her partner a dog collar, fully displaying her S-type personality. Ganyu's face matched perfectly with all kinds of anime characters. His facial features are so standard and three-dimensional, they appear almost like a digital model. The moment he went live, the chat room exploded with non-stop comments. Pastry_cold_elementary. OMG, Fishy really loves his fans. He actually dressed up as Queen Sama. Foot_rubbing_teenager, AAAAH. Too beautiful, simply too beautiful, it fits you perfectly. Sister_with_international_perversion, won't you consider becoming a professional cosplayer? This face is just incredible. Strawberry_pudding, would gladly marry Duobao Fish, even if only as a concubine. Apple_vinegar, Lord Fish. Please punish me. Perverted tone. Chapter 77, Duo Bao Fish Husband. Little underscore sure underscore happiness, looking for someone to date. Someone who gives out dog collars. Yes underscore underscore am underscore confident underscore man, I took an MB test today, and they said I'm the upper MB type. But when I met you, I finally understood, I'm your BM substitute. Wu underscore yanzu underscore from underscore chaozhou, my first time watching a live stream, so nervous. I don't know what to say. It's awkward, but maybe we should kiss first. Saucy remarks flooded the chat screen one after another. As per the routine, after going live, Ganyu chatted with the fans for a bit. And then, before he streamed for long, a bright line suddenly caught everyone's attention on the public screen. Fengshu has entered the live room. Accompanied by a unique entrance effect for a level 55 senior player, followed by a golden carnival effect soaring across the center of the screen. Your underscore fart, brother C, a man who always gifts a carnival upon entering. Sister underscore with underscore international underscore perversion, except for that emperor set last time, I don't think brother C has gifted anything else afterward. Seeing that name appear in the live room, Ganyu slightly froze. At the time, he had blocked him using Duo Bao Fish's WeChat but forgot to block him on the live streaming platform too. Although he agreed to give it a try with him, it didn't mean he allowed this person to watch him cosplay and drag or accept the gifts he sent. Since they had agreed to try, they should maintain an equal relationship. Picking up his phone, Ganyu planned to kick this person out of the live room. But a line of text appeared on the screen. Users with honor levels over 55 cannot be kicked out or banned. Ganyu tried several times and couldn't succeed, humbly asking the fans for help. Do any of you know how to kick out a level 55 big brother from the live room? Level 55. Currently, there was only one user at level 55 in the live room, Fengshu. Thus, it was clear now who he wanted to kick out. Fishy, are you insane? What are you doing? Kicking brother C out of the live room? Calm down, wife, you've only got one big bro. Ganyu stopped looking at the comments, switched to the WeChat interface, opened Dai Heng's profile picture, and started typing into the input box. Get out of my live room. After finishing editing, he directly sent it. Dai Heng quickly replied, alright, teacher gone, I'll go immediately. Within a dozen seconds, he obediently exited the live room. The top spot on the online fan chart was no longer occupied by Fengshu's name. Did you really drive out brother C? Fishy, why would you do that when you rarely have a patron like that? Oh no, our PvP will suffer again. Weia, did you two reach a bad ending already? What? I ship Fishy and brother C so hard. What's wrong? Does anyone know what happened? The chat was full of speculation about this incident. Some even guessed that they had been in a relationship, but now might be breaking up. 2 minutes later. A user named, Duo Bao Fish Husband, entered the live room. Being only a level 0 user, he originally didn't attract much attention. After entering, he didn't say anything but silently sent several carnival effects. Ganyu. Such a familiar move. I've got this feeling of deja vu. Geez, ha, isn't this brother C's secondary account? Did they argue? Ah, how sweet is this? Since he can't stay with his main account, he registered a new one to send gifts. Such devotion. The story of the top big brother and the female streamer. I love it so much. Just arrived, not too clear on the situation. Can someone tell me more? I know this. Not long ago, I saw netizens editing their videos together because brother C exclusively gave gifts to Fishy. The first time he watched Duo Bao Fish's live stream, he gave him an emperor set. During the second live broadcast, he sent 40 carnivals in a row, driving away all the trolls. When brother C came, he was level 0 and only followed Fishy. Exclusively for Gon. Ah. If someone did this for me, I would marry them right here and now. Marry. Marry. As everyone was chatting happily, the screen suddenly turned black. Fans watching the live broadcast were met with a message. Duo Bao Fish has ended the live stream. What happened? Where's my wife? The audience left confused. Today's broadcast only lasted half an hour. Why did the beautiful wife just vanish? The show couldn't continue. After a brief half hour, Ganyu ended the broadcast. What's the point? Since Fengshu occupied the top spot on the fan chart, he received fewer scattered tickets. It's not easy to make money. After tidying up, Ganyu expressionlessly changed back into his own clothes, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and returned to the dormitory to confront the instigator. It was getting late. By the time Ganyu returned to the dormitory building, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Inside the boys' dormitory building, there was some noise, someone was playing around in their room, but no one was walking through the hallways. The motion sensor lights, sensing no movement, went dark, creating a tranquil stillness. Ganyu was climbing to the 4th floor when someone suddenly wrapped their arms around his waist from behind. His eyes blurred as his back hit the hallway wall, his backpack sliding down with a faint sound of fabric rubbing. In front of him stood a tall figure, towering half a head above him. Due to the sudden commotion, the motion sensor lights flickered on. The person facing Ganyu, standing against the light, had sharp, defined features and eyes glinting with a deep and shadowy allure. Leaning against the wall, Ganyu remained expressionless as he stared back at the person before him. Daiheng pressed a hand against the wall beside Ganyu, pinning him into a corner. All thoughts in his mind revolved around Ganyu's earlier cosplay look. Now Daiheng realized something important: he had no idea where Ganyu streamed from. Ganyu lived far away, so there's no way he could have made a quick round trip home or rented a place outside to do the streaming, otherwise, he could simply stay out overnight. So, who let him stream in their home? Had others seen him dressed up as well? Thinking of other people possibly seeing Ganyu in cosplay outfits made him feel insanely jealous. But all those questions paled compared to the urge he had, an overwhelming desire to kiss the person before him. Looking slightly upwards, Ganyu gazed at the man opposite him and thought this guy seemed pretty aware, as if ready to take the beating awaiting him. He snorted softly, "All set for your beating." Before he finished speaking, a shadow quietly descended upon him. Chapter 78, But I Want to Kiss You. Ganyu had just come back from outside, and a slight chill from the winter air still clung to his body. His following words died abruptly between his teeth. A dry kiss fell upon his lips. Their breaths mingled briefly before parting lightly. Ganyu froze entirely. Daiheng's throat rolled with suppressed breathing, restrained and strained, as if calming himself down from something. After a brief pause, he lowered his head again. Suddenly, voices of students chatting while coming down from the floor above were heard. Startled by the movement, Ganyu's fingers curled slightly as he snapped back to reality and instinctively looked upstairs. Daiheng's kiss missed its mark, merely brushing past the corner of his lips. The person coming down from the 5th floor was already at the corner. Ganyu, acting on impulse, pushed Daiheng away with a hand against his chest and stepped aside, maintaining a distance of about a step between them. At that exact moment, the person from upstairs turned the corner and descended. Upon seeing the two, the person hesitated mid-step and paused their conversation. "Ganyu, Daiheng, what are you two doing in the stairwell? Did you just get back?" Ganyu lifted his hand to rub his ear, politely responded with an without showing any sign of abnormality. After exchanging pleasantries, they continued descending the stairs, passing each other. As the sound gradually faded into the distance, Ganyu lowered his eyes, steadied his breathing, readjusted the backpack that had slid down, and looked back. Daiheng leaned casually against the wall, his tall and handsome figure relaxed. His head hung slightly, his hair naturally falling, hiding his brows and eyes, but his tightly pressed lips betrayed a trace of displeasure. His voice was low and almost inaudible. "I haven't finished kissing you yet." Ganyu felt somewhat speechless. He should have pushed him away when he got close earlier. How dare this guy suddenly kiss him while talking? And it almost got them caught. Looking at Daiheng, Ganyu asked, "Who gave you permission to kiss me?" Daiheng raised his gaze, retracted the hand propped against the wall, and leaned casually on the wall. "You said to try it out with me." Ganyu's eyelids twitched. This trial for the both of them. Ganyu didn't quite grasp how exactly this trying out should proceed. He'd never been in a relationship before. He wasn't sure if dating others was always like this, forcing kisses every now and then. But in the bustling hallway, Daiheng seemed fearless. He accepted being gay so effortlessly. Previously, he was a straight man. Yet he didn't seem at all worried about being discovered. What a presumptuous homosexual. To test it here. Ganyu casually leaned back against the wall. "Or I can call a group of people over to watch. The school celebration is tomorrow. It'll be great publicity if we're exposed online." Daiheng lazily flicked his eyes open and, after hearing the sentence, actually took it seriously for a moment, relaxing his features slightly. "That idea doesn't sound bad." Ganyu blinked, ? Daiheng curled the corner of his lips, smiling carelessly. "Exactly, let everyone know the grass of the law department has already found its owner." Leaning in slightly, he reached out to hook Ganyu's wrist, pinning his fingers in his hand. "Mine." Ganyu glanced up at him, smiled lightly, and pulled his palm back from within his grasp. "Has your trial period ended yet? And you think I'm yours?" Daiheng arched an eyebrow and calmly replied, "Which is why my time is urgent. I only have 1 month to make sure you enjoy it enough to willingly become my boyfriend." His phrasing made Ganyu faintly raise an eyebrow, turn his head, and coolly reminded him, "Technically speaking, there are 27 days left." Daiheng paused. "It's inconvenient in school. 3 days have passed, and he just barely got the chance to steal a kiss." Finally managing to corner him in the corridor, the fun got interrupted again. Ganyu glanced at him, straightened his posture, and turned toward the stairs. "Let's go." Daiheng stared thoughtfully at his retreating back for a while, straightened his stance, slipped his hands into his pants pockets, and followed upstairs. When they returned to the door of dormitory 411, Ganyu lowered his gaze, pulled the key out from his pocket, and prepared to unlock the door. Just as he took out the key, someone grabbed his wrist and pulled him to the side. Daiheng gazed down at him, running a finger along his lips. "Time is tight. Let's try it again now. I'll definitely make you enjoy it today." Now the corridor was empty, only a wall separated them from the sounds of Wang Wendon and Zhou Mo playing games inside. Ganyu looked around. "Here. You have something wrong with you." Daiheng lifted his hand, slipping it beneath Ganyu's open-down jacket, and through the thin shirt layer, his scorching palm curved around Ganyu's waist as he murmured softly, "There are people in the dorm too." So let's find a place where no one is, and kiss for a while. Ganyu swatted his hand away. Are you fucking crazy? He merely agreed to give him a try. In just a few days, how many times had this guy kissed him? He'd never seen a relationship conducted this way before. All the pent-up energy of adolescence was released on his good brother. Douyin had never known what restraint was, and he bluntly said, "But I want to kiss you." He had been thinking about it all day. Especially when he saw him dressed as a woman in the live stream, he started to get restless. When he saw the person, he couldn't hold back anymore. The corridor wasn't lit, only the light from the dormitory windows cast down, creating small patches of light and shadow. Douyin leaned casually against the wall, his sharp features half hidden in the shadows. His voice was low and raspy, tinged with flirtatiousness. "How about coming over to my place tonight?" Ganyu's eyelids twitched slightly. He casually leaned back, staring at him for a moment before smiling lightly. "You can keep thinking about that." After saying this, Ganyu turned the key and walked straight inside, closing the door behind him. Douyin stood outside the dormitory corridor, his heart sinking into a swamp-like state, sour and excited all at once. His whole being was swaying uncontrollably. Damn it, all it took was Ganyu's casual smirk revealing his little tiger tooth and that barely hidden curve of laughter for him to almost lose control. He wanted to pin the person against the wall and kiss them. Walking into the dormitory, Wang Wendan and Zhou Mo were sitting at their desks, their computers open, wearing headphones while gaming. At the sound of the door opening, both looked over. "Back already?" Ganyu nodded in acknowledgement, entering with his backpack. He placed it on the chair and went straight into the bathroom to wash his hands. Wang Wendan was just about to look away when he noticed another figure walk into the dormitory. Standing out prominently with an exceptionally tall frame, every time Douyin came in, it felt like the overhead lights were almost brushing against his head. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, wearing a black coat, his figure was highlighted as particularly slender and upright. Somehow, these two returned one after the other. Hadn't they argued a few days ago? Were they already making up? Chapter 79, Accompanying My Partner. Wang Wendan removed his headphones and invited, "Douyin, do you want to play some games?" In fact, before now, the three of them occasionally formed teams to game together. Douyin was a skilled gamer, and as someone who spent lavishly on upgrades, he had piles of equipment. They could often pick up things he no longer needed and go around flaunting them. But starting from when did he gradually stop gaming with them? Probably. "I don't feel like playing." Before the thought finished forming, the deep, lazy voice beside him answered. Zhou Mo also turned around and asked, "Why have you recently stopped wanting to play games with us? I really miss those days when you'd carry us through everything." Daiheng's apartment even had a dedicated space specifically decorated for team gaming sessions. They tried it once before, it was absolutely perfect, making for an exhilarating gaming experience. "I don't have time, I need to be with my partner." That offhand remark sent the dorm into an awkward silence. The bathroom door wasn't closed. Ganyu was washing his hands under the faucet and bent over slightly, but hearing that voice, he paused for a brief moment. Wang Wendan was utterly shocked. "When the hell did you start dating? During the meal the other day, weren't you still complaining about being single? And now you're dating? What a speedster, he doesn't fool around when he says he's not interested, but within 2 days, he's already hooking up." Wang Wendan pursued, "Who is it? Who is it?" Zhou Mo became extremely curious. "Is it the girl from last time who was chasing after you? I'm so curious about your high standards, whose appearance could possibly surpass Ganyu. Tell me fast. Hurry. Satisfy my curiosity." Douyin didn't even look up, dismissively snickering, "Since you're not my partner, why should I satisfy you?" Wang Wendan's lips twitched. Just as he was about to ask further questions, he saw Ganyu come out of the bathroom. His expression was the same as usual, composed and emotionless. But why were his ears slightly red? Not paying attention to this detail, Wang Wendan turned to someone else. Wang Wendan leaned over the chair. "Ganyu, Douyin is dating. Do you know who his partner is?" The air grew silent for a moment. "I don't know." A stiff answer of 3 words. Zhou Mo slapped the table. "Damn, even Ganyu doesn't know. This makes me even more fucking curious." The two discussed this topic for a while longer, almost guessing through all the flower-like beauties across the school. Still, they couldn't remember who he had been getting closer to recently. He hasn't even talked to any girl. Where on earth did this partner come from? In the end, they couldn't figure it out and let the matter drop. Wang Wendan turned his head back around, put on his headphones, and continued gaming. Ganyu sat down on the chair, not getting involved in their conversation, and opened his computer. Their major course had a group assignment. The group leader had assigned tasks which were meant to be delayed for submission, but today's live stream ended earlier than expected, freeing up time, so he might as well finish the homework first. To save up money quickly, Ganyu's schedule became even tighter. Besides working part-time and streaming, he also had assignments from several courses to complete, leaving no spare time at all. When Ganyu was fully concentrated on a task, he would immerse himself entirely, completely ignoring everything else around him. Only when he planned to wrap up the assignment did he slightly relax. When he turned his head, he noticed Daiheng sitting beside him on another chair, propping his head up with his hand, staring at him without blinking. His pair of passionate eyes were deep and provocative, holding a glint of light, making them appear extraordinarily focused. Wang Wendon and Zhou Mo assumed that when Daiheng said, partner, he was chatting with her on his phone. How could they have guessed that he was really spending time with his partner? Ganyu didn't have the time to deal with him right now. He withdrew his gaze and kept finishing the last bit of his assignment. The person next to him then extended something towards his lips. Ganyu, who was concentrating on the screen, briefly glanced down. It was the cup of fruit tea he had just ordered via delivery. Feeling thirsty, he conveniently opened his mouth and took a sip. At the side, that deep and lazy voice murmured in his ear, "Are you hungry, darling? Should I order some food for you?" Ganyu choked unexpectedly. After coughing several times, his neck and ears turned red. He looked back and saw that Wang Wendon and Zhou Mo hadn't noticed the commotion. He raised his eyes, lowering his voice, "Can you stop being disgusting?" There was not an ounce of remorse in Dai Heng's expression as he placed the fruit tea on the desktop, dragging out his words, "Isn't that how people in love call each other?" Behind them, Wang Wendon and Zhou Mo were loudly playing games, covering up their voices completely. Leaning casually in his chair, Ganyu couldn't find any words to insult him. Dai Heng lifted his thin eyelids slightly, straightened his posture, and leaned closer. "Are you free tomorrow?" Ganyu's fingers paused slightly. "What for? Can you come to my place tomorrow?" His intention was too obvious. Ganyu stole a glance at his class schedule, pointed at it lightly with his pen, showing him, "Tomorrow is Thursday. I have full classes and a club activity in the evening. How about the day after tomorrow?" Ganyu glanced at his schedule again. "I don't have class on the afternoon of the day after tomorrow." Dai Heng arched an eyebrow, then. Ganyu slowly continued the sentence, "But I need to work part-time in the afternoon the day after tomorrow." Dai Heng. Dai Heng leaned back in his chair, almost laughing out of frustration. "Are you deliberately trying to avoid me?" Ganyu twirled the pen in his hand, slightly turning his head with a faint smile. Dai Heng's gaze fell on his lips, barely suppressing the urge to bite them now. He issued a low threat, "Be careful, I'll abuse your son." Ganyu gave him a sideways glance. "Do you have any other tricks?" Dai Heng reached out and grabbed the armrest of Ganyu's chair, pulling both chair and person closer to him, his voice tense. "I can't hold back anymore. If you don't go home with me, I'll kiss you here." Ganyu stopped twirling the pen, looking behind at the two gamers. Dai Heng stretched out his hand, gripping his chin and tilting his head upward as he lowered his form. "Anyway, I don't care what others think. So what if I'm gay?" The person had already pressed close, about to kiss him in the next second. On the other side, Wang Wendon and Zhou Mo had just finished a round of gaming. Apparently, they lost, and they were passionately venting over the microphone. Wang Wendon, "Damn stupid Dai, lost 2 games in a row. It was all because of him." Zhou Mo took off his headphones. "Who is this idiot? Where did you find him?" Wang Wendon, "Still the guy from the neighboring dormitory, begging me to take him along every day. But damn, he plays like crap." Zhou Mo, "Ever since Dai Heng stopped playing games with us, it's been a long time since I've felt the thrill of being carried to victory. Whoa, great God, please carry me." The two were chatting as if they were about to turn around. Ganyu's breath hitched slightly, subconsciously gripping the armrest tightly. "Tomorrow." Dai Heng paused mid-motion, lifted his gaze, and locked eyes with him. Ganyu, expressionless, pushed him away. "I'll go to your place tomorrow at noon." Chapter 80, Wife-Controlled Husband. The next day was Thursday. The second class in the morning was an open English class. Winter days are always gray and gloomy, with the cold spreading outdoors, and even the glass windows had a layer of condensation. The classroom had radiators on, making it not feel chilly. When Ganyu arrived at the large classroom, there were already a few people scattered about inside. "Ganyu, over here." Zhou Mo sat near the back row, waving at him. Ganyu walked over with his backpack slung over his shoulder. After sitting down beside Zhou Mo, he thought for a moment and placed his backpack on the empty chair next to him. Before class started, there was a noisy buzz around. Zhou Mo was immersed in scrolling through his phone. "Not that I'm saying, but this year's batch of alumni isn't impressive. It's taking so long without any leaks." Ganyu took out his book and placed it on the desk, turning his head to watch him swipe through his phone. "What kind of leaks?" Zhou Mo glanced around before leaning in. "Didn't Dai Heng start dating?" "Not a single trace has leaked. That's not normal." Ganyu's fingers paused on the book. "Asking him yields nothing, I'm really curious." Zhou Mo was brimming with curiosity. "Last night, he and Wang Wendon discussed it all evening without coming up with any conclusion. Who do you think his girlfriend is?" Regarding this point, Ganyu definitely couldn't tell him, silently flipping through the book. "It can't possibly be online dating, right? Most girls from our school can be ruled out." The next moment, Zhou Mo laughed while holding his phone. "Ha ha ha, I just saw another post about you and Dai Heng, claiming that the two of you are suspected of living together and brought a pet to see the doctor." Ganyu, question mark. "Is it possible for this to get noticed?" Zhou Mo clicked into the post for a bit. "Although life doesn't usually have many spectators, for the two of you, there seem to be spectators everywhere in your life." He showed his phone to Ganyu. Look, the comment floor on the posts dedicated to your star-crossed lovers couplets has already reached over 10,000 plus floors. My goodness, their influence keeps growing. There are almost daily updates with photos showing the two of them appearing together. Zhou Mo chuckled uncontrollably. If Daiheng already has a significant other, do you think she would get jealous upon seeing these posts? Ganyu. Probably not. Zhou Mo was gossiping when Ganyu's bag on the nearby chair was picked up by someone who then sat down beside him, the lazy voice sounding off. Is this the seat you reserved for me? Ganyu turned his head briefly to look at him, idly spinning the pen in his hand. Zhou Mo also noticed him, stretching his neck to take a better look. Daiheng, who exactly is your girlfriend? Give us a hint, is she from our school? Daiheng leaned casually against the chair back, dragging out his words. Don't ask, my partner doesn't want me to say. Ganyu. Zhou Mo, question mark. Zhou Mo wore a shocked expression. He didn't expect that this seemingly carefree and free-spirited guy could turn out to be someone who submits completely to his wife's rules once in a relationship. Oh my gosh, are you totally smitten? Zhou Mo finally accepted the fact that one person from their dorm had paired up, leaving only 3 singles. Alright, hearing this news made me somewhat sad. At least, I still have 2 good buddies staying single with me. Zhou Mo said wistfully. Old Wang has something to do off campus at noon today. Can I join you guys for lunch in the cafeteria? Daiheng didn't even glance up. I won't be eating on campus at noon. Zhou Mo blinked his eyes, feeling like he'd extracted some information. Holy crap, are you dating someone from outside the school? Going out to eat with your girlfriend, huh? Alright. Daiheng's lips curved into an almost imperceptible smirk, with a relaxed and nonchalant demeanor, not speaking to deny it. Zhou Mo understood. Then Ganyu, shall we two go to the cafeteria for lunch? Ganyu remained silent for a moment. I won't be eating at school today either. Zhou Mo choked a little, staring at him for a long time. You won't be eating at school either? Daiheng is going to meet his partner. What about you? Daiheng nonchalantly said, also meeting my partner. Zhou Mo. Something seemed off. Zhou Mo's brain short-circuited for a moment, and he was instantly stunned. What? You two started dating at the same time? What the hell, your relationship has gotten so good that you're even syncing up your romantic endeavors. This time, Zhou Mo couldn't help but ask, Ganyu, who is your partner then? Ganyu. On the matter of revealing their partners, both men maintained an unusually united silence. Even the partner can't be disclosed. Zhou Mo sighed in sorrow. Alright, not inviting us when arranging these love affairs. Our bonds have truly faded. He immediately took out his phone and informed the dorm group about this unfortunate news. Ganyu had already grown tired of this situation. At this rate, things would soon become uncontrollable. The elbow on the desk was lightly nudged by someone next to him who leaned over and whispered, there's a basketball game later, do you want to come watch me play? Ganyu remained calm. I still have class. Daiheng supported his head with one hand, his tall figure leaning sideways, staring intently at him like a carefree nobleman. When do you finish? 11:30. Daiheng said with a particularly casual tone, by the time you get there, I'll probably be done. Ganyu silently twirled the pen in his hand. Daiheng curled his lips into a faint smile, lowering his voice as he dragged it out. Just right, we can go home together after. Upon hearing him mention this, Ganyu remembered they had agreed to meet at his place today at noon. Ganyu paused for a while. We'll see. Their conversation was abruptly cut off as the teacher walked into the classroom. After the public English class, Ganyu still had an essential lecture on legal theory. By the end of the morning session, it was precisely 11:30. Ganyu tidied up his desk, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and exited the building. He didn't plan on returning to the dormitory. Instead, he headed toward the gymnasium, passing by the library where he happened to encounter Zhou Mo running towards him. Zhou Mo hurriedly approached. Ganyu, are you heading back to the dorm? Ganyu stopped in his tracks, turning his head slightly to look at him. No. I'm going to the gym. Oh, is Daiheng playing basketball there? Zhou Mo caught on quickly and walked beside him. That's why so many girls say they're going to bring water to the gym. Ganyu raised an eyebrow. Bring water? Zhou Mo seemed used to this. Yeah, girls bring water to the boys they like. There are plenty of girls at our school who have crushes on Daiheng. Ganyu blinked but didn't respond. Zhou Mo glanced at the time. It's still early. I'll tag along with you to watch the excitement. As soon as the two entered the gym, they were met with loud noises and the sound of basketballs rubbing against the floor. An amateur ball game was currently underway. 5 versus 5, covering the full court. Daiheng wore a black sleeveless jersey that exposed strong and well-defined arm muscles. Tall and broad-shouldered with a slim waist, his towering frame at 189 centimeters made him stand out. Even during the game, he exhibited a lazy demeanor that gave an impression of effortless ease. Chapter 81, Is the Floor Too Hard? They had reached the second half of the game now, against the professional university team, yet their score remained evenly matched. Standing in place, Daiheng casually dribbled the ball with one hand, leaning slightly forward and easily sidestepping the person guarding him. His large hands perfectly fit around the basketball every time it bounced, showcasing a sense of effortless control. Because of his handsome looks and superior height, he naturally drew everyone's attention, and even a single aggressive move incited screams from the audience. Around them, words like, "so cool," and, "incredibly handsome," echoed continuously. Most seats in front were taken by girls, and they were trying to find space further back. Suddenly, a light tap came on Ganyu's left shoulder. "Ganyu, is that really you?" Ganyu turned his head to look. Chen Si held a plastic bag filled with mineral water and smiled warmly at him. "Come with me, there's a spot up front." The three of them walked to the front row and sat down. "What brings you here today?" When she noticed that striking figure on the field, Chen Si realized, "Are you here for your roommate?" "Yeah." Ganyu asked her, "And you?" She pointed with her chin. "My boyfriend insisted that I bring him water." "That guy, number 31. Ganyu followed her gaze. It was the captain of their university team, on the opposing side. "My boyfriend is guarding Douyin." Chen Si handed him a bottle of water. "I happened to buy a few extra bottles. Here, take this." Ganyu stared at the bottle of water for a moment, thought about it, and didn't refuse, taking the water into his hand. "Thanks. No need to be so polite." Their school's basketball team was pretty good, even playing against other schools and achieving rankings. Normally amateurs wouldn't stand a chance against them, but today's match was extraordinarily exciting. On the court, Douyin was standing opposite the player wearing number 31. At that moment, he dribbled the ball with one hand, moving leisurely left and right as if teasing the other person. He didn't even have to jump, just slightly straightening up his posture, lifting his arm, and the basketball curved perfectly into the hoop. Bang! The basketball went cleanly through the net, smooth and efficient. The next second, the girls in the crowd erupted with unusually enthusiastic cheers. Including Chen Si nearby. "Ah! Oh my gosh, Douyin is seriously handsome. Mommy ie." Her excitement took over, prompting her to grab Ganyu's arm and shake it a little. "How can he be so handsome? I can't take it." Ganyu couldn't figure out what made her so happy since her boyfriend had just been outplayed by Douyin. "Isn't number 31 your boyfriend?" Chen Si smiled brightly. "Yes, so what?" Ganyu pointed out, "He just lost a point." The guy named 31 shot a resentful look towards their direction. Chen Si's mood remained upbeat. It doesn't matter to lose to Douyin, who wouldn't forgive such a handsome guy anyway. Ganyu. That's one way to treat a real boyfriend. Turning back, Ganyu's eyes landed again on the court. Just then, their gazes met across the field. Douyin slanted, flirtatious eyes looked directly at him. His forehead sweated slightly, and he wiped off some sweat from his chin using the edge of his shirt. His toned abdominal muscles briefly flashed before disappearing under the jersey. Another round of screams came from the girls nearby. "Ah! Abs! Douyin looks like the kind of guy who's super capable. Lucky girlfriend. You don't realize how strong he is until he takes his shirt off. He looks like he could punch me onto a wall. He has this aura. Like he knows exactly what to do." Ganyu nearly choked. Zhou Mo was also surprised by the intensity of the game, cheering loudly. But the next moment, he felt something wasn't quite right. Why did Douyin suddenly seem pissed after looking in their direction? Following his gaze to one side. Nothing unusual there. It was just the senior girl excitedly grabbing Ganyu's arm and enthusiastically cheering for Douyin. Even the rival's girlfriend was won over. No wonder number 31's face turned darker than a bottomless well. What's to be mad about? It might have been a trick of perception, but for the last several minutes, Douyin played more aggressively. There was no time to play around anymore. He continuously blocked the opponent multiple times, increasing the lead to a dozen points. After the last block, number 31 fell onto the ground completely exhausted. The game ended momentarily. Although feeling somewhat disgraced, 31 admitted internally that the game had been exhilarating. "Bro, you really know how to play." Breathing heavily, he lifted his hand, preparing for a friendly fist bump and planning for another rematch sometime soon. Instead, that tall guy didn't even glance at him, walking away without a single word. Ignoring him entirely. Not only him either. Several blushing girls nearby who wanted to offer water were scared away by his dark expression. His narrow, seductive eyes combined with his lowered eyebrows gave him an air of defiance, almost as if ready to pick a fight in the next moment. Curiously, 31 wondered if Douyin was going to see his girlfriend. When Douyin approached one side of the court, it wasn't the girl he expected, it was a boy with a refined and handsome appearance. The quiet young man raised his eyes and silently handed him a bottle of water. The towering figure seemed to pause for a second, and all the earlier hostility vanished without a trace. How strange. This brotherly love seemed oddly familiar, like something that should exist between lovers instead. After finishing the basketball game, Douyin was drenched in sweat. Back in the dormitory, he immediately headed toward the bathroom. "I'll take a shower, you watch over our son." His voice was low and restrained, not as carefree as usual. After the game ended just now, something felt off with him. Did he seem a little upset? Ganyu glanced at him, deciding to wait until he came out of the shower to ask. He took off his coat and hung it on the rack by the door, then changed into slippers and went inside. Ganyu hadn't seen the cat for several days. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Xiao Sanhua let out a meow, walked over, and rubbed affectionately against his leg. Ganyu half-squatted, raised his hand to pet its head, and lifted the cat with one arm. It should have been fed quite well, with a round belly. Ganyu didn't feed it anymore. Instead, he sat down casually on the floor, picked up a feather stick, and played with it. About 10 minutes later, the sound of a door opening came from behind. Heavy footsteps approached. "How come you're mad while playing ball?" Ganyu asked casually without turning around. He received no reply. Instead, his shoulder was suddenly grabbed. Chapter 82, Better Performance. Daiheng lifted his hand and lightly patted his back. "Sorry, baby. I've held back for too long, didn't notice my restraint. I'll be more careful next time." His carefree tone sounded like he wasn't actually saying that he'd be careful next time, rather, it gave off the impression, "I will dare again." Ganyu lifted his eyes and stared at him. "Can you communicate properly? Kissing in the middle of a conversation seemed a bit rude, didn't it?" "I can." Daiheng used the back of his hand to wipe Ganyu's mouth, and draped his arm loosely over his knees. "How did it feel this time? Any improvement? Mr. Gan, please provide some feedback." Ganyu's lips moved slightly, intending to deal him a blow to deflate his arrogance. As he raised his eyes, he met that pair of amber irises straight on. Daiheng's gaze was still darkened, looking downward, glaring at his slightly reddened lips. Ganyu didn't doubt for a moment that if he said the kiss was terrible, Daiheng would probably hesitate not at all before kissing him again. He turned his head away. "All right. Does that mean there's improvement?" Daiheng's Adam's apple rolled, clearly not satisfied yet as he tilted Ganyu's chin upward again. "Then let's try once more." Ganyu's eyelid twitched, raising a hand to block them apart. Daiheng moved his hand lower and wrapped an arm around his waist. "Or I could, perform better." "Shit, damn it." Ganyu swatted his arm away. "If you go and kiss me again without warning next time, your probation period will end early." Daiheng stared at him intently. His peach blossom eyes twinkled mischievously, and his mood seemed improved. "Am I getting promoted permanently?" Ganyu shattered his dream. "You're directly disqualified." Daiheng gazed at him for a few seconds, then softly opened his mouth after several moments. "Really cannot kiss?" "Not exactly that. But couldn't you act normal, like everyone else? A gentle brush of the lips would suffice." "Who acts like you, trying it out once, and then immediately kissing someone so hard they almost die?" Ganyu pushed him away, sitting up slightly straighter, and coldly shot 2 words at him. "No." Daiheng settled into a position beside him, his hand lightly resting on his lower back, sighing faintly as if yearning. "So you're testing my self-restraint. The moment I see you, I just want to kiss." Ganyu's eyebrows twitched. "Could you at least restrain yourself a little? As an adult, don't you even have that much self-control?" Daiheng's voice was barely audible. "Mr. Gan, you should know. I've already restrained myself greatly." Ganyu froze, choking for several seconds, unable to utter a word in response to Daiheng's straightforwardness. How did this guy manage to say such shameless things so earnestly? Ganyu shifted his gaze, propped himself up on his arms, stood up. "Go to hell. I'm heading back to school, I've got class in the afternoon." He originally intended to check on the cat and give it a bath, but instead, had been pinned down and kissed for half the day, wasting his time. Just as Daiheng was preparing to reach out and pull him back, noticing Ganyu's red earlobes, his lips curled lazily as he leaned back against the wall, drawling, "I'll accompany you to class in the afternoon, remember to send me the schedule." "Will not." Ganyu has always remained calm and composed toward others and events, never letting anyone push him this far out of balance. This man is the first one to achieve that. The first class in the afternoon was on basic principles of Marxism. The lecturer on stage was an old professor wearing reading glasses, his tone slow and unhurried. Outside, a bone-chilling cold spread, while inside the classroom, the radiator hummed, warming everyone comfortably. Most students probably didn't sleep well at noon, because now a large number of them had already dozed off. Ganyu was listening to the lecture when his phone in his pocket vibrated several times. It was class time, so he ignored it. After class, as people around him gradually left, Ganyu packed his backpack and then took out his phone to glance at it. Daiheng's WeChat message from 40 minutes ago appeared. "Daiheng, dear, send me your class schedule." "Daiheng, someone transferred you 1,314.00, note, voluntary gift." "Daiheng, someone transferred you 5,200.00, note, voluntary gift." "Daiheng, someone transferred you 99,999.00, note, voluntary gift." Ganyu. What is he up to again? Holding his phone with no visible emotion, Ganyu returned the money step by step. He put the phone back into his pocket and slung his bag over his shoulder to go to the next class. This class was on Chinese legal history, a specialized course, where there were quite a few familiar classmates. Just a few minutes into the class, his pocket vibrated again. Beside Ganyu sat a boy who seemed to have heard some sound. He looked around left and right. "What noise is that? I feel something vibrating." Ganyu's hand held a pen, his brows twitching almost imperceptibly. Seemingly realizing the vibration was coming from his direction, the boy asked curiously, Ganyu, is your phone ringing? Ganyu paused for a moment in silence. I guess so. Putting the pen down on the desk, he fished the phone out of his pants pocket, turned it off directly, and placed it back. The boy. I just reminded you to check your messages, not to shut it down. After class, Ganyu didn't rush to pack up his books. He leaned casually in his chair and after turning his phone back on, he glanced at it. This time, it wasn't a WeChat message but a direct transfer through Alipay. Transfer, Douyin has transferred you 99,999.99 yuan. Note, dear, we will definitely last forever. Ganyu. Ganyu lowered his eyes and sent all the additional balance back in one transaction. Switching to WeChat, he typed, if you transfer again, I'll block you. After sending those 4 words, Ganyu turned off his phone and stuffed it back into his pocket. Indeed, peace followed. Chapter 83, Where a Dress for Me to See. After attending the club activity, Ganyu returned to the dormitory at 9 o'clock in the evening. There were a few others already in the dorm. Wang Wendy and Zhou Mo were playing games with headphones on. Upon hearing the door open, Wang Wendy turned around. Yo, teacher Gon is back. Ever since Douyin started calling him this every day in the dorm, the two of them had also followed suit. Zhou Mo also turned around to look at him and gave him a foolish grin. Only the tall figure sitting to the left did not move. Lowering his gaze, he played his game, dressed in a black sweater, his shoulders broad, exuding an air of, don't approach. Something felt a bit off. Turning slightly, Ganyu gently closed the door behind him, walked to the desk, placed his backpack on the chair, and when his sight fell on the table, his fingers hesitated slightly. On the table were 3 cups of milk tea, each from different brands. Ganyu raised an eyebrow. What is this? The two of them had been waiting for the spectacle for a while. Wang Wendy took off his headphones, leaning half of his body toward Ganyu, and smiled brightly as he pointed at the middle cup. The one in the middle is brought for you by your senior. Zhou Mo also turned around. The one on the left is let me bring by Yi Tan. Although I didn't want to carry it for him, but, sorry, he gave me a cup, so. He laughed sheepishly twice, showing a little guilt but not much. As for the one on the right. Zhou Mo said, I don't know, it was already here when I came back. Is it bought by Douyin or your girlfriend? Ganyu's eyes remained fixed on the milk tea on the right. Wang Wendy's curiosity was sparked again. Ganyu, are you dating someone too? You two, you and Douyin, truly, saying you won't date together you don't, saying you will you both do, people might think you two are dating. Wang Wendy stretched his neck further. Ask quickly, is the one on the right given to you by your girlfriend? Ganyu set down his school bag, with a calm expression collected some clothes from the cabinet, and headed towards the bathroom. Not my girlfriend, still undetermined, may not be able to proceed. It turns out it was just a flirtation. Wang Wendy and Zhou Mo immediately started a heated discussion on this topic once again. Completely unnoticed, the figure leaning back against the chair behind them seemed to have paused for a moment. After taking a shower, Ganyu emerged from the bathroom with a towel drying his hair. The man still maintained his lazy posture against the chair back without moving, but the atmosphere around him seemed even heavier than before. Ganyu asked, do you guys still want to drink milk tea? Wang Wendy jumped up immediately, of course. We've been waiting for half a day already. As Ganyu walked over, he asked, you don't want to drink it? Ganyu hung the towel around his neck, hesitated slightly, then said in a calm tone, keep the one on the right, take the other two and split them. In an instant, both of them turned into squealing chickens. Wang Wendy, is the milk tea from your ambiguous admirer really that good to drink? Zhou Mo, great, Ganyu, you're really capable. Not willing to chase papers tonight, Ganyu simply pulled back the covers and sat on the bed with a book in hand. After a while, someone sat down beside his bed. Ganyu glanced at him but didn't say anything. His wrist was suddenly pulled, and a box was placed into his palm. It's for you. Ganyu lifted his eyes, fixing them on the box for 2 seconds before shifting his gaze to the distinctly chiseled face beside him. Although he didn't know what was inside, something from this brand certainly wouldn't be cheap. Ganyu shifted his gaze away, put the box back into his hands, and raised the book higher, saying indifferently, I don't want it. Daiheng's brow tightened slightly. Having been rejected all day, his mood had already been sour, and upon returning to the dormitory, he also noticed the challenge from his rival. He had just managed to console himself, but now being rejected again made his mood plummet further, his voice dropping lower instinctively, why don't you want it? Looking sideways at him, Ganyu replied casually, it's only a trial between us, so stop adding more debts I can't repay. A sudden sensation struck Daiheng's heart as if it were hit by a heavy stick. Daiheng's voice dropped a little lower, who asked you to repay me? Shifting his gaze back to the book, Ganyu flipped a page, doing live streaming is out of necessity, but I haven't decided to beg on my knees yet. Don't send me these things anymore, I don't need them. There's also, Ganyu glanced at him again, noticing Daiheng's increasingly worse complexion, so he softened the words slightly, don't watch my live streams anymore in the future. Daiheng stiffened his figure and looked sideways at him, why? In a casual tone, Ganyu stated, I need to work to earn money, and you'll affect me during the live stream. Upon hearing this, Daiheng clenched his teeth slightly and let out a faint breath. Can't I give gifts to my boyfriend? With every word calling him boyfriend, Ganyu sighed imperceptibly. Unnecessary. Daiheng felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest and loosened his collar with his hand. But I'm willing to spend on you. How could it be that he couldn't even give money? Ganyu's unwillingness to accept his gifts or spend his money made him feel extremely uneasy. After all, he wasn't truly intent on dating him, everything was so clearly defined, not giving him any real chance. Just waiting to dump him after a month. Other people spend their boyfriend's money when they're in a relationship. Why do I have to beg you to use mine? Ganyu stared at him for a while and chuckled lightly, then find someone else to try. This single sentence left Daiheng completely speechless. He would usually not get really angry when Ganyu teased him, at most, he'd curse him a bit, but Daiheng gladly took it. But Ganyu's current stance of maintaining clear boundaries between them made him feel unbearable. What could he do? He was helplessly infatuated with him. This opportunity had come from pestering Ganyu incessantly, resorting to moral coercion and exhausting all possible means. Ganyu liked girls, and whenever a girl appeared near him, Daiheng felt inexplicably panicked. What if Ganyu still favored fragrant girls, and even after a month, he couldn't sway him? What should he do next? Even though he promised, if unsuccessful, he'd give up. But giving up was impossible for him. Daiheng always knew that the top student in their law department had a streak of pride about him. And there was absolutely nothing he could do to him right now. Daiheng stared at him for quite some time, let out a subtle sigh, and quietly said, "All right, I won't watch. Whatever you say, I'll follow." He would register more accounts later and continue sending him gifts. Daiheng's Adam's apple moved slightly. When's your next live stream? Ganyu glanced at him. What's up now? Daiheng looked down at him, a hint of mysterious gleam in his peach blossom eyes. I've been following all your rules. As compensation, can I kiss you? Ganyu's eyebrows twitched slightly. Not in the dormitory. So that meant it was okay somewhere else. Got it. Daiheng leaned close to his ear and whispered softly, I also want to see you in women's clothing, teacher Gan. Wear it for me. Chapter 84, Knitting a Scarf Out of Love. Ganyu raised his eyes and stared at him for a while, his expression slightly peculiar. After some thought, he asked, do you have any requirements for the clothing? Is there anything left for me to choose? Daiheng licked his lips and began to feel delighted again. All of them are fine, I'm not picky. Teacher Gan would look good in anything, just one glance could give him immense pleasure. Ganyu nodded slightly. Alright, I'll check later. Daiheng felt his heart overflow with joy, thinking that teacher Gan must be liking him a bit more now, otherwise why would he agree to dress up as a woman for him? At this moment, Ganyu was half reclining against the headboard, reading with lowered eyelashes, casting a small shadow below his eyelids. His features were clear, with well-defined facial contours, illuminated by the light from above, making him look unusually gentle. Daiheng became restless once again, testing the waters with a low voice. Can't I really steal a kiss? Ganyu lifted his eyes and just stared at him. This kind of stare, Daiheng was quite familiar with, it hinted that he wanted to curse him out. I know, roll away. Here I go. Daiheng bent down and quickly kissed the corner of his lips, a secret kiss, they didn't see it. After collecting his clothes, Daiheng went into the bathroom and after washing up, he pulled back the covers and sat on the bed. Picking up his phone, he found many new messages. All from teacher Gan. In the time he had taken a shower, he didn't know how Ganyu managed to find photos of various beauties. Different styles, everything was included. Daiheng's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. Without even opening the full-sized images, he idly scrolled through them without realizing. What did it mean? Was he supposed to choose clothing from these? Then he noticed the last message. Ganyu, no problem. If you need, I can introduce you to them. Daiheng. It was already almost midnight, and only a desk lamp was lit in the dormitory. From the other side, faint sounds could be heard of Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo playing on their phones. Ganyu had just put down the book in his hand, preparing to sleep, but before he could lie down, someone pushed aside the bed curtain and approached. The towering figure of Daiheng came closer. Daiheng had just taken a shower, his hair still half dry, slightly disheveled, wearing a simple long-sleeved work shirt, with broad shoulders. When he squeezed onto Ganyu's side, Ganyu couldn't help but feel that the bed had become incredibly narrow. Without saying a word, Princess Dai grabbed Ganyu's phone, lifting his wrist to unlock it using his fingerprint. Ganyu silently watched his actions. Daiheng opened WeChat, deleted all the pictures he had sent, then opened the photo album to ensure there were no pictures of the beauties inside, only then feeling satisfied enough to press the lock button. People who already have boyfriends should not view such unhealthy content. Ganyu. After receiving this polite greeting from teacher Gan, Daiheng returned to his own bed. He took out his phone, hesitated for a moment, then clicked again to open the mental health exchange group. The group was flooded with messages, as he hadn't participated in conversations for a while. Replies came quickly. Elder 2, you rarely appear except when you have questions. Elder 2, where do all these questions come from? Do you think we're Baidu Encyclopedia? Spencer Deng, so, did you smooch with someone again? The last time Daiheng chatted in the group was when, drunk, he kissed Ganyu and realized something was off about himself. Ignoring their jokes, Daiheng directly asked his question, what gifts do you usually give your partner? Spencer Deng, what? You finally managed to get a partner? Elder 2, is it your good buddy's younger sister? Did you manage to bag her? Finally turned into a pervert. Daiheng, nope. Spencer Deng. Didn't get her. Gave up. Changed targets. Elder 2, thank goodness, or else your buddy might have flipped on you. Daiheng, I managed to get him. 3-7. Elder 2. Deng Feiji. What does it mean? Did you manage to get him? Does it mean you didn't manage to get his sister but got the guy himself instead? Lao Air, who? Who did you get? Deng Feiji, isn't the pronoun he misused. 3-7, damn, there's really something wrong with you. I didn't know how serious it was when you mentioned it last time. You actually made a move on your good friend? Lao Air. What are you talking about? I don't get it. Deng Feiji, fine, chatting secretly behind our backs huh? Treating us like outsiders. Lao Air, didn't you say last time that it was an accident? And you swore that you liked girls. Look at you now. Deng Feiji, well, speaking of which, your roommate doesn't seem gay, so why would he agree to be with you? Have you possibly forced him? Daiheng's eyelid twitched slightly. Although it wasn't exactly to that extent, it was close. He used some tricks anyway. Daiheng pulled the conversation back, now the issue is, he won't accept my money transfers or gifts either. What should I give him then? Deng Feiji, your partner is tough to handle. Gifts from you must have reached millions already. So this has nothing to do with money. 3-7, it sounds like he's not too willing to be with you. Daiheng. Daiheng looked grim and typed out a few words, any advice? Lao Air, if money's not his thing, that makes it difficult for you. If throwing money can't solve it, try making a gift by hand, it shows your sincerity. Deng Feiji, how about knitting a scarf then? Keep him warm all through winter. All those nasty friends started coming up with nasty ideas again. Daiheng looked down and gave a light sneer towards the message, are you joking? Me? Knitting a scarf? Impossible. The next noon. Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo stopped playing games, sat aside cracking sunflower seeds while watching the young master slouching in the chair with knitting needles in his hands. Making a scarf out of love. Daiheng had distinct knuckles, large palms, and when he bent them slightly, the veins on the back of his hands were very visible. Even with his eyes lowered, you could still see his prominent nose bridge and sharp, defined facial contours. Indeed, a handsome man knitting a scarf also looks handsome. But his knitting skills weren't great. He'd knit 3 rounds and have to undo 2. After an hour or two, no results showed. The 2 chairs were pushed together, their heads close as they whispered. Wang Wendong couldn't help but shake his head, TSK, the power of love is truly great. Zhou Mo muttered quietly, never thought Daiheng would be someone so easily swept off their feet. Wang Wendong, with such a deceiving face, turns out he's having the purest kind of romance. Just who on earth is the person he's seeing? To eat so well. Zhou Mo spat out a sunflower seed shell, glancing at the ball of yarn, but this color of the scarf, isn't it a bit unsuitable for a girl? Wang Wendong finally realized, that's true. How did he pick gray, similar to Ganyu's light gray sweater? Exactly, Ganyu loves this color. Chapter 85, Don't Reject. As the 2 were chatting happily, they saw the man lift his hand to check the time, then put away his knitting needles, placing everything inside the cabinet. Wang Wendong looked up as he stood and gazed upward at him, Daiheng, where are you going? Daiheng casually threw on a coat and tossed out 2 words absent-mindedly, to pick someone up. In the cold December sky, it was always gray, damp air everywhere. Halfway through the last class, it began to rain heavily outside the window. By the end of class, there was no sign the rain would stop. Ganyu left without an umbrella and realized upon exiting the classroom that the rain was quite heavy, so he waited in the first-floor lobby for it to stop. Around him, people gradually left with umbrellas in hand. There were also quite a few people like him who hadn't brought an umbrella, standing in the first-floor lobby to avoid the rain. At one moment of raising his eyes, Ganyu saw Chen-Si and her number 31 boyfriend through the continuous curtain of rain nearby. They looked very sweet together, arm in arm under the same umbrella, laughing and chatting as they passed through the crossroads ahead. Ganyu suddenly thought of something. Since the senior sister already had a steady boyfriend and planned to cohabit, wouldn't it be inappropriate for him to go to her place anymore? But right now, he had nowhere else to put his things. With less than a month left in the semester before the break, wouldn't renting a place be a bad deal? He'd find some time to retrieve the stuff he kept at her place. If you stare at her any longer, I'll bite you. A low, lazy voice came from near his ear. Ganyu snapped out of it and turned his head. Beside him stood a tall figure wearing a black coat, one hand in the pocket of his pants while the other held a black umbrella. The veins on the back of his hand were clearly visible as he gripped it. His eyes were lowered, those peach blossom-like eyes dangerously fixated on Ganyu with an unreadable glint. Ganyu was just coming back to reality and hadn't noticed what he said earlier, why are you here? The man lost all interest, do you like her? Ganyu wasn't sure what he meant, who? Dai Heng slightly raised his eyelids and followed Ganyu's line of sight from before. It led in the direction Chen Si and her boyfriend had just left. Is this your ideal sister type? It took several seconds for Ganyu to fully catch the implication. How did he get that idea? Ganyu, can't you see she already has such a huge boyfriend? Her boyfriend? At hearing the word boyfriend, Dai Heng's sense of crisis eased down a little bit. Dai Heng squinted and stared for a long time. Seems familiar. Who is that guy? Don't you remember? When you were playing basketball last time, you teased him like he was a monkey, but you forgot him now. Oh, him, Dai Heng remembered. Then with an indifferent gaze lowering again, he asked, then why were you staring at her? Ganyu looked away, thinking about something. Dai Heng considered another possibility and spoke in a lower tone. You're not secretly harboring feelings for her, are you? Ganyu's expression turned slightly odd as he chuckled. Could you please stop spreading rumors in front of me? Dai Heng stared at him for 2 seconds. His peach-like eyes curved up as he removed the hand hidden in his pocket and pulled Ganyu into an embrace. Good. Just don't like her. Let's go. Your boyfriend is picking you up after class. At exactly that moment, a muffled scream erupted behind them. Ganyu suddenly realized they were still in the lobby on the first floor where quite a few people were taking shelter from the rain. He paused briefly. Take your hand off. Dai Heng glanced at him, hesitated for 2 seconds, and obediently let go. There's no way around it. Teacher Gan refused to acknowledge their relationship officially, so he could only endure it for now. The two shared the same umbrella but their shoulders unavoidably brushed against each other going down the stairs. One wore a light gray down jacket, the other a black coat. Their height difference was also apparent. They were both top students at Ling University, and wherever they went, they drew attention. Not to mention when Dai Heng had just lifted his hand to embrace the boy earlier. While holding the umbrella, its tilt leaned more towards the clear-faced young man. The crowd watching couldn't help themselves. They wanted nothing more than for these two to become a couple. To give Teacher Gan a surprise, Dai Heng didn't return to the dormitory for 2 nights straight. During the day, he accompanied his boyfriend to classes. At night, he snuck back to the apartment and worked through the sleepless nights until finally finishing the scarf. Though it was a bit crooked and not entirely aesthetically pleasing. Once wrapped in a paper bag, Dai Heng returned to the dormitory that evening with plans to gift it to his boyfriend. In the dorm room, Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo were gossiping and chatting about girls together. Seeing Dai Heng come in, Wang Wendong began asking about his progress. Bro, haven't seen you for 2 days, are you done with that scarf? Zhou Mo, did you send it out already? Was your girlfriend touched to death? Wang Wendong's eyes dropped, landing on the neatly packaged paper bag in Dai Heng's hands. What's this? The scarf. You haven't sent it out yet. Dai Heng seemed relaxed, his gaze drifting to Ganyu's empty bed. Where's Ganyu? Wang Wendong thought for a moment, seemed to have gone to visit an older student. Zhou Mo nodded. Yeah, after they came out of the library, they walked together and mentioned going to the older student's house or something. Dai Heng. Why was it always about some senior student? How come she was always hovering around? Without delay, he pulled out his phone to send Ganyu a message. Before he managed to send it, a new message popped up on the screen. Ganyu, are you home? I want to leave something at your place. Dai Heng's fingers paused slightly. Where are you? Ganyu, in front of your door. Just as Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo were about to ask something, they watched that towering figure seem to notice something, then put away his phone and left without looking back. Their movements were swift enough that they almost lost track of him. Wang Wendong, Zhou Mo. What an efficient man. Half an hour later, Dai Heng returned to the apartment. He was in a rush to get back, and his heart was still pounding a little faster than usual. There was no one at the door, and the corridor was empty, with no sign of Ganyu or whatever he had mentioned leaving behind. Dai Heng's Adam's apple slid as he reached out to press the elevator button for the downward direction. Just as he was about to go downstairs to look for him, something occurred to him, and he pushed open the emergency exit next to him instead. The sound-controlled light in the stairwell lit up with a noise. Ganyu was holding his phone, playing a mini-game on WeChat. Why did it take so long? It's freezing. He was wearing a light gray down jacket and light-colored jeans, sitting casually on a couple of steps with his elbow resting on his knee, fully absorbed in the game on WeChat. Dai Heng stared at him for quite a while, and the sound of his heartbeat finally calmed down a bit before he approached and squatted down halfway in front of him. Ganyu rarely played games. After not hearing any response for half a day, just as he was about to raise his eyes, he suddenly felt a soft touch wrapping around his neck. His fingers paused accidentally holding for too long, and all the points he'd accumulated disappeared. What is this? A scarf, it's for you. Dai Heng's Adam's apple moved, his voice still slightly hoarse. I wove it myself, don't reject it. Chapter 86, I like ugly things. The temperature dropped below zero, and the weather forecast said it might snow soon. After waiting in the hallway for more than half an hour, Ganyu's fingers were already icy cold. His body was cold, his hands were cold, but being wrapped by the soft scarf seemed to start warming his face and the whole person. Ganyu raised his eyes and met the gaze of the person in front of him. Can you actually knit scarves? Dai Heng's expression didn't change much, he spoke lightly. It's not that difficult, I learned after watching several hundred videos. Ganyu lowered his head and chuckled softly. Daiheng cast his eyes downward, his eyelashes lightly covering them as his palm touched the back of Ganyu's hand, feeling his temperature. Why are your hands so cold? He stood up, his big palms gently enveloping Ganyu's fingers and tucking his hands into his own clothes, placing them over his abdomen. Sorry Gan teacher, I'm late. Let me warm your hands. The cold fingers touched the warm skin, and the heat spread from the nerve endings. Ganyu hadn't reacted yet when this guy decided to stick his hands inside his shirt to warm them. The sudden cold invasion caused a tension in Daiheng's waist. Shit, really damn cold. Though he complained like this, Daiheng didn't let go of his hands but kept pulling his hand close to his skin to warm it. Are you stupid? Of course they're cold. His hands had almost lost sensation earlier, like ice blocks. There was a firm texture in his palm. Ganyu glanced at him, trying to pull his hand out, but couldn't move it. Daiheng didn't loosen his grip on his hand. It's cold outside, let's talk inside. A black suitcase leaned against the wall near the emergency exit, standing quietly there. Daiheng helped Ganyu stand up with one hand, and his other free hand gripped the handle of the suitcase, glancing down. Is this what you were talking about? Ganyu's eyelids flickered, and he hummed an affirmation. I'll take it home next time. Just leave it here for now. His gaze fell, landing on the hand tightly clasped in his palm. Why, how could Daiheng wear so few clothes and have such hot palms? They were burning enough to make him sweat. Daiheng pushed the suitcase to the door, took the keys out of his pants pocket, unlocked the door, and brought the luggage inside. Where did this huge suitcase come from? What's inside? These past few nights, Daiheng had been staying home, and the floor heating had been on in the apartment. The moment the door opened, a wave of warmth rushed out. Daiheng bent over slightly, fetched a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet, placed them in front of Ganyu, and adjusted the temperature higher with the remote control. At this point, Ganyu's hands were no longer cold, and he pulled his fingers away from Daiheng's grasp. Things for live streaming. Daiheng's posture froze for a second as he looked up through his lashes. Ganyu lowered his eyes, changed into slippers. I used to keep them at my senior sister's place. She recently wants to cohabit with her boyfriend, so she doesn't want us to disturb their two-person world, hence I took them back. Ah, I see. Daiheng lazily responded, so you used to do live streams at her place? Aha. You two seem to have a great relationship. For some reason, these words felt a bit sarcastic. Ganyu gave him a glance, a bit amused. What else do you want to say? Daiheng slipped his hand into his trouser pocket casually and tilted his head to look at him. Why don't you like her? She's quite pretty, isn't she? Does being pretty necessarily mean liking someone? Ganyu took off his coat, hung it on the rack, and looked down at the scarf around his neck. After pondering for a while, he still removed it and examined it for a long time. This scarf is quite ugly. The scarf was not very neatly woven. Some stitches were tight while others were loose, unevenly twisted, and definitely didn't look good, though he liked its color. A lazy voice came from beside him. If you really dislike it, just throw it away. This time I didn't do a great job. I'll weave a better one for you next time. Ganyu raised his eyes and looked over. No need, I like ugly things. After saying this, Ganyu walked right past him to check on his son in the living room. Daiheng stood there for several seconds before recovering his senses. His Adam's apple moved as he realized his gift had finally been accepted. He licked his dry lips and followed up. If you told me you were coming, I wouldn't have gone back to school, and I could have driven to pick you up. Ganyu, I originally wanted to bring it to my dormitory, but the things inside might be a bit inconvenient if seen by others. Daiheng raised an eyebrow. A bit inconvenient? Ganyu's tone was casual. Women's clothing, wigs, pretty strange stuff for a men's dormitory, right? Daiheng paused in his step, turned back to look at that suitcase with interest. There are women's clothes in there. Ganyu felt another subtle moment. What, you want to try them on? Daiheng's eyelid flickered, wanting to say something but held back. Forget it, even if he said it, Gan teacher wouldn't wear them for him to see anyway. Sit for a while, let me get you a glass of hot water. Daiheng kept one hand in his trouser pocket, unhurriedly turning around and walking into the kitchen. Ganyu withdrew his gaze and went to sit on the sofa. It had been days since they last met, and Xiao Sanhua had gained more weight. When they first found it, the whole cat was very thin. Now it has gotten fatter, with fluffier fur, a big tail, and its mottled yellow and black colors resembled ink paintings, looking very beautiful. Upon seeing his father, the cat became quite affectionate, coming over directly onto Ganyu's lap and emitted a meow. Ganyu lifted his hand and rubbed the cat's head. How much does your second dad feed you, fattening you up like this? Holding a glass of water, Daiheng walked over, sat on the coffee table facing him, and handed the glass of water over. Rest assured, I haven't mistreated your son. Ganyu weighed it with his hand. Too fat. He won't find a wife soon. Daiheng let out a low chuckle from his throat. He wasn't going to find one anyway. Mr. Sanhua is usually the one being pinned underneath. Ganyu's fingers stopped petting the cat as he stared ahead questioningly. Is that true? Daiheng whispered, you can find him a husband. This topic felt a bit delicate. Ganyu continued to rub the cat's head and nudged the person in front of him with his leg. Give him a bath, he smells. Xiao Sanhua complained again with a loud meow. Alright. Daiheng responded indifferently, still sitting in place and staring at him. Ganyu raised his eyes and happened to meet those deep, playful peony eyes. They carried a faint smile, unwavering as they gazed at him. His breathing suddenly tightened as he bumped him with his knee. What's so funny? Not. The curve of Dai Heng's lips grew wider as he lowered his head and rested his hand on his knee. His palm was warm against Gan Yu's skin. It's just. I'm really happy you came to see me. Gan Yu stiffened slightly, forgetting to respond. After saying this, Dai Heng stood up and headed towards the bathroom. I'll let the water run. Chapter 87, Do you still want to kiss? The phone in his pocket vibrated several times. Gan Yu held the cat in his arms and pulled out his phone to glance at it. Several WeChat messages popped up on the screen. From their dorm 411 group chat. Wang Wendong, at Dai Heng, how come so urgent? Are you going to see your girlfriend? Zhou Mo, have you sent it out yet? Let us know. At least say something. Zhou Mo, our grand romantic poet worked 2 all-nighters just to weave it. His girlfriend must be deeply moved. Wang Wendong, at Dai Heng, reply when you're free, we're all curious. Let us know what happens. Zhou Mo, at Gan Yu, are you coming back to the dorm tonight? Gan Yu's eyes flickered as he typed a message in the group chat. At Zhou Mo, how did you know he was knitting a scarf? Wang Wendong posted a picture in the group. Wang Wendong, I took this photo. I found it quite surprising, seeing him knit a scarf. The contrast was full on, so I just snapped it casually. Don't you think it turned out pretty well? Zhou Mo, he was knitting it a few days ago at noon. Oh right, you weren't in the dorm that day. Later when it rained heavily, wasn't he picking someone up? Speaking of which, the 2 of you returned together that day. Zhou Mo, now I get it, he went to pick you up, didn't he? Zhou Mo, this is what a good buddy looks like. Zhou Mo, at Wang Wendong, learn from him. Take a look at others. Wang Wendong, Wowa. Seeing the message, Gan Yu remembered that rainy day when they returned to the dormitory and his shoulder was drenched. The umbrella was mostly above his head, he seemed dry. The apartment temperature felt a bit too high now, and he could feel heat rising in his chest. The water is ready, bring your son over. That deep lazy voice carried from the bathroom. I'm coming. Gan Yu snapped back to reality, set his phone aside, and carried the cat into the bathroom. Cats usually dislike water, but this calico stayed surprisingly calm when placed in the basin. Warm water flowed over its body, leaving only its little head exposed. The 2 of them provided washing services, 1 on each side. Gan teacher. Dai Heng glanced down, holding the shower head and spraying water onto the cat. You've brought all your stuff back, are you going to continue live streaming? Gan Yu lathered bubbles onto the cat. Let's see, maybe I won't stream for a while and we'll find something else to do. When school resumes next semester, I may rent a place. Dai Heng paused his fingers and looked up. Rent a place. Gan Yu calmly said, it's not convenient living at someone else's house, renting would be better. Dai Heng pondered silently and used his free hand to roll up Gan Yu's sleeve that had fallen. I have an empty room here, you can use it. Gan Yu lowered his gaze, remained silent, and gently rubbed the bubbles off the cat. Dai Heng glanced at him but didn't press further, quietly rinsing the cat. Gan Yu's gaze fell on Dai Heng's palm as he stroked the cat. His hands were large, and when he curled his fingers, there was always a sense of casual control. He couldn't imagine this hand holding knitting needles to make a scarf. It didn't seem like something he'd do. They finished washing the cat and cleaned off the bubbles. Gan Yu seemed absent-minded as he wrapped the cat in a specialized bath towel. Just as he picked it up, the calico suddenly struggled, and its claws accidentally scratched across his forearm, leaving a bloody mark. The scratch was long, and almost instantly blood droplets seeped out. Before Gan Yu even realized it, since he didn't feel any pain yet. Dai Heng noticed immediately, his brows furrowing tightly. He had been cleaning the bathroom with the showerhead, but upon seeing the scratch, he dropped the showerhead altogether. Stupid cat. He placed the cat wrapped in the towel to one side, grabbed Gan Yu's wrist, and rinsed his wound under the faucet. It's bleeding, let's go to the hospital. Gan Yu's gaze fell on the back of his hand. It's not that serious, applying some iodine should be fine. What if it gets infected? Gan Yu, it's vaccinated, and it just took a bath, its claws aren't dirty. There's no need to go to the hospital. Still unconvinced, Dai Heng pulled him to sit on the sofa and took out his phone from his pocket. I'll call and ask. Then Gan Yu watched as Dai Heng paced back and forth anxiously in the living room, making phone calls. Are you sure putting some iodine on it will suffice? Do we really not need to go to the hospital for a shot or something? Gan Yu. Only after Dai Heng hung up the phone did he finally believe the fact that scratches from cats don't require shots. He retrieved some iodine from the first aid kit. He sat down at the coffee table opposite the sofa, slightly leaning forward, and placed Gan Yu's palm on his knee. Dai Heng's shoulders were wide. From Gan Yu's perspective, he could see his prominent nose and slightly pursed lips. As the iodine touched the wound, a slight stinging sensation passed through. Dai Heng leaned down, softly blowing onto the wound. The cooling sensation tingled slightly, reaching his heart and creating a mild numbness. So far, Gan Yu was struggling to understand exactly what Dai Heng saw in him. He had always thought Dai Heng was merely playing around. After all, his family had mentioned how he loved to play from a young age. Growing up without ever having a girlfriend, developing other feelings for a close friend wasn't entirely impossible. Perhaps once the novelty wore off, he would return to normal. As for what Dai Heng said about liking him, Ganyu hadn't taken it too seriously. But now, increasingly, he began to realize, Dai Heng might be serious. How long had it been since someone treated him so earnestly? His mother passed away when he was still very young. That feeling of being tenderly loved was something he rarely experienced. However, his father truly cared for him, even if he didn't often express it. A man's love is usually hidden deep inside, only manifested through actions. The family was in debt, yet they still provided for his schooling. His father, who wouldn't spend on himself, made sure to save up money for his living expenses. When it became too much to bear, his father fell ill, and the burden of carrying this family fell onto Ganyu's shoulders. He felt like he wasn't particularly good at loving others. Nor did he think he deserved to be loved. He didn't know what Dai Heng saw in him. Yet at this moment, he clearly felt what it was like to be liked by someone else. Perhaps overwhelmed by the intensity of the other's emotions, his mind became somewhat unclear. Ganyu's head felt slightly heated. Let's give it another try. Dai Heng was concentrating on applying the medicine, startled by the sudden sound beside him, and he glanced up with raised eyebrows. What? Ganyu moved his throat, lifting his eyes, quietly locking gazes with Dai Heng. Do you still want to kiss? Chapter 88, I want you to like me. After these words fell, silence enveloped the room. The prolonged silence made Ganyu doubt whether he had really said those words aloud. Dai Heng stared at him for 2 seconds, his Adam's apple rolling slowly before lowering his head to place a bandage over the wound, gently brushing against his hand with warmth. Ganyu's fingers twitched, his thoughts abruptly snapping back. So that was just his own hallucination then, he hadn't really said those words. Good thing. Then the next second, Dai Heng spoke. Yes. Ganyu's breath stopped again. Dai Heng's voice was low, only after confirming that the wound was handled correctly did he raise his eyes, meeting Ganyu's gaze. Is the wound all right? Can I kiss you now? Their eyes locked, making the air feel stifling. One sat on the sofa, the other on the coffee table, facing each other knee to knee. Ganyu had taken off his coat, revealing a light gray t-shirt, with a slender neck leading to a concave clavicle, and a slightly protruding throat, adding an innocent sexiness. His frame appeared thin and clear-cut. A loose pair of jeans covered him thinly, but nothing could shield him from sensing the other person's temperature. Neither of them pulled away, allowing their warmth to intertwine. Dai Heng rested his elbows casually on his knees, leaning forward slightly. The collar of his black sweater dropped a little, exposing firm muscle lines. Staring at Ganyu blatantly. Yet he remained silent, waiting patiently for Ganyu's response, intensifying his dominance. Having spoken recklessly out of a temporary mental haze, Ganyu felt as if half of his body was already dangling off a cliff. He swallowed lightly, then. Suddenly, there was a faint meow nearby. Under that intense gaze, Ganyu instinctively gripped the soft fabric of the sofa tightly, awkwardly shifting his gaze, the words originally meant to be spoken caught in his throat. Then, let's finish things at home first, the cat hasn't dried yet. After giving it a bath, they had only wrapped it in a towel without drying it properly, then got involved in dealing with the wound. Only now did they remember that the cat still existed. Dai Heng looked at him steadily, with a dark gleam in his eyes that seemed to hook onto Ganyu. His approach had been too aggressive recently, overly eager, pressuring the other too much. However, Ganyu coming to find him voluntarily today delighted him greatly. Moreover, Ganyu accepted his scarf, which slightly alleviated his inner unease. At least Teacher Gan was willing to give him another chance. Thus, he shouldn't be as hasty as before, but instead, exhibit more patience. Alright, let me handle it. Dai Heng adjusted his posture slightly, stood up, shuffled into the bathroom in slippers, picked up the cat, and used a hairdryer to dry it. The loud sound of the hairdryer couldn't drown out Ganyu's pounding heartbeat. That impulsive statement left him feeling a bit trapped. Was he really going to kiss Dai Heng soon? And it was he who had proposed it. Hadn't he been possessed by some spirit moments ago? How could he have said something so stupid? Ganyu adjusted his breathing, picking up the glass on the coffee table and taking a sip of water. He glanced at Dai Heng and the cat nearby. Today, Dai Heng seemed especially patient. He looked calm and collected, unhurried and organized. Even though in the past he always acted carefree with an easygoing attitude, during this recent period of chasing after Ganyu for a relationship, Dai Heng had seemed unusually restless. But today he appeared relaxed, as if that easiness had returned. He looked quite laid back. After drying the cat's fur, Dai Heng put away the hairdryer and carried the cat back to its bed with one hand, letting it play alone before returning to sit next to Ganyu on the sofa. Ganyu fidgeted with his phone, casually opening an app but not focusing on a single word. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Ganyu's heart started to beat erratically. Before he managed to say anything, Dai Heng spoke first. Have you eaten dinner yet? He asked. Ganyu was slightly stunned, as the situation wasn't unfolding like he imagined. He paused. No. Good, neither have I. There's nothing else in the house anyway, so I'll cook some noodles for you. Without giving Ganyu a chance to refuse, Dai Heng rose slowly and went into the kitchen. Ganyu stared at the direction Dai Heng walked off to, his mind hazy, still confused by what just happened. His fingers aimlessly swiped across the screen. About 10 minutes later, Daiheng emerged from the kitchen, placing a bowl on the table lazily. "Teacher Gan, come over and eat your noodles." Raising his eyes, Ganyu finally came to his senses, putting down his phone and walking over to sit on the chair beside him, receiving chopsticks in his hands. It was a simple egg noodle dish, but the broth looked thick and tasted surprisingly good. Ganyu increasingly felt peculiar, recalling what Daiheng had said earlier. "Didn't you say you couldn't cook?" Daiheng leaned one hand on the table, looking at him lazily. "I bought a cookbook and have been researching lately. I plan to cook for you from now on." Ganyu's fingers paused, asking subconsciously, "Why cook for me?" Daiheng's lips curved up, smiling carelessly. "What do you think?" Ganyu's neck stiffened slightly. "Huh." There was a moment of silence. Then that low, lazy voice whispered right by his ear, almost inaudible, "I want you to like me." Before Ganyu could respond, a teasing voice interrupted from the side. "Eat quickly, Teacher Gan. Once you're done, we can make out." I'm barely holding myself back. By the time he finished the bowl of noodles, Ganyu almost felt full to bursting. After having a simple dinner, Daiheng cleaned up the table and washed the bowls at the sink. When he returned to the living room and sat on the couch again, Ganyu felt completely lost. Daiheng approached once more, handing him a plate of sliced fruit. "Wait for me for a bit while I take a shower." Just for a kiss, why was there even a need for a shower? It was as if they were planning more than just a kiss. Ganyu looked up at him. Daiheng glanced at him, explaining softly, "I hurried back to find you earlier and worked up a sweat." Ganyu lowered his gaze, his eyes falling onto the screen as he gave a faint "oh." The bathroom door remained open, and the sound of water soon followed. Sitting quietly on the sofa, Ganyu seemed distracted, grabbing a green grape to chew on. With nothing else to do, he opened WeChat and idly flipped through it. There were many notifications showing up on the WeChat interface. He tapped through them one by one, clearing the red dots above each chat. At the top of the list was the latest group message. Ganyu tapped into it, discovering it was their club chat group. Chapter 89, Don't Leave Tonight. Discussions and chats were ongoing, with new messages continuously popping up. Someone had mentioned him multiple times, so Ganyu scrolled to the top and read downward. The vice president sent a notice at everyone. Next week, during Christmas, their club would be hosting a team-building activity and asked who was signing up. Below, people replied with their enrollments. Enrollment. Enrollment. Yi Tan, enrollment. There were still several people who hadn't replied, all of whom were mentioned by the vice president. Zhang Tao, "I won't go, I have something else that day." Vice president, at Zhang Tao, "Okay." Chen Peipei, "I can't make it either, I have a date." At vice president. Vice president, K. Ganyu finished reading the messages, opened the input box, and typed a few words. "I won't go." After thinking about it for a moment, he felt these words seemed a bit too cold, so he added a few more and sent the message. Ganyu, "I won't go, I have other things to do." He didn't like participating in such activities anyway, let alone after Yi Tan had signed up, he wanted to avoid going even more. Vice president, at Ganyu, "It doesn't seem possible. Teacher Sun said you must come, otherwise, you won't get extra credits, and then your scholarship for next semester will be cancelled." Ganyu. Even though most people had signed up, a few had also said they wouldn't go. Why was only his request refused? Ganyu, "Isn't Zhang Tao not going either?" Vice president, "This is a special requirement just for you, after all, Teacher Sun likes you the most." Vice president, "He specifically reminded me to ensure that you attend." Ganyu. Teacher Sun wasn't in the group, but the information was passed down through the president and vice president, sparking a discussion on this matter. Lu Mingtao, "I've really noticed this, Teacher Sun seems especially fond of Ganyu." Vice president, "Absolutely. Every time during roll call, Teacher Sun always calls Ganyu's name first. If he isn't present, Teacher Sun always asks me where Ganyu has gone. He never questions others." Zhao Ming, "I heard Teacher Sun has a daughter, is he trying to set her up with Ganyu? Why does he always cue Ganyu, laugh cry, dot. Zhang Tao, "Ganyu is a potential asset, who wouldn't like him? Talented and excellent, yet well disciplined. If I were an elder, I would willingly marry my daughter to him too." Lu Mingtao, "Do you think the top student of the law major is joking around? Several teachers have targeted him already, trying to find out if he's in a relationship so they can introduce him to their acquaintances." Chen Peipei, "How old is Teacher Sun's daughter?" Vice president, "She's probably a freshman too, but not at our school." Chen Peipei, "It all makes sense now. It's hard enough finding a partner as it is, and now we're competing against teachers too." Lu Fang, "Why don't I have such a father figure carrot?" Vice president, "We'll meet at 8 a.m. on December 25th at the south gate of Ling University. A one-day trip to Tongzhou Island. At everyone." Vice president, at Ganyu. Vice president, at Ganyu. Vice president, at Ganyu. Vice president, "Important matters need to be mentioned 3 times, don't pretend you didn't see them. If you don't come, Teacher Sun will blame me." At Ganyu. Ganyu suddenly started feeling a headache, unable to find any excuses to decline, so he returned without engaging further in the conversation. Moving his finger, he clicked into the next red dot. The dormitory group chat showed Wang Wendan and Zhou Mo constantly mentioning the two of them, even though there were only two people chatting, they were quite lively. Gan Yu casually skimmed through their chat history. When he saw a photo of a princess-like girl sitting in a chair knitting a scarf, his gaze paused for a moment. Hesitating briefly, he pressed long on the screen and saved the picture. After fooling around on his phone for some time, he started feeling relaxed. Just as he clicked into the class group, the door to his room was suddenly opened from the inside. Gan Yu's finger twitched slightly, accidentally clicking into the text box. That person walked over to him, standing silently before him, and a deep, lazy voice came from above his head, "Done with your chores, can we kiss now?" Only now did Gan Yu realize why Daiheng was waiting. Because earlier, Gan Yu had said that he would wait until he was done with house chores. Gan Yu's heart tightened again. His finger, still lingering on the interface, accidentally typed a bunch of random characters. Slightly adjusting his posture, he hummed in acknowledgement. Gan Yu's mind went blank for a moment. Turning his head away, his heart was still pounding violently, his voice hoarse as he called out, "Daiheng." He responded softly. Gan Yu's throat moved slightly, "I should head back to school." Daiheng held his chin and leaned down to steal another quiet kiss, his voice low and raspy, "Don't leave tonight." Chapter 90, no different from an ex. After a while, Gan Yu lightly moved his leg, shifting to the side, his voice somewhat dry, "Could you try to control yourself a little? Do you think this is something I can control?" The person next to him lazily chuckled in his ear, "Now you know how much I like you." Gan Yu was speechless. Not only did he know, but he also clearly felt it. How had this guy become so completely smitten? Daiheng extended his hand, gently tugging at the hem of Gan Yu's clothes, and spoke slowly, "Did the kiss feel good? Could Teacher Gan consider giving me a chance to turn it official?" Gan Yu glanced at him, pulling his clothes out of Daiheng's hands, and reminded him, "There are still 18 days, and I'm counting." Daiheng slightly raised an eyebrow. "I'm leaving." Gan Yu straightened out his rumpled clothes, slipped on his slippers, stood up, and walked out of the room. Daiheng followed behind him at a leisurely pace and said, "Can't you just sleep here? If you're not comfortable, I'll set up the guest room for you. I won't bother you." Gan Yu remained silent without speaking, and silently changed his shoes. His mind was blank, he hadn't been able to accept yet that he was kissed by another man and actually enjoyed it. He seemed to be lost. Daiheng walked to the entrance hall and lazily leaned against the wall. His narrow, smiling eyes suddenly muttered, "Teacher Gan, I suspect you're playing with my feelings. Kissing whenever you feel like it, then leaving after kissing. How is that any different from being a scumbag?" Gan Yu put on the down jacket, glanced at him, and said, "Oh. So what? It's fine." Daiheng's smile deepened, his eyes sparkling under the light as if they were glowing faintly, "At least you're only playing with me and not others, so you must still like me." Gan Yu's fingers holding the scarf paused briefly. "You're pretty good at self-hypnosis." Daiheng sighed, "Since my boyfriend refuses to give me an official title, I can only hypnotize myself." "Then keep hypnotizing yourself." Gan Yu tied his scarf and decided to go outside to cool off, pushing the door open, "I'm leaving." Daiheng casually took off his coat and said in a relaxed tone, "I'll see you out." Gan Yu stopped, looked back at him, "It's just a few steps away. Do you really need to send me? Even though my boyfriend is kind of a scumbag, I still have to see you out." By the time Gan Yu returned to school, it was almost 11 in the evening. The car drove straight to the dormitory building. Gan Yu got out of the car and was about to close the door when he hesitated, bending down to look at the driver, "Are you going back?" Although the distance wasn't far, going back and forth would be quite troublesome. Daiheng casually placed his hand on the steering wheel, bit into a cigarette, and was looking for a lighter. Hearing Gan Yu's voice, he turned his head to look at him, "Let's go back. It's inconvenient to stay tonight." Inconvenient? Gan Yu didn't understand, what's inconvenient? The lights downstairs were dim, and everything around them was quiet. Daiheng sat in the car, his handsome face shrouded in semi-light and semi-darkness, with only the outline visible, his nose particularly well defined. The sound of the lighter striking emitted a crackle, a small flame flickered, and he lit the cigarette. Then he tilted his head and spoke teasingly. "I'll have to take a cold shower when I get back." "Got it, Teacher Gan." When Gan Yu returned to the dormitory, Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo were still awake. The two of them were sitting on their respective beds soaking their feet. Gan Yu unlocked the door and entered. Hearing the noise, the conversation in the dorm abruptly stopped, and both of them simultaneously looked towards the door. Wang Wendong was eating chips, making a crunching sound. "Hey, Gan Yu, you're back. I thought you wouldn't return to the dormitory tonight. Did you go on a date?" Zhou Mo asked, "Tell us about it." The two single guys were very interested in the love life of the campus heartthrob. Although they didn't know who the partner was, it didn't stop them from wanting to hear some details. Gan Yu glanced at them and stayed silent for a moment. "Where did you get these foot-soaking buckets?" "Quite health-conscious." Wang Wendong immediately went off topic and enthusiastically recommended them. "Speaking of this foot-soaking bucket, let me tell you, it's fantastic. It folds up, taking up no space at all. And recently I've researched it, there are many benefits to soaking your feet." While talking, Wang Wendong stared at Gan Yu for a long time. "Whoa, your lips are so red. Did you make out with someone? Gan Yu stiffened for a moment. Finding his statement illogical, Zhou Mo scolded him, if you could kiss an ambiguous partner, then it's not an ambiguous relationship anymore. Wang Wendong reflected for a moment, that's true. Without confirming the relationship, how can you kiss? Gan Yu wouldn't be such a scumbag. Gan Yu. Gan Yu silently took off his coat, hung it in a wardrobe, and sat down in a chair. Just now, they hadn't noticed, it was only after Gan Yu took off his coat that the scarf around his neck became visible. Zhou Mo's attention was immediately caught, Gan Yu, your scarf looks really familiar. Wang Wendong also looked over, ha ha ha, it really does, the same color as the one Daiheng knitted. The pattern is exactly the same. Gan Yu's body froze once more, just realizing he had forgotten to take off the scarf before entering the dormitory. Damn. After laughing for a while, the two suddenly realized something was off. Zhou Mo became increasingly sure, could this be the scarf that Daiheng knitted? Wang Wendong, so. The air suddenly fell into silence. Gan Yu wanted to dispose of this scarf without a trace. 2 seconds later. Wang Wendong carefully probed, his girlfriend didn't take it and gave it to you instead. Zhou Mo slapped his thigh, go ahead, poor love expert. Spent 2 nights knitting, but his girlfriend refused it. Wang Wendong said firmly, his girlfriend must have thought it was too ugly and rejected it. Zhou Mo, then his girlfriend is quite heartless. The two began heatedly discussing again. Gan Yu silently shoved the scarf into the cabinet. Friday afternoon. The drama club was rehearsing in the school auditorium. They would be performing at the end of the year and were currently doing intense rehearsals of Romeo and Juliet. Due to his outstanding acting skills, Gan Yu was assigned the task of helping out with miscellaneous things, arranging the venue and assisting wherever needed. Actually, Gan Yu didn't have to come today. He originally planned to go to the library, but the drama club was short on hands, so the vice president called him over to help. After the rehearsal ended, Gan Yu, as the assistant, began moving props from the stage downstairs. The vice president hoisted up a mirror, Gan Yu, thank you for your trouble today. After you move that last chair, you can leave. Gan Yu responded indifferently. As he lifted the last chair, someone suddenly walked up from one side of the stage, still in actor's costume, blocking his way. Gan Yu, do you have time tonight? Gan Yu's fingers paused, and he looked up. Yi Tan had a small role in the play, he hadn't even had time to change out of his rehearsal outfit. Though he'd been rejected countless times, he remained persistent. Gan Yu turned away, pretending he wasn't there. Yi Tan chuckled, you're too hard to chase. Just a dinner invitation, but I haven't managed to arrange it for so long, aren't you being a bit arrogant? Chapter 91, Brother-in-Law. A while back, Yi Tan's pursuit was extremely high profile. His friends all knew he was chasing an unbending straight guy. There were even several threads about this on the campus forum where everyone speculated. At this moment, members of the drama club had yet to leave, and a few acquaintances of Yi Tan started teasing him. With an unchanging demeanor, the young man wore a white sweater and loose light-colored jeans, exuding a clean-cut teenage vibe. His facial features were sharp, though his cheekbones were slightly thin. Even when expressionless, he carried a casual aloofness. No wonder such a good-looking guy would be pursued by another male student. A group of girls were whispering and gossiping below the stage. Gan Yu's eyebrows furrowed, and he placed the chair in his hand down, are you ever going to stop? Not until you have a boyfriend, Yi Tan reached for the handle of the chair in front of Gan Yu, otherwise, I will keep pursuing you. Can't you give me one chance to invite you to dinner? I have a boyfriend. Gan Yu looked at him emotionlessly, cutting off his next sentence, so don't bother me anymore. Yi Tan hesitated for a second, then laughed, your rejection could be better justified. Everyone in school knows you're single. How could you possibly have a boyfriend? Gan Yu felt irked. Was he truly going to admit he had a boyfriend, a male one, to reject him? He didn't want to be gossiped about. But this person was indeed relentless. Gan Yu tightened his grip on the back of the chair, having grown tired of his pestering. Just as they were locked in their standoff. Looking for me? A pleasant and melodious voice came from beside the stage. At the sound of those words, everyone present froze momentarily, and the atmosphere went dead silent. This girl's voice sounded quite nice. Following the direction of the sound, people saw her. She looked older than them, with a striking beauty. The auditorium was warm with the heating on, and she only wore a black one-shoulder sweater, vintage flared jeans, and high heels. Her hair was in big curls, and her red-brown lipstick made her look exquisitely elegant in a French way. She formed an eye-catching landscape just by standing there simply. People around couldn't help but focus their gazes on her. Dai Lingsu grew up being praised by others for her beauty and elegance. As a sophisticated woman, she had long become immune to such attention. With her designer bag draped over her shoulder, she confidently walked onto the stage, I am his partner. When Dai Lingsu initially appeared, Gan Yu was somewhat surprised, and after comprehending her words, he froze slightly. Dai Lingsu gave him a tender smile as she approached, wrapping her arm around his, I didn't know, darling, that you are so popular here. Are there boys pursuing you? Gan Yu stared at her, speechless. Facing Yi Tan, Dai Lingsu said gently, but I'm sorry. He already has a partner, so please keep your distance from him in the future, otherwise, I will be upset. The entire world fell silent. Yi Tan wore a shocked and bewildered expression, never imagining Gan Yu would suddenly have a girlfriend show up, leaving him speechless for a while. Dragged off stage by his two friends, Yi Tan looked utterly embarrassed. Turning to Gan Yu, Dai Lingsu asked, "Can you go now?" Gan Yu stayed quiet for 2 seconds. "I still need to move this chair." After placing the chair backstage, Gan Yu's miscellaneous tasks came to an end. The two of them started walking toward the exit of the auditorium. Sliding his backpack over his shoulder, Gan Yu remained perplexed. "Sister Lingsu, why are you here?" Dai Lingsu replied, "I was looking for a Hung, but he's still in class, so I decided to walk around aimlessly. Coincidentally, I caught part of the rehearsal. I spotted you right as it ended, and I intended to come over and greet you." Pointing at Yi Tan, Dai Lingsu questioned, "Is this the boy who's been relentlessly pursuing you?" Last time at the dinner party, Dai Lingsu heard about this situation from the two roommates, so when she saw it now, she immediately stepped in to solve this minor trouble for him in righteousness. Tossing her long hair back, Dai Lingsu raised her hand. "I know you don't have a partner, and that you fabricated that just now to scare him off. Didn't one of your roommates mention it before?" Dai Lingsu patted his shoulder lightly. "No problem. Don't mention it." Smiling, Dai Lingsu added, "He probably won't bother you anymore in the future." Gan Yu. This left him uncertain how to respond. "I do have a partner, and that person is your younger brother. But this matter he didn't intend to disclose yet." Gulping down what he wanted to say, "Thank you." Dai Lingsu semi-jokingly said, "No problem, if I need anything next time, you remember to help me." Walking out of the auditorium, Dai Lingsu checked the time. "I have a dinner date with a Hung. Would you like to join us?" Gan Yu's mood was complicated, though the issue with Yi Tan was resolved, something still felt off, like there was something important forgotten. After hesitating for a moment, he responded, "No thanks, I need to head to the library." Dai Lingsu nodded with a smile and pointed to a car parked by the side of the road. "My ride's here. I'll leave first then." As she got into the car and drove away, Gan Yu turned back and walked away feeling mixed emotions. He hadn't realized how much of a stir this incident caused. A post about Dawnstar CP, Chu Xingyue and Daiheng, was once pinned to the top of the school forum for quite a while. Later during the exam week, people began seeking study materials and essential guides to passing exams in that thread, causing its popularity to decline. Now finally, there was new gossip to spice things up. A post quickly got updated and pinned to the top. Law Department Grass exposes girlfriend. When Zhou Mo saw this post, Zhou Mo was brushing through practice questions in the dormitory. Finding some downtime, he secretly browsed online, and upon seeing those words, he became extremely excited. Sure enough, the alumni were reliable and eventually found some clues. Eagerly, he clicked into the thread. It contained leaks from drama club members, vividly narrating how during Yi Tan's pursuit, Gan Yu's real girlfriend appeared, creating quite the dramatic scene. There were even multiple photos edited and posted online. They looked good together aesthetically. Photos had close-ups and profiles, clearly showing Gan Yu's face. With visual proof, it was hard not to believe. However, when seeing the girl's face, Zhou Mo had nothing but. Wang Wendong happened to emerge from the restroom. Just then, he heard Zhou Mo involuntarily let out an earth-shattering curse. What happened? Wang Wendong was startled and curiously approached. After reading the entire post, Wang Wendong began to emit, "Holy sure," sounds repeatedly in the dormitory like some primitive man. Wang Wendong, I fucking knew it. When Daiheng returned that evening, the two of them were still unable to calm down. Gan Yu had gone to the library and hadn't come back yet. The tall and broad figure appeared at the dormitory door, as usual, with a carefree demeanor. Wang Wendong sprang up instantly. He couldn't wait to spread this news. "Daiheng, do you know who Gan Yu's partner is?" Daiheng glanced at him and casually pulled out a chair to sit on. "What's wrong?" Wang Wendong was extremely excited. "I've already found out who Gan Yu's partner is. The alumnus has dug it out." "Partner? Isn't Gan Yu's partner me?" Daiheng's half-closed eyes seemed even more relaxed as he took a moment to wonder if he and Gan Yu had kissed somewhere and been photographed. "You don't know? Holy crap, I knew you wouldn't." Wang Wendong was nearly overexcited. "Listen to something, I need you to stay cool." Daiheng barely flicked his eyelids. Their reactions didn't seem quite right. Zhou Mo finally couldn't hold back and answered ahead of time. "Gan Yu is going to be your brother-in-law." Chapter 92 complete. Linda University would go on holiday earlier this year. Winter vacation started at the end of December, and exam month would only begin after returning to school in February. With just 1 week until the holidays, there weren't many people in the library. Gan Yu stayed until 10 o'clock when the library closed and then returned to the dormitory. In the dormitory, Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo still had their headphones on playing games, but unlike normal, they weren't saying much. They kept the volume very low. When Gan Yu entered, the two of them merely turned their heads to look at him. "Back already?" Wang Wendong greeted him. There was a bit of curiosity in his eyes, mixed with an urge for gossip. Gan Yu was puzzled by this glance. Wang Wendong tried to suppress his curiosity, wanting to ask something but held it back, choosing instead to continue playing games. Gan Yu instinctively looked towards the left. Dai Heng sat facing away from him at the desk, wearing a black sweater with broad shoulders, black headphones on, and controlling the mouse with one hand. His other arm hung loosely, with a cigarette pinched between his fingers, in a completely relaxed posture. He looked like he was gaming with them. Gan Yu was somewhat surprised since he hadn't seen Dai Heng play games in what felt like ages. Since Dai Heng was playing games, Gan Yu decided not to disturb him. After placing his backpack on the chair, he tidied up his clothes and went into the bathroom to wash up. After coming out, he lay in bed reading a book. His phone buzzed again. Gan Yu unlocked his phone and opened the WeChat group chat. The vice president sent a message notifying everyone about the gathering tomorrow morning, followed by a row of uniform received. Gan Yu also replied with received. Checking the time, it was already 11 p.m. Gan Yu locked the screen and placed his phone aside, deciding to sleep early tonight. He turned off the bedside lamp and drew the bed curtain. Wang Wendong had just come out of the restroom. Gan Yu, are you going to sleep? Gan Yu glanced at him. Why so early today? Zhou Mo turned around, chuckled a few times. Aren't you going to chat with your partner? Gan Yu was perplexed. His partner was playing games, so what else could they chat about? Tomorrow is the club gathering. We need to meet at 8, so I'll sleep early. The two stared at him and laughed foolishly. Oh, alright then, sleep well. What was that all about? Gan Yu covered himself with the blanket. With most of the light blocked by the curtain, faint glow seeped through occasionally, and he could still hear them playing games. Wang Wendong, damn, Dai Heng is brutal, the opponents are dead. Too violent. They said they never want to play with us again. Shit, elder brother Heng achieved 21 kills and successfully won the game. Incredible. Listening to their commotion, Gan Yu closed his eyes and dozed off. The next morning. The club members gathered precisely at 8 o'clock at the south gate. President Wang Hao was checking the attendance with the name list. Gan Yu. Wang Hao looked up at Gan Yu and made a mark on the list. Here. Yi Tan. Wang Hao glanced around the circle. Not here. Someone nearby chimed in. He probably won't come. I heard he got beaten up last night, badly too. He might have even gone to the hospital. Wang Hao looked surprised for a moment. Is that true? Gan Yu also paused momentarily. Wang Hao made a call to confirm and soon hung up, crossing out Yi Tan's name on the list. He really can't make it. Alright then, let's not wait for him anymore. Let's get on the bus. Their club only consisted of about 20-some people, and this time, barely over a dozen had signed up. They took a bus to a small island nearby. The bus was sparsely filled with passengers as voices of chatting floated from the front. Gan Yu chose a seat closer to the back, leaned against the window, and closed his eyes to catch up on some sleep. He felt somewhat restless, as if something had slipped his mind, though he couldn't recall what it was. The journey would take around 2 hours. The island was vast, offering various activities such as barbecuing, biking, and kayaking. There were additional fee-based options like off-road vehicles and paragliding. However, it being winter, kayaking was temporarily unavailable. Mostly campers came here, with tents and shelters set up everywhere. They ate something casual for lunch before starting to pitch their tents in the afternoon. It took over 2 hours for the group of more than 10 people to put up the large shelter. Once ready, they gathered around it for a barbecue. It wasn't long before the crowd began conversing warmly. Zhao Ming warmed the atmosphere by raising a topic. I heard there'll be others coming tonight for the bonfire event. Yeah, it's another school, joining us for something like an exchange. They're even a dance club. Seriously? Then aren't there gonna be plenty of pretty girls? The club president Wang Hao also knew about this. Yeah, and Ms. Sun's daughter is among them too. So this is really about matchmaking her daughter, No wonder Gan Yu was invited specifically. But what a pity, Gan Yu already has someone. Gan Yu rarely joined in on their chats and quietly focused on grilling chicken wings. Yesterday, when Dai Ling had helped him defuse the situation, there were still members from the drama club present. Thus, their assumptions weren't particularly surprising. Someone beside Zhao Ming piped up, but Gan Yu's girlfriend, she's so much prettier than Dai Ling, right? The campus forum's been buzzing with her photos. If she were from our school, wouldn't she easily top the campus beauty chart? At this mention, Gan Yu's eyelids flickered slightly, finally realizing something wasn't quite right. He usually paid little attention to the school forums, always relying on Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo to update him with news. Last night, the group chat was unusually quiet, leaving Gan Yu completely unaware of this development. What post? Zhao Ming was seated beside him. You don't know. Yesterday, when your girlfriend came looking for you, it's already all over the forum. Everyone's talking about it. Gan Yu. Only now did it dawn on him. No wonder yesterday he'd felt like he'd forgotten something important. Apparently, it was related to this. He'd overlooked how his peers acted as constant unofficial documenters of his daily life. What started as a simple excuse to de-escalate a tense situation had quickly turned into something bigger once shared among classmates. That must explain the odd looks from Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo earlier. They likely saw the post on the forum. This misunderstanding just grew bigger and bigger. You didn't know. Zhao Ming pulled out his phone and tapped around. Here's the link, take a look. Gan Yu glanced at the title but didn't click further. Suddenly recalling something, he scrolled to check another WeChat contact. From yesterday afternoon to today, he hadn't received a single message from Daiheng. This was practically unheard of under normal circumstances. Something clicked in his mind then. Last night, the distant aura radiating from Daiheng in the dorm seemed familiar. The last time Daiheng had misconstrued his feelings toward an upperclassman, he'd given off a similarly low-pressure vibe before aggressively pinning Gan Yu down afterward. Judging by last night's behavior, things seemed worse this time. Crap. Chapter 93 complete. Having no experience in relationships, Gan Yu failed to notice early on that he should pay attention to his partner's moods, leading to delayed awareness now. Was it too late to explain after waiting a day? Deciding to open the WeChat chat window and send a message to Daiheng, Gan Yu hesitated. Noticing Gan Yu's unusual expression, Zhao Ming, aware of his private nature, perhaps sensing discomfort regarding the exposure on the campus forum, spoke up, if it causes issues, I know the admin. I can ask them to remove it for you. You know everyone likes to stir up excitement, not maliciously, but they're curious about your girlfriend. Gan Yu didn't even look up as he typed on the input box, help me delete it, please. Zhao Ming immediately picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message, alright, I'll tell him to do it now. Suddenly remembering something, he asked another question, should we delete that post too? Gan Yu, which one? Zhao Ming instinctively replied, the CP post about you two under the stars. As soon as he said this, Zhao Ming felt like he had meddled unnecessarily, wasn't it obvious? Of course, Gan Yu would want to delete it. If Gan Yu's girlfriend saw the post, wouldn't she be jealous to death? Then Zhao Ming heard an unexpected reply from Gan Yu, let it stay. Thanks. Zhao Ming nearly bit his tongue. Keep it. Did he hear that right? Delete the girlfriend's post but keep the best friend's CP post. Zhao Ming didn't understand, but he respected Gan Yu's decision and sent the message over quickly. Within 3 minutes, the post related to Gan Yu's girlfriend disappeared without a trace. Gan Yu opened the input box and typed out a few words. Gan Yu, what are you doing? The response came rather quickly. Daiheng, playing a game. Gan Yu thought for a moment and realized texting might not clarify things easily, can we talk on the phone? Daiheng, quit game. Gan Yu stared at those 2 words before realizing their meaning, then just seconds later, his phone rang. Ah, Daiheng quit the game. He stood up and moved to the side to take the call. Gan Yu hesitated for a moment, unsure how to begin, did you see the campus forum post? Of course. Even through the phone, Gan Yu could feel the heavy low mood emanating from Daiheng. Unable to help himself, Gan Yu grabbed at his hair, it was an accident. I don't have anything going on with my sister. She was just trying to help me de-escalate the situation. I know. I've already asked her. Though Daiheng's tone seemed normal, there was something in it that made Gan Yu's heart feel uneasy. He asked nervously, are you mad? To his surprise, Daiheng was quite candid. Yes. I'm mad. Not knowing what else to say, Gan Yu suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Didn't Daiheng already know that it was an accident? Why was he still angry? Well, then. What should I do? After a brief silence, Daiheng finally spoke, figure out how to make it up to me when you come back. After hanging up the phone, Gan Yu was filled with worry. For him, comforting someone was definitely a challenging task. Sitting back down where he was, he picked up his phone and started searching. How to comfort a boyfriend. After typing these words, Gan Yu suddenly paused. Had he so naturally assumed that Daiheng was in the position of his boyfriend? Well, fine, search it this way first. The page refreshed and results came up quickly. 1. Acknowledge his contributions and positive traits. Furrowing his brows in deep thought, Gan Yu continued to scroll down. 2. Act cute and adorable, look at him with watery or affectionate eyes, and softly tell him, don't be mad anymore. When you're unhappy, the little cutie will also be sad. Gan Yu. Skip this one. 3. Kissing and hugging. Gan Yu. This Baidu encyclopedia was utterly unreliable. There was no proper content here. On the other side of the room, people were chatting merrily when someone called out his name. Gan Yu, what about you? Gan Yu looked up, what? Zhao Ming explained, we were discussing, we think this place is quite fun, so we're planning to stay another night. Tomorrow we'll try paragliding and go back after that. Do you want to join us? No. Gan Yu turned off his phone, I actually have something to deal with. I need to leave now. Zhao Ming looked surprised, so soon. Yeah, enjoy yourselves. It was already 6 p.m. Friday. Taking the bus back would take another 2 hours. After wasting some time on the road, Gan Yu returned to the dormitory at 9 p.m. It was Friday today, and Wang Wendong went home right after class. The dorm only had Zhou Mo and Daiheng. Zhou Mo wasn't at his desk, the computer was still on, stuck on the game interface. The toilet door was closed, and water sounds were coming from inside. He must be in the bathroom. Daiheng was playing games in his seat, always sitting in an extremely carefree and unrestrained manner. Leaning lazily against the chair's backrest, his long legs sprawled apart as if he were some irresponsible young master. His cuffs were slightly rolled up, revealing strong forearms. His hand held the mouse tightly, and when his knuckles slightly bent, the veins on the back of his hand became distinctly visible. They were slightly red. Ganyu stared at the screen for a while, then moved his gaze away and turned to close the door behind him. He pulled up a chair, sitting next to Daiheng, placing the items he just bought beside the desk. As his hand rested on the armrest, it brushed against Daiheng's arm. "I bought you some snacks and milk tea." Daiheng's expression was nonchalant, only his jawline slightly tensed. Hearing this, he glanced over with an indifferent "About that thing," Ganyu hesitated briefly, explaining, "I wanted to mention it to you yesterday, but since you were gaming, I didn't want to disturb you." Daiheng's face showed no change of emotion, "I also bought some candy, strawberry flavored." Ganyu was becoming anxious, almost wanting to pull his hair as he asked, "Do you feel any better?" Daiheng's eyes shifted again, his voice revealing no feeling. "What are you doing?" Without thinking, Ganyu replied, "Comforting you." Daiheng's peach blossom-like eyes half opened, staring at him for 2 seconds without speaking, his lips curling slightly before turning back. Why was this person so difficult to handle? Ganyu frowned slightly, planning to say more when the bathroom door opened from the inside. Zhou Mo came out, shaking water off his hands. "Hey, Ganyu, you're back. How was the group outing? Was it fun?" Sitting up a little straighter, Ganyu responded briefly, "It was fine. Yeah, group activities aren't all that interesting. Last time, I didn't even go to our club's gathering." Zhou Mo seemed to have no plans to game anymore. He lay down on the bed playing with his phone, giggles occasionally heard. With others in the dormitory, Ganyu had no choice but to halt his comfort plan. Ganyu stopped talking, quietly sitting beside Daiheng, casually leaning back in his chair, watching him play games until it was past 11 o'clock. Whenever Daiheng didn't talk, his presence became especially cold. It seemed he wouldn't be consoled today. Ganyu nudged his leg with his knee, "I'll tell you tomorrow. Gonna sleep now." After saying this, he stood up and entered the bathroom to wash up. The attempt at comforting was quite perfunctory. Daiheng leaned in his chair, showing no fluctuation in expression, reaching for the mineral water bottle on the table, opening the cap, and taking a drink, swallowing with his Adam's apple rolling. The dorm room had heating, making it warm and cozy, completely different from the icy conditions outside. Today, Zhou Mo went to bed a bit earlier, now lying in bed playing on his phone. Ganyu habitually pulled the curtains around his bed before sleeping. It was already late, so he quickly fell asleep. Around 2 a.m., he vaguely heard someone getting up, the sound of water coming from the bathroom. Ganyu was half asleep and didn't care, flipping over to continue sleeping, faintly sensing a slight tremor in the bed. Feeling something amiss, yet too tired to open his eyes. Until his ankle was grabbed by a burning touch, did Ganyu suddenly wake up. Unbeknownst to him, the bed curtains had been pulled aside, moonlight streaming in from the window, allowing him to dimly make out the outline of the figure. Daiheng's shoulders were broad, when raising his hand, one could see the taut line of his lean waist. At the moment, he was kneeling at the foot of Ganyu's bed. Ganyu drew his legs back slightly but couldn't break free, propping himself up slightly as he looked at the person, still a little dazed. "What's wrong?" Daiheng knelt on either side of his body, pressing his leg, his voice particularly low in the darkness. "Couldn't sleep, too mad." Ganyu was stunned for a moment. This angry? So what he did to comfort him earlier had no effect at all. Daiheng's deep voice continued, "Did you know what I thought about after seeing that post?" Ganyu, whose brain was still sluggish from sleep, asked dumbly. "What? If you really were my brother-in-law." Daiheng paused momentarily, then spoke slowly. Chapter 94, Comforting. In the early hours of the morning, the dormitory was unusually quiet, save for the occasional faint snore from Zhou Mo. In such a quiet atmosphere, every small sound seemed magnified. Startled by his movement, Ganyu woke up instantly, raising his hand to hold his wrist, lowering his voice. "What exactly is upsetting you?" Daiheng stopped moving, his eyes deeply focused. That face was hidden in dim light, only its rough outline visible. "Now that you're my brother-in-law, tell me, why should I be mad?" Ganyu fell silent, hesitating for a while before responding awkwardly, "I already had them delete the post." Zhou Mo on the other bed seemed to have turned over, creating a slight movement. Ganyu hesitated for a moment, waiting until the snoring started again before lowering his voice. "Stop fooling around, let's sleep. Can we talk about it tomorrow?" Daiheng smirked slightly, "You're dodging me." Ganyu's eyelids twitched as he tried to defend himself. "I just spent so long comforting you." Daiheng's expression remained flat, and his voice carried a faint breathiness. "What exactly did you do to comfort me?" "Ganyu. I bought you snacks and milk tea, and I even played games with you. If that could be counted as comforting. Who taught you to comfort people like this?" Ganyu was at a loss for words. "Then what else do you want?" He truly didn't know how to console others properly. Having no other options now, he thought back to the tutorial he read earlier in the day. Ganyu leaned forward, sitting up slightly. His chapped lips brushed lightly against Daiheng's mouth. In the dim light, their breaths intertwined briefly. Are you feeling better now? The air grew quiet, and the hand resting on Ganyu's waist began to loosen its grip. Daiheng stared at him for a while in the dark before slowly saying, if you had kissed me earlier, everything would have been fine. Ganyu sighed in relief, feeling his eyes wanting to close again, then hurry up and go to sleep. Before he could finish his sentence, the hand that had been gripping his waist released, moving downward to hook around his thigh. When Daiheng spoke again, his voice was low and hoarse, but it's too late now. One kiss isn't enough. Are you seriously looking for trouble? Before Ganyu could respond, Daiheng pulled hard with his hot palm, making Ganyu lose his balance and fall backward onto the bed again. Still half dazed and tangled in the pillow, Ganyu felt somewhat confused. It had been several days since the post exposing Ganyu's supposed girlfriend went viral. Although it only stayed online for a day on the campus network before being deleted, the topic continued to remain highly popular. Recently, the alumni who were shipping Ganyu and Daiheng CP have been extremely disheartened. Previously, every day seemed like a festival due to posts about the couple, but recently it felt like entering the coldest days of winter. The previous posts used to feature content like this. Today, I saw the couple again, so sweet. Photos. They re-sharing the same umbrella, this size difference is perfect. Photos. Couple working together on a play scene, the sexual tension was off the charts. They hugged waists, I'm about to pass out from shipping them. Photos. Could they be living together? They even adopted a cat together, so cute. Photos. After Ganyu was revealed to have a girlfriend 2 days ago, the hearts of CP fans were shattered into pieces. On Saturday night, some people even captured photos of them seemingly arguing. Post by, my CP is the best. OP too tragic. Gon and Dai might have really broken up. When OP returned to the dorm tonight, she spotted Gon and Dai near the boys' dormitory building. They looked like they were arguing. Gon walked ahead, and Dai followed behind. Gon ignored Dai completely, keeping a great distance apart. Could they be avoiding suspicions? It feels like they are genuinely done, crying, photos, ... Reply 1, everyone, it's all over. My favorite CP has definitely broken up. Reply 2, we were misled. It used to be so sweet before. Crying. Reply 3, this dealt a fatal blow to my fragile heart. Reply 4, I don't get it with the umbrella photo, wouldn't normal friendship involve giving the whole umbrella to your buddy? Reply 5, maybe Dai is secretly in love with Gon while Gon is straight. Reply 6, Wawa, stop talking. Stop talking. Too heartbreaking, I feel sorry for Dai. Chapter 95, brother-in-law. Reply 7, I agree, Dai always looks at Gon with such deep affection, while Gon seems indifferent, just normal bro vibes. Reply 8, unrequited love hit me hard. Reply 9, didn't expect such an abrupt knife in my heart. Reply 10, now that Gon has a girlfriend, they'll probably avoid each other. Wah, we can never see them framed together anymore. So sad. Reply 11, but I really ship their appearances, they look so good together. Reply 12, but Gon's girlfriend is also very pretty. Reply 13, Ganyu Daiheng forever. I won't listen. I won't accept this. Going crazy. Reply 14, is Gon's girlfriend real? Why was that post deleted after 1 day? Reply 15, our post has survived for so long without being deleted, sigh. Reply 16, luckily, I'm into the ultimate brotherhood, so I'm not sad at all, wearing sunglasses, ... Reply 17, so they dated before, right? They just broke up. Reply 18, I've just started shipping them, and now they split. Kill me now. Reply 19, I've never shipped the right couple. I'll stop forever, crying, ... Reply 20, sealed my heart off from shipping any more couples, or I'll be a dog. Reply 21. The post fermented for a day, and almost all alumni had already believed these two were officially B. By the end of December, the temperature had dropped below 0 degrees. Last night, there was a snowfall, and this morning the outside world was covered with a thick layer of snow. The roads were icy, and the ground slippery. It was Monday today, and the campus was bustling with people. Ganyu had an early class, so he arrived in the classroom early, carrying his backpack. The heating in the classroom was turned up high, making it a bit warm, but Ganyu took off his coat and kept his scarf tightly wrapped around him. This professional course usually didn't have many people, but today there was someone sitting next to him who shouldn't have been here. Some eyes from the front of the classroom had already started to fall onto the two figures. Though seeing boyfriends or girlfriends attending classes together wasn't uncommon, having a best friend accompany you was indeed rare. Especially when Dai Heng's face was so famous that almost no one in Lindong University's finance department would recognize him otherwise. There had also been rumors circulating that the two of them had broken up, yet now they showed up together for class again. People started whispering among themselves. They sat at the back of the classroom. Ganyu had removed his down jacket, revealing a white sweater underneath. His expression was very calm, sitting casually while emanating a fresh, youthful vibe. Despite the abundant warmth inside, Ganyu insisted on wearing his unattractive scarf. Daiheng sat beside Ganyu, his tall figure leaning slightly. He placed the breakfast he had just bought next to Ganyu's hand, turning his head to patiently coax, "Eat something, Mr. Gan, it's still hot." Ganyu looked coldly indifferent, not even raising his head, and gave no indication of wanting to respond. Daiheng wasn't mad either. From another pocket, he took out a bottle of milk and placed it on Ganyu's desk, teasingly asking, "How about some milk?" Ganyu didn't even blink an eyelid. Silently for a moment, he pushed the food away, clearly showing he wanted to draw a clear line between them. Leaning on the table with one hand, Daiheng stared directly at Ganyu, letting out a brief laugh from his throat. That night he played things a little too hard, and Mr. Gan hadn't spoken to him for 2 days. Daiheng adjusted his position slightly, letting his gaze glide over Ganyu's pale ear until it landed on his neck covered by the scarf. He reached out to uncover the scarf. "Let me check if your neck has healed yet." Ganyu stiffened momentarily, instinctively lifting his hand to press against Daiheng's back of the hand. If the scarf were removed, the marks on his neck would be fully exposed. His movements were a bit rough, inadvertently pulling at his clothes, producing an unfamiliar sensation during friction which made him instinctively curl up a little. Ganyu froze his body, elbow pressed on the desktop as a faint blush rose from his neck upward. He was covered with a cluster of bite marks, which hadn't faded after 2 whole days. Even the rubbing of his undershirt on his chest still hurt now, it had swollen. This guy was definitely a psycho. Sensing his abnormality, Daiheng glanced up briefly, leaned over, and softened his tone to show extra tenderness. "What's wrong? Does it still hurt?" He naturally slipped his palm under Ganyu's loose clothing, whispering softly in his ear, "I'll be gentler next time." Ganyu's ears burned bright red. He couldn't believe how bold this guy could be, daring to touch him like this in the classroom. After glancing around to ensure no one noticed, Ganyu slapped his hand away and lowered his voice, "Are you trying to die?" Daiheng looked at him through lowered lashes, a lazy smile playing on his peach blossom eyes, his deep voice filled with sensuality. "Let me give you some swelling relief cream. It's in my pocket. I'll apply it in the restroom after class." "No thanks, just go." Ganyu ignored him with reddened ears. "Don't ignore me then." Daiheng grabbed Ganyu's small finger on the desk lightly and whispered, "I'll definitely be more careful next time." "Do you even want a next time?" Ganyu, keeping his body stiff, looked at him. "Do you even have any shame?" Daiheng gazed straight at him, dragging his tone. "Didn't you say you wanted to comfort me?" Ganyu. "Yes, I said I would comfort you. I said I'd do it that way." Daiheng looked at him calmly, raising his hand to touch the tooth marks on the side of his palm. "And you bit me too." Ganyu was so angry that his head ached, and he decided not to pay any attention to him anymore. The teacher happened to walk into the classroom at this moment, and the dialogue between the two people was forced to stop. The mobile phone in his pocket kept ringing, but Ganyu concentrated on the class and ignored it. After class, he took out the mobile phone and had a look. It was a message from dormitory 411. There were no classes for the two of them in the morning, and they were bombarded with messages in the group chat. Wang Wendon, I can't hold it for 2 days. At Ganyu, I'm so curious about how you got together with your sister. Zhou Mo, I thought there was something going on between the two of you that day we ate. Sister definitely made the first move, right? At Ganyu. Wang Wendon, that's why people said before that Ganyu has a face that can be chased down with persistence. Wang Wendon, at Ganyu, you couldn't hold out for long enough, just a few days and you've already been won over by the sister. Zhou Mo, at Wang Wendon, if a beautiful girl chases after you, how long could you resist? Wang Wendon. What joke are you making? If a beautiful girl chased after me, I wouldn't even try to hold out, I'd agree on the spot. Wang Wendon, Teacher Gan should open a training class. I'll attend on my knees. Zhou Mo, first of all, you need a face like Ganyu's. Zhou Mo, at Daiheng at Ganyu congratulations. You two already have such a good relationship, now it's even closer. Wang Wendon, I never expected Ganyu would become brother-in-law Daiheng. Ganyu. Ganyu's eyelid twitched. In these past couple of days, amidst being dumbfounded with anger, he forgot to explain to them in the group chat. He tapped the input box and was about to clarify things in the group. Unexpectedly, a voice came from beside him, mocking him, "Humph, brother-in-law." Ganyu. Chapter 96, I Can't Resist Temptation. Their pictures from attending class together were taken again without fail. The CP post underneath once again started buzzing with excitement. But this celebration didn't last long. On December 30th, the school officially began its holiday break. The campus was filled with people dragging their luggage, planning to leave the school. There was a crowd at the school gate. Wang Wendon and Zhou Mo were locals, still dragging large and small boxes, while Ganyu was the most convenient, merely carrying a black backpack. With the current shortage of taxis, Wang Wendon and Zhou Mo planned to go to the nearby subway station. After saying goodbye to the two at the school gate, Ganyu slung his backpack, heading first to Daiheng's apartment to retrieve the luggage he left there. After entering, Ganyu immediately noticed the 2 suitcases placed at the entrance. Next to his black large suitcase, there was another smaller black one. Daiheng wasn't from this place either, he only had so little stuff for returning home. Ganyu asked, "Are you packed?" Daiheng leaned lazily against the wall. "Yeah, almost finished." The house was warm due to the heating system. Ganyu didn't plan on staying long, so he didn't take off his coat. After changing into slippers, he intended to catch the cat, pick up the suitcase, and then leave. Where's the cat? I'll take it back. Eating food, don't rush, come sit for a while. Ganyu glanced at him, feeling there was something strange about him. Wearing slippers, he walked inside. The cat was lying there eating, a little fatter than a few days ago. Ganyu casually sat down on the floor and reached out to pet it twice. At this rate, he feared he might not be able to afford feeding it anymore. It really ate a lot. Daiheng sat close next to him, looking at him with a relaxed gaze, gently tapping his foot tips against Ganyu's. Since the vacation has begun, teacher Gan, aren't you going to give me some kind of response? Ganyu glanced at him. What kind of response? Daiheng's arm hung loosely on his knee, teasingly. There are 4 days left before I could get officially promoted, but since the holidays have started, how does this count? As if he would surely get promoted. Ganyu's eyelids twitched. Then I'll tell you after 4 days. Daiheng raised an eyebrow. You wouldn't agree even if I hang around near you, let alone when I'm away from you. Daiheng tilted his head slightly, his lips curved up, smiling carelessly. Or you could keep me. Let me stay at your place for a few days. Ganyu glanced at him. Aren't you going home? Daiheng had a loose expression, his tone slow. No one's at home, they've all gone traveling. If I went back, it would be just me sitting alone at home. Ganyu stayed silent without speaking. Daiheng stared at him intently, the peach blossom-like gleam in his eyes flickering with a dark light. He leaned closer, licking the corner of his lips, and whispered softly, actually, my house is too empty, it's especially dark at night, and I'm scared to be alone. Ganyu calmly cut through the pretense, you haven't been scared when you've lived alone here before. So most of the time I stay in the dormitory, and even then, I don't dare to turn off the lights at night when I sleep here. Is that true? So this was why he still lived in the dormitory despite owning a place. Ganyu fell silent, his movements petting the cat slowing down. My home is small, and there aren't any extra rooms. Daiheng's gaze settled on the youth's lowered eyelashes, teasing in tone, you could just lend me half of your bed. Ganyu raised his head, looking at him with an expression full of meaning. Daiheng curved his lips into a seemingly harmless smile, if that doesn't work, I'll sleep on the floor. Daiheng reached out to hook Ganyu's fingers, cajoling softly, alright? Mr. Gan. Ganyu was someone who couldn't handle constant pestering, so he actually considered the feasibility of the situation for a moment. There was a faint sign of loosening in his stance. Before he had the chance to say something, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Ganyu took the phone out and glanced at it. It was Dai Lingsu calling. He hesitated for a moment, then answered the call. Dai Lingsu's voice came through, hello, Ganyu, is Ahun with you? He's here, Ganyu replied shortly. Relief was evident on the other end as Dai Lingsu sighed, then can you pass him the phone? Ganyu handed the phone over, your sister. Daiheng arched an eyebrow but leisurely took the phone. Before he could speak, Dai Lingsu's voice came through sharply, Ahun. You didn't answer your calls, I had quite a bit of trouble finding you. Her tone carried urgency, hurry up and pack, meet me at the airport, Mom and Dad are waiting for you. In a few days, it's Grandpa's birthday banquet, all the relatives will be coming, things are busy at home. She spoke loudly enough that even without being on speakerphone, her words were unmistakably clear. Upon hearing this, Ganyu's eyelids twitched and he involuntarily lifted his head. Their eyes met from close range for a moment. So this is what you meant by nobody being at home? Daiheng's expression remained relaxed, showing no remorse for his previous lie, nonchalantly saying, you go first, I'll come back a few days later. It's only a birthday celebration, I'll make it up to him later. Dai Lingsu laughed exasperatedly, what nonsense. I'll be at your apartment in 10 minutes, don't wander off. With that statement, the call ended abruptly. Ganyu felt an indescribable emotion, putting the phone back in his pocket, his tone icy, go away. Daiheng's gaze flickered slightly, staying silent for a moment as he retreated slightly, sighing faintly. He had finally coaxed Gan teacher to agree to take him home. All for nothing. Cooching the cat into its carrier, Ganyu stood up, I'm leaving. Unable to accompany him home, Daiheng looked deflated, reaching out to hook his wrist as he whispered, then save these 4 days for me. Ganyu turned back to look at him. Daiheng propped up one long leg, his posture unusually unrestrained, staring intently at Ganyu as his fingertips lightly grazed over his wrist. Let's start calculating when we see each other again, Gan teacher. Ganyu felt complex emotions, silent for a while before eventually uttering a soft, Ganyu's house was in an old neighborhood. The family once owned a big house many years ago, but after they went into debt, they sold it to pay off their creditors, leaving them with only this dilapidated small flat. Ganyu moved here during his freshman year of high school. His school and this place were separated by a street, and he knew no one here well, always keeping to himself. With the cat securely in place, Ganyu began tidying up his living space. When Daiheng's video call came through, Ganyu was rolling up his sleeves to fix the front door lock. Ganyu took out the phone from his trouser pocket, assuming it was a regular call, he hit the answer button without thinking. Casually holding the phone, he didn't notice that the camera angle was pointed towards the ground, and when the phone moved slightly, his long legs also slipped into the frame. A lazy, magnetic voice came through the phone's earpiece, don't tempt me, Mr. Gan. I can't resist temptation. Chapter 97, Missed You, You Teacher. Ganyu glanced at his phone after adjusting its position, realizing it was a video call. Daiheng must have been at the airport, as the surrounding light was bright, highlighting his facial features with sharp clarity. Ganyu's gaze paused for a second before he coolly said, "I'm repairing the lock, I can't hold the phone." Daiheng sounded a bit surprised but still carried a relaxed chuckle. "You actually know how to do this kind of work." Ganyu put the phone on a cabinet nearby and continued fixing the lock. "If your house had its lock broken once a month, you'd learn too." Daiheng furrowed his brows slightly. "Did someone break down your door?" Ganyu responded casually with an tightening the last screw, tossing the old lock into the trash, closing and locking the door. After wiping his hands with a tissue, he finally picked up the phone. "Is there something you need?" "To check if you've arrived home safely." Daiheng licked his lips. From the camera's angle, only a corner of the room could be seen. He was curious about Ganyu's growing environment and said leisurely, "Let me see your place." Ganyu gave him a glance through the screen, saying indifferently, "It's shabby, nothing worth looking at." While speaking, he obediently flipped the lens to show his home. He had already tidied up beforehand. Though the environment wasn't great and the decoration was simple, it appeared neat and tidy, a two-bedroom apartment. Daiheng asked, "Where's your room?" Ganyu walked into his room holding the phone. The room was small, containing merely a single bed, a table, a chair, no decoration except a bookshelf stuffed full of books. "Send me your address, I'll visit when I have time." Daiheng said again in a carefree tone. What's so fun about such a small space? Probably not even as big as one of his bathrooms. Having just finished cleaning the house and changing the lock, Ganyu felt uncomfortable breaking out a sweat. "Do you need anything else?" "If not, I'll hang up. We've only chatted for a few minutes." Daiheng lifted his eyelids, his tone tinged with displeasure, dragging out the syllables. "Are you really that unwilling to chat with me?" Ganyu's eyelids flickered, placing his greasy fingers over the screen. "Just finished cleaning, my hands are dirty. I need to take a shower." Daiheng lifted his eyebrows, staring at him through the screen for a moment, his tone becoming more meaningful. "Go ahead and shower, it doesn't stop us from chatting." Ganyu looked up at the screen. "How do you chat while showering?" "How can't we?" Ganyu chuckled at the absurdity and walked towards the wardrobe to pull out clean clothes, replying nonchalantly, "Would you let me watch you shower?" There was silence for a moment, and then the same playful undertone resumed. "Why wouldn't I? I can let you see even without showering." Ganyu was stunned by the other's boundless shamelessness. "Just get lost, I'm hanging up." Right before disconnecting, a low and husky voice echoed through, "Missed you, Mr. Gan." Ganyu's fingers faltered momentarily, looking up straight into the peach blossom-like eyes on the screen. Daiheng's deep gaze carried a hint of subtle tenderness in his usually lazy voice. "Once I finish things on my end, I'll come find you." In the days before the holiday, Ganyu was exceptionally busy. After tidying up his house, during the day he went to the hospital to take care of his father, and returned home in the evening, squeezing in a few live streaming sessions. The results were pretty good, earning several thousand to 10,000 per day, but it was still far short of the medical fees needed for surgery. Recently, Gan Dehuai had been living in the hospital. His appetite wasn't great, so Ganyu, who was on break, decided his father shouldn't eat the food served by the hospital cafeteria anymore. Instead, he started preparing meals at home to bring to the hospital. After making sure his father had eaten lunch, Ganyu took the thermos to fetch water from the water room. His phone buzzed with a notification. As he waited for the water to fill, Ganyu leaned against the wall, pulling out his phone casually to check it. A message from Dai Lingsu. "Want to make some extra cash, little Ganyu?" Ganyu, ? Dai Lingsu, our company is hosting a manga exhibition in Haicheng. I think your appearance fits perfectly. I've negotiated the price, appearance fee 180k, 3 days duration, including airfare and accommodation. Are you interested? After reading her message, Ganyu replied, "So much?" Dai Lingsu, little Ganyu, if you sign with a company, you'd be worth much more than this. You never market yourself. I can't even imagine how famous you'd become if you did sign. But I know you don't want to sign long-term, so this is just for the comic exhibition contract. Are you in? Ganyu was desperately short of money. After pausing for a moment, he replied, "In." On the day of the birthday banquet, the Dai family mansion was bustling with activity. The elder didn't want a big celebration, so only relatives and close acquaintances were invited. Daiheng had been busy entertaining guests all day. Taking advantage of the elder showing off his calligraphy and paintings, while no one noticed him, Daiheng slipped outside the villa to smoke. A few lights illuminated the yard, and Daiheng lounged on an outdoor sofa, smoking with half-closed peach blossom eyes as he opened his phone to watch a live stream. It had been a week since he'd last seen Mr. Gan, and he missed him terribly. He could only secretly log in using a fake account to watch Mr. Gan's streams each day to barely make it through. He dared not send too many gifts, fearing he would be discovered and kicked out. "Alright, caught you. Your grandfather's birthday and yet here you are sneaking out to smoke, what a disgrace." Deng Fei was his childhood friend, and their families were longtime allies. Deng Fei sat down beside the sofa and happened to glance at his phone. "What? You're watching a live stream?" As he looked closer, something seemed familiar. "That's strange, isn't that your good friend's little sister?" Since you've already hooked up with your buddy, why are you still watching her sister's live streams? Dai Heng responded carelessly, kids these days ask too many questions. Deng Fei burst into laughter. You. His gaze was drawn back to the person on the screen, but she really is pretty. Since you're gay now, introduce me to your buddy's sister. Upon hearing this, Dai Heng turned slightly, narrowing his peach-shaped eyes and looking at him with a mix of sarcasm and disdain in his tone. Deng Fei remained optimistic. So what do you say? Dai Heng smirked lightly from the corner of his lips, lazily uttering, he's mine. Don't even think about it, asshole. Huh. Deng Fei was utterly shocked. Wait, you like your buddy, but you're also hogging his sister. How shameless can you get? Dai Heng curled his lips slightly but chose not to respond further. Just as they were talking, Dai Lingsu came over in her heels. I wondered where you two had gone off to. What are you doing here? Deng Fei smiled brightly and called out to her as sister. Dai Lingsu greeted him warmly before shifting her gaze back to the rebellious son, aren't you supposed to entertain the guests? Dai Heng glanced at her lazily through the haze of smoke and slowly put his phone away. How much longer will this drag on? When are these people leaving? Dai Lingsu gave him a kick. You little rascal. Someone inside the villa called out for her. Dai Lingsu responded, not having time to argue further. Finish this cigarette quickly and come back inside. Everyone's waiting for you. Right before entering, Dai Lingsu suddenly remembered something and turned back. By the way, I'll be going to Haicheng on business in a couple of days. There's going to be a comic exhibition there. Want to go check it out? Dai Heng didn't even flinch, tapping the ash from his cigarette with indifference. Not interested. Not going. Chapter 98, Beg Me. Dai Lingsu stared at the young master for a while. You're really not going? You've got nothing better to do at home anyway. Why not help me out? I've invited others too. After we finish the exhibition, we can head to the island for some fun. Yachts, sailing on the sea, don't tell me you're not tempted. Still unmoving in his slouched position on the sofa, Dai Heng wore a black shirt, its collar undone at the top 2 buttons, revealing his chest slightly. He looked like a seductive bad boy, cigarette dangling from his mouth, exuding an irresistible air of a gentleman rogue. Dai Heng looked at her as if she were crazy, curling his lips in contempt. Are you dreaming? Like I'd ever beg you. Dai Lingsu made no further attempts to persuade him, nodding instead and looking away. All right then. If you're not going, that's fine. Deng Fei showed keen interest and excitement. Sister, I want to go. Let's sail on a yacht. Staying home is boring. Every day feels like a chore. Dai Lingsu raised an eyebrow. Sure thing, bring you along. More people means more fun, but don't regret it later. After saying this, she turned around in her high heels and left. Deng Fei turned his attention back. Why don't you want to go, buddy? A chance to sail on a yacht. Staying at home all day listening to nagging is such a bore. What's fun about a place like that? It's boring as hell. Of course, finding a wife would be more fun. Dai Heng extinguished the cigarette but in the ashtray and stretched out his hand toward him, give me your phone. Confused, Deng Fei took out his phone from his pocket and handed it to him, what for? Dai Heng opened the search box on the phone with familiarity, acting perfectly natural, I'll send some gifts to my wife. She knows my account. Deng Fei was shocked speechless by his actions, bro, what are you thinking? Who do you like anyway? The more he thought about it, the less it made sense, your sexual orientation is confusing. One moment you say you have a wife, the next you say there's something wrong with you, and now you're watching female streamers. And what about your buddy? Don't you like him anymore? Dai Heng tossed off an indifferent response, I like him so much I might die. Stunned, Deng Fei struggled for words, then what are you doing? Sleeping with your best friend and flirting with his sister at the same time. What kind of womanizing are you up to after just a few months apart? Deng Fei picked up a highball glass nearby and drank a mouthful of alcohol to calm himself down, you city folks are really weird. Dai Heng ignored him, his expression carefree and relaxed. He sent several carnival gifts using Deng Fei's account. Deng Fei couldn't stay quiet for long. He looked back at the lively villa behind them and asked again, do your family know that you like men? Dai Heng said nonchalantly, I'll deal with that when I manage to get him. Stop talking nonsense. Understood. Deng Fei nodded but still couldn't help feeling distressed, even though I'm on your side, I still have to warn you, don't be such a jerk. Two-timing is a bad move. So. Deng Fei patted his shoulder, introduce his sister to me. Let your buddy help lighten your load. Dai Heng turned his head, raising his eyelids slightly, and tossed the phone over before speaking after a long pause, if you want to get beaten, don't look for such flimsy excuses. I can make it happen right now. Deng Fei. Such betrayal of friendship, no jokes allowed at all. Anyway, I'll be staying at your place for the next 2 days since I have to go to Haicheng with your sister, so I won't return home where my mom will nag me again. Deng Fei stood up, his house wasn't far away, and the two families visited each other frequently. I'll go let Auntie know. Dai Heng didn't respond. He pulled out his phone from his pocket and opened a ticket booking app to check the next available flight to Linen. The nearest flight was the day after tomorrow. After finishing things here, that should be about the right time. After booking the ticket, he put his phone away. The guests were finally all sent off, and it was already 10 p.m. After washing up in the room and changing into comfortable loungewear, Daiheng came downstairs to get a drink of water from the kitchen. Ganyu's live stream had ended, and he switched to WeChat. The dorm group chat 411 started up again. Wang Wenhua. Wang Wenhua, am I dreaming, guys? Zhou Mo, seems not. Wang Wenhua, did you receive the invitation too? Zhou Mo, got it. Daiheng watched calmly as the two kept cryptic about whatever they were talking about inside the group chat, not knowing what it was about, preparing to exit. Wang Wenhua, sister is being too generous. Inviting us to play in Haicheng. And even a yacht tour is possible. Zhou Mo, already packing. Wang Wenhua, see you all in Haicheng the day after tomorrow then. I'm so excited I can't sleep. Zhou Mo, at Ganyu are you going, bro? Daiheng squinted his eyes, recalling how Dai Lingsu mentioned inviting others earlier. Were these the two? Teacher Don must be busy streaming. He probably wouldn't go to such a place. The next second, a new message popped up in the group chat. Ganyu, going. Daiheng. He froze in place halfway down the stairs, staring at the new message for a long while. His teeth clenched lightly at the back, and he chuckled in frustration. Damn. After a while, he calmly went back into the ticket booking software and cancelled the tickets he had just bought. After putting the phone away, he turned and walked into the kitchen. Since there had been too many guests at home earlier, Dai Lingsu hadn't eaten much. Now she was frying eggs in the kitchen for herself. Deng Fei was leaning beside her asking about yachts. A tall shadow approached, and a deep, lazy voice came from above. Please, sis. Deng Fei, who was drinking water, sprayed it all out. Dai Lingsu raised an eyebrow, not expecting him to regret so quickly. A curve appeared at the corner of her lips. Wow, am I dreaming? Our young master is actually begging someone. Daiheng. Shit. I'll bear it. Daiheng swallowed his anger, lazily lifting his peach blossom eyes, his palm pressing against the counter as he negotiated with her in a low voice. Take me along, will you? Didn't you say I'm annoying? I was wrong. Dai Lingsu crossed her arms, inspecting him up and down. Weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? To be honest, I still prefer your arrogant self. Daiheng straightened up, picked up his phone, tapping on the screen a few times. The money's transferred to you. Dai Lingsu took the phone and glanced at it. Reluctantly confirming the receipt. Seeing his sincere attitude, Dai Lingsu finally gave in, grudgingly saying, alright, since you're being so earnest about asking me, I'll take you once. Unable to maintain his composure for another second, fearing he might lash out, Daiheng turned away with a sour expression. Deng Fei followed out, what happened? Didn't you say that place isn't fun, utterly boring? Daiheng shoved his hands into his pants pockets, his facial expression showing no ripple. It became interesting. Chapter 99, Wearing Female Clothing. Hainan's winter isn't cold, with temperatures staying between 24 and 27 degrees Celsius, making it a great destination for winter tourism. He had already mentioned to Gan Dehuai the day before that he would be leaving for a few days. That night, when he went back, Ganyu had already packed his luggage. Their flight was at 8 o'clock in the morning. 2 hours later they reached their destination. Ganyu arrived earlier than them, having been tasked with taking photos of the event activities for the comic convention, arriving ahead of time for makeup preparation. Inviting his roommates to come over for some fun was something Dai Lingsu had discussed with him before. At first, Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo were not informed because the relationship was not yet too familiar, and there was fear that revealing such plans might affect the roommate relationship. But now, since they've become close friends, they figured it didn't matter anymore. After exiting the airport, someone was already waiting outside. It was a girl, with a high ponytail, her smile radiant, who showed them the work badge pinned on her chest. My name is Lu Jia. Sister Su sent me to pick you up. I'll be responsible for receiving you these 2 days. I'm Ganyu. Ganyu greeted her. Lu Jia led him towards the exit. I know about your information, Sister Su has already told me. All the makeup arrangements during these few days will be done by me. Sister Su specifically mentioned this. Your identity needs to be kept confidential, so we will directly go to her office for the styling. The schedule is a bit tight, so we'll bring the luggage to the exhibition center first, and after the event concludes, I'll take you to the hotel. Lu Jia explained in detail, you'll be our image representative. Therefore, you don't need to take photos with visitors inside the venue. You only need to shoot promotional pictures for the event. Ganyu politely replied, alright. Thank you for your trouble. The styling process took about 2 hours. Lu Jia was a professional stylist, and this session's styling was made particularly exquisite. She applied lipstick on Ganyu, glancing at the time, almost ready, the photographer should be here soon. As she spoke, voices from the door were faintly heard chatting. Are you asking me to take photos of a rookie? This can't be right. It's someone Sister Su asked us to handle, and she highly recommended it. Why don't you see the person first? What's there to see? They keep sending these small online celebrities my way like I do regular shoots. The man's voice carried a note of derision. Just this once, give Sister Sue a chance, won't you? The man paused briefly, his tone icy. Next time, don't involve me in these kinds of tasks. There was still some distance between here and the makeup room. They probably thought Ganyu was inside the makeup room, so they weren't holding back. The choral sounds came through clearly. Upon hearing it, Lu Jia immediately knew who the person was, awkwardly laughing. This photographer is quite famous. He's a bit arrogant, but it's not personally targeted at you. Do you know Wang Xiao? Ganyu shook his head. No, I don't. You don't move in these circles, so not knowing him is pretty normal. The stars and top influencers he photographs are all big names. This time, he's only helping because of Sister Sue's face. Lu Jia confidently said, once he sees you, he definitely won't say things like that anymore. After all, Ganyu truly looked absolutely stunning. The theme of the first day of the comic convention was to promote traditional Chinese aesthetics. Cosplayers were dressed in traditional Chinese costumes. After completing the makeup and styling, Lu Jia led Ganyu towards the photography studio. I'll be your assistant these few days. If you need anything, I can help convey your requests. Ganyu, thank you. Arriving at the photography studio, there weren't many people inside, just a few staff members. Lu Jia introduced the man sitting on the desk fiddling with his camera. Wang Gu, our model has arrived. The man was busy adjusting the camera, his expression unclear, but his furrowed brows suggested some impatience. Someone nearby nudged his arm and whispered, can't you show a little respect? He's someone Sister Sue sent. Wang Xiao paused his fingers momentarily, finally lowering the camera and raising his head. Ganyu wore Qing dynasty attire. He had a unique Qing hairstyle, adorned with flowers in his hair, with a strand of black hair hanging down in front of him. A makeup look matching his costume enhanced his slightly round eyes with extended eyeliner, making them more seductive, while his lipsticked lips gave an impression of decadence characteristic of the Qing period. His outfit featured a white satin base dotted with blue patterns resembling exquisite porcelain, exuding a delicate, broken beauty. The skirt ended in a phoenix tail with bells that jingled as he moved. Whenever Ganyu looked at someone, his eyes seemed distant, empty, with a touch of mystery, tempting one to want to investigate further. The air suddenly became quiet. Staring into those eyes, Wang Xiao took half a day to snap out of it, standing up and extending his hand. Hello. Ganyu glanced at his palm, hesitating for a moment before reaching out to shake his hand. Wang Xiao didn't release the handshake. I'm your photographer today, Wang Xiao. Ganyu gave him a glance, his features aloof, then pulled his hand back. Yu's throat has been a bit uncomfortable these past days, so speaking is inconvenient, Lu Jia interjected. Shall we start now? Wang Xiao nodded, his gaze involuntarily flickering toward the person again. The official shoot began. Wang Xiao held the camera, giving him directions. Lift your hand higher, yes, place it beside your cheek. Ganyu followed his instructions, starting to pose. Despite wearing loose clothing, his every movement subtly revealed his slim waistline, thin back, narrow waist which was almost too delicate to encircle with two hands, yet his frame was tall and elegant. His expressions remained indifferent, conveying a world-weary feel that perfectly matched the clothing from today's theme. Indeed, he was a face that wouldn't spoil any shot. The shooting efficiency was incredibly high. Wang Xiao had never encountered anyone so easy to photograph before, almost no editing was needed. As he continued shooting, his excitement grew, his eyes becoming increasingly intense. Before he knew it, 2 hours had passed. During the break, Wang Xiao stared intently at the figure over there, asking the assistant beside him, what's her name? The assistant handed him a cup of water and said, all I know is her TikTok account is called Duobao Fish. Her real name remains unknown. He had come here with reluctance initially, but his attitude had changed entirely. What's up? Have you fallen for her? The assistant's lips twitched. You were so unwilling to shoot for her earlier. I've never seen. Wang Xiao paused. How could he explain it? She was very beautiful, refined, not the vulgar kind of beauty, but something more resilient, stubborn. She inspired a sense of wanting to conquer. Yes, to conquer. Men by nature like challenges, especially when dealing with someone who appeared arrogant or difficult. Like her, it stirred up interest. Wang Xiao mused thoughtfully. Are we going to shoot an outdoor scene next? Yeah, take an hour break. Taking advantage of the rest time, Ganyu stepped out of the photography studio. The indoor air was somewhat stifling, and he decided to step outside for a breath of fresh air, heading towards the restroom. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the 411 dormitory group chat. An hour ago they had chatted. Wang Wendong, we've landed. Ganyu, are you here yet? Zhou Mo, we're setting off to the exhibition center now. Wang Wendong, the scenery here is breathtaking. Take plenty of photos for social media. They exchanged messages for quite a while in the group chat, but one individual stayed silent the whole time. Ganyu paused, switching contacts. Didn't you come to High City? Just then, he walked into the bathroom. Upon opening the door to enter, Ganyu was about to close it when a firm hand slipped between the cracks, blocking the door from closing. Ganyu's gaze was still fixed on the screen, and only when he sensed something amiss did he look up. The door was pushed open from the outside, and a tall figure squeezed in through the half-open gap. Chapter 100, Taste Your Lipstick. A shadow suddenly covered his vision. When a tall figure entered the narrow restroom, Gan Yu's brow slightly furrowed. But when he looked up and met those deep, seductive eyes, his frown eased. The person he had messaged was now right in front of him. But this place wasn't quite right. Gan Yu locked his phone and let his arm hang loosely at his side, simply looking up at him. Are you okay? What's with following someone into the restroom? Dai Heng unlocked the door and remained silent, trapping the other person without any immediate move. He kept his gaze down, slowly scanning upward. The teenager's legs hidden under the skirt, the waist that he had embraced countless times, even the pale neck that he had bitten, the graceful jawline, lips coated with vibrant lipstick, and the straight nose. Finally, his eyes moved upward and met Gan Yu's. In the enclosed, confined space, both of them quietly stared into each other's eyes. Though no words were spoken, Gan Yu felt as if he'd said much more. He continued to look intently at him with those amber eyes, silently smiling. Gan Yu's ears began to feel hot. He had been seen wearing women's clothing by others before, but never evoked such a feeling. Even when that photographer gave him a strange look, he could still remain indifferent. Yet this man, for some reason, he couldn't stay so calm. Gan Yu turned his head and pushed him away with a hand. What are you laughing at? Dai Heng tilted his face to the side and chuckled softly, a faint breath emerging from his throat. I've already told you not to hit me, I like it. Even a gentle slap from him made his heart ripple. Dai Heng leaned one hand against the wall, confining Gan Yu within his arms. He looked down at him, brazenly scanning every contour of his face. I miss you, Mr. Gan. How long has it been since he kissed Mr. Gan? Ever since the last time he bullied him, he was strictly forbidden from kissing again. He's endured this until now, adding on the fact that they haven't seen each other for over a week due to the holiday break. Right now, he feels an unbearable itch. Gan Yu just lifted his eyes to look at him. Dai Heng's Adam's apple rolled restrainedly as he reached out and touched Gan Yu's lips. Can I taste your lipstick? His gaze was too obvious, revealing none of his usual restraint. Gan Yu glanced at him, moving his throat slightly. No, I still have to shoot soon. If the makeup smears, I'll have to reapply. Dai Heng's pupils flickered slightly as his hand slid downward, his voice low. Then can I kiss somewhere else? Being taller by half a head, Dai Heng now leaned closer, pressing Gan Yu against the wall. As he bent down, his breathing fell onto Gan Yu's neck. Gan Yu froze for a moment. Gan Yu curled his fingers slightly. Don't leave marks, people will see. Dai Heng pressed a hand on his lower back, resting his nose in Gan Yu's neck crook, trying to regulate his breathing. His voice sounded a little hoarse. Can I kiss you tonight then, Mr. Gan? Gan Yu's eyelids fluttered, remaining silent. I really want to kiss you. His voice was nearly inaudible, carrying a trace of pleading. I can't hold back much longer. Gan Yu turned his face away, his neck flushed red from Dai Heng's warm breath. After being teased for a while, he finally spoke after a pause. Tonight, if there's no one around. After saying this, he raised a hand and tapped his arm. I should go out now. Dai Heng hung his head low, tightly embracing Gan Yu in his arms, muttering softly, let me hug you a bit longer, otherwise I'm afraid I won't make it till tonight. Gan Yu glanced down at him, letting himself be quietly embraced. Dai Heng tightened his arms, outlining his waistline, emitting a sigh. Your waist is so slender, Mr. Gan. The event location for the comic convention was at the High City International Exhibition Center. The venue had hosted numerous star-level large exhibitions, and the space alone measured close to 10,000 square meters. Dai Lingsu was leading a group on a tour of the exhibition. On the first floor was the Kozer area, and on the second floor were offices and photography studios. Just as they walked upstairs, during a quick glance back, that disobedient son was nowhere to be found again. Dai Lingsu stopped in his tracks and scanned the surroundings. Where's Ah Heng? Wang Wendong had just taken photos with many pretty ladies and was flipping through his album when he realized, he was here just now. Zhou Mo happened to glance over and pointed in a direction. I think he went that way. Dai Lingsu found it strange. Isn't that side the photo studio? Why did he go to the photo studio? Not caring too much, he said, never mind. I'll go to the office to get something. Just wait for me here. After saying that, he walked towards the office in his high heels. The two leaned on the railing to wait. Wang Wendon and Zhou Mo had never been to such a place before, so they found everything very interesting and kept filming videos with their phones. Suddenly, someone lightly tapped their shoulders. Wang Wendon put away his phone, turned around, and was greeted by an extremely handsome face. Struck by sudden beauty, he was dazed and couldn't respond. After several seconds of being stunned, Wang Wendon instinctively blurted out, sister. Gan Yu? Gan Yu's voice was indifferent, it's me. Zhou Mo turned around and, after a moment of silence, said, I'm done for. Didn't sleep well and started having hallucinations. I just thought I heard Gan Yu's voice. After several more seconds, they finally reacted. Wang Wendon almost jumped up. Damn, are you Gan Yu? You. They had never doubted Gan Yu's claim about his sister, because his face was too delicate. He blended seamlessly into women's clothing, revealing no sign of his true gender. Even now, standing right in front of him, the only thing hinting at male identity was possibly his height being slightly too tall for a girl, everything else left not a single trace of masculinity. How could they believe this? For a long time, they stared at him from head to toe. Still unable to connect the otherworldly beauty standing in front of them with the usual aloof person they knew. Their shock was beyond measure, making them want to run a few laps around the venue just to calm down. Wang Wendon asked amidst great self-doubt, "Then what about your sister?" Ganyu replied honestly, "I lied to you guys before. I don't have a sister." Zhou Mo. Wang Wendon. For a long while, they were still in shock, with only one thought remaining in their minds. He is so good-looking, Ganyu looks incredibly handsome. What was he saying? They didn't hear it, he looked so good. So handsome indeed. Chapter 101, Who can resist this? For other girls, they might not look so carefully and still keep a little restraint, with very modest sneaks. But when it came to their good buddy Ganyu, their eyes became shamelessly bold, scrutinizing him up and down several times. Zhou Moyue couldn't help but salivate more as she observed, "Is the hair fake?" Ganyu casually leaned against the railing with a composed expression, "Of course it's fake, do you think I could have such long hair naturally?" Wang Wendon, he, it looks great, he. The two of them circled around him, eyeing him from top to bottom. Ganyu. Did you meet up? Dai Lingxiu approached with car keys in hand, wearing heels. Are you still shooting later today, Ganyu? Ganyu looked at her, yeah, we're still shooting exteriors. Dai Lingxiu glanced at Wang Wendon and Zhou Moyue beside her, then what about the two of you? Tonight, I've booked Hot Springs tickets. In the afternoon, are you going to stay with me at the comic convention or join Ganyu for the shoot? They both immediately said eagerly, we'll go with Ganyu. Dai Lingxiu arched an eyebrow, alright, see you then at dinner. I'm off to work now. See you, sis. It was only then that Wang Wendon remembered, where did Dai Heng go? Ganyu kept his usual calm demeanor, he went to pick up his childhood friend and will head directly there. The exterior shoot took place in a town with a classical ambience, giving off a sense of deep palace courtyards. Wang Xiao held up his phone and showed Ganyu some photos from his gallery, take a look first, here are some poses you can try out. Ganyu took the phone and flicked through the album, looking at the examples shown. Ganyu's face was small with delicate yet sharp features that had an even greater impact when seen up close. Wang Zhao's gaze would always unconsciously be drawn to him. Even pretty women never gave him this kind of reaction. Initially wanting to flirt. He glanced aside and found there were already two self-appointed protectors nearby. So he decided to temporarily put aside those thoughts. After briefly negotiating about the shooting idea, Wang Xiao lifted the camera and started working. As Ganyu's assistant, Lu Jia had been waiting patiently nearby. During the mid-shoot break, Lu Jia prepared a mineral water bottle and umbrella to bring over to Ganyu, but looked around and noticed that the items she left by her side had disappeared. Lu Jia raised her head and saw the two males who were supposedly Ganyu's roommates, already attentively offering water and umbrella to Ganyu. Lu Jia. Wuyue, the sun is really strong, let me hold the umbrella for you. Wang Wendon held the umbrella above Ganyu. Zhou Moyue handed over the mineral water bottle, thirsty, Wuyue. Come, drink some water. Ganyu. Ganyu frowned slightly, could you act normally? Wang Wendon said, can't control it. There's no way. Sorry bro, but my desire to be your dog reaches its peak at moments like this. Zhou Moyue. We treat all pretty girls like this. Ganyu speechlessly replied, I'm not a girl. Zhou Moyue, but you look like one. Just as they spoke, a low and lazy voice came from the side. What are you doing? Everyone turned their heads simultaneously. Deng Fei also had a curious expression on his face. Seeing the person in the middle clearly made him realize this was the female streamer Dai Heng watched in the live broadcast just now. Now everything clicked, he had come to find his wife. No wonder he'd been making sour faces towards Deng Fei throughout their journey, it was because time spent finding his wife had been delayed. Dai Heng introduced him in a casual tone, this is my childhood friend, Deng Fei. Deng Fei was quite a handsome young man and should be around their age. Ganyu turned to look at him and greeted him, hello. Deng Fei hadn't reacted yet and subconsciously responded, hello. Sister-in-law. Before he could finish, he froze in place. Although the other's voice was clear and slightly icy like spring water dripping off an ice mountain, one could tell the difference between male and female voices. The word sister-in-law got stuck in his throat awkwardly. Deng Fei. The person was a male, but also referred to as the wife of his good friend. After some quick thinking, it made sense. So, the assumption of dating multiple people didn't exist. Dai Heng's so-called best friend and his wife were actually the same person. Deng Fei looked at Dai Heng beside him with mixed feelings. So, this is how you ended up being bent. Brother, I understand you. To be together with such a beauty all day long. Who can resist this? Ganyu would soon be called to continue shooting. Before he left, he said, you can wander around if you like. I think it will take me some more time. Though he said that, no one left. This time, there was an additional prop, a red-brown long-stemmed pipe. The beauty sat casually leaning back in the rosewood chair. The edges of his robe outlined the curves of his waist, and in his hand was a pipe, making his fingers appear even colder, whiter, and more delicate. His expression was indifferent, smoke lightly flowing out from his lips. That face, excessively beautiful, became blurred by the haze. That image was simply bewitching. The few people nearby stared at it as their eyes went wide. Deng Fei, wow. Zhou Moyue, tsk. Wang Wenden, hee hee. Dai Heng had his narrow peach-shaped eyes half closed, his elbow resting on his knee. He glanced at the three fools beside him, and the discomfort inside him had reached its peak. He wanted to gouge out their eyeballs. After her assistant duties were taken over, Lu Jia had been watching the lively scene for the whole afternoon. For big men, sitting neatly aside waiting for another stunningly beautiful person. Somehow, the sight was absurdly amusing. Truly worthy of being the youth around whom stars revolve. And those eyes should probably have an anti-addiction system installed. It felt like the four were about to get lost in them. Ganyu classmate, are you really safe in the dormitory? By the time the shoot was finished, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Rushing to catch a flight in the morning and spending the whole day shooting had made Ganyu extremely exhausted. They agreed to rest for a while before dinner and then proceed with the evening's hot spring outing. Back at the room door, Ganyu turned his head and looked at the person who had been following him all the way. What are you following me for? Dai Heng had both hands in his pockets, lazily leaning against the wall, staring straight at him, dragging out his tone, to find a place where there's nobody. Ganyu, ? In a measured manner, Dai Heng added, to kiss you. Ganyu paused, it's not night yet. After a full day of shooting, the youth seemed a bit tired, his skin a little pale. One could almost see the bluish winding veins in the hollows of his neck. His eyelashes hung limply, lacking vitality. Dai Heng's heart began to ache. He murmured softly, all right, I'll bear it a little longer. You go sleep for a bit. Ganyu looked at him, responded with a sound, pushed the door open, and walked in with his luggage. The corridor quieted down. Dai Heng pulled out a cigarette case from his pocket, took one out, put it in his mouth, wanting to suppress his restless heart. Not long after, the door opened a crack wide, and a casual voice came from inside. Come in. Chapter 102, I want to hide you away. Dai Heng's Adam's apple slowly rolled as he straightened up, took the cigarette out of his mouth, crushed it and threw it into the trash can before walking into the room and closing the door behind him. The curtains in the room were drawn, the ceiling light was off, and only a dim reading lamp was on. It was a big bedroom. Ganyu was casually leaning against the headboard with a remote control in his hand, switching TV channels. The dim yellow light fell from above, outlining his thin figure. Teacher Gan had merely set down a simple hook, and he had willingly taken the bait. There was no sound at the doorway for a long time before Ganyu looked up and noticed the person still standing not too far away. Come over. Dai Heng walked over, sat down on one side of the bed, propped himself up with his arms on either side of Ganyu, and stared at him closely at close range. What do you want, Teacher Gan? Ganyu glanced at him and shifted slightly, making room for him. Sit for a while. Dai Heng stared at him for a moment, obediently sat down beside him, shoulders brushing shoulders, and let out a short low chuckle from his throat. Did you call me in here to watch TV? Ganyu randomly flipped to a variety show and then turned his head. You seem to be a little upset today. At noon when they met, he was very clingy, unwilling to let go even when holding him, but by the afternoon, his spirit seemed downcast, and he spoke much less. Dai Heng paused for a moment, tilted his head, and stared at the profile of the young man's face that was submerged in the dim light. How did you know I'm in a bad mood? He supported himself on one hand against the headboard, tilting his body, staring at him straight. Have you been paying attention to me, Teacher Gan? Ganyu turned his head and looked at him. What's wrong with you? I'm jealous. Dai Heng appeared relaxed, speaking carelessly. Their looks at you make me unhappy. Ganyu was stunned for a moment. I want to hide you away. Dai Heng lowered his eyes, his gaze swept around the slightly open collar, then moved upwards, meeting his eyes, and softly said, unfortunately, Teacher Gan won't let me. If this is the reason, then Ganyu indeed couldn't do anything about it. But if he was angry? After a long silence, Ganyu remembered the consequence of last time when he failed to calm him down in time. Then do you want a kiss now? Dai Heng leaned back casually, turning his face to the side, lifting his eyelids slightly. Are you trying to comfort me? Yeah, I'm comforting you. The young man stared at him without blinking, his lashes drooping, casting small shadows behind his eyelids. Even though he was clearly tired, he was trying hard to stay awake just to comfort him. Reason and desire began their tug-of-war. Dai Heng's Adam's apple moved again, ultimately compassion took over, and he averted his gaze. Forget it. I just smoked and haven't brushed my teeth yet. Ganyu watched him silently. Dai Heng's tone was unusually relaxed, seeing as how I'm almost officially confirmed, I need to perform well so that you can. His words suddenly cut off. Because the young man suddenly leaned over, the distance between them abruptly closed, separated by only 5 centimeters. Their breaths tangled together, chaotic and entangled. After several seconds of pause, Ganyu seemed to be feeling his breath, and said softly, still okay, doesn't smell bad. After saying that, he stepped back. His sudden approach was unexpected, and then his casual departure left an impression. It was like something lightly rubbed his chest, filling it with warmth, making it feel full and warm. Dai Heng licked his lips, his heart still unsettled from that scene a few moments ago. After a long time, he finally spoke, "Teacher Gan, don't toy with me." He paused for a bit, his voice still slightly hoarse. "If I kiss you now, you won't be able to sleep anymore." Gan Yu looked at him without answering. Dai Heng's Adam's apple moved with restraint as he gently tugged his wrist, his voice deep, "Come on, let's sleep, I'll keep guard for you." Gan Yu was somewhat surprised and confirmed again, "Really not going to kiss?" Dai Heng stared at him with a deep gaze for a while, then raised his hand and forcefully rubbed his lips. "Don't ask again, if you do, you won't be able to leave the house today." Gan Yu blinked, pulled open the blanket, "Then I'll sleep, and you help close the door when you leave." Sleep. Indeed, Gan Yu was extremely exhausted. He got up at 5 in the morning to catch the flight, then immediately started getting makeup done and shooting once he arrived, moving around non-stop until now. He was truly extremely sleepy. His head hit the pillow, and he closed his eyes and fell asleep shortly after. The room became quiet, the light dim. The young man's side face sank into the pillow, his pale neck connected to a hint of a sunken clavicle, tempting touch. Dai Heng picked up the remote control, lowering the volume of the TV slightly. He propped himself up on one hand against the bed frame and stared intently. The thought of those people eyeing Gan Yu with longing made his throat tighten and dry up. Yet Gan Yu, who usually had deep defenses against others, allowed him into his room, allowed him to stay by his side as he slept, giving him an exceptional privilege. Though the urge to kiss him and hold him was impossible to restrain, at this moment, this person was right in front of him, nestled in his arms, confined in the room and belonging solely to him. Even just quietly watching him brought a swell of warmth in his heart, spreading a sense of indescribable satisfaction from his chest to every limb. Even though he was exhausted, he still thought about comforting Gan Yu. Gan Yu had become softer towards him. This thought calmed the restless unease within him. Gan Yu woke up startled by the sound of the phone ringing. The bell only rang twice before it was silenced. As he blinked awake, his eyes met the deep peony-like eyes gazing intently. "Did I wake you?" Dai Heng's tall figure lay on his side next to him, holding Gan Yu's phone casually in his hand. "There was a call, I answered it for you. I wanted you to sleep a little longer." Gan Yu was still a bit drowsy. "What time is it?" 7 o'clock. "You've only slept for an hour. Want to sleep some more?" Gan Yu closed his eyes briefly. "Whose call was it?" "Zhou Mo's. They're planning to go soak in the hot springs. Do you want to join?" After catching another hour of rest, Gan Yu was much more alert now. He sat up, supporting himself on his arm. "Let's go." The hot springs were one of the hotel's special features. Dai Lingsu had already booked a private hot spring pool. This time she invited quite a few people, including a few close girlfriends. Each hot spring pool was separate but not too far apart, so they could faintly hear conversations between them. Deng Fei's outgoing personality quickly connected her with Wang Wenhao and Zhou Mo, and their trio was lively together in their shared pool. It wasn't long until the topic turned to relationships. Wang Wenhao asked Deng Fei curiously, "Do you know who Gan Yu's partner is?" Chapter 103, Take a Shower First. Deng Fei's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He didn't know whether Dai Heng had ever talked to them in the dormitory about his own experience of being turned gay. He was a little unsure how to answer. So he followed up with, "Who?" Wang Wenhao's voice was brimming with excitement, "It's Dai Heng's sister. Deng Fei." Just hearing the name of Dai Heng made his heart quiver, but the next few words caught him completely off guard. Deng Fei. What a mess this circle is. Deng Fei let out a forced chuckle twice. Impossible, it doesn't seem like it. Wang Wenhao was deeply convinced of it. Although Gan Yu had explained to them that the relationship between him and his sister wasn't that kind, they still thought that the two were definitely still in an ambiguous phase and hadn't confirmed anything yet. It's true, the whole school knows, and the sister herself admitted it. Deng Fei. What kind of relationship is this? Zhou Mo put on a thinking face, and apart from his sister, there doesn't seem to be any other girls around him. Deng Fei. Could it be not a girl? Deng Fei hinted strongly, Gan Yu and Dai Heng have such a good relationship, don't they? Right. They're as close as blood brothers. Zhou Mo picked up where he left off, I've never seen anyone closer than them. Deng Fei became curious, in what ways specifically? Zhou Mo had witnessed many things involving them. After some thought, he summed it up, all very simple little things, like carrying Gan Yu home when he's drunk, helping Gan Yu apply medicine when he's hurt, bringing him lunch every day, buying him bubble tea, accompanying Gan Yu to class, taking an umbrella to meet Gan Yu on rainy days, raising pets together. Yeah, Wang Wenhao chimed in, do you remember last time Dai Heng knitted that scarf? His girlfriend didn't want it, so he gave it to Gan Yu later. The more they said, the stranger it sounded. Wang Wenhao, haha. I couldn't be so considerate with my own girlfriend. Zhou Mo nodded in agreement, that's why, their relationship as brothers is really pretty solid. Deng Fei. You two are really talents to not notice this. Wang Wenhao asked, speaking of which, do you know who Dai Heng's partner is? We've been asking him for ages and he won't say. Zhou Mo, exactly, I'm truly curious. Deng Fei. Ha, right under your noses. Deng Fei had already imagined a story in his mind, Ganyu, a straight man, dating the sister while Dai Heng tried hard to turn him gay forcibly. Brother, you really play games. Deng Fei's teeth were almost grinding down to powder. I, also, do not know. What are we talking about? Coincidentally, just like when Chow Chow is mentioned, the two came over all sticky as if they were blood brothers. Ganyu was wearing short sleeves and shorts, preparing to get into the water. A tall, upright figure stood behind him. Ganyu usually wears shirts and denim pants, rarely showing his legs. Now, seeing him in shorts, they realized his legs were so long, so thin, straight, white-skinned, dazzling enough to blind people. For reasons unknown, perhaps influenced by seeing him in women's clothing during the day, even a simple t-shirt looked extraordinarily stylish on him. A few of them could hardly take their eyes off. Wang Wenhao quietly recited the calming mantra several times, grabbed the phone placed on the shore, and muttered to himself, "The more I look at Ganyu, the clearer his features become. Unbelievable, hurry up and browse a few pictures of beautiful women to calm me down." Deng Fei couldn't help but glance sideways at the beast beside him. "We're discussing the fact that Ganyu might become your brother-in-law. How did I not know you have this kind of preference? And that you even like to snatch away brother-in-laws? Brother, your game is quite perverted. Ganyu. Why has this topic resurfaced after such a long break?" There came a teasing laugh filled with unclear emotions. Dai Heng's tone sounded inexplicably dangerous. "Brother-in-law, you aren't planning to give me an explanation?" These two words cast a significant shadow on him. At the moment, Ganyu sat on the edge and whispered an explanation. It was a misunderstanding. Currently Deng Fei was sitting in the middle, with two uninformed fools on his left, and his brother who'd known him for over 10 years and his would-be brother-in-law on the right. The side of Ganyu's neck was red, appearing to Deng Fei like someone currently coerced by pressure. "Brother, be human." On the other side, Wang Wenhao brought up a topic from today's photo shoot. "The photographer today seemed a bit off." "I noticed that too." Zhou Mo said. He even asked Ganyu for his WeChat. Wang Wenhao, wasn't he hitting on Ganyu like he was a girl? Ha ha ha. Ganyu. Without even turning, he could feel the burning gaze beside him. "Is that so?" A deep voice sounded right behind him. Dai Heng let out a low chuckle from his throat. "Ask for WeChat. Hitting on you? Ganyu." Ganyu's body suddenly stiffened. Sitting in his spot, Deng Fei had a clear view of Dai Heng's suggestive actions towards the other person. His foot slipped slightly, almost choking himself. "Brother, you really are kind of perverted. So blatant, aren't you afraid of being found out?" Deng Fei felt more anxious than the actual parties involved. Looking at the oblivious brothers-in-law who were still unaware of the situation made Deng Fei feel utterly miserable and torn inside. Similarly restless was Ganyu. This topic wasn't exactly friendly towards him. After soaking for half an hour, Ganyu simply couldn't stay any longer. He stood up. "I'm heading back to the room, you guys can keep going." Wang Wenhao was still confused. "So soon? It's only been half an hour." Just as Ganyu left, Dai Heng followed immediately with no expression, standing up straight-faced. "I'm leaving too." Deng Fei. Ganyu already realized something was about to go wrong. But he didn't expect things to move so fast. He just walked into the bathroom and hadn't even had time to close the door when someone pushed it open and entered. Chapter 104, Don't Be Mad. Ganyu's heart seemed to tremble along with his blank mind, instinctively reaching out to press on his wrist. "Don't go too far." Dai Heng stopped his movement and looked down at him. His eyes were deep, pupils as if a damp storm had just passed through them. "Isn't it allowed?" Ganyu could hardly withstand such a gaze, turning his face away, his breath still heavy. "These kinds of things should only happen after we clarify our relationship." Dai Heng went along with his words. "Then let's clarify our relationship." Ganyu swallowed lightly, using all his thoughts to deal with him. "It's not the right time yet. But I'm not happy." Dai Heng's breathing was a bit heavy, lifting his hand to pin the other against the wall, looking down at him. "Teacher Gan, why are you so good at attracting trouble?" There was no way Ganyu could refute this, but purely having encountered an undeserved calamity, he could only helplessly rebut. "I didn't mean to." Dai Heng emitted an ambiguous low laugh from his throat, tone level and calm. "Now they all think you're my brother-in-law. Are you planning for me to keep carrying the guilt of being the sister-stealing brother-in-law?" The word brother-in-law came out. Ganyu instantly lost his temper. Recently, Ganyu's mood had been complicated. Wrapped in the other's intense affection, he admitted that there was a moment when he was slightly carried away. But due to the online girlfriend incident, he didn't comfort the person in time and even used the wrong method, making the person very angry, causing Ganyu to fall into some kind of vicious circle. It seemed like he couldn't reciprocate the same strong emotions, unable to timely attend to the other's feelings. In terms of dating, wasn't this somewhat unfair to the other person? Hence, he couldn't make up his mind and confirm whether or not he could date the other person. But regarding comforting people, he was indeed slowly learning. The distance between the two was very close, almost able to feel each other's body temperature. Ganyu leaned back slightly and said, "Don't be mad." Dai Heng remained unmoved in the original position, leaning on one hand against the wall, his Adam's apple sensually moving up and down, a glimmer of fragmented light reflecting in his eyes as he watched him without speaking. This meant he hadn't successfully calmed him down. Suppressing his breath, Ganyue's fingers curled lightly again and tilted his head over once more. Ganyue's posture stiffened slightly, his ears burning to the point where they felt nearly on fire. He gulped, leaning back against the wall. Ganyue whispered softly, "Give me a little more time." Being straight for 19 years, one must give him some time to accept the fact that he can actually like men. There was still a trace of unusual sensation lingering on his lips. Even when tempted, he accepted it willingly. The suppressed anger in Dai Heng's heart had largely dissipated. He was pacified by the gentle persuasion, raising his hand to touch Teacher Gan's crimson ears while whispering, "Can I kiss you again after showering?" Ganyue pushed the person away with his hand, turning his face to the side. "Change clothes first, then try again." On the private hot spring side, Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo were completely baffled by Ganyue's premature departure. A few people were chatting leisurely in the pool. Wang Wendong was quite puzzled. Is Ganyue feeling unwell somewhere? Zhou Mo glanced at the direction where the two left earlier. Judging by his expression, it seemed a bit off. Deng Fei felt drained emotionally. Seeing how eager his buddy was just now, it was possible that he was forcefully doing intimate actions with someone somewhere. After being buddies for over a decade, they'd been apart for just a few months. Knowing the truth, he couldn't say anything, leaving him stuck guarding this shocking secret, almost suffocating from keeping it in. Just as they were talking, beside their private hot springs, Dai Lingsu and her friends were also leaving to head downstairs for drinks at the clear bar. Glancing over, she saw the three seated there. Dai Lingsu found it strange, so after signaling her friends, she walked over. "Why are there just the three of you? Where are Heng and Ganyue?" Wang Wendong looked up. They returned to their room after soaking for half an hour. Dai Lingsu sat down on the nearby bench wrapped in her bathrobe. Did the two leave together? Wang Wendong was also confused. Yeah, Ganyue was exhausted today, going back to rest makes sense, but what about Dai Heng? It seemed like he was a bit upset earlier. Zhou Mo guessed, could he have fought with his girlfriend? Their conversation was fine earlier, until his expression suddenly turned sour, looking unpleasant. Mentioning this topic sparked Dai Lingsu's interest. She elegantly crossed her long legs. "I thought the talk about a Heng wanting to pursue a girl was just a bluff. After all, he neglected his girlfriend for his brother and even pleaded with her." Regarding the authenticity of that girl, she had doubts, but now hearing everyone in the dormitory mention it, it seems like that girl really does exist. Dai Lingsu became interested. "Speaking of girlfriends, have you seen the girl a Heng likes? Is she from your school?" Wang Wendong was shocked. "Even sister doesn't know." Dai Lingsu smiled. "He didn't tell me who she is. He only said he's pursuing her and asked me to prepare the money for gifts because they're going to get married. Looks like they are quite serious." Deng Fei. "Brother, you're not human. You took sister's boyfriend and now you even want to marry her." Zhou Mo sighed. "He really takes good care of his partner, no leaks at all." Deng Fei. "There have been many hints, he almost couldn't keep it hidden, but you just didn't consider it." Dai Lingsu asked, "So did he succeed in pursuing her?" Wang Wendong wasn't too sure either. "Probably. Last time in the dorm, we invited him to play games, but he said he needed to accompany his partner." Chapter 105, How to Get Out of Yu's Room. "Truly worthy of being a lover, just started dating and already thinking about getting married," Zhou Mo said. "He really seems to genuinely like his girlfriend. He even knitted her a scarf by hand." Dai Lingsu was stunned, almost doubting her ears. Dai Heng? Knitting someone a scarf? It was hard to imagine that their aloof young master who always acted superior would do such a thing. Wang Wenhong confidently stated, but his girlfriend didn't accept it. Later he gave it to Ganyu instead. Dai Lingsu paused for a moment, frowning slightly. Something seemed off. Deng Fei picked up the nearby highball glass, took a sip of fruit wine to calm down. Throughout the conversation, she kept an eye on the three people recounting the story, sweating profusely, fearing they might uncover something. After thinking for a while, Dai Lingsu quickly asked, "Is Ganyu feeling unwell somewhere?" Wang Wenhong replied, "It's possible, his complexion looked a bit off." Tightening her bathrobe, Dai Lingsu put down her crossed legs and stood up, "Then I'll go check on him." Wang Wenhong thought for a moment, deciding to care for his good friend, "I'll go too." Zhou Mo hurriedly got out of the water, "Wait for me, I'll come as well." Just as Deng Fei finished a cup of fruit wine, now wasn't the time to stay in the private hot spring alone, so he stood up and decided to join the group. Walking to the side, he grabbed his phone and followed them into the elevator upstairs. Their rooms were on the same floor, with connecting room numbers. Arriving at Ganyu's door, Dai Lingsu knocked lightly. "Ganyu, are you alright?" Inside, it was eerily quiet, with no response after a long wait. Dai Lingsu frowned, growing worried. He couldn't have actually fallen ill, could he? Wang Wenhong added, "That's a possibility, he barely ate dinner earlier." Zhou Mo considered another possibility, he couldn't have passed out, could he? Dai Lingsu has always been decisive. "I'll get a room card from the front desk and go inside to check on him. If necessary, we need to take him to the hospital." Deng Fei watched the drama unfold from the side. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with a new message notification. Deng Fei unlocked his phone and read the message. It was from Dai Heng. "Help cover for me. Take them away. Deng Fei." What does he take me for? He can't even handle his own relationship without dragging me into covering for him. And what exactly did he do, cornering the guy in the room? As he prepared to send him a reply. You beast, release your brother-in-law immediately. Douyin, the other party transferred you 5,000 yuan. Deng Fei. All the typed words were instantly deleted and replaced with. Alright, brother Heng. Watching Dai Lingsu prepare to head to the front desk for a room card. Deng Fei quickly interrupted, Ganyu sent me a message. Sure enough, the three stopped in their tracks. Dai Lingsu halted her steps and turned around. What did he say? Biting the bullet, Deng Fei blurted out, he's just tired and has already fallen asleep, let's not disturb him anymore, shall we? Otherwise, opening the door might reveal quite a shocking scene. Indeed, Dai Lingsu hesitated, sleep this early? It was somewhat chilly once they left the water, and Wang Wenhong tightened his clothing. That's possible, Ganyu shot all day today, and he must be pretty exhausted. As long as he isn't sick. With that worry resolved, Dai Lingsu abandoned the idea, tapping her red nails against her cheek. Let's find a Heng then. We'll see if he wants to go downstairs to the clear bar for a few drinks. Deng Fei. Sister, where do you get so many ideas from? Don't go. He interrupted again, raising his hand. All three turned to look at him simultaneously. Racking his brains for an excuse, his tone was unusually firm. I've confirmed, he's on the phone with his girlfriend, discussing life philosophies. They should be occupied for some time, don't ruin their couple time, Pretty clingy, huh? Dai Lingsu raised an eyebrow and gave up the thought. Alright, then we won't call him. Come on, let's change clothes and take you guys to the clear bar for a small toast. Wang Wenhong and Zhou Mo lit up at the prospect, heading back to their respective rooms to change. Deng Fei was mentally and physically drained, wiping the sweat off his forehead. With such a kind sister, how could he help his brother-in-law cheat on her? He was truly a terrible person. Truly, money is hard to earn and dignity harder to maintain. Next time, he shouldn't participate in these utterly ruthless tasks. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, Ganyu came out of the bathroom. By that time, Daiheng had already left, leaving the room unusually quiet. When he walked to the edge of the bed and pulled the covers aside, his peripheral vision glanced at the bedside table. The spare room card that had been on it was gone. Ganyu's expression remained calm as he withdrew his gaze, lifted the quilt, and lay straight down on the bed. Less than 10 minutes later, the sound of a room card unlocking the door could be heard from the entrance. Just as another knock came from outside the door. Ganyu was pinned against the headboard, being kissed senseless and feeling slightly confused. He couldn't say anything at that moment, his voice raspy, don't kiss anymore, someone's here. Dai Heng's breathing was still heavy as he picked up his phone and tapped something. The knocking indeed ceased shortly afterward. Tossing the phone aside, Dai Heng leaned down for another kiss. It's still early, let's kiss a little longer. At 1 a.m. The group that had enjoyed a few drinks at the clear bar finally returned to the hotel. Dai Lingsu was dressed very casually, holding her handbag and talking to them. This clear bar isn't bad, we can come again tomorrow night. As they reached their respective room entrances, ready to go inside. Pata. The opposite room door suddenly opened from within. A tall figure walked out from it. Dai Heng was wearing a different set of clothes, a loose black t-shirt accentuating his broad shoulders and his slim but sturdy build, paired with sports pants whose drawstrings were not even tied and loosely dangled in front. Now with one hand stuffed into the pocket of his pants, clearly not expecting anyone to be outside, he lifted his hooded eyes and lazily glanced over. His clothing always exuded quality and neatness, but now the fabric around his chest was wrinkled from being rubbed, his sports pants still hadn't been fastened properly, his features revealed an air of satisfaction, and his lips were slightly unnaturally red. Most importantly, this was Ganyu's room. Deng Fei. Not sure if it was because his mind was dirty, seeing this scene right now made him feel. This was unmistakably the aftermath. You're no human, you beast. Sure enough, everyone present also noticed something wasn't right. At 1 a.m., a certain person who said he would be on the phone with his girlfriend discussing life philosophies emerged from his good friend's room. Wang Wenhong, Zhou Mo. Dai Lingsu swept her gaze up and down at him before squinting. How did you come out from Ganyu's room? Chapter 106, Big Brother, You're So Spicy. Dai Heng slowly and deliberately loosened the door handle, shoved his hands into his trouser pockets, standing tall and elegant with a relaxed demeanor, not showing even a hint of nervousness. I couldn't sleep, so I came to chat with my buddy. Is that a problem? Chatting with your buddy at 1 in the morning? Dai Lingsu had her arms crossed, feeling something was off. Isn't Ganyu already asleep? He woke up again. Dai Lingsu arched an eyebrow. Weren't you on the phone with your girlfriend? Dai Heng slightly lifted his eyelids and glanced at Deng Fei behind him. Deng Fei wore an innocent smile. Dai Heng smirked faintly, carelessly saying, we had a quarrel. Dai Heng looked composed, his tone completely unruffled. We quarreled. I'm upset, so I came to complain to my friend. Ask Deng Fei for the rest. Having said that, Dai Heng pulled a handsome face and strolled unhurriedly toward the opposite room's door, swiped his card to enter, and slammed the door shut with a click. Deng Fei. All three turned their heads towards Deng Fei simultaneously. Deng Fei kept a straight face. Yes, exactly right. We all seek comfort from our buddies after quarreling with our girlfriends, even at 1 in the morning. After all, our friends are just like trash bins for our emotions. Many of our low moments have been spent with good friends by our side. That's what good friends are for, right? Totally reasonable, right? He delivered a long speech, and Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo appeared convinced. Seemed like it made sense indeed. Wang Wendong already believed entirely, Gan Yu is really good at comforting others. Just now, when Dai Heng came out, he seemed in a pretty decent mood. Zhou Mo nodded in agreement. Let's ask Gan Yu someday about how he consoles people. Deng Fei immediately started choking with coughs. Dai Lingsu raised an eyebrow, staring at the tightly closed door for a moment, unsure if she believed it or not. All right, go back to sleep early. We still have other plans tomorrow. Back in the room. With trembling hands, Deng Fei pulled out his phone and started recording voice messages. The output lasted for a full 60 seconds before he could send it. But he didn't get a chance to send it. A new message popped up on the interface. Dai Heng, the other party transferred 5,000 yuan to you. Thanks, brother. Deng Fei's words trailed off abruptly as he slid his finger across the screen, canceling the voice message. No problem, bro. The next day. Gan Yu still had filming work, arriving early at the convention center. This comic exhibition hired more than 10 cosplayers as image representatives, a big expense by the organizer. Gan Yu was only one of them, and not even a professional cosplayer. His fame was nowhere near the level of the others. The host provided costumes, and he had to take photos in 3 different character setups today. Once today's task was completed, he wouldn't have any work left for tomorrow. The first costume was for Furukawa Tomoko, whose beauty was intoxicating with a seductive allure. The makeup was sweet yet morbidly obsessive, a flat bang style with jet black straight hair, with a tear mole below the corner of her eye. She wore a student uniform, presenting an exquisite yet dark aesthetic. Lu Jia was finishing up his look, adding the tear mole under the eye. Your other roommates didn't come today. I went to bed late last night. At this hour, they should all still be asleep. Gan Yu, who had woken up early and took nearly an hour for his transformation, yawned. Lu Jia gave a quick glance at someone far away on the couch, who was busy playing with his phone. Yesterday, she noticed this person was the most handsome one among them all. This morning, upon arrival, he was holding breakfast while carrying milk like some kind of devoted assistant, staying close to Gan Yu. It's not that I have anything against it. Lu Jia could barely contain her excitement and whispered, but doesn't your roommate just exude too much charm? She wanted to ask if they were a couple but felt it might be offensive. Regardless, she had started shipping them. During the shoot, Dai Heng sat on the adjacent sofa, lazily reclining there with one hand propped on the armrest, his gaze fixed intently on Gan Yu. Without needing to look, Gan Yu could feel his fiery gaze, which felt even more present than the flashes from the cameras. It made him increasingly uncomfortable. After shooting continuously for an hour, Wang Xiao examined the footage, then glanced at the person sitting on the sofa and said, "You're doing great. Take a half-hour break." Then he turned and walked out of the studio. The sofa was a 2-person leather couch. Gan Yu walked over and sat down beside Dai Heng, nudging his knee with his leg. Can you control yourself a little? Dai Heng leisurely curled his lips upward, turning his head languidly to the side. What did I do? Your eyes. Dai Heng raised his eyebrows. My eyes? Gan Yu wasn't sure how to phrase it. Can you tone down that look like you want to devour me? But it wasn't entirely without benefits, at least that photographer no longer stared at him with that strange look. Dai Heng emitted a low chuckle from his throat, slightly leaning closer to Gan Yu's ear, almost speaking in a whisper. Big brother, you're so spicy, I can't control myself. Shit. Gan Yu kicked him. Shut up. They were born in the same year but different months. Gan Yu's birthday was in February, while Dai Heng's was in August. Therefore, Gan Yu was about half a year older. Dai Heng raised his hand and restrained Gan Yu's knee, tilting his head back, revealing a straight neckline, with an obvious Adam's apple, looking particularly sexy as he laughed silently. Yesterday during the shoot, there were too many people around, so to avoid suspicion, they refrained from any excessive physical contact. Now, with all the staff absent, only the 2 of them in the entire photography studio, Dai Heng became much more overt. The 2 were squeezed on the same sofa, close together, their legs currently brushing against each other. Dai Heng clasped his hands and placed Gan Yu's leg on his own knee. Gan Yu sat casually in the sofa, glancing at his phone. He spared a look at Dai Heng but didn't intervene. With no one to care for their cat at home, it had been temporarily placed in the care of the hospital, and his father sent him a video. Right now, the sound of a meowing cat came from the phone. Dai Heng leaned over, his palm still resting on Gan Yu's thigh, leaning back slightly. Who's taking care of our son? My dad. Gan Yu scrolled through another video. It's at the hospital, the nurses are helping feed him. Dai Heng's shoulder brushed against Gan Yu's as he tilted his head to look at his phone, drawling, we should go visit Dad when we have time. Gan Yu paused, turning his head. You haven't changed a bit with this habit of getting too familiar. Dai Heng chuckled softly, raising his hand to pinch Gan Yu's neck. How much longer do we need to shoot? We have 3 sets today. This is just the first one. This outfit. Dai Heng's gaze moved downward from his open collar, pausing at the exposed part under his knee-length skirt. Gan Yu's legs were long and straight, pale in complexion, very enticing. Do we have something similar at home? Student uniforms. Maybe, what's your point? Ganyu lifted his eyes to meet Dai Heng's waiting gaze. Dai Heng merely stared at him without speaking, the hint of ambiguous laughter lingering in his peachy eyes. This person started laughing for no reason again. Ganyu rolled his eyes, just about to ask what he was laughing at. He suddenly felt something was off, instinctively lifting his eyes. Just then, he met Lu Jia's wide-eyed stare not far away. Her gaze locked onto their entangled legs for several seconds, her expression a mixture of excitement and that of uncovering some earth-shattering secret. Ganyu. Instinctively, he pulled his leg back. Alright, there was nothing to hide anymore. Chapter 107, Keep Me Tonight. Dai Lingsu's friend's new escape room opened today, and they were invited to come support the business by trying out the experience. On the first day of opening, only acquaintances were entertained. Ganyu didn't finish shooting until 3 in the afternoon, and he was on his way now. The others had already arrived earlier. Dai Lingsu was waiting on a sofa in the escape room lobby. In front of her sat her 2 gal pals. Song An glanced at the 3 boys next to their table playing Fight the Landlord. Sister Lingsu, wasn't there supposed to be a handsome guy? These ones aren't particularly good looking. Yang Shui, facing the mirror to reapply makeup, what about your younger brother? I remember how crazy hot he was. Dai Lingsu cracked sunflower seeds with a smile, why so impatient? The handsome ones haven't arrived yet. They waited for about half an hour, and the 2 they were expecting finally showed up. Upon seeing the people entering, Song An's eyes lit up, oh my gosh, look at those 2. They're incredibly handsome. Sister Lingsu, is that your little brother? Yang Shui nodded approvingly, hot damn, even though he's kinda young. Song An, young or not, he's too attractive. Sister Lingsu, your little brother is so freaking handsome. Is that his friend? Wow, these 2 are just absolutely amazing. Yang Shui put down her makeup mirror and asked, does your younger brother have a girlfriend yet? Dai Lingsu wiped her fingers with a damp tissue, seems like he does, but the one next to him doesn't. His name is Ganyu. Yang Shui's eyes shone, ah, I like that type. Would it be too much if I threw myself into his arms? Dai Lingsu looked at her as if she had something unspoken to say, don't you have a boyfriend already? Yang Shui wagged her finger at her, this is called fun, a high-end mighty cool teenager. Watching his face turn red must be so entertaining. I love teasing younger brothers. What's this sick hobby of yours? Remembering the boy's cold expression, Dai Lingsu smiled faintly, he's hard to flirt with, probably too much for you. Yang Shui was confident, we'll see about that. Ganyu was sitting casually, watching the 3 of them play, Fight the Landlord. What did you guys do this morning? Wang Wending threw down a card, we went shopping. Shopping? Ganyu lifted his eyes, what did you buy? Mentioning it, Wang Wending was still puzzled, I originally planned to go watch your shoot, but Deng Fei said he needed to buy something, so he dragged us along for shopping. Zhou Mo scratched the back of his head, ugh, what were we even supposed to buy again? After all the walking around, we ended up buying nothing. Deng Fei. Of course, someone paid him a favor. With money thrown at him, he led these few electric lights away so that he could spend time alone with his wife. Like he actually wanted to shop. At this moment, Dai Lingsu walked over, everyone's here, let's go inside. They quickly gathered the cards. After the girls deliberated, they chose the most terrifying pursuit scenario available. Midnight Ghost Town. The group tied blindfolds over their eyes and were soon brought to the entrance of the escape room. Dai Heng walked first, Ganyu right behind him, his hand resting lightly on Dai Heng's shoulder. When the blindfolds were removed, Ganyu started to observe the surrounding environment. The lighting inside was dim, creating a strange and ominous atmosphere. However, a spotlight occasionally swept overhead, allowing for some visibility. There were a few paper effigies next to them, with dark painted eyes, which looked quite eerie. Wang Wending trembled slightly but couldn't help but touch one curiously with his hand, even the paper people look scary. Walking to the next paper person, Wang Wending commented, wow, there are several more. Approaching the 3rd paper effigy, Wang Wending poked its face, man, this one feels so realistic. Suddenly, the NPC being touched moved, The paper person revived, and a terrifying scream made everyone jump with fright. Instantly, a chorus of ear-piercing screams erupted around the room. People at the front held their heads and began running helter-skelter. The scene turned chaotic instantly. Being the closest, Wang Wending was the most terrified by the close-up scare and fell to his knees, wah. Ganyu was jostled by someone, stepped back, and collided with a warm chest. Before he knew it, his fingers were enveloped by a warm sensation. Then, another set of fingers slipped through his and tightly clasped his hand. Amidst the pitch-black darkness, with clamor echoing in his ears, a trail of warmth spread from his palm. That person's deep, velvety voice brushed against his ear, don't be afraid, Mr. Gan. Ganyu, on the other hand, wasn't too scared. Although there were people around, the overly dim surroundings didn't make him break away, he let himself be led further in by that person's grip. The group huddled together, inching forward with extreme slowness. They were at the front of the group, stopping every 2 steps to wait for everyone else to catch up. In the pitch-black environment where visibility was near zero, Ganyu could feel a warm breath grazing his cheek during their brief waits. His eyelids fluttered slightly as he already knew what the person intended to do. He raised his hand and pushed the face away, saying, "Don't even think about it. There are infrared cameras here, surveillance can capture everything." Dai Heng's teasing voice echoed next to Ganyu's ear, "At this rate, they'll never finish in a day. Why don't we escape together?" Ganyu turned his head and caught sight of Dai Heng's outline amidst the darkness. "Do you have any team spirit at all?" A low chuckle sounded from beside them. It took them a full 10 minutes just to traverse one corridor. Apparently fed up with their sluggish pace, the NPCs came charging after them with chainsaws. People at the back started running like crazy. There's a ghost. NPCs chased them with chainsaws, their footsteps close enough to send shivers down everyone's spines, making hearts race uncontrollably. Chased all the way through. Spotted last was Deng Fei, who shouted in exasperation, "Damn, is there anyone controlling these NPCs? They're hitting my butt." Arriving at the end of the corridor, there seemed to be no way out, only an iron door nearby. Ganyu reached out and opened the door, pulling the others inside. Those following behind rushed in quickly, cutting off the NPCs outside. Outside came the loud sound of violent knocks against the door. Though free from the chasing NPCs, their location offered little comfort, still completely dark, the air heavy with ominous vibes. In the distance, intermittent flashes of eerie green light illuminated the atmosphere. Overhead, a buzzing noise suggested some door opening somewhere. This strange sound gave rise to spine-chilling sensations among the group. Wang Wending and Zhou Mo clung to each other wailing, "Wah wah wah. Mom, I want to go home." Dai Lingsu's panicked voice rang out from the darkness, Dai Heng, where did you go?" Yang Shui, startled so severely her spirit nearly left her body, remembered her original intention to flirt. She aimed at the silhouette of white, which belonged to a tall figure standing gracefully, a clear sign of Dai Lingsu's handsome younger brother. Preparing herself to look weak and pitiful so she could cling onto him, Yang Shui suddenly found her target missing. Because that white-clad figure had already been hugged tightly by someone else. Even in complete darkness, one could discern the outlines. That superior height clearly pointed to Dai Lingsu's stunning younger brother. Two guys embraced each other right in front of her eyes, utterly oblivious to Yang Shui's well-being. Yang Shui. Not having time to bother about seducing anyone now, when that eerie sound approached again, she quickly switched her attention to the female crowd. This has frightened me to death. Dai Heng whispered lowly, "Teacher gone, it seems like a ghost is about to crawl out of the coffin." Ganyu paused mid-step. Just as he prepared to turn towards the sound, someone suddenly gripped his neck and pulled him into a tight embrace, asking, "Are you scared?" "I'm not scared," replied Ganyu. Dai Heng lowered his head, his voice nearly brushing against Ganyu's earlobe, whispering quietly, "But I am scared. I probably won't be able to sleep tonight. Big brother, will you keep me tonight?" Chapter 108, Hooked on Calling Big Brother. Ganyu was speechless. "You're hooked on calling me Big Brother? What else would you like me to call you?" Dai Heng's voice had a tinge of fragmented laughter, "Brother-in-law." Ganyu. Dai Heng leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Brother-in-law, sister isn't home today. Can I sleep with you?" A vein throbbed on Ganyue's forehead, "Get lost." Just as he was about to pull his hand out of Dai Heng's grip, Dai Heng tightened his hold. "Don't let go, I'm scared." Ganyu paused for a moment, "You're not acting convincingly at all." But he showed no intention of withdrawing his hand either, allowing him to continue holding it. By now, the coffin had been fully opened, and the NPC crawling out had already reached them, grabbing their ankles. Screams echoed everywhere. The ground felt scorching, making everyone jump non-stop. At this moment, three girls huddled together, Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo crouched on the ground covering their heads. Deng Fei stood alone, tightly embracing himself in loneliness and helplessness. In the darkness, Dai Lingsu shouted loudly, "Aheng, where are you? Hurry up and protect me." Dai Heng held on to someone precious, circumventing the NPCs on the ground, while leisurely checking for clues. He casually replied, "I'm busy, go find Deng Fei." Wang Wendong buried his face into his arms, too scared even to raise his head. "Wah wah wah, Ganyu seems pretty brave, I haven't heard him cry out once, I want protection too." Dai Heng, his eyes half lowered, found a note under faint lighting and handed the clue slip to Ganyu. "Ganyu is busy, go find Deng Fei." "Big brother. Go find Deng Fei." That voice sighed exasperatedly, "I am Deng Fei." Dai Heng lifted an eyebrow, his tone unusually laid back, "Oh, go play by yourself." Deng Fei, what the hell? On one side were trembling people, completely terrified, on the other side, the two remained completely oblivious to the NPCs. An NPC with disheveled long hair crawled over and stretched out its hand to touch Ganyue's calf, determined to scare them. Ganyu momentarily stiffened. The NPC thought they had succeeded in frightening this person and was preparing to do more. Above them came a calm voice, "Your wig fell off." NPC. Ganyu stepped back, took someone by the hand, and circled to the other side, beginning to search for keys based on the clue's direction, planning to leave the room first. Throughout the process, only these two were searching for clues to clear the stage. Behind them, everyone screamed and panicked, incessantly yelling. After being tortured by these screams for 2 hours, they finally passed the stage. When they emerged from the escape room, everyone's legs were already weak. Dai Lingsu was so scared that she looked ghastly pale. Her throat hurt from shouting inside but didn't get any response. After coming out, she immediately took her bag to the restroom to touch up her makeup. Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo's voices went hoarse from screaming. Leaning against the wall, they still hadn't calmed down. As they looked up, they noticed the only two who stayed calm walking hand in hand from behind. Wang Wendong, Zhou Mo. One, being Dai Lingsu's younger brother, the other, Dai Lingsu's love interest. Neither protected her, and instead, these two walked out holding hands. Something wasn't quite right here. Noticing everyone's gazes. Only now did Ganyue realize they had held hands throughout the whole ordeal. He pulled his hand back and leaned nearby with a composed expression. Dai Heng stuffed his hands into his trouser pockets, his demeanor relaxed and carefree, lazily saying, "It was too scary, luckily Gon teacher was there for me." "Oh. Do you look like you were afraid?" Deng Fei's heart was still racing from the scare and had to cover for his unreliable friend. Deng Fei forced out a couple dry laughs. Haha, exactly, that's how good brothers are. They hold on to each other when scared. Look at the girls over there, they're more dramatic, right? Yang Shui and Song Ainen were still hugging each other, recounting how terrifying the escape room was. Wang Wendong stared at them for a while, nodding in sudden realization, it seems to be the case. Zhou Mo nodded firmly, indeed, good friends holding hands is also very normal. Wang Wendong confirmed confidently, Ganyue has real integrity. He wouldn't even accompany his girlfriend but still chose to stay with his good friend. Leaving the escape room, it was already 6 in the evening, just dinner time. Physically and mentally exhausted, the group had dinner at a nearby Korean barbecue restaurant close to the hotel. As Dai Lingsu flipped the meat on the grill, she outlined the plans for the next day. Tomorrow is our last day. We'll head out to sea at 8 a.m., so we need to get up early. Deng Fei, so early. Ganyue has a 6 p.m. flight this afternoon, and the schedule's tight. Don't be late, Dai Lingsu casually reminded them. If you can't wake up, I'll come into your rooms to call you tomorrow. After playing in the escape room all afternoon, both physically and mentally exhausted, everyone was focused on eating, barely paying attention to what she said. Ganyue's phone lying on the table suddenly lit up with a new message notification. Wang Xiao had added him during the photo shoot and mentioned he would send over the photos from yesterday. Now, the finished batch of photos had been sent over. Wang Xiao, file package. Wang Xiao, the raw files are all here. Any requests for photo editing? Although Ganyue hadn't communicated much with this photographer, after looking at the photos, he found they were all very well done. Ganyue, they're great. Wang Xiao, the convention website has already announced your photos. You can check it out, link. Ganyue, alright. Wang Xiao, I just realized now that you haven't said a word to me. Once the job was done, there wouldn't likely be any more opportunities for them to meet. Ganyue had planned to delete Wang Xiao's contact. Just then, another message popped up on his screen. Wang Xiao, you're not going to delete me, are you? Ganyue. Wang Xiao, I haven't sent you today's session pictures yet. Can I stay in your contacts for 2 more days? Before Ganyue could respond, he noticed something amiss and turned his head. He caught Dai Heng's deep, mischievous gaze staring right at him. The gaze Dai Heng had previously dropped returned as their eyes met. He clearly saw the chat history and gave a faint smirk but said nothing before turning his head away. Ganyue. After a simple dinner, the group returned to their hotel rooms to rest separately. After showering, Ganyue changed into clean clothes. Tomorrow morning, they'd need to wake up quite early. He decided to pack his luggage now, and once they returned from the boat trip, he could grab it and go straight to the airport. While folding his clothes, a knock came from the door. Ganyue paused, put the clothing into the suitcase, stood up, and went to open the door. Dai Heng's tall figure was lazily leaning against the doorframe, right outside his room. His dark, piercing eyes held no emotion, only amber-toned pupils stared steadily at him. Through the slightly opened door, Ganyue met his gaze without surprise. It was late at night, and apart from him, there was no one else. Chapter 109, Sleep Together. After staring at each other for a few seconds, without saying anything, Ganyue stood up straight and walked inside. The person at the door paused for a moment, then quickly followed in, closing the door. Ganyue didn't bring much luggage, so he only folded up the clothes that had dried and placed them into his suitcase. Dai Heng sat down on his bedstead with a deep voice, revealing no emotion. Are you leaving tomorrow? Ganyue, yeah. Can't you stay a couple more days? Ganyue had a lot of things to take care of back home, not even lifting his head. I also need to take care of my dad. Behind him, there was silence. After this separation, they probably wouldn't see each other for a while. The spring festival was coming up, and it was 40 days until school started again. Both of them understood clearly what this sudden silence meant. Ganyue's eyelids fluttered as he tidied up, placing his suitcase upright against the wall. When he stood up, his wrist was grabbed and he was pulled over. Dai Heng was sitting at the foot of his bed, his long legs casually spread out, his arm hooking around Ganyue's lower back. tilting his head to look up, his tone particularly nonchalant. Can I sleep with you tonight? Ganyu was pulled to the front, situated between Dai Hang's legs, looking down at him. He could sense that Dai Hang's mood wasn't too good, but surprisingly, he didn't mention the photographer. Ganyu stared at him for a while. I have something else to handle, can't do anything else. Dai Hang raised his eyes slightly, meeting his gaze, his voice very low. Won't do anything else. Just want to hold you. After finishing everything, it was already 10 o'clock at night. There was only one night light on in the room. Each lying on one side of the bed, Ganyu still had some matters to deal with on his account. He lay sideways, holding his phone, handling work-related things. The blanket was draped over his waist and stomach. He wore a clean white shirt, his back very thin, the lamplight enveloping him, the hair on his head glowing, the lines of his shoulder blades extremely sexy. Dai Hang stared at him for a while, propped himself up on his arms, reaching out to embrace him. Aren't you going to sleep yet? Ganyu just opened the official website of the Comic Expo, browsing the information, forwarding relevant content to his own account. Wait a bit, I still have something to deal with. Some fans had already seen the official promotional picture from the Comic Expo, leaving comments under his latest works. Ganyu concentrated on dealing with work-related things, and when that person embraced him, he didn't say anything. Although he had agreed not to do anything else. But the scent within the covers was all Ganyu's, making him inexplicably restless. Dai Hang's Adam's apple moved as he murmured softly, it's a bit hot, can I take off my top? Ganyu's eyelids twitched, exiting the interface, opening WeChat, no. The person behind him became compliant after that. They had slept together before, but back then, their relationship was purely brotherly. Even if being held, there were no other thoughts, but now their identities had changed. Ganyu could clearly feel the temperature of his arms, as if his back had been touched by the residual warmth of his chest, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. Ganyu said nothing, lying on his side, holding his phone, flipping through the photos sent by Wang Xiao for a while, saving a few that he thought were decent. But somehow, the distance between the two of them kept getting closer. When he noticed something was wrong, Ganyu avoided Dai Hang's breath falling on the back of his neck. Can you move back a bit? That person said nothing. Ganyu's scalp tingled a little. The breathing sound in the dimness was particularly heavy. Ganyu's phone fell onto the bed, and he pushed him away with his arm. We agreed to just sleep, are you a dog? Dai Hang pressed his hands on his shoulders, his pupils tainted with a thick shade of the night. I'm a dog. Ganyu vaguely knew the reason for his impatience today. He wanted an answer, but he couldn't give it to him right now. In their heavy breathing, Ganyu's voice was a little unstable. I'll give you the answer the next time we meet. The next morning. Dai Lingsu started calling people at 8 o'clock. Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo quickly got up, sleepy-eyed and opened the door. Dai Hang's room, however, remained quiet despite knocking for a long time with no response. Dai Lingsu made several consecutive calls, none of which were answered. Do you know where Hang went? Wang Wendong was brushing his teeth, shaking his head in confusion. Don't know. He came back yesterday and went to sleep, I didn't pay attention. Dai Lingsu turned her head to look at the opposite door. Ganyu's phone is off, can't get through. They probably didn't go out last night, right? Maybe they're still not back. They had agreed to leave at 8 o'clock and now it was already late, but no one could be found. Dai Lingsu played with her phone for a while and then said, I'll go get a spare room card. After saying this sentence, she walked towards the elevator in high heels. Soon Dai Lingsu returned with the room card, opened Dai Hang's room, and took a quick look inside. The inside was clean and tidy, without any signs that anyone had slept there. It looked like no one had returned all night. She frowned and stepped back. Hang is really not in the room. Wang Wendong scratched his head. Is Ganyu not in either? They had already called around, and most people had woken up by now. When Deng Fei pushed the door open, wrapped in a blanket and sleepily looking out, he just happened to see Dai Lingsu using the room card to open Ganyu's room door. What's going on? Wang Wendong glanced back at him. We can't get through to Dai Hang's phone, and there's no one in his room. We don't know where he went. Zhou Mo added, we don't know if Ganyu's in the room or not. Ling Su is trying to find them. Deng Fei had just woken up, so his brain was a little slow to catch up, and he nodded absent-mindedly. Several seconds later, he suddenly realized something. What the hell? Don't. Open. The door. Ah. Deng Fei raised his hand. Wait. It was too late to stop her as Dai Lingsu had already used the room card to brush open the door and walked straight in. Curious, Wang Wendong followed behind her and took 2 steps into the room. Anyone in? No one in Ganyu's room either. Several people crowded at the doorway, but as soon as they saw what was inside, they froze simultaneously. Chapter 110, Caught a Cold. Last night, Ganyu went to bed a bit late. The two of them chatted for most of the night. What they called chatting didn't last long before the other person would silently lean in for a kiss. They agreed not to do anything else, but then he ended up being pinned down and kissed for a while. Finally calming down, Ganyu drifted off to sleep, half asleep. Vaguely, he heard Dai Hang get out of bed and head for the bathroom, followed by the sound of water. After some time, that warm body behind him wrapped its arms around him again, pulling him close. Too tired to open his eyes, Ganyu fell into a deep sleep. What time was it then? Probably 3 or 4 in the morning. Because they stayed up too late, Ganyu slept right through the morning and completely missed the knocking on the door. When he woke up, his nose felt blocked, he seemed to have caught a cold. Daiheng had taken a shower, yet it was Ganyu who caught a cold, something Ganyu found very confusing. When the sound of the lock turning at the door reached his ears, something inside his mind stirred slightly, bringing him more awake. At that moment, he was still tightly embraced in someone's possessive arms. A voice from the doorway rang out, calm and steady, "Ah-heng. It's time to get up, we need to leave." That voice was so composed that the people inside the room hadn't yet realized anything unusual. Ganyu fluttered his eyelids but kept them closed, nudging the waist of the person beside him with his elbow. His voice was heavy with drowsiness, calling you. Under the blanket, the person whose waist had been touched slowly woke up, instinctively tightening their arm and pulling Ganyu closer, lazily humming an. The sound of the door closing came from the doorway. Ganyu moved his eyelids slightly, finally realizing something wasn't right, and opened his eyes. His throat felt a bit hoarse because of the cold. "Take your hands off me." The distance between the two of them was too close, their body heat intertwined, even their breaths mingling. Under the blanket was the scent of mixed shower gels from both of them. Daiheng smiled indifferently and obediently pulled his wandering hand back. Ganyu yawned, feeling a little dryness at the corners of his eyes. Did someone just come in? Supporting himself on one elbow on the bed, Daiheng lifted his upper body slightly, looked at him, and raised his free hand to touch the corner of his eye, replying absent-mindedly, "Seems like it." "Ganyu, were we exposed?" "Exposed, it seems." Daiheng rubbed away the moisture at the corner of Ganyu's eye and leaned in closer. "Why are your eyes a bit red?" Ganyu's nasal passages were slightly blocked, making his voice deeper. He raised a hand to push Daiheng's face away. "I caught a cold." "Keep your distance, it's contagious." After the door closed, there was a 10-second silence in the corridor outside. Deng Fei's heart almost skipped a beat. He expected to see a mess of clothes scattered all over the room, maybe even witnessing some inappropriate scene. Thankfully, at least the two of them were dressed, not as risque as Deng Fei imagined. But, looking at that large bed, the white blankets beneath clearly showed that the two were sleeping hugging each other, the curve of the bed cover rising where they lay intertwined, with their ankles visibly intertwined outside the covers. A truth was about to emerge, subtly pointing towards something but never fully breaking the surface, hidden behind a thin veil. The few people in the hallway exchanged looks. Deng Fei, expressionless, racked his brain, actually. Wang Wendong's mood grew complicated, still unable to process what he'd seen earlier. He looked over. "You know, it's normal for good buddies to be like this, right?" Deng Fei. "Congratulations, you've got reflex answers now. Actually, it is normal for good friends to hold hands or sleep in the same bed. But the way they slept was abnormal. Do good friends really hug each other while sleeping? Like vines intertwined?" Things were starting to seem off. Dai Lingsu crossed her arms and wore an unreadable expression. "Deng Fei, did Ah-heng ever have the habit of sleeping with his good friends?" Deng Fei. Not only did Ah-heng lack such a habit, if a good friend sat on his bed, he'd insist on washing the sheets. Deng Fei let out a forced laugh. "Habits, they're unpredictable. I used to hate coriander, now I eat it fine, Dai Lingsu arched an eyebrow. "Would you sleep hugging your good friends?" Deng Fei gritted his teeth and fabricated a story. "Of course. I hug my good friends to sleep every day. Actually, this is quite normal. Occasionally, when you sleep, you want to hold on to something. When there's nothing to hold, why not hug a good friend?" "Really?" Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo simultaneously revealed expressions of great shock. The good brothers from the city seemed to be a bit different from what they understood. They learned something new. Dai Lingsu tugged at the corner of her lips, didn't say anything more, and walked towards the room in high heels. "Once you're packed, come downstairs for breakfast. We'll leave promptly at 9. After eating breakfast, they set off by car to the dock. The super-large SUV was just enough to seat 8 people. Ganyu was sitting in the last row. His cold symptoms had worsened slightly at this moment. After yawning, his eyes were a little red and had a moist feeling. He found a mask to wear so he wouldn't infect others. Last night, he didn't sleep well and went out with Daiheng while taking cold medicine. Now, he leaned against the chair back, closed his eyes, and rested lightly. An hour later, they arrived at the dock. An 80-foot luxury yacht, very wide and large, had 2 levels. The first level at the ship's stern had sofas and a hydraulic lift deck. The second level's flying bridge was spacious. The lower deck also came with 3 rooms and a wine lounge inside the cabin, very luxurious, one could say. Deng Fei's eyes lit up. He was highly interested in the yacht and asked behind Dai Lingsu, "Sis, is this your friend's? How much does it cost?" Dai Lingsu was leading them to tour the interior of the yacht, 1.8 small goals. Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo were shocked and couldn't close their mouths. Everywhere they looked, prices started in the hundreds of millions. Rich people indeed. Deng Fei was quite tempted, sat on the sofa, and felt it out. Impressive. "I will buy one in the future." The yacht would drive on the sea surface for a while before stopping, then gently swaying leisurely on the sea. "What do you two want to play?" There are sea motorbikes and surfing activities, Dai Lingsu introduced to them. If you don't want to play these, there's also sea fishing. It wasn't often that they came out to play, so everyone was highly interested in the thrilling projects. Deng Fei was eager to try sea motorbike. Wang Wendong was also very interested. I want to play this. I saw someone playing it on TV before. Zhou Mo, then I'll play too. The group climbed the stairs to the top deck and sat on the sofas basking in the sun. Today's weather was great, with the sun hanging high, rippling light on the sea surface. It wasn't too hot either, as the wind blew past, giving everyone a comfortable feeling. Dai Lingsu held a wine glass in her hand. How about Ganyu? What do you want to play? Ganyu's eyes always turned red when he caught a cold. He felt a bit drowsy now. Sea fishing. Wang Wendong cradled a fruit plate in his arms. Aren't you going to play the motorbike? It's very exciting. Isn't sea fishing something elderly people do? Ganyu, I have a bit of a cold, I can't play. You go ahead. Dai Lingsu stared at him for a while. Since we haven't reached our destination yet, you can take a nap. Your eyes are red. What did you stay up late doing last night? Ganyu. It seemed like her tone carried some deep meaning. Chapter 111, Like a Dog Bite. Dai Lingsu didn't ask much further and turned to look at the person beside her. Heng, what are you playing? Dai Heng was lounging on the couch like he had no bones, his long legs stretched out. He spoke with particular nonchalance. Sea fishing. Dai Lingsu twitched her lips and said enigmatically, when did you start liking sea fishing? Didn't you say before that it was very boring? Dai Heng raised an eyebrow slightly, with a casual demeanor as if he had completely forgotten. Did I say that? Do you want me to remind you? Dai Lingsu grinned sarcastically. In the past, all the things you played were thrilling like skiing and surfing. Have you lost your memory? She smiled again. Or are you also having a cold? Wang Wenyong popped a grape into his mouth. But how could this kind of weather lead to a cold? Is the air conditioning set too low? At this moment, Ganyu was looking at the sea surface. His figure was half-turned, his white shirt being blown up by the wind, his black hair slightly disheveled, revealing a long, cold neck. With his fair skin, the trace of red at the back of his neck stood out particularly. Zhou Mo wondered aloud, if the temperature is set so low, can mosquitoes still exist? It seems like Ganyu got bitten on his neck by mosquitoes. Ganyu's figure paused for a moment. This mosquito seems pretty big, said Dai Lingsu with a smile. Let your good buddy find some medicine for you to rub on it. After the yacht had sailed a certain distance from the shore, it stopped. After a bit of preparation, a few people decided to play with jet skis. This activity of sea fishing, which was suitable for older people, nobody wanted to participate in, except for these two individuals. Ganyu sat with his legs bent on the second deck. Next to him was a small bucket, which was currently empty. The two of them sat close together, their knees brushing each other. Ganyu was bending down to organize the bait without raising his head, but he could feel the burning gaze on him. Can you stop staring at me? Afterwards, you won't be able to see me anymore. Shouldn't I take advantage of the time to see you more now? Came the drawn-out voice from beside. A warm hand rested on the back of his neck, lightly stroking the faint pink hickey on his neck. Teacher gone, they have bad eyesight. Don't you think this looks like a mosquito bite? Not really, more like a dog bite. There came a mischievous chuckle from the side. Do you want to bite again? Shall I let you? Ganyu slightly lifted his eyes and glanced over. Your sister might have known already. So what? Dai Heng supported himself with his arms stretched backward, posing with an especially carefree posture. His long legs lightly touched his knee. When his gaze fell, his eyes were unusually deep and heavy. Ganyu silently held his eye contact for a while. The finger pads resting on the back of his neck gently caressed. The young man's black hair was slightly tousled by the wind. Due to the cold, his face was partially covered, only exposing a pair of lethargic eyes. At this moment, those eyes carried a tinge of red, with a hint of moisture. As if he was crying. Dai Heng's Adam's apple rolled slightly, his gaze shifting between his brows and the mask. He sighed softly. Teacher gone, even when you cry, you're so sexy. He straightened his body, pulling down his mask, his eyes landing on his lips, whispering, I want to kiss you. Ganyu snapped back to reality and retreated slightly. There are people around. Dai Heng glanced behind with a flicker of his eyelids. At this moment, the yacht was very quiet. The others were all on the other side of the ship playing with the water scooters. No one. They're all on the first floor. Ganyu raised his hand to pull the mask up, turning his gaze away. I'm having a cold, it will spread. Your boyfriend has great health. You should give it a try. The sea sparkled with faint light. Dai Heng's fishing rod leaned against the deck, swinging gently. Ganyu fluttered his eyelids and said, it's hooked. Dai Heng pinched his neck gently, saying in a drawl, haven't I already been hooked on your line? Ganyu looked at him, your fish has been hooked. At this moment, the float on the sea surface was rising and falling, showing signs of a fish biting the hook. The fish has been hooked, why hasn't the person I like been hooked yet? Dai Heng released his hand, sighing, and slowly picked up the fishing rod to reel in the line. Don't I even get a kiss on the last day? He asked. Ganyu's eyelid twitched, wanting to say that you've kissed enough these 2 days. Before the words reached his mouth, they changed into, "We'll talk after you catch another fish." "What are you looking at?" Dai Lingsu just swam a circle in the sea and walked upstairs wrapped in a towel, grabbing a glass of juice and handing it over. "You're still smiling foolishly." Yang Shui didn't have time to hold back her smile at the corner of her mouth and pushed up her sunglasses. "Not that I want to say, but your handsome younger brother and his roommate, these two, they seem quite easy to ship." Dai Lingsu glanced at the two people not far away, her eyes full of meaning. "Aren't you still trying to flirt with Ganyu? Why are you shipping them now?" "I'm flirting with nothing." Yang Shui took a sip of juice. "He hasn't even glanced at me once until now. I don't think he even knows I exist." She made her conclusion. This younger brother is really not easy to flirt with. Dai Lingsu sat down on the sofa, laughing non-stop. Yang Shui said, "They should go shoot an idol drama. I'll definitely watch it." The other few people came back one after another. Being wet made them feel a bit cold, so they were all wrapped in bath towels now. Deng Fei looked at the two on the deck. "Are they still fishing over there?" "Wang Wenyong, I can't understand what's fun about fishing. They've just been sitting there for ages without catching anything." At this moment, they were sitting in the cabin at the bow of the ship, while those two were on the stern deck, a bit far away. These two brothers have too much ambience. The way they sit together looks like they're shooting an idol drama. Yang Shui took out her phone, aiming it at the two men's backs. "Perfect, this is better than any idol drama." As the sun set in the horizon, the sea sparkled with shimmering waves. The white shirt of the young man seemed almost glowing, his silhouette outlined as pure and slender. Just sitting casually with his legs sprawled out, his gaze couldn't help but be drawn. The person beside him was much taller, wearing a black t-shirt which emphasized broad shoulders. Now he carelessly placed the caught fish into the bucket. He propped one hand on the deck behind the youth, his posture slightly leaning forward, then gently pulled off the mask from the boy's face, murmured something, and tilted his head to kiss him. Chapter 112, Seriousness. That scene was so captivating that the few people present were all stunned in place, unable to recover for a long time. The surface of the sea swayed gently, and a glass bead rolled from the table onto the floor, emitting a soft sound. The originally still air seemed to start flowing again only at this moment. Wang Wending and Zhou Mo came back to their senses, both drawing a breath simultaneously, and turned to look at Deng Fei beside them. Their eyes were filled with meaning. "Let's hear how you're going to spin this." Deng Fei. "Damn it, let everything be destroyed. Whoever wants to take responsibility can do it, I'm not holding this bottom anymore." Wang Wending's voice began to shake. "You two good brothers, are you always like this?" Zhou Mo sighed. "What an advanced brotherly bond. It's beyond my comprehension." "Deng Fei," Zhou Mo asked complexly, "you and your good brother?" Deng Fei looked utterly hopeless, his face devoid of expression. "Don't ask. Ask again and I'll kill myself." There really wasn't much point asking. This scene was already clear enough, easy to understand at a glance. The only veil covering the truth had been lifted by the parties involved themselves. Under their step-by-step build-up. When they saw this scene, it didn't feel strange at all, but rather gave off a sense of course, as expected. But unable to resist, the three of them all turned their gaze to Dai Lingxiu on the side. They wanted to see her reaction. As a sister, witnessing her ambiguous love interest coming out with her brother must have been quite complicated. Who would have known? Her expression remained calm, as if she'd foreseen everything. Here, the only one who wasn't completely composed was Yang Shui. She still held her phone in hand, having captured that scene worthy of a romance drama clearly. After a full minute of shock, Yang Shui's mouth couldn't help but curve upwards, nearly impossible to control, similar to how difficult it is to suppress an AK rifle. Then, she pressed the stop button, saving the video. She covered her chest with her hand but still couldn't calm down, barely suppressing her excitement, grabbing onto Deng Fei's arm forcefully. "Ah! What did I just see?" Yang Shui couldn't wait to express her excitement. "Sis. Ah. Ah. Is this something I get to see without spending any money? Old lady needs to invest." Yang Shui was too excited to control herself. "Can we pack them up right now and send them to the film set? I want to watch their bed scenes close up, now. Immediately. Right now." Dai Lingxiu twitched at the corner of her forehead, raising her hand to cover Yang Shui's mouth. "Would you show some restraint? There are other people around, don't say everything." These sisters usually chat casually when together, saying whatever comes to mind. But could such talk happen in front of the boys? Wang Wending. Zhou Mo. They just accepted the fact that these two were dating, yet the older sister had already taken it to another level. By the time the yacht returned to the dock, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Stepping off the yacht, Ganyu faintly sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat delicate, because everyone nearby was looking at him with a hint of curiosity that spoke volumes. He roughly guessed some things, but he didn't say anything since they had to rush to catch their flight. Both Wang Wending and Zhou Mo were from Linen. They were on the same flight, with seats booked consecutively. "So, you two really are dating?" Sitting on the plane, Wang Wending was still marveling. Dai Heng moved way too fast. Realizing later, Zhou Mo caught up, wondering whether he was a bit dumb, leaning towards Ganyu who sat by the window. "So that scarf was really meant for you?" Dai Heng never had another girlfriend. Wang Wending thought about all the rumors he'd spread during this period. I kept thinking you and his sister were dating. Just before leaving, Ganyu was forced to take cold medicine again by Dai Hang. Now he started feeling drowsy again, his voice carrying a nasal tone. I've explained it. Wang Wending was momentarily speechless. Wasn't I just assuming you felt shy about it? Zhou Mo, I even said that classmates hadn't uncovered any clues. The truth had been announced long ago, and I mocked them at the time. Turns out, the clown was me. Thinking about how foolish they had been during this period, they couldn't help but laugh. Their sexual orientation had not caused them any surprise or strangeness, seeming natural as if they were just destined for each other. After seeing others off at the dock, it was finally the siblings' alone time. Once seated in the back seat of the car, Dai Lingsu casually turned her head to look at the person beside her. Don't you plan to explain? Dai Hang was sending a text message with his head down. His expression looked indifferent when his thin eyelids were slightly lowered, and his tone sounded particularly casual. Explain what? Don't play dumb, we all saw it. Dai Hang lifted his eyelids, the slight upward curve of his peach blossom eyes carried a hint of mockery, and he let out a light sneer. If you saw it, why are you asking me? Do you think I'm bluffing? Dai Lingsu tapped on her phone and placed the video that Yang Shui had filmed in front of him. Tell me what you're thinking, huh? Dai Hang's gaze was fixed on the phone screen, staring at it for a while before his lips curled up ever so slightly. This video is pretty good. Send it to me. Dai Lingsu put away her phone. Is that the main point? Dai Hang raised an eyebrow, or what? Dai Lingsu sighed, not wanting to beat around the bush anymore. You've turned your brother gay. So what? He responded indifferently. Even though Dai Lingsu had such a suspicion earlier, she still felt a bit tight in her heart when she truly heard him admit it. We only have you as a male heir in our family. You don't intend to carry on the ancestral line for Dad, do you? What era are we living in now? Are we still talking about these things? Dai Hang pulled at the corner of his lips with a half smile. I'm not a woman, I can't give birth. His tone was indifferent. If you can give birth, then just make the Zhou family come in through marriage. Still that carefree attitude, lacking any seriousness. Are you serious or joking around? Dai Lingsu massaged her temples. Ganyu is a good kid. You can't ruin someone else's life on a whim. You know these matters aren't something to joke about. The car fell silent, the sunset enveloped the window, outlining Dai Hang's profile exceptionally clearly. It was hard to discern his expression, one could only see his jawline tighten. After a long silence, his low, steady voice finally came through, shedding some carelessness, lightly spoken words, but seeming very grounded. Serious, sis. Before this, Dai Hang always appeared that way, nonchalant towards everything. Smart mind, superior looks, excellent family background, all things came easily to him. Because they came too easily, he looked down on everything, feeling a sense of weariness after being fulfilled by worldly desires. That caused him to be quite indifferent about most things. It was rare to see him respond to anyone or anything with such gravity. Dai Lingsu was somewhat taken aback internally, quiet for a while, exhaling softly before quietly saying, understood. I'll feel out Mom and Dad's thoughts for you. Dai Hang seemed relaxed, that pair of peach blossom eyes carrying a careless smile, starting to act frivolously again. In the future, the task of continuing the lineage will be yours. Dai Lingsu threw a punch at him. You're asking for a beating. Chapter 113, Thinking of an Answer. The winter in Linen was a bit cold. Snow had just fallen outside, accumulating into a thick layer on the ground, which had been cleared away in the morning, with the snow piled up along both sides of the road. Exiting the airport. Suddenly transitioning from summer to winter, the group was still dressed lightly. After getting off the plane, they quickly rummaged through their luggage for heavy coats and wrapped themselves in several layers. The three were heading home in different directions, it was already late, and everyone was eager to return home. They agreed to meet again if there's time and then dispersed right there. As he watched the two figures climb into a taxi, Ganyu powered on his phone, and multiple new messages popped up on his WeChat interface. You've hooked me again, teacher Gan. I can't help but want to see you. Ganyu's gaze flickered slightly, and he let out a soft laugh. Because he had said that next time they met, he would give him an answer. But was he being a bit too hasty? Ganyu put away his phone and hailed a taxi by the roadside, heading directly to the hospital. He wanted to visit his dad and then pick his son up to go home. By the time he arrived at the hospital, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening, past visiting hours, and Gan Dehuai had already gone to sleep. At this moment, there were still nurses on duty. Ganyu asked about his father's recent condition, and another nurse carried the cat over from the restroom. The nurse held the cat with one hand and placed its carrier on the floor beside the desk with the other. It's not good to keep it in the ward as we fear the doctors might scold us, so we've settled it in the restroom. It has been very well behaved and hasn't run around everywhere. Ganyu took the cat. Thank you, you've been very kind. Everyone likes it, it's almost our mascot, the nurse asked. What's its name? Ganyu paused for a moment, finding it a bit hard to say. Its name is Xiao Sanner. The nurse chuckled awkwardly a couple of times. Okay, such a cute name. Ganyu lowered his eyes, raising his hand to pat the cat's head, with a faint smile creeping into his eyes. Yeah, its dad named it. After putting the cat back into the carrier, Ganyu stood up. Then I'll leave first. The nurse waved goodbye, see you tomorrow. Regarding Gan Yu's story, it was almost spreading all over the hospital. Handsome, top talent in the law department, from a single-parent family, filial, and always coming to take care of his dad when he has time, cooking meals every day during the holiday break for his father. An unknown number of young nurses were inquiring about Gan Yu's details. Unaware himself, Gan Yu left the hospital carrying the cat carrier in one hand and his luggage in the other. Returning to Linen, life returned to its usual course. Gan Yu was still very busy, going between the hospital and home every day, and doing live streams whenever he got time in the evening. Time passed quickly, and without realizing, it had been 2 weeks since returning from Haicheng. There were only 3 days left until the spring festival. Although his father showed signs of improvement, he still couldn't return home for the festival, he needed to remain in the hospital for dialysis. During this period, Douyin kept bombarding Gan Yu with messages and calls. Morning, noon, and night, on time. Several nights, the two fell asleep while video chatting. 2 days before the spring festival, Gan Yu prepared lunch at home at noon, packed it in an insulated box, and went to the hospital. Gan Dehuai was recently in pretty good shape, able to walk out of bed on his own, albeit slowly. He went into the bathroom a while ago and hadn't come out yet. Gan Yu sat on a chair nearby, pulling out his phone for a glance. Dai Gongzhu, who usually sends 800 messages a day. From last night to now, she didn't send even a single message. He flipped through their chat records from the past few days. Unknowingly, they had exchanged numerous messages. The latest message was sent at 2 a.m. Douyin, thinking of an answer. This message came too late, Gan Yu had already been asleep at that time. When he saw it in the morning, he found it quite baffling and sent her a question mark. Up to now, there was no reply. Gan Yu thought about it for a while and typed 3 words and sent them over. What are you doing? Gan Dehuai's legs were still somewhat swollen, and his walking movements were very slow. Sitting down on the bed, he glanced at his expression and asked, are you chatting with your girlfriend? Gan Yu's fingers hesitated for a brief moment as he looked up, no, it's not. You're still hiding it from Dad. There's nothing wrong with dating, you're already in university, and it's normal to have a relationship. Gan Dehuai laughed, and my son is pretty handsome, isn't he? Yesterday, a nurse even came to ask me about Gan's details. Gan Yu twitched his eyelids. Last time you went to Haicheng, if it weren't for your sake, how could they have agreed to let a cat into the hospital? That was an exception. The young nurses all vied to feed it. Gan Dehuai asked again, are there any female classmates you like at school? Gan Yu stood up and spread out the insulated box, no. If you do have a girlfriend, you can bring her over for Dad to meet. Gan Yu arranged the chopsticks, wanting to end this topic, Dad, it's time to eat. Gan Dehuai laughed, thinking he was just too shy, so he didn't continue this topic and began eating. It was already 6 in the afternoon when he left the hospital. With the spring festival approaching, the streets were bustling with activity. Red lanterns hung along the roadsides of neighborhoods in celebration. Walking to the crosswalk, waiting for the traffic light, his pocket vibrated. Gan Yu took out his phone and saw a message from Dai Lingzhu. Did Aheng call you? Gan Yu's eyes flickered slightly, puzzled, no. Is something wrong? The WeChat showed that she was typing, which lasted for quite some time. Gan Yu slightly furrowed his eyebrows, thinking about the midnight message and decided to call her instead. Is something wrong with him? Dai Lingzhu's voice sounded a bit tired, and also somewhat exasperated. Here's the situation, last night during the dinner gathering, we had many guests at home. Someone jokingly suggested introducing a girlfriend to Aheng, but he directly said no, claiming his boyfriend would be upset. Dai Lingzhu couldn't help but laugh, yeah, that's how straightforwardly he came out. My dad almost died of anger and threw a vase at him. Gan Yu was completely stunned, unable to speak for a while. Hey, Gan Yu, are you still there? After a moment, Gan Yu regained his composure, is he okay? Dai Lingzhu replied, he wasn't hurt, but my dad lost his temper and told him to get out. Before leaving, Aheng dropped one line, asking them to think about whether they want another son or lose a son forever. Do you think he speaks human language? I thought he would call you. Fine, never mind if he doesn't. Let me know if there's news later. Even after hanging up, Gan Yu remained unfocused. Staring at the black screen of his phone for a long while, he finally swiped it open, accessed his contact list, found the most recent number, and started dialing. After several calls, it was still on hold. When he dialed the number again, it finally connected. Within 3 seconds, the faint sound of a phone ringing behind him could be heard. With the bustling noise of people on the street, the ringtone was surprisingly close to him. Gan Yu raised his eyes, feeling something was off, and glanced at his phone screen, which indeed showed the dialing interface. Behind him came a lazy yet magnetic voice. Looking for me, Teacher Gan. Chapter 114, Are You Still Angry? It was sunset at the moment, and the horizon was dyed with large patches of red. The traffic lights had already switched back and forth several times, and the pedestrians at the crossroads were in a hurry. Gan Yu had turned his head following the sound. The person who had been out of touch for a day appeared in front of him without warning. There was an inexplicable feeling of unreality. Thinking about that phone call just now, publicly declaring his preference for men in front of all his relatives and friends made his father so angry that he smashed a vase. Just listening to it made Ganyue break out in a cold sweat. Ganyue furrowed his brow, his gaze scanning over his head and body, confirming there were no signs of injury before letting out a slight sigh of relief. But his expression remained tense. Because Ganyue wanted to scold someone right now, did this guy even realize what he was doing? That tall figure stood there lazily, wearing a black coat with the collar up, the zipper almost reaching his chin, revealing a handsome face with sharply defined features. His tone when speaking was as lazy as ever. "I've been kicked out, homeless. Can you take me in, Mr. Gon?" Ganyue suddenly froze in place. Realizing that his excessive actions were all because of himself, the anger quickly faded away. He had much to say, but in the end, Ganyue couldn't utter a single word. He had picked up a cat, and now he had picked up a person. After a quiet moment, Ganyue put his phone back in the pocket of his down jacket and muttered softly, "Follow me." That person kept his hands in his pockets, still looking lazy and nonchalant, obediently following behind. They got off the subway, walked down a long street, and passed through a dimly lit alleyway. Ganyue carried a lunchbox in one hand while taking out his phone with the other, sending a message to Dai Lingsu. "He's here with me." Dai Lingsu replied quickly, "I knew it. Dai Lingsu, you should take him in for a few days. Dad is really angry right now. Wait until he calms down, then let him come back." With his eyes lowered, Ganyue responded with an affirmation and put the phone in his trouser pocket, ascending the stairs. As they walked down the narrow corridor, that person's footsteps followed steadily behind. Perhaps realizing Ganyue's mood wasn't good, if he opened his mouth to say something, he might be sent away. So, Dai Heng wisely remained silent. Ganyue unlocked the door and took a pair of clean slippers from the shoe cabinet, placing them on the ground. "Have you eaten?" "Not yet." Without even looking at him, Ganyue took off his coat and went straight into the kitchen. Putting the lunchbox in the sink, he took ingredients from the fridge and began cooking. In the living room, there came the sound of someone teasing the cat. After taking off the white down jacket, Ganyue was wearing a light gray hoodie underneath. He now wore an apron around his waist, which outlined his waistline, making him look soft and cozy with rolled-up sleeves revealing segments of pale arms. Dai Heng was cradling the cat, staring at the direction of the kitchen for a while. When Ganyue finished preparing 2 dishes and a soup, he glanced at the living room and noticed that the person who had been sitting on the couch was gone. He brought the dishes to the table, hung up the apron neatly, peeked into the room, no one was there, then walked to the door and opened it slightly to take a look outside. It was below 0 degrees Celsius outside, and that person only wore a thin black shirt, hunched slightly with their arms resting on the railing, holding a lit cigarette between his fingers. Ganyue casually leaned against the door frame. "Aren't you cold?" Dai Heng extinguished the cigarette, straightened his posture, and turned around. "Not really." "Why are you coming out?" Ganyue stared at him for a while, straightened his body, and directly headed back inside. "Go in and eat." The house was a 2-bedroom, 1 living room layout. Although the old community's decoration was already quite outdated, the rooms inside were clean and tidy. 2 dishes and a soup were placed on the table. They were simple home-style dishes, but looked very appetizing. The two sat face to face at the dining table. Even without looking up, Ganyue could feel the other person's gaze, so he said indifferently, "Stop looking at me." Dai Heng tilted his head, reined in his overly intense gaze, and picked up the chopsticks. "Where will I sleep tonight?" Ganyue nonchalantly replied, "On the sofa." Dai Heng raised his eyebrows indifferently. "Mr. Gon, you're so heartless. If you don't want to sleep there, go outside." Dai Heng's peach blossom eyes curved, dragging out his tone. "Mr. Gon knows me well, I love sleeping on the sofa by nature." Ganyue glanced at him, lowering his eyes and continued eating. After dinner, Ganyue put the bowls and chopsticks in the sink, grabbed a sponge, and just squeezed out some dishwashing detergent when the person beside him leaned over. Dai Heng kept his eyes lowered as he took the dishwashing sponge from Ganyue's hand, turned on the faucet, and pulled Ganyue's hand under the water to rinse it clean. Then he took a paper towel to dry Ganyue's hands. "I'll do the dishes, and from now on, all the housework in this place is mine." The sleeves of his shirt were rolled up, revealing a section of toned forearm. His skin was pale, with faint bluish veins visible beneath. His palms were large, his fingers well-proportioned and aesthetically pleasing. Now, they were covered in soapy suds. Ganyue stared at them for a moment, said nothing, and turned to walk into the bedroom, taking out clean clothes to wash up. After drying his hair, Ganyue thought for a moment, retrieved oversized pajamas he had bought not long ago, and also carried a thick blanket, placing them on the sofa. He then returned to the room to deal with his account-related matters. When he came out again, it was already 10 p.m. The living room TV was playing a variety show from a channel. It sounds somewhat noisy and chaotic. That person seemed disinterested, looking lazy. Dai Heng had showered and carelessly leaned back on the sofa wearing the cotton pajamas Ganyue had bought. One long leg was propped up, and the cat was sprawled across his abdomen, appearing quite comfortable and relaxed. Ganyue shifted his gaze, went to the kitchen to pour a glass of water, walked over, and silently sat down next to him. They watched the meaningless variety show together. Xiao-san, the cat, felt the other, Dad, come near and immediately abandoned Dai Heng, curling up on Ganyue's stomach. Dai Heng turned his head over and looked at him, his peach blossom eyes gleaming with a hint of dark depth. "Are you still angry, Mr. Gon?" Ganyue raised his hand to stroke the cat. What am I even angry about? It wasn't me who got kicked out during Spring Festival. Did this matter pressure you? Daiheng nonchalantly leaned further back on the sofa and glanced over. It was just an attitude, not representative of anything. It wasn't meant to give you pressure. Ganyue slowed his cat-petting motion. So you don't need an answer then? Yes, but there's no rush. Daiheng fixed his gaze on him, emitting a short laugh from deep in his throat. I've got a lifetime to spare for you. With me around, you won't reel in any other fish. He lifted a hand to pinch Ganyue's neck. My fish has been on your hook all along. You can reel me in whenever you're in the mood for some fun. Anyway, I'm entirely at your disposal. Ganyue gave him a complex look. And now? Daiheng stared at him for a while, his Adam's apple moving slightly as he turned his head away, his hand resting casually behind Ganyue on the couch. Never mind, it's nothing. Ganyue's eyelids twitched as his knee bumped Daiheng's leg. Can you just finish what you started saying? Daiheng wore a distracted expression as he pulled a cigarette from the pack, biting it between his teeth to suppress certain emotions. Maybe it's better if you don't tell me your answer right now. Since he'd said that, Ganyue stared at him for a moment, retracted his gaze, set the cat aside. Then I'll go to bed first. Just as he stood up, his wrist was lightly grasped by a warm hand. The pads of its fingers scraped against his skin. Good night, Mr. Gon. After uttering those words, Daiheng released his grip and didn't say anything more. Ganyue paused, wanting to say something but ultimately couldn't get it out, so he returned to the bedroom. Chapter 115, I want to date you. The next morning, the alarm clock rang on time. Ganyue didn't sleep well last night, tossing and turning until the middle of the night, and was still a bit groggy now. When he came out of his room, most of that person's blanket had fallen to the floor. The sofa was too narrow for Daiheng, who is tall with long legs. He seemed to be sleeping uncomfortably, his brows slightly furrowed. Ganyue stood by, staring at his eyelashes for a moment before walking over and picking up the blanket with one hand, redraping it over Daiheng. After washing up in the bathroom and putting on his coat, he turned and left. This had been his routine since he started his vacation, getting up in the morning to buy groceries, cooking lunch at home, then delivering it to the hospital. When he returned, Daiheng was still asleep. He rolled over, burying his face in the pillow, revealing only the outline of the lower half of his face, with the blanket once again mostly on the floor. Ganyue walked over and pulled the blanket back up, then carried the vegetables he'd bought into the kitchen. Not long after, the sound of water flushing could be heard from the restroom, followed by footsteps coming behind him. That person's lethargic, magnetic voice carried a hint of tiredness as it echoed behind him. Did you go out this morning? Out to buy groceries, Ganyue said calmly while slicing vegetables with downcast eyes. Breakfast is on the table. The person paused momentarily, lazily responded, and turned away. Ganyue cooked slowly, meticulously preparing ingredients which often took a very long time, sometimes dragging on for 1 or 2 hours. Daiheng's phone kept ringing. He went out several times to answer calls, and then eventually shut it off, finally bringing some peace. After finishing a simple 3-dish meal with soup, Ganyue packed half of the food into an insulated box, leaving the other half on the dining table. Lifting his gaze, Ganyue looked at the person on the sofa. The food is on the table. Eat if you're hungry. I'm leaving. Daiheng glanced up. Where are you going? Ganyue changed his shoes by the door, to deliver food to my dad. Can I come? No. With those 2 words, the door slammed shut. For the entire afternoon, Ganyue was distracted. The answer that wasn't due until school started now had to be considered prematurely. Although Daiheng said he didn't need an immediate answer. He didn't want to be someone who lacked integrity. He couldn't claim the fearlessness that Daiheng exhibited. He had many concerns. He was a coward. Neither side of their families would agree to this, which caused him to waver. He wanted to escape but knew he couldn't avoid facing this question. Spending the afternoon at the hospital, Ganyue stepped out of the hospital gate as evening fell. Before he could step down from the stairs, lifting his eyes, he noticed the tall, lean figure standing there. Daiheng was leaning casually against the lamppost below, cigarette in hand, gazing down at his phone. His height and physique were too remarkable, some people nearby had already glanced his way. It was unclear how long he'd been waiting there. Ganyue felt that perhaps Daiheng realized his hesitation, which was why he hadn't pressed for an answer. Ganyue stopped in his tracks, staring at him unblinkingly for quite a while. If he were to say never mind. The cold air tightened around his throat when the thought popped up, and his fingers twitched. Suddenly, someone shouted his name from behind. Ganyue. Damn. Finally got you, huh? Being jolted back to reality by this shout, Ganyue instinctively turned around. A group of 7 or 8 men armed with steel pipes were walking toward him. Clearly unfriendly, these men made even passers-by step further away. Ganyue recognized the leading man. Back in high school, this guy would kick the front door of his house every few days and splash red paint on it. In the moment just before the gang approached, Ganyue turned his head, that deep-set, almond-shaped eye lifted its gaze toward him, and he almost reflexively acted. Let's go. He descended the steps and grabbed the wrist of the person beside him, beginning to run in the bustling street. Winter air rushed sharply through his windpipe, biting his throat painfully. Daiheng hadn't yet fully reacted when Ganyue pulled him forward. Looking back, he asked, who are they? People collecting debts. Behind them, voices yelled curses incessantly. "Ganyu, damn it, have the guts to stand still, you piece of crap. Keep running, huh? So you think you can run and not pay back the money? Do you actually believe you can run all the way up to the sky?" Crossing the intersection, Daiheng halted his steps and tugged at Ganyu's wrist. "Let's go into the subway." The two of them weaved through the bustling crowd and ran into the subway passage. They went down the stairs, just in time for a subway train to pull up with a warning beeping sound as it was about to close its doors. A second before the subway doors shut, they successfully squeezed inside. The doors closed right on time, separating them from the group chasing them. The sounds behind them gradually faded, with only a faint curse still audible. K your ancestors. When they were certain no one had followed them, Ganyu finally let out a sigh of relief. His heart was still pounding from their frantic sprint. Dusk fell, making the skies look dim and gloomy. After getting off the subway, as usual, they had to walk along a long street and pass through a narrow alleyway that looked even quieter under the darkening light. Walking one after the other, the atmosphere between them remained unusually silent. As they approached the building where their neighborhood was located, Ganyu grabbed Daiheng's wrist. "Let's not go home yet." Daiheng stopped in his tracks, raising his eyes slightly. "Why?" Ganyu looked up. "They know I'm back. They might come looking for me at my house." With the spring festival approaching, many children on the streets were setting off fireworks. The air was filled with continuous popping sounds. Someone was selling sparklers by the roadside, and Ganyu casually bought a bundle as he passed by. Back in the old neighborhood, instead of heading home immediately, they directly climbed to the rooftop. There was no lighting on the rooftop, and rarely did anyone come up here at night. In this pitch-black and serene environment, Ganyu lowered his gaze, silently unwrapping the packaging of the sparklers. He had been unusually quiet ever since they returned from the escape route. Daiheng lit a cigarette, holding it lazily in his mouth while turning to ignite another with a lighter. He took a sparkler from Ganyu's hand, handed over. "Let me light it for you." He tried several times to light the sparkler with the lighter, but failed to produce any sparks. Just moments ago, the lighter worked perfectly fine for his cigarette, but now it seemed like it wouldn't light up anymore. Daiheng placed the lighter back in his pocket, narrowing his eyes, then held the burning cigarette tip in his hand, using it to ignite the sparklers. "This works better." Once a sparkler was lit, his cigarette became useless, so Daiheng lazily bit it and offered Ganyu the next one. Ganyu would ignite one and then hand over another new one to Daiheng. Throughout this process, both remained expressionless until all the sparklers were finished. With smoke still lingering in his mouth, Daiheng spoke with muffled clarity. "Mr. Gan, what did the fireworks do to offend you? You've kept such a stern face." Ganyu remained silent without responding, gazing fixedly at the flickering flame of the sparkler. Daiheng stared at the young man, whose silhouette was shrouded in dim light, softly saying, "If you don't want to date me, it's okay. There's no need for you to feel upset." Ganyu paused slightly with his fingers, turned to look at him, and maintained a brief eye contact in silence. His gaze fell on Daiheng's lips. He reached out to take the cigarette end from Daiheng's thin lips, placing it in his own mouth, taking a casual puff. The soft light in Daiheng's almond-shaped eyes flickered slightly, his lips curling faintly. "You're stealing my cigarettes again. How many times has Ganyu stolen my cigarettes?" Ganyu smoked in an elegant manner, lightly sucking on the cigarette butt, releasing shallow wisps of smoke. His demeanor remained composed, untainted by the dirty smoke. Looking at Daiheng once more, Ganyu said quietly, "How many times?" 3. Daiheng remembered clearly. His legs were stretched casually apart, with one leg slightly bent upwards, his arm loosely hanging over his knee. Daiheng's tone remained unhurried, speaking with nonchalance. "The first time you stole a cigarette from my mouth, you were drunk, and I thought you were adorable. The second time you stole a cigarette from me, I realized I wanted you." Ganyu gripped the cigarette in his fingers, looking sideways, silently meeting Daiheng's gaze. The firelight of the sparklers seemed to have shattered into those amber-colored pupils of his. No matter when he turned back, Daiheng's eyes always met his, those passionate, quiet peach-shaped eyes gazing at him. The rhythm of his heartbeats hadn't calmed down yet. At first, he thought the fluttering sensation came from the intense sprint earlier, but in fact, it had started ever since he saw Daiheng yesterday. Ganyu had never felt a sense of belonging to this place. Back in high school, he went to school alone and came home alone, ignored by everyone because associating with him would cause trouble. Constantly being targeted every few days, having doors kicked, neighbors were too afraid to talk to him or his family. With his father hospitalized for a long time, the house was always empty, with only him there. His daily routine was also unbearably dull. He would wake up in the morning, buy groceries, cook, take care of his father at the hospital, and then return home to make money through live streaming. Monotonous and boring, his life was as tasteless as stagnant water. But Daiheng's arrival seemed to have made things less boring. The lonely path that he had walked alone for 3 years now had someone to accompany him, someone who would wait for him to go home together. He felt very happy. When Daiheng was at his place, he felt genuinely happy. Even when the two just sat there without saying anything, he still felt incredibly happy. It must have been over for him long ago. Because right now, he also really wanted to kiss him. The sounds from downstairs seemed distant, while Daiheng's soft voice was close by. Third time. Daiheng, let's start dating. Ganyu said. Daiheng licked his lips, doubting if he heard wrong, raising his eyebrows in surprise and looking at Ganyu. Ganyu looked down, stubbed out the cigarette butt, and then raised his eyes to meet Daiheng's gaze. I want to date you. Chapter 116, No Regrets. For the third time. He thought that he was destined not to get an answer today. Sensing Ganyu's hesitation and retreat, he told him it was okay, not wanting to make him feel troubled. After all, he had a lot of time and could always wait. But Ganyu said he wanted to date him. Daiheng's Adam's apple moved up and down, his voice carrying a hint of fleeting winter mist. Have you thought it through? He paused for a moment. To be my boyfriend? In the distance, festival fireworks began to bloom, lighting up a small piece of the sky. The face with sharp features was immersed in alternating light and shadow, but his eyes gleamed like starlight. Ganyu silently stared at him for a while, then turned away. It seems I'm still not quite sure, let me think about it again. The back of his neck was held by a warm palm, forcing him to turn his head once more. That person emitted a brief low chuckle from their throat. Playing with me, teacher Gan. Before Ganyu's fading smile could completely disappear, he looked up. Things like this are purely driven by impulse, ask too much and regrets can easily creep in. After briefly appearing, the fireworks disappeared, plunging the rooftop into darkness again. Ganyu's vision was somewhat blocked. All he felt was his breath drawing near, a light kiss landing on his nose, carrying a devoted tenderness. Don't regret it, Daiheng whispered softly. As the festive atmosphere of Spring Festival drew near, even at 10 o'clock at night, many children were still playing outside. The corridor echoed with the sounds of chasing and laughter. Descending from the rooftop, they returned to the third floor. The front door was intact, as if no one had been there. Ganyu unlocked the door, switched on the light, and took a glance inside. Indeed, nothing had been damaged. They haven't been here. There wasn't much Ganyu spoke about concerning his past, only that he lacked money. Now, he was eager to learn about Ganyu's previous life. Following inside, Daiheng slowly closed the big door behind them. Do those people often cause you trouble? Ganyu's voice was calm. They used to come often during high school, but after college, things got better. Daiheng changed into slippers by the entrance, raising his head to look around thoughtfully. How much do you owe them? Putting the keys on the console table by the entrance, Ganyu walked in and sat down on the sofa. I don't owe them anything. Although he indeed was paying off medical debts little by little, those particular people, he didn't owe them anything. It wasn't originally his family's debt, but they insisted on making him shoulder it. After the developer absconded with the funds, hundreds of good brothers under his father couldn't receive their salaries. Initially, no one thought that this would be a debt for his family to bear. But because some brothers' families were truly struggling, his father paid their salaries out of his savings. But when he covered for one or two, what about the rest? Word got out somehow, and others learned, leading to mental imbalance. More and more people came to demand payment. When you're too kind, it gives others reasons to bully you. Filing complaints against them wouldn't work. These people teamed up and hired a few street thugs who came to his house daily to cause trouble. Ganyu just narrated the gist. At first, I foolishly tried paying them back, later I just stopped. So, they sent people to make trouble. Daiheng furrowed his eyebrows. What kind of trouble? Recalling how the gang had acted earlier, it must have gone beyond simply forcing him to repay the debt. After contemplating for a moment, Ganyu answered indifferently, blocking me near the school, kicking doors, smashing things at home, splashing red paint, all sorts of tactics. And then? Did they beat you when they cornered you? Mentioning his past experiences, Ganyu brushed over them lightly. Getting beaten was normal since I didn't have money to pay them back. Daiheng tilted his eyes upward, fixing an intent gaze on him. Did you let them hit you? Ganyu picked up his cup, drank a sip of water, and raised his head to look at him. In most cases, I ran. At the start, Ganyu would also fight back when beaten. But fighting back turned it into a mutual brawl, and it was easy to cross the line into excessive self-defense without being careful. The worst beating he endured happened when he picked up a steel pipe lying on the ground, swung it with force, and broke the other person's head. Later, the other party insisted on holding him accountable, nearly getting him expelled from school. His father knelt down before that person and kowtowed until his head bled, before the other party agreed to drop the matter after receiving compensation. How ironic, the victim had to kowtow and apologize to the perpetrator. Afterward, he resigned himself to fate. Let them beat him if they must, as long as he didn't die. A poor man's life isn't worth anything. In his final year of high school, Ganyu attended a legal lecture. He was somewhat moved and felt that he should use the weapon of law to protect himself, so he applied for the law department. Although his life had already fallen into a quagmire, he still wanted to struggle. It should get better, right? That's how he consoled himself back then. Ganyu placed the glass on the table. It's not early. Let's take a shower and go to bed. Shall I go first or you? You go first. Ganyu faintly responded and turned back to his room. Daiheng stared at his silhouette for a while, then sat down on the sofa and took out his phone. After washing up, Ganyu wore loungewear and semi-reclined on the headboard, flipping through a book on social contract theory. The knocking sound came from the door, and after a quiet 2 seconds, the door was pushed open from the outside. Dai Heng held a glass in his hand, lazily leaning against the door frame, nonchalantly asking, "Can my boyfriend apply for a chance to sleep in your bed today?" Gan Yu stared at him for a moment, mused briefly, then shifted aside, "Come over." Dai Heng pulled back the blanket and sat down on the other side of the bed, completely leaning toward Gan Yu. Gan Yu put the book down and also intended to sleep. Dai Heng's embrace always carried a very assertive possessiveness, with a strong arm extending across Gan Yu's waist, tightly wrapping him in his arms. Lowering his head, Dai Heng gave him a soft kiss on the ear. He seemed particularly reserved today, which was different from his usual style. Gan Yu asked, "What are you thinking about?" Dai Heng's breathing touched his neck, and his tone betrayed no emotion. "If only I had met you earlier." This answer was a bit unexpected. Gan Yu was startled. "Why? How can teacher Gan be so adorable?" Dai Heng whispered softly, "I want to take you home and keep you." Gan Yu smiled, "Now it seems like you've been picked up by me and kept." Dai Heng stretched out his hand to pull Gan Yu closer into his arms, placing light kisses on his eyelid, slowly moving downwards, landing on his nose tip, and finally at his lips corner. "Then you must keep me forever." The two exchanged sporadic banter. At an unknown point, the room fell silent. His chest temperature kept transmitting over. Gan Yu grew drowsy in the warmth. "Originally, I thought my life was just too bad." Gan Yu's voice dropped slightly, as if already half dozing, muttering softly, "Now I feel like it's not that bad after all." Chapter 117, I Can Afford to Compensate. The next morning, Gan Yu was woken up by the alarm clock as usual. The room had the heater on, so it was warm under the blanket. Not to mention that he was hugged tightly in someone's arms all night, making it hard for him to even turn over. Males tend to be particularly sensitive in the mornings, and even slight friction can lead to a series of chain reactions. He turned off the alarm with his hand, and a slight bump while turning made Gan Yu arch his back slightly. He had just woken up, still a bit dazed. Leaning backward against the bed, he lowered his eyes somewhat stiffly. The person beside seemed awakened by his turning movement. That pair of narrow peach blossom-shaped eyes lazily opened, then after a brief moment of quietness, seemed to have noticed something abnormal. Dai Heng smirked lightly at the corner of his lips, his voice still hoarse from having just woken up. "Need me to help you?" Gan Yu feigned composure as he sat up. "It's normal. It will be fine later. I'll go out to buy groceries." After saying this, he got up from the bed, went to the bathroom to wash up. After washing his face with cold water, the heat behind Gan Yu's ears hadn't subsided yet. The market wasn't far from here, crossing 2 streets would get him there. By the time he returned, it was already 9 o'clock. He simply prepared 3 dishes and 1 soup. As per usual, Gan Yu took a lunchbox to the hospital to deliver food to his father. Since Gan Yu wouldn't take him to the hospital, Dai Heng could only stay at home to watch the house. After feeding the cat and casually taking care of the chores around the house, Dai Heng leaned back on the sofa, one long leg propped up on the edge of the sofa. He took a cigarette out of the pack, held it in his mouth, and lit it by tilting his head. Having stayed at home all afternoon without anything else to do, he glanced at the time. Gan Yu should almost be done at the hospital. In 10 more minutes, he could go out to pick him up. The doors in the old apartment complex didn't have great soundproofing, footsteps could be heard whenever someone passed by. When voices were heard outside the door, they were especially clear. "This is the place, use red paint, make sure to write the characters big here. The words, repay the debt, must be eye-catching, put an exclamation mark. And splash the windows with it too." The sounds lingered at the doorway, and shadows could be seen moving on the window. Dai Heng frowned slightly, clenched his cigarette between his teeth, and walked over to open the door. Upon opening the door, it seemed unexpected that someone was inside, causing those outside to freeze momentarily. Dai Heng looked composed, pulling his lips in a casual sneer. "You kids are pretty sensible to show up." Outside the door stood the group from last night who had come to collect debts. "Who the hell are you?" Cheng Fong couldn't help but get angry. "Damn it, where's Gan Yu hiding? Tell him to get the hell out, or don't blame me for not being nice to you." The man at the door looked tall and muscular, almost reaching 6'3", practically brushing the doorframe, broad-shouldered and slim-waisted, with his hands stuffed in his pockets, chewing on a cigarette as he looked at them leisurely. In his long and narrow peach-shaped eyes, there was a tinge of disdain and mockery. Cheng Fong felt challenged. "Shit, go in there and look for him. See how far he can hide. If he won't repay the debt, smash up his place." One of the henchmen kicked the paint bucket onto the ground, ready to approach. As the red paint spilled onto the floor, a few drops splattered onto Dai Heng's pajama pants. Dai Heng narrowed his peach-shaped eyes and let out a soft, tisk. "Shit." Cheng Fong didn't know how suddenly this man exploded. Before anyone could see what he did, his movements were fast. When the situation registered, the 2 people beside him had been easily taken down. Cheng Fong couldn't believe how arrogant this man was, gripping the steel pipe in his hand as he approached. "You think you're so fucking cocky." His words weren't finished when a harsh kick hit his chest, his pupils widening instantly as his entire body was thrown against the railing. Pain surged rapidly from his chest outward. Even before he recovered from the excruciating pain, that person grabbed a fistful of hair from the back of Cheng Fong's head, his dangerous voice close to the ear. "I've got plenty of money. But I don't owe you a damn thing, and I'm not giving you a cent." With a tight grip on the back of Cheng Fong's head, he shoved him forward, and Cheng Fong's head slammed into the wall, nearly making him dizzy. He was numb from pain, unsure whether it was more severe from the back of his head or the forehead. The next second, his hair was yanked again and then forcibly pushed forward, a protruding nail on the wall now directly in front of his eyes. Cheng Fong was nearly scared out of his mind. His eyes stopped just 1 centimeter away from the nail. One eyeball, I can afford to compensate for it. Tell me, how much do you want? Dai Heng's tone was leisurely, even with a hint of laziness, as if he were discussing the weather. But to Cheng Fong's ears right now, it sounded like a death warrant from the Grim Reaper. This man wanted to blind him in one eye. The hand pressing on the back of his head gradually applied more force, and his struggles were useless as he was slowly being pushed closer to the nail. Cheng Fong's scalp hurt intensely, his eyes nearly touching the tip of the knife, and his legs went limp, almost causing him to collapse. He quickly pleaded for mercy, "Big brother. I was wrong, I'll never dare again." He felt immense fear rising inside him. This person's actions told him that he really might go through with it. Cheng Fong immediately shouted, "I was also following someone else's orders, it's not my fault, brother. Let me go, please let me go. I don't want to go blind." With the cigarette still clenched in his mouth, Dai Heng slightly eased his grip, write down the names. Cold sweat poured down Cheng Fong's back as if his soul had left his body. The moment he was released, he collapsed onto the ground, trembling. What names?" Dai Heng half squatted, his elbow casually resting on his knee. "Who hired you? Who has been troubling Ganyu? Write their names down. Miss one, and I'll take one of your fingers." I'll write them." Cheng Fong swallowed hard and, after realizing what was happening, immediately picked up the pen and began writing on the paper, his hand shaking uncontrollably. After stopping and starting several times, he wrote over 10 names, "That's all I know. For years, these people have been causing trouble. They themselves know that the money has nothing to do with Ganyu, but Ganyu is too talented, they're just envious. I'm just doing a job for money, I don't actually have any grudge against Ganyu." Dai Heng glanced at the time and said calmly, "You've got 30 minutes to clean this place up. Every second past that limit, and you won't have your eyes anymore." Cheng Fong remained frozen in panic until he snapped out of it and roared at his men, "Get water ready, you bastards." His men hurriedly stumbled off to fetch water. Several underlings armed with brushes and hastily found mops started cleaning the red paint off the floor. The floor was covered with red paint and it wasn't easy to clear. It took them exactly 30 minutes to clean everything spotlessly, without a single trace of red remaining. Throughout this time, the man leaned nonchalantly on the doorframe, smoking a cigarette while tapping away on his phone. Finally, when the cleaning was done, Cheng Fong stammered cautiously, "Big brother, we finished cleaning." Dai Heng lowered his thin eyelids, his narrow gaze looking especially cold and sinister. With Cheng Fong's own dagger, he patted his face and warned, "If you dare bother Ganyu again, losing an eye will be the least of your problems." Cheng Fong was drenched in cold sweat, "Absolutely not, no one will ever come to trouble Ganyu again, you have my word." Having said this, Cheng Fong scurried off with his subordinates, fleeing like rats from a cat. Ganyu returned from the hospital, carrying a box of tofu pudding Dai Heng had mentioned liking. Just as he was about to climb the stairs, there came a rush of footsteps above. The moment he looked up, he met face to face with those before him, who looked as if they'd seen a ghost, each tumbling backward and sitting helplessly on the ground. Ganyu paused in his steps. These were the debt collectors. "So, what happened to Dai Heng?" Ganyu tightened his fingers and stepped forward, gripping Cheng Fong by the collar. "Did you beat him?" Chapter 118, All Your Way. The group of people in front of them were all bruised and swollen, looking extremely disheveled. Ganyu seemed to completely ignore it, preoccupied only with the person in his own home. "Ching Fang. How about you open your eyes and check out the injuries on my face? Who beat whom anyway? My eyes are almost gone." Ching Fang tugged his collar from Ganyu's grip. "Big brother, don't worry, we won't come back. You take your time walking, the steps have water, watch out for slipping." After saying this, he quickly fled with his junior followers trailing behind. Ganyu frowned, sensing something wasn't quite right. There was no time to dwell on it as he turned around and walked upstairs. Back at the doorstep, the door was wide open and the floor was wet. Inside, everything was neat, without any trace of having been ransacked. Ganyu walked straight into the living room. In the bathroom, Dai Heng had changed back into his long pants and was now cleaning his pajama pants. He was squatting slightly, his large hand with uniformly shaped fingers squeezing out the water from the pants. He had a cigarette between his lips, and his expression was casual as if he hadn't suffered any injury. Just returned, Ganyu's heartbeat was still a bit fast. "Dai Heng." Dai Heng paused briefly, lifted his eyelids and looked over calmly. "I'm back. I had some matters that delayed me earlier, couldn't go to pick you up." Ganyu frowned deeply. "Were those people here just now?" Dai Heng replied indifferently, Ganyu carefully examined his face, then scanned his body. "Did you get hurt?" Dai Heng's eyes flickered slightly as he squeezed out the pants. Slowly standing up, he lifted his hand and showed his slightly grazed wrist. "Does this count?" There were slight abrasions and redness on his knuckles after being soaked in water, making the colors more noticeable. Compared to those people's faces' injuries, these few wounds can be roughly disregarded. Moreover, the wound was on the back of the hand, which didn't look like one left by getting hit but rather from forcefully striking something. Still, Ganyu felt inexplicable fear afterward. It was his lack of thorough thinking. Knowing that debt collectors might show up, he left him alone at home. Ganyu frowned again, pulled his hand to examine it, and said, "It's too dangerous to leave you alone at home." Daiheng lightly raised an eyebrow, his gaze landing on the hand held in his grasp, and continued along, "Yeah, it's too dangerous." His tone shifted, "So, bring me along tomorrow." Ganyu paused momentarily, lifting his eyes to look at him. Daiheng said quietly, "They might call more people tomorrow. I may not be able to handle it." Ganyu fell silent, thinking of those faces beaten to look like pig heads. Those people seemed to have been beaten badly. Daiheng said lightly, "They made the first move. I was defending myself." Ganyu. Ganyu stared at him up and down for a while, finally focusing on his palm. Confirms he had only this single wound throughout. They made the first move. Daiheng gave a nonchalant, Where did they hit you? Daiheng weighed the pajama pants in his hand, responding carelessly, "They dirted my pants, made me wash them for half the day." Dirtying your pants results in you beating them until they are bloodied and bruised. Is that self-defense? Redefining self-defense. Ganyu was speechless. "You'll write the legal clauses in the future." Although he said so, there was still a hint of relief that he wasn't injured. Taking the pajama pants from Daiheng, he spread it on a hanger and hung it on the balcony to dry. Then he pulled the person to sit on the sofa, retrieving the medical kit from the cabinet. Daiheng sat casually with legs apart, letting Teacher Gon apply iodine to his wound. Daiheng gazed at his lowered eyelashes and asked softly, "You law students aren't supposed to approve of solving problems with fists. Why aren't you mad that I hit someone?" Ganyu's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he picked up a band-aid, attaching it to him with a steady voice, "Because the law can't truly equally protect everyone either, there are many loopholes. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much unfairness." He studied law, but he wasn't completely reliant on the law because he has yet to feel the protection provided by it. If possible, he hoped for real fairness. Without lifting his head, Ganyu spoke lightly, "Compared to that, I'd rather not see you get bullied." After saying this, Ganyu retracted his hand and got up, heading towards the kitchen. "I'm going to make dinner." Because of Ganyu's words, Daiheng momentarily paused, even forgetting to reach out and grab him. Ganyu usually seemed so composed. It was unclear whether he liked or didn't like. Daiheng always felt that he himself had relentlessly pursued Ganyu, who may have reluctantly agreed just out of brotherly friendship, or perhaps out of pity. There was an uneasy feeling within him. Always feeling as if Ganyu might change his mind, always feeling as if Ganyu would tell him to forget about it. But at this moment, he felt a bit of special sentiment from Ganyu for him. His heart gently quivered, more intensely than the pleasure he had experienced last night on the rooftop. Perhaps Teacher Gon was starting to like him a little. The next day was the eve of the Spring Festival. During the Spring Festival, vegetable prices rose. Ganyu had no habit of stockpiling vegetables, he always bought fresh ones daily. Gandahuai could not return home for the Spring Festival and could only eat New Year's Eve dinner at the hospital. He spent the entire afternoon busy. After finishing 5 dishes and 1 soup, it was already 5 p.m. Today's meal was a bit lavish, and Ganyu barely managed to pack everything into 2 thermal containers. Daiheng had his hands in his pockets, glancing at the empty dining table, then looking at the thermal container in his hand. "You're kicking me out, aren't you, Teacher Gon? Not even letting me eat." Ganyu came out of the kitchen, looking at him. "Aren't you coming with me to the hospital? Together?" Daiheng raised his eyes, seemingly surprised, the light in his peach blossom eyes flickering. "Are you introducing me to your family?" Ganyu stopped in the act of changing shoes. "Just don't let my dad know, alright? Because he strongly disapproves of homosexuality." One day while watching TV at the hospital, they were just airing a scene with 2 men being ambiguous with each other. His father frowned and said, "2 grown men doing these things, isn't that disgusting?" Ganyu knew his father would never approve. His father's wish was for him to steadily walk the rest of his path, graduate from university, become a prosecutor, marry and have children. This was his desire. Ganyu had been walking according to this plan until the unexpected arrival of the person before him, leading him down a different path. Daiheng lifted his eyelids to glance over. Ganyu met his gaze. "I want to slowly tell him." Daiheng appeared relaxed, without a trace of anger, taking the lunch box from his hand, whispering, "All your way." Chapter 119, You Have Feelings. By the time they arrived at the hospital, it was already 6 in the afternoon. On their way upstairs, they coincidentally met the attending doctor who informed them that there was news regarding the kidney donor. Ganyu handed over the thermal box in his hand to Daiheng. "Wait for me here for a moment." After saying this, he followed the attending doctor into the office. The attending doctor sat down behind the desk. During this period, the latest matching results might come out. "You need to prepare a current account. Are you ready with the money?" Ganyu said, "I currently have 4 million yuan. The doctor nodded. "This is enough for the surgery at present. If we find a successfully matched kidney source, we can start the surgery immediately. First, set up your account." Ganyu signed a few documents and finished handling matters here before stepping out of the office. The person who had been waiting by the door just now was nowhere to be seen. Walking up the stairs, Ganyu took out his phone intending to make a call, reaching the ward door. A few young nurses were gathered at the entrance, looking inside and whispering about something. Wow, so handsome. I think it's his first visit, haven't seen him before. Is he Mr. Gan's relative? His son is already quite handsome, yet another handsome guy shows up. Ganyu glanced up, remained silent for a moment, then put his phone back in his pocket. The group of nurses by the door soon noticed something wrong, turned around, saw him, and immediately scattered red-faced after nudging each other. Ganyu stood there for a moment, pushed open the ward door, and walked in. A 3-person ward where the patient in the right bed had been taken home by his family for the spring festival. Recently, only Gan Dehuai stayed there alone. Daiheng was sitting on the chair beside the hospital bed, facing away from him. He could see the broad shoulders, his body slightly bent as he was trimming his father's nails. They were having a harmonious conversation. Ganyu paused momentarily, then approached. What are you guys doing? Mr. Gan has visitors, why didn't you tell Dad? Gan Dehuai smiled while saying, I was about to trim my nails when your friend came in. He said he was your roommate and happened to be visiting linen. My hands aren't strong, so he helped me trim my nails. Gan Dehuai smiled with contentment. It's rare for you to have friends. Daiheng looked down with a relaxed expression. Uncle, you didn't finish telling me how Ganyu got lost and was later found. He usually acted rather nonchalant, but at this moment, he showed fewer signs of world weariness, playing his role convincingly well. Ganyu felt somewhat speechless. What are you talking about? Gan Dehuai laughed while looking over. We're talking about the time you got lost as a child. Back then, you were only 6 or 7 years old. You easily followed a stranger home just for an ice cream, causing me much trouble to look for you. So dangerous. Luckily, it wasn't a bad person. Later. Ganyu quietly moved to the other side and sat down, opening the food box. Listening to the two chatting about embarrassing things from his childhood, he couldn't even interject. The TV was broadcasting the Spring Festival Gala. Although it was in the hospital, the three of them still enjoyed a lively reunion dinner. Gan Dehuai seemed to be in a very good mood. Since it was New Year's Eve night, the hospital allowed people to stay longer. The two only left the hospital at 10 o'clock. Before leaving, Gan Dehuai even invited Daiheng. Daiheng, if you have time, come play more often. You didn't have many friends when he was young. After discharge, Uncle will cook something delicious for both of you. Daiheng laughed. That would be great, Uncle. The streets were bustling with activity. Most young people chose to celebrate the New Year's Eve, and the crowd surged forward. Coming out of the subway, the two crossed the dark alleyway, with distant firecrackers occasionally exploding overhead. Thinking about the scene at the hospital, Ganyu felt it was quite magical. If you could act so convincingly at home, your vase wouldn't have been broken. Did I do decently just now? Daiheng chuckled lightly from his throat, leisurely saying, to make our dad happy and leave a good impression on him. When he knows the truth later, he won't kick me out right away. Ganyu imagined the scene. What if he kicks you out? I'll kneel at the door and beg him to let him give you to me. Ganyu. When they returned home, it was almost 11 p.m., just 1 hour before the new year. After taking a shower, the two sat on the sofa watching the Spring Festival Gala. It was New Year's Eve just for the two of them. Daiheng held the remote control, lowering the volume. The cat lay sleeping in its nest. The living room did not have the main lights on, only the dim light from the television screen covered the space. The sound of the gala on TV was very lively. Ganyu held a glass and was watching it seriously. However, at some point, he noticed that Daiheng beside him had not made a sound for a long time. Thinking that Daiheng might have fallen asleep due to boredom while watching the gala, Ganyu couldn't help but turn his head to check. The moment he turned his head, their eyes met. Daiheng's gaze was deep and penetrating. Daiheng was lazily leaning against the sofa, one long leg bent, resting against the edge of the sofa, looking directly at Ganyu without breaking eye contact. Their shoulders were slightly touching, their legs brushing together, and even one of Ganyu's legs was casually draped over Daiheng's knee, swaying gently. Previously focused entirely on the TV, Ganyu hadn't noticed this closeness, but now he could feel the warmth radiating from Daiheng, even detecting the contours of his muscular legs through the cotton pajamas. The lively atmosphere was immediately broken. A subtle sense of intimacy crept into the air as if something was quietly fermenting between them. Ganyu suddenly felt his throat go dry. Over these past few days, Daiheng had been too obedient, too gentle, almost making Ganyu forget how aggressive he used to be. Now, there was a hint of predatoriness in his eyes. Ganyu turned back to the TV. Do you still want to watch the show? Daiheng slightly tilted his head, staring directly. Isn't this what I'm doing? Ganyu pushed his face away. I meant watch the TV, not me. Daiheng's voice was particularly deep in the night. You're much more interesting to look at than the gala. After a moment of silence, Ganyu turned around, quietly meeting Daiheng's gaze. Their eyes locked onto each other, reflecting each other's images. The distance between them was so close that all Ganyu had to do was tilt his head up slightly. And then Ganyu lightly tilted his head upward. Chapter 120, I'll lose control. The door was left ajar, and the sound of the TV could be heard from the living room. As the host counted down, the countdown ended with 3, 2, 1, and the sounds of fireworks and firecrackers began to burst outside in succession. Dai Heng's thin lips moved closer to his earlobe, whispering softly in his ear, "Happy New Year, Ganyu." His tone was very alluring, his deep voice carrying a grainy texture that lightly grazed over his ear. Ganyu's spine tingled slightly, imperceptibly. "And you?" Dai Heng's tall figure turned half aside, his arms supporting against Ganyu's waist, as if holding him tightly in an embrace. His exhaled breaths were especially alluring. "Never mind, I'll owe you this one." He lowered his head as though suppressing and restraining something, his voice a bit low. "I'm afraid I'll lose control, then I won't be able to leave afterward." Catching on to the key words in his speech, Ganyu raised his eyes, the mistiness in his eyes not yet fully dissipated. "Are you leaving?" Dai Heng met his gaze quietly, gently pinching the back of his neck. "My sister said Dad's attitude seems to have loosened a bit, so she wants me to go home for a while." Ganyu paused. "Why so sudden?" Dai Heng leaned down and kissed the corner of his lips. "I should have left yesterday, but I wanted to stay and see you through the spring festival." Ganyu blinked his eyelids, feeling a bit choked. "When are you leaving?" "Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. I need to get up at 5. Ganyu remained silent for a moment, nodding. "I'll see you off." "There's no need, sleep well tonight." Dai Heng supported himself on one arm against the bed, using the other hand to hook around Ganyu's waist. "Come here, let me hold you while we sleep." In the room, the agitated atmosphere lingered faintly in the air. Ganyu couldn't sleep. The firecracker sounds outside continued until just before 2 in the morning, gradually fading away. Listening to the heartbeat beside his ear, Ganyu knew that Dai Heng was also awake. "Aren't you sleeping yet?" The arm around his waist tightened slightly, and he heard that person's magnetic, lazy voice. "I'll sleep on the plane tomorrow. Let me look at you a bit longer now." With his eyes closed, Ganyu noticed they both used the same shower gel, but there was still something slightly different about the scent on Dai Heng's body. He lightly rubbed against it, savoring his fragrance, and finally drifted off to sleep. At 5 in the morning, it was still pitch dark outside. Dai Heng left, and during the hazy moment between dreams, Ganyu felt something strange. Because the warmth that had been enveloping him seemed to be retreating. A warm touch lingered on his lips. He instinctively curled his fingers, wanting to grab onto something, but it vanished into nothingness. His eyelids were heavy, and he failed to open them. When he woke up again, the sky was just beginning to lighten. The spot next to him was already empty, no residual warmth left. Dai Heng must have left a long time ago. Ganyu stared out the window at the gray-white sky, spaced out for a while, and then picked up his phone. It was 6:30. There were many new messages on his phone. Many were holiday greetings sent right after midnight. His dormitory group chats, drama club group chats, all had 99+ unread messages. A long line of red dots appeared on his WeChat interface, but he didn't feel like checking any of them. Amidst such a lively atmosphere, Ganyu found it hard to muster any energy. Tossing and turning in bed for a long time, unable to fall back asleep, Ganyu finally got up. Even though Dai Heng had only stayed here for a few days, it seemed like every corner of the house was infused with his presence. There was nothing else to do early in the morning, so he worked on some practice questions, brushing them until 9 in the morning when he finally cleaned up and went out. At noon, after making lunch at home, Ganyu walked into the hospital room with a food container. Gandehuai looked behind him several times. Did Dai Heng return home? Ganyu went over, unpacked the food box, and laid out the meal on the table. Although he was usually emotionally reserved, slight differences could still be discerned. Looking at his expression, Gandehuai asked, "You're upset because your friend left?" Ganyu replied blandly, "No, Dad." Gandehuai said, "You don't seem as happy today as you did yesterday." Chapter 121, Who's on Top? Ganyue's eyelashes twitched. Had he been that obvious? Ganyue arranged the chopsticks properly and said seriously, "I didn't sleep well. I watched the Spring Festival Gala last night and stayed up too late." Throughout the morning, Ganyue had looked at his WeChat interface countless times. The person at the top of his chat list was still a blank screen. After eating, the topic came back to Daiheng. Ganyue sat on a nearby chair, peeling an apple with a fruit knife. Gandehuai slowly chatted with him. "This morning, a few young nurses came to me asking about Gan Daiheng. I told them he was your classmate. They wouldn't believe it. Daiheng seems quite talkative. He asked me a lot about your childhood." Ganyue glanced at his phone. The person at the top of his WeChat was still without any message. He was lost in thought for a moment and put the phone in his trouser pocket, feeling inexplicably downcast. After finishing peeling one apple, he handed it to his dad. Beside him, there came his father's hesitant voice, "Son, you've peeled 3 apples for me already. Dad really can't eat anymore." Ganyue. Ganyue blinked and took back the apple in his hand, taking a bite himself. Eating apples is healthy. His phone in his pocket rang out with a message notification. Ganyue paused for a moment, put down the fruit knife, took out his phone and checked. It was a message from Daiheng. "Got home. Kneeling right now. Mr. Gan, it's not easy marrying you." Looking at this message, Ganyue stopped biting the apple in his hand and couldn't help but laugh. Really kneeling? Then after his father's surgery, he would kneel as well. Ganyue replied with one hand, you kneel first, I'll come next time. At the top, it showed that typing was in progress. After a while, the message popped up. Okay, since you are willing to kneel for me, looks like you haven't changed your mind. That's good. Next time it will be hubby kneeling again. Ganyue. The holiday passed day by day, time always went by fast. After the Lantern Festival, school started again. On the 16th day of the first lunar month, the area near the university city had already regained its liveliness and prosperity. The campus was full of students dragging suitcases and returning from their holidays. The whole dormitory building was lively, everyone in the corridor was chatting and fooling around. Ganyue brought his luggage and cat cage back to the dormitory. Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo were already there, and the two of them were laying out their beds respectively. Each time Wang Wendong fitted a duvet cover, he had to fiddle with it for a long time. Having only done half, he leaned against the bed to rest. Hey, Ganyue, you're here. Where's Daiheng, why isn't he with you? Ganyue sent him a message, saying that Daiheng's flight was delayed and he would go straight back to his apartment when he arrived, he should be a bit later. Wang Wendong threw aside the duvet he held in his hands and teased the cat, so, this is your beloved pet. I've never seen it before. Zhou Mo sighed, I've seen the pictures. Honestly, those alumni who ship you two are pretty amazing. How did they discover things so early? Wang Wendong looked up, curious, were you guys dating then? Ganyue replied indifferently, we weren't dating back then. Wang Wendong sat down on the bed to take a rest. After we returned from Haicheng, I scoured through the posts on the campus forum. Honestly, I got into it too. While arranging the beds, they chatted. The dorm was cleaned, and the beds were sorted. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Wang Wendong was exhausted, I'm starving, let's go out and eat something. Zhou Mo agreed, I want to eat the barbecue outside the school, I haven't had it for a while. Wang Wendong called out to Ganyue, we're planning to go out to eat. Do you want to join us, Ganyue? Ganyue folded his clothes neatly and put them in the cabinet. A new message came in on the phone on the desk. He took out his phone and glanced at it. Daiheng, come to the apartment. Ganyue hesitated slightly, closed the cabinet door, you guys go ahead, I won't join. Wang Wendong hadn't reacted yet, aren't you eating dinner this afternoon? Zhou Mo seemed to understand something, are you going to see Daiheng? Finally realizing, Wang Wendong blurted out, alright then, we'll go ahead. You two have a date. Before leaving, he paused his steps. Wang Wendong scratched his head and asked, by the way, Ganyue, I have a question I'm very curious about. Can I ask? Ganyue raised his eyes, what's the question? It's just that I saw a post saying Daiheng is your little darling wife, but it doesn't feel right to me. So, I want to ask you. Wang Wendong leaned against the doorway and chuckled twice, between the two of you, who's the dominant one? Ganyue. Zhou Mo slapped Wang Wendong on the back of his head and started pulling him away by his clothes, are you crazy? How can you ask such private questions? Then he dragged Wang Wendong away. Wang Wendong's voice gradually faded as he said, I was just asking, really curious. Aren't you curious too? Ganyue was truly stunned for a moment. He had never actually thought about this question. Ganyue's mood began to grow complicated. He placed the cat into its carrier, packed the cat's necessities, and left the room directly. When Ganyue arrived at the apartment, Daiheng had just finished bathing, his hair was half damp, hanging over his forehead, a white towel around his neck, wearing a set of loungewear. His tall figure leaned casually against the door frame. After not seeing each other for half a month, Ganyue hesitated for a moment when they met again. Even though they video chatted every day, the feeling wasn't quite the same. His heartbeat unconsciously started to accelerate slightly. Just as he was lost in thought, someone grabbed his waist from behind, pulling him inside. By the time Ganyue realized what was happening, he was already pressed up against the wall inside the room. Daiheng propped one hand against the wall, looking down at him with a lazy tone, what are you spacing out about? I've been waiting for ages. Haven't seen each other for so long, don't you even plan to kiss your boyfriend? Ganyue looked at him for a while, thought for a moment, and then tilted his head, giving him a light kiss on the corner of his lips. Daiheng raised an eyebrow and let out a low chuckle from his throat, so that's all I'm getting. Ganyue still held the cat food in his hand, leaning casually against the wall, can we go inside and talk first? I can't wait, Daiheng hooked his waist with his hand, lowered his head, and buried his face in Ganyue's neck, murmuring, I've missed you like crazy. The way Daiheng held him was quite domineering, his strong arms tightly hugged Ganyue's waist, and the warmth of his breath could be felt on the side of his neck, leaving no way to avoid it. Ganyue let himself be embraced for a bit, with his neck turning bright red, before speaking up, have you eaten yet? Shall we have dinner first? Daiheng straightened up slightly, staring at him, locking his eyes onto Ganyue's for a moment. A faint flicker of mischief appeared in his eyes, can't we do something else before eating? Ganyue paused, puzzled, do what? Daiheng's Adam's apple moved up and down as his gaze fell on Ganyue's lips, Mr. Gan, aren't there some things you owe me? Ganyue, when did I owe you? Upon mentioning this, Ganyue suddenly remembered the night of the Spring Festival Eve. Daiheng stared intently at him, focusing his gaze on his lips, lifting his hand and brushing his thumb lightly over Ganyue's lower lip, muttering softly, pay it back now. Chapter 122, okay. He thought about what happened on New Year's Eve. Ganyue fell silent. Mentioning that night brought back memories of his well-proportioned fingers. Later, when Daiheng wanted to help, he indeed said, we'll owe it for now. But now it was time to pay it back. His ear was lightly touched by a warm finger. Daiheng seemed to have discovered something amusing, tilting his head with a playful tone. What are you thinking about, teacher Gon? Your ears are red. Ganyue looked up and stared at him for a moment. Do you want to know? Daiheng just looked at him. I miss you. After being teased for too long and finally turning the corner, he feared a change of heart. Now, after half a month, he couldn't stop missing him. Ganyue was still hesitant. The foyer was lit by a spotlight, with Daiheng towering over Ganyue, his large frame almost blocking the light above. When he turned his back, his eyes appeared shadowy and ambiguous. Ganyue felt a hint of desire in his gaze, wondering if he desired it this much. If so. Ganyue lowered his eyes, lifting his hand to hook the hem of his shirt in surrender. All right. Anyway, it would be paid back eventually. Daiheng lifted his hand, covering his palm over Ganyue's hand. Ganyue's movement paused in place, raising his eyes. What is it? Daiheng silently met his gaze, then let his eyes wander downwards, his voice nearly inaudible. An awkward silence lingered for about half a minute. Daiheng didn't urge, quietly waiting for his response. Ganyue's ears were hot, his heartbeat particularly intense. He wanted to refuse, but he did indeed owe him one. He wasn't sure how to bring it up now. Wasn't this development a bit too fast? How long had they been together, already reaching this point? With no way of knowing how others' romantic relationships progress, Ganyue was somewhat unsure how to react. His neck had turned red from the tension, and after some hesitation, he managed only one sentence, I'm a little hungry. This abrupt change in topic clearly showed his evasive attitude. Daiheng glanced down at him, showing no urgency. Having endured so long, there was no need to rush now. He stepped back slightly, his deep voice resonating, let's talk about it later, let's go eat first. Daiheng bent down slightly, took the cat box from him, and carefully settled the cat. Ganyue felt like letting out a sigh of relief but remembered the words, we'll talk about it later. His heart thudded heavily as he absent-mindedly fiddled with his phone. Looking at Daiheng's silhouette, he asked, what should we eat? Without looking back, Daiheng poured some cat food into the cat dish, whatever you want. Ganyue saw a message from the 411 dorm group chat, Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo are eating barbecue and asking if we're going to join them. Daiheng looked at him, do you want to go? Not sure what to eat, let's go then. Ganyue paused his hand with the phone, glancing over and asking him, is it okay? Sure, your call. Because of what he said earlier, Ganyue felt restless. All his dating experience came entirely from Daiheng. Before falling in love, he didn't seem to ever feel such strong impulses, living a life resembling cold indifference. This kind of thing was simply beyond him. Indeed, Ganyue was quite troubled. Before this, he even had to search online to learn how to flatter someone. Sitting in the passenger seat, Ganyue held his phone expressionlessly. Opening the search bar. After typing, he quickly deleted the characters, his neck turning bright red. Typing these few words alone made him uncomfortable. It seemed like he was struggling with inner conflict, leaning back against the seat, staring blankly at the night scenery outside the window, lost in thought. Daiheng glanced at him through the rearview mirror. What's wrong? Ganyue's throat moved. It's a bit stuffy in the car, can you open the window a bit? The obedient window lowered slightly. Cold air rushed in, alleviating the heat on his ears. After a long period of contemplation, Ganyue picked up his phone again, briefly taking a glance inside. Just skimming those words made him freeze. Me. What? This was. The barbecue shop wasn't far from their side, just the distance from the south gate to the north gate, reachable by car in a few minutes. After preparing mentally for quite a while, Ganyue clicked open the text but didn't have time to read it carefully. Get out, we're here. Daiheng reminded him gently. Ganyue finally snapped out of it, his body still a bit stiff. He locked his phone screen and unbuckled his seatbelt. When they arrived at the barbecue shop, Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo had already started eating. It was dinner time, so the place was a bit crowded. The four of them quickly joined up. Zhou Mo was using the barbecue tongs to cook a piece of beef tongue. We thought you two weren't coming. Not going on a date tonight? Daiheng pulled out a chair and sat down casually. We'll do it later. Wang Wendong, straightforward as ever, asked, are you two coming back to the dormitory tonight? Ganyue blinked, paused for a moment, then replied, not tonight. Wang Wendong chuckled a couple of times. Zhou Mo couldn't help but elbow him. Why are you laughing so lewdly? Wang Wendong was happily shipping their pairings, not lewd at all. We who ship CPs always laugh like this. Zhou Mo. Wang Wendong took out his phone. Let me see the latest updates about your CP's posts. Have you been photographed together again? After scrolling for a while, he said, this is the benefit of being close and sugary. No one has caught you two together today. Then, Wang Wendong spotted another post and cursed, damn it, this guy really can't speak decently. I'll report him. Zhou Mo leaned over to take a look. What's wrong now? The gossip from last semester had continued into now. After a quiet period during the holidays, it reignited when school started again. According to rumors, after Ganyu supposedly had a girlfriend, he was then seen with Dai Heng, even attending professional law classes together. Their relationship grew more perplexing. Chapter 123, If You Dare to Break Up With Me, I'll. I have an idea, original poster. After reading so many posts, let me reasonably guess. Gon already has a girlfriend but still maintains an ambiguous relationship with the roommate Shizao. Is it because of his money? After all, DH's family is very wealthy. VV's family seems pretty ordinary. She probably got a lot of benefits and doesn't want things to get messy, so she keeps both sides dangling. First reply, the OP sounds too conspiratorial. Second reply, Ganyu isn't this kind of person. This is purely rumors. Third reply, anyway, Gon and Dai seem really ambiguous. We don't know what's going on with that girlfriend. Fourth reply, mind your own business, does the OP have jealousy issues? Fifth reply, even if these two end up together, it won't last long, they'll split eventually. Sixth reply, OMG, now I can imagine Gon being straight and staying with Dai for money. What about a straight guy pretending to be gay story? Seventh reply, looks like Dai loves obsessively. Gon has a girlfriend already, but he's still making her turn around in circles. Eighth reply, I've always wanted to say, Gon sure knows how to fish. Even I, as a zero, am ashamed. How does he manage to hook so many people? Ninth reply, you're just envious he hooked Dai. 10th reply, and so what? Who wouldn't like Dai, such a rare alpha? 11th reply, these two may not even be dating. Initially thought Dai was straight, but now he doesn't look that way anymore. I'd like to give it a shot. Buddies, give me some moral support. 12th reply, come on. I also want to find out whether Dai is straight or not. 13th reply, to snatch him away from Ganyu. Salute to you. You must be an extraordinary zero. Wang Wendong was astonished, is our school full of gavs? Are they this bold now? There are so many rivals for Ganyu. Zhou Mo took out his phone, let's send the link to the group and report this post together. While Ganyu was thinking, he didn't pay much attention to the post they were talking about. He pulled out his phone, opened the link, stared at the post for a while, and slightly frowned. Dai Heng lifted his eyelids, turned his gaze, and saw the words on Ganyu's phone screen along with the replies below. His frown deepened, his eyes darkening ominously. What bullshit is written here? If Ganyu actually wanted his money, that would have been better. Gon refused to take his money despite his persistence. He has a strong sense of self-respect and doesn't want any financial entanglement with others. If his mind gets swayed by this idiot and breaks up with him, he will really kill that fool. Don't look anymore. Dai Heng frowned deeply, covering the screen so Ganyu couldn't continue reading. Fuck, what is the administrator eating? Why keep this kind of post? He snatched Ganyu's phone, picked up his own phone and started operating. Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo didn't understand the subtleties, only finding the OP's words quite infuriating. As they prepared to report it due to popular demand. Within 5 minutes, the entire campus network crashed. Heng acted strongly. There wasn't any room left for their actions. After a simple dinner, the four split into two groups. Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo planned to visit the nearby night market again. Dai Heng and Ganyu drove back to the apartment. On the way, Ganyu remained silent. This kind of silence easily made one feel insecure. Dai Heng wasn't sure if it was because of that post or something else. When they got into the elevator and climbed upstairs, Dai Heng, hands tucked into his trouser pockets, leaned lazily against the wall, casually expressing his attitude, I'm not interested in other guys. I only like you. Ganyu raised his eyes slightly, unsure why he suddenly started confessing, He said slowly, for those who willingly come, I won't even glance at them. Ganyu was lost in thought when the door opened, and he followed inside absent-mindedly. Dai Heng said something behind him, and he instinctively replied with another, After closing the door, the indoor atmosphere became completely silent. Only then did Ganyu snap back to reality, looking up. Dai Heng stood right beside him, looking down with deep eyes filled with tumultuous feelings. Ganyu blinked in confusion, what's wrong? The slanted peach-shaped eyes of Dai Heng seemed devoid of emotions, as if struck by someone with a muffled stick. His chest felt stifled, almost ready to explode. He remembered that sentence just now. Are you regretting again? Ganyu sensed something was off and raised his eyes to look. What did you just say? I didn't hear it clearly. His heart felt like it had taken a roller coaster ride, experiencing a few seconds of panic akin to weightlessness. Dai Heng felt a lump in his throat, unable to swallow or spit it out, which soon turned into a sneer. The corners of his lips slightly curled up, almost as if gritting his teeth to mutter, Ganyu, if you dare to break up with me, I'll. Ganyu's eyelid twitched, feeling utterly confused. How did the conversation suddenly turn to breaking up? Before he could refute, Dai Heng suddenly grew fierce. He reached out and pinned the other against the wall, gripping his chin and raising it up before leaning down to bite. He applied a little more force, as though venting something. Ganyu frowned in pain, trying to pull back, but his head was held firmly by Dai Heng's warm palm. Ganyu furrowed his brow and tried to dodge. Are you a dog? Why do you bite people? Chapter 124, Loss of Control. Ganyu's voice was a little hoarse, and his curses lacked any real menace. Are you ing schizophrenic? Where's that obedient act you put on at my place? I told you I'd lose control. Dai Heng leaned down, staring straight at him. It doesn't matter how things usually go. I'll do whatever you say. Ganyu's eyes were still red, the dampness on his eyelashes not yet dissipated, looking as though he had been wronged. Dai Heng's gaze was inscrutable, his tone slow with his usual nonchalance but causing unwarranted anxiety. Don't mention breaking up to me, or I really will destroy you. Ganyu was speechless. He hadn't even brought it up, he was just thinking about the tutorial and hadn't heard what Dai Heng said. Talking about this now was useless. He pushed the person in front of him away and went to the bathroom to wash up. After changing into a clean top, Ganyu wearily lay down on the bed. Tired and exhausted. Once his head hit the pillow, he soon drifted off into a sleepy haze. By the time the person behind him came close, Ganyu no longer had the strength to push him away. He allowed those strong arms to encircle his waist possessively, pulling him into an embrace. As Dai Heng kept whispering, baby, repeatedly in his ear and saying indecent things. But the next morning, Ganyu woke up in such irritation that he couldn't calm down, so they began another week-long Cold War, once again initiated by one side only. The last time they had a Cold War was during the brother-in-law incident. Ganyu realized, whenever this guy felt stimulated, he liked torturing his boyfriend. Which made Ganyu feel extremely wronged. In the days leading up to school reopening, there were many trivial matters to handle. Initially, Wang Wenzhong and Zhou Mo didn't notice anything unusual. After all, their regular interaction pattern was Ganyu staying cool and composed while Dai Heng, a towering figure almost 6 feet 3 inches tall, stuck to him like a burr. Over the past week, Dai Heng sent food every noon without repeating, along with bubble tea, flowers, gifts, and snacks. At these times, Ganyu wouldn't even look up, muttering coldly, take your stuff and get out. Without much emotion, but his voice was a bit hoarse. Wang Wenzhong and Zhou Mo calmly nodded. This is a little couple's way of spicing things up. After enduring Dai Heng's relentless harassment until Ganyu, who was usually composed, couldn't resist elbowing him and stepping on him without showing any expression. Wang Wenzhong and Zhou Mo firmly stroked their chins, beating his affection, scolding his love. They obviously love each other so much. During the week when Ganyu refused to go out for meals with Dai Heng and instead hung out with them, the two finally started to realize something was off. That noon, Wang Wenzhong and Zhou Mo returned to the dormitory. Ganyu was sitting at his desk solving problems while Dai Heng pulled over a chair as usual, squeezing beside him, resting his arm on the back of Ganyu's chair as if hugging him, murmuring some soft encouragements. The two silhouettes suited each other perfectly. Dai Heng, tall and imposing, bent slightly, appearing unusually gentle and patient. Ganyu lowered his eyes, his forehead hair naturally falling, revealing only a prominent nose bridge, his lips lightly pursed without giving any response. His attitude remained cool and distant. The atmosphere was strange but indescribably off. Ganyu didn't utter a single word, stood up, turned around, and entered the restroom. On the table sat the meal Dai Heng had bought, but he hadn't touched it. So the two crowded at the desk to start discussing. Zhou Mo quietly asked, did they have an argument? Wang Wenzhong was deeply immersed in shipping the couple. Impossible, absolutely impossible. They're doing so well together. Zhou Mo raised doubts, but this week Ganyu has been staying in the dormitory. Wang Wenzhong firmly defended the shipped couple. Isn't staying in the dorm normal? He always stays in the dormitory. Zhou Mo questioned again, if they're already together, why don't they live together? That was a good question. Young lovers in the honeymoon phase, sticky and sweet, have a ready-made spacious house waiting for them, why not simply move out? Wang Wenzhong froze for 2 seconds, turned and locked eyes with him, suddenly understanding, that's true. Zhou Mo thought for a moment, this week, Ganyu seems to have ignored Dai Heng entirely. He recounted several oddities, he hasn't eaten any of the meals Dai Heng bought. He insists on going to the cafeteria with us. Wang Wenzhong also started to recall, Ganyu has always been polite, but recently he started hitting people. This isn't right, something's definitely wrong. Zhou Mo drew a conclusion, they might be having a breakup crisis. Breakup? The next second, Wang Wenzhong started to panic, what should I do? If these two break up, who should I side with? Zhou Mo, question mark. Chapter 125, saying things you don't want to hear. The bathroom door opened, and Ganyu came out with a calm expression. He didn't even glance at the person nearby, just walked over and looked at them both. Shall we go eat? I'll join you. Zhou Mo was laughing nervously and about to nod in agreement. Wang Wendan firmly defended their CP's love and quickly covered Zhou Mo's mouth. Probably not today, we have to leave campus. Zhou Mo turned his head to look at him. Do we need to leave campus? Wang Wendan responded with his eyes. For the sake of our parents' love, we must go. Ganyu wasn't the type to pry, but he instinctively followed up. What are you going off campus for? To eat? He paused, if it's about eating, then maybe I. It's not for eating, it's something else. Wang Wendan feared that Ganyu might tag along and delay the couple's reconciliation, so his response was very straightforward. He chuckled awkwardly, "Didn't Daiheng already buy food for you? Just eat in the dormitory." Ganyu's eyelid twitched. Zhou Mo realized what was happening and nodded accordingly, "Yeah, that's right. We've got some urgent things to do, and the dorm is all yours." Before leaving, Wang Wendan firmly added, "We can do anything, we won't be back for a while. Count on it." Ganyu. Do what? Count on what? What were they talking about? Watching as these two left the dorm looking weird and even thoughtfully closed the dorm door behind them. Ganyu stared at the closed door, feeling somewhat helpless. A warm touch gripped his wrist and pulled him aside. His calf hit the foot of a chair, causing him to fall backward onto someone's lap. They probably figured it out. Dai Heng's arm circled around Ganyu's waist, his warm breath landing on his ear as he asked softly, "Are you still mad, baby?" Ganyu just looked at him, staying silent without speaking. "Still ignoring me?" Dai Heng raised an eyebrow, his gaze reflecting deep thought, carrying a hidden excitement as he drawled out, "Then I'm going to say something you don't want to hear again." Ganyu lifted his brows slightly, seemingly interested in what ridiculous things he would come up with next. Dai Heng smirked indifferently, it really felt good. That day. Ganyu's temple twitched slightly, lifting his hand to cover Dai Heng's mouth. "Shut up. You shut up." Dai Heng chuckled quietly, holding his wrist and kissing the palm of his hand, his eyes locking directly into Ganyu's. "Don't ignore me, I really know I've done wrong." At this moment, Ganyu felt conflicted, thinking how incredible this man was. Normally, he always followed Ganyu's orders, but when it came to those moments, it seemed like he became a different person altogether. Ganyu had merely followed the steps from a guidebook, yet this guy had lost control completely. So, was there a problem with that guidebook? Teacher Gan didn't push him away, instead, he allowed himself to stay seated on his lap, which showed that he had cooled down somewhat. Dai Heng moved his throat, "You haven't seen your son for a week now, why don't you see him tonight?" Ganyu first stated his stance, "I can't help you again." Dai Heng lazily raised an eyelid, smirking casually before answering after a pause, "All right. Who cares? Convince him first and deal with it later." Ganyu stared at him for a moment, feeling that he had agreed too easily. Perhaps, he truly realized his mistake. After a cold war for a week, it was also time to move on. Ganyu did miss his son, then let's go tonight. Dai Heng smiled, curling his lips upward as he used his long fingers to pull the food Ganyu had just bought closer, "Eat first." Just as Ganyu was about to stand up and return to his seat, he was pushed back down. Dai Heng leaned against the backrest, "Eat like this." No exams last semester due to finals, and the exam month was fast approaching. The library had been packed lately, as everyone spent their entire winter vacation playing around and was now frantically cramming for the tests. In the evening, after Ganyu finished dealing with the group project, they had a quick dinner outside with Dai Heng, and returned to their apartment together. Upon entering, there were several piled-up delivery boxes stacked near the entrance, big ones and small ones, all unopened. Ganyu swapped his shoes for slippers and stared at the delivery boxes for a moment. "What did you buy?" Dai Heng leaned on the shoe cabinet casually and said indifferently, "A cat climbing frame, toys, food, and some other stuff I've forgotten about." "You help me open them, I'll get a drink of water." Looking at the pile of boxes stacked up like a mountain. Ganyu paused for 2 seconds, responded with a and retrieved a craft knife from atop the cabinet. Sitting on the floor at the entrance, he began to unpack the deliveries. The largest package was the cat climbing frame, which required self-assembly. There were also some bags of cat food, and another large package contained a dryer for drying the cat's fur after bathing. It had always been a bit scary for the cat to use a hairdryer before. He had prepared everything quite thoroughly. Until he got to the last package. It wasn't heavy and its contents were indiscernible. Ganyu tore open the tape, opened the cardboard box, and froze as his eyes locked onto what was inside. Noticing that he had spaced out, Dai Heng walked over wearing slippers, holding a glass in his hand. "What's wrong?" Ganyu kept his gaze low, staring at the suspicious item in the delivery box. It took him a while to regain his voice. "What is this?" Dai Heng lowered his gaze, glanced at the box briefly, and smirked as he crouched down beside him, tapping the box lightly with his clearly defined fingers. "Isn't there writing here? Can Teacher Gan not read it?" Of course, Ganyu could read it. He just couldn't believe his own eyes. Because inside was an entire box of family planning supplies, and by estimation, there were about 30 to 40 boxes. Raising his eyes, Ganyu asked knowingly, "Why did you buy these?" Perhaps finding his bewilderment somewhat adorable. Dai Heng chuckled lowly from his throat, tilted Ganyu's chin upward, and leaned in to kiss his lips lightly. "We'll need to use them eventually, so I'm stockpiling early." Ganyu stared at the box of items for a moment, then sighed profoundly. "When will we use all these?" He had never seen anyone buy these things in bulk like this. What kind of oddball was this guy? Dai Heng draped his arm lazily over his knees, speaking with a teasing tone and drawn-out vowels. Chapter 126, Lights Out Early, Lights Off Chaos. Starting today. Play around a bit. Are these the kind of words you can just say lightly? Ganyu looked at him for a long time without saying anything. Dai Heng laughed aloud. "What's wrong?" How can you be so? Ganyue started but couldn't think of a suitable word to finish his sentence. Dai Heng nonchalantly leaned back with his arm resting on his knee and hooked Ganyue's calf with his hand. His voice was lazy as he said, Ganyue took a while to come up with a single word, frivolous. You've never met anyone more promiscuous than you, Ganyue remarked, exasperated. Dai Heng raised an eyebrow and turned his head slightly, laughing softly, his throat carrying fragmented whispers, it's because I'm honest and confront my inner desires. His gaze swept over the young man's slightly open collar, pale sunken collarbone, and long legs enveloped in loose jeans. Don't you realize how alluring you are? Dai Heng's eyes darkened as he scrutinized him from top to bottom, his gaze heavy like it had weight. You're like walking candy, and you don't even allow others to feel lustful. What sort of description is this? Ganyue felt as if he'd been ensnared. What did you promise before we came here? Dai Heng responded slowly, a week has passed, I really miss it. He extended his hand to hook Ganyue's pinky finger and gently kneaded it, besides, I need to go home for a trip. The flight is tomorrow morning, and I'll be back in 3 days. I will miss you so much. Ganyue lapsed into silence, I'm fine too. Dai Heng stared at his lips for a moment then moved his gaze upward, meeting his eyes, other places would work too. After pondering for a short while, using the limited knowledge he had about this topic, Ganyue asked. Not necessarily. Dai Heng sat on the floor, legs spread open, his hand leaning casually backward, examining him from head to toe, your entire body works well with me. You're truly depraved, Ganyue choked out. This guy sure wears out his boyfriend during courtship. Dai Heng paid no attention to Ganyue's accusations, smiling carefree yet speaking with increased seriousness, after I return, come live with me. Ganyue sat there with relaxed posture, simply looking at him and remained silent without speaking. The cat, their son, had joined in on the fun when they were unpacking earlier and now lay beside him. The lights in the entrance hall shone brightly, and the atmosphere was calm. Dai Heng merely gazed at him, not urging, waiting quietly for his reply. Before he could provide an answer, the cell phone rang unexpectedly. Ganyue flinched his eyelids and pulled out his phone, seeing a call from Wang Wendong. Swiping his fingertip across the screen, he answered. Wang Wendong's worried voice came through the earpiece, something happened, Ganyue, quickly come back to the dorm. This call successfully dispersed any lingering intimacy. After hanging up, Ganyue slightly furrowed his eyebrows. Under normal circumstances, they communicated via WeChat and rarely got urgent calls. Dai Heng paused his stroking of the cat, lifting his eyelids to look over, what's wrong? Ganyue put away his phone, there's something I need to attend to, I have to head back. What's going on? Ganyue braced himself and stood up, I don't know, seems quite urgent. Dai Heng tilted his eyes upwards after pondering for a moment, putting down the cat by the side and standing up as well, I'll go with you. Ganyue hesitated momentarily before responding, no need. You've got your flight early tomorrow morning. I'll leave first. Ganyue didn't stay long at the apartment, he returned at 9 o'clock in the evening. The boys' dormitory was bustling with activity at this time. Not sure if it was just his imagination, but as he passed through the hallway, male students' glances seemed to drift toward him. They also held A4-sized sheets in their hands, whispering quietly about something. Ganyue thoughtfully drew back his gaze and continued upstairs. When he returned to the dormitory, Ganyue finally understood what those single pages in their hands were. Wang Wendong handed over the single page he held to Ganyue, I found this when I got back to the dormitory. It must have been slipped under the door. The single page printed screenshots of Ganyue live streaming dressed as a woman. On it were some large characters such as, law school stud, transvestite, etc. Wang Wendong wore a troubled expression, the guys next door are discussing it already. Probably every boy's room has one. Wang Wendong took out his phone and opened the campus forum website, what's worse, a similar post was made on the campus forum this afternoon. It's already getting a lot of attention, I feel like by tomorrow morning, the entire school will know about it. As he was speaking, there were hurried footsteps outside the door. Zhou Mo pushed the door open, clutching that single page in his hand, it's over, it's over. Noticing what they held in their hands, Zhou Mo hadn't caught his breath yet, you've seen it already? Wang Wendong looked at what he held and asked, where did you get this from again? Zhou Mo had just rushed back, still gasping for breath, they were stuck on the bulletin board, there were quite a few, I tore them all down. Many girls were gathered there watching, some even took pictures. I bet they're chatting about it in their groups right now. Ganyue remained quiet all along, gripping the single page tightly in his hand, lost in thought. Wang Wendong sent the link to the campus forum over, unable to resist cursing, the poster is an anonymous user, who could be so vile. Ganyue's eyelids fluttered slightly, finally reacting somewhat as he picked up his phone and glanced into the thread. This was a newly posted thread, less than half a day old but already gaining tremendous attention, currently at the top of their campus website. Anonymous user, OP, law school stud's little secret hobby, cross-dressing, much bigger than expected privately. Aren't they supposed to be the unattainable flowers? Followed by over 10 screenshots of Ganyue's female character live streams. First reply. Is this Ganyue? Second reply. Wow, shocked for 100 years. Third reply, what kind of difference is this? The high and mighty flower turns out to be a big-name ladyboy privately. Fourth reply, killer move. He doesn't seem out of place in women's clothing. Fifth reply, hard to tell, looks proper on the surface but plays hard in private. Sixth reply, is this even sayable? I've watched his stream before, his Douyin account is duo bao you. Seventh reply, for real. Eighth reply, it should be the same person, though most of his fans think he's female. Ninth reply, I always thought she was his sister. And then wondered how they looked so alike. 10th reply, he really goes this far behind closed doors. 11th reply, since he dresses as a woman, must be GAV stuff then, always thought he was straight. 12th reply, envious of those sharing a dorm with him. 13th reply, applying an internet meme here, their dorm became famous for going to sleep early, turning off lights and making noise, then turning lights on just to shower. Perverted smile. Chapter 127, want to stay at your place for a few days. 14th comment, I think I know why Dai Shizao got turned gay. 15th comment, this is truly unbearable. 16th comment, do you think it's too late for me to join them? 17th comment, so, classmates, do you think it's 1v1 or NP? 18th comment, just kidding, how could Dai Shizao the super dominant allow Xiaoyu to be with others? Definitely 1v1. 19th comment, the key is, this face could casually turn an entire dormitory gay without much effort. 20th comment, immersed, going to read an NP story to calm down. Seeing the latest replies under the post, Wang Wendong was so angry he almost bled. This is the first time I've seen a boy being slandered with pornographic rumors. These people are just evil. Wang Wendong glanced at his phone and said to Gan Yue, right now, a lot of groups are discussing this matter. He couldn't help but ask, there's no way to hide this. What do you plan to do, Gan Yue? Gan Yue's every move had already attracted significant attention under normal circumstances, but now with the female impersonator angle added, there was no doubt that the discussion around him skyrocketed even higher. In less than 2 days, the entire school would probably know that the law department's famous student was secretly a crossdresser in private. Apart from feeling a little complex emotionally, Gan Yue remained relatively calm. He started live streaming because he had been completely out of options and only wanted to raise more money, never considering the consequences. It was nearly impossible for him to gather 500,000 yuan in a short period. All kinds of pressures bearing down on him made him feel so exhausted that he could barely catch his breath. Thus, he had to resort to this path. Later, as fans grew in number, he did consider the problem, this matter wouldn't remain hidden for long. But he didn't expect it to happen so quickly, and in such a manner. If they know, let them know. It doesn't matter. Gan Yue's voice showed no emotional fluctuation as he placed the single page in his hand onto the table beside him and went into the bathroom. Zhoma asked worriedly, is Gan Yue really okay? How could he be fine? This will be discussed on the campus network for at least 2 months. Wang Wendong said, who exactly is responsible? How despicable, turning it into a promotional flyer and distributing it all over the campus, clearly intending to irritate. After coming out of the bathroom, Gan Yue lay down on the bed, took out his phone, and saw the message sent by Daiheng. Daiheng, are you back in the dorm? Daiheng, what's wrong? Gan Yue thought for a moment and replied, nothing serious, the counselor is looking for me. Daiheng, the counselor is looking for you so late at night, really not very romantic. Gan Yue, what time is your flight tomorrow? Daiheng, 9 o'clock. Gan Yue typed a few words, then sleep early. Daiheng, I can't fall asleep without you. Daiheng, consider living together, Mr. Gan. Daiheng, wait for me to come back. The next day was Thursday. Gan Yue had class at 8 in the morning. After getting up early, he went to the large classroom with his backpack slung over his shoulder. It was a specialized course, and most of the familiar faces from his class were present. Gan Yue habitually chose a position near the rear. He could noticeably feel that the glances directed at him were much more frequent than before. During the lecture, there were still instances where people intermittently cast their gazes in his direction, accompanied by whispers. Previously, these glances were mostly from girls, merely curious observations without any ill intent. But today, most of those stares came from boys, whose eyes contained mockery and questioning, making it harder to bear. Gan Yue tightened his grip slightly on the pen. After class, the professor left through the front door of the classroom. Gan Yue lowered his gaze and was tidying up his desk. A male student approached him. Gan Yue, you're really a cross-dressing master, right? Is the account, Duobao Fish, yours? He pursued further, when will you start streaming again? I'd like to see it. Gan Yue lifted his eyes, and he didn't even have much memory of who this person in front of him was, yet here they were boldly confronting him. His lips were pressed tightly together, and without a word, he packed his books into his bag and directly left through the rear door of the classroom. Voices of soft gossip followed behind him. So arrogant, ignoring people. A girl countered, are you polite? How does someone else's live stream concern you? You're a guy, why are you so gossipy? The voices afterward, Gan Yue couldn't hear anymore. The whole day was spent enduring visual harassment and verbal harassment. Not excessively overstepping boundaries, but enough to make one uncomfortable. Returning to the dormitory building. Gan Yue walked to the third floor under everyone's gaze, reaching the dormitory door, which was closed, and found several people loitering outside. All were familiar faces but none of whom he could name. He carried his backpack, stopping in his tracks. "Hey, Gan Yue's back." Seeing him, a few people immediately gathered around out of curiosity. "Gan Yue, do you stream live in the dorm sometimes? Can we add your WeChat? Why does the law department live together with finance? How about moving into our dormitory? Do you wear skirts regularly?" Hearing the commotion outside, Wang Wendong quickly opened the door and pulled Gan Yue inside before yelling at the people outside, "Scram, stop blocking the way here. You have a nerve. It's none of your business." Wang Wendong shouted again, "Get lost." With a slam, the door shut tightly, finally bringing some peace. Gan Yue entered, placing his bag on a chair. "What's going on?" Wang Wendong was fuming. "They've all been asking me for your WeChat ID, wouldn't go even when I cursed at them." Zhou asked, "How was your day?" Gan Yue looked down, in low spirits, as expected. Wang Wendong had already guessed. "Were you harassed?" Zhou questioned, "What about Daiheng? If he were around, they probably wouldn't dare act so boldly." Gan Yue responded in a calm voice, "He went home." "What now?" Wang Wendong sighed. "These people are truly irritating. What's so special about wearing female clothing anyway? They're acting as if it's the end of the world. Indeed, incredibly tiresome." For several days in a row, Gan Yue had endured such intrusive looks and gossip. The dorm entrance always seemed to be packed with curious people. Every day, Wang Wendong had to drive off groups of intruders. And the whispering never ceased. Not until the afternoon of the third day. Gan Yue stood there with a composed look, pulling out his backpack and starting to pack clothes inside. People were still crowded at the dorm doorway. Who knows how wild he gets behind closed doors. He's dressing up as a girl, streaming live. This isn't 18+ content, is it? They usually have big spenders, patrons, right? I heard that streamers hook up with those big donors, so wouldn't he? At one particular moment, however, the world seemed to fall silent. A deep voice sounded from outside. "What are you all crowding around the door for? Get away." Gan Yue blinked, zipping up his backpack and heading toward the door. He opened the dorm room door just in time to meet someone else's eyes. Daiheng had just arrived straight back to school after getting off the plane. Just about to raise his hand to open the door, his gaze fell onto the backpack hanging on Gan Yue's shoulder, and his eyebrows slightly knitted together imperceptibly. "Where are you going?" Gan Yue said, "To find you." Raising an eyebrow, Daiheng asked, "Find me?" Gan Yue nodded lightly, "I want to stay at your place for a few days." Pausing briefly, he asked further, "Is that okay?" Chapter 128, See you once, beat you once. Can we do that? Is this a question that needs to be asked? Forget staying for a few days, even giving the house away would work. The two of them still kept their positions, one inside the door and one outside. Daiheng's frown relaxed, and he subconsciously wanted to lean down and kiss him, but then remembered they were in the dormitory. His movements paused for a moment as he straightened up slightly. Of course, he didn't care about being seen by others, but Gan Yu would not be happy. Daiheng maintained his posture, staring at him for a while. His gaze slowly swept over Gan Yu's outline and lingered on the slightly flat corners of Gan Yu's lips. He didn't say anything, just reached out to take the backpack off Gan Yu's shoulders and held it in his hands. "Shall we go now?" Gan Yu stepped forward, glanced down the corridor. It was completely empty. The atmosphere around people really does differ. No matter how hard those people had tried these past few days to linger around, the corridor emptied instantly as soon as Daiheng appeared. Perhaps because, although Daiheng normally behaves irresponsibly, his serious side exudes an especially strong oppressive feeling. He might seem easygoing, but no one dared to act recklessly in front of him. Back in the apartment. Gan Yu placed the backpack on the chair, walked straight in, and sat down on the floor, hugging the cat. Daiheng put his luggage in the corner and stared at Gan Yu's silhouette for a while. Even though Gan Yu still looked distant and cold, Daiheng could sense the subtle difference. Gan Yu wasn't happy. They chatted every day, yet Gan Yu hadn't told him anything. What a difficult wife to teach, she doesn't speak, leaving him to guess all the time. Daiheng went into the kitchen, took a glass of water, pulled out his phone from his pocket, opened a chat with Wang Wendong, and sent a message. "Has anything happened in the dorm recently?" Wang Wendong just got back to the dorm and replied quickly, "You don't know yet?" Wang Wendong, some jerk printed thousands of screenshots from Gan Yu's live stream and stuffed them into the boys' dormitories one by one. He even posted it on the campus forum. Now, the whole school knows about Gan Yu dressing as a woman during the live stream. Wang Wendong, he has been so harassed these past few days that he seems worn out. People keep gathering outside the dorm talking nonsense, using very offensive words. Wang Wendong, he hasn't told you any of this. Daiheng frowned deeply. Recalling the people he saw when he returned to the dorm earlier, his jaw tightened slightly. The water cup filled up exactly at this moment, so he pocketed his phone, picked up the glass, and walked out. Sitting down next to Gan Yu on the floor, Daiheng handed the glass to him. "Didn't I give you the key to the apartment? Have you come over recently?" Gan Yu took the glass casually and set it aside. Yes, I'll come over to feed the cat in the afternoon. Every day he comes for half an hour before returning to school. Dai Heng looked at Gan Yu for a while, saying unhurriedly, the meaning of me giving you the key is that you can stay as long as you want. You can even spend the night if you like. Gan Yu hesitated slightly, looking up. It sounded almost offhand, but Dai Heng's hand rested on the back of his neck and gave it a light squeeze. You can shower and sleep first. I have some things to do outside. Gan Yu looked at him for a while, thinking there was something at school, so he simply nodded with an This problem is hard to resolve since it stems from Gan Yu wearing women's clothing during a live stream. There's no measure that can stop them from gossiping. We can only wait until they get tired of talking about it or a new topic catches their attention. As for Gan Yu, there's no other way, he has to endure the idle talk. After taking a bath and lying down in bed, it was already 11 p.m. Dai Heng still hadn't returned. Waiting, Gan Yu fell into a light sleep. When he woke up the next morning, the spot beside him was still empty. Unsure what errand he was doing, Dai Heng had been gone all night without returning. After finishing his morning routine, Gan Yu sent him a message, you didn't return last night? Then he packed up his phone, arranged his bag, and left for class. Today was Monday, and the third class was an open English class. Gan Yu sat with Zhou Mo in the back row. The seat next to him, however, remained empty. His message to Dai Heng had yet to receive a response. Zhou Mo leaned over quietly asking, did you notice? Everyone's glances today seemed more restrained. Gan Yu's focus was on his phone, so he hadn't noticed. Given how mixed the crowd usually is in open classes, whispers should have been louder today, but it turned unusually quiet. Gan Yu thought for a moment, it does seem so. Zhou Mo asked curiously, do you know why? Hearing his tone, Gan Yu turned his face and asked, why? Last night was an exciting one. The campus forum crashed for half an hour first, then all posts related to you were completely deleted. Zhou Mo whispered, remember the two guys who danced in front of you a few days ago and said dirty things? They were surrounded and beaten outside the school, losing 2 teeth each, and were threatened. Both of them issued apology posts overnight, which are still pinned at the top of the campus network. This has had a deterrent effect like killing chickens to scare the monkeys. No one dares to discuss it anymore. Gan Yu listened quietly and lightly twirled the pen in his hand. After pondering for a while, Gan Yu asked, did Dai Heng return to the dormitory last night? Zhou Mo replied, no, but other dormitories say that he was looking for Yi Tan last night. The movement of Gan Yu's pen stopped as he failed to figure out what relation Yi Tan had to this matter. After the morning classes ended, the two walked towards the dormitory direction. Someone ran past beside them, mumbling. Hurry up, heard that Dai Heng blocked Yi Tan under the literature department building, go take a look. What's going on, do they have a grudge against each other? It seems that the single-page screenshots from the live stream a few days ago were sent out by Yi Tan. Dai checked the surveillance footage. Yi Tan already requested leave and prepared to run away but is now blocked under Building 13. Building 13 wasn't far from them. Zhou Mo realized, stammering, no wonder he was looking for Yi Tan, should we go take a look? Alright. Gan Yu agreed with a sound and followed the crowd's direction. Currently, Building 13's dormitory area was surrounded so tightly there was no room for water to seep through. Onlookers were discussing, Dai Heng sure has a heavy hand, I feel like Yi Tan's rib might be broken. He really deserves a beating, what does the live stream have to do with him, yet he spread the flyers all over the school. An event that wasn't significant became such a big deal due to his actions. Actually, dressing as a woman during a live stream isn't an issue at all. This is a private matter, and he exaggerated it so much, which is very inappropriate. The noise made earlier by the two was too loud, security guards had come to maintain order but didn't dare to physically intervene because the person looked too ferocious. Yi Tan's face was pressed against the wall. Dai Heng stood tall and elegant, wearing a black coat that accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, making his posture appear particularly upright. There was a shadow of dark fog around his sharp features, exuding indomitable anger without reservation. His hand still gripped Yi Tan's hair as he dangerously said, drop out yourself or let me help you drop out. Think it through, or else every time I see you, I'll beat you. Chapter 129, can't be too far from marriage, right? It wasn't until he let go that the two security guards rushed forward to support Yi Tan. Gan Yu's brows furrowed as he pushed through the crowd, walking over and grabbing Dai Heng's arm, glancing at his face. Are you hurt? Dai Heng paused slightly, looking down as the fierceness in his eyes dissipated. No. Gan Yu softly replied, then let's go. After saying this, he didn't even glance at Yi Tan beside him and began dragging him away. At this moment, Yi Tan leaned against the wall, clutching his ribs, struggling to catch his breath in pain. In that instant just now, he truly felt that Dai Heng was about to strike a fatal blow, wanting to kill him. With the security guard standing there, he couldn't help but feel indignant. Gan Yu, what the hell are you pretending here for? Speaking hurt his ribs, yet he continued, yes, I posted those messages, and yes, I leaked those documents. I just can't stand your fake superiority. Cold sweat appeared on Yi Tan's forehead from the pain. I saw your live stream first, I tipped you, and yet you kicked me out of the chat room. Unable to bear the pain in his ribs, he blurted everything out in anger, account 1111 is me. So what if I didn't give enough money? That big spender who gave a lot could have slept with you already, right? Otherwise, how could he spend so much on you? 1111. That account was engraved in his memory. Ganyu raised an eyebrow, recalling the harassment messages he had received during that time. Back then, he had already suspected that this account belonged to someone he might know in real life. It was him. Yi Tan cursed, what kind of person are you, having both a boyfriend and a girlfriend? You're so disgusting. Does your girlfriend know you usually dress as a woman? Does she know about your dirty affair with the big spender? Don't you always fawn all over him like a lapdog? What act of righteousness are you trying to portray? After originally learning that Ganyu had a girlfriend, Yi Tan had truly intended to give up. Getting beaten by Dai Heng last semester made him realize that Dai Heng was as foolish as himself, being played around by a straight man. After the start of this semester, he no longer planned to pay attention to Ganyu, but found out they had spent the night together. Seeing the hickey on Ganyu's neck when they left the apartment in the morning, even a fool would understand. So his mindset collapsed. How could Ganyu be so repulsive, having a girlfriend and still sleeping with men? If Ganyu could be with a man, why not him? Yi Tan thought he was a hypocrite, wanting it all and yet despising it. He was really sickening. Yi Tan let out a cold laugh, as if sure that Ganyu wouldn't dare to disclose publicly. Dare you say who your partner is? Word by word, you don't dare, because you fear others knowing you're nothing but a queer. Dai Heng tightened his fingers, his jawline rigid, already having the intention of making him shut up entirely. Do you never learn your lesson? Just as he took a step, his wrist was lightly grabbed by someone. Dai Heng. Ganyu's voice was cold and distant, like mingling with the mist of a winter morning. Dai Heng relaxed his fingers subconsciously, turning his head instinctively. In the very instant of turning, his lips were covered by a warm breath, gently touching. The originally noisy environment became utterly silent due to this kiss. The surroundings fell into absolute silence. The sunlight in winter was particularly warm, and the tiny molecules in the air seemed to leap lightly, falling onto their heads, surrounding the two in bright light. The towering figure filled with ferocity was easily smoothed by one kiss. A fleeting yet intense touch. Ganyu's expression remained indifferent, still holding Dai Heng's wrist, glancing over, from beginning to end, only one boyfriend. He asked, satisfied. After saying that sentence, he directly dragged the tall figure away from there. The astonished onlookers were unable to close their mouths. The air momentarily quieted before bursting into even livelier discussions. This scene was absolutely breathtaking. There were already people using their phones to capture this frame. Initially, many people had gathered out of curiosity, let alone witnessing such a striking scene. Within half an hour. Public exposure of romance between two grasses at Lin University. Crushed, original poster, girls, look at what I captured. Photo. First floor, Second floor, who understands? I was at the scene. That impact. It literally blew my mind. Third floor, Happy New Year, the CP I ship is real. Fourth floor, I caught up on Ganyu's account. What era are we in now? Female clothing live streams are normal. The people with dirty mouths are the ones with brains full of crap. Ganyu is absolutely amazing, slender waist and long legs. I'm really Fifth floor, who understands how excited I am? Dai Heng eats so well. Ganyu is simply top-notch. Mega. Sixth floor, from beginning to end only one boyfriend. Seventh floor, I'm dying of excitement, Eighth floor, I've wanted to say this for a while. People earn money with their own skills, cleanly and honestly. What's there to talk about? Some people should keep their mouths clean. Ninth floor, those two got beaten purely because they deserved it. They dared to spread rumors right in front of someone. If not you, then who else would hit them? 10th floor, these two are actually together. I will die from shipping them. The female clothing incident seemed to be forgotten overnight, with hardly anyone discussing it. Now the school forum is all about the love stories of the two grasses. Inside the apartment. The two were sitting face to face on the carpet in front of the sofa. Ganyu held an iodine tincture, eyes lowered as he treated the knuckle abrasions from hitting someone. Dai Heng stared at the youth's lowered lashes, teacher gone, were exposed. Ganyu calmly responded, glancing at him briefly, do you not want to be exposed? Then I can. How could I not? Dai Heng laughed carelessly, his tone relaxed, I've dreamed of this. Since it's already public, marriage can't be too far away, right? Ganyu flickered his eyelids, tossing the cotton swab into the trash bin before looking up. The two quietly met each other's gaze. Don't look at me like that. Dai Heng stared directly at him, his peach blossom eyes gleaming with dark light. Is there some kind of hook in your eyes, always reeling me in? This accusation was purely baseless. Ganyu blinked once, turning his head away. The distance between the two wasn't far, about 50 centimeters, close enough to touch with an outstretched hand. His ankle was suddenly grabbed, pulling him forward. This move was unexpected. Gan Yu hadn't foreseen it at all. He almost fell backward but instinctively reached out to hold on to something, ending up gripping Dai Heng's neck, his fingertips pressing against his Adam's apple. SSSS, a soft gasp escaped him unexpectedly. Gan Yu froze for a moment, suspecting he had pressed too hard and hurt him. After all, a man's Adam's apple is quite delicate. He loosened his fingers slightly. Are you okay? Comfortable. Dai Heng still clutched his ankle with one hand, propping himself up on the other side of Gan Yu's body. His Adam's apple moved gently, his voice heavy. I like when you pinch me. Gan Yu was speechless. You truly are. Dai Heng chuckled lightly, releasing the ankle, his hand shifting to support Gan Yu's nape as he leaned over and kissed him. Chapter 130, Status. The two sat face to face on the carpet in front of the sofa, their long legs having no place to rest. Dai Heng had his hands hooked around Gan Yu's waist and buried his face in his neck, saying, finally, we don't have to hide anymore. I'm happy. His breathing brushed against the side of Gan Yu's neck as he gently reminded him, your wording can be, a little better. At most, it was an underground romance. Dai Heng let out a muffled laugh while lowering his head, isn't that right? Aren't you mine? Then he straightened up, his peach blossom eyes staring at Gan Yu deeply and shallowly, or does it mean I've finally succeeded in ascending to my position? Gan Yu. Dai Heng kissed the corner of his lips again, his tone not entirely proper, you really do love me. Gan Yu thought this person was probably addicted to role-playing, but strangely, he was quite used to it. It even made the gloominess from the past few days dissipate significantly. This guy was both shameless and surprisingly cute. The curve of Gan Yu's lips relaxed a bit. You don't have to deliberately say such things to make me happy. Dai Heng had a relaxed expression, with a faint smile in his peach blossom eyes as he asked, are you feeling better now? Gan Yu gave a light laugh, thanks to you, much better. Dai Heng stared at him intently, lightly pinching Gan Yu's fingers and said softly, when you encounter something unpleasant in the future, will you tell me? Gan Yu raised his eyes and stared at him for a moment before replying, They let the air remain still for a while. It was strange, every time they met each other's gaze in silence, they couldn't help but want to kiss. Gan Yu's throat moved slightly, shifting his eyes a bit, where did you go last night? You didn't come back all night. Dai Heng lowered his eyes and continued playing with his fingers, lazily yet unperturbedly answering, checking surveillance, and having someone beat up those who were harassing you. He said, rest assured, I didn't do it myself. Gan Yu's gaze returned, asking, then why did you hit Yi-tan just now? Dai Heng's lips curved slightly as he answered offhandedly, he deserved it too much, I couldn't resist. He even wanted to run away. His gaze looked over, tentatively asking another question, would you be angry if I hit someone? Gan Yu hesitated for a moment before saying, as long as you don't get hurt yourself. Everyone handles matters differently, he would never be so free-spirited. Gan Yu wouldn't physically assault someone over these kinds of issues, but he wouldn't interfere with Dai Heng's actions either. Perhaps there was a little envy. Envious of how he could live so freely, doing whatever he wanted without hesitation. Unlike him, always holding back. So being with him was fun. Being like him was good enough. Gan Yu glanced at the time, do you still have school this afternoon? Dai Heng's eyes drooped slightly, revealing a trace of weariness. Lazily, he replied, nope, I didn't sleep last night. Exhausted. Staying home to nap. He reached out to hook Gan Yu's finger, lay with me for a bit. The room's curtains were drawn, leaving the light somewhat dim. Gan Yu didn't plan on sleeping, leaning half against the headboard, while Dai Heng lay on the pillow, tightly encircling him in his arms with his face buried in Gan Yu's side. Gan Yu glanced at his phone, he could stay for half an hour more. He still had class in the afternoon. The room was very quiet. Gan Yu fiddled with his phone, waiting for the person next to him to fall asleep. I'll meet you after your class and eat together. Gan Yu thought Dai Heng had fallen asleep, but unexpectedly he suddenly added this line. Gan Yu considered and preemptively mentioned, I might need to use your smaller room tonight. Dai Heng didn't open his eyes, just tightening the arm around his waist, muttering lowly, just after you've accepted my title, and now you're going to separate rooms? Gan Yu explained, I'll be streaming. Everyone at school already knows about my streaming. There's no way I can keep pretending to be female. I need to apologize. Gan Yu stared at the ceiling, if that's not possible, I may have to retire online. Gan Yu then asked another question, can I stream at your place today? A faint voice came from beside, even if I transfer the house to you, it'd be fine. For a long time, there was no sound from the side. Gan Yu turned to look at the man who hadn't slept all night, he had already fallen into deep sleep. Dai Heng's side face pressed into the pillow, his tall nose bridge resting against Gan Yu's waist, separated only by a thin layer of shirt that offered no resistance. Gan Yu's gaze swept over his brows and eyes, he looked so handsome. Lower down, his gaze landed on Dai Heng's lips. His lips were actually very attractive, neither too thick nor cold. Maybe because he often smiled, his lip shape looked very sexy, and when kissing. Gan Yu stared at him for a moment, reaching out to pinch his nose. Noticing the slight crease in his brows, Gan Yu couldn't help but chuckle. As he pulled his hand away, Dai Heng caught it midair. Dai Heng held onto his fingers, placing a kiss on them without opening his eyes, his voice slightly hoarse, we still have time. How about making up for that one daily thing? Ganyu lost his smile. He still had class in the afternoon. Once Daiheng fell asleep, Ganyu gently slipped out of his embrace and left. During class, he inevitably received quite a few stares, but compared to before, they were much more subdued. Most people simply observed from a distance, no one came near him anymore. Instead, there was more of an excited buzz among the girls discussing their romance. This was by far the best state he'd experienced in days. After class, Ganyu sent a text message, "What do you want to eat? I'll bring it over." There was no reply for half a day, he was probably still asleep. Since there was no rush, Ganyu returned to the dormitory and picked up the suitcase he used for streaming. Back in the dorm, Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo were deep in discussion. Seeing Ganyu enter, they immediately rushed over. Wang Wendong regretted missing such an exciting moment. "Ganyu. You're too bold, everyone's going crazy sharing your story. That kiss, my god. The two campus grasses coming out is like a nuclear bomb exploding. The entire school's gone wild. Zhou Mo had been harassed all day, so many people asking me if it's true. My throat's almost smoked out." Ganyu bent down slightly, pulling the suitcase from under his bed. "Thanks for your hard work." Wang Wendong looked at the suitcase in his hands. "Are you finally moving in with Daiheng?" Ganyu adjusted his backpack. "I'll be back in a few days." Zhou Mo nodded. "Makes sense. There've been way too many disturbances lately. You need some peace." Wang Wendong sighed. "Does this mean I can't watch the two of you up close anymore?" He clutched his chest, looking heartbroken. "Never mind, don't worry about me. Just take care of yourselves." Ganyu glanced at him, dragging the suitcase toward the door. "All right, I'm leaving." Chapter 131, Live Streaming. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening when he returned to the apartment. The living room was pitch black, without any lights on, making it particularly quiet. Daiheng must still be asleep. Ganyu didn't want to disturb him, so he put his luggage into the small room, fed their cat Sun first, and played with it for a while. There was no telling when Daiheng would wake up. He decided to start a live stream. This might possibly be his last live stream ever. Retiring from streaming was the worst outcome possible. He hadn't earned enough for his father's medical fees yet, but there really was nothing more he could hide moving forward. Though this was a secondary bedroom, the room was still quite spacious. Having done all the necessary setup work, Ganyu, without even changing clothes, directly started his broadcast. It had been since winter break that he last streamed. From the start of school till now, he had neither the time nor a place to stream. His outfit looked completely different from past streams: black short hair, refined facial features, a clean white shirt, his expression detached, perfectly portraying an elegant handsome youth. Although it was still the same face, a flat chest was impossible to disguise. As soon as he started streaming, the public chat was filled with constant messages rolling in. "Cut your hair. Fish doesn't have breasts. A boy. Bro fish." Once the number of people gradually stabilized, Ganyu sincerely apologized towards the camera. "I'm sorry, I specifically wanted to start this stream to apologize. I don't have a sister, I am a boy." The barrage seemed to momentarily lag. What the hell? Ganyu assumed that after saying this sentence, the screen would be filled with curses and complaints about how he had deceived everyone. He had mentally prepared himself for such reactions. Holy crap. You're telling me you look like this as a boy? I'm staring wide-eyed at my dog-like eyes. Now I feel like dying. If he's a boy who was born looking like this, is he trying to drive me crazy? Can we girls even find a way out? I'm going to fight against these effeminate boys. Crying. I remember Fish saying something before. He said he was a boy, but nobody paid attention. He confessed long ago, just nobody believed him. Awkward situation. Such brilliant marketing. I have a feeling Fish will explode in popularity tomorrow. The extreme difference in perception is what they were aiming for. This face as a girl is already impressive enough, but as a boy, it's too stimulating. Who could believe this with such a face? So, is he really a boy? Fish doesn't have many male fans anyway, all are female fans, ahaha. We female fans don't care about these things, we love him even more because he's a guy. Don't talk anymore, the male fans will be coming soon. Fish's personality is too cold, which is slightly disadvantageous during streams, not very attractive to men, but now that Fish is confirmed to be a boy, just wait, a large group of gay male fans will arrive. Wait, one of the biggest male fans is Brother C, and he didn't come today, surely he unsubscribed? Oh no, possible. Brother C likes female streamers, knowing Fish is a boy might make him unsubscribe. Ganyu also saw the message on the public screen, thinking perhaps C-Go was asleep and wouldn't be able to watch the stream. Their reactions genuinely caught him off guard. They actually thought this was some sort of marketing strategy. Ganyu didn't expect that. The barrage continued to roll endlessly. Knowing Fish is a boy makes me extraordinarily excited. Does anyone understand? I literally jumped out of bed. Want to see Fish dressed in women's clothing? Yes, let's see. Wanna see plus 10,086. The chat was being flooded with requests for him to dress in women's clothing. Fans were king. The reaction that was completely contrary to his expectations made Ganyu feel how kind his fans were. Ganyu hesitated for a moment, then I'll change into another outfit, give me a bit of time. Today's time was tight and it seemed unlikely there would be enough time to apply makeup, so he would just change his clothes. He randomly picked a cat ear-made costume from the suitcase, complete with a white furry little tail that can be stuck or removed. With the addition of a wig, it only took moments. The clean-cut young boy earlier, now sporting long straight black hair, wearing a seductive maid outfit, re-entered the screen with his beautiful face remaining calm and composed. It was the same face, just with a different outfit, giving off a completely different vibe. My nosebleed is coming out, damn it, this is more stimulating than before. Beautiful wife, sucks. How can she look so good without makeup? Baby smells nice. How can he be prettier than girls? Save me, is he really a boy? I can't take it anymore. Sometimes I think it's pretty funny that I'm a girl. My hand touched my belly button and I realized I am a beauty oil princess. I envy you. You are handsome but don't get your period. Since the camera couldn't shoot the lower half of his body anyway, Ganyu didn't even have time to put on socks as he sat down on the chair. There won't be any PKs today. Let's chat and apologize, those who need refunds can contact me privately. No refund, woohoo, absolutely no refund. We want to keep watching our wife live stream forever. Woohoo, wife, I will sell my school to give you a carnival. What are you saying, baby? Your marketing method is simply too successful, aren't you? Tomorrow, you'll explode in popularity for sure. Get ready for traffic. You'll be on the hot search tomorrow, my treasure. The gifts sent today were more generous than ever before. Ganyu didn't pay much attention to the prediction about increased traffic. He had anticipated getting scolded, already thinking about quitting the internet altogether. The unexpected outcome left him dazed. He just wanted to apologize and broadcast it for an hour, then Ganyu ended the live stream. Turning off the streaming phone. Ganyu planned to go to the bathroom to change back into his own clothes and take a shower. The secondary bedroom didn't have an attached bathroom, so he had to use the one next to the living room. As he stepped out of his room, he didn't notice it yet, the light in the living room that was clearly turned off earlier was now on again. He failed to hear the slight sound from the kitchen. Walking into the bathroom, he placed the clean clothes on the rack. Suddenly, the door handle of the bathroom was pressed down from the outside. The door opened. Ganyu's eyelids twitched, and instinctively raised his eyes to meet the gaze of the person behind him through the mirror. Chapter 132, Change of Clothes. Ganyu's skin was pale and cool, appearing even colder under the lighting. His expression was rather indifferent. Even though he showed no extra emotion, it created a strong sense of contrast. Daiheng lowered his head, his gaze sweeping over every part of Ganyu, his throat producing a faint sound. Why are you wearing a skirt? Ganyu seemed momentarily puzzled, remembering that he had mentioned this before. I told you, I'm live streaming today. Daiheng recalled, as if half asleep, he indeed heard Ganyu say something about live streaming. Why didn't you wake me up? Ganyu didn't understand the connection between these two things. I'm live streaming, what do you need to be woken up for? There came a teasing low laugh from his ear, with a drawn-out tone, almost missed it. Ganyu raised his eyes slightly, looking at Daiheng in the mirror. I haven't eaten yet, waiting for you until now. Upon hearing this, Daiheng quietly met Ganyu's gaze in the mirror. After a pause, he reached out and held Ganyu tightly in his arms, burying his head in his neck after a long while. His voice was very low, then let's eat first. Ganyu felt like he could hear the thump of his heartbeat against his chest. Holding hands, they walked out of the bathroom, and Ganyu sat down on the couch. The living room lights weren't turned on, only a strip of light was glowing. Ganyu glanced at him. I bought some food, but it should be cold by now, I'll heat it up. Before he could stand up, he was pushed back down. Daiheng whispered, I'll take care of it. With his long legs propped against the sofa, he handed Ganyu the remote control, turning his head and giving him a soft peck on the lips. Watch a movie while I go prepare the meal. After saying this, he stood up and went into the kitchen. Ganyu wasn't really in the mood for movies, fiddled with the remote for a while, randomly selecting a film, glancing towards the direction of the kitchen. His gaze was way off. Even more dangerous than previous times. After pondering for a bit, Ganyu placed the remote control aside, got up, and intended to go back to the secondary bedroom to change his clothes. Just after taking a few steps. Where are you going? Daiheng's hands were in his pockets, his tall and upright figure leaning lazily against the kitchen doorframe, his peach-like eyes locking onto Ganyu. Those amber-colored pupils were darker than usual, like the hidden turmoil beneath a calm sea surface shrouded in mist. Ganyu looked over, meeting his gaze. I'm changing my clothes. Daiheng gave an indifferent, oh, straightening up a little, his tone unclear. Then forget about eating first, your husband will come find you right away. Ganyu returned and sat down in front of the sofa again. Usually, dressing as a female during live broadcasts wouldn't cause this feeling. How come when caught under his gaze, it felt so peculiar? During the last session of female attire shooting, Daiheng also had that kind of look. But at that time, there were other people around, so his actions and tone were quite restrained. Now that there were just the two of them, he was much freer. Ganyue always felt that the progress between the two of them was a bit too fast. He didn't know how others dated either. So he resorted to Baidu again. He opened the search bar and started typing. How long should one date before becoming intimate? The interface quickly shifted. Standard answer, 1 to 2 years. A normal progression in dating involves holding hands within a month, kissing within 3 months, and more intimate matters should occur after 1 to 2 years. Looking at that answer, Ganyue fell into deep thought. Following the standard procedure, they should be at the stage of holding hands. Chapter 133, Mint Candy. But it didn't matter, because they started kissing before they even had a chance to talk. So their romance was like a rocket, moving so fast that he couldn't keep up. Ganyue raised his hand and scratched his hair, leaning back on the couch, trying to do something else to distract himself. He picked up his phone and opened the 411 dorm group. Ganyue, how was your day? It was still early, and neither of them were asleep yet. A few days ago around this time, the dormitory would typically be surrounded by a crowd of people gathered at the entrance, eager for gossip. Wan Wendong, pretty good. The cross-dressing thing isn't being gossiped about anymore. Now everyone's asking about you and Daiheng dating. Ganyue, anything else? Wan Wendong, well, I've never been chased after by so many girls at once before, shy.jpg. Zhou Mo. Zhou Mo, at Wan Wendong, are there really girls chasing you? Wan Wendong, chasing after me to ask about Ganyue and Daiheng. Zhou Mo, is this even called chasing? Wan Wendong, I've never experienced treatment like this. After class today, all the girls in the class surrounded me and asked about the details of their romance in the dormitory. He. Wan Wendong, I just casually shared a few things, and they went crazy, saying they got major relationship goals. Zhou Mo, you found your sugar shipping partner. Zhou Mo, at Ganyue latest news, do you know how Yitan is doing? Ganyue's eyes flickered slightly, what happened? Zhou Mo, he dropped out, voluntarily. Between sending harassing messages and infringing on others' reputations, the school couldn't keep him, so he left quietly. Wan Wendong, they say he's already packed up his stuff from the dorm. Zhou Mo, this guy definitely has potential to be a freak. Stalking your friend's circle, secretly watching your live streams, and not only that, but also sending harassment messages. How messed up is this guy? Wan Wendong, now that everything's exposed, he doesn't have any face to stay in school anymore. Zhou Mo, at Ganyue it's much quieter in the dorm now. You can move back anytime. Ganyue replied with a, good. When he looked up, Daiheng had bent down slightly and laid out the dinner on the coffee table, baby, come eat. Ganyue glanced at him, then put the phone aside. Sitting on the carpet in front of the sofa, they finally had dinner before 9 o'clock in the evening. Ganyue watched a movie while eating. The movie that earlier didn't interest him suddenly became engaging as he watched it. After a short dinner, Daiheng moved the dishes aside and tilted his head to ask, what else do you want to do? Ganyue's gaze stayed fixed on the screen as he answered absent-mindedly, watch this movie first. Daiheng nodded compliantly, all right. Daiheng sat down on the couch and pulled Ganyue's arm gently, come sit over here. Ganyue stood up and sat on the sofa. Daiheng whispered lowly, watch like this. Ganyue didn't pay much attention, fully absorbed in the plot of the movie. The movie was a thrilling crime film with some bloody scenes. Ganyue felt more relaxed as he continued watching, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, leaning back. Ganyue reached back and hooked his fingers, intertwining them tightly, don't fool around. The person behind him clearly paused for a moment. They finally settled into silence and watched the movie together for a while. Time passed unknowingly, the movie had progressed to its second half. The identity of the murderer was about to be revealed, creating an intense atmosphere. A straw was passed over to Ganyue, who glanced at it and drank water using his hand. A little while later, something was pressed against his lips again. He instinctively opened his mouth without looking, biting down. The cool and sweet taste of mint spread across his lips and teeth. It was a mint candy. Ganyue didn't even turn his head as he asked, where did you get this candy? Daiheng's voice came from behind him, his tone hidden in the dim light, giving away no emotion, is it tasty? Ganyue tasted it thoughtfully, it's alright. I want one too, Daiheng said. Ganyue lowered his eyes and glanced toward the coffee table, are there more? I'll grab you one. That careless voice echoed by his ear, no more. Ganyue paused in chewing the candy, unsure whether he should spit it out or keep eating. Chapter 134 February 21st. Ganyue raised his hand to fend off the person in front of him, struggling to respond, give me a little more time. Daiheng's arm propped up beside Ganyue's body as he gazed down at him, his eyes so intense they seemed like they could drip with ink, his breathing heavy, as if he was about to lose control. The two silently locked gazes. Daiheng's throat moved slightly, how long will it take? Ganyue didn't quite register, what? Daiheng suppressed his voice, how much time do you need? Ganyue thought about the usual process of dating which would normally take at least half a year or longer. But saying this, the princess surely wouldn't agree, and might lose control right now. Daiheng's eyes became impossibly deep, intently staring at him, waiting for an answer. After a moment of contemplation, Ganyue pushed the timeline to the extreme, a month. I'll look for a tutorial to learn from. The air became silent. Daiheng arched an eyebrow. Does this thing even need a tutorial? Ganyu leaned against the couch, and when their eyes met, gently reminded Daiheng, do you remember that we're students? I have class tomorrow. Daiheng lazily glanced at him, staring at him for a while, seemingly frustrated and without any way to release it. Yet still unable to force doing something unpleasant. Daiheng sighed quietly, his voice deep and hoarse, I'll let you have it this once. Ganyue's eyelids flickered, and he subtly pulled his skirt lower. You were born on February 21st, Daiheng mentioned again, his tone somewhat ambiguous. There are 10 days left. His tone was calm but unwavering, get ready. On your birthday, don't try to find any excuses. The next day. When the alarm rang, Ganyue reached out to turn it off, regaining his memories. Thinking back to last night. He felt completely exhausted while Daiheng was unusually energetic. As a result, after being kicked ruthlessly, Daiheng finally calmed down and began selecting dresses on his phone. At 5 in the morning, Daiheng asked Ganyue if those dresses looked good, wanting to buy one for him. Still half asleep and confused, Ganyue muttered at him, you're crazy, then fell back asleep. Ganyue wasn't fully awake yet, his brain functioning a bit slowly as he threw back the covers and got up. While washing up, he saw his disheveled self in the mirror. Ganyue's forehead twitched slightly, he felt like cursing someone. Fortunately, it was winter, so he could hide himself with that ugly scarf. Daiheng had no classes in the morning and didn't need to go to school, so Ganyue didn't wake him up, just grabbing his phone off the bedside table. But before he knew it, Daiheng grabbed his waist and pulled him back onto the bed. Daiheng's strong arms wrapped around his waist, pulling him close, his voice still a little hoarse, why are you up so early? Ganyue allowed himself to be hugged, I have class. Take a leave and sleep a bit longer. Ganyue refused emotionlessly, no, you sleep. Daiheng lazily opened his eyes, his peachy eyes carrying a hint of exhaustion, leaning in to find his lips, then let's have lunch together at noon. If it weren't for his handsome face, Ganyue would have already slapped him. He paused briefly and responded with a Daiheng lightly curved his lips, his voice still hoarse, teasing him, baby, today. Ganyue. Ganyue pushed his hands away, go away. In the morning, before leaving, Ganyue went to the bank and transferred all his balance into the hospital account. The medical bill of 500,000 yuan was now enough, but post-kidney transplant care may also involve rejection reactions requiring medication maintenance, demanding another large sum of money. So, streaming live temporarily couldn't stop. All morning was spent on professional courses, and Ganyue chose a seat towards the back, nodding off the whole time, completely unbothered by the curious glances around him. Finally making it through the morning, when he returned to the dormitory, Ganyue sat in front of the desk doing practice questions, while also waiting for someone to eat with. Chapter 135, Live Streaming in the Dormitory. You're in the dorm, huh? The door to the dormitory opened, and Zhou Mo walked in with a lunchbox in hand. He placed the bag on Ganyu's desk. I met Daiheng downstairs. He was called by the counselor, so he asked me to bring your food up here and have you eat first. Ganyu nodded and looked over, have you eaten? Let's have it together. I've already eaten at the cafeteria. Zhou Mo tilted his head and looked at him for a while, what's wrong with you? You stayed up all night. Your dark circles are huge. Ganyu has very fair skin, so even a slight bluish hue stood out prominently. It made him look particularly tired. When Ganyu doesn't sleep well, he tends not to express much emotion. He unwrapped the packaging and took out the chopsticks from the bag, didn't sleep well. Zhou Mo was once again surprised, hey, I just realized, your voice is so hoarse. Did you eat something spicy? Ganyu. Zhou Mo completely failed to notice his hesitation and threw his bag onto the chair while chatting with him, you wouldn't believe it, since the two of you didn't return to the dormitory, there were only Wang and me in the dormitory. It was incredibly empty and dull. Zhou Mo sat down on the chair, turned around to face him, are you not going back to stay in the dormitory tonight? After pondering for a bit, Ganyu replied, let's go back. If he goes to Daiheng's place again, he probably won't be able to make it to class tomorrow. His boyfriend plays around too much, he can't handle it. Huh? Moving back so quickly? Zhou Mo was somewhat taken aback and asked again, did you stream yesterday? Are you going to stream tonight as well? Ganyu's movement slowed down as he ate, I promised the fans I would stream, but I'll be staying in the dormitory today. Probably impossible then. Zhou Mo moved the chair closer, leaning towards him, and suggested, why don't you just stream in the dormitory? There's no one else here anyway. Ganyu blinked, tilting his head, that's not a good idea, right? Zhou Mo said, what's the problem? We don't care at all. Ganyu carefully thought about it for a moment and decided that it wasn't impossible either. If he could stream from the dormitory, he wouldn't need to borrow Daiheng's apartment or rent a place outside. Plus, it would be more convenient. Ganyu swallowed his mouthful of rice and spoke softly, I'll consult with Wang first. If he agrees too, then I'll stream from the dormitory. I'll ask him. Zhou Mo immediately pulled out his phone, he will definitely agree. As it turned out, Wang Wendong not only agreed, but was extremely excited. He said he would wrap up his club activities early to wait in the dormitory and watch Ganyu's live stream. In the afternoon, Ganyu went to the apartment for a bit, fed the cat, played with it for a while, stayed for half an hour, and then brought his suitcase back to the dormitory when he returned. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Ganyu wore a white turtleneck sweater, sitting in front of the chair, already preparing to start his live stream. He adjusted the phone lens, placing the phone upright on the desk. Behind him were the desks and chairs of Wang Wengdong and Zhou Mo. Knowing he was about to stream, they deliberately tidied up their desktops, which looked neater than usual. Before he could turn on the live broadcast, Dai Heng's call came through. Ganyu picked up the phone and answered it. Dai Heng's voice was lazily drawn out, "Baby, why haven't you come back yet?" Ganyu suddenly remembered he hadn't told him, "I'm sleeping in the dormitory tonight." There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. "Why are you going back to the dormitory?" Ganyu paused silently for a moment before asking, "Guess why?" The other end was quiet for a while, and then a dragged-out tone sounded again, "I won't touch you tonight, come back." Ganyu said, "Sleep by yourself. I have something to do." "Teacher Gan, you really?" Through the earpiece, you could feel Dai Heng's laugh mixed with annoyance, his breath filled with static electricity. "Well done." Dai Heng lowered his voice and asked again, "Not streaming tonight?" Ganyu hesitated for a moment before saying, "I'm streaming from the dormitory today." Dai Heng chuckled briefly in a very low voice, "All right, impressive." After pausing for a moment, he added emotionlessly, "Don't wear a skirt." After saying such a cryptic sentence, the call ended. Ganyu stared at the screen for a moment, put the phone aside, and clicked to start the live broadcast. The number of viewers after the stream started was still unstable. But in less than a few minutes, the online count skyrocketed directly to over 10,000. Normally, his online numbers only reached a few thousand. Ganyu hadn't checked his work phone all day and only now noticed something was off. He glanced at his fan count. Private messages exploded, his fan base had already surpassed 1 million. By last night, he seemed to only have around 600,000 followers. In just one night, his follower count surged by over 300,000. On the public chat, the barrage of comments was rolling endlessly. "Male? No way. Is this real? He's really a male. I came across his videos before and didn't pay much attention. Now, after a while, how did he turn into a male? Fish looks so handsome in male clothing. Who could be this talented, both handsome as a man and beautiful as a woman?" Screaming. "Whoa, is this in a boys' dormitory? Ah, so thrilling. Will Fish's fans not fall for him? The roommate is kind of cute. Does Fish like guys or girls? Is this question acceptable? The looks your roommates give you seem a bit off. Why do they all smile like perverts? It seems dangerous for Fish to live in a boys' dormitory. Tomorrow, I want to see Fish in female clothing streaming live from a boys' dorm. So thrilling." Ganyu had no plans to dress in women's clothing today, he simply casually responded to some questions from the comment section. About an hour into the broadcast, the dormitory door was pushed open from the outside. Someone who had already reached the apartment earlier returned unexpectedly. Wang Wengdong, busy liking posts on his phone, turned around toward the entrance. "Hey, Dai Heng, why are you back?" Zhou Mo said, "Ganyu is streaming." Dai Heng replied lowly as he closed the door gently behind him. Ganyu's eyelids twitched slightly but he didn't turn around, leaning lazily against the chair with his gaze still focused on the screen. What sound was that? That voice sounds so sexy. Another roommate? The voice is so enticing. Show yourself. Footsteps approached, and that tall, commanding figure accidentally appeared on camera as he passed by. Dai Heng wore a black coat, his towering height making him seem like a dark cloud looming close, giving a strong sense of pressure when near. He walked past the screen, eyes fixed straight ahead as he entered the restroom. The comment stream paused for a moment. Even passing by, that guy took my heart away. Holy crap, am I serious, OMG. Your roommate is this good looking? Fish. Go after him. Ah. Unbelievable. We want to see your roommate, Fish, ask him to come over. I just took a screenshot. Just an outline, but he's so hot it makes me want to die. Can you two settle things between yourselves please? It's for my sake. Crying. We want to see his face, we do. Fish, please ask him to come closer. The public chat was filled with comments begging for the handsome roommate to appear on screen. Ganyu hesitated, then tilted his head toward the bathroom direction. Dai Heng, would you like to make an appearance? Chapter 136, Can we have more? A truly handsome guy needs no other embellishment, sheer attractiveness is enough, just a side profile to leave people longing. The chat was going crazy. In Ganyu's mind, the fans were like little angels. He always tried his best to meet their demands. So he asked Dai Heng if he wanted to appear on camera. No. A casual voice came from beside him. It was very deep and carried an easygoing tone. Ganyu took his eyes off it and said to the screen, he doesn't want to appear on camera. Sorry. Damn it, I fell for it. I really can't wait to see him. This pure attractiveness. Confirmed. Height at least 185 centimeters. I can't believe that these two quality guys are roommates. Does your roommate have a nickname? Can we know it? Ganyu pointed towards Wang Wenhao on the left of the screen, who was poking the screen with a mischievous smile, old Wang. Then he pointed to Zhou Mo sitting with his back turned in the lower right corner, old Zhou. After a brief silence, he continued, and just now, princess. Princess. Are you spoiling her too much? Who's dominant? I'm so curious right now. If you say, dominant, I'll get even more excited. Old Wang, old Zhou, and princess, huh? Good, good, good. You're a double standard fish. The handsomest one is the most special. This must be your main man. That makes me so excited. Just then, the person washing their hands in the restroom earlier walked over. The tall figure stood by Ganyu's chair, hand loosely placed in his pocket, standing there casually. Would you still like to come on camera? Daiheng asked. Ganyu paused, turning his head, up to you. If you want to come on, come. If not, it's fine. Daiheng looked down at him, lips curling into a smirk, beg me, I'll think about it. That voice which had sounded distant before now seemed clearer, exceptionally deep and melodious. And for some reason, their conversation had a certain kind of pulling sensation, even though they weren't in front of the camera. An invisible allure was there. This voice is so seductive. Begging? You two seem a bit flirtatious already. Aw, let's just ship them together. Can we ship them? I'm ready to go all in. As Ganyu turned his head away, a low chuckle came from beside him. Suddenly, a hand appeared on screen. The sleeve was carelessly rolled up, showing a lean forearm, pale wrist bones, long fingers. It was a large hand, with evenly proportioned knuckles, and faint bluish veins could be seen through the back of the hand. That beautiful hand gently landed on Ganyu's head, softly patting. Then, that black silhouette passed by again, walking to the other side. WTF. What's the roommate's name? Urgently need to know, does he have an account? Such a beautiful hand. Ha 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 ha, pervert, pervert. Rubbing the head. Are you really just innocent roommates? Alright. I'll start shipping you two tonight. Why do you change loyalties so fast? Weren't you shipping Sigu before? Sigu ran away long ago. How long hasn't he watched live streams? Found out Fish was male, so he unfollowed. Still feels a bit sad. I used to ship C and Fish. Completely normal, Sigu isn't interested in males, but he didn't ask Fish for a refund, so he's pretty cool. Sigu didn't bash back when he unfollowed. What a good guy, except he doesn't like males. Otherwise, I'd give a huge leap and dive in. I'm so curious what Fish's roommate looks like. Fish, please beg him once, woo woo woo. Beg, beg, beg. You should beg him once. Woo. I can't take it anymore. Once again, the public chat was dominated by endless begging. Ganyu stared silently at Daiheng leaning back in his chair, holding an unlit cigarette between his thin lips. His teeth lightly crushed the tip as his gaze carried interest, staring straight at him. Ganyu slightly pursed his lips, silent for a while, before saying gently, please, come over. Daiheng lazily lifted his eyelids, put down the cigarette on the table, and said slowly, all right. His hair was still slightly damp after washing his face, and his slightly long black strands were combed back, revealing his clean-cut face. His facial features were sharp and three-dimensional, with a prominent nose bridge, high eyebrows, and deep-set eyes that had a narrow and elongated shape. When his gaze fixed on a certain point, it exuded a particularly profound affection. He tilted his head and appeared on the screen, pausing for 2 seconds before turning to look at the person next to him. Am I being obedient? Ganyu's eyelids twitched. The person beside him leaned in close to his ear and whispered, audible only to the two of them, will there be an extra meal when we go back? Due to this brief appearance, the number of people watching the live stream began to soar again, inching closer to breaking the 20,000 mark. Oh my goodness, his gaze made me feel shy. This is purely handsome, no faking at all. What an incredible face. Incredible facial structure. Two faces. What incredibly striking faces. You two looking so good together is amazing for my eyes. Daiheng didn't plan to stay on camera for long, lifted the corner of his lips, and casually said, are you done? If you're done, I'm leaving. After saying this, he stepped back. Don't go. Stay here and broadcast together with him. Help me, his face looks so aggressive but too stunning for me to type properly. I'm getting shy, what's going on? These two seem a bit intimate already, whispering to each other. What did they say? I want to hear. Starting tonight, I am fully diving into your fandom. The public chat filled with requests for the handsome man to appear on screen again. But the handsome man didn't show up. With no success in their appeal, they began asking Ganyu to wear women's clothing. Ganyu hadn't planned to wear female attire today, but as the fans kept asking non-stop, he reluctantly put on the wig. Wearing just the wig was enough to make him look exceptionally beautiful, a long black wig, paired with a white turtleneck sweater, giving him a soft yet aloof appearance. Thus, a striking scene unfolded where there appeared to be a beautiful woman inside the boys' dormitory. More new followers poured into the live stream. Ahahaha, so thrilling. Is this about a boy entering a girl's dormitory or a girl entering a boy's dormitory? Girlfriend, who is prettier, me or her? Boyfriend, you're not as pretty as my roommate. Are your roommates all ninjas? Now I am powerful beyond belief, no woman can fool me anymore. The one with pale skin is him, the one with a slim waist is also him, and the ones suffering from PMS are all of you. What does that mean? Based on everyone's comments, is he male? Thinking. Male? Female? Damn it, my system froze. Chapter 137, Tutorial. Ganyu spent most of his time answering questions on the public screen, occasionally accepting PK challenges sent by others. He happened to receive a PK challenge from a male streamer they had faced several times before. They were somewhat familiar with each other, so they started chatting. Ganyu asked him, what shall we play? The male streamer, whose name was b.sc, smiled and said, let's have some fun. I'd like to chat with you for a while. Sure, Ganyu nodded. What's the punishment? b.sc asked, can we add wearing a skirt? If you lose, I want to see you in a skirt. Ganyu raised an eyebrow slightly, then paused for a moment before saying, change it. b.sc suggested another one, then how about doing 8 consecutive coquettish actions? Ganyu hesitated briefly, then the skirt is better. If you lose, you'll do the 8 consecutive coquettish actions. No problem, b.sc laughed, is it that hard for you to act cute? It was indeed a bit difficult for Ganyu. The 5-minute countdown began soon. Ganyu had recently gained followers rapidly, but the score difference between them wasn't too large. However, as a top streamer with 2 million followers, Bachelors of Science's soundwave value still held a slight lead over Ganyu's. There was only 1 minute left. b.sc smiled, seems like you're destined to wear a skirt today. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood bar began to surge back up. In Duo Baoyu's live stream room, the screen was filled with non-stop carnivals. Recklessly sends Carnival X1. Recklessly sends Carnival X1. Until the very last second, 20 carnivals were continuously sent. As always, Reckless never cared about sending anything else other than gifts. The chat messages in the live stream exploded once again. My brother C has returned. That man, he's back with his carnivals. No unfollowing. Aha. So what does this mean? Does Fishy, who is a guy, also attract brother C's attention, or is he unaware of this? The #1 supporter of the stream bent. Ah, what should I do? I love both brother C and my roommate, what to do? One is the extremely handsome roommate, the other is the #1 supporter. These two are so hard to choose between. When the PK ended, Ganyu unsurprisingly won. On the other end of the screen, b.sc clearly seemed a little disappointed. Alright, no skirt show for me then. I'll accept the punishment. To the music, he performed a string of 8 coquettish actions. Big brother please. I'm begging you please give it to me. Ganyu. The male streamer carried out the act without any mental burden. Ganyu watched in amazement. As the connection broke, b.sc added, are you streaming tomorrow? Ganyu replied with a hum. b.sc, then see you tomorrow. We'll continue connecting tomorrow. After saying that, the connection was disconnected. The duration of today's live stream was almost over. Previously, Ganyu's live streaming times were irregular, so he hadn't done any tasks. Recently, as he had more time, Ganyu accepted a task which required him to stream again tomorrow. After promising his fans that he would stream in women's clothing tomorrow, he quickly went off stream. After turning off his phone, Ganyu planned to settle accounts with someone, kicking the leg of that person. Didn't I tell you not to send me gifts? Dai Hang looked up, his eyes glinting darkly. I also said, don't wear skirts in the dormitory. Ganyu. Ganyu asked, does that mean you don't want me to ever broadcast in women's clothing? Dai Hang, not exactly, you can wear it elsewhere. Ganyu was speechless, then where can I wear it? Dai Hang lazily curled his lips, you can wear it when we get home. Ganyu ignored him, got up to tidy up his clothes, and entered the bathroom. After washing up and coming out of the bathroom, he climbed straight onto his bed and drew the bed curtain. Wang Wenhua and Zhou Mo were no longer watching the live stream. They were playing games, their voices occasionally heard as they chatted. There was a bedside lamp hanging beside them. Leaning against the headrest, Ganyu intended to read a book before sleeping. The bed curtain was pushed aside, and a shadow slipped in from outside the curtain. Ganyu's gaze shifted upward from the book, meeting the slender eyes of the intruder. Turning his focus further, looking out from the open bed curtain, Wang Wenhua and Zhou Mo were immersed in their game, wearing headphones. Before he could say something, Dai Hang had already squeezed next to him, making the bed feel immediately cramped. Ganyu was wearing a clean white shirt, the collar was slightly loose, sliding down to reveal mottled marks on his neck. Ganyu was pulled into Dai Hang's arms with a hooked waist, and Dai Hang's warm fingertips lightly touched his collarbone. He then shamelessly asked, did I do this? Ganyu glanced at him. Could it be anyone else? Dai Hang chuckled softly a few times, showing no trace of remorse. He whispered, I bought some medicine for you to apply. He took out ointment from his pants pocket. His movements were domineering as his arms stretched behind Ganyu's neck, cradling him close while gently applying the medicine on the bitten area of his collarbone. Ganyu showed no expression, staring at his book. After finishing the application on his collarbone, Daiheng carefully examined every inch, tilting his head up. Are there any other places? Ganyu let him continue, flipping a page in his book. No. The leg. It seemed a bit red yesterday. Daiheng lowered his eyes, gazing at a certain spot thoughtfully before murmuring, let me see. Ganyu put down his book, taking the ointment from his hands. I'll do it myself. You can't possibly see yourself, let your husband help you. Ganyu held the ointment in his hand, looking at him emotionlessly for a while. Their gazes locked in silent defiance. Daiheng had a relaxed demeanor, a faint smile flickering in his passionate eyes. He leaned in, brushing a kiss against the corner of Ganyu's lips. You look so pretty when you glare. Ganyu shifted his gaze, utterly helpless against this brazen attitude. Sitting beside him, Daiheng quietly asked, how is the tutorial going? Ganyu shoved the ointment under his pillow, remembering there was such a thing. He had managed to search during lunchtime. But lacking proper channels, it was difficult, and he eventually found only one. Ganyu said, I found one, but I haven't watched it yet. Let's watch it together, Daiheng said. We'll learn together, improve together. Since he had suggested that, Ganyu placed his book aside, picked up his phone, unlocked it, and clicked on the downloaded video. These types of videos were usually simple and straightforward, diving right into the main event. But Ganyu didn't expect it to be so direct. As soon as he tapped play, a woman's moans could be heard. Before the image even cleared up, Ganyu's mind went blank, and he quickly hit the lock screen button, cutting off the sound abruptly. Ganyu. Daiheng. Ganyu. Daiheng. Ganyu looked over. Seems like I picked the wrong one. A moment of silence. Daiheng lightly raised an eyebrow, turning his face towards Ganyu, his tone laced with hidden meaning. Was it interesting? Ganyu. It seemed he was laughing through his anger. Daiheng emitted a soft chuckle from his throat. Do you prefer women? Chapter 138, please, brother. Ganyu was silent for a while. I really looked in the wrong place, I haven't watched it. Daiheng stared at him, his gaze thoughtful, but it wasn't clear if he believed Ganyu or not. This made Ganyu unsure of how to explain. No experience, never watched, just wanted to find a tutorial, and ended up finding one with a female protagonist. And he was caught red-handed. Daiheng tugged at the corner of his lips, a smile that wasn't quite there. Do you still want to learn? Ganyu turned his head away, silently deleted the video, then logged back into the Chiba forum. I'll look again. He remembered finding it in a help post on the Chiba forum. How did he download the wrong thing? His phone was snatched away by fingers with prominent knuckles. Don't learn anymore. Daiheng's eyes were deep with thought, his voice clearly suppressing anger. If you want to learn, I can teach you directly. I can teach you right now. Don't look at others anymore. Daiheng's face was shrouded in half-light, making it unclear what his expression was. You want to learn, right? I'll teach you. Ganyu's body stilled for a moment. This isn't difficult. Daiheng looked down at him with his towering figure looming above, completely covering Ganyu in shadow. His voice was casual yet dangerous. First. Ganyu twitched slightly at his temple and covered his mouth. Don't say it. Daiheng's lips curled upward slightly as he held on to Ganyu's wrist. Do you still want to learn? If you still want to learn, I don't mind teaching you right now. Ganyu listened carefully to the noise outside, confirming they were still playing games, pulled his hand away from Daiheng's, and quietly reminded him, don't fool around in the dormitory. Outside, the keyboard tapping was loud, and occasionally came the sounds of Wang Wendon and Zhou Mo talking. The small space surrounded by bed curtains was narrow and closed off. There were people in the dormitory after all, so he had no intention of really causing trouble. Daiheng's arm supported the bed surface next to Ganyu's head, staring at him for a while before casually saying, then give me 8 consecutive acts of cuteness. Ganyu remained expressionless. Forget it, impossible. Daiheng's gaze became impenetrable, then I. Ganyu's heart tightened, pressing down on his arm again. Thinking about the overly sweet voice of the male streamer who said those lines. Brother, is it okay? Please. Pretty please with sugar on top. Give it to me, I need it. Such a voice, Ganyu could never produce in his life. After doing a lot of psychological preparation, he picked one of those sentences. Please, brother. When he said this, Ganyu was still very calm, without much fluctuation in his expression. His soft, faint voice, like a clear spring blending with an iceberg, combined with those stubborn eyes filled with restraint, his ears and neck red, looking like someone being bullied too much. Daiheng looked down at him, still feeling satisfied. Shit. It felt like his heart was being roasted on fire, that unbearable sensation slowly creeping up. Damn. Daiheng restrained his breathing, then grabbed Ganyu's shoulders. You're really tormenting me. The next evening. Returning to the dormitory from the library, Ganyu started his usual live streaming. He had promised the fans to wear women's clothing. But the marks on his body hadn't faded yet, so he didn't plan to change clothes. He would just wear a wig and apply some light makeup. It was already getting late, and everyone in the fan chat was urging him to start broadcasting. Ganyu simply went live, deciding to do his makeup while streaming. Thanks to Chen Xi's guidance, he barely managed to do some light makeup now. When Wang Wendon and Zhou Mo returned from outside, Ganyu was casually sitting on the chair, outlining his eyeliner. Wang Wendon put the backpack on the chair and moved closer to Ganyu's side. Ganyu, are you applying makeup? This was completely beyond their knowledge range, and they were curious about makeup. Zhou Mo asked, can we watch you apply makeup? Ganyu had no expression while applying makeup. Sure. Zhou Mo picked up the lipstick on the table and asked, what's this? Ganyu took a glance. Lipstick. What about this? Ganyu glanced again. Eyebrow pencil. Zhou Mo, wow. The two pulled chairs and sat behind him. Ganyu had to answer each step they asked, like two curious babies. So strange, even when Fish applies makeup, he doesn't look girly at all. This kind of charm is unmatched. Ha ha ha, why are they so curious? These two roommates are hilarious. Didn't see the handsome roommate today? Want to see the handsome guy? He only showed up for 2 seconds yesterday, not enough. Can Fish let your princess appear today? The princess had just come back from outside and was sitting next to Ganyu with her chin resting on her hand as she watched his live stream. Ganyu didn't let Daiheng appear again, and after tidying up the desk, he started answering questions in the public chat. B.SC sent another PK request. Recalling that he had said he would link again today, Ganyu was not very surprised and clicked to accept. B.SC, seeing the number of online viewers in his live room, was shocked. Your fan count has increased quite a bit recently. It was 1 million yesterday, and now it's already over 13 million. Currently, Ganyu's live room had more than 4,000 online viewers. B.SC said, shall we have another match today? Ganyu replied, sure. B.SC, the punishment is still wearing a skirt. Ganyu raised an eyebrow, feeling that the person in front of him was quite persistent, so he said, change it. B.SC thought about it very seriously, no coquetry, no skirt, then call me brother. Ganyu's eyes were still focused on the public chat screen, and he hadn't had time to respond yet. A faint chuckle came from beside him. Ganyu. I think the opposing streamer wants to flirt with Fish. It's so obvious. As soon as he went live, he linked with Fish. His gaze towards Fish yesterday wasn't normal either. Okay, another one has fallen. Ganyu asked, are you older than me? The male streamer looked quite young, with defiant wine-red dyed hair. B.SC, probably. I'm a sophomore. How about you? Ganyu paused for a moment. Freshman. B.SC laughed and said, right? You look younger than me. Which school are you from? We seem to be in the same city. When we're free, we can hang out together. Chapter 139, You Have No Heart. In the middle of their conversation, a bottle of mineral water with its cap already unscrewed was slowly handed over from the side. Ganyu's train of thought was interrupted. He looked at the mineral water, instinctively took it and drank a sip, then very naturally passed the water back. Where did the water come from? A very natural movement. Is there someone beside him? B.SC noticed this little interaction and asked, is your roommate around? Ganyu nodded, B.SC nodded as well, didn't give much attention to it, and continued, we have a streamer group on our side. Occasionally, when we have free time, we arrange to meet up in person. Would you like to join? B.SC looked over, speaking of which, I don't think we've added each other on WeChat yet, right? B.SC said, I've sent you a private message. Add me when you get the chance. Ganyu nodded, sure. A package of cookies was handed over again. During the live stream, whenever something was handed over to Ganyu, he would instinctively take it. Where did the cookies come from? Who is this kind-hearted girl serving him on the side? Who is it? Who exactly is it? How should we say this? It feels like declaring ownership, meaning this person belongs to me, so you opposite side streamer just forget it. I totally agree with that feeling. Not long after, a white hand appeared again on camera, offering another candy to Ganyu's lips. Ganyu was adjusting the camera. Finally, he realized something was off. He turned his head and stared at the princess screw for 2 seconds. His hand accidentally shifted slightly, moving the camera to the left, revealing the person sitting next to him again unintentionally. Daiheng was leaning casually in his chair, peach blossom eyes, devilishly handsome face, thin eyelids flickered as he gazed intently at his fish. There was another brief glimpse, and then the camera was straightened again. Worry. The handsome dude has been sitting beside watching your live stream all this time. You two definitely aren't clean-cut. The eyes of the roomie are drooling already. Woo-woo amazing ship goals. When will they be together? Today's number of online viewers had already exceeded 40,000 and was about to reach 50,000. Besides new fans and old fans, there were also some casual fans, inevitably leading to different voices. It turns out that the ultimate goal of broadcasting from a boys' dormitory is to sell fangirling. These two faces selling fangirling indeed attract quite a lot of attention. No wonder so many people watch live streams. Do they want to go crazy for fame or what? No, the stylish roommate doesn't look short of money. When I saw him yesterday, his one watch must be worth at least 7 digits. The clothes he wears are all top brands, never cheap ones. Finally found by the fish. The traffic password. Previously, the live stream had only a few thousand people watching. Now selling fangirling leads directly to 10,000 active viewers online. My goodness. Geez, Fish clearly doesn't even want to become famous. If he wanted, he would have signed with a company long ago, right? Selling fangirling, what's wrong with that? I like to see it too. Keep it up. Keep selling it more. Until one sentence flashed across the screen. Tangji Shanja. Aren't they already together? What rotting thing to sell. Ah. Tangji Shanja, Linja University, our school is going wild about this now, Double Grassland's public outing already happened. Ah. They have already made it public, not Wheat Bran. Tangji Shanja, they are not. Girls from our school always ship them. They went public a few days ago. Tangji Shanja, these two are so easy to ship. Tangji Shanja, and it's real. Guaranteed authenticity. Already have kissing photos. Oh my god. I want to see it too. Let me check it out. Tangji Shanja, our school went crazy forwarding these. You can go to Linja University's campus network and check yourself. Both individuals have matching appearances, and living in the same dormitory with such interactive dynamics easily lead people to imagine their shipping stories, where happiness prevails, whether real or fake, it's still enjoyable to think about. Turns out, they really are dating. Is there anything more exciting than the CP you're rooting for becoming true? Holy moly, I actually rooted for something real. Since that's the case, I think it's not too much to ask for a kiss between the two of you, right? Crying. Please, give us a kiss. The male streamer on the other side had no idea what just happened. B.SC said somewhat meaningfully, your roommate is pretty handsome, isn't he? He added half-jokingly, I was thinking about pairing up with you for a CP. Ganyue raised his eyes slightly and answered the question from the other streamer, my partner is right here, so there's no chance for any CP. B.SC didn't expect him to admit it so straightforwardly. After being stunned for a while, B.SC clapped his hands, impressive. You've got some straightforward friends. Admitted it. Ha. I'm going to die from fangirling. They really together? My god. What did I just hear? These past few days, Ganyue had been dominating the trending charts. After it was revealed that he was a guy, another piece of news came out, he has an extremely handsome roommate, and then it was revealed that he and his roommate are a couple. One after another bombshell left fans dazzled. Many old-time fans have witnessed Ganyue's journey, they felt deep affection toward the top supporter. In the middle of all the CP shipping comments in the live chat, the tone suddenly changed. Are they really dating? Is everyone already shipping the roommate now? Only I am still rooting for C and Fish. I also root for the top supporter. Remember how he stood by Fish through the hard times? Yeah, when the broadcast started and only a few people were watching, the top supporter was always there supporting him. The top supporter is amazing, sniff. I sent this kind of behavior unethical from Fish. C is in such a sorry state. I need to console brother C. He donated so much money to Fish, even bending his own sexuality for him, but Fish ended up with his roommate. Brother C sent 20 carnivals yesterday. He must not know Fish already has a boyfriend. Don't say anything, I feel bad for him. Poor brother C. Wah. Not worth it, truly not worth it. Using the top supporter's money to date the roommate, ha. The atmosphere during these recent live streams have been great, with almost no one trying to stir things up. But once someone spoke up, more and more people joined in. It seemed like a new wave of online violence was about to arise, all because of sympathy for the top supporter. Ganyue saw those replies and felt speechless. How could he explain to them that these two individuals are actually the same person? The next second, a notification popped up in the backend showing that C had requested a video call. Ganyue's fingers paused slightly. The person sitting at the desk beside him, who knows why, wanted to connect via video call with him. Brother C requested a video call. Alright, here comes the top supporter demanding an explanation. Fish, you're really about to get cancelled. Let's see how you'll explain yourself to the top supporter. Unfollowed. This time I'm absolutely unfollowing you. Brother C has treated you so well, and yet you're in a relationship with someone else, you don't have a heart. Chapter 140, the number one follower and roommate are the same person. After finishing the PK match, the connection with the male streamer on the other side was cut off. At this moment, all kinds of comments were appearing on the public chat screen. What's up with brother number one again? Can't he be in an online relationship? Who said that gifting rewards means you must start a romantic relationship? Fish has already made clear her stance before. A certain brother number wanted to date Fish, he gifted a lot of presents, but wasn't she still rejected him? And besides, the roommate is so handsome, who could resist that? You can't have both Fish and Bear's Paw, how can you have both the number one fan and a handsome roommate? Life isn't always that great. I just feel sorry for Free and Easy, a nickname. The company during the low period doesn't count for anything. At least don't do it so openly, can't you talk secretly? Number 1 follower must be so heartbroken now. Seeing those extreme comments, Ganyu probably understood why Dai Heng was connecting with him now. It would be troublesome to explain, better let them find out the truth by themselves. Hesitating for 2 seconds, he still connected. When fans apply for a connection, a small window opens at the bottom right corner. As soon as they connected, the screen became overexposed for a moment, and the overly handsome face partially appeared under half light and half shade, making people unable to see clearly for a moment. Until the exposure strength calmed down, revealing the chiseled features in the light. So handsome. Number 1 follower is so handsome. Kind of familiar. Wait. Isn't this the extremely handsome roommate of Fish? Wait, my brain froze, I can't comprehend it, let me recover for a bit. Number 1 follower and the handsome roommate look alike. The reversal came suddenly. After the application of a video connection from the number 1 follower, the face of the handsome roommate appeared instead. After being bombarded with question marks on the comment section, the fans finally realized, these two are actually the same person. Is the number 1 follower and the roommate actually the same person? So the roommate has been by Fish's side all along under the identity of the number 1 follower. Not only online companionship, but also offline companionship, my goodness. Roommate. Number 1 follower. Accompanied during the rough times. So handsome. Treats Fish so well. This mother asterisk Kerr is what kind of perfect boyfriend. He really does. I'm crying so hard. Nice, the message I sent earlier about Fish not having a heart should be retracted. I retract too. Retract +1. Retract plus 10,086. How embarrassing, can time go back 5 minutes ago? Previously, the public screen was split into 2 distinct camps. Half were rooting for the romance between the top follower, C, and Fish. The other half were rooting for the good looks couple, the princely roommate and Fish. Only to find out that no matter which ship they followed, it had been the two of them all along. This was awkward. In the same dormitory room, the two sat opposite each other at their desks, not even more than a meter apart, yet they were holding their phones, video chatting. Ganyu tilted his head and looked at the person beside him. The prince-like one always sat in a carefree posture, legs spread casually, feet resting on the crossbar of the chair, lounging lazily in the chair. Ganyu stared at him for 2 seconds, then shifted his gaze to the screen. Why connect? The two locked eyes through the screen. To keep them from cursing my wife. Dai Heng held his phone casually, not bothering to adjust the angle. His handsome face was naturally charismatic as he calmly said, direct all the issues towards me. Ganyu. And another thing, don't pity her, brother number 1 is quite happy now. Dai Heng said carelessly, those without a wife need pity. You little juice. Showing off your wife huh? Fine. You little scamp, don't love so much, it's your karma to have a wife. He's afraid Fish will be criticized, so he specially connects. Ganyu, just for this? While playing with a cigarette in his hand, Dai Heng met his gaze through the screen. I'll ask something else, can we date this weekend? Ganyu gave him a glance, must you say it here? Hang up. Dai Heng laughed indifferently, then tell me after you finish streaming. Ahahaha. Just say it here. Where to date? I want to run into you guys. Sniff, the young couple is so sweet. Can't you two just kiss already? Since I'm paying to watch this, you two better put on a show for me. A performance was unlikely to happen. After briefly streaming for an hour and finishing his task, Ganyu quickly went offline. Dai Heng put his phone away, moved his chair over, and asked Ganyu, can I request a date opportunity for Saturday? The two had been in a relationship for a while now but hadn't really gone on a proper date yet. Living in the same dormitory, they saw each other every day except when they were in class. Most of their time was spent together anyway, so it seemed like there wasn't a particular need to go on dates. But since Dai Heng brought it up, Ganyu gave it some serious thought. Where do you want to go on our date? It seems like dates involve pretty standard things, eating out and watching movies. They had already done those. Dai Heng propped up his face with one hand, his alluring eyes bending into a beautiful curve as he stared directly at Ganyu. Does it matter where we go? How about going back home? Ganyu raised his gaze and looked at him meaningfully. Are you thinking of a proper date? Dai Heng drew out his words teasingly. I don't know because we've never dated. Ganyu glanced at him, paused, and then said, then I'll plan it. Never expected that option. Teacher Gon was going to personally arrange their date. Feeling slightly pleased, Dai Heng sat up straighter and nodded, showing compliance by saying, sure, can I make a request? Ganyu replied, go ahead. Dai Heng lifted his eyelids politely and requested, something more exciting. Ganyu looked at him for a moment before nodding and agreeing, all right. Just wait. With no final exams last semester and February being exam month after the entire winter break was wasted, the library was filled to the brim every day as everyone scrambled to review. The dormitory had been unusually quiet for several days. Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo had stopped playing games. Even on weekends, they stayed in the dorm studying furiously to cram for the exams. These past few days, Ganyu had not streamed live and was very busy. A rare weekend off. They slept in until they woke up naturally, ate lunch outside, and then started their date for today. As they had agreed to follow Ganyu's plans entirely, the two decided against driving and headed to the nearest subway station instead. On this Saturday, the subway was crowded with people. Hanging onto the strap, Dai Heng looked down at the person in front of him. Teacher Gan, is this our first date? Cornered by the crowd, Ganyu leaned casually against the wall. Seems like it. So, where are we going? Dai Heng laughed and asked again. Not to watch a movie, right? Ganyu paused for a moment and replied, more or less. Chapter 141, do something exciting. Dai Heng raised an eyebrow, thinking that watching a movie wouldn't be that exciting. It wasn't until they finally reached their destination, standing in front of the majestic and solemn gate of the court. Dai Heng had his hands in his trouser pockets, slightly squinting his eyes. What the hell? How could this be the same as watching a movie? Dai Heng licked his lips, somewhat unexpectedly asking, watch a movie here? Ganyu glanced at him. Both are just watching a play, almost the same. Dai Heng followed Ganyu inside, completely confused, watching as Ganyu skillfully took out his credentials to pass through security checks. Then they began looking for the trial they were going to attend based on the credentials. Dai Heng turned his head, curiously asking, did you ask me for my ID card just for this? Ganyu hummed in agreement. You need to apply in advance to come and observe the trial. After finding the courtroom they were observing today, the two of them sat down at the back row. They came a bit late, and the trial had already started. Silent for quite a while, Dai Heng couldn't help but speak up. Ganyu. Ganyu, Are you deliberately screwing with me? Ganyu didn't even look up, taking out a notebook and pen from his backpack, jotting something down. What's wrong? Dai Heng laughed in annoyance. Who, after falling in love, comes to observe trials at the court? Ganyu flipped open his notebook and smiled slightly. It doesn't cost money, and you can learn knowledge, isn't that great? Dai Heng was silent for a long time, unable to utter a word, and let out a faint sigh. He slightly tilted his body forward, whispering, for our first date, couldn't you give me something romantic? Ganyu said, isn't this quite romantic? Dai Heng leaned against the chair back, casually leaning his hand backward, his long legs loosely crossed as he lightly nudged Ganyu's leg with his knee. Can we kiss here? Don't commit crimes in serious places, Ganyu said. If I arrest you, I'll have to go inside and redeem you. Dai Heng lowered his voice slightly and whispered to him, watching movies at home would be better, at least I can touch you there. Ganyu paused for a moment, his pen stopping. What's in your brain all day? Dai Heng chuckled softly, it's filled with thoughts of Ganyu. Don't you know? Ganyu looked ahead, be serious. Alright, darling. Dai Heng lazily leaned back in his chair, turning his head to look at his notebook. What are you writing? Ganyu, in a few days, I'll go participate in legal aid with my mentor. I'm learning ahead of time and recording case details. As the defendant and plaintiff were ready, the official proceedings began. Besides relatives, some people like them who were bored had also applied to listen in. But it looked like the only idle people there today were the two of them, because the area where they sat was empty while everyone else was sitting towards the front, appearing to be relatives of both parties. This was a divorce case. The plaintiff and defendant were confronting each other. The defendant was a woman in her 30s, she expounded on her point of view and presented evidence showing multiple infidelities by her husband during their marriage. Dai Heng let out a tsk, sounding incredulous. That guy really isn't worth it. How is he even the plaintiff? Ganyu remained silent for a moment. In these types of cases, one shouldn't only listen to one side's account, wait till you hear the whole thing. Subsequently, the male plaintiff provided his own narration and supporting evidence. He produced paternity test results, along with evidence showing the female also cheated on him multiple times during their marriage. This dirty bitch gave birth to 3 children, none of which are mine. The man shouted emotionally. I've been a sucker for 10 years, why should I support her brats? Not only will I make her leave without a penny, but I will also demand compensation for mental distress. The woman, who had been relatively calm, became emotional upon hearing this and cursed. Do you think I don't know they aren't yours? You have weak sperm, bastard. For so many years, you've been unclear about your relationship with men. Why don't you just hook up with a woman? What do you see in me? Am I not even as good as a man? The conversation escalated into verbal abuse. Man, you tramp. Woman, you fraudulent homosexual. The man, getting agitated, wanted to get up from his seat. You stole my boyfriend. And you have the audacity to say something? Their dialogue was too explosive. Each sentence was enough to shatter one's values. Dai Heng. Ganyu. What kind of relationship was this? Dai Heng squinted his eyes, letting out a mocking laugh. What a joke. Ganyu was calmly jotting down the entire case process on his notebook. Turns out, this married couple both fell in love with the same man. Dai Heng sorted through their relationship in his mind, asking thoughtfully, if their partner is the same, then this man, was he the one being cheated on or the cheater? After a moment of silence, he chuckled again. Aren't these 3 just like a sandwich cookie? Playing around so well. Ganyu. Ganyu had been carefully sorting out the entire case, but after hearing this, he inexplicably got an image in his head. What nerve! Daiheng couldn't help but snickered, what a melodramatic plot. Ganyu has written many case analyses and often encountered bizarre cases, so he didn't find it strange at all. The two defendants were excitedly arguing with each other until they were separated by the court officers. After both parties had fiercely argued, the judge told them to be quiet and announced the verdict. Since both parties had committed adultery within the marriage and were at fault, the presiding judge declared the divorce and refused to rule on the plaintiff's request for the woman to leave with nothing. The male plaintiff thought the judge wasn't on his side and flew into a rage, bending over to pick up his sandal and throw it. The man shouted, "What kind of presiding judge are you? Can you even make a ruling? This is obviously her fault. She put horns on my head and stole my boyfriend, why not rule? I want her to leave with nothing. Not giving her a penny." It was the first time anyone dared to throw a sandal at the presiding judge. The scene became chaotic once again. Ganyu. Daiheng. The audience seats also erupted into chaos as family members from both sides started fighting. What was originally a proper court trial turned into a fight scene. A group of people fought inseparably. Ganyu had already packed his things and reached out to pull Daiheng's wrist, "Let's go." Before Ganyu could take back his hand, it was hooked by Daiheng, fingers intertwined, and they quietly left through the back door. After coming out of the court, the two walked shoulder to shoulder. Thinking about how Daiheng said earlier that he wanted an exciting date. Was it exciting enough? Ganyu asked while carrying his backpack, "Were you satisfied with today's date?" What was supposed to be a good date turned into watching a fierce argument live. Daiheng kept his hands in his trouser pockets, speaking carelessly, "I really thank you." He sarcastically said, "Let my young heart receive huge trauma." Ganyu glanced at him, slightly amused, "So what now? Teacher gone, you need to make it up to me." Ganyu nodded, "Then let's go home." Daiheng slightly raised his eyes, tone ambiguous, "What do we do at home?" Ganyu, "Do something exciting." Chapter 142, Everyone Loves Princess Dai. Do something exciting? What could they possibly do at home? Daiheng's thoughts started to drift inappropriately. Although today's date was different from what he had imagined, it was still an unforgettable experience. After all, whatever he did with Teacher Gon made him happy. Earlier, in the solemn court, all his other thoughts had to be put away, he couldn't even kiss him and was forced to maintain abstinence. But now that they're talking about exciting things, he isn't sleepy at all anymore. Daiheng's heart began to reignite, and his entire body grew warm. He immediately reached out to hold his boyfriend's hand, "Let's go home." He was so eager that it seemed like he wanted to teleport home right away. Even though he was in a rush, they still had to take the subway obediently. The party in question deeply regretted not driving there earlier, otherwise, who knows, he might have been able to pin Gon down and kiss him against the car door. But it's fine for now. There weren't many people on the subway at this moment, and those who were there stood loosely scattered. The two leaned into a small corner, still able to chat. Ganyu carried a black backpack over his shoulder, with a white shirt under his grey down jacket and loose-fitting jeans below. He casually leaned there, exuding a sense of clean youthfulness. Daiheng held onto the handlebar with one hand, while his other hand crossed around Ganyu's waist as if trying to encircle him there. Ganyu asked offhandedly, after seeing the whole case, "What do you think?" How could Daiheng care about his thoughts at this point? The subway was warm due to the heater, and Ganyu's jacket zipper was slightly open. From his angle, Daiheng could see the straight indentation of Ganyu's collarbone and a small patch of pale chest revealed from between the open collar. So tempting, so beautiful. The tooth marks on Ganyu's collarbone hadn't completely faded yet, and there was still a faint red mark on the side of his neck. That was from last time. Daiheng's eyes lingered, and he suddenly felt dryness in his throat. All sorts of exciting thoughts filled his mind. Ganyu's earlier question went unanswered for a long time, prompting him to look up. "What are you thinking about?" Daiheng snapped back to reality, his gaze still a little dazed. Having been busy with exams recently, Teacher Gon didn't have time to visit the apartment. They hadn't kissed in days, and now his words were setting Daiheng ablaze. The subway ride seemed unbearably slow. It took Daiheng a while to respond, "What?" "Thoughts," Ganyu repeated, "talk about your afterthoughts." They finally got to hang out, and he has to write a post-viewing reflection. This date is surprisingly full of positive energy. Daiheng raised an eyebrow and finally came back to his senses, "The couple before us? A 10-year marriage ended like that, pretty lamentable." Halfway through, his tone shifted, and he seized the opportunity to express his loyalty, "Anyway, we won't be like that. We will be together forever." Ganyu rolled his eyes, "You always bring things back to yourself." "I'm just making my stance clear. Letting you know what I think." Daiheng looked down, deep in thought, "Are most of the cases you deal with like these?" "It's quite common," Ganyu said nonchalantly, "criminal cases can be interesting, but divorce cases are often bizarre." Daiheng asked, "Doesn't dealing with all this make you lose faith in marriage?" "Not really." Ganyu paused, glancing over, "Did the previous case actually leave you with any psychological shadow?" He usually reads a lot of case analyses, mostly watching legal channels, where he sees all kinds of absurd cases. While this destroyed some beliefs, it wasn't the weirdest case he'd seen. This time, because of this homework assignment, he brought his boyfriend along to listen to a trial. If it leaves too much of an impression on him, that wouldn't be good. It's not that bad, Douyin licked his lips and grinned mischievously. Still, it was better than a movie, 9D stereo surround sound, immersive experience, complete with flying slippers everywhere. Perfect experience. He lightly hooked his lips. Teacher Gon, will you get hit by slippers when you become a judge? No, Ganyu glanced at him and calmly said, because I'm not going to be a judge. This was the first time they discussed plans for their future. Daiheng's thoughts finally returned to the main track, curious to ask further, then what do you want to do? I'll take the prosecutor exam, Ganyu said, my dad wants me to be a prosecutor. Daiheng lowered his eyes to watch him, asking meaningfully, why does it matter what your dad wants, what about what you think? Ganyu indeed had no particular thoughts. Having been stuck in the swamp for too long, he just wanted to make money and never considered anything else. I don't have any particular ideas. This is my only family member left, so I need to make him happy. His voice was light, without other emotions. But Daiheng's movements suddenly paused. He always seemed nonchalant, even though working was exhausting, with a heavy burden on his shoulders. He never complained but carried a quiet resilience and stubbornness. Now he said offhandedly that this was his only family member left. Daiheng couldn't describe what he felt. It was as if someone pressed down on his heart, and bitterness began to well up. His boyfriend would unintentionally make him feel heartbroken. Distracted by his own train of thought, Daiheng absent-mindedly asked a silly question, so, if your dad told you to break up with me, would you also do it to make him happy and listen to him? Ganyu's eyelids flickered. He lifted his eyes, meeting Daiheng's gaze, and remained silent, saying nothing. The moment the words were out, he realized they were wrong. Daiheng cursed himself silently in his mind. What the hell kind of stupid question was that? Now he'd boxed himself into a corner. His fingers reached out, subtly hooking Ganyu's pinky, his voice low and almost inaudible. It's a joke, Dad will definitely like me. After all, everyone loves me. Everyone loves Princess Dai. His impenetrable face was legendary. After a brief silence, Ganyu didn't answer this question directly. Instead, he turned it back on him. What about you? What do you want to do in the future? Me. Daiheng's throat moved slightly as he whispered softly, of course, I want to marry you. Ganyu's eyelids twitched, and he glanced at him once. Daiheng looked extremely serious, his peach-like eyes glinting deeply, leaning closer as he whispered, this is my one wish, and I hope it comes true smoothly. Stepping out of the subway station near the school, it was already 6 in the afternoon. Just in time for dinner, they simply found a place in the nearby mall to eat supper. After the stimulating date today, they returned to the apartment by 8 in the evening. Daiheng was still thinking about the exciting things his boyfriend mentioned earlier, and after walking through the door, he awaited Ganyu's next move. Instead, Ganyu calmly took off his coat, hung it by the entrance, put his backpack on the chair, and casually went over to start playing with their cat. Wearing a white shirt, his figure appeared thin, with delicate shoulder blades outlined beneath the cloth. Even the curve of his curved spine was graceful. Sitting on the floor, his legs were slightly spread apart, extending long and elegantly. He completely forgot about what he promised. Completely ignoring his boyfriend's anticipation. Chapter 143, Is It Enough? Daiheng stared at him for a moment, then walked over and sat down on the floor next to Ganyu, gently reminding him, Teacher Gon, didn't you forget something? Ganyu lifted his eyes as if he had completely forgotten what he had said before. What? Daiheng's mood was indescribable. Are we still doing the stimulating thing? Ganyu stopped stroking the cat and glanced at him. You reminded me. Daiheng arched an eyebrow, propped himself up with one hand beside him, and leaned in a bit, then. He heard his boyfriend continue speaking calmly. I need to borrow your computer for a while. I have to send my case analysis to my tutor before midnight tonight. This is urgent, otherwise it would be stimulating if I don't finish it. I might not get the scholarship. Ganyu glanced at the time. There are less than 4 hours left, I'll get busy now. After saying that, he pushed the person in front of him away, stood up by pressing against the ground. Sitting on the floor with his legs spread wide open, Daiheng was still somewhat confused. Ganyu took 2 steps toward the study, paused, looked back at him once. To avoid disturbing your sleep, I'll sleep in the guest bedroom tonight. Go to bed early, good night. After finishing this sentence, he went straight into the study, picked up the computer, and returned to the guest bedroom, followed by the sound of the door closing. Daiheng. Is this the kind of thing? Very good, tricked again. The restlessness inside couldn't subside. After being teased all day, this annoyance was hard to suppress. Daiheng, getting more and more impatient, got up by pushing against the armrest and walked to the door, pondering for a long time before pressing down on the doorknob. The door was locked. Damn it. Daiheng narrowed his eyes slightly and knocked lightly on the door. Not long after, the door was opened from the inside. The two met each other's gaze through the half-open door crack. Ganyu asked him, anything else? With his hands in his pockets, Daiheng leaned against the doorframe, glancing up, and looked inside through the half-open door. The computer screen was on, really doing official business. He lowered his head and politely negotiated with his boyfriend. I'm bored being alone, can I go in and lie down for a while? Very busy. Ganyu glanced up, go back to your own room and lie down. I'll just watch you, won't do anything else, Daiheng bargained again. Ganyu tilted his head slightly, only looking at him without speaking. Daiheng received the message conveyed by his eyes. The meaning was clear, roll. His boyfriend was a scholar focused on earning a scholarship, too busy to pay attention to him. Understood, I'll leave. Daiheng curved his lips upward, raised his hand to touch Ganyu's face, dragging out his tone, remember to find me when you're done, your husband awaits you. The door closed again. Daiheng's throat moved as he stood there for a moment, turned around, and resignedly entered the kitchen, taking a bottle of cold water from the fridge. Drinking down the whole bottle in one breath, he threw the empty bottle into the trash. Coming out of the kitchen, passing through the living room, Daiheng bent over slightly, grabbed the lighter and cigarette box from the coffee table, and went to the balcony. On the balcony stood a lazaboy sofa, no different from crouching on the floor. Daiheng bent one leg, leaned back against the lazaboy sofa, took a cigarette from the box, bit it between his teeth, turned his head to light it, and took out his phone to pass the time. Apart from their psycho-friend chat group, they also had another big group. There were about 100 or so people in this group. Relatives and friends knew he had a boyfriend. Aside from Deng Fei, most of his buddies weren't aware yet. They had been trending on hot search lists these days, and his buddies saw it and started an animated discussion in the group. The entire screen was full of s directed at him. Hung brother is amazing. You've made the entire world know about your relationship. Your boyfriend is impressive. When will you bring him back so we can meet him? Hung brother has been straight for 19 years, but somehow attending university changed that. What kind of school is that? Dad didn't die from the shock. At Daiheng, according to Deng Fei, your mom has already compromised, but your dad is still resisting. How did you achieve this? Let me learn from your experience. This makes sense. Back in high school, Hung bro cut off emotions and affections, ignoring everyone, but turned out to be the first to get tied down. Daiheng had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, relaxed in demeanor, replying to the messages in the group. The obstacles posed by his parents weren't much of an issue for him when it came to Gon. Probably because he'd always been used to acting impulsively since he was young. He'd done quite a few outrageous things, and no one in his family could control him. Before university, he indeed loved to have fun, smoking, drinking, fighting, racing cars, cigars, nightclubs, anything stimulating he would try. The only thing he didn't play around with was relationships, everything else was on the table. But at some point, as if overnight, he became utterly fed up with it all. Growing up, money and entertainment were never an issue for him. Whatever he wanted, he could easily obtain. The sense of weariness that came after having all desires fulfilled, the bottomless pit of longing, made him feel like nothing mattered anymore, no matter what it was. Kids in his circle were mostly sent abroad for a few years before coming back. He refused, and his family had no way to force him. He just felt that staying in that circle for a few more years might completely ruin him, turning him into one of those idle rich boys. So when filling out his college application, he deliberately chose a school in another province, deciding to start anew. He never expected to meet him. After seeing Ganyu, life became interesting again. It was exciting to kiss him, exhilarating to play with him, even simply holding him without doing anything felt incredibly meaningful. And then he fell headfirst, unable to get back up. He had done plenty of outrageous things and always carried himself with straightforward honesty, so coming out of the closet was equally done with unwavering confidence. Inside the room, Ganyu was indeed finishing up a case analysis. But he had already completed most of it in the dormitory over the past few days, now only needing to wrap it up. After sending the email, he glanced at the time, it was exactly 10 o'clock in the evening. He had initially planned to move in for a few days and had brought over some clothes which were still stored in the wardrobe. Grabbing a clean shirt, he headed out to the bathroom to freshen up. After washing up, Ganyu went to the kitchen for a glass of water, glancing toward the balcony and stopping in his tracks. The lighting on the balcony was dim. That person had a cigarette dangling from his lips, lounging lazily in the beanbag chair, his long legs spread carelessly, looking exceptionally free-spirited and unrestrained. Ganyu walked over, standing in front of him, taking a sip of water while his gaze briefly passed over a certain spot. Just going to let it stay like this? Daiheng tilted his head back, half closing his almond-shaped eyes, his neck's outline elongated, highlighting a prominent Adam's apple. I'm about to be wrecked by you. Maybe because of smoking, his voice was slightly hoarse. You're fucking toying with me, sooner or later you'll kill me. Ganyu's eyelids flickered, and he silently smiled. Still want to play something stimulating? Daiheng lifted his heavy lids, exasperatedly teased by him, his voice deep and laced with helplessness. What do you plan to do to me now? Ganyu stood right in front of him, looking down on him with a touch of superiority. His expression was always calm, and when he looked down at someone, there was always a hint of haughty indifference. Ganyu shifted his leg, making Daiheng raise an eyebrow, thinking he was about to turn and leave, and just as he was about to sit up straight, his next action stopped him. Ganyu kicked off one of his slippers, bent his long leg, slowly lifting his foot. Is this stimulating enough? Ganyu asked. Chapter 144, so skillful. Get some rest, I won't bother you anymore. Daiheng leaned down and kissed him again, starting to count down the days until Ganyu's birthday. 5 more days, I can still hold on. He did keep his word, waiting until the birthday after mentioning it. Ganyu supported himself with his arms and sat up, grabbing a tissue from beside him to wipe his fingers. He said, I won't be here for the next few days, I need to go with my mentor to provide legal aid. Daiheng paused in his movements, his gaze deepening. How many days? Ganyu glanced at him. I'll be back the day before my birthday. Are you sure? Ganyu said, this schedule was arranged ahead of time, it shouldn't be postponed arbitrarily. Daiheng reached out his hand and curled the little finger of Ganyu, making a small request, can I bring family along? I'll go with you. Ganyu felt somewhat indescribable and looked up, is your department so idle? It was impossible to be idle, they were recently extremely busy. Daiheng let out an almost imperceptible sigh, I don't want to spend even one day apart from you. Ganyu pulled his hand away and said indifferently, study well, don't always drift off into fantasies. His boyfriend, a soon-to-be righteous prosecutor, sounded so adorable when scolding someone. Daiheng rested his arm on his knee, his almond eyes looking straight at Ganyu as he quietly asked, then can I come on your birthday? Ganyu threw the tissue in his hand into the trash can and gave him a somewhat unclear look. He wanted to say if only you had hesitated for just a second earlier. Forget it, it's better not to provoke him by saying it. Ganyu turned his gaze and faintly, once. Daiheng smiled at the corner of his lips, his arm hugging Ganyu's waist and kissing his face, baby, you're so nice, I knew you loved me. Go away. On Monday afternoon. Ganyu went along with his mentor and a group of others, boarding a bus to Baiyang town. This legal assistance activity was purely public-spirited. It originated in Baiyang town, a county in Linen, where a particularly malicious fraud case occurred, deceiving many elderly people who lived alone. Many elderly people do not understand the law either, and when something bad happens, they don't know whom to consult, hence they really needed help. There was just such an opportunity for college students to take the lead in offering legal services to the public for free. Yang Daoming took his most talented few students to carry out this legal assistance program. Actually, legal aid might be too early for Ganyu, a first-year student. There were 5 or 6 people in their group, all others were fourth-year students or postgraduates except for Ganyu who was a freshman. But Yang Daoming thought this was a good opportunity, and he valued Ganyu as a student greatly, so he gave the spot to him. In the bus, other people mostly sat at the front in clusters of 3 or 2. Ganyu's seat was a bit further back. He fiddled with his phone in his hands. The WeChat interface was filled with harassment messages from his boyfriend. The first day without my boyfriend, I miss him. Have you arrived yet? Tell me when you get there so I can see where you're staying. How many of you are there? How is the accommodation arranged? Are you staying with others? Forget it, which town is it? I don't have class tomorrow afternoon, I'll find you. Ignoring me? It had been only an hour since they parted. He didn't know where all these words were coming from. Ganyu didn't rush to reply to Daiheng, leaning against the backrest to start catching up on sleep. In the front of the bus, the other several people frequently participated in various activities together, including mock courts and debate contests, already very familiar with each other. Ganyu was a new face to them. The seniors and postgraduates were from different campuses and rarely browsed the campus network, so they weren't very familiar with Ganyu. They just heard that he was a freshman, finding it quite ridiculous. A freshman doing legal aid? Hasn't even finished reading all the laws, how can he answer questions? It does seem a bit strange. Why take him along? Is he just there to serve tea and water? Ha ha ha. I really can't understand Mr. Yang's actions this time. Is he a relative? Taking him along to see things, seems like he could get extra credits. It's hard to judge. From the front came murmuring voices. A first-year student participating in legal aid alongside fourth-year students truly seemed unimaginable. Naturally, doubts arose. Unaware of whether Ganyu had overheard the gossip, Yang Daoming sitting in the first row stood up and looked at them. 2 hours of driving, it's too boring just sitting here. Let's play a game instead. Since there was nothing else to do, the people in the front seats responded half-heartedly. Sure, what game? Yang Daoming grinned and said, I'll describe a case, and you analyze it, determining which criminal laws the defendant violated. He narrated a complex criminal case he had recently encountered. A man, unhappy with his wife's request for divorce, stabbed her 7 times on the street and walked away. His wife was sent to the hospital by bystanders. The next day, he went to work as if nothing had happened, only to molest his employer's 12-year-old daughter before the incident was uncovered. Then, after being wanted by the police, he stole 30,000 yuan from his employer and fled. Now everyone, analyze this case. Someone answered, at least 3 offenses. Yang Daoming asked, which 3? Specifically, which articles of the criminal law? A soft murmur came from behind, shouldn't we flip through the law codes? Yang Daoming chuckled, as law students, don't you remember such fundamental provisions of the code? Somebody weakly replied, there's no need to memorize them. Why bother remembering so clearly when we can always look them up? Yang Daoming turned toward the back of the bus, Ganyu, your turn. Caught off guard, Ganyu looked up, shifting his eyes away from the WeChat conversation, stating the laws in a toneless manner, Article 232 of the Criminal Law, intentional deprivation of life. Article 237 of the Criminal Law, involving sexual molestation of children under 14 years old. Article 264 of the Criminal Law, theft of public property. Actually, one didn't have to memorize these laws, it wasn't necessary. Only those specializing in law would know that reciting the statutes word for word like in TV dramas hardly ever happened in reality. The full text of the criminal law contains 452 articles and almost 70,000 words, hard to fully commit to memory even if one tried hard enough. Yet, unbelievably, Ganyu had memorized the entire text. When Ganyu finished speaking, an eerie silence fell over the group ahead. For a while, no one dared to say a word. Yang Daoming smiled pleasantly. Guess I forgot to introduce him. Ganyu here is the top student admitted into our department this year. His essay last semester was used as a model, the very same one you all reviewed. He's exceptionally intelligent, has the entire criminal code stored in his brain. If any of you have trouble remembering specific articles, feel free to ask him. The people at the front. Chapter 145, is it enough for you to play with? Yang Daoming had never seen such a student, with an astonishing reading volume. The student could recite all kinds of legal articles word for word, which even he as the mentor couldn't do. It was simply a walking legal code. Knowing that someone was, he decided to speak through facts. The car finally quieted down, and no one dared to question even half a word. Yang Daoming sat back contentedly. The car grew quiet, yet the phone remained on the WeChat chat interface. Ganyu began recalling the case details his tutor mentioned earlier. Nowadays, frequent cases of husbands killing their wives were emerging. Actually, there were quite a number of such extreme people. Such criminal cases were also often reported online. When one side gave too much but received no obvious returns, such incidents tended to happen. Thinking about what her boyfriend once said, if anyone dared to mention breaking up, she'd get played hard. Although Dai Heng wasn't to this extent, his thinking was beginning to shift. He even seemed unclear about future plans, having only marriage in mind. Ganyu thought for a moment, then picked up his phone and sent a message to her boyfriend, "Send me a life planning report, I'll check it tomorrow." Dai Heng, ? Ignoring dozens of messages before, when she finally replied, it was with these cold words. He sent over a voice message, apparently finding it absurd, suppressing laughter in his throat. "You make me write a review after a date, and now during a long-distance relationship, you make me write a life planning report. Are you a devil, teacher gone?" After listening to his voice message with headphones, Ganyu lightly smiled, locked the screen, and put the phone back in his pocket. By the time they arrived, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The environment of the town wasn't great, and the location for the event was set up on a square. The weather had been good these past few days, and the early spring sun was still relatively bright. Several universities had organized students to participate in this activity. When they arrived, there were already students from other schools setting up tents and chairs and sitting there. Tents were set up lively, but it seemed not many people came to consult. After all, lawyers were rarely encountered in elderly people's lives, and some may not even know what legal consultations were for. Later on, once people learned they were here to help resolve disputes regarding fraud cases, they started coming for consultation gradually. They stayed busy until 6 o'clock in the evening. Upon returning to where they stayed, the facilities in the town were relatively backward, and the accommodation wasn't great either. They could only stay in a nearby hotel near the square. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the harassment messages from her boyfriend arrived right on schedule. "Did you eat yet? Are you tired? Can we have a video call?" Every day, Ganyu received hundreds of messages bombarding him. After taking a shower and drying his hair, he draped a towel around his neck and directly called him back. The video call was instantly answered. Ganyu sat at the table and without giving him a chance to talk, directly asked, "How's the report going?" Dai Heng had just taken a shower, his hair still half dry, and he hadn't even bothered to put on a top, exposing his bare upper body with distinct muscle lines. He bent down, grabbing a nearby piece of clothing and slipped it on. Hearing this, his peach blossom eyes slightly narrowed. "Seriously?" Ganyu's gaze swept over his waist and abdomen, slowly lifting his gaze to meet his eyes, his tone calm. "What do you think? Can I skip it?" Dai Heng sat down at the desk and softly negotiated with him. Ganyu fell silent for a moment. "All right." Dai Heng licked the corner of his lips, wanting to say that baby was easy to deal with. Just then he heard Ganyu calmly continuing, "Then I won't come back for my birthday." Dai Heng leaned back in his chair, silently gazing at him across the screen for quite a while, then resignedly took out a notebook and pen. "All right, I'll write it now." He shifted the camera so it perfectly captured his hand holding the pen. His fingers were distinctively knotted, and the posture of gripping the pen looked pretty nice. He swiftly wrote a few big words. Life planning report. 1. Get married. His handwriting was free-flowing and bold, with a forceful pen touch, just like himself, wild and arrogant. After finishing, he struck it out with a black pen and rewrote below. 1. Marry Ganyu. His word choice was very precise. Dai Heng lowly chuckled, turning the pen in his hand. "For now, I can only think of this one point. Teacher Gon, you'll have to bear with it." Ganyu. Was achieving this goal the only pursuit of his entire life? Ganyu decided to try another approach. "All right, send it to me after you finish. How's your homework going?" Show me. To cleanse the frivolous thoughts in his boyfriend's mind, knowledge was necessary. The camera view switched again, revealing that well-defined face. Daiheng asked, what homework? Ganyu said, let me see if you've been studying properly. Daiheng. Darling, stop being a prosecutor and go be a teacher instead. Daiheng let out a soft laugh from his throat. I can't believe this. We're in college now, yet my boyfriend still checks my homework. Ganyu leaned back in his chair, lightly chuckled. Did you fail World of Microorganisms last semester? Daiheng. Are you at odds with biology? Ganyu tapped his pen twice on the desk surface, calmly saying, take out your book. We'll study this today. Daiheng. After the fraud case went viral, it caused quite a stir, drawing much attention. The next day, reporters even came for interviews. This legal aid activity was purely public service, without any profit motive, but explaining to the elderly could be very tedious and required great patience. For 3 whole days, they were stuck repeating those same questions, tirelessly providing explanations, leaving everyone exhausted and drained. A few others began to get annoyed. This is driving me nuts, I shouldn't have come. For these few credits, I'm working myself to death. This is ridiculous, every question needs to be repeated 7 or 8 times. Is this work meant for humans? Stop complaining, look at Ganyu over there. Ganyu was sitting behind the table, expression serene, carefully answering all consultations with great seriousness. He was clear in logic and exceptionally patient with the elderly, letting them finish speaking before helping analyze the case and offering professional advice. Even seniors in their 4th year couldn't maintain such calm composure as he did. Not only did he stand out in appearance and strong professional ability, but also showed great patience when dealing with the elderly, simplifying things with common language to ensure understanding, without any trace of arrogance or disdain. As a result, the camera lens of the interviewing team seemed naturally drawn towards him. A serious rule of law program aired live on CCTV without any beautification filters. Surprisingly, after appearing on screen, Ganyu looked so handsome he seemed not even part of the same reality as others. That night, the school exploded into excitement. Their law department's heartthrob had made it onto TV. The next noon, Wang Wendong immediately shared a link from the campus network to the group chat. At Ganyu heard you're on TV, and it's a rule of law program. Zhou Mo, at Ganyu you are something else. So damn proud of you. Wang Wendong, tomorrow is your birthday, celebrate. Celebrate. Zhou Mo, at Ganyu shall we hit the bar? Ganyu was packing his things in the room, preparing to head back, when he saw the messages sent by his boyfriend on top of his WeChat notifications. Daiheng, finished 2 cell division exam papers. Any reward? Teacher gone. Princess Dai, who never knew what practice exams were about, had now gone through 2 of her most disliked subject exercises against her will. Daiheng, can you make it back today? Daiheng, how do you plan to spend your birthday, teacher gone? Ganyu opened the image, glanced at the test accuracy rate, which was barely passable, then single-handedly replied, took 2 days off. Do you think that's enough time for you to enjoy? Chapter 146, Waves Without Boundaries. After sending the message, Ganyu waited for a long time but received no reply. Above the screen, the phrase, typing, was displayed for a long time. Ganyu closed his suitcase, glanced at the phone screen, and it was still showing, typing. What's taking so long to edit? Ganyu raised an eyebrow and sent him another punctuation mark, question mark. This time, he replied quickly. Daiheng, dear, you're doubting my abilities. I can last at least a week. But this time around, I'll pay attention. Daiheng, 2 days may not be enough for me to unleash, I'll try to control myself, it will be barely fine. Daiheng, shit, as I keep talking, I'm getting. Daiheng, baby, send a location. Can't hold back anymore. Ganyu. These few days of chatting had focused entirely on his assignment, leaving no room for him to indulge himself. Now giving him a lead, he went all out. Waving without boundaries. Ganyu sent 3 words to suppress his arrogance, report. Daiheng. Daiheng, damn. Not finished with the report, can't come back for the birthday. Surely calmed down. Ganyu smiled slightly, locked the screen of his phone, put it in his pocket, and stood up with his luggage. A group of people gathered downstairs in the hotel. The 3-day legal aid project initially made them very excited, finding it interesting and meaningful. However, after a few days, their spirits became more and more drained. Finally, they were going to return, and everyone was thrilled again. After 3 days of interaction, they had become quite familiar. Except for some doubts on the first day regarding Ganyu's capabilities, thinking that Ganyu was relying on nepotism, only to find out later it was purely by merit, hence developing genuine admiration. Their interaction in the following days went smoothly. Having a walking criminal code next to them proved incredibly handy. Whenever senior year students had unclear legal articles, they would sometimes consult Ganyu. Even though Ganyu usually spoke little, he would answer politely whenever they had questions. On the bus, a senior turned around and said, Ganyu, I've added you to our group chat. Let's participate together in the mock trial when the time comes. Ganyu, with a calm expression, leaned against the chair back, all right. Another person joined their conversation, next time, I want to team up with Ganyu. Why should you? I said at first, I want to team up with Ganyu. Teaming up with Ganyu means no need to check legal articles, saves a lot of time, isn't it amazing? Another voice chimed in nearby, since you all have said that, I also want to team up with Ganyu. What? You can't do this, I also want to team up with Ganyu. During the 2-hour car ride, they chatted intermittently, making the atmosphere inside the vehicle lively. Someone suddenly said, have you seen the video of the reporter's interview? I saw it, my face appeared for half a second. It even showed on TV. At least you got half a second, mine didn't even appear. The camera teacher just kept shooting Ganyu alone. We were all sitting there together, why did he only shoot Ganyu? Why else? Ganyu is handsome. So good looking under CCTV's lens, no wonder he's already trending online. Yang Daoming had been listening to their conversation curiously, and asked, what video? I haven't heard about it. Someone immediately opened the forwarded video and showed it to him. When the reporter came yesterday, we were on TV. Haven't you heard about this, old Yang? Yang Daoming took the phone and watched the video. I wasn't there yesterday. In the interview video, Ganyu was explaining legal knowledge to an elder. He was sitting behind the table, with an outdoor flower bed as the background. Wearing a gray coat, due to the good weather, his coat was open, revealing a clean white shirt underneath. Slim figure, prominent demeanor, just sitting there drew attention. Apart from his outstanding appearance, he also had exceptional logical thinking and articulate speech. Even someone who was not specialized in law could see that his professional ability was strong. The video was uploaded to the internet after being cut and spread quickly. Comment section was filled with demands for information on the young man. This young man shines so much. His professional skills are too strong. I've always been hesitant about choosing law, but seeing him has convinced me to go for it. Lin University. Great, I'll fill this as my choice for application. The school can use this video as a promotional video to recruit students. This might create a huge buzz. Ah, so charming, serious men are just too handsome. Too handsome. I heard he's only in his first year of college. First year. First year. His arguments are so well structured. It feels like he doesn't even have to think when he cites the law. Has he memorized it all? I couldn't do that as a graduate student. Actually, you don't need to memorize, but he's incredible. If this guy were in my school, I'd secretly admire him for 4 years. Isn't he a streamer? What kind of fish? Taba fish. Holy crap, I just realized this is the super famous online streamer, right? Law department. Top of the class. Fish, what other surprises do you have in store? Ah. Even without being a streamer, Fish can still shine brightly in his own field. Sigh. How can someone be so outstanding? I truly admire him. After finishing the video, Yang Daoming handed the phone back with pride gleaming in his eyes. Worthy disciple of mine, truly excellent. He was in a great mood. You all worked hard these few days. Once we get back, I'll treat you all to a meal to reward your efforts. How about that? Everyone cheered. Fantastic. Love you, old Yang. At the back of the bus, Ganyu had just hung up a call and apologized to the front. Sorry, I can't make it. Something urgent came up. Just as everyone was celebrating, he received a call from the hospital asking him to come by. The reason wasn't specified, but it seemed urgent. Maybe there was news about the kidney source. Because of Ganyu's words, the atmosphere in the car instantly quieted down. Yang Daoming asked, what's so urgent? Someone added, exactly, old Yang rarely treats us. Let's eat first and then go later. Who knows when next time will be. Ganyu hesitated, then explained, I have to go to the hospital to see my dad. He didn't elaborate further. But between eating dinner and visiting his father in the hospital, the priorities were clear. This was family business, so Yang Daoming didn't press the matter. That's too bad. Since Ganyu won't be joining us, today's gathering will be postponed. We'll meet again another time. The others. It was mainly because of his beloved disciple. Since Ganyu wouldn't attend, the dinner plans were simply cancelled altogether. Your favoritism is spilling over the Pacific Ocean. Chapter 147, We Broke Up. After a 2-hour bus ride, the school bus stopped at the school gate, and the group dispersed on the spot. Ganyu didn't even have time to return to school, he directly took the subway to the hospital. He arrived at the hospital at 5 in the afternoon. Ganyu walked to the 3rd floor and happened to meet the head nurse. The head nurse had been waiting for him for a long time, looking somewhat anxious. Ganyu, you've finally come. Ganyu climbed the steps and walked with her toward the ward. Sorry for being late. Is there news about the kidney source? The head nurse nodded and said, we found a matching kidney donor. If everything goes smoothly, we can schedule surgery next week. But your father's condition isn't good, so I need to ask the family members. Ganyu's footsteps paused momentarily as he turned his head. What do you mean his condition isn't good? It was just yesterday that Ganyu received a message saying his father's condition was stable. The head nurse looked apologetic as she recounted what had happened. It started when Ward 12 recently welcomed a new patient a few days ago. The patient's family visited today, making the room lively as everyone was watching TV. Coincidentally, CCTV aired a legal education program where they saw you. The family member of the patient in bed 3 is a young girl. Upon hearing that you're the patient's son, she became very excited and claimed to recognize you. She mentioned something about your cross-dressing live streaming. Your father initially seemed happy seeing you on TV. However, upon hearing those words, his expression darkened. Later, after checking his phone, he broke down emotionally, crying uncontrollably. It was heartbreaking for all of us. We had to give him a sedative injection. The head nurse massaged her temples as she continued, after resting a bit, he has just woken up. You should talk to him carefully. He shouldn't be subjected to any more emotional stimulation. His physical condition can't handle too much fluctuation. Gan Yu's fingers curled slightly. So, his dad knew about his cross-dressing live streaming. What about the relationship? He came back to reality and nodded, all right. When he returned to the ward, Gan Dehuai was already awake. Sitting against the bed frame, prolonged illness had caused his body to hunch over, and his face was sunken, showing signs of fatigue and weariness. The curtains on both sides were drawn, dividing the 3 beds. Gan Yu walked over, put down his backpack, and sat down on a chair nearby, calling out softly, Dad. There was no response. Uncertain how much his father knew, Gan Yu had never intended to hide anything from him but thought it might wait until after the surgery. Gan Yu looked at his father for a moment before asking cautiously, Dad, are you hungry? Do you want me to get some food for you? Gan Dehuai lowered his head, his tear stains still not fully dried. After experiencing extreme fluctuations in emotion, from happiness to sorrow, his mind felt hollow, filled only with pain. The pride he felt when seeing his son shine brilliantly on TV quickly transformed into unbearable heartbreak when he saw him dressed as a woman. His son's success gave him purpose in life. All his hopes rested in his son becoming an excellent prosecutor. Not dressing like a woman. Actually, most people were praising him, but some harsh comments stung deep within his heart. Why would such a talented law student go as far as to do cross-dressing live streams? Could this affect political review if he plans to take the civil service exam in the future? For someone with a promising career in politics, could this become a stain on his record? Such great professional abilities, why would he choose a man for a partner, live stream as a woman? It's like destroying his own future. By the end of the afternoon, Gan Dehuai had nearly cried himself dry. Whenever he thought about the videos he'd seen on his phone, it felt like his chest couldn't breathe properly from the heartache. Gan Dehuai hung his head lowly, as if all the energy had been drained from him, making him seem even more frail under the burden of his illness. No free kidney donor. Yeah, you spent 50,000 yuan. With bloodshot eyes full of red veins, Gan Dehuai hated himself for not dying sooner. His son. So outstanding. Shining so brightly while demonstrating his expertise on the legal education show. Yet, just to make money, he had to dress as a woman and do things that seemed inappropriate. Just looking at those photos made his heart feel like it was being slashed by a knife. It was for earning money that you dressed as a woman for the live stream. It's my fault. It's all because of me. I dragged you down, unable to help, and made you become. Gan Dehuai's face, etched with wrinkles, was soaked with tears as he muttered, I should have died. If I had died earlier, you would have been free from doing these inappropriate things. You are a man of ambition with a bright future. How could you possibly? His son's entire life had been ruined by him. He thought about the comment that if Gan Yu couldn't pass the political review, his life would be completely destroyed. This matter was a stain, it would haunt him for the rest of his life. Gan Yu furrowed his eyebrows slightly and said, Dad, please don't say that. He knew his father had rigid thinking and wouldn't approve of him making money through live streaming for his medical expenses, but he hadn't expected such an extreme reaction. Gan Yu's throat moved as he patiently consoled him, there's nothing wrong with wearing women's clothing. Nowadays, society is very inclusive and it's not as serious as you think. Then it has nothing to do with dating men either. Gan Dehuai asked this question suddenly, his voice hoarse and filled with deep pain. He felt no right to criticize anything, because his son dressed as a woman for the live stream solely for him, for this burdensome father of his. So he hated himself even more, hating why he didn't die sooner. But now seeing his son walk down this irreversible path, he didn't feel satisfied even with death looming before him. Gan Dehuai looked up, his trembling voice asking, is your relationship with Dai Heng really what they say? With bloodshot eyes, he seemed like someone desperate to grab hold of a lifeline, his tone carrying a glimmer of hope, urgently seeking a negative answer. Gan Yu felt a trace of bitterness in his throat, taking a long pause before answering, yes. It was the truth, something he couldn't deceive him about. Gan Dehuai's face turned deathly pale. A single word shattered all his beliefs. How can you be so confused? Gan Dehuai's breathing became difficult, tasting rust in his throat. You used to be normal, how could you turn out to be gay? You were such a good, obedient boy when you were little. His voice choked as tears involuntarily streamed down. Gan Yu sat there in a daze, his eyes lowered, his mind blank. The 3 words coming out of his father's mouth truly made him feel uncomfortable. Gan Dehuai's lips trembled and it seemed as if he might faint at any moment. After a long while, his voice cracked as he said, break up with him. I won't get treatment anymore. Can we stop this? Please break up with him, my son. Chapter 148, Not Wanting to Split. After entering the room, Ganyu simply sat in the chair, remaining silent with his head down for most of the time, maintaining this posture for a long while. When the 4 words, "break up with him," were spoken, it was then that he seemed to snap back to reality, his eyelashes flickering. "What's the reason?" Having not spoken for a long time, Ganyu's voice sounded somewhat choked. Ganyu gritted his teeth for a long time before finally asking the rather cruel question for Ganyu, "Do you owe him money?" Ganyu's fingers curled slightly. After a long silence, he spoke in a hoarse voice, "Yes." He owed Douyin money. Not only did he owe him money, but also a favor. He wanted to start this relationship purely, without the involvement of money. He had been saving money to pay him back, but earning money was too slow, and there was no way to pay it off completely. But indeed, he owed him. Ganyu felt as if his heart were being cut by a knife, his entire heart began to ache. He already assumed that their relationship started from a monetary transaction. "Don't worry about me. It doesn't matter if I don't get treated, just be fine and pay him back. Can you return to normal?" Obsessively believing that all matters arose because of his illness, thinking if he didn't get treated, things might improve. For so many years before, everything was fine, and he could not understand why Ganyu would like men. The reason lies here. Because he dressed in women's clothing, because he owed someone money, thus entangling himself and harming his psychological health. The root cause ultimately fell on himself. Ganyu helplessly shook his head, despairingly and painfully saying, "Dad doesn't want the money anymore, stop the treatment. Let's go home and live like before, isn't that normal?" "I'm fine." Ganyu moved his drooping eyelashes, looked up, and tasted bitterness in his throat. "I do owe him money, but I'm not with him for the money." Perhaps at the beginning it was because of guilt, because this creditor was different from others, owing him much more. Therefore, he agreed to give it a try. But agreeing to date him was serious, without any other factors, just purely because that person is Douyin. "So why are you with him?" Ganyu lost control of his emotions. "Do you know what you're doing to your future? Do you realize how wrong this is?" Ganyu's lips quivered slightly. "What is right?" Looking up, he murmured, "Being with him makes me happy, isn't that enough? Must I endure hardships my whole life? Must I live in a swamp my whole life? Is that what you want to see, Dad? Enduring hardship for a lifetime. Living in a swamp for a lifetime." Ganyu's heart felt as if struck by someone, the heavy pain spreading from his heart throughout his body, leaving him unable to regain his senses for a long time. It was his fault, his son suffered so much because of him. Yet when life seemed to be improving, why? Ganyu stopped talking, silently shedding tears. After a long pause his lips trembled, and his voice lowered. "But this will affect your future career. Do you know what others will think of you? If these things affect your future?" "I don't care." Ganyu showed no other expression on his face, speaking lightly. "Life is hard enough already, why should we care about others' opinions?" Ganyu lowered his head, looking very weary, unable to accept that such an excellent son would really follow this path until the end. This road is truly difficult to tread. Perhaps it would gamble away the rest of his life. But I care. This situation was entirely due to him. Ganyu couldn't get past the obstacle in his own mind, speaking aimlessly with pale lips. "Seeing you walk this no-return path breaks my heart. It'd be better if I died." There were no other sounds in the ward. The entire ward was cloaked in a suffocating atmosphere, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Ganyu's eyes lost focus as he nodded calmly. "Then take me with you, let's die together." He was genuinely tired, so exhausted that he could no longer say anything to hide his true feelings. Ganyu was stunned. "There were many times when I didn't want to live anymore." Ganyu looked at him, speaking slowly, "So exhausted that I wanted to die. I still owe a lot of money, there's no way to pay it all off." Ganyu was momentarily speechless, blurred vision clouded with tears, and he carefully examined his overly thin and dry-featured son for the first time. He has grown up. How long has it been since he last carefully observed him? With such fragile shoulders, how could he have borne so much over the years? Of course, he knew how hard Ganyu had worked. He was almost single-handedly holding up this family. But Ganyu would never say these things to his face. Ganyu's lips trembled a few times but no words came out. Ganyu leaned back in the chair, his usually upright spine bending slightly, his voice nearly inaudible. "Dad, you're the only family I have left. I'll of course listen to what you say." The head nurse had said not to upset him, but he didn't want to lie. Except for this. Ganyu felt some heat rising in his eyes. "I don't want to split. I've been studying hard, repaying money diligently, and I will take the prosecutor exam. Isn't that enough? What more do you want?" He had suppressed it for too long. Some emotions were beyond control now. When his heart opened just a small crack, those negative feelings poured in instantly and drowned him. Ganyu's throat hurt unbearably, even breathing felt like a dull pain. "I'm already living through so much pain. Can't you give me a break?" It was his habit to shoulder everything by himself. He didn't feel the need to mention it. A little bitterness, a bit of exhaustion, it didn't matter. Even being beaten or wearing women's clothing didn't matter as long as his only surviving relative stayed alive. He didn't want to be alone all his life. He simply didn't want to speak. That didn't mean he didn't care. He was truly exhausted. Life is already tough. I just wanted to taste a bit of sweetness. Is there something wrong with that? Is there anything wrong with it? Of course not. In the end, he failed as a father, filling his son's life with suffering. All of this was his fault. Gan Dehuai lowered his head, speechless. Each breath felt as if blades were slicing his throat, the pain numbing his entire body. The room fell into a long silence. After a long while, he finally spoke with a defeated tone, his throat raspy with pain, tears flowing uncontrollably. It's Dad who has wronged you, ignored your thoughts. If you truly feel happy this way, then. The rest of the words still wouldn't come out. Gan Dehuai blamed himself entirely, already no longer wanting to continue fighting. Take the money to pay him back. Don't owe anyone else, Dad won't get treatment anymore. If he couldn't pass this mental hurdle, dying might be better. Gan Yu sat in the chair, his breathing stifled, even his fingers hurt. Just those 2 words, no more treatment, rendered him powerless. What he had worked so hard for seemed like nothing but a joke now. On this issue, they still could not reach a consensus. They could only remain silent, locked in this impasse. No one knows how long it lasted until the nurse entered to check on them, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. Gan Dehuai seemed to snap back to reality, his voice still hoarse. Go back. It's too cramped here, there's no place to sleep. Tomorrow is your birthday. Dad can't celebrate it with you, go back to school. Chapter 149, Happy Birthday, Teacher Yu. I'll stay with you tonight. Gan Yu said. The momentary vulnerability that flashed a second ago had completely dissipated, and he was back to his usual calm and distant self. After saying this, Gan Yu stood up, took a basin and towel from under the bed, went to the bathroom to fetch water, and wiped down his father's body. After finishing all of this, he rented a caregiver bed and set it up nearby. The ward was very quiet, with no other sounds. Gan Dehuai was probably tired. He turned his back on him, not knowing whether he was thinking or really asleep, and did not speak again. Gan Yu couldn't sleep right now, and leaned in the chair for a long time. He thought about a lot, but it was still a mess in his head, unable to make sense of anything. His mood was terrible. The only family member he had, he wanted to make him happy, but still couldn't hold back. Those suppressed painful thoughts, the motivation that supported him through so many years of hard times. It was effortlessly destroyed by just one phrase from him, no more treatment. So he didn't hold back and said those words. It seemed like he had still hurt his dad. He was wrong. Gan Yu sighed silently with his head raised, feeling a dry soreness in his throat. At some point, he realized that his phone in his pocket was vibrating. Gan Yu came back to his senses after a while. He hesitated for a good long moment before finally taking out his phone. Having gone unanswered for a long time, the call hung up automatically. It was already midnight. He had been sitting in the chair for 3 hours. The phone interface showed 28 missed calls from his boyfriend and 56 WeChat messages. Gan Yu's thoughts began to return, and he opened WeChat, slowly browsing through the messages until he had read them all. Then, he quietly sent him a message. Something came up, I'll go back tomorrow. After sending these words, he leaned his head against the back of the chair and stared into space. His phone received several more message notifications in quick succession. Gan Yu blinked, picked up the phone again, and unlocked the screen. You scared me half to death. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Everyone else is back at school except you. I almost called the police. Don't disappear like this, okay? I'm actually scared. Below was another photo. Report book, Mr. Gan, please check. In bright light, a notebook and pen were placed on the desk, and Dai Heng had taken a photo of the written report. There were several rows of words written all over the place, the cursive script especially free-flowing. After maintaining the same position for a long time, Gan Yu's fingers became stiff. Moving them slightly, he tapped the picture, downloaded the original, and examined it carefully. Life planning document. 1. Marry Gan Yu. 2. Follow Gan Yu's advice and study well, take law courses in the sophomore year alongside Gan Yu to get dual degrees. 3. Work depending on Gan Yu's location wherever Gan Yu is. 4. Buy a house in the city where Gan Yu likes and live happily together. 5. After retirement, start a farm together with Gan Yu, raise some animals, plant flowers, and enjoy our golden years blissfully. Entire life planned, Gan teacher, any revisions needed? Time shifted to midnight. Happy birthday, Gan teacher. Gan Yu lowered his eyes, staring at each line of text for a long time. His eyes began to feel raw and swollen with pain. He moved his fingers, long pressed the image to save it, and after a while, exited the interface and locked the screen. The next day, Gan Yu stayed in the hospital until 6 o'clock in the afternoon. There wasn't much communication between the two men, and they were mostly silent. What should have been said seemed to have been said, but there was little progress. In the afternoon, Gan Yu prepared to return to school. Gan Dehuai stopped him, appearing physically and mentally exhausted. Yeah, transfer the money in the card, I'm going to be discharged soon, we won't need that money anymore. In the future, don't do live streams anymore. This implied he had made up his mind not to undergo treatment. Gan Yu, carrying his backpack, stopped at the door, turned around and looked at him, asking, will you only consent to surgery if we part? When Zhou Mo received Gan Yu's message inviting them both to the bar, he was thoroughly confused. He had just idly suggested in the group chat whether it might be fun to hit the bars on their birthday. He was obviously joking. Using his toes to think about it, everyone knew that Gan Yu would definitely celebrate his birthday with Dai Hang. There's no way they'd invite the two of them to a bar. But to his surprise, Gan Yu truly invited both of them to go to the bar. However, once there, Zhou Mo formed one conclusion. They must have had an argument. There was something off about Gan Yu's demeanor, and Dai Hang wasn't around either. Reasonably speaking, the couple had been separated for several days. This should have been the time when they'd be inseparable, but how did it end up like this? Gan Yu sat there drinking with a completely emotionless face, his features calm and distant as he remained silent, scaring off numerous people who attempted to approach him for a chat. The clean-cut youth in the white shirt, why were his eyes so indifferent and cold? Wang Wendong held his beer bottle and tapped it against Zhou Mo's, asking quietly, is there a problem between them? Zhou Mo nodded, they aren't even celebrating the birthday together. The problem must be serious. Wang Wendong frowned, what should we do? Should we let Dai Hang know? Gan Yu's phone on the sofa kept ringing, but it seemed like he didn't have any intention of answering it. Each time the phone rang, the screen lit up and then the call ended, causing the screen to turn off automatically after a while before lighting up again. This repeated over and over again multiple times. Wang Wendong and Zhou Mo watched nervously. Dai Hang must have gone crazy looking for him. But whether or not to notify him, that was yet another issue. Until the table became littered with empty beer bottles, Gan Yu's pace of drinking slowed down, his arm resting on his knee, eyelids drooping slightly, giving the impression that he might be a bit drunk. The phone screen on the sofa lit up again. Wang Wendong glanced at Gan Yu and asked him, Gan Yu, aren't you going to answer the phone? Dai Hang is looking for you. Gan Yu's eyelashes covered his eyes, making it impossible to read his expression as he stayed silent without saying a word. Wang Wendong cautiously picked up the phone, do you want me to answer for you? Still no response. Most likely, he was already drunk. Wang Wendong picked up the phone and took it upon himself to answer. If Dai Hang went mad, it would be because of not finding Gan Yu. As soon as the call connected, Dai Hang's low and restrained voice came through, Gan Yu. Wang Wendong quickly said, hey, it's me, Wang. We're currently at S.U. Park. Come and get Gan Yu, will ya? The voice from the other side grew heavy, are you drinking? We've had some. He seems drunk. Still unable to resist, Wang Wendong asked a question, did you two argue? Gan Yu looks upset. When we ask him, he says nothing. The other side was silent for 2 seconds before adding a shade of strained control to the deep tone. I'll be there now. Chapter 150, Taking You Home. In a corner of the bar's booth area. Wang Wenyu and Zhou Mo were frowning anxiously as they stared at Gan Yu. Gan Yu, drunk, was being unusually quiet. He wasn't making any fuss, just sitting there silently drinking. But why did it seem like he was so sad? A melancholic atmosphere surrounded him entirely. Never had anyone seen someone so uncheerful on their birthday. The tone in Dai Hang's voice when he answered the phone felt off, and Gan Yu's reaction also seemed strange. They truly feared that the two might start arguing once they met. After all, last night in the dormitory, Dai Hang had been calling people one after another non-stop. All day today, he had also been in a state of high tension looking for someone. When they met later, they weren't sure if he would lose control. As a CP fan leader, Wang Wenyu felt it was his duty to help salvage this relationship. He leaned over and said, Gan Yu, you should drink less. Your stomach might get uncomfortable. Gan Yu didn't respond. Not sure if Gan Yu, who was drunk, could still hear clearly, Wang Wenyu just kept talking to himself, last night, we thought you'd come back. Dai Hang waited for you in the dormitory for a long time. He carefully glanced at Gan Yu's expression, we heard everyone else return to school except for you. He was searching everywhere, calling endlessly, but you didn't answer. Gan Yu hung his head, his bangs slightly overshadowing his eyebrows and eyes. His gaze couldn't be seen clearly, only the tightened line of his jaw was visible. He didn't speak, but when he heard that name, his eyelashes fluttered lightly. Wang Wenyu said, later, he wrote for a very long time at his desk. Was it a love letter? Anyway, it was written for you. You probably haven't seen it yet, but he really cares about you. I just got off the phone with him, and he's coming over. Let's have a good talk, alright? Please don't argue. Dai Hang arrived quickly. When that tall and imposing figure appeared at the entrance of the bar, he drew many glances due to his impressive looks. He wore a high-end designer suit from some runway show, his figure outlined as very lean and tall. Walking through the crowd, his features were composed, his gaze focused intently on the white shirt-clad silhouette. Seeing the person he had missed these past few days brought either relief or finally put his heart at ease, loosening the tension in his furrowed brows slightly. Dai Hang's eyes never strayed to look at anyone else. Upon reaching the booth, he took away the bottle of alcohol from Gan Yu's hand and set it aside, leaning down halfway to lift his chin gently. He examined Gan Yu's face carefully. How much have you had? Gan Yu drank until drunk without any restraint. Now, his gaze was already beginning to lose focus. Looking up at the person before him, he didn't have any intention of speaking. Drunk, he spoke even less. Wang Wenyu, terrified, pointed at the table to answer on his behalf, all. There was a pile of empty bottles on the table, all courtesy of Gan Yu alone. Dai Hang's gaze darkened, sweeping indifferently over the tabletop. Wang Wenyu thought he might get angry upon hearing this, and he barely dared to breathe. Dai Hang lightly pursed his lips, simply reaching out to smooth Gan Yu's hair back, revealing his clean-cut face. His fingers brushed against his cheeks, as if checking his temperature. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Wang Wenyu had been anxiously waiting, thinking these two would surely argue, but Dai Hang was surprisingly gentle. His usual arrogance knew no bounds when acting cool. Most of the time, he had an indifferent and roguelike demeanor, but when serious, that gaze was so gentle it could drown someone. Such an expression seemed to only appear when staring at Gan Yu. So despite the anxious and tense day from yesterday to today, he managed to keep his emotions stable. He must truly be deeply in love. Then the crux of the problem lies with Gan Yu. Wang Wenyu and Zhou Mo looked at Gan Yu, and their feelings became increasingly complex. Gan Yu had been drinking quite a bit. Under the influence of alcohol, his eye rims were red. He stared at the person in front of him for a while, his eyes drifting, but looking quite seriously. His gaze swept over the narrow elongated eyes, the prominent nose bridge, and those sensual lips. His vision blurred, and the lump in his throat started to well up again. Dai Hang softly asked him, "Do you feel like throwing up?" Gan Yu furrowed his brow tightly, as if trying to understand what he was saying. "Speak, sweetheart." Dai Hang asked impatiently, "Do you want to go home? Or do you want to stay a little longer?" Seemingly realizing what was asked, in his hazy gaze, Gan Yu extended his hand towards him, moved his throat, and then said, "Go home." After a long period of silence, combined with the influence of alcohol, his voice was slightly hoarse. Dai Hang's eyes were calm as he reached out to hook Gan Yu's waist and pulled him up. "All right, I'll take you home." A drunk Gan Yu looked especially docile, obediently leaning against Dai Hang while being held in his grasp. Dai Hang took out his wallet from his pants pocket with one hand, extracted a stack of cash, and left it on the table. "You guys pay the bill. I'm taking him away." Wang Wenyu nodded vigorously. "Good, we're relieved that Gan Yu is in your care. Let's go." Dai Hang didn't add anything else as he directly hugged him and walked away. There wasn't much room for words at this point. How should he describe his feelings over the past few days? Anxious, suppressed, uneasy, worried, scared, all kinds of emotions layered together, making him feel like he was about to explode. Something had felt off with Gan Yu since yesterday. He'd already had a premonition deep down. The frustration of not being able to reach someone was nearly driving him mad, but in that moment when he saw Gan Yu again, all those emotions vanished without a trace. As long as he was fine. He drove the car to the underground parking lot. After stepping out, Dai Hang went around to the passenger side, opened the door, bent down, and unfastened Gan Yu's seatbelt. "Get out, be careful with your head." Gan Yu leaned against the seat, turning his head to stare at him for a while without moving. Dai Hang supported himself behind Gan Yu's back and asked, "Do you want me to carry you?" Only then did Gan Yu seem to come to his senses as he stepped out of the car. Other than having a slight wobble in his step, there was no visible sign of drunkenness. Dai Hang observed him for a moment, closed the car door, hooked his arm around Gan Yu's waist, and guided him into the elevator. Gan Yu's eyelashes drooped limply as if he was getting tired, leaning on Dai Hang's shoulder and suddenly calling out his name, "Dai Hang." Dai Hang placed a hand on his waist, pulling him closer and asking softly, "Why aren't you happy?" Gan Yu didn't answer, he simply called out again, "Dai Hang." Dai Hang lowered his gaze to look at him and responded patiently, "I'm here. What do you need by calling me husband?" Gan Yu stared at him for a while, then lowered his head, resting his nose near Dai Hang's neck and feeling his scent, continuing to call his name. "Dai Hang." It was as though he wanted to make sure Dai Hang was always there. Dai Hang lifted a hand to pinch the back of his neck, replying gently, "What's the use of just calling my name if you don't answer any questions? It's okay to not pick up the phone, but why don't you tell me when you're unhappy?" Again, there was silence. Dai Hang sighed, "I'll deal with you tomorrow." Chapter 151, So Bitter, Wanting Candy. Not until they came out of the elevator did Dai Hang unlock the door and lead Gan Yu into the entranceway, where he sat him down on the shoe-changing stool. Dai Hang took slippers from the shoe cabinet, crouched halfway, and loosened the shoelaces. "Lift your foot." Gan Yu leaned there. In his blurred vision, he could see Dai Hang's lowered eyes, exposing a clear jawline and a prominent nose bridge. His eyes became hot and swollen, causing the nerves to start throbbing painfully. Dai Hang. He had called his name countless times tonight. Even though calling his name resulted in saying nothing else. Dai Hang kept his eyes low but responded every time, "Your husband is here." So bitter. Gan Yu moved his throat slightly and finally managed to say something more. Such an unexpected phrase. Dai Hang finished changing his shoes, placed his arms on his knees, and glanced up. Gan Yu's eyes were half closed, and his voice was almost inaudible, "I want candy." So bitter, wanting candy. The logic of the slightly drunk person shouldn't be analyzed too deeply. If he wants candy, go find some for him. Dai Hang nodded and stood up straight, "I'll find it for you." Before he could take a step away, Gan Yu grabbed his collar and pulled him down again. Dai Hang's tall figure bent low, leaning close to Ganyu, aligning their gazes at close distance. Ganyu's eyelashes fluttered downward, his gaze fixed on his lips. So sexy. He had kissed them so many times, they tasted good, sweet. Why must life be so bitter that it made his whole being ache? A little sweetness might make things better. Ganyu stared for a moment, then tilted his head and kissed him. He could feel the person in front of him momentarily freeze, those peony-like eyes deepening as they fixed their unwavering gaze on him. Ganyu backed off slightly, still gripping his collar with his fingers, quietly locking gazes with him. As for kissing, Ganyu hadn't mastered much technique yet. But standing in front of him was his sugar. Even clumsy, he still wanted to try it. The bitterness swelling in his chest needed relief only by drawing closer to him. Dai Hang's lips were warm, looking cool but tasting delightful, carrying a faint scent of alcohol intertwined with sweetness, making his head spin. Initially, he could clearly feel that person relax. But other than allowing Ganyu's lips to touch his, no other action followed. In the past, just getting close would result in breathlessness due to kisses. Why wasn't he kissing back today? Through hazy vision, Ganyu saw that alluring Adam's apple roll sensually. Dai Hang's tone was deep and restrained. What are you doing? Ganyu replied, eating candy. The breathing of the person in front stopped for a moment. It seemed like he had run out of patience. You really act strange when drunk. At the same time as Dai Hang said this, it seemed like he wanted to pull back. Ganyu's heart felt somewhat empty, urgently needing something to fill it. Instinctively, he didn't want him to leave, so he wrapped his arm around his neck and pulled him down. Finally, the person before him surrendered, pressing his head lower gradually, starting to respond. An arm braced against the wall behind Ganyu, cradling him in an embrace. The sweetness spread through his nerves as he savored more. The accumulated bitterness in his chest seemed about to drown him. Yet, Ganyu tasted that hint of sweetness. That sweet taste neutralized the trace of bitterness, subduing it, as warmth overflowed from his chest. The intertwining of sweetness and bitterness grew increasingly captivating. Ganyu's breathing became strained, his body without any support, becoming unsteady. The strength in his fingers pulling Dai Hang's collar lessened slightly, and just as he was about to slip down, a large palm stabilized the back of his neck. That long-awaited sensation of asphyxiation clarified his mind slightly. If not seated on the shoe stool, Ganyu would have likely gone weak at the knees. Dai Hang withdrew slightly, asking softly, do you still want more? Dai Hang's fingers still hooked under his chin, withdrawing a little further, lowering his gaze and staring intently at him. Who am I? Ganyu's panting was yet to settle, he swallowed, his bewildered gaze locking onto him. Dai Hang. Dai Hang said, call me Gu, brother. For a drunk person, nearly all reasonable requests will be met with compliance. Gu. His voice was light and carried a lingering tone, akin to a cat claw scratching. Ganyu leaned backward into the sofa, simply gazing at him, his expression containing something indiscernible, gentle and soft. Dai Hang felt his heart soften under Ganyu's unwavering gaze, and he leaned down to kiss him again, his voice slightly hoarse. Call me husband. Ganyu moved his throat slightly. Husband. Good boy. Dai Hang raised a hand to rub his hair affectionately, leaning in to graze his lips. Why are you so obedient? Did you like Dai Hang? He asked again. Ganyu just looked at him, staring with his beautiful eyes but no longer responding. The slightly drunk one always answered Dai Hang's questions selectively when tipsy. This was the second time Dai Hang had asked this question, and still received no response. It doesn't matter. Dai Hang reached out to touch his face and kissed his lips softly. It's okay if you don't like me. I'll keep liking you. One day Ganyu will like Dai Hang. After saying that, Dai Hang propped himself up against the backrest and stood to leave. I'll go get you some honey water. Ganyu's throat twitched, and as Dai Hang was about to pull away, he grabbed his collar, pulling him close again. Their gazes locked silently. Ganyu paused for a moment, then said quietly, today's my birthday. Dai Hang lowered his gaze, holding the position silently for a while before murmuring softly, all right, happy 19th birthday, teacher Gan. Ganyu's throat felt dry, and he asked, do you want it? Chapter 152, but I want to. Dai Hang's breathing became heavier as he held his hand in his own, feeling its icy chill, his Adam's apple moving slightly. We'll talk about it when you're sober. Ganyu looked at him and said, I'm not drunk. Dai Hang stared at him for a moment, his voice low and deep, then tell me why you're unhappy. Ganyu's eyelashes drooped down, and he fell silent once more. The room descended into silence, with the faint glow of a floor lamp beside the sofa casting a dim light, the shadows of the two falling on the carpet. Dai Hang sighed, no longer fixating on the question, pulling out a velvet box from his trouser pocket, a gift. He opened the lid, revealing 3 rings inside. 2 were intricately crafted, silver rings adorned with a small diamond chip, a lover's set. The other one. Dai Hang placed the box in front of him, letting him choose. I bought paired rings but was worried you wouldn't accept them, so I made another one by myself. Ganyu lowered his eyelids, his gaze falling on those 3 rings. With the 3 laid side by side, it was evident which one he had made himself. Just like the scarf, it was ugly. The other silver ring had a hammered texture, its craftsmanship was a bit rough, the decorative twists askew, with letters carved on it, VNH. Ganyu stared at it for a while, then raised his hand and picked up the ugly ring, quietly slipping it onto his left hand's ring finger after a pause. Refusing the beautiful and delicate ones, he chose that ugly one. I knew it. Daiheng looked at him and whispered softly, can we keep both? Ganyu just looked at the ring without saying anything. Even drunk, he was stubborn. Daiheng chuckled briefly, closed the lid, and loosely remarked, this ring will be kept for our wedding. As soon as these words were spoken, the person beside him turned his head and kissed him again. Caught off guard by Ganyu's kiss, Daiheng's tone became somewhat unpredictable. Why are you being so enthusiastic today? It's making me nervous. Ganyu stared at him for a moment, and kissed him again. Daiheng reached out to touch Ganyu's nape, exchanging an intimate kiss, then restrained himself as he pulled back a little, his voice hoarse, go to sleep. Ganyu said in a low voice, I haven't taken a shower yet. We can shower tomorrow. Ganyu lowered his eyes, his gaze resting on the silver ring on his knuckle. He seemed lost in thought or perhaps throwing a tantrum. Drunk and still a neat freak. Daiheng looked at him for a while, resignedly standing up, alright, you take a shower, I'll fill the bathtub for you. He walked into the bathroom in the room and prepared the water in the bathtub. When he came out, Ganyu was still sitting on the couch, unmoved. Daiheng bent over, lifting his chin upward, kissing him again lightly, go wash, don't soak for too long. Ganyu nodded and stood up from the sofa. Daiheng looked at him for a while, confirming that his steps were steady and that he shouldn't have any problems, following behind him as they entered the room, stopping at the entrance to the bathroom. Ganyu slowly entered the bathroom and then turned around, reaching out to pull Daiheng's shirt hem invitingly, will you join me? Daiheng paused his step momentarily, raising his eyebrows, his tone unpredictable, are you doing this intentionally? To make me suffer. He was already agitated enough, and even brushing close to Ganyu was dangerous now. Watching him bathe would surely be fatal. He took Ganyu's hand down and whispered lowly, wash yourself. Okay. The young man covered his raven feather-like lashes, looking somewhat disappointed as he lowered his eyes and shut the bathroom door. Daiheng's Adam's apple moved slightly, suppressing a breath. He went to the closet to pick up some clean clothes, then headed to the living room's bathroom to freshen up. This bath took him quite a long time. When he emerged from the bathroom, his hair and body were emitting cold air. Ganyu had already finished washing and came out, lying on the bed with the blanket covering half of him, the other half of the bed left empty, saving a spot for him. Daiheng dried his hair with a towel, staring at the lump on the bed for a while, circled to the other side, lifted the quilt and lay down. His dampness hadn't dried, but the quilt was filled with Ganyu's scent. It smelled good, almost intoxicating. The instant he lay down, the bedding dipped slightly on one side. The nearby person who was drunk seemed to sense something, and slowly leaned over, snuggling into Daiheng's embrace. Daiheng tried his best to suppress his laughter but failed, letting out a heavy breath as he chuckled, if you could be this enthusiastic with me tomorrow, I would probably wake up laughing in my dreams. Let go. Daiheng pulled the elastic band of his waistband out from Ganyu's hand, we'll talk about it when you're sober tomorrow. Ganyu lay on his side against the pillow, gazing at him without speaking. Ganyu was restrained and couldn't cause any more chaos. Under the influence of alcohol, he was starting to feel dizzy. His hazy gaze stared at him, his reddened eyes still not faded away, looking both cold and obedient. What's wrong with you? Daiheng was extremely frustrated. The absurd thought that kept crossing his mind made his voice hoarse with intensity, you give me this feeling, like you want to run away. It seemed Ganyu couldn't understand what he was saying, just staring at him silently. Daiheng's Adam's apple moved violently as he struggled to control his breathing, you'd better explain yourself clearly to me tomorrow. His jawline tightened, don't go anywhere, don't overthink it. If there's something wrong, tell me so we can resolve it. Don't keep it inside. Got it? The drunken man didn't comprehend. Ganyu was held tightly in his arms, unable to move. Without any energy left to tempt or provoke, plus being utterly exhausted, he couldn't resist the drowsiness for long. Soon, Ganyu drifted off into a deep slumber. Daiheng tossed and turned, finding no peace at all. He was in an unprecedented state of tension, wanting to bite him even more, just wait. Each labored breath was almost squeezed through clenched teeth, once you clarify things to me, let's see if I can even. Chapter 153, Gamble. The next morning, Ganyu still had a headache. The room was very quiet. The curtains were drawn, and the light was somewhat dim. The bed beside him was empty, Daiheng had vanished without a trace. Ganyu sat on the bed, the blanket covering his waist and abdomen, recalling what had happened after he got drunk yesterday. He'd been in such a bad mood that he ended up drinking quite a bit. Even now, he didn't feel much better. Ganyu massaged his temples, threw back the blanket, put on his slippers, and went to the bathroom to wash up. Just as he stepped out, Daiheng walked in from the doorway, holding breakfast he'd bought. You're awake, come eat. His voice was low, revealing no emotion. Daiheng headed straight for the living room, placing the breakfast on the coffee table. He sat down on the carpet with his long legs bent, taking out the food. Ganyu stood in place staring at him for a moment before walking over and sitting beside him. Go ahead and eat. Hang opened the packaging and handed over the chopsticks. After eating, you can tell me why you're unhappy. Yu's gaze flicked across the phone screen, there were still no replies. He lowered his eyes, the emotions in his face deep, a faint sense of worry hovering around his brow that wouldn't dissipate. How should I say it? I don't want to be the one who lets go first. So, I didn't compromise. But the current situation is hard to describe. Because he hasn't gotten a result either. Yu murmured softly, I'm waiting. Hang glanced up, waiting for what? Yu didn't answer this question but instead said, give me some more time. It seemed like he had made some sort of resolution. Though his tone was light, it carried weight, a few days will be enough. I'll tell you the result by then. Hang recalled the night on the rooftop when they set off fireworks. That night, his look had also been filled with worry, as if facing an unsolvable problem. Back then, he was supposed to give him an answer. Now, what for? What would the result be? Hang lightly pressed his lips together, feeling a dull ache in his chest, and once again experiencing that unsettling floating sensation in his heart. He wanted him to make things clear, but Yu currently seemed emotionally unstable. It appeared as though he faced some difficulty and had decided to solve it alone. Not wanting to pressure him, after a long silence, Hang could only make a few requests. No disappearing, no cutting off contact, and no. Hang's voice dropped lower, talking about breaking up. There was a vague premonition in his heart, but like a veil, it left him unable to discern its direction clearly. Yu's eyelids twitched. He didn't know how to answer that question. Turning his head, he stared at Hang for a while, leaning in to give him a light kiss. Hang paused his breathing, instinctively lowering his head to respond. Over the past 2 days, Yu's initiatives had confused him, and he hadn't yet recovered. He nipped at Yu's lips gently, his voice becoming rougher, don't try to seduce me, it won't work on me. Yu reached out his hand, his expressionless face betraying nothing, but his fingers traced lightly along Hang's abs. Hang's breathing became heavier, fuck. Looking down, he asked him, do you want to? Hang held his hand down, his voice hoarse, I'm not doing it. Yu looked at him, his gaze clear, with no signs of drunkenness. Once you're happy, Hang let out a sigh and leaned over to kiss him again, his voice soft, I want you to be happy. Taking 2 days off proved to be useless. Yu simply cancelled the leave and returned to school for class. Although he was attending class, he couldn't concentrate, his gaze always glancing at his phone. Everyone around him noticed something was off. Though Yu usually looked cold and indifferent, his unhappiness could still be detected instantly. This low-pressure atmosphere persisted for 5 days. Even during class, Yu was absent-minded. The withdrawal application in his backpack had been lying there for several days, and his phone remained inactive. There was only 1 day left. Today was the day for the surgery. Sitting by the desk, Yu's lips turned pale. He raised her hand, pressing on the bridge of her nose. A stabbing pain throbbed at her temples. After finishing a class and coming back to change shoes, Wang Wenhua saw Yu in the dormitory and was a little surprised. Yu, do you have no classes today? On leave, Yu closed her eyes briefly, took out a lighter and cigarette pack from the drawer, placed them in his pocket, I'm going for a smoke. With these words, he turned around and exited the dorm. Wang Wenhua was still sitting on the bed tying his shoelaces and thought he must have heard wrong. When did Yu start smoking? The rooftop of the boys' dormitory in the morning was deserted, quiet and serene. Yu sat 2 steps up from the stairwell holding the withdrawal application in his hand, legs sprawled out casually. A cigarette hung limply between his lips, yet the frown on his brow wouldn't ease. How should he tell Hang? Sorry, I may have gambled and lost again. My father refused treatment, so I'm planning to withdraw from school. Would you continue to date a dropout? That night at the hospital, he had done a lot of thinking. He had struggled in the mire for so long, seeing the way out just ahead as things were getting better. But that night, it felt like he had been dragged deeper into the swamp, the putrid mud already covering his mouth and nose, suffocating him almost to the point of blacking out. He thought about compromising but then saw the life planning report sent by Hang. And he was pulled out once more. Being loved felt so good. In this relationship, he didn't want to be the one to let go first. So, he told his father. I still don't want to break up with him. You're the most important person in my life. Of course, I won't abandon you. The money is in the card, whether or not you want to get treatment is up to you. If you really don't want to get treated, I'll drop out and take care of you. I'll give up all prospects for a future, we will rot together in the mud. So, what's next to gamble? After dropping out, will Hang initiate a breakup with someone who has no diploma or qualifications? Yu hung his head, his usually straight back slouching now, the cigarette in his fingers slowly burning down. The bitterness welling up in his throat was nearly overwhelming, impossible to suppress. It seemed an eternity had passed, his fingers were so stiff they couldn't move anymore. Until the sound of a text message broke the silence in the hallway. Yu snapped back to reality, fluttered his eyelids, and glanced at his phone. The head nurse had sent a message. Yu, your father agreed to the surgery. Upon seeing those words, Yu's nerves, which had been taut for days, finally loosened. The breath that had been trapped in his chest slowly escaped. He won the bet. The outcome he had wagered his entire future for. Even after deciding to drop out and not let go, the person he treasured was still within his grasp. Ganyu was like someone pulled from drowning. After being locked up for days, the blood flow in his body finally began to circulate again. It took a while before the trembling in his fingers subsided. A message was sent, "I'm going back now." After briefly tidying up his belongings in the dorm, Ganyu left carrying his suitcase. The surgery started at 2 p.m. in the afternoon. It continued until 8 p.m. when the "operation in progress" light above the operating room finally turned off. Only when the doctor walked out and patted Ganyu on the shoulder, saying, "The surgery was successful, but the condition is still unstable. The patient will be transferred directly to the ICU. You can come back tomorrow." Was Ganyu still slightly dazed, his voice rough and dry? "Okay, thank you, doctor." This week had been too frustrating. The bitterness had never dissipated. Waiting in the hospital for 6 hours, his mind had raced through hundreds of thoughts. Finally, when everything settled, his mind suddenly went blank. As the suppressed emotions gradually unraveled, Ganyu felt numb all over. He didn't know how he left the hospital or took the subway back to the old neighborhood. Not until he climbed the stairs did he remember to check his phone. He wanted to call his boyfriend but realized it had shut down automatically at some point. Only when he reached the corridor and spotted the tall, lean figure leaning against the door from not too far away did he stop in his tracks, thinking he might be hallucinating after being mentally strained for too long. The lights in the corridor were off, the silhouette faintly outlined under the moonlight. Daiheng leaned against the wall, the cigarette in his hand glowing red with a flicker, revealing how long he had been waiting. When the motion sensor light came on, Daiheng looked up with heavy-lidded eyes. They silently locked gazes. "They said you left with your luggage." After smoking an entire pack of cigarettes, Daiheng's voice was unrecognizably hoarse, tinged with a strange undertone of hurt. "I thought you didn't want me anymore." Ganyu's fingers curled tightly, the numbing soreness spreading from his waist and abdomen throughout his entire body. Overwhelmed with heightened emotion, he was momentarily unable to speak. He silently went over, opening the door. Daiheng, with downcast eyes, slightly straightened his posture and stubbed out the cigarette but in the trash can before following Ganyu into the room. As soon as he closed the door, before he could say anything else, the person in front of him leaned over. Ganyu's hands were numb, even the back of his neck was tingling. "I'm very clear-headed right now." Daiheng looked at him and softly responded, Ganyu said, "I want to." Chapter 154, Want to give it back to you. Daiheng was still caught in a state of shock and bewilderment. When Ganyu reached out to touch his belt, the taut string in his mind snapped without warning. Almost instinctively, he pressed down on Ganyu's hand. Daiheng has always been completely powerless against Ganyu. The slightest spark Ganyu provided could set him ablaze. Not to mention when Ganyu actually reached out to pull his belt. His entire body started tingling. There were so many things he wanted to ask him, so many things he wanted to say. But meeting Ganyu's eyes, the words remained unspoken because all he wanted to do at that moment was kiss him. So Daiheng leaned down and kissed him. The hint of sourness in Daiheng's heart subsided slightly. He pulled back a little, controlling himself, his arms propping him up on either side of Ganyu. He looked down at him, his voice still somewhat hoarse, "I couldn't find you." All week, Ganyu had been in a terrible state. Daiheng had seen it all. That feeling of helplessness knowing something had happened, but as his boyfriend wouldn't say what, there was nothing he could do to fix it. Other than staying by his side and trying to make him happy, there was nothing else he could do. He didn't know exactly what had happened, why Ganyu was so sad. What were the results of this waiting for? Why did it always feel like he was about to leave? This vague sense of panic filled the air, leaving him completely helpless. After class ended today and he returned to the dormitory. He heard Wang Wenhong say that Ganyu had packed his luggage and left. Daiheng's mind went blank, and whatever Wang Wenhong said afterward, he didn't hear a word. He just glanced at Ganyu's empty desk, pulling out from his drawer a crumpled withdrawal application form. It felt like being drenched in cold water in the dead of winter, even his fingertips grew cold. What could be so serious that he had to withdraw from school? Did he withdraw already? Is he gone now? Is he never coming back? These thoughts surfaced, causing a choking sensation in his chest that almost left him unable to breathe. Until now, when he saw Ganyu again. The person he liked was right there before him. Held in his arms. That fear and confusion finally settled a bit. Daiheng's breathing almost stopped, his tone low, calling you kept going straight to voicemail. Ganyu's fingers paused slightly, lifting his gaze. Daiheng frowned, sinking into despair once more. "You promised you wouldn't go missing, that you wouldn't cut off contact. Teacher gone, do you want me to die?" Ganyu's throat moved slightly, only remembering to explain now, "I was in the hospital, bad cell signal, the phone died and shut off automatically." After pausing a moment, he continued, "I realized it just now. I'm sorry." Daiheng lowered his head, his cold fingers starting to warm up. He raised his hand, pressing the other person against the couch. "So what exactly happened? Can you tell me now?" Today, Ganyu had been heavy-headed and unsteady on his feet all day, feeling like he was walking on clouds. Even now, after his father's surgery, it still felt surreal to him. This wasn't something he originally intended to tell anyone. Given that Dai Heng's family matters were something he handled alone, Ganyu decided to bear the burden himself. Thankfully, everything turned out fine. As Ganyu looked down, a trace of fatigue passed over his eyes. His grip loosened as he chose only the essentials to disclose. My dad didn't want to have surgery. We had a major argument, and only today did he agree. Though his statement was simple. Dai Heng's eyebrows furrowed upon hearing it. How much Ganyu cared about his father, he understood, otherwise, he wouldn't have worked so hard to earn money for his father's treatment. So all week, it was because of his father's issues that Ganyu had been distressed. Dai Heng asked again, what about the withdrawal application? Did you submit it? I didn't. Ganyu looked at him and said, I didn't get around to submitting it. Ganyu's throat shifted slightly as he spoke the truth with nonchalance. If he really refused the surgery, I might have submitted it. It felt like Dai Heng's heart was gently squeezed. Almost. Just a little more, and teacher Gan would have withdrawn from school. One last question. Dai Heng licked his lips and posed the crucial question, why doesn't your dad want to undergo the surgery? Recalling Ganyu's unusual behavior during this time, Dai Heng considered a possibility. Is it because he knows? The reasons are complex. It wasn't simply because they disagreed with him dating a man. The old man thought a lot, feeling that it would affect his future, that he would be criticized by others, and that it would not be good for his future. His final resistance was a form of self-punishment. His father truly felt sorry for him and genuinely wanted to live no longer, wanting to save him some money. He made his last desperate effort, wanting to force him onto the right path with his life. But what is the right path? His father thought that as long as he broke up, everything would get better. It wouldn't. If he broke up with Dai Heng, his whole life wouldn't be the same. Ganyu felt somewhat tired, his fingers losing their strength, letting go of Dai Heng's collar without directly answering the question. It's over now. He had surgery this afternoon, and the doctor said it was very successful. After some thought, he explained the situation from the afternoon. At the time, the situation was urgent, the hospital gave me the news, and I didn't have time to tell you. Ganyu had lived alone for so many years, getting used to coming and going on his own, and indeed hadn't yet developed the habit of needing to report things to others. On top of that, he had been dazed and confused all day today. In that state of extreme tension, after being stretched tight for a long time and then relaxing, a numbness in one's limbs can be felt. That's exactly how Ganyu felt now. Dizzy head, heavy feet, a sense of unreality. So at the moment, he desperately wanted to hold on to something, to find an outlet for his emotions. The person he originally thought he wouldn't see for a few more days had suddenly appeared in front of him today, making his chest start to heat up, a sour and bloated sensation starting to spread. Ganyu asked him, are all your questions finished? Dai Heng began to relax from his tightly strung mood, thinking that as long as Ganyu was fine, he could cajole the rest out of him, speaking softly, finished. Ganyu, then it's my turn to ask. Dai Heng glanced at him through half-lowered eyelids, you ask. Ganyu then asked, shall we do it today? Chapter 155, it started, honey. This was already the umpteenth time he had asked this question in recent days. Dai Heng's breathing paused momentarily, and his voice dropped, have you been drinking again? No. Ganyu leaned on the couch, moving closer to kiss him, the warmth of their intertwined breaths burning fiercely. I promised you a birthday celebration, but it's been delayed for so long. I want to make it up to you. He felt like grasping onto something, otherwise, he would be filled with restlessness. He feared that all this might just be a dream he concocted. Their breath mingled briefly, then Dai Heng tilted his head back slightly, pulling away a bit. He wasn't sure about Ganyu's current mood. Although Ganyu looked better than before, he appeared very tired, with red bloodshot eyes that made Dai Heng feel tenderly sorrowful. I'm not in a rush, Dai Heng swallowed, leaning down to kiss him lightly again as he softly said, you've spent the whole day at the hospital. Go take a shower and rest well. It seemed Ganyu had decided to play the role of virtuous sage, Lu Xiaohui. Despite the fact that Ganyu had been enduring unbearable urges these past few nights, taking cold showers daily. Ganyu leaned back on the couch and asked him, how long have you been waiting outside? Dai Heng hadn't realized he had already been labeled as someone embodying the virtue of Lu Xiaohui. He lifted his hand to adjust Ganyu's disheveled collar, saying, 2 hours, or maybe 3. I lost count. Dai Heng. Ganyu suddenly called out his name. Dai Heng raised his eyes slightly, locking gazes with him up close, and retracted his hand. Ganyu stared at him for a moment, arriving at a conclusion, you're no longer wild. Dai Heng's feelings became indescribably complicated. He only pitied him, unwilling to do anything when Ganyu's emotions were unstable, fearing Ganyu might regret it later. Moreover, Ganyu's current state wasn't ideal either, his eyes were bloodshot, eyelids drooping as if exhausted to the extreme. Dai Heng wondered if Ganyu could even handle himself at this point. He never expected his boyfriend to reach such a conclusion. Dai Heng lifted his eyebrows slightly, letting out a short, deep chuckle from his throat, when I let loose, I'll make you fear me. Ganyu relaxed, having shaken off some burdens. He displayed the first smile he'd shown in several days, let me see how wild you can be. This was an outright challenge. The young man wore a clean white shirt, with his long legs clad in loose jeans carelessly resting on the edge of the sofa. His head leaned back, lips curling slightly with a faint smirk as he half closed his eyes looking at him. His shirt collar was open by 2 buttons, revealing a small patch of smooth chest, while the sharp jut of his clavicle was exceptionally alluring. His gaze carried a trace of flirtation, as well as an unidentifiable provocation. Dai Heng's heart began to beat faster under the seduction. Each unintentional move Gan Yu made pulled him into torment. Was it deliberate? Why was Gan Yu so skilled at teasing him? Dai Heng stared at the curve of Gan Yu's lips for a while, feeling his heart thump loudly. He remembered that the first time he couldn't resist stealing a kiss from Gan Yu was because of that slight smirk. Back then, he succumbed to the temptation, leaning down to kiss him. And now, once again. It was as though he'd been bewitched by this enchantress, tilting his head towards Gan Yu once more, blocking his lips once again. Why is he so handsome? So irresistible. The indoor lighting was not overly bright, and the shadows of the 2 people entwined on the couch were stretched long by the light. The heat in the air kept rising. Chapter 156, Dizzy. In his dazed thoughts, Gan Yu heard Dai Heng say, "I love you." The deep, sexy timbre of the man's voice pressed down as he leaned over, repeating those words in a mesmerizing tone near his ear, "I love you, Gan Yu." In the last moments of lucidity, Gan Yu only heard those 2 sentences. His head felt dizzy and heavy, his consciousness gradually fading away. When he woke up again, he was in the hospital. The air was filled with the distinctive smell of disinfectant from the hospital. His head throbbed slightly, and his body ached as if it had been run over. The pain spread all over him, leaving him unsure exactly where it originated. Gan Yu raised his hand and dimly saw the intravenous needle on the back of his hand, his awareness slowly returning. He was still confused about why he was in the hospital. Scattered images from last night began to surface in his mind. A mysterious red blush crept onto Gan Yu's pale neck. Before he could lower his hand, it was gently captured by a large palm. "You're awake. Do you still feel unwell anywhere?" A low, hoarse male voice apologized nearby, "Sorry, my dear. I didn't know you were running a fever. I'm not human." Just waking up, Gan Yu was still processing Dai Heng's remorseful confession. It was 6 in the morning, and the emergency room was noisy outside. Just then, a nurse walked over. "Awake?" The nurse looked at Gan Yu and said, "That's good. Haven't eaten well these past few days, right? Hypoglycemia, high levels of stress, combined with catching a chill, your temperature rose so fast, reaching 40 degrees Celsius, causing you to faint. Once the fever subsides, you'll be fine. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. This is what I told your boyfriend last night already, but he wouldn't listen, staying up all night beside you," the nurse chuckled to Gan Yu. "Look how anxious your boyfriend got." Still stunned, Gan Yu couldn't speak for half a minute. The nurse stood at the head of the bed, her gaze passing over Gan Yu's neck, hinting at something ambiguous. "Even though young people have abundant energy, we still need self-control while sick." Gan Yu. Shit. One thought flashed through his mind, it was fortunate this wasn't the First People's Hospital where his father stayed, otherwise, it would have been embarrassing to the extreme. "Rest well. You can leave after the 4 finishes." After saying that, the nurse tucked her hands into her white coat pockets and soon turned and left. Despite his efforts, Gan Yu couldn't suppress his disbelief and couldn't help turning to look at the person beside him. "Are you fucking stupid?" His voice was raspy, his throat dry and sore, yet his first words upon waking were scolding someone. Unable to resist, he asked Dai Heng, "What did you tell the doctor? Isn't it obvious?" Dai Heng stood by the bed, placing Gan Yu's hand at the side, bending down to look at him. "Your temperature reached 40 degrees Celsius, your whole body burning. You nearly scared me to death." As Dai Heng glanced down, his eyes caught the shift of Gan Yu's collar as he sat up. His Adam's apple moved, and he quickly averted his gaze, pouring some water from nearby. "Dear, drink a little water." Gan Yu still hadn't realized his own state. As Dai Heng leaned closer, Gan Yu's eyes focused on the marks on Dai Heng's neck. No wonder the nurse had said that, this guy parading around with the visible evidence on his neck. A fool could figure out their encounter. Then Gan Yu realized his own neck probably wasn't much better off. Pulses thudded twice in Gan Yu's temples as he accepted the glass of water, calming himself down. Dai Heng loomed tall by the bedside, blocking most of the overhead light as he watched Gan Yu drink. In a low voice, he informed him, "Yesterday, I accidentally, worried that you'd be uncomfortable, so I cleaned you and changed your clothes. I didn't tell them." A twitch appeared at the corner of Gan Yu's forehead, although there was no need for every detail. "Alright, stop talking." Perhaps because the tension built up over an entire week finally relaxed last night, his immune system weakened, allowing the virus to attack more fiercely. Afterward, his temperature soared directly to 40 degrees Celsius. With his hand leaning on the bedside, Dai Heng mused thoughtfully, "No wonder you were so passionate last night, your brain was overheated, still challenging me constantly." Gan Yu. Dai Heng found the situation increasingly absurd. "Why didn't you tell me you weren't feeling well? Making me act like an idiot." He let out a low sigh, his voice breathy, "My boyfriend is sick, and yet, do you know how strange those nurses were looking at me?" Gan Yu. Dai Heng said, "I feel like a scumbag." His words startled Gan Yu. Gan Yu's emotions were a little indescribable. He didn't even know he had a fever, no wonder yesterday he kept feeling heavy-headed and lightheaded, as if his feet weren't touching the ground. His throat was dry and ached slightly, his voice raspy. I just felt a bit dizzy, thinking it was the aftermath of being too stressed. Who would have guessed it was a fever? Ganyu maintained an expressionless demeanor, but inside he sighed. Ending up in the hospital because of that was a little embarrassing to admit. After taking another sip of water from the glass, the soreness in his throat eased somewhat. Expressionless, he handed the cup back. Daiheng frowned deeply, placing the cup on the bedside table, glancing down. Does it still hurt? If they weren't in the hospital, by now he probably would have already pinned him down to check on things. With an 4 needle still inserted into the back of his hand, Ganyu fell silent for a moment after hearing this. Chapter 157, Application. But he couldn't really blame him, after all, it was what he himself had asked for. Thinking about how he had taunted him last night, he now felt regretful for his actions. Ganyu coldly said, "Go away." There was no way he was going to leave. "I knew it," the person beside him muttered thoughtfully, "you caught a fever." Ganyu felt the heat that had just subsided beginning to rise again. "Can you shut up?" Ganyu closed his eyes and pretended to be dead, ignoring him completely. "Baby, forgive me." Ganyu. Couldn't he just leave already? After the 4 drip, Ganyu's temperature dropped quite a bit. After taking his temperature, it read 38.2 degrees Celsius. Although he still had a slight fever, his condition had visibly improved. By the time they left the hospital, it was nearing noon. Daiheng sat in the driver's seat, turning his head to ask the person next to him, "Should we go home now?" Ganyu, wearing a mask and scarf with a thick coat, wrapped tightly from head to toe, replied, "I'll go see my dad at the hospital." Daiheng nodded slightly, starting the car, "I'll go with you." Next time, Ganyu paused after a moment of contemplation. He just had surgery and needs rest. "Go home first." Daiheng stared at him for a while, nodding thoughtfully, "All right, as you wish." Ganyu, fully geared up, went to the people's hospital. Being sick, he couldn't take care of his father in the hospital, so he hired a caregiver to look after him there. Similarly, when he was usually at school, he also hired someone to care for his father. Dry Dehuai was still weak after the surgery. Seeing Ganyu bundled up so tightly, he asked worriedly, "Are you sick, Yeye?" Ganyu's voice was still hoarse, "I have a bit of a cold." This was the first conversation between the two after a week of strained silence. Even before entering the operating room yesterday, they were both silent. Gan Dehuai opened his mouth several times, wanting to say something but ended without uttering a word. "Rest well. Take good care of yourself and focus on your studies." Dad, will what in the future? Regardless of his father's attitude in the future, whether approving or disapproving, it is no longer an issue for Ganyu. Ganyu spoke slowly, "Yes, Dad, we'll both be fine." Since patients with weakened immune systems shouldn't stay long in the hospital, Ganyu didn't linger, reminding his father of post-surgery precautions before quickly leaving. Taking the subway back to the old neighborhood. Walking up to the 3rd floor, Ganyu passed through a long corridor, stopping at the door to his house, catching the aroma of rice wafting out. Ganyu's fingers were slightly weak as he pulled out the keys from his pocket to open the door. The kitchen was making a fair amount of noise. Daiheng, wearing a black sweater with an apron tied around his waist, looked tall and broad-shouldered, creating a striking contrast. Ganyu turned around and locked the door behind him, taking off his scarf and changing shoes by the entrance. Hearing the noise, Daiheng came out from the kitchen, pulling him to the dining table and sitting him down. "You're back. I've cooked some porridge for you, sweetheart, eat a bit." Daiheng served a bowl of porridge and placed it on the table, then sat opposite Ganyu, his expression content as he coaxed, "I followed a tutorial online, it shouldn't be too terrible. Give it a try." Looking at the porridge in front of him, Ganyu's lips were still pale as he softly responded with a mere, Daiheng continued, "Since you're sick, you need to consume more protein. I've added scallops and shrimp." Having just recovered from the fever, Ganyu was still somewhat listless, his throat sore and unwilling to speak much. Daiheng, concerned about Ganyu's experience the previous night, brought up the topic again from earlier. "How was it last night?" Compelled by Daiheng's nagging, Ganyu gave a brief evaluation. "Okay. Only okay." Daiheng raised an eyebrow, his tone filled with insinuation. "Ganyu." Daiheng, his deep-set almond eyes darker, said in a low voice, "Let me check later. Maybe I should apply some ointment. Yesterday, when I observed, it seemed." Seeing Daiheng getting aroused again, Ganyu stirred the porridge in front of him with a spoon and said calmly, "Speaking of proteins." Relaxed and teasing words barely escaping Daiheng's lips, one hand leaning on the table as he half lifted his languid eyes, "Yeah." Ganyu lifted his gaze, staring at him for a moment before asking, "What are the chemical bonds that maintain the primary structure of proteins?" Daiheng arched an eyebrow, still a little dazed. "What the hell is this?" Ganyu stated, "A biology question, answer if you can." Daiheng. Ganyu looked at him very seriously, asking a question with utmost solemnity. After a moment of silence, Daiheng licked his lips and said, "I choose A." Ganyu gave him an incredulous look. "This is a fill-in-the-blank question." Daiheng fell into deep thought. Ganyu told him the answer, peptide bonds and disulfide bonds. He sighed, this was studied in grade 10. Knowledge forcibly entered Dai Hang's mind in a rather vicious manner. He really wanted to kneel before his boyfriend, lightly laughing while reaching out to touch Ganyu's face. Learned something new, thanks to my darling. You. Before he could speak again, Ganyu continued asking, what is the chemical bond that maintains the secondary structure of proteins? Indeed, it had made him shut up. The two didn't stay home for long. After tidying up briefly, they planned to return to school. They returned to the dormitory at 9 o'clock in the evening. In the following days, their study life became tense once again. After attending classes during the day, Ganyu would continue practicing problems after returning to the dormitory in the evening. Having missed some classes during this period, he had to catch up as soon as possible. Dai Hang started his daily routine of taking care of his sick partner. Preparing breakfast in the morning, sending his boyfriend off to class, then joining him for lunch, persistently sending annoying messages throughout the day. These few days he was also busy, not having time to accompany his boyfriend to specialized courses. He could only return in the evening to study together. Hardly having tasted enough, they went through another 2 weeks of bland and tasteless living. Ganyu refused to go home with him. Staying in the dormitory meant no kissing or touching, which was absolutely maddening. Then Ganyu noticed. This week, his boyfriend's gaze had been getting increasingly peculiar. On this day, after returning to the dormitory for lunch, Ganyu sat by his desk studying. Dai Hang pulled over a chair, leaning next to Ganyu, watching him do homework. Baby, are you still in pain? How long had it been already? Ganyu twirled the pen in his hand, glancing up at him briefly. What do you want to say? Dai Hang whispered softly, 2 weeks already. Ganyu understood his implication. The pen in his hand slowly spun another circle. With every breath, Dai Hang caught the scent of clean shower gel on Ganyu. Suppressing his inner agitation, he proposed in a low tone, could we apply a little more tonight? Chapter 158, good enough. 2 weeks was Dai Hang's limit. The feeling of being able to see but not touch was truly tormenting. He cared about Ganyu's health, so he had refrained from anything reckless during these 2 weeks. Finally, Ganyu was completely recovered. And his instincts began stirring again. Ganyu stared at him expressionlessly for a moment. Dai Hang sighed, his nearly 6'3" frame bending forward as he feigned sorrow. I've held back for a long time, waiting for your recovery. Am I good enough? His behavior during this period was indeed acceptable. He curbed his flirty remarks, and every time he wanted to speak, Ganyu's defensive actions silenced him. Many times, Dai Hang tried to lure Ganyu back home, only to be harshly rejected. Even though there were still occasional unexpected advances and irresistible urges to crawl into bed at night, Dai Hang didn't dare to act recklessly in the dormitory, only managing to kiss him a few times. The consequence was taking cold showers. 2 weeks really was quite a long time. Ganyu's eyelashes fluttered, hesitating as he thought, then. Before he could finish, the dormitory door opened. Wang Wenyong and Zhou Mo entered while chatting. Hey, you two are here. Wang Wenyong sat down at the desk with some books in hand. I heard you two broke up. Wang Wenyong turned his head to see the two of them snuggled closely together, still so affectionate after breaking up. You two must be fashionable. Dai Hang raised an eyebrow, what nonsense about breaking up? Zhou Mo chuckled, do you know how far it's spread outside already? Wang Wenyong grabbed a mineral water bottle from the desk and gulped several mouthfuls. I've been stopped by several people asking just now, seriously annoying. Ganyu looked curiously, what's the rumor? The latest post on the school network, Zhou Mo read aloud from his phone, did Ganyu and Dai Hang break up today? Wang Wenyong wiped his mouth and said, it's no longer trendy to ship couples, everyone is betting on when you'll break up. Ganyu. Dai Hang. What kind of dumb topic is this? Why are they all hoping for their breakup? This post had started sprouting its head a few weeks ago. Title, did Ganyu and Dai Hang break up today? The OP family, I suspect that Pixin has already met a bad end. Here's the evidence below. The time the post was released coincided with the days Ganyu's emotions were tightly strained. When captured in photos, a chill of coldness could be seen around his eyes and eyebrows. Although Dai Hang was by his side, there was no communication between the two, making it seem like a typical reaction after an argument. At first, everyone reacted with disbelief. First floor, there's no way. Stop rooting against the young couple, they're sweet as honey. Can't we stop this madness? Second floor, what's your next scheme? Third floor, how can they possibly break up? Dai Hang loves him super much, right? Fourth floor, I saw Dai Hang accompany Ganyu to class today. Can you all please stop spreading rumors all day? Initially, no one believed it, so the thread sank. Until later, new pictures were posted under the thread every day. 86th floor, after several days of observation, the two are not holding hands anymore, and not talking. It seems like they're in a cold war. Photos. 87th floor, they used to eat together, now I only see Dai alone. Photos. 88th floor, Gon hasn't done live streams for a long time. Could it be because of a breakup, leading to low spirits? 89th floor, they haven't been attending classes together for a long time. 90th floor, there haven't been any updates on the thread showing them framed together recently. 91st floor, hearing that Ganyu carried luggage away, could it be moving dormitories? Is it really over? 92nd floor, damn, I'm starting to believe it. 93rd floor, they really seem to be breaking up. 94th floor, impossible. No. As more was said, the thread began to take another turn. 111th floor, breaking up is good. My chance is back. 112th floor, when will they break up? Waiting. 113th floor, never liked the pair anyway, Daiheng looks like a playboy. Once he gets his hands on someone, he quickly grows bored. Look at that heartbreaker face, it's obvious his partner won't last beyond 3 months. 114, it's not necessarily Dai's fault, right? Gon doesn't seem to like Dai much. I only see Dai accompany him to class, Gon has never once accompanied Dai to his class. If I were Dai, I would have been driven away long ago. He's always chasing after and trying to get closer, but then Gon acts as if he couldn't care less. That would be pretty upsetting, wouldn't it? 115, could it be that Dai pursued Gon for too long, got tired, and now that he's caught him, the novelty is wearing off, so he's already moved on. 116, isn't this too fast? It's been less than a month since they announced their relationship. Could Gon have really been dumped? 117, who dumped whom though? 118, dumped? What? Gon was dumped? 119, what? Dai cheated and dumped Gon. 120, that makes sense. No wonder Gon's mood was bad before, ignoring Dai all the time. But Dai kept clinging on desperately. Clearly, he cheated and is now begging for forgiveness. 121, of course. I knew it. 122, great, so everything made perfect sense. 123, so who's the other person? I'm curious, who could be better than Gon? 124, spread the word, the couple of two academic elites broke up. 125. After reading through the entire post, Daiheng, who was bizarrely branded as a cheating scumbag, could only stare silently. Gon Yu also felt complicated emotions. He didn't expect that his merely low spirits would result in such rumors. He had just witnessed the absurd birth of a baseless rumor. Wang Wenyong said, if you two weren't constantly feeding me sugar every day under my nose, I might have almost believed what they're saying. It just happened that Gon Yu was tense about his father's matter lately, and his overall state didn't look good. Then came the sickness afterward, during which Daiheng forbade him from moving around aimlessly and handled all 3 meals by himself, bringing them back. This led Gon Yu into a routine of going straight between the classroom and dormitory, barely stepping anywhere else. Given both were busy with classes, there wasn't enough time for them to always stick together either. They hadn't imagined how these actions could be misinterpreted. Daiheng handed his phone back and leaned against the chair, gazing at Gon Yu with a teasing tone, we didn't inform me when we broke up, did we, teacher Gon? Gon Yu looked down, deep in thought, still processing one particular reply he had read earlier. In a very casual manner, Daiheng raised his foot to hook Gon's calf, when will you reunite with me? Chapter 159, thank you, teacher Yu, for the reward. Gon Yu came back to his senses and looked up. Before we get back together, do we have to break up first? Daiheng raised an eyebrow and joked around with him lazily. I can only accept breaking up with you for 2 minutes at most. Any longer is unacceptable. Gon Yu nodded and turned his head away. Alright. Let's break up for 2 minutes then. The way he said breaking up was far too casual. Daiheng had just been so confident, but when he heard this, he realized something was wrong, stopped swinging his legs, and immediately leaned over. Shit, I fell for it. Forget what I just said, I can't break up with you even for a second. There were still classes in the afternoon. A few of them chatted in the dormitory for a while, tidied up, and prepared to go out. I don't mind rumors about me, but if someone makes up that we broke up, I can't stand that. Daiheng lightly tapped on the desk with his fingers. Baby, give me your schedule for this week. I want to accompany my boyfriend to class. Gon Yu didn't turn around and kept arranging his backpack. Go to your own class. Daiheng leaned back against the table, turning his head to look at him and said softly, I really have no classes this afternoon. Gon Yu raised an eyebrow slightly and turned to look at him. Do you want me to tell you what your classes are this afternoon? Being caught on the spot, there wasn't even half a trace of guilt on Daiheng's face as he drawled, I took some law courses early in sophomore year to get accustomed to the workload. Gon Yu ignored him and picked up his bag to leave directly. Daiheng. What a heartless boyfriend. For the sake of pursuing a double degree in sophomore year. Daiheng has already started studying independently third-year courses apart from attending classes. He was always extremely exhausted. The second class in the afternoon was an international finance major course. The teacher hadn't arrived yet. When shouts of surprise rang out from the front of the classroom, Daiheng's eyelids drooped lazily, unwilling to raise his eyes. In a loose posture, he leaned back on the chair, one hand sending flirtatious messages under the table to his boyfriend, the other hand holding a pen resting on the desk, his expression weary. Until someone sat down beside him. Since the last time he beat Yi-Tan at school, he became quite well known, and very few people dared to sit next to him during classes. Daiheng paused his hand movements and glanced up to see who dared to do such a reckless act. Until he clearly recognized the familiar side profile. The white shirt, gray coat, with a calm demeanor staring straight ahead. It was his handsome boyfriend's face. Daiheng froze, taking half a minute to come back to his senses. I've come to supervise you and make sure you're studying well. Ganyue turned his head and his gaze fell on his phone. Playing with your phone during class. The messages on Daiheng's phone hadn't been sent yet, but as he stared at them, he felt more and more amazed. His boyfriend had actually come to attend class with him. The students of the financial class were equally shocked. Daiheng often ran to the law department, and they were all used to it by now. But this was the first time Ganyue had ever come to the finance department. It wasn't until the teacher stepped onto the podium and began the lecture that the gazes of the students gradually returned to the front. Daiheng locked his phone screen, put it in his pocket, and leaned closer. Why did you come? How should he say it? Upon reflecting, seeing the previous layer of reply, Ganyue admitted that he wasn't exactly doing his job as a boyfriend correctly. So he decided to learn how to be a good boyfriend. Ganyue casually leaned against the chair and said, no classes in the afternoon, I came to take a look. Daiheng's almond-shaped eyes curved up, prolonging the end of his words. You really memorized my class schedule? A bright glint appeared in those narrow, enchanting almond-shaped eyes, staring silently at him with a smile. Ganyue, rarely, didn't scold him. After maintaining eye contact with him for a long while, he finally turned his gaze away, listened to the class. Daiheng twirled the pen in his hand again and sighed. How am I supposed to focus on the lecture with you here next to me? They had managed to settle down quietly for a moment, listening to the lecture. Daiheng once again sought attention. Baby, I'm so sleepy. Without looking back, despite not being his own class, Ganyue was concentrating intently. If you're tired, sleep for a while. Daiheng licked his lips, remembering the couple sitting in front of him last time when the boyfriend took notes for his girlfriend. Idle and wanting to tease his boyfriend. Daiheng pushed the notebook under his hand toward him. Then I'll sleep for a while. You help me take notes. Hearing this, Ganyue glanced at him, nonchalantly held the pen, hummed affirmatively, and took the notebook. Why was he so easy to speak with today? Daiheng's tall figure was slightly sideways, one hand supporting his head as he stared at Ganyue intently with a tilted head. He wasn't sleepy at all now. Mr. Gon looked so adorable to accompany him to class and take notes for him. He really liked this and wanted to kiss him. If they weren't in class right now. A picture, unsurprisingly, had been taken again. Not only had the two not broken up, but they were extremely sweet together. Did Ganyue and Daiheng break up today? The thread began updating once more. 188, good news, they're in the same frame. Bad news, they didn't split up. 189, why is it bad news if they didn't split up? 190, because I'm waiting in line for my chance. 191, give up already. It seems like they can't break up anytime soon. They're still very sweet. 192, the neighboring couple's post is celebrating again. 193, you have to admit, they do look good eating together. 194, the neighboring couple's post called us clowns. 195, we'll see who has the last laugh. 196, I don't believe that two men can actually get married. 197, once they get married, our group can disband, brothers. 255, even though they haven't broken up yet, it feels like they won't last long. 256, bet on when they will split up. 257, 3 months. 258, at most, no longer than this semester. 259, at most, no more than 1 year. 260, at most, they'll split before graduation. 261, since the Dai family is super rich, their family definitely won't agree. At most, once the family finds out, they'll be forced to break up. 262, at most, at most, at most. Ganyu's decision to voluntarily attend class with him made Daiheng feel incredibly relaxed and pleased. Returning to the dormitory in the afternoon. While Wang Wendon and Zhou Mo were not back yet, Daiheng came closer again, wrapping his arms around Ganyu's waist and leaning him against the desk. Teacher Gan, shall we go home tonight? Meanwhile throwing in an incentive, our son misses you. To this familiar excuse, Ganyu smoothly declined, he's also your son, deal with it yourself. Daiheng leaned between his legs, looking down, damn, you're being pretty heartless as a dad. Ganyu smiled faintly and turned his head away. Daiheng sighed while leaning closer, you still owe me. Ganyu looked over, somewhat speechless, what do I owe you? Daiheng started listing out his grievances, we agreed once a day, and since you got better, 2 weeks have passed, 14 days. Let's cut that in half. At least that means 7 times, right? Ganyu, who taught you to calculate like this? Daiheng sighed softly, reaching out his fingers and hooking Ganyu's pinky, swaying it gently while negotiating with him quietly, so when will you let me fully enjoy myself? Ganyu's mood was difficult to describe. If asked about tonight, he might reluctantly agree. But letting him go all the way would probably mean landing back in the hospital again. Suddenly remembering something, Daiheng's narrow, peach-flower eyes stared deeply at Ganyu as he asked, what did you leave unsaid at lunch? That, what? Ganyu raised an eyebrow, pondered for a moment, and took out a law exam he was about to brush through from his bag on the chair. That. Ganyu handed over the test without lifting his head. When you pass this, we'll talk. After saying this, he pushed the person in front of him away, pulled the chair over, and sat down. Making a financial major write a legal test, this was practically impossible. It was less reliable than asking him to study biology. Daiheng arched an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. You're deliberately targeting me again, Mr. Gan. Gan Yu rested carelessly against the back of the chair, lifted his head, and gave him a fleeting glance without saying anything, then his gaze and lazily stared at the textbook on the table. The meaning was clear, so what if he was targeting him? Alright, I'll take the test. Daiheng sighed and accepted the test paper reluctantly, slowly dragging the chair back to his own seat. Leaning against the chair back with a particularly unruly posture, his legs spread casually, the test paper laid on the table, and his pen spinning loosely in his hand as if completely unsure where to begin. What the hell is all this? The following pertains to the intentional crime state of cessation. He muttered to himself continuously while attempting the questions. Gan Yu looked over briefly before turning away, slowly taking out another test paper and starting on it. By the time he finished one sheet and just put his pen down, a clearly defined hand slapped the test onto his desk. In an extremely arrogant tone, it demanded, "Mark my score." Gan Yu arched an eyebrow, thinking, could this guy even get 10 points? And yet he was so audacious. Not saying anything, he glanced at Daiheng and then picked up the paper to grade the score. It was test paper 1 given to Daiheng, with a total score of 150. After Gan Yu finished grading all the questions and calculated the score, the tip of his pen suddenly paused in place. Daiheng had actually scored 120. Although most of the questions were multiple choice, getting a score of 120 purely by chance would be impossible. Gan Yu's mood grew somewhat complicated as he twirled his pen, turning his head slightly to look at him. Have you studied this before? Daiheng lightly tapped his knuckles on the table, smirking nonchalantly. I said I wanted to take law courses with you starting sophomore year, so I bought the textbook early and took a look. Gan Yu. Daiheng's narrow, peach-flower eyes curved into a charming arc as he leaned in, kissed his cheek, and murmured softly with amusement lacing his deep voice, thanks for the reward, Teacher Gan. Can I fully enjoy myself tonight? Chapter 160, This is my boyfriend. I thought when he said that he was casually studying law in his sophomore year, but it turned out he was serious about it. He had already started reviewing the textbooks on his own. Gan Yu stared at the test paper for a moment and said, who said that? Daiheng raised an eyebrow, didn't you say passing was enough? Gan Yu nodded, in my book, 130 is passing. Daiheng leaned back slightly, couldn't help laughing, where did you get this standard? The final interpretation right of this event belongs to the organizer. Gan Yu glanced at him seriously, I'm the organizer. Daiheng cryptically said, how can baby be so sneaky? He let out a short laugh from his throat, can the future prosecutor candidate be a little more upright? Gan Yu smiled lightly and turned away. I feel sorry for myself. Daiheng stared at him for a while and blurted out another sentence, then take advantage while there's no one around. Gan Yu spun the pen in his hand again, slowly wrote a C on the test paper. Daiheng made another concession, kiss me for 10 minutes first, alright? Tomorrow, Gan Yu said without lifting his head. Daiheng raised an eyebrow. Now even kissing requires booking tomorrow. Gan Yu said, tomorrow's Friday. I'll go to your place in the evening. Go to his place. In the evening. That wouldn't be as simple as just a kiss. Daiheng felt a flutter in his heart, instantly understood, sat up straighter, and whispered low, also, if we do it today, you won't be able to attend class tomorrow, so let's make it tomorrow. Teacher Gan always made his emotions swing like a roller coaster with just one sentence. Daiheng stared at his boyfriend's side face deeply into study, liking it more and more. Sweetie, where did you learn? So good at fishing. Did you graduate from a professional fishing school? Always being said by him to fish, Gan Yu himself had absolutely no awareness of this. Did I put out the hook? Daiheng curled his lips and said teasingly, you don't need to put out the hook. Look at me once, and I'll jump into your bucket on my own. The next day was Friday. Gan Yu rarely didn't have an early morning appointment, but his biological clock woke him up early. Other people in the dormitory were busy brushing their teeth and washing faces. Gan Yu had nothing better to do, so he might as well get up too. Originally planned to go to the library, thinking about the fact that he should learn how to be a good boyfriend, so he accompanied his boyfriend to class. As the time for the class drew near, the classroom of the financial class 1 was full of noisy chatter. Daiheng leaned back against the chair, holding a phone, messing around with it. Gan Yu casually flipped through his textbook. Without meaning to, he glanced at Daiheng's phone screen. It seemed to be a group chat. Gan Yu only took one look and tried to pull his eyes back, but then realized something was off. Imperial Family Group. There were over 50 people in it. Gan Yu asked, is this your family group chat? Daiheng lifted his eyelids slightly, yeah. Gan Yu wasn't entirely sure, looking into his eyes, was that our photo earlier? Daiheng moved his fingertip across the screen, scrolling the chat record for a long time. Flipping to where he sent the video. Let me show you something interesting, Daiheng said. There were many messages chatted in the group, flipping all the way up took quite some time. It all started when, before the new year, after coming out in front of all relatives and friends, Daiheng's dad was very angry. The family group had been continuously discussing this matter. Actually, his dad regretted it when he threw the vase, but this rebellious son would not admit fault at all, nor offer him an excuse to retreat, and ran away from home. After Daihang returned, he indeed offered an excuse for retreat, knelt down in the study to apologize. But this incident was too big, all relatives and friends knew about it. Daibaba's face could not recover, though his attitude became lenient, but he was still pretending to remain tough. Especially those aunts and uncles in the group kept bringing up this thing. That day when they were chatting again in the group, they somehow talked about whether homosexuality was a disease and whether special treatment was needed. Don't those two men holding hands and kissing make you feel weird? Or introduce a girl to Daihang. Once he starts dating a girl, he'll know that men are no good. When kids are young, they have a heavy play heart, they'll get tired after playing for a while, maybe then they'll be normal. Just wait to see when he breaks up with that guy. There are such gay conversion places, what if a hang goes and tries them? I have the profiles of several girls here, all with good conditions. If Daihang meets them, it might work out. A group of overlipal were chiming in with bad ideas. Daihang casually flipped through their chat records and tossed the kissing video taken on the day they went out to sea into the group chat. Stop bothering these innocent girls. Show them this video first, and see if they still want to meet me. The group chat immediately went silent. A few days ago, the group chat started buzzing again. It wasn't about Daihang at the beginning, but rather about finding partners for their juniors in the family. All the aunts and uncles had posted pictures and profiles of well-qualified individuals. This one's good, girl, currently pursuing a master's degree. My candidate is better. Dance major, glowing skin and good figure, extremely pretty. My niece, in her third year, 167 centimeters tall, a blogger, already economically independent. My kid is a boy, just returned from studying abroad. Let them meet, perhaps it could lead to something. Are there any boys' profiles? All we've seen so far are girls. A pity about Hang. Just as the topic was about to circle back to him again, Daihang snorted, turned around, and sent Ganyu's column video to the group. The previous kissing video was shot from behind, making it hard to recognize the faces. This time, CCTV captured the moment without beautification filters or editing, just a straight-on close-up shot. The aunts and uncles in the group didn't catch who sent the video, so they began commenting enthusiastically. Look at this young man, he looks so proper and upstanding. Yes, very nice looking, disciplined, clearly promising, a real future prospect. He seems great. I'll introduce him to my niece. He seems very decent. He even appeared on TV. Which school does he attend? Daihang, this is my boyfriend. Once again, the group chat fell dead silent. In the following days, he continued to spam the chat with photos of the two of them attending class together, seemingly determined to rewire their minds. This bold maneuver. If it weren't for his father's sake, someone would have kicked him out of the group long ago. Ganyu. Princess Dai's tactics were indeed unconventional. Ganyu truly couldn't keep up with his train of thought, finally asking after a while, what were you thinking? Ganyu looked up, you shared our kissing video in the family group, are you familiar with the concept of social death? It's not like people haven't seen men kissing other men before, Daihang said nonchalantly. Let them see more, get stimulated, it'll become normal to them over time. Ganyu. Daihang chuckled lazily, from the current results, it seems to be working well. Dad has loosened up. Ganyu slightly froze. Daihang tapped his dad's avatar and showed Ganyu their chat history. He asked when I'm bringing you home for dinner. Chapter 161, it starts from the bathroom. After the previous legal aid, Ganyu was pulled into their law club group. When there were mock trials or debate competitions, they would invite him as well. Yang Daoming had said he would treat them to dinner, but Ganyu had something that day and didn't go, so the meal was postponed until now. Today, the plan for this dinner came up again. Just after class, Daihang was still tidying up his desk when a series of messages suddenly buzzed on Ganyu's phone. Ganyu glanced at it. By the way, didn't old Yang owe us a meal? At old Yang. When will you treat us? Old Yang, it depends on Ganyu. Whenever he has time is fine. How about today? Everyone in the group started tagging him. Do you have time, Ganyu? It's not easy just to have a meal. In order for us to eat smoothly, Ganyu, you must come today. It sounded like if he didn't come, they wouldn't be able to eat, so Ganyu couldn't pretend not to see. He replied in the group, all right. And with that, the dinner was confirmed, scheduled for 6 in the afternoon. As they exited the classroom, the two walked down the stairs. With his hands in his pockets, Daihang asked, no other plans for the afternoon, right? We can eat out and then go home. I'll eat by myself today, Ganyu said. In the afternoon, my supervisor invited me for dinner, I have to go. You don't usually like attending these kinds of activities, do you? Daihang's mood began to subtly shift. He suggested, can you cancel? Ganyu said, can't cancel. Suddenly, he thought of something, put his phone back in his pocket and looked up, saying, I'll go straight home after dinner. It won't be too late. Then he added, I won't stand you up today. He had truly become fearful, every time an important moment arrived, something would happen. Daihang stared at him for a while before reluctantly agreeing, all right then. While adjusting Ganyu's collar, Daiheng asked, will there be any girls there? Ganyu thought about it. Most of the participants in the previous legal aid session were guys, with only 2 girls, who also mentioned they couldn't attend today due to some matters. No, why do you ask? Daiheng raised an eyebrow, no reason, just asking. Don't flirt around outside. Your husband is waiting for you at home. Reality proved that Ganyu had underestimated the situation too much. He assumed this dinner gathering would be simple, involving only the same people from the last meeting eating together and then calling it quits. But when Ganyu followed the address and reached the private room where the dinner was held, besides the familiar faces from the previous legal aid event, all the others present were female. The private room was spacious, with 2 tables set up. Ganyu hesitated slightly, thinking maybe he'd mistaken the place. Ganyu, you're finally here. A senior from the 4th year walked over, putting an arm around him and leading him inside while explaining the current situation. Old Yang's really cool. I just mentioned that I've been single for 3 years without having a girlfriend, and he immediately arranged a dating meetup. I heard they are from the neighboring dance school. They're all pretty. Ganyu. When he heard the word dating, he couldn't help but think about leaving. Ganyu stopped walking and said, I already have a partner. The people around him replied, we know you have a partner. They don't know though. The senior said, you're already here. Help support our scene. Otherwise, there won't be any handsome men here. Ganyu was forcibly dragged in and sat down in his seat. Even though it was described as a dating meetup, it was essentially just a dinner to get acquainted. Ganyu usually spoke little, and since he wasn't familiar with most of the others, he hardly talked throughout the entire meal. Eating felt tasteless, and Ganyu played the role of a decorative element, constantly replying to his boyfriend's messages on his phone, not participating much in their conversations. Finally, as the dinner wrapped up, the difficult time passed. Exiting the restaurant, everyone exchanged WeChat IDs at the entrance. A girl walked over to Ganyu, waiting for him to take out his phone to add her WeChat ID. Can we exchange WeChats? Even though he hadn't spoken during the dinner, the girl had been observing him closely for quite some time. Ganyu was busy typing a message to Daiheng when he glanced up, still unsure of how to respond. A senior nearby leaned over and whispered quietly, add her. Otherwise, she'll feel extremely embarrassed. You can delete it later if you want. Ganyu considered this but still showed no intention of leaving the chat interface, replying politely, sorry, I already have a partner. The girl clearly looked surprised for a moment, then nodded and said, sorry, before walking away with her phone in hand. The senior shook his head and said, what's the harm in adding her? How could you bear to hurt a girl's feelings? Ganyu kept typing messages while lowering his head, replying politely, my partner would be upset. The senior said instinctively, is your partner really that controlling? After informing Daiheng that the dinner had ended, Ganyu let his hand holding the phone drop by his side without responding to the question. Just as he was about to leave. From a distance that was neither too close nor too far, Ganyu's eyes met exactly with a pair of deep, sultry eyes. Daiheng stood next to the street lamp, leaning lazily against it, smoking a cigarette. His eyes were dark and unreadable. Although his expression hadn't changed much. Ganyu somehow already felt the low-pressure atmosphere from him. He had said there wouldn't be any girls at the dinner, yet he had just been caught coming out of a meetup. Ganyu tried to imagine how Daiheng must feel and thought he might be in trouble. A group nearby discussed enthusiastically for a while. The senior invited him again, we're planning to go karaoke, Ganyu, why don't you join us? Ganyu politely declined, no thanks. Come on, it'll be fun with more people. Ganyu said, my boyfriend has come to pick me up. After saying this, he didn't add anything more but walked towards Daiheng. As Ganyu approached, Daiheng removed the cigarette from his mouth, crushed it, and threw it into the trash can. He straightened up and turned to walk silently ahead. Ganyu sighed mentally and followed not too quickly or too slowly. After crossing a road and looking at the person beside him, Ganyu thought for a moment and tentatively reached out to hold one of his fingers. Daiheng hesitated slightly but then entwined his fingers back. His brows, however, remained furrowed as if someone owed him 8 million yuan. Ganyu asked, have you eaten? Going home now? Every time Daiheng was unhappy, he entered energy-saving mode and spoke very little. I didn't add their WeChat. I didn't know there would be girls. Daiheng stopped talking. After a brief silence, Daiheng finally asked softly, do you still like girls? Ganyu didn't understand where his partner's fixation on whether he liked girls came from. No, I don't. There was another quiet pause. In fact, Daiheng wanted to ask, do you like me now? Recalling the previous 2 times when asking such questions brought no satisfying result. He became inexplicably annoyed. When will Gon teacher take the initiative to tell him that he likes him? They returned home in silence. Uncertain whether his mood had improved, Ganyu, after putting on slippers, asked him, are you still mad? No. The free-spirited prince started economizing on words. Ganyu asked, then why are you so quiet? Not quiet. Daiheng took a bottle of icy water from the fridge, opened the cap, tilted his head to drink a sip, then said slowly, anyway, even if I spoke, you'd tell me to shut up. Ganyu leaned against the kitchen door watching him and raised an eyebrow, try speaking. After a few seconds of silence, Dai Heng said, I'm not happy. Gan Yu's eyelids flickered, There was silence for quite some time. Dai Heng's gaze was deep and shadowy. His eyes traveled over Gan Yu's figure as he quietly murmured, tonight, I want to have my way. Gan Yu just wanted to sigh, It was difficult to comfort a boyfriend who was angry. Remembering the disastrous consequences of the last few times, he figured going along with what his boyfriend wanted would be the best option. Gan Yu stared at him for a while and sighed again, fine. He straightened up, that's all your demands. I'll go take a shower first. After saying this, he turned and went back to the room. Gan Yu grabbed clean clothes from the wardrobe and went into the bathroom. Before he could even close the door, the person had squeezed through the partly open door. Accompanying Dai Heng as he leaned down, small, intimate kisses fell on him. His voice carried a hint of hoarseness. Let's start from the bathroom. Chapter 162, thought about it for a long time. Gan Yu was pushed back several steps until his back pressed against the wall, with no more room to retreat. The wall behind him felt icy cold, seeping through his thin shirt, causing an involuntary shiver. Just as he was about to straighten up, he was pushed again. Gan Yu raised his hand and rested it on his shoulders, asking, still not over it. Every time he got angry, he would play particularly rough. He had already complied with the princess's wishes, so why was he still unhappy? Dai Heng's palm rested beside Gan Yu's body, leaning slightly forward, his voice muffled, do you even know what I'm mad about? Gan Yu was a little confused and could only guess, is it because of that girl? Dai Heng felt inexplicably frustrated, upset that his boyfriend didn't even know why he was mad. He sneered and bit Gan Yu lightly on the Adam's apple, his voice deepening, stop talking. A fragile spot was bitten without warning. Although not hard, it still made Gan Yu's brow furrow slightly. He was still puzzled, if it wasn't about the girl, then why was he angry? Gan Yu asked, then what are you mad about? Dai Heng didn't want to dwell on whether his boyfriend liked him or not. Anyway, whether Gan Yu liked him or not, this lifetime he would be bound to him forever. Rather than prying, or hearing words from Gan Yu just to make him happy, Dai Heng preferred that his boyfriend truly wanted to tell him. That he genuinely wanted to be loved by him. Dai Heng didn't want to talk about it anymore, and simply said softly, pay attention. After saying that, Dai Heng reached out and turned on the shower head. Go ahead and wash yourself. Dai Heng naturally leaned into Gan Yu's lower back, pressing him closer, do you need help? Gan Yu hadn't had a chance to say anything yet. He could sense Dai Heng's mood wasn't good. His kisses were forceful, different from his usual gentle patience. Only at such moments did this overwhelming possessiveness start to show. Gan Yu closed his eyes and swallowed softly. At this moment, unable to speak, he hooked his arms around Dai Heng's neck, inserting his slender, cool fingers into his hair, unconsciously tightening his knuckles in a familiar affectionate gesture. This intimate and natural motion caused Dai Heng's movements to become lighter. They slept all the way until 5 o'clock in the afternoon the next day. When they woke up, the curtains in the room were drawn, and the interior was dimly lit. As soon as Gan Yu moved, he immediately sensed something strange. He fell into deep self-doubt. Given how fully indulgent Dai Heng had been, he shouldn't have lasted much longer. The person next to him seemed to have noticed something, the arm around his waist tightening slightly. Dai Heng's lazy and satisfied voice came from nearby, did you sleep well, baby? The air remained quiet for a while. Think so? Gan Yu frowned and retorted, his voice hoarse like a broken bell. If you want to switch boyfriends, just say it. Exhausted, Gan Yu was tempted to punch Dai Heng upon seeing his face but barely managed to keep calm. No need to use torture methods. You've made me hold back for too long, I couldn't control myself. Dai Heng leaned over to kiss him, his features carrying a post-satisfaction gentleness, soothing him tenderly, I'll be more careful next time. There won't be a next time. Gan Yu turned his face into the pillow, expressionless. His waist almost couldn't take it. If he knew coaxing would lead to the same result either way, he wouldn't have bothered. Dai Heng wasn't deterred by Gan Yu's coldness, stubbornly drawing closer. His arm wandered across Gan Yu's back, dragging his tone teasingly, baby, have you ever thought that it's just because we haven't been doing it often enough? If we do it more regularly, this situation wouldn't happen. Does he have any shame left? Gan Yu was momentarily speechless, raising his eyelids to look over, suddenly asking, why do you have a Cheongsam here? This guy really took things too far. Gan Yu was exhausted just thinking about it. Dai Heng looked down, his gaze landing on Gan Yu's shoulder blades peeking out from under the blanket, revealing thin and sharp lines with faint marks on them. Chapter 163, Let's Live Together. He couldn't help but touch with his hand, and then rubbed again with the pad of his finger, breathing a little heavier. Dai Heng whispered, last time we bought a bunch that are still in the wardrobe. Baby, we can unlock one every day. Gan Yu turned his face away and gave him the back of his head, forget it, I won't wear them again. His voice came muffled from the pillow. Dai Heng leaned in from behind, held him in his arms, and kissed his shoulder, what should we do? We'll waste them, there are still so many pieces. Gan Yu replied nonchalantly, leave them for you to wear. Baby, your size won't fit me, they're too small. Dai Heng curled up the corner of his lips, and whispered. Gan Yu twitched at his temple and pushed his hand away, with an even tone, get lost. Heng leaned on Gan Yu's earlobe, chuckling lowly, and buried his face by Gan Yu's neck. Teacher Gan. Gan Yu's neck felt hot and itchy from his breaths, moving aside slightly. Heng, you're so annoying. Can you shut up? Heng laughed lazily, no longer teasing him. He propped himself on his elbow, leaned over his towering figure, grabbed his chin, tilted it back, then lowered down to kiss his lips. All right my darling, I'll keep quiet. He coaxed patiently. You haven't eaten all day, let me prepare something for you. You can sleep a bit more. After speaking, Heng leaned down again for another kiss. I'll call you when it's ready. Gan Yu closed his eyelids, burying his side face into the pillow without sparing him a glance. Only after this did Heng lift the covers and get off the bed. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away, and the room became quiet. It was also hard to fall asleep at this point. Gan Yu didn't stay in bed for long. After regaining his senses, he lifted the covers and sat up, slowly taking clean clothes from beside him and putting them on. His feet were still weak when he got off the bed, so he sat by the edge for quite a while before finally getting up and walking out. From the living room direction, he could see Heng's large figure standing facing away from him in the kitchen. Gan Yu buttoned up the last button with his hand, stared at his back for a moment, and then walked into the kitchen to see what he was doing. Heng had started boiling water in a pot, waiting for it to boil and apparently planning to cook noodles. Need any help? Gan Yu asked. Heng turned his head, instinctively stretching his hand to grab his waist, and drawled, sure, just stand here and supervise me. The teenager wore a clean white shirt, loose athletic pants, and stood relaxed nearby, showing necks with marks left behind. Heng gazed at his masterpiece for a while, curling his lips, and then bent down to kiss him. Does it still hurt? Gan Yu looked at him without saying anything, but his eyes weren't very friendly. Heng chuckled lowly. All right, I won't ask about that. Heng licked his lips and switched topics. The life plan report you asked me to write, you haven't given me feedback yet. Gan Yu casually leaned against the wall and looked up at him. Is that thing even called a report? Why not? Heng chuckled softly, just that some parts aren't too detailed. The water in the pot boiled, bubbling vigorously. Heng stood up straight, put in enough noodles for 2 people, then covered it and waited for it to boil again. Leaning casually, first, you have to tell me your plan so I can adjust according to yours. Gan Yu fell silent. Life plan. All his plans revolve around himself. Is there really any need for such planning? Heng tilted his head to inquire, for example, after graduation, where do you want to work? Do you want to stay in Linen or go to another city? He asked. Gan Yu had never thought about this problem before. They've only been together for a few months, talking about these things now seems a little too early. But since he brought it up, Gan Yu began to seriously think about it. Heng is from Jiangcheng, and after graduation, he should return to Jiangcheng. However, he's from Linen, and his father is here. In the future, he will probably stay in Linen to take care of his father. Then perhaps there will be issues with being in different places later on. Heng looked at his drooping lashes and asked again, what are your thoughts, Teacher Gan? After a period of silence, Gan Yu said, I will likely stay in Linen to take care of my dad. If we end up in different places, that might be a problem. Can you accept? Heng released a low laugh from his throat. What makes you think different places? I'm just asking ahead to know your thoughts. Heng leaned down, his arms braced on the countertop beside him, and drawled teasingly, what I mean is, wherever you are, I will be there. If you want to stay in Linen, then I'll stay in Linen in the future, buying a house near your workplace. Would such an arrangement work for you? He spoke as if it were a casual decision. It seemed he hadn't given any thought to his family. Gan Yu looked at him thoughtfully. Do your family members have no objections? Or should we discuss this with them? It's not like I won't go back, Heng whispered softly. I can visit them during holidays. Heng continued, and about having dinner together, don't stress too much over it. I'll handle my family, and even if we don't meet, it won't affect anything. The last time they discussed meeting the parents, Gan Yu had remained silent. Heng always took into consideration all of Gan Yu's concerns so that he wouldn't feel troubled. That's not what I mean, Gan Yu said as he pressed his lips lightly, not that I don't want to see them. He sighed lightly, when I'm free, I can visit. Heng's peachy eyes curved into a beautiful arc as he rubbed gently with the finger resting at Gan Yu's neck. Are you really going to take me back home to meet my parents? His voice carried an exaggerated tone, heavy with anticipation. Teacher Gan, does this mean you're agreeing to marry me? Gan Yu raised an eyebrow at him briefly. Heng chuckled softly, lowering his head, continuing his plans. Once the job thing is sorted out, let's talk about housing matters. Then Heng asked further, do you prefer a villa, or a flat, or maybe something duplex? Before he could finish, Gan Yu, leaning on the countertop, suddenly tilted his head up and kissed him lightly. The sentence that Heng was speaking froze instantly as his eyelids lifted slightly, their gazes locking close up. His throat convulsed slightly, asking quietly, what does that mean? Gan Yu didn't answer, glancing aside at the bubbling water on the stove. Finish cooking the noodles, I'm hungry. Heng blinked once, always captivated by Gan Yu's sudden acts of initiative, which interrupted his train of thought every time. He whispered lowly, it'll be ready soon. He sighed, you kiss me and I can't think about anything else anymore. Gan Yu straightened up, intending to leave, then I'll go. Before he took a step away, he was pulled back by his waist, being pressed against Dai Heng again. Dai Heng's throat moved as he pushed Ganyu forward, whispering softly, "I love you." Ganyu just looked at him silently, saying nothing. Dai Heng, never defeated by Ganyu's silence, grinned mischievously, his hand resting at the back of Ganyu's neck as their foreheads touched, his voice almost inaudible, "I love you, teacher Gan." Still, it was unreciprocated affection. Dai Heng sighed once more, whispering softly, "Move in, let's live together." Chapter 164, Assistant. Ever since Ganyu agreed to the princess's cohabitation request, time seemed to fly by. University life had a fast pace, filled with all kinds of exams, projects, and activities. When they had free time, they would stay in the apartment, stealing kisses or doing absurd things. More often than not, they studied separately, went on dates when they had time, and attended classes together. In the eyes of CP fans, their relationship was stable, making them the ideal couple in everyone's eyes. Of course, there were still many people hoping for their breakup. Did Ganyu and Dai Heng break up today? Posts were still being updated tirelessly. Post 333, another day, did they break up? Post 334, not only did they not break up, but they also started living together. Post 335. Is that true? Post 336, true, it said that neither of them has returned to the dormitory for quite a while. Post 337, living together as freshmen. Wait and see, after the novelty wears off, they will break up soon. Post 1859, as a proud sophomore, the new semester began, and I finally got to eat some melon after class selection. Did they break up today? Post 1860, not only did they not break up, but Dai Heng also changed to the law department, and now they attend classes together every day. It's getting sweeter. Post 1861. Post 1862, for love, pursuing double degrees. Dai Heng. Looks like such a bad person, but damn, he's totally brainwashed by love. Post 1863, true, I wouldn't have thought so, but he truly loves deeply. Post 1864, brothers, I lost. Farewell, you continue. Post 3099, the second half of the sophomore year is almost over. Did they break up? Post 3100, nope, not only didn't they break up, they seem to have met the parents already. Post 3101. Post 3102, an insider took photos of both families dining at an outside restaurant. It said that both sets of parents were very satisfied, and Mr. Dai was laughing non-stop. Post 3102. Weren't they supposed to disagree with this match? Post 3103, brothers, I lose too. Retiring, carry on. Post 3104, I refuse to believe. Post 5369, in their third year, did they break up? Post 5370, Ganyu seems to have cancelled his Douyin account. Is he about to break up? Post 5371, although he rarely updates in these 2 years, he doesn't livestream much either, cancelling the account does seem strange. Post 5372, heard that he donated all the money earned from live streaming. Was there some trouble in their relationship? Post 5373, probably not, I heard it's family related. They haven't broken up, yesterday they even ran into each other at the school gate. Post 5374, more than 2 years have passed, are their feelings still so stable? Post 5375, can I still wait for the day they break up? Post 5376, I admit defeat, brothers, you continue, I'll withdraw first. Visibly, fewer and fewer replies appeared in the thread. Post 7123, at the start of the senior year, did they break up? Post 7124, no. Post 7562, at the end of the senior year, did they break up? Post 7563, no. Post 8111, after graduation, did they break up? Post 8112, no. Post 8113. How do you know that upstairs? Post 8114, lucky enough to have added Ganyu's WeChat, spying on his moments every day, the two are very sweet right now. Yesterday, they returned to Jiangqing. Post 8115, Jiangqing. Isn't Ganyu from Linen? Post 8116, Dai Heng seems to be from Jiangqing. Post 8117, heard Ganyu ranked first in the provincial exam and entered the prosecution team, now becoming an honorable prosecutor assistant. What an amazing life, what an impressive resume. Post 8118, is this strange? He was pretty awesome from the start. Passing the judicial exam first, then the civil service exam, his mentor placed great hopes on him. If it weren't for gaining experience as a prosecutor assistant, I estimate he could directly enter the quota of full-fledged prosecutors. Post 8119, I wish I could experience such a rewarding life, a good job, such an excellent partner, and looks too, does his life still have any worries? Post 8120, there are fewer and fewer people in this thread, has everyone given up? Post 8121, should we disband? Post 8122, are you going to give up? Brother. We said no marriage and no breakup, keep holding on. Victory is ahead. Post 8123, you're right, brother. A good relationship in school but splitting after graduation is normal. Long distance love, everything's uncertain. Keep holding on, they will definitely break up. Post 8124, exactly, they must break up. What are you looking at? Outside the corridor of the second-floor office of the Procuratorate. A female clerk wearing a blue short-sleeve uniform was peeking into the office from the doorway. Hearing a voice behind her, Qingyu turned back. Seeing the person approaching, she let out a sigh of relief. Director Liu, hello, the young woman said with a red face, I just heard that there's a handsome man here, so I came to take a look. Although Prosecutor Lu Ming was over 30, he was well known for being easygoing and approachable. The girl stole another glance at the office, unable to suppress her excitement, but he's too good-looking. Lu Ming, holding a thermos, chuckled, you're not the first one to drool over him. Lu Ming, used to it, added, whenever there are new colleagues, they come to admire our handsome prosecutor assistant Ganyu. Qingyu glanced again inside the office, excitedly saying, I thought they were pulling my leg, but he really is stunning. Inside the office. Ganyu sat behind his desk, lowering his eyes as he flipped through documents, his expression as calm as always. In his early 20s, the youth had shed some of the youthful arrogance, adding more steadiness and introspection. His skin was very fair, with sharper features compared to his younger days, yet his refined and sharp facial structure still radiated undeniable good looks. He wore a blue dress shirt with an internationally recognized chest emblem. His thin and lean frame somehow gave off an air of restraint and elegance even in ordinary uniform, making it look uniquely elegant on him. This kind of aura wasn't felt when others wore the same outfit. Why did he make it look so striking, so unique? No wonder girls often lost themselves staring at him. Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh inwardly, another victim. Are all of you girls only concerned about looks? Chapter 165, Question. It's not necessarily about his face. Isn't he very strong in abilities? Otherwise, how could he enter the Jiangqing Provincial Procuratorate at such a young age? Qingyu said, I heard it's very hard to get in here. Hearing this, Lu Ming nodded in agreement, that's true. Qingyu thought for a moment and asked again, or, does he come from a very influential family? I've heard it's hard to get in without connections. Just then, another person approached. Wang Tao said, what are you two up to? Lu Ming smiled and replied, we're talking about Ganyu. Wang Tao glanced at the girl beside them and immediately understood, laughing as he said, you're checking out Ganyu every few days. He's become our star, huh? Wang Tao patted Lu Ming on the shoulder, saying with humor, are you bored? Let me hand over some work to you. I'm already exhausted these days, I'm busy beyond measure. Lu Ming sighed, saying, finally, the cases I'm handling are wrapping up. Wang Tao added, what do you have to complain about? Ganyu has been working overtime non-stop for a month now. When I left at 1 in the morning yesterday, I saw him still reviewing materials. He sighed, no wonder the disciplinary committee wants to give him special treatment by letting him participate in the quota exam. Not only is he diligent, but he's also competent. Who else should they promote? Curious, Qingyu asked, how can someone break the rules? Didn't you want to know why he was so capable? Lu Ming glanced at her and explained, he came in first place in the provincial exam. He's the only spot we had. Qingyu's eyes widened. Wang Tao, standing nearby, said, generally speaking, one needs to work 5 years as an assistant prosecutor before accumulating enough case experience and being qualified to take part in the quota examination. But I heard that the disciplinary committee intends to let him skip 2 years and take the exam ahead of schedule. Lu Ming nodded, assistants cannot handle cases independently, but the disciplinary committee gave him substantial authority, and he handled several cases beautifully. It seems like he's been working overtime all month long. They're grooming him for something. Qingyu listened intently, confused, isn't getting into the quota quite difficult? I heard the spots are scarce. Wang Tao responded, of course it's tough. This isn't just any place, right? Entering the Jiangqing Provincial Procuratorate is no easy feat, but there happens to be a vacancy in the quota system, and even if he goes through with the exam, which he will surely pass, things aren't exactly straightforward. These past few months had kept Ganyu extremely busy. It was the second year since he passed the assistant prosecutor exam, and his daily tasks were incredibly detailed and monotonous. Endless hours of overtime, reading endless materials, and writing endless reports. Particularly these last 2 months, he'd been stretched thin. When the office door was left open and sounds of chatter from outside reached him, Ganyu had just finished drafting a report and closed his computer. Looking up, he said faintly, is there something you need? In the corridor, Lu Ming, holding a cup, smiled at him. Nothing much, I was just asking you. This case took a whole month to finish, and now that it's done, we plan to go out tonight for a drink. Would you join us? In the past, Ganyu would never have participated in such activities. But recently, the disciplinary committee told him something important. Don't be too reclusive in daily life, socialize more with your colleagues, otherwise you might stumble later. Also, at the top of his WeChat messages, was that note. Not coming home tonight. Ganyu pondered for a moment, closing the file in his hands and quietly saying, all right. Lu Ming was somewhat surprised, he'd invited him many times before, but this was the first time he agreed. Great, after I change clothes, we'll head out together. With those words, the group walked away, chatting as they held ceramic cups. Ganyu pressed his temples lightly with one hand, gathered the documents in his other hand, and neatly arranged them on the desk. For a whole month now, he had been so busy that he didn't even have time to go home. He was utterly exhausted. Some social engagements after work were inevitable. He barely knew anyone in Jiangcheng. Actually, wherever he went, it seemed like he hardly knew people. Since the third year of college when his father passed away, he no longer felt a sense of belonging even in Linen. After graduation, he sold his house and moved to Jiangcheng along with Daiheng. Working here for almost 2 years, he gradually became familiar with his colleagues. Finally, things seemed stable, but their relationship seemed to have hit a snag. The crux of the problem, though, still eluded Ganyu. They decided to meet at a quiet bar. The main reason was simply to chat and share gossip. The bar had a great environment, with a singer on stage strumming a guitar and singing soothing songs. Ganyu leaned casually against the sofa, his eyelids half closed, exuding a tired demeanor. He usually acted in this cold, indifferent manner, ignoring everyone around him. At first, his colleagues thought he was arrogant, trying to act superior. But they soon realized it was just his personality, polite when spoken to, yet uninterested in most things, detached and aloof. People nearby were chatting. "Help me analyze this," Wang Tao said. "A friend of mine is having relationship issues. He came to consult me. Isn't that ridiculous? I don't know anything about love." He shared it to let everyone evaluate the situation. Apparently, her boyfriend is cheating on her, though I'm not sure about the details. They've been together for years, and at the start, the guy was very clingy, but the girl didn't care much about her boyfriend. You know, as girls fall more deeply in love, guys seem to grow colder over time, creating an imbalance. In the beginning, the girl was cold while the guy was hot for her, but now, he has grown distant, which she can't stand. And yet, she's unwilling to break up. So she's really conflicted right now. Lu Ming picked up the bottle and clinked it with his, saying, "I've noticed quite a few similar situations." Wang Tao added, "Exactly, once one side is enthusiastic for too long and then suddenly cools off, it's indeed difficult to deal with." Someone nearby chimed in, "The continuously enthusiastic person must be exhausted too. Putting in so much effort without getting anything back will naturally make them grow distant. Who has time to keep waiting for your flame to reignite?" Ganyu had been drinking his lemon tea absent-mindedly when he paused slightly upon hearing these words. Someone nearby added, "Definitely, the guy must have found someone else." Wang Tao slapped his thigh. "I think so too. In cases like this, it's almost always infidelity. After being together for a long time, it's awkward to bring it up, so they wait for the other party to initiate the breakup." Qing Yu remarked, "What scum?" Lu Ming commented, "There's no way around it, no one wants to be the bad one, so Cold War tactics are used instead." Ganyu thought about it for a moment. It all seemed to fit. When did it start? Probably from these last few months, the conversations between him and Daiheng had gradually diminished. Previously, he would send non-stop messages every day. Now, they barely exchanged more than a few lines a week. Ganyu lowered his lashes, hiding the emotions in his eyes. Opening his phone, he glanced at Daiheng's social media posts. His life seemed to be going well these days, spending every day in bars with his friends. After returning to Jiangcheng, Daiheng seemed much more at ease. Surrounded by good friends. With everything so busy lately, Ganyu hadn't had time to reflect until now. Looking back, he realized Daiheng might be thinking about breaking up. In this relationship, Ganyu didn't want to be the first one to let go. He felt like he owed Daiheng so much that it was impossible to repay. But he had been working hard to pay it back. The money he previously owed had been almost fully saved, and he originally planned to give Daiheng the bank card after finishing his work this month. Once they stood on equal ground, he could freely tell him that he also loved him. But it seems like that moment might never come. Because the other party might release their hands first. If Daiheng is the one who lets go first, then what should he do? Ganyu didn't have an answer yet. After scrolling through Daiheng's social media updates, he noticed that only 10 minutes ago, he was still at the bar. Thinking for a moment, Ganyu exited the feed and opened the contact at the top of his WeChat list, slowly typing out a message. "Are you planning to break up with me?" Chapter 166, Little Witch Attachment. Actually, when Daiheng first arrived in Jiangcheng, it was evident that he was happy. After all, he had returned to the place where he grew up, and everyone around him were familiar friends. But at that time, Daiheng was still carefree, aimlessly hanging around with nothing much else to do. He spent his days at home cooking, doing chores, then waiting for Ganyu to come back. Daiheng was smart, with an excellent mind. In fact, during college, he had already become independent of his family's financial support. He could trade stocks skillfully, achieving considerable success. After coming to Jiangcheng, his father generously gifted him a luxury apartment. An 800-square-meter villa in the central district, located slightly far from where Ganyu worked. Ganyu chose not to move there, instead renting a place near the prosecutor's office where he worked. And so, Daiheng abandoned the large villa and insisted on squeezing into a small apartment with Ganyu. In truth, those days were actually quite enjoyable. Even months ago, they were both doing well. He wasn't sure what exactly was going through Daiheng's mind. After all, they'd been together for 5 years. For Ganyu, the novelty of their relationship had long worn off. It was about time for them both to get bored. Are you thinking about breaking up? Staring at this sentence for a while, Ganyu hesitated, it seemed too direct. If Daiheng said yes. Deep down, Ganyu didn't want such an outcome, so he deleted the message. Then he typed another line. Where are you? Should I come find you? Was this too much like interrogating someone? Might the other person think he was pushing too hard? If Daiheng now wanted to break up, he might find Ganyu's behavior extremely annoying. Deleting again, he continued typing. Can we talk? After writing these 4 words, it felt appropriate, so he pressed send. However, after sending the message, there was no response, as if it had disappeared without a trace. Ganyu quietly sat on the sofa in the corner, head bowed as he fiddled with his phone. About 10 people had gathered together. The people nearby were chatting animatedly. Wang Tao suddenly nudged Ganyu. Ganyu, you have a partner, right? Can you help analyze this? A few female junior clerks were seated on the other side of the sofa. Upon hearing this, Qingyu was shocked. Ganyu actually has a partner. Wang Tao casually remarked, he mentioned it when he first came here, but we've never met the person. Lu Ming scratched his chin, I seriously doubt the authenticity of what he said. Rarely do we see him talking or messaging anyone. Who in a relationship would be like that? Doesn't the partner feel neglected and frozen out? Ganyu's fingers paused over his phone, he didn't consider himself cold-hearted. But if others felt this way, perhaps there really was something wrong with how he acted. So. Does Daiheng feel tired of being with him? Lu Ming slapped him on the shoulder, tell the truth, is this just an excuse you're making up? Even sitting casually, Ganyu's demeanor remained scholarly and aloof as he placed his lemon tea on the table and replied, I do have a partner. Because of their special professions, it wasn't ideal to openly discuss their relationship. When initially questioned, he simply stated that he had a partner, but he never mentioned that his partner was male, nor did he ever let Daiheng pick him up after work. Lu Ming glanced at the disappointed young girl beside him, it's such a pity. Some hearts may be broken. Jiangqing, a high-end club. The room inside was spacious, brightly lit, crowded, with several mahjong tables set up alone. Most of the men present had brought female companions, while the 3 people sitting by the sofa stood out oddly. Daiheng was playing cards with a few close friends. A cigarette dangled from his mouth as he leaned back into a leather sofa, wearing a black shirt and suit pants, appearing particularly laid back and unconcerned. Anyone could see that his thoughts weren't entirely focused on the card game. Deng Fei mocked, what's up today? Losing 6 times in a row, it's not up to your usual level, buddy. Daiheng didn't respond, his eyes lowered as he lost yet another round. He threw away his hand, tossed 2 chips forward, and once again glanced at his phone screen resting on the sofa. Sanchi idly swung his wine glass as he calmly pointed out, not just today, he hasn't been right all week. As Deng Fei shuffled the cards, a possibility occurred to him, you wouldn't still be waiting for your boyfriend to coddle you, would you? Sanchi looked up curiously, asking, what do you mean? While distributing the cards, Deng Fei briefly explained, his boyfriend has been working overtime this month, having no time to pay attention to him. So, he left home, waiting for his boyfriend to coddle him. Sanchi couldn't help but laugh, incredulously eyeing the tall figure over there who was nearly 1.9 meters, what kind of little drama queen has possessed you? Daiheng leaned back with his cigarette dangling from his lips and muttered a curse, you guys don't know shit. He dropped his gaze again, once more looking at the phone screen. The message he sent still received no response. Truth be told, whether or not Ganyu coddled him, he didn't really care. After so many years, he had become quite adept at comforting himself through this entire routine. How could he tell them? I suspect my boyfriend wants to break up with me. Saying that would definitely earn him endless ridicule. At first, Daiheng never entertained such thoughts. Whether in Linen or Jiangqing, their life with one cat was pretty much as good as it could get, full of happiness. It wasn't until a few months ago that he discovered the bank card stored in the cabinet. There was also an account book. Each transaction was meticulously recorded, these were all the gifts he gave on Carnival Live. Up until now, the total amount had nearly reached its limit. Daiheng didn't know what these records represented. Once Ganyu saved enough money to pay back the debt from before, would he then clear things out and walk away? Their relationship happened only because Daiheng resorted to all sorts of relentless, underhanded methods, even managing to turn Ganyu, a straight man through and through, gay for him. But how long could Ganyu remain like that? He might just go back to being straight anytime. Today, Ganyu had finally saved up enough to repay Daiheng, intending to sever all ties. Hadn't he been in love with Ganyu for all these years? Or was Ganyu enduring this burden unwillingly? Daiheng felt as if he'd been cut by a dull knife, each thought grinding further into his distress. Ganyu never spent his money nor lived in his house, preferring instead to rent that small apartment with his own funds. Back then, Daiheng used Ganyu's ID to apply for a bank card and deposited several million yuan into it. Over the years, he continued adding money to the account. Yet, not a single penny had ever been touched. Being so meticulous about keeping everything separate, did that mean Ganyu simply didn't love him? Probably waiting for the chance to break up with him. As smoke rose gently from the cigarette in Daiheng's mouth, his eyes wandered absent-mindedly. While distributing the cards, Deng Fei asked, I'm also curious, how did you convince him to come to Jiangqing? Didn't his family have objections? Sanchi said, "You're lucky to have tricked a prosecutor into coming here for you, yet you're still expecting him to coddle you? Are you even human?" Chapter 167, How to Win Back. As the two talked, their train of thought started to wander. Deng Fei thought for a moment, you know what, the dignified and upright prosecutor and his free-spirited playboy boyfriend, that's interesting. Sanchi, friend, you've been watching these kinds of things, haven't you? Deng Fei grinned cunningly, I only watch your shows, big star, especially the kissing scenes between you and your arch-rival, they are simply unforgettable. Sanchi. Get out of here, you son of a gun. Just as the two were about to argue again, someone on the other side fell into deep thought. How did he manage to lure Ganyu to Jiangqing? After graduation, Dai Hang had already prepared to stay in linen with Ganyu. It was Ganyu who initiated it. Let's go back to Jiangqing, I want to see the city where you grew up. He could understand Ganyu's feelings. After all, Ganyu no longer had any ties in linen, so it didn't matter where he went. So Ganyu adjusted to him, allowing him to return to Jiangqing, closer to his parents. Even though in life, Dai Hang could feel Ganyu's special treatment toward him, and the small details that hinted at love. Why did he still want to break up? Dai Hang thought back to the year when they were in their third year of university. When Ganyu's father passed away, the young man's eyes turned red from repressed emotion, and during the funeral, he knelt before the altar, his thin and lean figure casting a faint shadow, his usually straight spine slightly bent down. Though Ganyu never said a word, Dai Hang could still sense the confusion in him as if he'd lost his goal. For so long, it seemed like he had been fighting just to have a family. Wishing his only remaining family member would live well and not leave him alone. But in the end, only he was left alone. The feeling of helplessness is something Dai Hang still feels now when he thinks about it. All he could do then was to stay by Ganyu's side, kneel beside him, and hold his hand. That night, the two knelt in front of the memorial tablet for a very long time. Dai Hang couldn't console Ganyu or cheer him up with words, he could only quietly remain by Ganyu's side, holding his hand tightly. Until at one point, those cold fingers stiffly curled around his hand, gripping tightly in a hesitant manner. The quietness in the late-night altar was absolute, not even the sound of wind broke through. Ganyu's throat sounded choked, his voice raspy as he called out his name in a low tone, Dai Hang. Dai Hang gripped his hand tightly, turning his head, he saw the young man's reddened eyes. His lips moved slightly, as if wanting to say something but eventually chose not to. Thinking about that scene now, Dai Hang would sometimes momentarily drift away. What Ganyu wanted to say then but didn't manage to express, what was that sentence? A good part of the cigarette burned in Dai Hang's mouth, ashes falling. His fingers slightly trembled. Daydreaming again, are you still playing? Sanchi stared at him irritably, you've been like this recently, always drifting off, what are you thinking? If you miss your boyfriend, just go find him. You don't go, yet you hang around with us without focusing on the game, aren't you asking for a beating? Dai Hang felt a lump in his chest, lackadaisically throwing the cards in his hands, resting his arm on the sofa backrest, he muttered, not playing anymore. You son of a bitch. Sanchi was ready to hit him. Deng Fei said annoyingly, isn't this for that matter? Why are you so unhappy? Just tell us, make your buddies happy. Dai Hang didn't bother to respond. Lately, memories of the past kept surfacing frequently, the bits and pieces of their years together. Ganyu's father recovered well after his surgery, but within a couple of years, he had a rejection reaction and couldn't be saved. What did Gandahui say before going into the operating room? Take care of each other. Even if you split up later, let it be a peaceful separation, okay? His dad must have been hinting at him, that if one day Ganyu no longer wanted to be with him, he shouldn't cling, they should part amicably. Although he didn't take those words to heart, he still harbored some concerns. If Ganyu really brought up breaking up. In the past, according to his nature, he would definitely resort to all sorts of methods to torment the other person, shamelessly clinging on, forcing himself to stay by their side. But now, he both wished Ganyu would take the initiative to find him, and feared Ganyu would actively seek him out. He wanted Ganyu to coddle him, to tell him he loved him, but he also feared Ganyu finding him to tell him they were breaking up. He had this idea to avoid things first. All this month, he has been finding various excuses not to go home. Thinking that if Ganyu couldn't find him, there wouldn't be time to bring up the topic of breaking up. After all, Mr. Gan was responsible, such an important matter would certainly require a face-to-face conversation. It turned out that he had overthought the situation. Mr. Gan was immersed in his work, busy to the point that it seemed like he had forgotten he even had a boyfriend. He stayed overnight in the office and didn't send messages most of the time. When Dai Hang didn't take the initiative to message him, Ganyu wouldn't reply with a single word either. For a whole month, Dai Hang had been neglected. Even when he posted on social media with visibility restricted only to Ganyu, there would be no extra questions asked. Just at this moment, an information notification suddenly popped up on the phone screen. Honey, shall we talk? Upon seeing those 4 words, Dai Hang's throat tightened. Talk about what? Talk about breaking up. After waiting anxiously for a response, Dai Hang's mood didn't improve much. His anxiety grew more intense as he frowned and took the cigarette butt from his mouth, stubbing it out in the ashtray. He leaned his elbow on his knee, leaning forward. His shoulders looked broader than they had been a few years ago, giving him the appearance of a full-grown adult. There was a sense of pressure. His peach blossom-like eyes always gave off a sharp and dangerous vibe when not smiling. Not knowing how to reply. At this moment, he was unusually hesitant, which wasn't like him at all. The two people beside him started playing cards. Dai Heng licked his dry lips, sighed, and stared at their cards for a long while before saying, "I have a friend." San Chi, keeping his head down as he looked at the cards in his hand, said, "Go on. Let me hear you drop another bomb." He refuses to spend money on his boyfriend, nor will he stay at his house. Now, it seems like he also wants to break up. Dai Heng pulled another cigarette from the box and placed it in his mouth, lost in thought as he said, how should he win back his boyfriend? Deng Fei was full of excitement, "Is your boyfriend going to?" Dai Heng glanced at him with a blank expression. "This friend of yours," Deng Fei asked seriously, "has he done something wrong to his boyfriend?" Dai Heng thought about it and was sure he hadn't done anything wrong. Apart from being too rough in bed, there should be no other mistakes. But such a restricted matter, how could he tell them? After pondering for a while, Dai Heng sighed and turned his head away, saying nonchalantly, "Never mind. I can't discuss these things with you singles anyway." Deng Fei, San Chi. Dai Heng threw the nearby phone towards them, stating calmly, "Give my boyfriend a call." San Chi, do I look like I don't have hands? Dai Heng half closed his eyes and murmured to himself, "Tell him I'm drunk and ask him to pick me up. Be pitiful, make it sound pathetic." Chapter 168, Won't cry when going home, right? Since when have you ever been drunk? Deng Fei said, "And how pitiful are you really? Can't your boyfriend know all about it? Showing off your love in front of us every single day. Isn't it just that your boyfriend has been working overtime this month and ignoring you? Aren't you usually very happy? What makes you so pitiful then?" Deng Fei had endured for a long time, but still couldn't resist the urge to scold her. "Isn't it true that your boyfriend loves you like crazy?" Sanchi became curious, "Tell me more." Deng Fei recounted past events, "You're too busy shooting your dramas to know. Dai Heng has been back from Linen for so long, and hasn't had dinner with us for quite some time. Finally, we managed to get him out for a drink. He drank a little too much, so we called his boyfriend to come pick him up. His boyfriend was so gentle, so patient in soothing him, not a bit upset. Then there was another time when Dai Heng's gastritis got bad enough to put him in the hospital. His boyfriend took leave from work to take care of him in the hospital for several days. Damn, I was envious watching them. All day long he stayed by Dai Heng's side in the hospital. Only left midday to prepare food, then brought it back. Each meal was different, only Dai Heng ate, yet they served 5 or 6 dishes. And Dai Heng is so clingy, it's embarrassing to watch. They're together all the time, just like a huge ornament hanging around. If I were his boyfriend, I definitely couldn't endure him." Sanchi couldn't help shaking her head and looking at the nearby Xiao Zhuijing Dai. "So, is it because you're too clingy that your boyfriend couldn't stand it and kicked you out?" Dai Heng. "Want me to make a call?" Sanchi grabbed his phone, "I'll do it." Sanchi said, "I haven't met your boyfriend personally, only seen pictures. I'm quite curious." Deng Fei became excited, "His boyfriend is incredibly handsome. That waist. Those legs." Deng Fei sighed several times. They hadn't talked for long when they suddenly felt as if they were under the scrutiny of a death stare. Deng Fei's tone abruptly softened, "I didn't look closely. Just a feeling. He should be very good looking." Dai Heng slowly turned away his gaze, tapping the ash off his cigarette into the ashtray. Sanchi opened the contact list, found the note marked as top treasure, and dialed directly. The call rang for a while before being answered. Sanchi was pretty sincere on answering, "Hello, prosecutor. Your boyfriend's drunk and in a pretty rough state. Would you please come over and take him home?" There was a pause on the other end. A faint breath sound came through, "Sorry, I'm currently dealing with an important matter, can't leave. Could you please bring him home instead? The address is..." Before they could say anything, a woman's voice could be faintly heard from the other side of the receiver. Her voice was very light, even somewhat muffled, but it was clearly a woman. That clear and tranquil voice came through the receiver again, "Apologies, let him trouble you all for a bit longer. I've got things to handle here, and I'll hang up now." Once those words fell, the atmosphere immediately grew tense. Deng Fei instantly held his breath, instinctively looking up at Dai Heng. What urgent matters could possibly surpass the urgency of a boyfriend situation? So, did he really stop loving him? Dai Heng was still sprawled indifferently on the sofa, but his jawline tightened, his thin lips tightly shut. Even though his face was hidden from view due to the lowered head, one could feel the dangerous vibes emanating from him. Until the call ended. Sanchi glanced at the phone screen, "That voice sounds nice. Who's the woman nearby?" Deng Fei looked at someone's gloomy expression, carefully said, "Possibly a colleague." Sanchi locked the phone and tossed it back. At this hour, a colleague? It was already nearly midnight. Whose colleagues stay together till 12 o'clock at night? Then both of them watched the tall black figure pick up the phone and stand up, enveloped by low pressure, emotionless, saying, "I'm going home." His silhouette exuded the message of "Do not disturb," his handsome face cold as he directly left through the door. Deng Fei stared at the direction Dai Heng had departed, looking worried. Seems like his boyfriend is truly breaking up with him. Will Dai Heng cry once he gets home? Sanchi was still a bit unfocused. Is that what it means? Are they really breaking up? Crying might be too extreme, right? Likes him that much? Deng Fei sighed. Likes him beyond imagination, otherwise how could they have dated for 5 years? The car arrived at the destination right on time. Ganyu turned off the engine. Lu Ming, who had been holding his phone beside him, locked the phone screen and handed it to Ganyu. Whose call was that? Something important. There was an unexpected case. Lu Ming couldn't drive because he had been drinking, and among those present, only Ganyu hadn't had alcohol, so they had to ask him for help. Ganyu took the phone and undid his seatbelt, recalling the earlier news about Dai Heng's poor condition, which left him somewhat uneasy. But there was simply no way he could get there at this moment. With a deep breath, he forced himself to gather his wits, locked the screen of the phone, and placed it in his pocket. Nope, let's deal with things here first. Several people got out of the car, found the building unit, and went upstairs directly. Qingyu curiously asked, what's up with the client? Why would they call in the middle of the night and be so urgent? Lu Ming remembered the sudden call he'd just received, which made his head ache instantly. I've been handling this case all along, off and on for several years. The party involved has consistently endured domestic violence, but every resolution ends in reconciliation. Just now, her husband, drunk, hit her again. She's highly agitated right now, saying she can't go on living and wants to jump from the building. They were just enjoying drinks in a quiet bar when they unexpectedly received a call from their client, even though it wasn't their duty at such late hours due to this timing, but given her emotional instability, they worried about potential danger and rushed over immediately. After we arrive, we must first calm the client down, Lu Ming sighed, speaking to Qingyu. Since you're female, communication might be easier for you, so I need your help later on in talking with her, preventing her from acting impulsively. He then turned to Ganyu and said, Ganyu, could you please help me record details of the case? My assistant is too drunk, so I'll have to bother you with this inconvenience. Thanks for sacrificing your time. Ganyu lightly replied, it's fine. When they arrived at the scene, everything inside the client's home was in disarray, clearly the result of physical assaults. The client sat by the window, collapsing into sobs. She was overwhelmed by emotion, her speech incoherent. There's no way out, no one can save me. It always ends in mediation, telling me to endure. When will this kind of life end? I suffer every day, death seems like the only escape. The woman cried uncontrollably. My nose was broken, but when the hospital evaluated it, it was considered a minor injury, so they could only warn through public security measures. After being detained for 3 to 5 days, he came out and I started getting beaten again. What's the point of this going on? One day, I will surely be killed by him. Chapter 169, Hug Me. Domestic violence cases are indeed difficult to sentence. Qingyu patiently soothed her emotions, but the victim was too agitated to hear what she was saying. It can be resolved. Ganyu said as he recorded the case details. Constant tolerance and reconciliation only emboldened him further. Why not file a lawsuit? Because of this one sentence, the woman's emotions calmed for a brief moment, then she covered her face and cried again, saying, they always tell me that if the parents are punished, the children will suffer too. Are you sure about filing a case? What can I do? I can only withdraw it, otherwise, it might affect my child's chances in future civil service exams. With that, it became clear why she endured time and again without taking legal action. Ganyu explained patiently, this is not a criminal case, so there won't be any impact. And, isn't your life more important than anything else? He continued orderly, you have police records and medical reports. We've also gathered evidence from witnesses within the neighborhood who can testify on your behalf. Under these circumstances, the court will grant a divorce. You should file for a divorce. After spending the entire night soothing the emotions of the party involved, providing psychological counseling, and sending her to the hospital for examination and evidence collection, the party finally agreed to file for a divorce. When they came out of the hospital, dawn had already broken. With no time to go home to sleep, Lu Ming and Qingyu decided to go straight back to the prosecutor's office to start work. Ganyu glanced at his phone. After that call last night, there hadn't been any messages or calls. He looked sideways at the two who had already gotten into the car. Mr. Lu, you go back to the prosecutor's office first, I need to go home for a bit. Alright, we'll leave first. There's a meeting this afternoon, don't be late, Lu Ming reminded and drove away in the prosecutor's office car soon after. Ganyu took a taxi back to his apartment. The apartment he rented near the prosecutor's office was a 2-bedroom, 1 living room unit. It wasn't big, but it was clean and tidy, and though small, it could accommodate 2 people comfortably. Just as he opened the door, the cat's son mewed and ran over, rubbing against his legs. Is Dad home? Ganyu asked it, looking down. Meow. Ganyu crouched down slightly, patted its head, hung his coat on the rack by the door, and walked toward the bedroom. The apartment was quiet, showing no signs of anyone having come back. No one in the living room, no one in the bedroom. He checked the study, still no one. On the way back, Ganyu's outgoing call didn't get through, not knowing if Dai Heng was still drunk. If he wasn't here, Dai Heng must have returned to the villa. Just as he was about to call in sick and go back to the villa to check. The number he dialed one last time actually echoed with some sound. The ringtone came from the room. Gan Yu's fingers paused slightly as he realized something, pocketing his phone, and returning to the room. The room was bright with light, the curtains were open, and the bed was neatly made, showing no traces of anyone sleeping. At first glance inside, Gan Yu thought there was no one. Then, he heard the sound coming from the balcony. Gan Yu opened the balcony door, peeking outside. That tall figure was sitting on the floor, leaning against the wall. His long legs were loosely bent, exposing white and lean arms beneath the rolled-up cuffs of his black dress shirt. His usually neat hair was disheveled, with strands hanging messily downwards. In front of him lay an array of empty beer cans scattered across the floor. Gan Yu's fingers subconsciously halted as he stepped onto the balcony and approached, standing before Dai Heng, looking down and asking, "What are you doing here?" Dai Heng leaned back against the wall, his head tilted upwards, his arms casually draped over his knees, staring at him uninterruptedly. It seemed he was somewhat drunk, his eyes, red around the edges, probably from alcohol or some other reason. Through his hairline fell those narrow eyes, deep and heavy, carrying something Gan Yu couldn't quite decipher. The two silently stared at each other for a while. Gan Yu sighed softly, half crouching in front of him, and quietly asked, "What's wrong?" He extended his hand to touch Dai Heng's forehead, confirming that his body temperature was normal. "Your friend called me last night when I was handling a case. Are you okay? Did they take good care of you?" Dai Heng drank heavily all night and, after long periods of silence, his voice came out deep and hoarse, "Hug me." After those words, the person in front of him remained still for a long time, only quietly staring at him. As the silence dragged on to the point Dai Heng thought there would be no response, Gan Yu finally moved slowly, extending his arms and embracing him. Dai Heng's throat convulsed slightly, and his eyelids half closed. In his vision was the white of Gan Yu's shirt collar, along with the angular lines of Gan Yu's lean shoulder blades that became more prominent when he bent forward to embrace him. Dai Heng subconsciously reached out and hugged him back, his palm touching the thin skeletal line that evoked a pang of sympathy. "You've been avoiding me lately," Gan Yu said. For the past month, they had met so infrequently it could be counted on one hand. Being left in this state of uncertainty, unable to find its root cause, was maddening. Gan Yu tried probing for an answer. "Is it something I did that upset you?" Dai Heng could feel the faint fragrance emanating from the figure leaning into him, every breath seeming to pierce through him like a form of slow torture. He wanted to say, "Since you're planning to break up with me, how could I possibly be happy?" But he remained silent, instead tightening his arm around Gan Yu's lower back. Gan Yu lightly patted the back of his head before pulling away slightly, pondering for a moment, then softly asked, "Can we talk things through properly?" If their relationship was running into issues, he hoped to attempt reconciliation. Gan Yu touched his neck to gauge his temperature, then gently placed a hand on his face. "Are you sober now, Dai Heng?" He wondered if, under the influence of alcohol, his attempts to discuss this would even register. The man in front of him didn't seem completely awake, his eyes were red as if brimming with tears. Gan Yu sighed softly, helping him stand and heading toward the bed. "Get up, let's get you to sleep." Struggling to support him into the room, Gan Yu positioned Dai Heng so he was leaning halfway against the headboard. Gan Yu went to the kitchen to prepare a cup of honey water. He wasn't sure why Dai Heng was feeling this way since, given his current state, coherent conversation was unlikely. After coaxing him to drink the honey water, Gan Yu intended to return to the kitchen to clean the empty glass. Suddenly, the person lying in bed reached out and grabbed his wrist. Gan Yu paused mid-step, looking over. Dai Heng's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and his voice, when he spoke again, was raspy and heavy. "Are you going to leave me?" Chapter 170, Kiss Me Again. Gan Yu's fingers paused slightly, caught off guard by his words. This was originally the question he had wanted to ask. In Gan Yu's understanding, it was Dai Heng who first changed. A month ago, he had already told him that this month would be very busy, and he probably wouldn't have much time to go home. Maybe there were indeed some issues with him. Sometimes after reading a message, he would get busy handling cases in hand, and by the time he replied, half a day might have already passed. Dai Heng had been sending fewer messages these past few months, and recently even less so. In the past, every day he would send 800 messages telling him about his daily life. Now, Gan Yu had to check his WeChat moments to find out what he was up to. On the rare quiet noon hours, Gan Yu wanted to have lunch with him, asking if he was at home, but he always said no. Gan Yu felt like he was avoiding him, but he didn't know why. Now Dai Heng was actually asking if he no longer wanted him. He felt confused for a moment, thinking they might have somehow got things mixed up. It was clearly Dai Heng who had suggested breaking up. Staring blankly for quite some time, Gan Yu came back to his senses and answered, "Why would you think that? Do drunk people's words count? Will he forget what he said when he sobers up?" Dai Heng wanted to ask. "Are you breaking up with me? Are the money you've saved meant to pay me back and sever all ties?" But the thought of splitting up made his chest ache painfully. After a long silence, the words at the edge of his mouth turned into a low, hoarse sentence. "Who was the woman on the phone last night?" Gan Yu's eyelids twitched lightly. Was his bad mood due to this? Gan Yu looked at him and replied, "Just a colleague, we worked on a case together." He paused briefly. "I really..." But before he could finish, his thoughts were interrupted by a sudden ringtone. Ganyu took out his phone for a glance. It was a call from Lu Ming, reminding him that the afternoon meeting might be moved to the morning, asking if he was on his way. Ganyu pursed his lips, muttered, "I'll be right back," and then put his phone away. He could sense that this wasn't the root cause of their disagreements. There were indeed significant problems between them that needed solving. Since Daiheng was still tipsy, he wouldn't be in any condition for productive communication. "I have something to do now, I need to go back to the procuratorate." Ganyu stared down at the person lying on the bed and negotiated, "Sleep for a bit, and call me when you wake up." Pausing hesitantly for a moment, Ganyu said, "When I get off work, we can talk properly, alright?" "Alright?" If it turns out to be what he wants, of course, it's fine. But if... The palm clasping Ganyue's wrist showed no sign of loosening, filled with much more to say but eventually condensed into a low whisper, "Kiss me again." Without hesitation, Ganyu leaned forward, supporting himself on the bed, and leaned down to kiss his lips. His breath was hot, but his lips tasted bitter. Even when drunk, he was so clingy, but why did he avoid him when sober? "Am I waiting for you to come back?" Ganyu looked at him and asked. Daiheng fixed his gaze on him for a while, the tumultuous emotions in his peach-colored eyes subdued. His fingers gradually relaxed. Ganyu straightened up, lifted the strands of hair falling onto his forehead, revealing that handsome face, and said, "Rest well." Today's main content of the procuratorate meeting was whether or not to appeal in a case handled a few days prior. After the meeting ended, everyone went back to their offices. Lu Ming and Wang Tao lingered in the tea room for a bit. Wang Tao asked, "What's going on?" "I heard it was pretty exciting last night." Lu Ming sighed as he prepared coffee in the tea room. Don't even mention it." "Wang Tao, isn't it the same old case? Why haven't they divorced yet? How many times has this happened?" Lu Ming shook his head. "Previously, there were other concerns, but this time they should be able to divorce. There's already an injury report, which will be included in the dossier later, and once the suspects are re-examined, a lawsuit can be filed." Taking their coffees, the two happened to pass by Ganyu's office. As Ganyu walked to the door, seeing the two of them, he stopped, handed over the report, "Lu Jia, last night's case record." Lu Ming stopped in his tracks, stunned, so fast. He accepted the materials and flipped through them casually with one hand. From the time Ganyu started work until now, it hadn't been more than an hour. After a sleepless night, Ganyu even found the time to write up a neat and tidy case report after the meeting. Lu Ming raised his teacup to him, "Thank you so much. Now I understand why the disciplinary inspection department likes you so much." Ganyu didn't say much and returned to his desk to continue reading through materials. Lu Ming sighed, "If it weren't for the disciplinary department, I'd want Ganyu to be my assistant." Wang Tao laughed and scolded him, "Forget it, the disciplinary department won't let him go. Qingyu often came around this place, and now he approached again, disciplinary department. Wang Tao, the head of our disciplinary inspection department is the highest-ranking prosecutor here. Ganyu was specially chosen by him to be guided personally. He's that precious soul apprentice." Qingyu was once again amazed, "Prosecutor? I've never even met one." So Ganyu is expected to reach the level of prosecutor in the future, with a bright path ahead. The light in Qingyu's eyes wasn't just admiration now, it was sheer respect. Wang Tao, who hadn't been present yesterday, asked about the situation. Why has that woman hesitated so many times without getting a divorce? Why did she suddenly agree last night? Ganyu explained it clearly to her yesterday. Domestic violence is illegal, absolutely zero tolerance. That sister thought it was just a family matter that the law couldn't intervene in. Qingyu said excitedly, and when Ganyu spoke, he was so convincing. So upright, full of justice, it made me swoon. Wang Tao added, "I remember those two. The key point is that her husband seems a bit off too, always refusing to get a divorce. Now that the woman suddenly files for divorce, we don't know if he'll do something extreme." There was still some time before quitting time, yet Ganyu was already becoming distracted. His work efficiency was usually high, but today he was completely out of sorts, with a pile of unread material still on his desk. Half an hour until the end of the day. Someone at the door reminded, "Ganyu, there's a document that needs to be delivered to the court." Ganyu glanced at the time, now. Yes, they seem to need it urgently. Ganyu's lips lightly pursed as he stood up, understood. As he stepped out of the office, he saw Lu Ming holding car keys leaning against the door of his office. "You seem out of sorts all day. Did you have an argument with your partner?" Ganyu's eyelids flickered, "No." Lu Ming smiled and said, "Drive over there, if you hurry, you might be able to finish on time. After delivering the documents, you don't need to come back." Ganyu took the keys from him, "Thank you." Taking the documents, Ganyu left the prosecution bureau, preparing to head to the parking lot. He immediately spotted a tall figure leaning outside the gates of the procuratorate. This demeanor was entirely different from the disheveled look earlier in the morning. Daiheng had changed into a white shirt Ganyu had bought for him. His hand was in his pocket, the clean white shirt couldn't conceal his wildness, the collar slightly unbuttoned, hair blown slightly upwards, gaze slightly downward, unclear what he was pondering. Ganyu stared at him for a moment, then walked closer with the documents in hand. "What are you doing here?" He looked at Daiheng's still pale lips and asked, "Are you sober now?" Dai Heng lifted his eyelids, stared at him for a moment, his voice showing no emotion. You said you wanted to talk. Just wait a bit longer. Ganyu pressed his lips, raising the file in his hand. I'm not off work yet. I need to deliver some documents to the court. Let's go together. Dai Heng remained unperturbed, straightening his posture, his gaze landing on Ganyu's tired face, suggesting softly, shall I drive? You look exhausted. Ganyu didn't refuse, handing the car keys over to him. After a sleepless night, he wasn't in the best condition to drive right now. The white vehicle from the procuratorate departed from the gate. Ganyu leaned in the passenger seat, turning his head to ask, does your head still hurt? Not anymore. Dai Heng kept one hand on the steering wheel, gazing ahead, asking quietly, did you stay up all night working on cases? Ganyu replied, yeah, a domestic violence case. The party involved thought about jumping off a building, it was quite dangerous. After a pause, he asked, what did you mean by what you said this morning? What part? You've been acting strangely recently. Ganyu focused on the road ahead and continued, I thought maybe you wanted to. Chapter 171, I really like you. The journey to the court took us through a secluded stretch of road. The unexpected happened in the blink of an eye. Our car was just passing through a crossroads when a vehicle coming from the left corner rushed out, seemingly out of control, and charged straight at us. It was moving fast. Daniel caught a glimpse with the corner of his eye, sensing something wrong, and only managed to say one word, watch out. There was a deafening crash as the car hood was violently struck, shaking the entire vehicle severely. Shit. Dai Heng's brow furrowed tightly. When that car had barreled toward them, he had immediately reacted by pressing the brake key and even maneuvered the car backward, covering some distance. Otherwise, with such immense collision force, the car would have likely flipped over by now. The offending vehicle didn't give anyone time to react. It quickly reversed, then the driver slammed on the gas pedal and accelerated continuously, rushing at them again. This time, Dai Heng didn't have enough time to respond. As the car collided again, instinctively, he turned his body and raised his hands to protect Daniel sitting beside him. There was another loud crash. The other black Jetta hit them once more. The car shook violently from the strong impact. The vehicle slid back several meters after being hit. The windshield shattered everywhere, glass shards splattering all around. Daniel sat rigidly in the passenger seat, protected by Dai Heng, his vision cloaked in shadow. He could feel the familiar presence enveloping him, the warm heat surrounding him in its embrace. Some cars nearby stopped to check on the situation, but the black Jetta, noticing witnesses, quickly drove off without further confrontation, leaving behind the damaged vehicle. Danyue's mind was almost blank. What had happened had been too sudden. Held tightly in Dai Heng's arms, Danyue remained unscathed, but between breaths, he thought he smelled faint traces of blood. Dai Heng. Danyue heard his own voice trembling. After being embraced by him, his view was somewhat obstructed, but Danyue faintly noticed a large, fresh red patch on Dai Heng's white shirt. It was the first time Danyue had seen Dai Heng in a white dress shirt, clean yet slightly devilish, and it was already stained red for the very first occasion, vivid enough to hurt his heart. Dai Heng. He couldn't hear his own voice anymore, as ringing in his ears began. His hands started trembling uncontrollably. His heart had paused momentarily, causing restricted blood flow, and his whole body went cold. After some time, the ringing in his ears lessened, and the familiar voice sounded near his ear, softly groaning, shit, what kind of dumb bastard did this? He cursed quietly, when I get out, I'm going to kill that guy. Upon hearing his voice, the pain connecting Danyue's heart to his entire body eased a little. His eyes felt hot, making his fingers tremble uncontrollably. You're bleeding. The accident site wasn't far from the procuratorate. There were soon people nearby handling the aftermath of the major traffic accident. Danyue lost his ability to think rationally, acting purely on instinct. He didn't even know how he ended up in the hospital. As we waited for Dai Heng's wounds to be bandaged. He looked pale, lost deep in fear, unable to recover. Dai Heng's left arm had been cut by the windshield with a 10-centimeter long gash, losing a lot of blood. His white shirt was soaked in blood, the sight startling. After all the examinations, we left the hospital around 8 in the evening. The two of us returned to the apartment in silence. On the way, whatever Dai Heng said hadn't received a response, so now he fell silent as well. Though it was he who was injured, Danyue looked paler than ever. Once inside, Dai Heng looked down at him. I'm fine, Mr. Gon, can you say something? Danyue simply glanced at him and moved away, walking into the room silently. Dai Heng licked his dry lips and watched his retreating figure thoughtfully. Danyue was trapped deeply in self-blame, unable to shake off these feelings. It was because of him that Dai Heng got injured. Being a prosecutor was a dangerous job already, and the risks faced were unimaginable. If it weren't for him today, Dai Heng might have been killed. His headache was severe, his mind chaotic like tangled yarn. Danyue found the box and took out the bank card, then came out of the room. Dai Heng's arm was wrapped in bandages as he sat on the couch. Seeing the bank card in Danyue's hand, his eyelids drooped, and his heart began to feel hollow. Is it finally coming to this? Danyue pulled a chair and sat in front of Dai Heng, pushing the bank card in his hand across the table. His throat was so dry that speaking caused him pain. This bank card contains all the money I've saved over the years. All of it is yours, he said. Dai Heng's eyes were half closed, his gaze calm as he simply looked at Ganyue without saying anything. Ganyue still hadn't managed to shake off the lingering fear, feeling cold sweats run down his back. I'm sorry, I caused you to get injured. It was because of me today. Their relationship had already been having some issues, and now this happened. Ganyue wasn't sure if the other person would still want to be with him. He couldn't think about anything else, only focusing on trying to mend what they had. After calming his emotions for a moment, Ganyue continued after quite some time, the man from earlier, he's the husband from last night's domestic violence case. He thought we incited feelings between his wife and him, so he retaliated against the procurator's car. Some colleagues had already investigated the details of the incident and informed him via WeChat. It just so happened that in the afternoon, when they were driving the procurator's car, they got targeted. Dai Heng pressed his lips together slightly, listening carefully to what he was saying. I'm sorry. Ganyue's throat tightened, and his voice rasped out, this job is dangerous, and it may also endanger family members, causing them some harm. His emotions were very tense, speaking haltingly, in the future, we won't be able to completely avoid incidents like this from happening. If you're with me, it might be extremely dangerous. Dai Heng's brows furrowed tighter with each word. So what does this mean? Here's your bank card, here's your money, this profession is too dangerous, it might drag you down, so I'm sorry, we're not suitable, we break up. The warmth in his fingers gradually faded away. Ganyue's fingers twitched slightly, as though after a fierce internal struggle, he forced himself to say, but I'll try my best to avoid these situations. He moved his throat, nearly inaudible, I will protect you in the future. So that you don't get hurt again. Ganyue's throat was so dry it hurt even more. Dai Heng's fingers relaxed slowly after tightening. He paused his breathing and glanced up, seemingly unable to comprehend his meaning. Ganyue indeed felt defeated. There weren't many things he owned in life. In the past, he also had a happy family, but it fell apart, and his mother left. Later, he tried hard to hold on to the only relative he had left, yet his father also left. He had always struggled desperately to hold on to something, yet it seemed like he could never keep it. Now he had something else he wanted to hold on to fiercely. After the incident, he thought a lot. A thought crossed his mind, perhaps he didn't deserve any of this, if he insisted on being with Dai Heng, would it drag him down? Would it cause him to get hurt again? But he still didn't want to break up. Thinking about splitting up with him made even his breathing ache painfully. Ganyue's throat was terribly dry, his voice hoarse, I only have you left. He lowered his head, making his expression unreadable. The white shirt accentuated his lean frame, his shoulders slightly bowed. Compared to 3 years ago on that evening at the wake, he appeared even more helpless and lost now. Dai Heng's heart suddenly tightened and ached. Ganyue maintained this posture, unmoving for quite a while. That night at the wake, the words he couldn't bring himself to say. Over the years, his pride and determination were completely shattered at this moment. If something really happened to Dai Heng, he'd regret not clarifying things with him that morning, not expressing sooner the 3 words he intended to say after settling his debts. He didn't want to anchor his entire life onto someone else, because it would be too heavy, too burdensome for the other party. Yet in this instant, he did have such a thought, if something ever happened to Dai Heng, he might not be able to survive either. I only have you. So. I really like you. Can we not break up? Ganyue asked him, his eyes red. Chapter 172, Supporting You. When Dai Heng saw the bank card, his mind almost stopped working. His heart felt hollow, with a sense of weightlessness as if the inevitable had finally arrived, and he wanted to escape but had no choice but to face it. All he could think about was, not wanting to split, how could he continue to delay, how could he make Mr. Gon give up this idea? Did he really want him to die? Until Ganyu said. I really like you a lot. Can we not break up? In that instant, it seemed as if the entire world went quiet. The chaotic thoughts in his mind disappeared in an instant. It was then that he seemed to finally understand what Ganyu meant. Dai Heng's breathing slowed, and he looked through half-lowered eyelids. He hadn't really listened to those words earlier, but now he carefully engraved each word Ganyu spoke into his memory, then reorganized and recalled them, going over Ganyu's words again in his mind. Only then did he realize that from start to finish, Ganyu had only expressed one meaning. He had never thought of breaking up. He said, can we not break up? Yes. Of course yes. I really like you a lot. This phrase belatedly crossed his mind. The words he had waited so long for, which he had always thought were a one-man show, finally resonated at this moment. For a moment, he even forgot to respond. Dai Heng was stuck in the 3 words, I like you, for a long time and couldn't snap out of it. The sound of chest colliding drowned out everything else, and it seemed as if the whole world revolved around the person in front of him. Liking him. Ganyu said he liked him. And at this moment, his silence appeared to Ganyu as hesitation, rethinking their relationship. Uncertain about his thoughts. Uncertain about the problems existing between them. They always missed an opportunity to speak clearly. They could only clumsily try to make amends, asking if they could not break up. Saying these words had already drained Ganyu of all his strength, and he quietly waited for Dai Heng's response. You can take your time to think before responding, if you really. Dai Heng moved his throat, never having been so tense as he was at this moment, sinking into extreme excitement, and his chest began to heat up. You like me? It was unclear whether it was a statement or a question. He suppressed a sigh, licked his lips, as if confirming something, and softly asked, have you never thought about breaking up with me? Ganyu's throat was still a bit dry. After quietly meeting his gaze for a while, he simply stated, it was you who wanted to break up with me. Dai Heng felt an intense pang in his chest, feeling extremely wronged. I didn't. How could I possibly break up with you? Ganyu blinked his eyes and looked over. Wasn't it you who avoided me first? Avoiding him. But. Dai Heng's throat caught slightly, realizing just how off base he'd been. His chest tightened somewhat, but there was also a faint sense of relief. He let out a low sigh. I was wrong. It turned out he had misjudged the situation. Ganyu never thought about breaking up with him from the very beginning. As long as Mr. Gon didn't break up with him, he wouldn't care who was right or wrong, he would accept it. The reason for all of this stemmed from that bank card. At this moment, that card still lay there quietly. Now when he looked at that bank card, he felt a chill run down his spine. Dai Heng's gaze fell on the bank card next to him, and his tone was heavy, giving away no emotion. What is this money supposed to mean? After a pause, he continued, it was because of this card that I thought you wanted to break up with me. His voice softened, and his intonation dragged a little longer, showing some hints of grievance. Ganyu paused slightly, only then realizing the crux of their problem. Ganyu stared at the lowered lashes covering Dai Heng's eyes, restraining the urge to touch his head. This money is indeed to be paid back to you. Dai Heng raised his eyelids slightly to look over. Ganyu paused briefly, then said, my dad places great importance on this amount of money, he doesn't want me to owe you anything. Dai Heng's eyes remained calm without a ripple as he listened quietly. Ganyu let out a soft sigh, his voice barely audible. Actually, being with you puts quite a bit of pressure on me. Words that had never been spoken. Didn't want to say it, didn't want to bring it up. He habitually endured it himself. It's me thinking too much, and I wanted to prove to my dad that I'm not with you just for the money, Ganyu said in a low voice. Dai Heng's eyebrows tightened slightly, finally understanding the reason why he saved money. He should have thought of it earlier. Teacher Gon was so proud, they should have started to love each other from an equal position. I didn't consider this. It's my fault. Dai Heng stared at the bank card and sighed. This money, you can give it to me if you want, as long as you don't leave me, whatever you say is fine. Once the words had started flowing, it became much easier to continue. I've never thought of breaking up with you. Ganyu lowered his eyes and continued, it's just, when you came to my house before, I wasn't nice to you, and you said you wanted me to support you. I've been trying. Dai Heng paused in surprise. Trying what? Trying to support you. Ganyu looked at him and said, making more money, so the princess can live a happy life. Dai Heng recalled the time after he had run away from home and was taken in by Teacher Gon, when he had jokingly mentioned wanting Gon to take care of him, not realizing Gon had remembered until now. The warmth in Dai Heng's chest swelled again, even making his throat dry and itchy. His peach-shaped eyes fixed on him with depth and intensity. How were you not nice to me? I made you sleep on the couch, ignored you, and didn't take you to the hospital. Ganyu admitted, full of self-blame and guilt. That period indeed involved a great deal of inner conflict. Despite knowing he liked Dai Heng, Ganyu worried about external pressures, considered too many factors, their backgrounds, their families, and the lack of recognition from both sets of parents. He'd come up with countless reasons to refuse, but for Dai Heng, he still couldn't resist. Dai Heng's gaze flickered, leaning slightly closer, lowering his body. He reached out to hook Ganyu's fingers resting on his knee. So, did you like me back then? Ganyu stared at him for a moment and said, yeah, I liked you. Dai Heng's eyes darkened, looking steadily into Ganyu's. His gaze scanned Ganyu's eyebrows, eyes, nose, lips, and his broader shoulders after becoming an adult. Although he was still slim, there were definite adult bone structures now. There hadn't been too many changes, but the youthfulness had turned into a hint of maturity and introspection. It turned out his teacher Gon liked him so early. A mix of sourness and sweetness welled up inside him. Holding Ganyu's fingers in his hand, feeling their softness, he gently pinched and massaged them. Dai Heng exhaled deeply, all the worries and fears from the past while finally easing off. Hooking his wrist, he pulled Ganyu closer. Ganyu leaned forward as Dai Heng tugged, his palms resting on Dai Heng's thighs, their eyes meeting closely. Dai Heng's voice sounded a little hoarse, hold me. Chapter 173, if you want to touch, you can. Ganyu's eyes flickered slightly. Thinking about the misunderstanding that had arisen over the past month due to a single bank card, he felt helpless and guilty. It was because he hadn't done enough, which caused such unease in the other person. He should have said something earlier. Ganyu didn't resist at all. He leaned closer, his long legs brushing against his knees as he reached out to embrace him again. This embrace felt completely different from yesterday. Yesterday, there was always a sense of almost losing someone, leaving an empty and painful heart that couldn't be filled. Now, being held by him, a sense of completeness finally settled in. Dai Heng embraced Ganyue's waist with one hand, feeling the familiar presence lingering in the air as the uneasiness in his heart eased. Ganyue liked him. It wasn't because of debt or regret but purely because of affection. Dai Heng thought he had been acting like an idiot lately, his fear of breaking up having sent his intelligence packing. With the crisis resolved, he relaxed completely. His uninjured hand moved from the small of Ganyue's back upward, hugging him tighter. His face buried in Ganyue's neck as he breathed in his scent. Ganyue let him hold on, and after a long moment, he asked, "Are you hungry? Do you want me to make something for you to eat?" "I'm not hungry, I just want to hold you," Dai Heng replied. The joy of reclaiming what was lost was so overwhelming that this hug alone quenched his thirst. Gradually, the emptiness in his heart was slowly being filled. Dai Heng buried his head in Ganyue's neck nook. His prominent nose inadvertently brushed against him. His breathing brought a faint tickle. Ganyue's fingers curled slightly. He looked down, fixing his gaze on the bloodstained cuff of Dai Heng's white shirt. "Do you want to change clothes?" Only now did Dai Heng realize that he was still wearing his stained clothes, and the bloody smell hadn't yet dissipated. At this late awareness, he started disliking himself, furrowing his brows. "I think I need to take a shower." Ganyue nodded softly. Suddenly remembering something, Dai Heng lifted his eyelids and quietly asked, "Can I take a shower with my wound?" The doctor's instructions were all noted by Ganyue, recalling the lengthy precautions. Stepping back slightly, Ganyue said, "Be careful, it shouldn't get wet." Dai Heng's gaze was calm as he mused, "Then I guess I can't use the shower head. Use the bathtub?" Ganyue briefly thought before saying, "Let me run some water for you." Having said that, he pushed off the sofa backrest with his arm to stand up. Before he could take a step, his wrist was gripped once more. Dai Heng hooked his thin wrist bone, his fingertips gently rubbing against it as his narrow eyes locked onto him. "Or, you could wash me." Ganyue stared silently at him for a while. Just minutes ago, he had exposed himself fully. His neck was still flushed, unable to bear another intrusive request. He dismissed the idea with 2 words, "Never mind." After saying that, he walked towards the bathroom. After setting the water in the bathroom and fetching clean clothes from the cabinet for Dai Heng. As Ganyue walked out of the bathroom, Dai Heng was just stepping to the door, his tall figure blocking him. Ganyue didn't look up but stepped aside to say, "Your clothes are in the bathroom, go ahead and shower." Just as he was about to pass by, he was caught once more by Dai Heng. Looking sideways, he bargained softly, "You really can't help me wash." Ganyue raised his eyes and stared at him without speaking. Dai Heng locked eyes with him. Knowing how much Mr. Gon cared for him, all of Ganyue's words were merely hard-headedness masking soft-heartedness. Licking his lips, he said, "What about the clothes? My hand hurts, I can't exert any force." He whispered persuasively, "Will you help me undress?" Dai Heng had a wound on his left arm, a long gash where the glass cut deep, causing unbearable pain connected to his veins when the fingers went limp. He might not be pretending to feel sorry for himself. After staring at him for a while, Ganyue eventually gave in, walking over and lifting his hand to unbutton for him. The first time wearing a white shirt resulted in such a stain, making it a memorable shadow. The dried blood stain on the white shirt looked startlingly ghastly. Because of the accident today, Ganyue tried to cover it up lightly. Did he truly not care? What about his family? What if they knew Dai Heng got hurt because of him? Ganyue was lost in thought, and when he snapped back to reality, the buttons were already undone down to the last one. The white shirt hung open, revealing Dai Heng's muscular upper body with its smooth and defined muscle lines. Ganyue's fingers paused briefly as his gaze swept over Dai Heng's toned waist and abdomen, bringing him fully back to awareness. After 5 years of dating, they were already very familiar with each other's bodies. But after this month-long Cold War, Ganyue averted his eyes, hooking Dai Heng's shirt sleeve. "Lift your arm." Obediently, Dai Heng raised his arm. Ganyue pulled the shirt off from his elbow. Dai Heng looked down at the person in front of him, the playful gleam in his almond-shaped eyes beginning to resurface. He was such an idiot. Clearly, Mr. Gon indulged him greatly in daily life, almost everything he said would be agreed upon. Even for some outrageous requests, as long as he pleaded a little, Ganyue would give in. Why did he ever think Ganyue didn't care about him? Now that he knew Ganyue still loved him, he started acting more recklessly again. His boldness began creeping back little by little. Dai Heng murmured softly, "If you want to touch, you can." Having finished removing the top, Ganyue intended to leave. He glanced at Dai Heng, his hand on the stained white shirt, and gave his abs a perfunctory pat. "I've touched you. Now shower quickly." "Your pants too," Dai Heng teased, dragging out his words. Ganyue paused mid-step, casting a glance downward before responding coolly, "Can't you take off your own pants?" "My hand hurts, I can't exert any force." Dai Heng pitifully moved his hand slightly, revealing traces of blood seeping through the bandaged part of his arm. After meeting his gaze for a moment, Ganyue couldn't help but sigh inwardly and returned once again. His fingers reached for the belt buckle, undoing it. Dai Heng watched the person in front of him intently, his almond-shaped eyes flickering with shadows. He bent his head, lightly pressing his thin lips against Ganyue's forehead, then slowly traced down along his nose until stopping at the tip. Then he turned his face slightly, placing a soft kiss on Ganyue's cheek. It was just a light brush, then he drew back, as if testing Ganyue's reaction. Ganyue's fingers paused, inexplicably feeling a bit heated. A wave of warmth enveloped him, filling the small space around them, his presence becoming all the stronger. Dai Heng whispered in his ear, "Keep going." Jolted back into action, Ganyue continued unfastening the belt, unsure whether it was stuck or simply built differently than his own. It wouldn't come undone after much effort. Not until the warm palm guided his hand toward the hidden clasp beneath the buckle, with a faint click, did the belt finally open. Ganyue's throat tightened inexplicably. "I missed you so much," Dai Heng sighed, leaning down to kiss the corner of his lips. "Do you want to touch somewhere else?" Chapter 174, I'll take responsibility. Ganyu lifted his eyes, meeting his gaze up close, and pretending not to understand, he raised a hand to touch Dai Heng's face. "Are you satisfied?" He touched, but it was as if he hadn't. Dai Heng lowered his eyes and looked at him meaningfully. He didn't say anything about Ganyu's deliberate misinterpretation of his words. Ganyu patted his face again. "Don't be wild. Go take a shower." He reminded again, "Be careful. Don't let the wound touch water." After saying this, Ganyu pushed him away by pressing on Dai Heng's shoulder and walked straight out of the bathroom. Mr. Gon always manages to stop his carefree behavior with just one sentence. Dai Heng obediently took a shower in the bathroom. When he came out wearing loose pajamas, Ganyu was lounging on the lazy sofa in front of the balcony, flipping through his materials. Ganyu had been distracted all day, with low work efficiency, so now he was rushing to catch up on the missed work. Dai Heng dried his hair with a towel in one hand and peeked over at him. "Still working?" Ganyu didn't even look up. "I'll be done once I finish this." After finishing this sentence, he suddenly thought of something and looked up. "Let me see your arm." Dai Heng propped himself up with one hand behind Ganyu on the sofa backrest, leaned down, and raised his injured arm in front of him. He wore a black set of pajamas, the sleeves rolled up casually, revealing a lean forearm. The blue vein stretched across it, covered largely by white bandages. The bandage on his arm was intact and hadn't gotten wet. It's not wet." After checking, Ganyu pulled his hand back. "Go to sleep first. I'll finish reading this material." After lifting his arm, Dai Heng put it down again, quietly leaning nearby without a sound, just staring at him. The room light was brightly on. Ganyu nestled in the sofa, his loungewear loose, exposing a small part of his cool, white neck, his cuffs casually rolled up, outlining his bone lines. He looked soft and scholarly. It had been more than a month since seeing Mr. Gon, and now he couldn't help but glance at every detail of him. By the time he finished reviewing the last material, Ganyu turned his head and happened to meet those deep, charming eyes, not knowing how long they had been gazing at him. They silently stared into each other's eyes for a moment. Ganyu tilted his head, slightly straightening the lines of his neck, and leaned over to kiss him lightly. Dai Heng's lips curled upward, and he just stared at him with lowered eyes. His charming eyes were shaded by the light, the amber-colored pupils darkened slightly. Whenever two people silently met each other's gazes, they couldn't resist wanting to kiss. Ganyu's throat moved slightly as he slowly turned his gaze away and changed the subject. "I'm going to freshen up." Placing the materials on the side table, Ganyu went to the wardrobe, picked up clean clothes, and headed to the bathroom for a shower. After washing up, Ganyu came out wearing clean white attire, flipped back the covers on one side of the bed, and lay down. Dai Heng was half reclined against the headboard of the bed, playing games on his phone. His left hand couldn't exert much force, so his operations weren't as smooth as usual. Ganyu glanced at his screen and asked, "Does your arm still hurt?" Dai Heng said, "A little." Ganyu watched him play a while longer. "Can't sleep?" Right as a round ended, Dai Heng turned off the screen with no intention to start another one, tossing the phone aside. "No, I just want to wait for you." Dai Heng's tall figure leaned to one side, extending a hand to pull Ganyu into his arms. "Your eyes are so red, come to sleep quickly." Last night, Ganyu was busy with case-related matters and didn't sleep all night. Now his eyes were red, which looked heartbreaking. The ceiling lights in the room were off, leaving only a dim bedside lamp lit, the lighting dim. The early summer weather, with suitable temperatures, allowed for a comfortable rest under a thin air-conditioning blanket. Each time Ganyu turned his head, almost all he could see was the beautiful charming eyes. The face was immersed in semi-bright and semi-dark lighting, the contours very clear. "I'll give your family a call tomorrow," he said. Dai Heng lifted a hand gently touching the hair in front of Ganyu's forehead, nonchalantly asking, "Why make a call? Is someone having a birthday again?" Dai Heng rarely remembered anyone's birthdays, not even his own. The only one he remembered clearly was Mr. Gon's. He had never called home to care about their birthdays throughout these years. But after dating Ganyu, every year he was reminded by him to call home, leaving the elders at home deeply moved. "Not that. I need to inform them about your injury today," Ganyu said. "What is there to inform?" Ganyu said, "We have to tell them. I'll take responsibility." Dai Heng let out a low chuckle from his throat. "Is that so? Then you'd better take good care of it. My family has been hoping to marry me off for a long time." "Regret?" Ganyu asked again. "What to regret?" Dai Heng said, lifting his eyes. "Regret coming to find me today, regret being with me. The car accident earlier was deliberately orchestrated, aiming to crash the vehicle and kill everyone inside. The car had almost flipped over. You could imagine how dangerous the situation was. Dai Heng's arm hooked around Gan Yu's waist, tightening slightly as he held him closer. His tone was deep and serious. "No, I'm glad I was in the same car with you." He had repeatedly felt terrified afterward. Gan Yu's state today was terrible. If he really drove alone and encountered that lunatic. Dai Heng sighed, "If anything happened to you, I would go insane." Gan Yu recalled the scene of the car accident today. Thinking that something might have happened to Dai Heng made him feel a choking pain. He didn't want to experience that feeling again. Even now, he still felt lingering fear. "Aren't you afraid?" Gan Yu asked. Dai Heng pulled him into his arms, his voice deep. "Yes, I'm afraid of you getting hurt." Gan Yu looked at him without saying anything. Dai Heng bent down and kissed him gently, whispering, "I've never thought about breaking up with you." "Neither have I." At the moment of the incident, he even used his body to protect him in front of Gan Yu. Gan Yu closed his eyes, letting drowsiness slowly creep over him in the quiet night. He slowly murmured, "Are you an idiot, Dai Heng?" Dai Heng bent down and kissed him again, responding frankly, "I am." He lowered his head again, lightly brushing against Gan Yu's lips, restrained and tender, not going too deep. Gan Yu's eyelids flickered, then opened slightly to look at him. Dai Heng chuckled softly, covering his eyes with his palm, blocking the alluring light in those beautiful eyes. "Go to sleep, teacher Gan." After staying awake all night the previous evening and working continuously during the day, Gan Yu couldn't hold on any longer. In no time, he fell into a deep slumber. He didn't realize that the person behind him was breathing more heavily, his fingers grazing Gan Yu's side waist until he couldn't resist anymore. He then got up to take a cold shower in the bathroom before returning to the room to lie down again. Chapter 175, So come on. Gan Yu habitually sleeps facing the empty side of the bed, his back turned to whoever's behind him. In these situations, Dai Heng typically wraps around him, hugging Gan Yu's waist from behind. This is their most frequently used sleeping position. Though they rarely sleep long without Gan Yu batting his arm away, complaining about the heat. Dai Heng has a high body temperature, his body always burns with warmth. Gan Yu often wakes up in the middle of the night because of how hot he gets. At 3 in the morning. Gan Yu woke up again due to the heat. They forgot to draw the curtains before going to bed, and faint moonlight streamed through the glass doors onto the balcony. The once comfortable temperature had somehow become stifling. Underneath the air-conditioned blanket, the smell of shower gel lingered in the air, mixing with their own scents, creating an atmosphere that was both intimate and hard to define. Dai Heng tightly hugged him from behind, pressing Gan Yu's back firmly against his chest. Somehow, this man had already shed some of his clothing, making the thin layer between them even more perceptible in the darkened environment, intensifying the sense of presence. Unable to bear it any longer, Gan Yu elbowed him back, mumbling half asleep, "It's too damn hot, let go a bit." The person behind didn't loosen the grip immediately but emitted a heavy breath from the throat. Gan Yu still had his eyes closed, half asleep, when the next moment he felt the arm around his waist loosen, finally freeing him. Just as he began to feel cooler, Gan Yu tilted his head, ready to drift off again. His chin was then grabbed by a firm hand and pulled slightly backward. Before he could react, a fiery breath fell on his lips, and Dai Heng had already leaned down and kissed him. The neighborhood was unusually quiet late at night, devoid of any surrounding sound. Dai Heng's heavy exhalations were particularly clear. Gan Yu woke up groggily, his breathing starting to quicken. After being pressed and kissed for what felt like ages, Gan Yu managed to catch his breath, pushing away Dai Heng who was trying to kiss him again. Gan Yu's head leaned on the pillow, squinting at him, his voice raspy with the disorientation of having just woken up. "What are you doing in the middle of the night?" "I'm so hot." Dai Heng's arm propped beside him, his voice uncharacteristically rough and hoarse. Gan Yu snapped out of his drowsiness, his hand supporting himself on the mattress as he reached out to touch his forehead. The temperature was very high, he was probably running a fever. Gan Yu frowned, concerned. "What happened?" "You're running a fever." Her gaze fell on the bandage on his arm. Gan Yu touched his bandage lightly, finding it dry on the surface, but slightly damp to the touch, as if it had just dried due to body heat. Gan Yu's eyebrows furrowed further. "Did you get wet?" Dai Heng's Adam's apple bobbed violently, his voice gravelly. "It was too hot, so I took a quick shower." Already beginning to feel a headache coming on, Gan Yu threw off the covers and sat up in bed. The doctor had reminded him that there could be a fever due to inflammation or infection and provided instructions on how to deal with such cases. He had prepared fever patches and antibiotic medication when they returned home. Gan Yu fetched a glass of water from the kitchen and carried the hospital bag into the room. After giving Dai Heng the medicine and sticking a fever patch on him, Gan Yu helped retreat the wound on his arm. He stayed by his side all night until the fever started to subside by morning. The next morning, Gan Yu called in sick for the day and stayed home to take care of his boyfriend. Dai Heng's fever would spike again after subsiding in the morning. People with fevers tend to feel chills. Dai Heng wrapped himself in a blanket on the sofa, lazily holding a thermometer in his mouth, staring intently at the person in front of him. Every time he bites the thermometer, it's almost like smoking, an exaggerated posture. Despite his large frame, tucked inside the blanket, he looked unexpectedly adorable. However, Dai Heng's gaze was deep and steady, following Gan Yu wherever she went. Eat your medicine. Ganyu stood in front of the sofa, looking down at the instructions, handing over the pills. Daiheng removed the thermometer and obediently swallowed the medicine, continuing to bite on the thermometer afterward. If you lie down for a while, you won't be able to eat much with the fever. I'll cook some congee. After he finished drinking a glass of water, Ganyu took the glass. Aha. Daiheng responded lowly, his deep gaze never leaving her. Ganyu returned to the kitchen with the glass. After washing the cup, she placed it on the drying rack, opened the fridge, and took out ingredients to start cooking the congee. As she was busy in the kitchen, footsteps approached behind her. The fiery heat of that person's body came from behind, resting their chin on her shoulder. Ganyu didn't even turn his head, pulling out a tissue to wipe his hands before raising them to check the temperature of the person behind him. He was still running a fever, but not as severe as it had been in the evening. Ganyu suggested, let's go to the hospital and have a look. You've had a fever for a long time. No. Ganyu raised an eyebrow, why don't you want to go? With a hoarse voice, Daiheng gave a confident reason, I'm in excellent health, don't underestimate me. Ganyu was left speechless. If there's no other way, Daiheng lowered his head, his scorching breath grazing Ganyue's ear, let me do it once, and the fever should subside quickly. Ganyu looked at him helplessly, what's wrong with you? How could this person still be so rambunctious despite having a fever and an injured arm? The person behind let out a short chuckle from the throat, I'm just teasing you. Go lie down on the bed, Ganyu said. Daiheng kept his head low, his chin resting on Ganyue's shoulder while his arms wrapped around Ganyue's waist from behind. His voice carried the fatigue and hoarseness of a post-fever, no, I want to hold you. The princess became even clingier after the fever. By the afternoon, Daiheng's fever had finally subsided. Ganyu, who hadn't slept much during the night again, took a nap in the afternoon. When he woke up groggily, it was already evening. The curtains in the bedroom weren't drawn, and the sky outside had grown dark. When he opened his eyes hazily, he immediately met the pair of dark, almond-shaped eyes beside him. Daiheng was propped up by one hand on the bed, lying on his side and staring at him. Ganyu instinctively reached out to touch his forehead. It seemed only slightly warm now. Are you still feeling unwell anywhere? Ganyu asked. Chapter 176, Start in Confusion, End in Abandonment. The weather in July was unpredictable. The clear sky in the afternoon suddenly changed by evening, and a thunderstorm started. The outdoor rain pattered incessantly, striking against the windows. The howling wind roared as the sky turned abnormally gloomy, making the indoors seem especially serene in contrast. Even with the air conditioner on, the room still felt suffocatingly hot. In the end, Ganyu seemed more like the one who was sick and lacked energy, lying on the bed half asleep. Daiheng was drenched in sweat but now looked refreshed. Holding Ganyu in his arms, his voice carried a sense of satisfaction, shall I take you to take a shower? You go first, let me lie down for a bit. Ganyu buried his face deeper into the pillow, his voice slightly slurred. He added another reminder, be careful with your arm. It seemed as if he were utterly exhausted. Daiheng curved his lips into a smile, lifting his hand to pinch the back of Ganyu's neck, pulling the blanket up for him a little higher. Then, he threw off the covers, picked up his clothes, and entered the bathroom. By the time he finished his shower and walked out of the restroom, he casually grabbed a t-shirt and slipped it on, resuming his usual calm and composed demeanor. Again, through the blanket, he stretched out his arms and pulled Ganyu close to him. He chuckled lightly, dragging out the syllables, dear, is your stamina okay? Ganyu closed his eyes, not wanting to pay attention to him. Daiheng leaned down to kiss his forehead, persistently asking from the side, sleepy again? You didn't eat anything this afternoon. Let me get you something to eat before you sleep. Not hungry, I just want to sleep. Ganyu had not slept well for several days. Closing his eyes, he reached out to touch Daiheng's forehead to confirm that his fever had subsided, then pulled his hand back contentedly. Even though he was so tired, he still couldn't forget to worry about Daiheng. Daiheng's gaze deepened, grasping Ganyu's fingers in his hand and gently pinching them. Ganyu, exhausted and weary, allowed Daiheng to play with his fingers without saying much more. When his fingers were guided to Daiheng's lips for a kiss and the man standing up let go of him, Ganyu's eyelids flickered. Wanting to open his eyes to see what Daiheng was doing, but too tired, he eventually stayed still. As the footsteps faded away, the room became quiet. His body was still damp with sweat, making it uncomfortable to sleep like this. Ganyu rested for a while and finally got up, throwing off the blanket, and went into the bathroom. His shower took a bit longer, and when he came out, the bedding set on the bed had already been replaced. A bowl of warm porridge was placed on the bedside table. Daiheng had taken the dirty bedding to wash it and had yet to return. Ganyu had no appetite, all he wanted was to sleep. Throwing back the cover, he lay down on the bed. Just as he was about to cover himself properly, the door was pushed open from the outside. Daiheng approached, half kneeling at the edge of the bed. His hand supported both sides of Ganyu's body as he leaned down to give him a quick kiss, eat first, then sleep. Ganyu curled himself in the blanket, exposing his elegant side profile and a prominent nose bridge. Not hungry, you eat. Are you this tired? You need to exercise more regularly, Daiheng said softly, still feeling a bit frightened thinking about the dangerous situation yesterday. He suggested, let's go to the gym next week, or we can go swimming. He added uneasily, you can't keep avoiding my company. You need to learn how to protect yourself. Ganyu's eyelids twitched, feeling the warmth of the hand brush against his hair, as if stroking it. He seemed inherently uninterested in physical activity. Even during college, he barely passed the physical tests, although he wasn't completely uncoordinated. However, he certainly couldn't be described as passionate about it. Just as Douyin was about to say something else, Ganyu suddenly leaned over and kissed him. Ganyu looked at him hopefully, emotionlessly saying, tired. Daiheng's throat moved slightly. Whatever he had planned to say seemed stuck in his throat as he subconsciously licked his lips but couldn't resist lowering his head to kiss Ganyu again, then go to sleep. This trick never failed. Every time Ganyu initiated a kiss, Daiheng's train of thought was always disrupted unexpectedly. After a moment of silence, Daiheng remembered something, leaning on his arm beside Ganyu, staring at him thoughtfully, my dad wants me to join the company. Ganyu's eyelids flickered, lazily asking, join the company to do what? Daiheng sighed, the old man disapproves of me doing nothing all day, so he wants me to find something to do. Since returning to Jiangcheng, this kind of thing seemed to happen every few days. Ganyu asked, have you reached an agreement yet? Daiheng smirked, saying, you're too excellent. My dad is afraid you might look down on me and abandon me after playing with my feelings. He seemed to find it amusing, exhaling a faint breath, I'm not that bad, am I? What image do you think I project in the old man's eyes? Ganyu glanced up at him. Perhaps it was an illusion brought on by that face of his, always giving off vibes of unreliability and non-seriousness, as if he didn't care about anything. However, when Daiheng put his mind to something, he was quite intelligent and capable, otherwise, he wouldn't have earned dual degrees. It's just that Daiheng appeared to have little enthusiasm for working. His father had mentioned many times, urging him to return to help out at the company, but Daiheng always seemed indifferent. With his appearance of being idle and extravagant every day, it was no wonder his father often showed dissatisfaction towards him. But Ganyu didn't care, thinking it was fine either way Daiheng chose to live his life. Is that so? Ganyu couldn't help but laugh slightly, that's not bad either. How is that not bad? Then I won't be able to see you every day anymore. Daiheng stared at him directly, his voice devoid of emotion, nor can I wait for you to come back for lunch every day. Since moving to Jiangcheng, they hadn't specifically discussed who would be responsible for what within the household. When Ganyu worked, Daiheng stayed home studying recipes, cooking meals, waiting for Ganyu to return for lunch. When Ganyu took a vacation, he would cook at home while Daiheng washed the dishes. Most of the time, however, the housework fell to Daiheng. After contemplating this, Ganyu comforted him by saying, I'm preparing for the written exam too, so there may not be much time for me at home anyway. And doesn't staying home bore you? Ganyu asked. Daiheng replied, not when I'm waiting for you. He had long grown accustomed to circling around Ganyu, fully enjoying such a lifestyle. Ganyu organized their daily lives meticulously. The money in Daiheng's bank account was almost untouched, as Ganyu managed all aspects of their clothing, food, housing, and transportation. It felt pretty good to be taken care of like that. Daiheng curved his lips, his peony-like eyes shimmering with a mysterious light, teacher Gan is so competent. Won't it be easy for you to quickly become a prosecutor? Ganyu said, there's still the interview. Daiheng sighed, placing a hand on Ganyu's face, my dear is too extraordinary. I truly need to catch up with your pace. He exhaled deeply, dragging out the syllables, alright, I'll go find a class to attend. Once I become as excellent as you, we'll get married. Chapter 177, Hiding a Beauty. Ganyu's mood was indescribable. After all this time, there are still people who keep talking about marriage, truly unwavering. Thinking back, Daiheng had also mentioned that his family had been eager to see him married off for a long time. Although this statement might be somewhat exaggerated, Ganyu has recently begun to consider this issue. Ganyu opened his eyes, stared at him for a while, and said, if you really don't want to go, it doesn't matter. Doing what you like is just fine. Daiheng was naturally bold and unrestrained, whatever he did, in Ganyu's eyes, it was always the right decision, full of youthful spirit, wild and proud. As long as it was him, everything was correct. Then, in the next second, Ganyu received a light kiss on the tip of his nose from Daiheng. Daiheng looked down at him with his amber-colored pupils shining brightly even against the light. He smiled softly and said, even though I like you taking care of me, I'm not really that useless. In the following period of time, both of them became busy with their own tasks. Ganyu was preparing for an entrance exam. Daiheng, on the other hand, was busy dealing with the company's affairs. They chatted daily, messages were sent frequently, and they generally called each other in the morning, afternoon, and evening. Daiheng's family business involved cultural tourism, financial technology, and hotels. His father wanted him to go back and manage the company, but Daiheng had little interest in his family's enterprises. When he first returned to Jiangcheng, a friend wanted to start an independent media company but lacked funding. At the time, no one thought highly of the project, and after trying to attract investment from others without much success, Daiheng, who happened to have some spare money, believed its prospects were good, so he decided to invest. As the largest shareholder of the company, his friend was responsible for the day-to-day operations. Over the past year, the media company had been steadily growing, signing several popular online celebrities. Unexpectedly, its development went very well. As a big boss behind the scenes, Dai Hang was recently asked to help monitor a project, and when he was busy, he could hardly find time for anyone. After the noon meeting, upon returning to the office, Dai Hang lazily sank into his chair, took out his phone, and glanced at it. The contact person at the top had been quiet since their chat that morning. Dai Hang sent his boyfriend a message, "Have you eaten yet?" After waiting for a bit without receiving a reply, assuming he was still busy, he simply closed the app. The group chat with his unruly friends had accumulated another 99 plus messages. There was heated discussion in the group. Dai Hang took a quick look inside. Several people were tagging him. Is it true that this currently extremely popular little internet celebrity is from Dai Hang's company? He's truly become famous, earning the company a lot of money, hasn't he? Dai Hang's judgment is so sharp, even with a casual investment, he made a killing. At the time, no one was optimistic, but Dai Hang casually threw in a few tens of millions. Now the company is listed, worth several billion, who would have thought? When I go home, I'll probably get dragged down again. Dai Hang, not only is smart in studies, but also successful in his career without relying on his family. He's the perfect example of someone else's child. Our fates are the same kind of parents, criticizing me for being unlearned, but letting me look at how capable Mr. Dai Hang is. Even if he looks like the typical rich heir, turns out he's actually the most reliable among us. After flattering him for a bit, the unruly friends quickly moved on to the main topic. Deng Feiji, it's Mr. Dai's birthday today, how do you plan to celebrate it? Haven't seen you for such a long time, brother Dai, are you too absorbed in your work? 3 Chi, lost contact again, how's it going recently? Are you broken up with your boyfriend already? At Dai Hang. Break up. Brother Dai treasures his partner so much, how can he break up? So hidden, almost 2 years now, and we haven't even met the person, show him to us, please. Deng Feiji, hiding a beauty. You guys are wrong. It's him who is being hidden. He lives off his wife who rents their apartment, and he spends the money she earns. Brother Dai ended up eating soft rice, living off someone else, Even though you're also a big boss, you live off your wife. Brother Dai, your capabilities, wow. Older brother too, speaking of partners, it's your birthday today. Bring your boyfriend along for everyone to meet him. We're all curious. At Dai Hang. Let's gather up. Gather up. At Dai Hang. Messages kept popping up on his phone since the early hours of the morning. All of them wishing him a happy birthday. His unruly friends in the group kept urging him to organize a drinking session to celebrate his birthday. Ganyue had been so busy these days that he seemed never to be at home. Regarding celebrating his birthday, Dai Hang didn't take it too seriously, it didn't matter whether he celebrated or not. He mainly wanted to take his wife out for a stroll, to show her off. In fact, ever since returning to Jiangcheng, he had wanted to introduce Ganyue to his friends, but Ganyue was too busy and never had time to participate in these kinds of gatherings. The last time they had an argument, after drinking some alcohol and calling his boyfriend, he wasn't able to persuade him to come, which was somewhat embarrassing. This time, he was determined to get his pride back. Dai Hang, looking relaxed, switched contacts again and sent a message to his boyfriend, Teacher Gon, are you free today? Chapter 178, Your wife doesn't want you anymore. It took a long time to receive Gon Yu's reply. Just finished, eating now. What about you? A bit busy, will be home late. Looking at these 2 lines of words, Dai Hang's fingers paused slightly. Regarding the fact that Ganyu, her boyfriend on her birthday, couldn't accompany her, she didn't feel any loss. Switching interfaces, she was preparing to send a message in the group saying she wouldn't go. After pondering for a while, she switched back to the topmost chat box. Dai Hang tapped the keyboard carelessly, can I go out for a drink tonight? Ganyu replied pretty quickly since he was probably having dinner, send me the address, I'll pick you up after I'm done. Dai Hang raised an eyebrow and sent the address with a light laugh. Initially not very interested in this drinking party, but if Mr. Gon was going to pick him up, then he had to go. The gathering location was set at the club they often went to. The private room was quite large, capable of accommodating about 20 or more people. There were those playing mahjong, card games, and even singing. The sound was particularly noisy. As an excuse for celebrating the birthday, it was actually just an opportunity for everyone to gather together. This side of the sofa seemed quieter, still the 3 of them were playing card games. Deng Fei looked at his hand, what do you mean? It's your birthday today, and your boyfriend isn't accompanying you? Sanji, who was usually hard to have time, got involved in the gossip, how did things go after last time? You didn't break up successfully. Deng Fei scoffed, if we really broke up, would he still be able to sit here properly? He would go crazy. Recently, Dai Hang was in a great mood. After Ganyu confessed to him, the uneasiness in his heart had already vanished without a trace. Every day was quite happy. Faced with their ridicule, he paid no attention. Dai Hang laughed sarcastically, I'm doing great, my boyfriend loves me to death. No need for your concern. Deng Fei was still curious, so how was it resolved later? Tell us about it. Dai Heng curled his lips and casually said, even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. You don't have boyfriends. Seeing his perfect love life, they felt envious and wanted to dampen his spirit. It's not necessarily so. If everything is good, why aren't you getting married? Deng Fei threw out a card, you've been dating for so long without moving to the next stage. That means either a breakup or marriage, only these two paths. Dai Heng glanced over, showing no emotion. Sanji followed up, looks like your boyfriend doesn't value you much. He doesn't accompany you on your birthday. Probably breaking up won't be far off. Deng Fei chimed in with a smile, slapping hands with Sanji, that's true. I look forward to seeing the day when this happens. Dai Heng lazily glanced up, flicking ash from his cigarette into the ashtray, do you want to die? Sanji laughed, stop being arrogant. Does your boyfriend really like you? Why is it so difficult to see him? Someone watching them play cards joined in, bro Heng, call your boyfriend over. It's your birthday today. Won't he ruin his face by not coming? Dai Heng chewed on the cigarette, speaking indifferently, not yet, he's still busy. The private room erupted with teasing laughter again. People around started talking, be careful. Is your partner holding you hostage? Bro Heng, you've been dating for a long time. Are there plans for marriage? Didn't your family already agree? Why haven't you got married? Is it because your partner disagrees? I know many examples like this. Holding you here on one side and probably hooking up with someone unclearly on the other side. You should watch out. When it comes to marriage. This matter has actually been discussed for many years. But almost every time, it was mentioned by Dai Heng with a joking tone. All these years, he has been waiting for Ganyu to say, like. Now that he finally waited for it, he began to think about marriage. If he proposed now, Mr. Gan should be able to agree. Dai Heng leaned casually against the sofa, lightly shaking the glass cup held in his slender fingers. Waited for a while, then sent another message, are you done? It was already 11 at night, and he hadn't received any response on his phone. The person who promised to come and pick him up hasn't given any news yet. Someone nearby asked again, it's already 11. Bro Heng, is your boyfriend really coming? Sanji threw out a card with a laugh, if you get stood up again today, I will mock you forever. Deng Fei said, why don't you give him a call and ask? Someone nearby laughed and said, Heng, isn't it possible that your wife doesn't want you anymore? Dai Heng muttered an insult under his breath, go to hell. He tossed the phone aside and scowled as he threw down a card. Just as they were drinking, the door to the private room was pushed open from outside. Everyone thought that the legendary big prosecutor had arrived and looked up in anticipation. But it wasn't him. A group of people entered, both men and women, all looking young and fashionable. The leader of the group introduced themselves, hello bosses, Mr. Zhang sent us here to toast the big boss with a drink. Deng Fei looked toward the door and said to Dai Heng, hey, aren't these the little internet celebrities from your company? Someone nearby pointed at Dai Heng, there, your boss is over there. The group curiously followed the direction they were pointed towards. Dai Heng was holding a cigarette in his mouth, half closing his eyes as he lazily glanced over. He rarely involved himself in company affairs, and recently he'd just been helping supervise a project. Truthfully, he wasn't familiar with many of the people working for his company. Dai Heng picked up his phone nearby and sent a message, did you tell them to come? He soon received a reply. Zhang Jiang had recently gone overseas and couldn't celebrate Dai Heng's birthday, so he sent this group of mini celebrities from the company to keep him company during the celebration. Ji, they wanted to meet the big boss, so I told them to come and join the party, drink some alcohol with you. How about that? Isn't that fancy enough? Dai Heng sent back 3 words, wait to die. At their usual gatherings, everyone brought their significant others, either male or female. Today being Dai Heng's birthday, only a few close friends showed up without bringing partners. Now that someone had arrived, it made sense to have some fun, so someone spoke out loud to invite them. Since you're already here, stay for a while and play before leaving. The small group of internet celebrities started discussing among themselves. They had only heard of the famous name of the big boss, knowing he was very young and exceptionally handsome. They had never met him personally until now, and he was stunningly good-looking. The one in the black shirt had the classic face of a bad boy, broad shoulders, narrow waist, and the black shirt accentuating his well-built physique. His every move oozed confidence and control. At such a young age, only 20-some-odd years old, he carried an air of mischief and charm. That face certainly possessed the potential for viral fame, yet beyond that, the man was rich and already the boss of the company at such a young age. Some of the people beside him could barely contain their excitement, whispering, isn't the boss too handsome? He looks like a top-notch wealthy tycoon who can easily navigate the world of fame and fortune. Someone nearby softly added, I heard the big boss prefers men. Chapter 179, Want to get married? Ha! Is this for real? It seems he has a significant other, so Manager Zhang especially reminded us not to swoon over him and not to have any other improper thoughts. He's actually so damn handsome. I wonder what his partner looks like. After entering the room, everyone found an empty seat and sat down to accompany the various second-generation heirs appropriately. Except for the 3 people by the sofa. They were playing cards and completely ignoring those around them. Earlier, a male internet celebrity had wanted to sit next to Douyin but was stopped by a mere gesture of his hand. I'm married, keep your distance. Just one sentence kept that person far away from him. This man, who looked playboyish and flirtatious, hadn't even spared a glance at others. Someone beside quickly joked teasingly, Hunga has already evolved into a wholesome family man. Are you really so disciplined that you don't even let anyone drink with you? Are you joking? He's always been like this. When did you ever see him wanting someone to drink with him? That's true, his face always makes me forget his pure image. Among their close friends and troublemakers came more teasing. Hunga, since your wife doesn't want you anymore, I think that young guy next to you isn't bad either. Douyin lifted his eyelids slightly and said indifferently, if you say another word, I'll make sure you won't see tomorrow's sun. That shut them up. It also successfully revealed a piece of information. Douyin's wife was his forbidden line, someone no one could joke about lightly. After several rounds of drinks, everyone in the private room started to get drunk. Douyin's eyes once again wandered across his phone screen, as he raised his hand to press against the bridge of his nose. Today, he would probably be stood up again. Though he didn't seem angry, those around him always managed to sense the low and oppressive aura emanating from Douyin. Even though they joked about how his wife didn't want him anymore, if she truly did stand him up. Someone immediately tried to smooth things over. After all, she's an assistant prosecutor, probably busy. We understand. Heard there's an evaluation going on right now, out of over 100 people, there's only one slot available, competition is intense. Douyin lowered his eyes, his unnaturally handsome face cold, his fingers loosely holding a glass, his knuckles abnormally long and pale. As he casually swayed his wine glass, he carried an air of absent-mindedness. Clearly, his mood wasn't right now. Those who joked earlier no longer dared to speak, each of them finding a female companion to begin drinking and shouting cheers to pass the time. Until the door of the private room was pushed open once again. When the youth walked in from the doorway, corridor lights shone from behind him, outlining his slim figure, instantly capturing everyone's attention. He wore a clean white shirt, deep gray slacks, left untucked, giving off an air of casual elegance, enhancing his slim yet upright posture. Walking forward, his figure looked perfectly proportioned, his slacks accentuated his straight and long legs. His face was flawless without any blemishes. They had previously passed around some photos, but when compared to seeing him in person, it was clear his features and demeanor were much more striking than any photo could capture. Without hesitation, all present held their breaths watching the young man walk steadily to the black silhouette in front of him, stopping. Did you enjoy yourself today? Ganyu asked him. Douyin lifted his gaze and stared directly, the cigarette dangling from his thin lips flickering on and off faintly. Ganyu looked down, took the cigarette hanging from Douyin's lips, and extinguished it in the ashtray. Are you drunk? Bending down, one could see the flipped collar of his white shirt, revealing his flat collarbone, as well as the deep indentation in the neck hollow, sensual yet icy cold. Douyin's gaze moved slightly, then extended his hand towards him, his voice low and almost inaudible. Yeah, got forced to drink a bit. You'll have to support me. Can you give me a hug? Spent Deng Fei stood wide-eyed. You're faking it, right? Have you even had 3 cups? And, who dare force you to drink? Then, the crowd saw the young man flash a fond yet helpless smile, extending his arms and gently hugging the other to prop him up. Absolutely too adorable. Among his group of friends, Ganyu was a little closer to Deng Fei, greeting him politely. Deng Fei, it's been a while. With a smirk, Deng Fei responded, indeed quite some time. Everyone has been waiting for you. Ganyu replied, I drove here, so I'm afraid I can't join you for drinks. Maybe next time. Being the person that Boss Dai cherished above all, who dares to make him drink? Deng Fei smiled and said, no problem. Let's gather together when there's time next time. He still had to cover up Douyin's words. Douyin just had a few drinks too many, so you'll have to bother taking care of him. Thank everyone for celebrating a Heng's birthday, Ganyu replied politely. I'll take this person away first, you guys keep drinking. Maybe next time. The people around immediately chimed in agreement. Ganyu reached out to support the tall figure almost half embracing his slim waist. They watched as the two figures left the private room. After a brief moment of silence in the private room, it soon erupted with unprecedented chatter. Shit. Holy shit. No wonder Brother Heng was so entranced, this partner of his is truly top tier. I'm mesmerized, I'm completely hooked. The body of the big prosecutor is simply. I was hooked at the first glance. That waist, those legs. Deng Fei was thrilled, isn't it? Let me tell you guys, you haven't seen him in women's clothing, absolutely stunning. Someone nearby exclaimed, you've even seen him in women's clothing? A few young internet celebrities nearby couldn't help but get excited, barely suppressing their excitement. The boss and his partner, aren't they just such a perfect match? That level of beauty, my god. So spoiled, ahaha. Truly lives up to my expectations. These two. So pav. It was already deep into the night, the outside streets exceptionally quiet, occasionally illuminated by passing headlights that cast dappled shadows. Busy until now to get off work. The dim light inside the car made Douyin's dreamy eyes flicker with faint light as he watched the person leaning over to fasten his seatbelt. Lowering his gaze, he asked. Not all about work, something else held me up. Having buckled him in, Ganyu straightened his posture, placed his hand on the steering wheel, then slightly turned his body to pick up a bunch of roses from the back seat. This is for you, happy birthday. Daiheng slightly arched his eyebrows and stared at the flowers for a while, not quite reacting. A brief low chuckle followed. Thought you'd forgotten. How could I? Ganyu looked at him and said. Sending roses for a birthday? Daiheng lightly raised his brows, subtly dropping a hint to test him. Some might think you're going to propose. After a brief silence, Ganyu said, that thought has crossed my mind. Initially, Daiheng just wanted to test Ganyu's thoughts on marriage. If he wasn't against it, then he could proceed with planning the proposal. He didn't expect Ganyu to bring it up first. That thought has crossed my mind. To marry him. Daiheng lifted his eyes and locked gazes with Ganyu under the dim light. Ganyu was also doing this kind of thing for the first time. He didn't know how much Daiheng had drunk or if he was tipsy, but this was indeed something he intended to do on his birthday. Ganyu lowered his eyes and pulled out a blue velvet box from his trouser pocket, asking him, do you still want to get married? Chapter 180, A Taken Man. The car was engulfed in a quiet atmosphere. A car light flashed by, and the two people who exchanged silent gazes were intensely focused, each only able to see the reflection of the other in their eyes. Daiheng's throat moved slightly, and for a moment he was a little dazed, his gaze dropping down. The blue velvet box made Ganyu's fingers appear particularly clean and pale. Are you proposing to me? His voice was very low, and it was impossible to hear any emotion in the night. Isn't it obvious enough? Ganyu said, I ordered the ring a long time ago. I planned to discuss marriage with you after everything was finalized, but now it's about time. If this matter could make Daiheng happy, he didn't mind completing this major life event earlier. He was also a bit late coming because he went to fetch this ring. Daiheng tilted his head slightly, his lips involuntarily curving upwards. His tone was somewhat unpredictable. Isn't this a bit rash? Who proposes inside a car? Ganyu paused thoughtfully for a while, reflecting on this. Compared to those full of ritual proposals, his indeed seemed rather casual. He said, then let me think again. Pretend this didn't happen today. Next time, I'll aim for something more grand. Before he could pull his hand back, the ring box in his hand had already been taken away. Forget it, just like this, I'll agree to your proposal. Daiheng lazily opened the box, stared at the ring inside for a while, with the shattered light of stars blending into his beautiful peach blossom eyes. He extended his palm towards Ganyu teasingly, saying, help me put it on. Ganyu. Really reluctantly. If the smile leaking from the corners of his eyes wasn't so evident, he might have believed it. Ganyu looked down, and softly smiled, picking up the ring and slipping it onto Daiheng's ring finger. The style was actually quite simple, just a plain platinum band, but Daiheng's fingers were evenly proportioned and long, making it look especially good when worn by him. Daiheng's gaze lingered on Ganyu's lips, recognizing that familiar curved smile, lazily asking, what are you smiling about? After putting the ring on Daiheng, Ganyu lifted his eyes, asking, then why are you smiling? Looking down momentarily at the bright red roses in his arms, Daiheng stretched out his tone, saying, finally managed to marry myself off, feeling happy. Ganyu sat upright, started the car, and said, if you're happy, I'm also happy. On the way home. Daiheng kept glancing down at the ring on his hand every now and then, counting the roses in his hand. It was the first time receiving flowers from his boyfriend, his mood being a little elevated, and couldn't help but take a photo with his phone. Did you really drink too much? Ganyu, gripping the steering wheel, couldn't resist asking, how much did you drink? Daiheng lifted his eyebrows indifferently, so what? You seem pretty clear-headed, not really looking drunk, Ganyu said while keeping an eye on traffic conditions. Nonsense, Daiheng was in exceptionally high spirits right now, speaking frankly without reservation about his boyfriend's earlier tardiness. Thought you were going to ditch me. Nearly got teased. So were you pretending earlier? Ganyu remembered how in the private room, his tone was nearly sulky and low. Daiheng sighed, who wouldn't, after last time you didn't come when I called, they all thought I was going to be dumped by you. Ganyu's eyelids twitched lightly, remembering the emergency situation from last time, but it was indeed partly due to him. Then what should we do? Daiheng's throat moved slightly, whispering, let's go register our marriage tomorrow. Ganyu took a brief glance at him, that urgent? Daiheng let out a low sigh, feels like I've waited several lifetimes. Hardly waited so long, can't give you a chance to change your mind. Daiheng was extremely clear-minded at this moment, clearer than ever, exhilarated with boundless energy. Give me your hand. Just then, they arrived at a traffic light intersection, the car slowly stopping, Ganyu extending his right hand over. What's wrong? Daiheng reached over, interlocking their fingers tightly, taking a photo with his phone of their intertwined hands, the ring on his finger exceptionally clear. Keep evidence. After taking the photo, Daiheng was quite satisfied, planning to post it on social media. But upon entering WeChat, messages had already appeared in the group. Today's drinking session was quite successful. Although Ganyu only briefly showed his face before leaving with someone, the impact was considerable. The group was already buzzing. The discussion solely on his partner's handsome looks had already piled up to over 99+ replies. Your partner is truly unmatched, no wonder you never bring us to meet. You're not a good friend at all. At Dai Hang. Let me tell you, although the prosecutor is indeed very talented, his habit of keeping you waiting is something you should watch out for. Hang brother, let me remind you. All he did was pick you up. Seeing your pitiful state, couldn't you show more backbone? At Dai Hang, come on buddy, you're overdoing it with this submissive act. With your conditions, you shouldn't be acting like this, right? The prettiest people are often the best liars. Hang brother, if you two ever break up, could you give me his contact information? No other meaning, I just don't have any friends who are prosecutors, so I'd like to get to know him. Hang brother, surely you aren't so easily appeased. He stood you up and made you wait so long. Punish him. Deng Fei inexplicably felt a twinge of jealousy. At Dai Hang, you've been indulging yourself again, but don't get too smug. Before marriage, anything can change, and one day he might dump you. Although most of it was likely a joke, Dai Hang couldn't bear hearing the word breakup. Dai Hang absent-mindedly sent a voice message in the group, even though this might be cruel for you guys. He suddenly jumped into the conversation, and the people in the group instantly filled the screen with question marks. Dai Hang pressed the phone, calmly saying, in the future, I probably won't be able to drink with all of you anymore. Deng Fei had a hunch that now wasn't the time to say anything good, and he didn't even have time to leave the group chat before Dai Hang already posted the photo of the ring, roses, and their intertwined hands in the group. Dai Hang said, that's right, my wife proposed to me. As a married man, none of you can call me for drinks anymore, understood? Crowd. The group immediately went silent. It was fine that his boyfriend was someone amazing, and given Dai Hang's excellent qualities, they found it balanced when he came off as overly devoted. But then, his brother's love being so perfect made them even more despairing. Goodbye. Breaks my heart. I suggest you retract it, I'll pretend I didn't see it today. Leaving the group, goodbye. Deng Fei, you bastard, at hashtag dash, times. Asterisk comma asterisk underscore. Asterisk plus at hashtag at times. Dai Hang lifted the corner of his lips slightly after sending the message, then locked his phone and tossed it aside. When the car drove into the underground parking lot, Ganyu turned off the engine and turned around just in time to meet those deep, peach blossom eyes staring back at him. As always, there was this quiet gaze fixed solely on him, unwavering. Ganyu leaned in slightly and undid his seatbelt for him, asking softly, going home? Dai Hang openly met his gaze, letting his eyes wander down to Ganyu's lips and murmured, I might actually be a little drunk. Ganyu stared silently without replying. Dai Hang asked thoughtfully, am I still awake? Gan teacher, help confirm. Ganyu hesitated, staring at him for a moment before leaning in, grabbing the collar of his shirt and pulling him close to kiss him deeply. Then Ganyu asked, still awake? Dai Hang moved his throat slightly and gave a low chuckle, still awake. Dai Hang rested his forehead against his palm pressing against Ganyu's nape, their noses almost touching. His voice became hoarse and gravelly, we've never tried it in the car. Ganyu reached out and caressed his face gently, shall we give it a try? Chapter 181, The End. The Jiangcheng Provincial Procuratorate. During the break just before quitting time, Ganyu glanced at his watch. In 10 minutes, he'd be off work. He took his cup to the tea station for some lukewarm water. At this point, most of the work was done, and a few people gathered in the tea station chatting idly. Lu Ming held a porcelain cup, bringing up a previous case. Do you know what happened after the domestic violence case last time? He had been in charge of following up on this case. It was purely misfortune that Ganyu ended up driving the Procurator's car last time. Qingyu, having free time, came over curiously asking, how did it go? I heard the domestic violence perpetrator was arrested. Yeah, originally it didn't involve criminal charges, but since he drove a car to hit someone, it amounted to attempted assault, so he was sentenced to 3 years. Qingyu cheered with glee, deserved. But only 3 years. What a bargain. Lu Ming chuckled humorously, he's not doing well in jail now. It's rumored that he gets beaten every day. Ganyu's eyelids flickered as he filled his cup, then he took a sip. Lu Ming added, seems like someone has taken care of it, making sure he is struck only in non-lethal places, taking 3 beatings a day. Anyway, quite miserable. Probably offended some bigwig. Qingyu laughed out loud, this guy's mentally unstable, he deserves this treatment. Otherwise, if released, he'll just harm society again. Their topics would always ebb and flow during these chats. Wang Tao quickly asked about something else, I hear Ganyu got first place in the written exam again this time, too damn impressive. With first place in the written test, we only have one position available here. As long as he passes the interview, it will likely be Ganyu. Lu Ming looked at Ganyu across from him, I just came from the office, heard them talking, mentioning that you've requested marriage leave. Wang Tao couldn't believe it and turned his head towards someone beside him, what kind of marriage leave? You're how old and already getting married? Ganyu, hands in his trouser pockets, casually leaned against a cabinet without even raising his head, yeah, I've taken a few days off, planning to go abroad to get the certificate. His marriage seemed shocking enough to distract everyone completely from why the certificate had to be obtained overseas. At 24, you're already getting married. Lu Ming sighed while shaking his head, and how are guys like us who are over 30 and still single supposed to live? Wang Tao was incredibly curious about Ganyu's partner. You really have a significant other? How come I've never seen them? A new message popped up on Ganyu's phone. He checked it briefly, holding his cup and stood up. Maybe another time. My boyfriend is here to pick me up, I'm leaving. Barry was silent at this point, staring blankly at the retreating figure. She already knew that he had someone, yet hearing about Ganyu's impending marriage left her slightly disheartened. So young, and already bound by early marital constraints. She murmured softly, who is his partner? Such bliss. As she watched him leave, Lu Ming smiled saying, our group of little girls' hearts are going to break. Wang Tao, looking at Qingyu lost in thought, said, looks like one heart is already broken. Suddenly realizing something was amiss, Lu Ming paused, wait a minute, what did he just say? Wang Tao hadn't caught on yet, what? Thoughtfully, Lu Ming responded, did he make a mistake? He said, boyfriend. At this moment, Qingyu, leaning against the window, glanced outside unconsciously and pointed towards the direction where the rear gate led to the parking lot. Who's that handsome guy? Never seen him around before. Both their attentions were immediately shifted over there. Wow, he's gorgeous. Is he here for an ongoing case or waiting for someone? That man's height was remarkably superior, standing there leisurely yet clearly possessing a commanding aura. Dressed in a black shirt and dark trousers, his tall and well-proportioned frame exuded elegance. There weren't many people down below at the moment, especially around the back gate area. Then right before their eyes, Ganyu, who was chatting with them just moments ago, appeared on screen, walking straight to the front of that handsome man. So, he was waiting for Ganyu all along. Is he Ganyu's friend? Does Ganyu have such a handsome friend? Just then, they saw two pairs of intertwined fingers. That handsome guy raised his peach blossom eyes, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. He tilted his head, stealing a kiss possessively. Ganyu stood in front of him, lightly turning his head away, evading the kiss. At the moment when that handsome man revealed a pouting expression, he seemingly sighed, pulling the collar of the man's black shirt down forcefully, initiating a kiss instead. That man usually so aloof suddenly exhibited a noticeably more animated expression. The air suddenly became quiet for a moment. Lu Ming couldn't get back to reality for a long time, boyfriend? Wang Tao, go abroad to get the certificate. Good grief. My goodness. Qingyu blinked twice, then his melancholy mood was completely gone, my god. After graduating from university, the posts on the school forum were gradually replaced by other hot topics. The CP posts they used to ship slowly sank to the bottom. Has Ganyu and Daiheng broken up today? Only a few people still held on, going in after a long period of time to check it out. It has been months since the last person posted. On 8411, there hasn't been news about them for a long time. Have they broken up? On 8412, are they about to break up? It seems like their WeChat statuses suggest that they've had an argument. On 8413, Daiheng is such a show-off, but he's been posting drinking pictures lately without mentioning Ganyu for a while. On 8414, is it finally time to split? On 8415, we have finally welcomed the dawn of victory. On 8416, their next status update might just be announcing their new boyfriends. On 8417, I'm waiting for it. Until this day, someone updated a photo. It was a screenshot of a WeChat status update. Ganyu seldom posted on his moments. A person who updated his moments only once every few months has finally done so. In the photo was a foreign marriage certificate on A4 paper, 2 copies placed together. Ganyu, no longer single. On 8453. Married? To whom? On 8454, just broke up and got married already, probably not to a woman, right? On 8455, it's really lamentable. So was Daiheng dumped? Before everyone could passionately start talking. Someone else posted another screenshot. Daiheng, married off. The photo looked exactly the same as Ganyu's post. When these two updates were placed one above the other, it was their official announcement of their marriage. On 8500. So they didn't break up. On 8501, not only did they not break up, but they also got married. On 8502, oh my god, this is the first time I've seen a same-sex couple getting their marriage certificate. On 8503, this is undoubtedly true love. On 8504, for some unknown reason, I'm not at all surprised. Our thread can finally close down. On 8505, somehow there's an empty feeling in my heart. On 8506, well, although I've always hoped they'd break up, when I see them get married, I actually feel like crying a bit. On 8507, lost, but I admit defeat. On 8508, thread dissolving. After witnessing their relationship span over 5 years from college life into society, the breakup thread finally disbanded today. 10 days of honeymoon passed quickly. After returning to China, Ganyu soon dived into the selection interviews again. Ganyu was different from others, he was chosen preferentially. 2 years as an assistant prosecutor, the disciplinary inspection gave him this opportunity. He smoothly passed through the assessment, scoring top marks both in the written test and interview, thus passing the selection examination. On the day of the beginning of autumn, Ganyu became a people's prosecutor. Upon leaving the procuratorate, far away, he spotted the tall and robust figure leaning casually against the gate, silently waiting. This scene gave Ganyu an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Whether it was in that dilapidated old neighborhood or downstairs in the classroom at school. Just like many times before. Just looking at that figure would make his chest swell with warmth, reminding him. He was being needed, he was being loved. His lonely soul, which had lasted for a long time, was finally redeemed in Douyin. No longer alone. The road ahead now had someone walking alongside him, waiting for him to come home, and returning home together. The house was spacious, but as long as he was there, it felt full. The things Ganyu had lacked from childhood until now were finally found in him. Only Douyin, and it could only be him. In the slightly cool autumn breeze, Ganyu walked to the tall figure in front of him. The person he loved opened his arms and greeted him carefree, "Welcome home, my great prosecutor." End of story.